On my wedding night, I discovered the bride had been switched. The moment I lifted the red veil, I froze. The original bride was Lu Ruyue, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, but she had been replaced by her younger sister, Lu Ruxin. Logically, the younger the bride, the more men would like her, but I was terrified to avoid her because Lu Ruxin was born blind, and I had gone from being a martial arts prodigy to a cripple with severed meridians. A cripple paired with a blind girl, this was clearly a double humiliation. Yet, to my surprise, this bait-and-switch wedding turned out to be my greatest opportunity. At that moment, in the bridal chamber, I was furious and cursed Lu Ruyue relentlessly. Then, I grabbed the sword hanging on the wall and rushed out of the chamber like a madman, heading straight for the Lu family residence. Isn't that the useless young master of the Zhao family? I heard he's getting married today. Why does he look like his father just died? Instead of being intimate with his bride in the chamber, what's he doing running around the streets? I ignored the whispers and pointing fingers from the onlookers. Once a genius, now a cripple. Everyone believed I wasn't worthy of Lu Ruyue, but who would have thought that on the wedding day, she would secretly scheme, refusing to marry me herself and pushing her sister into the bridal sedan instead? This bait-and-switch wedding would make the Zhao family, like me, the biggest laughingstock of Wangu City. At that moment, I ran through the streets like a madman with his hair standing on end, quickly arriving at the gates of the Lu family estate. Before I could even steady myself, I let out a roar from the depths of my soul. Lu Ruyue, get out here! The people on the street were stunned. Did I hear that right? Didn't Lu Ruyue already marry into the Zhao family? But what happened next left the onlookers even more dumbfounded. A graceful figure emerged from the Lu family estate, none other than Lu Ruyue, the pride of Wangu City and the elder sister of Lu Ruxin. In Miss Lu's eyes, are a good-for-nothing and a blind woman a perfect match? My voice was calm but hoarse. Your harsh words, are they out of anger or fear? Lu Ruyue parted her lips slightly, speaking like an immortal from the clouds. Our fate has run its course. Why force it? You should understand that we are no longer from the same world. I should have known. Did I ever force you to marry? If you didn't want to, you could have just said so. I wouldn't have clung to you. Why resort to such methods to humiliate my Zhao family and trample on our dignity? If you've married her, then just treat my sister well, Lu Ruyue said indifferently. If you've married her, then treat my sister well. I laughed, though whether it was from sorrow or fury, I couldn't tell. What a sister! What a marriage! Lu Ruyue, don't you find it laughable coming from you? Lu Ruxin, the one you pushed onto the bridal sedan, didn't even know who she was marrying until the red veil was lifted. If you never saw her as a sister, why act like one now? Today, you've truly outdone yourself. Now that things have come to this, what do you intend to do? Lu Ruyue's tone was icy. I want to kill you. With a furious roar, I swung my sword. A metallic clang rang out. My strike seemed to hit solid iron, sending bright sparks flying. Yet it left Lu Ruyue unharmed. Instead, I was sent flying backward. By the time I landed, my sword had shattered into pieces, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. A mere waste dares to strike at the true spirit realm? Without the spiritual veins, Zhao Yun's mind isn't so sharp anymore. He's become useless, yet still dreams of a toad lusting after swan meat. Now it's a perfect match, trash and a blind girl. Truly a match made in heaven. Amid the clamor, I staggered to my feet. The Lu family has gone too far. Before I could speak, an angry shout came from the street. Before the words faded, a large group of people arrived like a swift wind. The Zhao family had come, led by my father, Zhao Yuan, the current head of the Zhao family. When he found out I had run out with a sword, he went to check the bridal chamber. Seeing Lu Ruxin as the bride, he flew into a rage. We were supposed to marry Lu Ruyue, but they sent Lu Ruxin instead. This is a blatant insult. Lu Tsongkong, come out and face me. What a sneaky substitution. The Lu family owes the Zhao family an explanation. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Another figure emerged from the Lu residence, not Lu Tsongkong, but a Taoist nun. Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Though he didn't recognize the nun, he knew the flaming cloud emblem on her robe, which looked like a real flame, the symbol of the Tianzong sect. This land was ruled by the great Xia Dragon dynasty, and everyone present was a subject of the dynasty. The Tianzong sect existed to protect the great Xia Dragon dynasty and was the only sect within its borders. Its members held noble status, equal to royalty. It's someone from the Tianzong sect. The crowd gasped in shock, their voices trembling with fear. The people of Tian sect are very mysterious, rarely appearing in the world, but when they do, they can awe all directions. Now that they have been seen, everyone feels it is an unparalleled honor. Everyone secretly speculated that since this Taoist nun emerged from the Lu family, could she be a distinguished guest of the Lu family? No wonder the Lu family acts so recklessly. They have the backing of Tian sect. Under the gaze of all, Lu Ruyue slightly turned and bowed to the Taoist nun. This gesture was not only a sign of respect but also a display for the Zhao family. After the bow, she stood with unwavering confidence, her fair chin held high, Her address of master made the Zhao family collectively frown. The reputation of the heavenly sect was too immense, like an 8,000 Jiang mountain pressing down between heaven and earth. Throughout the centuries of the Dragon Dynasty, those who provoked the heavenly sect met no good end. Some lost their lives, while others faced the extermination of their entire clans. The Taoist nun spoke indifferently, her voice desolate and authoritative. She didn't even glance at me, nor did she acknowledge the Zhao family, standing at the top of the steps like the sovereign of the world, truly looking down on everything. With a flick of her sleeve, a treasure box flew out and hovered mid-air, her tone cold and devoid of emotion. This is the heart-refining pill, bestowed upon the Zhao family. As for the matter between your two families, let it end here. Her words were not a suggestion but a command. The pill was not a gift but an alms. Zhao Yuan's face turned ashen, devoid of any color, his sword-gripping hand trembling uncontrollably. He knew this was humiliation but dared not speak. After all, this was the heavenly sect. Destroying the Zhao family would take less than half an incense stick's time. He wasn't afraid of death. But what of the Zhao family? Provoking the heavenly sect would erase the entire Zhao name from the world. How could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? I, too, trembled violently, my fingers dripping with blood. The Taoist nun's words were like steel needles, driving one after another into my soul. Zhao Yuan flung his sleeve and turned abruptly away. As for the heart-refining pill, he naturally would not take it. Accepting it would strip the Zhao family of their last shred of dignity. This much pride he had to uphold. I also turned around, glancing back at Lu Ruyue one last time before leaving. My eyes still carried a bloody hue, yet my expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, anger or hatred, like a puppet or a walking corpse, eerily calm. But beneath this calmness raged a torrential fury. If I ever regain my martial cultivation, the humiliation of this night will be repaid 100-fold by the Lu family. What a grand spectacle. People should know their place. A cripple daring to marry a prodigy is truly laughable. That said, the Lu family went too far. The murmurs rose again as the crowd parted on both sides of the street, as if by unspoken agreement, clearing a path for the Zhao family. They whispered, pointed, and sneered, watching like spectators at a prisoner's parade of mockery. Pity and scorn filled the streets. Such is the world where the strong reign supreme, governed by brutal survival laws. The mighty trample others at will, the weak deserve their suffering. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family's grand hall, Zhao Yuan and 2 rows of elders sat rigidly, their faces dark with fury. The hall was shrouded in gloom as I stood motionless like a stone statue, disheveled strands of hair obscuring half my face. Blood dripped between my fingers, brighter and more glaring than my crimson wedding robes. This was an unspeakable disgrace. The Zhao family's elder roared, smashing a table to splinters with one strike. To this hour, Lu Tsunkong hasn't shown his face, hiding behind the heavenly sect's name. Utterly despicable. Enough. Words are pointless now. Zhao Yuan's voice cut through the angry clamor in the hall. I've brought shame upon the Zhao family, I declared, dropping to my knees with a thud. Rise and speak, Zhao Yuan said, his smile strained. You're no longer a martial cultivator. Relinquishing your heir position early will spare us outsiders gossip. The elder shot me a glance before turning to Zhao Yuan. As clan leader, how long will you keep favoring him? So eager to push your own kin into power? Zhao Yuan scoffed. Or should I hand the Zhao family over to you? The elder's sudden roar ignited a storm of rebukes from the other elders, their hostility aimed squarely at Zhao Yuan, teetering on the edge of mutiny. I am willing to give up the position of young master. Zhao Yun, a language flat, has become a broken vain waste body, and then dominate the young master position meaningless. The main thing is, do not want to make it difficult for his father. Hall of a head of the clan, too much to protect, has already provoked the wrath of the people. Rather self-aware, the grand elders sat upright for a minute. Enough, Zhao Yuan coldly shouted. A cold aura appeared in his eyes. The majesty of the patriarch was displayed. The great elder, also surging, not to lose the wind, was forced to press ahead for more than 10 years. Early ing want to rebel. Boom! A grand elder, a family head, tit for tat, causing the already oppressive atmosphere to want to freeze. Zhao Yun. As the swords were drawn, a sudden call was heard. Lu Ruxin came, holding onto the wall carefully, groping her way into the lobby. Seeing this, the faces of the elders immediately turned blue, and thought of the Zhao family shame. How many years has never been so humiliated? If not the scene out of place, will certainly kill over? A palm split Lu Ruxin. Zhao Yuan wanted to speak but stopped, sighing despite his anger. This girl, but also the poor man, is Lu Tsenkong drunkenly pro-gratification made born. Born is blind. Lu Tsenkong anger, in his view, is that lowly servant girl, defiled the noble blood of the Lu family. As a result, he never paid any attention to the mother and daughter. Lu Ruxin's mother, depressed, died. Lu Tsenkong did not even go to see a glance. Her mother is lowly. She is blind, or a veinless waste body. Since childhood, has been subjected to cold treatment and bullying. Rather than a young lady of the Lu family, It is more like a subordinate, and even inferior to the subordinate, if it is not in the way of the face, or else, Lu Tsangkong has long been driven out of the Lu family. Today's wedding, on the face of it, is a marriage of a daughter, but in reality, it is abandoning her. Her life is a good example of what it means to be miserable. Zhao Yuan looked at Zhao Yun. Regardless of the conspiracy in Lu Ruxin did marry him. If he marries her, she will be his wife, and it is up to him to decide whether to drive her away or keep her. Zhao Yun did not say anything, slowly got up, pulling Lu Ruxin out of the lobby, perhaps walking too fast, so Lu Ruxin did not keep up, several times or close to falling. The small hand was held by the raw pain, but timidly did not dare to say anything. To the back door of Zhao's house, Zhao Yun stopped and pushed Lu Ruxin out, saying coldly, "You are being repudiated. Don't kick me out." Lu Ruxin, her face full of tears, as if frightened, fumbled to turn back, but the door was closed. "Please, don't kick me out." In the darkness, a near-crying plea was shouted to the point of tearing his heart out. Zhao Yun ignored it and walked away, although he knew that it was not Lu Ruxin's fault, but she was a member of the Lu family after all. He hated the Lu family, and since then he hated everyone in the Lu family. This includes the blind bride. Back to the cave. He closed the door tightly. Only a pot of wine. Do not want to pour into the mouth. The night, gradually deepening, was silent. Under the moon, the door to the room could be heard creaking, and Zhao Yun came out again, heading for the back door. Outside the door, Lu Ruxin was curled up in the corner, hugging her knees and shivering like a beggar. "I know that I am blind and unworthy of being your wife." The cold night was full of the bride's murmured choking. Perhaps everyone didn't know that her greatest wish was to be able to take a look at the man named Zhao Yun, to see the big brother who had once held her tightly in his arms in the face of many killers. That warmth was the most touching thing she had ever wanted to cry about in this world. Zhao Yun came and couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Lu Ruxin was still there. What a heart-stabbing scene, preferring to hide outside Zhao's house and cry, rather than go back to that cold Lu family. At one time, he had also treated Lu Ruxin as a relative, simply because she was Lu Ruyu's sister. But he still underestimated Lu Ruyu, not only played a conspiracy, but also manipulated the affection, with extremely dirty means, turned his sister into the victim and funeral pyre of this conspiracy. One could imagine how helpless the girl was the moment she was put into the palanquin. "Marry then, and treat my sister well." Her words echoed in his ears again. This is ridiculous to hear. Perhaps, in the eyes of that heavenly maiden, a blind man paired with a loser is just par for the course. After all, he reached out and pulled up Lu Ruxin. This poor girl will be the last piece of mercy he will show to the Lu family. The last piece of mercy he will show. Lu Ruxin choked, tearful, tightly grasping Zhao Yun's hand, afraid of being abandoned again. His hand, then, like a mother's embrace, was warm, and would be the only inch of light in her dark world. Back to the cave again. Zhao Yun pulled a futon to hit the floor. He slept on the floor. Lu Ruxin slept on the bed. In the darkness, he smiled to himself. Romantic caveman. Groom's a loser. Bride's blind. A match made in heaven. Excellent irony. It's all thanks to that proud daughter of heaven, who ordered this love story and held this thread of red dust. Zhao Yun? Lu Ruxin's call, timid and clear, broke the quiet of the cave. Zhao Yun since heard, although his eyes are open, but silent as ice, and even more without the slightest response. "Zhao Yun?" Ryushin called out again, after a long time of not hearing an echo, and making sure that Zhao Yun had fallen asleep. She then got out of bed and groped her way through the darkness, and that every step, she took with care, until she touched Zhao Yun's body before stopping. Zhao Yun frowned, not knowing what Lu Ruxin was going to do. "My mother said that there is reincarnation in the world. Good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell." Ruoxin Lu murmured softly. With that, she removed one of the pendants hanging from her neck, a crescent moon pendant. "I would give 9 reincarnations in exchange for a lifetime of well-being for Zhao Yun." The blind bride, in a light smile, gave her husband her crescent moon pendant. But blind, she did not notice that, because of her 9th blessing, that pendant actually shimmered with a halo of light. She didn't notice it, but Zhao Yun, however, could really see it. The crescent pendant is quite strange, carved with a magical pattern, hazy, as if you can still see through it, looking at a woman, dancing under the moon, sometimes looking back, smiling sweetly at him. As he watched, he only felt his mind drifting, and he was not sleepy, but he drifted off to sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was a white, cloudy world. Chapter 3, The Moon God. This is, which, Zhao Yun was stunned and looked around in all directions. After a long time, his gaze rested in mid-air. In mid-air, there hung a bright moon, not a full moon, but a crescent-shaped moon, shining with a dreamlike light, on which sat an illusory woman, who was holding her cheeks with both hands and winking at him. Zhao Yun was shocked and jerked back. Who are you? Moon God. The woman's laugh was clear. You're God? Isn't the god pretty? Luna smiled, her beautiful eyes fluttering with magic. Bleach, pretty, Zhao Yun said dully. The child is teachable. The moon god smiled and closed her eyes, fished out a small illusory mirror from somewhere, looked left and right into the mirror, and every now and then, she even straightened her illusory hair, taking the liberty of asking where this is. Zhao Yun said, in your consciousness, the moon god stretched. I am the godhead hidden in the crescent moon pendant. The crescent moon pendant? The one Ruxin Lu gave you? What else do you think? Luna yawned, and a quick glance showed that the was still awake. Then why don't you go to her consciousness and run to me? Zhao Yun wondered. That little girl, with 9 reincarnation of the grand wish you a lifetime of well-being, I regard it as a contract, and the crescent pendant, is the contract carrier? It is this grand wish, which awakened me, woke up when I am on who will be in whose consciousness. This explanation, is it plain and easy to understand? Hold on, I'll stroke it. Zhao Yun is a little confused. A moon god, caught him off guard. The most unexpected or that crescent moon pendant, actually hides this big secret. Coincidentally, in his this opened the god's house, my body has been extinguished. Only this remnant of consciousness remains, and in the future, I will borrow your body to nourish my soul. When Zhao Yun muttered, the moon god leisurely said, you can rest assured that this raising of your soul will not harm you in the slightest. I understand this. You want to find a place to stay, right? Zhao Yun laughed. There's nothing wrong with that understanding. Luna shrugged her shoulders. I borrowed my body to raise my soul with you. It's considered helping you. In return, you should help me too. Zhao Yun rubbed his hands together, his eyes glittering. Grant me supreme divine power. I'll go and lift the Lu family off the ground. That, can't help. How can I? You're a god. It's all been said. I only have a trace of residual consciousness left. The moon god spread his hands. Nothing but memories. Why don't you live somewhere else? Zhao Yun asked tentatively. What? The spirit vein doesn't want to be renewed? You can connect my spirit vein? Zhao Yun's came to life and his body tensed up. Old lady. Ahem. I'm a god. I can do anything. A single sentence surprised Zhao Yun, just like a dying person who instantly had hope for life. The moon god smiled but did not say, only flicked his sleeve, sprinkling a piece of divine light, gazing at it, only to realize that it was a small word, only thumbnail that big, gold bright, self-arranged combination, the Marrow Cleansing and Relaxation Sutra. Zhao Yun tilted his head, looked at the first line and read it word for word, just by looking at the name. It was to exercise the sinews and bones and flesh, refining the impurities in the body and enhancing the density and toughness of the sinews and bones and flesh in order to strengthen the body. Naturally, that's just the very basics. It is said in the scripture that if this method is practiced to great completion, there is nirvana, can be reborn, cast into an indestructible golden body, lifting the hand to push the mountain to lift the sea, overhand collapse of the sky to destroy the earth, can be said to be invulnerable to Vajra, invulnerable to all kinds of law. Is that so dangling? Zhao Yun licked his lips. Just reading the introduction of this sutra was shocking enough. Shocking as it may be, this method does not appear to be complete. After looking at it, he looked back at Luna, his eyes allegorical for everything. I am a remnant of consciousness and my memory is missing, the moon god said, giving an answer that was also easy to understand. So this mutilated one, is it good? Run for a week and the spirit chakra can be picked up. Really fake. This is the barbarian god lineage's body refining secret art, the supreme method of building a foundation, and it is the most domineering of his family. The moon god whispered in a voice as delicate as a fairy song. For your martial secret realm, you will use it to build your foundation. A barbarian god? Zhao Yun lightly murmured in his heart. There is no need to think that it is a god. And, more than likely, it has an extremely deep connection with the moon god. Otherwise, this wouldn't have gotten his lineage of body refining secret arts, which are supreme secret arts, if it weren't for a particularly ironic relationship. Cootie. It's only then that they'd be spreading the word. What is the secret realm of martial arts? After muttering, Zhao Yun looked at the moon god again. When you reach the heavenly martial realm, thou will understand. The moon god laid down on the moon again. This god warmly reminds you that if you cultivate the Marrow Cleansing and Elasticity Sutra at night, find a rag and stuff it in your mouth, so as to save the chickens from flying. For what? Which is so much why. The moon god flicked his sleeve and threw Zhao Yun out of consciousness. In the cave, Zhao Yun opened his eyes for a split second, the two eyeballs turning up and down, looking around, make sure it's not a dream. He had the dharma of the Marrow Cleansing Sutra in his mind, and the moon god's voice and smile were incomparably clear. Without giving it much thought, he stole out of the room. Under the old tree in the garden, he sat down on his knees, reciting the dharma in his mind and running the Marrow Cleansing and Elasticity Sutra. Well, as soon as the heart technique was in motion, his muffled grunt of a low growl was heard. It hurt, a lot, to the bone. At this moment, he just realized why the moon god let him stuff a piece of rag into his mouth. It's the dead of night. If the pain is so great that he yells, God knows how many people will wake up. God knows how many curses will be attracted. But when I think about it, I'm relieved. Such a domineering body refining method. If there is no pain, it would be abnormal. Sitting down again, he had his handkerchief in his mouth. The second run, still muffled grunts, can be heard in the body crackling. Tendons, bones, flesh, veins, are tearing. Intense pain, instantly attacked all over the body, such as being in a furnace, such as in the calcination. Limbs and bones, organs, bowels, meridians and veins, are like a knife, not less than a lingering torture. Well, Zhao Yun roared lowly, a vein exposed on his forehead, and his mind buzzed and rumbled. For a certain number of moments, it was no longer possible to distinguish between the real and the unreal. Then look at the handkerchief contained in the mouth, soaked with blood, reflecting the moonlight, quite red. Stop if it hurts, the moon god leisurely said, knowing that the overbearing nature of the marrow washing in tendon. The barbarian god is a madman. His family's body refining method, since it is not a person to practice, his memory, can survive the pain of forging the body? There are really not a few. However, what responded to her was only Zhao Yun's low roar of pain. That still slightly tender face was filled with madness, and the blood-colored eyes bloomed with a fiery essence. Painful and exciting. Nice little guy. Underestimated you. The moon god glanced at it, her eyes glittering. Zhao Yun's tenacity was beyond her expectations. Or rather, once a person has an obsession, nothing is a problem. His obsession, it should be the shame of the Zhao family, the bloody law of survival, really led his state of mind to metamorphosis. Both this strong man is the world, to use the fist to speak, that will be practiced to the strongest. Well, Zhao Yun's low roar became more and more muffled, and his eyes, which were reddened by blood, took on more of a trance-like color. The pain, it's at its limit. At the moment, he could pass out at any moment. Luckily, he was tenacious enough. Look at the surface of his body, more filthy goo. That's impurities. Impurities in the body, worked out as a result of the cleansing of the marrow. Chapter 4, opening the veins and condensing the element. Boo, boo, boo. I don't know when, but such noises, one after another, rang out, transmitted from Zhao Yun's body. When he refined his body, all 720 acupoints in his body had been flushed open. Following that, there were the 8 meridians and veins, which were opened one after another. Finally, the martial spirit vein was also connected. The meridian that connected to the dantian, refining the body for a week and a day, was completely finished. As for Zhao Yun, he, too, was dislocated and laid down in Yangtian, the rag in his mouth, dripping with blood. The first time he refined his body, it nearly killed him. But the pain, not without reward. The rough bones in the body have been shed and the meridians are thick and resilient. Fruit is overbearing. Zhao Yun was ecstatic, gasping for breath and sitting up. The pain of refining his body had dissipated, only to feel himself cool and permeable. And what excited him the most, the martial spiritual vein had been succeeded, and was more resilient than it was back then. Meditating and concentrating, he silently recited the Zhao family heart technique. Immediately, the heaven and earth spiritual chi convergence. His whole body acupuncture points are erupting, greedily absorbing the spiritual body into the body, as if a sweet spring, flowed all over the body, was refined into true essence, surging into the long dried up dantian. This, then, is the process of opening the veins and condensing the elements. Nowadays, he was no longer a wasted body, and had become a martial arts cultivator again after his ill-fated life. A long time coming. Zhao Yun's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and it felt quite unreal. Because of a martial spirit vein, how many cold stares he had received, and how many taunts he had eaten, and his ups and downs were a very good exposition of what is the impermanence of the world. This method, may it be okay. The moon god lay on the moon of consciousness, eyes closed in false sleep, a word like a misty fairy song. It works well. Since it works well, Zhao Yun collected God, straight smile, only running for a weekday, will connect the spiritual veins. If the future everyday running, will be the antithetical nirvana, barbarian god lineage of body refining method, fruit is hegemonic to the extreme. Senior, what level of secret book is this? Without waiting for the moon god to speak, Zhao Yun spoke again. In your opinion, what level does it belong to? The moon god casually said. Well, Zhao Yun stroked his chin, secretly calculating. 5 realms of martial arts, cultivation level, secret law since also divided into levels. Martial arts practitioners practiced martial arts, mental law, collectively known as secret books, from high to low, divided into heaven and earth. Xianhuang 4 orders. Each order is divided into high school and low 3 levels. Let's just say that his Zhao family, the highest grade of secret books inherited, was of the yellow rank. As for those of the heavenly rank, I'm afraid that even if one searched the entire Great Xia Dragon dynasty, one might not be able to find one. After thinking for a while, he then looked at the moon god. It has to be at least earth rank, ground level. Upon hearing those 2 words, the lunar god was amused, and there was quite a bit of contempt in her tone. Of the heavenly rank? Zhao Yun said tentatively. Martial cultivation mysteries, Violet Mansion Xuanfa, Taishu immortal technique, and Taoist avatars. What does it mean? The heavenly steps in your mouth are secret books. The marrow cleansing and elasticity scripture that I have passed on is a divine ability. Gulp. Zhao Yun heard, ruthlessly swallowed a mouthful of water. This is all put out. As long as no brain into the water can hear the level of the marrow cleansing intended in scripture, the strongest of the heavenly rank secret books of 100,000 80,000 miles. It was because of the shock that he was surprised, more than picking up the treasure. This is seeking a divine treasure. What? Not ready to thank this god? The moon god smiled languidly. Thank you. Naturally, Zhao Yun was grateful. Senior's great favor will never be forgotten. It would be better to thank me, rather than that little girl, the moon god said lightly. I should thank her. Zhao Yun looked towards the cave room and seemed to be able to see the sleeping Lu Ruxin through the wall. Is this the fabled bad luck? A stolen wedding granted him a heaven-defying level of creation. A blessing of 9 reincarnations pulled him, again, from hell back to earth. At this moment, even though there are 10,000 mustiness in the heart, the gratitude is heartfelt. This gratitude was not only to Lu Ruxin, but also to Lu Ruyue, who had held this thread of red dust. Treat people well. The blessing of the 9th reincarnation is not something anyone dares to give out. In this world, is there really reincarnation? Zhao Yun asked. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, who's to say? Lunar god said in a bored manner. Then senior, can you cure her eyes and can you help her open her spirit vein? This you don't need to care. Her eyes don't need me to cure. The time will come back to light. Her spiritual veins also don't need me to open. The time will also come back to light. I have a word and you remember. Before her eyes come back to light, don't use any spiritual medicine on her. Only use the true essence every day for her to warm up her body is good. Understood. And don't move her, the moon god added. This, Zhao Yun couldn't help but let out a dry cough. The allegory of the moon god was something he understood. By moving, I mean not performing conjugal acts. Can't help it. Can be solved by hand. Luna smiled. The corner of Zhao Yun's mouth tugged as he listened. Are all the great gods this refreshing when they drive a car? Suddenly, there were bright golden letters etched into his mind again. Zhao Yun tilted his head and looked at it again and again, not bringing a squeak for a long time. Why don't you squeak? Mainly because you don't know those ancient words. They look like a scripture. The lunar god coughed dryly, and with that, he collected, and with a flick of his hand, a new piece of gold lettering levitated. This time, Zhao Yun was able to read it. The golden characters were illusory, arranging themselves, and each one of them was heavenly, and surrounded by thunder breath. Taichu heavenly thunder skill. Zhao Yun murmured softly, it is the 5 words that are the biggest and most radiant, shaking the eyes with gold stars. After a long look, he subconsciously scratched his head. This is the beginning of the sky thunder skill. Only the heart skill. What exactly is dry? Exactly what ability? There is no introduction. It is worthwhile to be sure. Must be related to the thunder. Otherwise, will not take a thunder word. Memorize this law, and you will use it in his day. Understood. And get a crowbar ready. Good point. After a brief dialogue, Luna had no more words and lay comfortably on the moon. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, meditated. It took him half an hour to familiarize himself with the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill, and perhaps out of curiosity, he even silently ran it. It doesn't seem to have any special abilities. However, once this method was in operation, he felt a domineering intent attacking his entire body. So bizarre. Zhao Yun let out a soft murmur, always feeling that his body was trembling, and faint thunder could be faintly heard. The heavenly order? Zhao Yun muttered, sneaking a glance at the moon god. It coincided with the moon god opening her eyes, and there were no words, but the eyes signified everything. Mention the heavenly order to me again and I'll slap you to death. Zhao Yun smiled and closed his eyes, and by looking at the moon god's expression, he knew that this was another Daoist divine power. I told you, when a god makes a move, how can it be a mortal product? Did not think much, he was on his knees again, while running the marrow cleansing and elasticity scripture refining the body, while the pores of the whole body is wide open, swallowing the heaven and earth aura. More impurities in the body quenched out, after being exercised, and then by the heaven and earth aura nourishes the body. Subtle, the strength of the flesh is enhanced. The Dantian true essence is also a strand of accumulation. Boo, boo, As dawn approached, two sounds, one after the other, emanated from within his body. Breaking. Tonight, Chang Wuxiu had broken through two small realms in a row and was already in the third level of yuan condensation. Bully. Zhao Yun closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth dipped into a smile. The filling of true essence felt truly wonderful. The Ryu family, wait for me. His heart faintly a word, is from the soul of the roar. This time to return to martial arts cultivation. Clean up the Lu family, will be his first mission. The Zhao family suffered the shame. Later will be 100 times to return. Chapter 5, Offering Tea. Early in the morning, a reddish haze reflected in the east. Under the old tree, Zhao Yun finally woke up. A mouthful of turbid gas was long spit out, and then got up and stretched hard. Can hear the body crackling? A night of cultivation and forging. The realm can be stabilized. Without thinking, he looked at Luna. This look, the expression is a little strange. The is sleeping, but that sleeping posture, it is not very elegant. For back, a jade arm and a leg, but also drooped underneath, which has a woman's reserve to speak of. This is a good image. Because of this sleeping posture, was Uana a little bit left? Sure? For some reason, Zhao Yun subconsciously shouted this. The moon god slowly opened her eyes and slanted a glance at Zhao Yun. Are you kid calling me? Senior, pass me a secret method of fighting. Witty Zhao Yun, busy panic to change the topic. Rubbing his hands laughed straight. Luna got up, and yawned, preferably a domineering one. The kind that can shatter a mountain with a single slap. Zhao Yun was still talking, rather animatedly, and said, not forgetting to gesture with his hands. You're afraid you're out of your mind. What do you mean? Overbearing fighting aptitudes have their own overbearing consumption. The moon god stretched his lazy waist. Just your small body, just your small cultivation, instantly will be consumed into a dry corpse. Hard to use forcefully, no different from suicide. No reciprocity of the underlying, even if you give you the heaven-defying immortal magic aptitude, you can't make it out. Seconds. Zhao Yun let out a sardonic laugh. At this stage, the marrow cleansing and elasticity scripture is sufficient. Tamping the foundation is the most important. The moon god slowly said. The foundation is strong enough, even if the ordinary palm, as usual, collapse the sky and destroy the earth. The road of cultivation is long. There is no shortcut to reach the sky in a single step. A small condensation of the realm of the yuan. Thou, do not be overambitious. Thanks. Sure. Elders' teachings. The children are teachable. Luna yawned and lay down on the moon again. Her sleeping position still eye-pleasing. This, could it be a god? Zhao Yun stroked his chin, really wanting to draw it down for the moon god and also let her open her own eyes. Zhao Yun. Suddenly, a call came from the room, timid and clear. Since it was Lu Ruxin, Zhao Yun collected himself and came slowly. Before entering the room, he looked through the doorway and saw Lu Ruxin. She had gotten out of bed and was on her knees feeling around with her little hands as if she was looking for something. Looking for what? Looking for food. There's food all over the place. That's right. He was furious last night and lifted the table. The tea and snacks on the table, scattered all over the place. That girl should be starving, and had touched a piece of pastry, and was desperately stuffing it into her mouth. I don't know if it was pity at work, or if that scene was inherently piercing, but Zhao Yun's heart and soul ached as he watched. Perhaps this is how Ruxin Lu came to be in the Lu family. He even wondered if the Ryu family had actually given her a full meal when she married yesterday. Squeak! He finally pushed the door open. Lu Ruxin scared, busy panic up, shivering, black and blue small hand, still holding half a piece of dusty snacks. If not tasted, she did not know the world there is such a delicious thing. Wash up and go and give your father tea. Zhao Yun's words were flat, and he brought a wooden basin and gently wiped Lu Ruxin's tear-stained little face, before taking her to the dressing table, removing the jade hairpin for her and combing her long hair. Looking at Lu Ruxin in the mirror, he once again lost his smile. This should be his. The first time to women comb hair, is also the first time. This carefully look at their wives. Lu Ruxin then he is a year younger, although blind, but the small face is born exquisite. Talk about the country can't fall into the city, but is definitely a beauty billet. Su is perennial malnutrition, quite obvious face yellow muscle thin. Look at Lu Ruxin, sitting on pins and needles. For the first time in her life, someone other than her mother had brushed her hair. I can be the maid, Lu Ruxin timidly said. She was blind and thought she was not worthy of the Zhao family's young master. This is the Zhao family, and you are my wife, Zhao Yun said lightly, listening to the little girl's mind in a trance. After saying that, Zhao Yun left the room, immediately, then heard the sound of splashing water. A night of cultivation muddy body, a pot of cold water from head to foot. Only after washing up did he take Lu Ruxin out of the small garden. Early in the morning, Zhao family energetic, come and go maids and subordinates constantly. To look at Zhao Yun and Lu Ruxin, all cannot help but show a different color. Last night's matter. Forget the ancient city spread all over the world. How can they not know? I had thought that Zhao Yun would kick Lu Ruxin out. Who had thought that it was still in the Zhao family? Whispers and finger pointing are not uncommon. Zhao Yun ignored it. Passing by the martial arts field. Can hear a sound of shouting. Is the Zhao family children in boxing? There is also a black-clothed instructor. Is carrying a whip hissing reprimand? Looks like. Is an extremely strict teacher. Stand still. Seeing Zhao Yun, the heckling started. Before the words fell, they saw a purple-clothed youth over the railing. Blocking the way of the two, is the third elder's second son, named Zhao Kong. Usually rely on his father is the clan's third elder. Cannot be less arrogant and domineering. Something? Zhao Yun said faintly, while Lu Ruxin ducked behind him one by one. Why don't you drive her away? Zhao Kong wailed, and the she in his mouth was since referring to Lu Ruxin. Why drive her away? She's a willow. She's my wife too. Oops, you are very tough today. Zhao Kong staggered. You still really think you're the Zhao family's young master? Last night's clan elders meeting has removed your position as young master? And you still dare to give me a stinky face? Fourth young master, your idol? Come back and cultivate. Without waiting for Zhao Yun to start disliking him, he heard the Zhao family's head instructor rebuke him, and Zhao Kong was jolted by the sound of it. A loser and a blind man, made for each other. Even though he was gone, Zhao Kong did not forget to have a good time and laugh so recklessly. Teaser. Zhao Yun gradually moving away. If not the head of the teaching intervene, will certainly pack Zhao Kong a meal. Only condensation of the sixth weight, in his eyes is nothing, even if the difference is 3 small realms. The same fight to cry Zhao Kong. Broken veins before the waist body. He is the real realm of true spirit. On the fighting skills, can throw Zhao Kong 10 streets? Now, back to martial arts cultivation. The realm may not be enough to look at, but some kind of state of mind. But it is Zhao Kong cannot be compared to. As for the removal of the young lord, it was expected. Although father is the head of the family, he is not a great power. Everything still has to listen to the council of elders. As he spoke, he had already arrived at a separate garden. In the hall, Zhao Yuan was already there, and when he saw Zhao Yun and Lu Ruxin walk in, he could not help but let out a sigh. His son, he understands, has never made a clear distinction between grudges, and the one who created the sins is Lu Ruyue, and will never involve Lu Ruxin. Greetings, father. Zhao Yun stepped forward and knelt on the ground, and Lu Ruxin followed suit and knelt there as well, but with her little head buried. Get up and talk. Zhao Yuan smiled gently. Did not such as the great elders and other people that harsh words? Both Zhao Yun made the decision. Since the unconditional support, both Zhao Yun recognized Lu Ruxin as his wife. He will also recognize this daughter-in-law. Take young grandmother to the back hall for dinner. Oh, the little maid stepped forward and was well behaved, assisting Lu Ruxin to the back hall. Let's, drink. Zhao Yuan laughed and pulled Zhao Yun up, having already set up a table behind the tent. Father should have something to say to me. Zhao Yun filled a cup for Zhao Yuan. Last night, the Council of Elders removed your position as young lord. Zhao Yuan sighed. Early realization. Zhao Yun laughed. Father did his best. Zhao Yuan's words were as old as he could be. Which is the new young master? In 3 months, there will be a competition, and whoever comes out on top will be the young master. Well, pretty good. Tomorrow, then go to the soldier store. Consider it a distraction. Zhao Yuan smiled gently. Listen to father. Zhao Yun smiled. The so-called soldier shop is one of his Zhao family's properties in forgotten ancient city, and as the name suggests, it sells weapons. Although his father said it in a subtle way, he understood the meaning of it. According to the Elders Association in the clan, the Zhao family does not keep idle people. The abolition of the young master cannot eat dry rice, have to work, have to contribute to the family, since the day of the Zhao family, has always done so. Not only the Zhao family, but other families as well, where poorly qualified children, no good prospects, will be sent out of the family. To take care of the family's industry, to put it nicely, is to do the shopkeeper. To put it bluntly, is to be dispatched, even if outside the do even better. Even if the family earns a gold mountain, but also destined to be with the family center of power has no relationship. Over the years, if it weren't for his father's protection, he would have been sent away. It's good to get out and have some fun. Zhao Yun looked away, so that he could also meditate and cultivate. As for his secret, it was not stated. March. It would be nice to give my father a big surprise in March. It's his, and he'll take it back. Yuner, life is a long road. Don't take it to heart. Just ask your heart. Zhao Yuan smiled quite gently. Zhao Yun will be sent out of the family, but also for his own good. The clan seems to be calm, but in reality, the dark tide is surging. The child understands. Zhao Yun smiled, and gave Zhao Yuan poured a cup. Finished the matter will be open belly open. Eat wolf, one night refining. Hungry panic. the refining out of a lot of impurities. The body is extremely lack of nutrients, the need for energy supplementation. He is quite certain that the future of the amount of food will certainly be more amazing. Zhao Yuan wanted to say something, always feeling that Zhao Yun was taking a meal to cover up the bitterness deep inside. After the meal, a small garden was packed up in the other court. It was for Lu Ruxin to live in, and Zhao Yuan was also attentive enough to send 2 well-behaved little maids to take care of it. After all, tomorrow Zhao Yun will be leaving, and he can't go home often. The blind bride, rather uncomfortable. In the Lu family, she was worse than a servant, and when she came to the Zhao family, she was really a young granny, and she felt inferior. She had never been served, and most of the time she was terrified, and it was quite unreal. Night fell and she went to bed early, hit the ground, or Zhao Yun slowly got up in the darkness, stood in front of the bed, and warmed Lu Ruxin's body with his true essence, pity or gratitude. In his heart, he was gradually accepting this wife. Bear with me, the lunar god leered. No, Zhao Yun said, cannot help but scratch his head, always feel that this is not sleeping in the middle of the night, is resting on this staring at him, for fear that the blood of him and his daughter-in-law to come to a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. It was for this reason that he was amazed. This surprised is to Lu Ruxin. Why cannot cohabit? Why cannot use spiritual medicine to her? In his day, you will understand. Moon mythological speech leisurely, seems to be able to read his mind, but the words are still sold. Zhao Yun did not dig into the root of the matter and continued to push his true essence. Although Lu Ruxin is closed eyes, is awake, small delicate body tightly tensed, the atmosphere do not dare to utter a sound. Zhao Yun's true essence, wandering in her body, such as a stream of clear water, quite warm, reflecting a sliver of moonlight. She gave a trance-like smile, feeling at home for the first time. Chapter 6. Late at night, Zhao Yun went out of his room. Before leaving the house, he also glanced at the conscious Luna with a strange look in his eyes. In the future, if he really did that with Lu Ruxin, wouldn't this be able to watch the live broadcast? It's embarrassing to think like that, isn't it? This god still wants a face. The moon god slanted a glance at Zhao Yun. He wasn't very old, but he still had a lot of heart. Zhao Yun laughed dryly and sat down under the old tree. When he was done, he stuffed a handkerchief into his mouth and ran the marrow cleansing and relaxation sutra. Click it, click it. Immediately, a crackling sound was heard within the body, and a dull, low roar was heard frequently. He was using 2 things at once, refining his body while also running the Taichu Heavenly Thunder skill. This skill is subtle. Occasionally see thunder breath in the operation. The overbearing meaning is quite strong, with the refining of the body to complement each other. Beware of going off the deep end. The moon god reminded a sound. Secretly said this little guy. Really bold. 2 kinds of gongfu together. There will be some kind of interference with each other, and inattention will be a big problem, such as go into the devil. Zhao Yun did not reply. The young master of the Zhao family, still gifted with one mind, he covered it. After all, he only had 3 months. Zhao family's children, can not only Zhao Kong and other goods, outstanding people are many. Want to catch up with them in just 3 months? I'm afraid it is a little difficult. Because of this, cannot be slack for a moment. In the mortal world, it doesn't even rain? The lunar god was bored, as in this sentence, and had muttered it an unknown number of times. Only in the latter part of the night did Zhao Yun get up and stand on the ground. For a long time, they did not see any movement, only the body's true essence surging, rolling into the major meridians. Waylon, however, a soft shout was heard in his heart as he took a step forward and struck out a palm towards the front. The power of the palm was quite powerful, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. The 8 divine dragons way. The moon god murmured softly. The Weilong palm technique used by Zhao Yun was quite similar to this Tao avatar, or rather, it was a small branch of the true 8 divine dragons Tao, which was capable of collapsing the heavens and destroying the earth in a matter of moments. Divine dragon Daoist also came to this hellhole? Luna muttered in her mind. On second thought, though, it was a relief. The gods were everywhere, and God knows where they might slip away. Well, on Zhao Yun's side, it wasn't so harmonious. His face was white and his mouth was spilling blood. Weilong palm technique, too dominant. His small body, shocked by the inner strength, limbs and organs, all hurt badly. Speaking of this palm technique, it has quite a history. Before he broke his vein, he went out to practice and got it from a dilapidated ancient temple. The secret book of Weilong has a saying, less than the true spirit realm. Do not use this method. He is eager to achieve success. The foundation has not yet tamped. Then ask for suffering, thanks to his experience of refining the body. Otherwise, it will be shocked by all the 5 viscera. Come on, one more slap. Luna reclined on the moon and spoke casually. Ouch. Zhao Yun coughed dryly and sat down on his butt, running the heart technique and soothing his physique. As I said long ago, tamping down the foundation is most important. The moon god glanced at him, not listening to this god. See, he was shaken out of his internal injuries. Aren't you going to? You're not going to teach me any more secret techniques? Zhao Yun laughed and looked at the moon god with bated breath. My words fall on deaf ears? The moon god glanced at him. Greed is not a good thing. The words are like this, but you and I belong to the symbiosis. I die and you are buried. Therefore, it is most reliable to teach me some life-preserving aptitudes, and when I am safe, so are you. You're a god. Nothing is impossible. Zhao Yun was on lulling mode, one word after another without stopping, which was like a person who had been injured. Luna didn't say anything, but upon closer inspection, that's true. She also saw her brush her hand, and the bright gold characters were waved. One shook Zhao Yun's eyes with gold stars. The transported man. Take that and steal it. Thank you, Elder. Zhao Yun's eyes glittered as he memorized every word of the Dharma. The transported earth? He had heard of it. Belonged to the Chi men transported armor. However, he had only heard of it, and even the heads of the various clans had never actually seen this technique. Without much thought, he sat down on his knees and meditated. This method is not imagined that cumbersome. Good to learn from, also good to use. Imagine, with people fighting to beat a recluse, better than anything else. The moon god passed on, is indeed a life-saving aptitude. I don't know when I saw him get up. Transportation. Accompanied by a soft shout, he cast the vanishing technique. However, the subsequent picture is a bit awkward. A recluse does not matter. The lower half of the body into the earth, but the upper half of the body, but exposed. How to look like a stake, pestle in the mud. It's not a big deal. Zhao Yun looked at it. After all, the first time to use the recluse. It is normal not to be successful. Need to be more honed before. The embarrassment is still there. Half of his body went into the ground, and after a burst of haphazard flailing, he froze. Wow! Suddenly, there was the sound of messy water dripping and an even more eerie wind. Zhao Yun subconsciously raised his eyes. This look, Tun stunned, only to see the opposite side of that ancient well. There is actually a person climbed out. A woman, to be precise. She was wearing her hair, and her hair was strangely long. Her eyes were green, her mouth was bloody, her nails hadn't been cut in years, and they were not only long, but also translucent, glowing with an eerie, ghostly light, and she was looking at him with a hideous grin. Sure, this is a female ghost, isn't it? Zhao Yun said. Yeah, you knew there was a ghost in the well? No, why don't you talk to me? Don't want to. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun's face, Tun's darkened to the core. What pure chi and blood. The female ghost licked her scarlet tongue and brought with her a kind of jia laugh that could actually disturb people's minds. You wait for me to come out. Zhao Yun fluttered again. An earth escape did not work well. Half of his body is still in the dirt? Nay, no matter how much force he exerted, he still couldn't get out. He didn't come out, but the female ghost did, having crawled out of the well completely, with a ghastly wind in her face. Father, well, Zhao Yun called out that he had to get help for such an awkward situation. Unfortunately, before the father's word kin could be uttered, the female ghost moved, and her long hair, like a black shadow, came and wrapped itself around his neck, making his so-called call soundless. Well, Zhao Yun stifled a grunt. His face reddened and his forehead was bruised, always feeling like his neck was going to be broken. Look at the lunar god, watching with interest, not ready to help, and unable to do so. If Zhao Yun couldn't even solve a female ghost, then he really was a waste. What pure chi and blood. The female ghost laughed grimly, and there was green saliva coming out of her mouth, filled with a foul odor. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth, outside the hands, clutched the female ghost's hair, which lent strength from the earth to pull out, and then forcefully and violently pulled. Still laughing female ghost will be yanked to his side. In the same instant, he swung his hand and struck a dominating blow with a mighty dragon palm. The female ghost let out a scream and fell back into the ancient well. Which runs? Zhao Yun took a step forward, although the female ghost fell into the well, but the oddly long hair, there are still half scattered outside the well, and again he grabbed it, and pulled it outward with deadly force, and yanked it out again for the female ghost. Makes you laugh. Zhao Yun's raised palm, once again, fell, slapping the female ghost squarely on the door of her head. Now the whole world was quiet. The female ghost stopped jumping and turned into a cloudy mist, vaguely audible wailing. Where's the ghost in the well? Zhao Yun lay on his back at the mouth of the well and looked in with his best eyes. Maybe there was more inside. Search, it's just this one, the moon god said, one hand resting on her cheek, looking boredly at the pale indistinct, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhao Yun closed his eyes, still searching. Wells, Xuanzhong the Mostine place, born of evil spirits. It is normal. It is worthwhile to be sure that this ancient well, in a certain era, must have happened a very tragic event. For example, someone was pushed into the well. In the extreme place, the spirit will not be dispersed, and eventually became a ghost. What a coincidence that he ran into it. At this moment to think, but also feel fear, but also thanks to his encounter. If he left, blind Lu Ruxin, as well as the two maids in the garden, is not very dangerous, will become a female ghost dinner. Without much thought, he moved the boulder and gave the well platform a smashing. Thinking about the old well that has produced a ghost, it's all diabolical, and the water in it can't be eaten anymore. Cloud? Outside the garden, there is a call. Heard the sound, color is Zhao Yuan. Heard the movement before running to watch. Just walked to the door. Then heard the sound of stone breaking. God knows what Zhao Yun is smashing. And the sound is not small. Father. Zhao Yun opened the door, wiping away sweat as he did so. How come you're still awake? Zhao Yuan scanned Zhao Yun up and down, covered in dirt in the middle of the night and dripping with hot sweat. Get up and pee. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough. Rest early. Zhao Yuan smiled and patted Zhao Yun, always realizing that Zhao Yun's body was much thicker. Father, after I leave, can you find someone to help Lu Ruxin warm up her body? Father's heart knows. Zhao Yuan smiled and turned around. This matter, whiny Zhao Yun said, has long been looking for a guest female elders, both recognized daughter-in-law, is the family, do father which will be stingy. Zhao Yun closed the door, stumbled a step, and spat blood from his mouth. The dragon palm is strong. This knight even used 3 times. The injury is not light. So, only more feel the importance of the foundation. If placed in the past, if it is also condensed Yuan 3 heavy with this palm, then, I'm afraid that has been broken veins. There's one thing I don't know. Why can't father see that my spirit vein has been connected? Zhao Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked in confusion. Eyesight. It's a good thing. Luna replied, still as learned as ever. Zhao Yun coughed dryly and looked for a place to heal. The night, quietly dispersed. It was still light when he stretched and got up, stayed up all night, washed the marrow and tendon scripture method, and then run 2 big circumference. Let him be happy, because of the dragon palm was shocked out of the internal injuries, actually recovered a lot, and the strength of the sinews and bones and flesh. There is a qualitative metamorphosis. What a bully. Zhao Yun laughed with joy as he took a step down and instantly entered the ground. It is earthbound. Having not rested for most of the night, having mastered this spell, it was only really embarrassing to think about last night. Young master, it's time to eat. Not long after, they heard your little girl call out. Another maid, also assisted Lu Ruxin over. The blind bride, still unnatural. She did not sit down for a long time. Her mother said that she had to be a woman when she married, and that she could not sit down before her husband took his seat. The Zhao family doesn't have this many rules. Zhao Yun came stretched out, showing a rare smile. Breakfast, still cozy. After the meal, he took his bag and sword and left the small garden. Outside the Zhao family residence, a carriage had been prepared. Soldier shop is not far from here, but not too close. After all, the territory of forgotten ancient city is very vast. Gone. Zhao Yun waved his hand with his back to the mansion and jumped onto the carriage, raising his horse whip with it. He'll be back in March. At that time, what belonged to him, he would take it all back. No less. Chapter 7, The Soldier's Shop. Zhao Yun. The carriage drove into the street. Will cause passers-by side eyes. More whispering, pointing. The night before, he and his Zhao family in front of the Lu family residence, can be described as scenery, has become the talk of the day after dinner. I've heard that he did not drive out Ruoxin Lu. Married to him, after all. A blind man for a loser. A match made in heaven. Look at this. It's time to be sent out of the family. There are a lot of comments, ridicule and mockery since there is no lack of regret and sigh. Zhao Yun ignored. Drove through. What a sneer. What a taunt. These years have long been accustomed to. It's not strange to see it. In the past, he is the young master of the Zhao family. The real martial arts genius. Into the eyes of the sea, are nodding and wasted. Flattery is inevitable. How glorious, after the broken vein, the nature of the world revealed undoubtedly, once on his humility, are the same no less than the begging back, and also aggravated. The so-called world is a cool place to be. The 3 years of humility were, for him, also 3 years of exercising his mind. Amidst the murmurs, he drifted away. I don't know when. The carriage only stopped. Raise the eyes has been a store in front of. It is to come to the Zhao family soldiers' store. The facade is quite atmospheric. One left and one right are squatting a stone lion. Looks very bluff. Young master, just get off the car. Then see 2 teenagers out. A Yang Da, a Wu Er. The family master has already explained. Young master please. Along with him came out an old, amiable man. This old man, Zhao Yun recognized, are called its old son head. Is the Zhao family's foreign surname? Heard that the grandfather went out when he picked up the beggar. Into the Zhao family, a lifetime of gratitude to the old family head. It's not expensive stuff, just as a token of appreciation. Zhao Yun smiled and distributed the 3 wooden boxes that he had brought to the 3 people. This is a meet and greet, after all, in the future to work together, even if the outer surnames, but also need to make good relations. All the children of the family of the outer faction, basically will be playing some, humane or to be. Thank you young master, just call me Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun smiled, and with that, stepped into the soldier store. Street people see it, many stop, as if they all know the moral of Zhao Yun's visit here, obviously sent by the family. If not, Zhao Yuan is still the head of the family, if not for selfishness, otherwise it would have been sent to a more remote. Zhao Yun was already sitting at the counter. Old Sun leader hold to the accounts, where the main family to come. This is a must-go process. Checking the accounts is necessary. How many weapons sold, and into how many sources of goods, one by one, have to keep a clear record. It's both over the top, and it's time to go. Zhao Yun looked at the style, can be described as a glance, only because once was the young master, his father from childhood to train him as the head of the family. Everything to learn, this checking the accounts, but also his mandatory courses. Take it away. Before long, he closed the books, and there was nothing wrong with it except that it wasn't profitable. He wasn't the only store that sold weapons in Forgotten Ancient City. There is competition, and whoever has the best quality and is cheaper will run to whoever has the best quality and will run to whoever has the best quality. After the check, the bastard was bored, sitting on the counter, hands on the face. Look at this, look at that. The soldier's store is not small. 18 kinds of weapons have everything. The quality as well. The quality of the weapons is not small. There are 18 kinds of weapons, but the quality of the weapons is good. Simply because of his family, there was a not-so-weak refiner. A refiner, a popular profession, is a guest of honor everywhere you go. Alchemists similar to them are even more sought after. However, such as this type of person, really few and far between, because the conditions are too harsh. Basically a single lineage. Closing his eyes from the soldier's store, he looked back out into the street. Across the street is a casino, a gambling word hanging, quite eye-catching, quite a lot of people coming and going. Across the street, you can also hear the inside of the wailing and yelling. Who loses money, who is difficult. Next to the casino is a pawn store. Yes, it's a pawn store, and the word pawn hanging high in the air is quite eye-catching. There's something to be said for a casino being next to a pawn store. Lost money. Since I want to find money to go back to the capital, pawnshop is a good place to go. Jewelry, house deeds, antiques, as long as the pawnshop to collect, can be taken to the pledge for money, so that they can go to the casino to gamble a few times. To put it bluntly, pawn stores and casinos, it's a win-win business. One earns bets, the other earns commissions, an ancient and long-standing tacit agreement. And that pawnshop, it's also his Zhao family's property. On top of that, there was a restaurant in the east of the city, a medicinal herb store in the west, an antique store in the south of the city, and an old tea house in the north of the city, and even the underground black market, which his Zhao family was also involved in. Suffice it to say that every line of work, every major family has more or less financial equity in it. These, once being a young lord, he had known and had to learn. Soldier store business seems to be not very good. 3 by 3 silhouettes come in, 3 by 3 go out, 10 people come in. There is a buy weapons even if good. Most of them are loitering. Into the soldier store. Look at the number of times Zhao Yun, more than look at the weapons, and the eyes are not quite normal. As if, instead of coming to buy weapons, they came to see the monkeys. Have you heard that Lu Ruyue's master bestowed her with an Earth-rank secret book? How can I not know? The entire Forgotten Ancient City has been rumored. Earth-rank, old me hasn't even seen a yellow-rank secret book. The fruit from the heavenly sect is a big deal. Words were spoken in the soldier's store. 3 or 2 guests, really not to buy weapons. Since coming in, that Manhwa did not stop, chatting quite happy, and when talking, will also look toward Zhao Yun. This, very symbolic. That's what it means. That's what it means. Zhao Yun then faded away, resting his hands on his face, both eyes swinging from side to side, looking at this and that, the look in his eyes, as if he were looking at a comedian. You're so idle in the middle of the day. You come here to chat, you like to disgust me so much? As for Lu Ruyu, he only smiled. The heavenly sect from the heavenly sect is terrifying? The secret book of the earth is scary? There's still a god in my consciousness? Just wait, none of them can run away. He didn't care, but certain talents, they still chirped. The old Sun leader couldn't look at it, but he couldn't say anything. Open the door to do business. The so-called customers, each is a master, cannot be offended. It was a full hour before Zhao Yun got up. The new boss, when you first come to a pawnshop, you still have to make a show of yourself, After the formalities, it's time to find something to do. Young master, go rest. Old Sun Head smiled. Really is a kind old grandfather. At least not because of Zhao Yun. Young master was removed in show contempt color. The head of the family has also been explained. Face to face will be good. Do not have to be too serious. Good point. Zhao Yun smiled. Since it is not polite, then to do shelves the shopkeeper. Cultivation is the most important. There's the baby. The moon god, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. Baby? Zhao Yun raised his foot, then retracted it, his eyes glistening with pause. Main Street, the fat guy. Lunar mythology spoke languidly. Zhao Yun looked with his eyes. The street is bustling with people. Fat people. There's always one. Boobs, bare breasts, belly, like a Maitreya Buddha, just out of the casino. The loss of a top through, red-necked, and also cursed. Look at who are angry. A meter 5. Froze out of the momentum of 3 meters 8. That, there's gonna be a baby? Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows and walked out of the soldier store, crossing the crowd and taking a step in front of the fat man. Are you blind? The fat man broke out and cursed. Having lost everything in the casino, he was worried that he couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on. It should be this zucchini. Zhao Yun swept up and down. His eyes fell on the waist of the fat man, hanging a small purple golden gourd, adult palm that big, around the gourd, but also carved with an unintelligible pattern, all over the fat man's body. Apart from his clothes, this little gourd was all that was left. The young master of the Zhao family? The fat man touched his chin. The party walked too quickly, only this time to see. Zhao Yun is a celebrity. That night, he was also one of the spectators. Zhao Yun and the Zhao family has been the biggest laughingstock of the forgotten ancient city. Old man, is this for sale? Zhao Yun smiled and pointed at the purple and gold zucchini. This is my heirloom. The fat man Two Eyes Bone Turn is a monkey person. Someone wants to buy. That has to pull a big name. The price is negotiable. 10 taels. Why don't I give you a knife and you go rob it? Zhao Yun skimmed his mouth. In the past, when he was still the young master of the Zhao family, he only had 3 taels of salary per month. Don't underestimate the 3 taels of silver. It is a small amount of money in the rich man's house, but it is enough for an ordinary family to use for a long time. This one's good. It's a lion's share. 3 taels, Zhao Yun said, holding up 3 fingers. There's no such thing as you bargaining like this. The fat man skimmed his lips, holding the zucchini tightly, and opened a chirping mode. This is a family heirloom. Besides, the young master of the Hall Zhao family still care about this small amount of money? Just 3 taels, no more. Don't, at least add some. The fat man grinned. Forget it if it's not for sale. Zhao Yun left a word, turned around and left. Just lost everything. I don't believe that you do not sell. Gotta have it. The fat man tugged at Zhao Yun and shoved the zucchini at him, mainly because he was in a hurry to get the money to go to the casino to get his money back. Win more. Zhao Yun was also quick and handed over 3 pieces of broken silver. Got it. The fat man put the silver in his pocket, turned around and went straight to the casino. And with the silver, his legs and feet were lighter. This is gonna be the baby? Zhao Yun walked back to the soldier's store, holding the zucchini, turning over and over to see. In addition to its engraved lines cannot read, seems to be no difference with the ordinary zucchini. On this, spent him 3 taels of silver. A mountain of gold is no more precious than it. The moon god said leisurely. Seriously. Zhao Yun was amazed and subconsciously cradled the zucchini in his arms. Can such treasures not be measured by money? What it's capable of. And keep it for now. I'll teach you how to use it later. Moon god said. That's got to be put away. And it's got to be put away. Zhao Yun clutched it tightly. It was more precious than a mountain of gold. Was it a divine weapon? However, to be in God's eyes, it must not be simple. Mother asterisk. Before entering the soldier store, he heard a loud curse. Looking back to see, only to see that it is the party of the fat man, and cursed out. Looks like, selling zucchini 3-2 silver, has lost all. Gambling hurts people. Zhao Yun sighed in his heart. Not a moment before and after, 3 taels of silver were lost. Chapter 8 Making Money. Returning to the soldier's store again, he went straight to the back room. In the back hall, there was a small garden that was fairly secluded. A good place to cultivate. Well, soon, muffled grunts rang out. Another domineering body refining, combined with the Tai Chu heavenly thunder technique. It hurt like hell for a week and a day. However, pain has the benefit of pain. More refining and quenching of the body. The strength of the muscles, bones and flesh has increased quite a bit again. What came next was the transported man. After all, it is a life-saving use. That must be practiced through. Cannot be like last night. This if the escape, only half of the body into the ground. God knows how embarrassing. Not paying attention is going to lose their lives. Thereafter, he took a long sword and danced in the garden. Swordsmanship, It's not too subtle, but in the eyes of the moon god, it's trash. She did want to pass on Zhao Yun's battle immortal technique. Unfortunately, this fellow was only at the 3rd level of condensed yuan, and even if he was passed on, he could only pose for a look. Over here, Zhao Yun had already put away his sword. Exhausted and panting, he was resting there holding the purple and gold zucchini and studying it. Before long, he was seen rising again. Said he is a martial arts obsessive. Is not too much, seems to have never rested. Almost every time to exhaustion, such as this time. Stand cannot stand, but sit down, has been gasping for air. By some jade do spirit liquid and come back. After refining your body, melt the water and soak it, the effect will be even better. The words of the moon god rang in his head again. That stuff can be expensive. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough, still looking a bit embarrassed. The hall's young master would be broke? Really no. Zhao Yun smiled. Salary silver down received a lot of money also saved a lot, but took to buy a pricey jade hairpin. Wanted to give Lu Ruyue on the night of the wedding. Who had expected the whole out of a stolen wedding? And that jade hairpin, but also did not bring, if brought in the body, will be taken to sell. Just a few scraps of silver left, not enough to buy half a pound. Ask your old man for it, open or not. There's a drawer in the soldier's store. Go get it. Can't get down. Why don't you find a cool place to stay? The moon god slanted a glance at Zhao Yun. That's pretty cool. Zhao Yun shrugged his head. A word of money is hard to beat. Across the street, there are casinos. Luna spoke again. My gambling luck, it's always been bad. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough. Do you think I'm a poseur? Where's my money bag? The myth of the moon has just fallen. Zhao Yun will nimbly got up. In the baggage a rummage. What a clothes shoes. What a sword and dagger. Take a throw a. This situation, obviously looking for something. It was only at last that a small money pouch was rummaged through. Look at the moon god. Looking at Zhao Yun's eyes, the tone is 1 point longer. And visually, it's a tease. Told you, God's got a lot of skills? Zhao Yun smiled and walked away with his money bag in his pocket. And the moon god dared to say that he was bound to win money. Young master, seeing Zhao Yun come out, the old sun leader sitting at the counter got up. How many were sold? The line market is bad. No one is asking for it. Expected. Zhao Yun took a deep breath. As previously stated, the Lu family has a refiner, selling weapons of each top quality. Those who buy weapons go to his house. It is normal for business here to be dismal, or the quality is not good. He was in a foul mood when he thought about it. Being strongly pressed head-on by other clans was fine, but being pressed by the Lu clan was disgusting. Lose money day after day, and in less than 3 months the family will shut it down. The old son head sighed inside, looking at the pale demeanor, more than obvious vicissitudes and reluctance. It was a demeanor that Zhao Yun could read. I heard my father say, this military store is grandfather to be the young master of the hand founded. Since then, the old son head will follow the grandfather to fight. The old boss is gone, but he has been guarding this military store for decades. The soldier's store is not in decline, and the state of mind is self-evident. Zhao Yun's heart was warm. People as loyal as the old sun leader were not often seen in the world anymore. I want to be a smith, Zhao Yun said in his heart. It was to the moon god, but he couldn't let his grandfather's heart and soul lose in his hands. Where and Dan are similar. Alchemy is the same as alchemy. Either one is burdened with flames or thunderbolts. This is the prerequisite. These, do you have them? The moon god returned casually and was resting her cheek with one hand, looking at the pale indistinct. You're a god. There must be a way. In that case, wait for a rainy day. It's rain? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow, not knowing what the moon god symbolized, and did not ask, asking in vain. I'm going out for a spin. Leaving a word behind, he walked out of the soldier store, through the bustling crowd, and into the casino. Big, 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 little, little, little. Falling into the casino, will hear the sound of shouting. A gambling table, are surrounded by silhouettes, and divided into 2 factions. One side shouting big, one side shouting small. Most of the bear arms, such as playing chicken blood. Ow, damn, how come it's still big? Don't listen to me. See, lose your money. Serves you right. Come on, pay up. The casino is full of pandemonium and havoc, with winners rejoicing and losers cursing. Zhao Yun. Many people glanced sideways and raised their eyebrows when they saw Zhao Yun. Even the gambling table dealer looked over. Ruined young lord, running here for pleasure? Most people think so. A wedding was struck. Unconsciously thought, Zhao Yun is self-indulgent. So, and inevitably gossip. What a sneer and ridicule. Dark sighs of regret, one after another. Nice place. Zhao Yun ignored the eyes of the gamblers and wandered back and forth with his hand tucked in. Finally, before stopping at a gambling table, the gambling table, piled with copper, silver and gold dollars, In addition to this, there are also betting on the clothes of the talent. Losing a lot of money, whatever can be used to make gambling money, will not hesitate to put on the gambling table. Examples of this are commonplace. Those who are red-eyed losers will gamble even their daughters-in-law, children and land deeds, not to mention their clothes. Gambling harms people. Zhao Yun spoke in a deep voice and very consciously carried out his money bag. Watching the moon god want to laugh for a while. Betting more pays more. Bet the lesser and pay the lesser. Settle down and get out of the way. The dealer staggering, hand holding the sieve cup, shaking that called a rhythm. Sieve collision sound pleasant, but want to hear the points. I'm afraid it is a little difficult. Only because the sieve cup material is very special. Rely on hearing useless. As he spoke, the dice cup was already fastened on the table. Great. Listen to Lao. Bet small this time. 3 tails, big. The gamblers were quite exuberant, each with red eyes, betting and waiting to collect their silver. Bet on which side? Zhao Yun asked. Gambling money well. It's nothing but size. Win or lose. 2, 3, 4. Moon god said casually. It's just small. Zhao Yun kept a piece of broken silver, and smashed all the others up. Open. With a hiss, the dealer lifted the sieve cup and 3 sieves were piled up. Look at the count. The board is a full 4, 5, 6. Puffing, without waiting for the gambler to curse, he heard Zhao Yun laugh foolishly. When the crowd looked, the bastard was bending over and covering his face, and he didn't know what he was laughing at. What can he laugh about? God? You're crazy. You crazy. Can you do it or not? What's wrong with the eyes? The lunar god, who had been reclining on the moon, couldn't help but sit upright, and rubbed his eyes with his hand. Zhao Yun was still laughing, and the gamblers and even the banker, who were watching, were all confused. Young Master Zhao, the bid is big. You lost. I know. Then why are you laughing? Did I laugh? Zhao Yun buried his head, ripped open the money pouch, and looked inside. There was only 1 piece of broken silver left. Just say it. It's a good thing I didn't bet at all. A certain self-proclaimed god, Xiao the is unreliable. Just now he swore to win money. What about the facts? Not a single bit. The moon god laughed in embarrassment. A handful of losses. The god's face could not hang on. 80% irritated. The eyes of the gamblers are still strange, slowly closing their eyes. Very instinctive thought. Zhao Yun due to multiple blows. The spirit is a little bit not very normal. Losing money and still smile. Winning money is not to heaven. Betting more pays more. Bet the lesser and pay the lesser. Settle down and get out of the way. The dealer started yelling again, the sieve cup in his hand, shaking it in a dominating manner. That's the only 1 or 2 left. Zhao Yun flicked the silver and glanced at the moon god, his eyes becoming slanted. 2, 2, 3, the moon god said lightly, his tone deep. This time he saw quite clearly, he had to live up to the name of God. Zhao Yun, rather casually, with the only silver left, threw it on the gambling table. Don't say, this time the moon god is reliable. 1 silver bet on it, came back with 2. The gamblers all glanced sideways at Zhao Yun, wanting to see what his reaction would be. Just now, when he lost money, he laughed stupidly. Now that he won money, he didn't have much of an expression on his face. 566. Got it. 3, 5, 4. Listen to you. The moon god was in charge of reporting the number and Zhao Yun was in charge of throwing money. 1 god and 1 person, working quite well together. Things like luck don't really matter. There's a god out there, and there's no luck like that. After a few handfuls, there are already hundreds of taels in the bank. Not to mention the gamblers. Even the eyes of the banker look at him. Not very good. Before and after even won a few. This waste of young master's luck seems to be a little overwhelmed. This is the first time I've ever seen a young master of the house. Zhao Yun wasn't stupid. There is a way to win money, but you can't keep winning. The dealer will scold you, so it's still necessary to lose once in a while. This routine, used very well. Both gambling money, there are losing and winning. Winning all the time is the god of gamblers. The most disgusting thing about casinos is this number. Go out and get you killed. Both know the way. Cootie. It's the only way to keep winning. No casino is an ingrate. Young Master Zhao, which side to bet on this time? Gamblers' eyes glittering, each waiting for Zhao Yun to speak. There are a few, are followed by Zhao Yun, won a lot of money, a table of unprofessional talent. The banker won the face of the black. In their view, the love affair is lost and the casino is self-fulfilling. Who cares if he's a genius or a loser? It's good if he can help them win. Nothing else matters. Make yourselves at home. I'm going to go drink flower wine. Zhao Yun smiled, holding the money bag away. Has 200 taels, enough to use for several days. Cannot catch a little lamb. Towards the dead wool gathering. A screw up will cause trouble to kill. As for the money running out, it will come back. However, the next time I come back, it will be in disguise. Gotta. The the god of gamblers is gone. Bet your ass on God. Bet. Speed bet. The banker was staggering and his face was quite dark, during which he did not forget to glance at Zhao Yun. How can you be lucky when you're a loser? Naturally, they will not be due to 200 silver, to go after the young master of the Zhao family. These are small money, but casino is still able to afford to lose. Really neat those who are not long-eyed, that will have to kill and rob money. Still the first time I've had this much money. Over here, Zhao Yun buried his head and counted the silver, smiling all the way. Can't you be a little out of your league? The moon god glanced at it. Still the young master of the family? Winning 200 taels makes you happy as hell. Zhao Yun was unimpressed and took a step out of the casino, heading straight for the end of the street. It wasn't long before he entered an herb store that, when he came out again, there were already more than a dozen pounds of jade dew spirit liquid in his hands. Enough for 3 days. Zhao Yun secretly calculating. Some meat pain. This thing is indeed expensive. The average martial arts cultivator cannot afford to support this kind of consumption, moving hundreds of taels. The family young masters cannot get so much money. Luckily, he has a way of getting money. The casino is a good place to slip into later when you're tight. Chapter 9, 5 Thunders from Heaven. It was getting late when I went back to the soldier's bunkhouse again. After the meal, he closed the door of his room tightly and sought out a large wooden barrel and filled it with fresh water. Following that, it was 3 pounds of jade dew spirit liquid that was poured in. Under the stirring, the clear water had more color, was cloudy, and was full of spiritual energy. You, still not sleeping? Zhao Yun looked at Lunar God. He was going to take a shower. It was embarrassing to undress with someone watching. The moon god slanted a glance at Zhao Yun. Have you grown your hair yet? Zhao Yun didn't think it was a good idea, and as soon as he tugged on his shirt, since he wanted to see it, he could just see it. The moon god closed his eyes and looked at the pale indistinct again. Only hearing a fluttering sound, Zhao Yun leapt into the barrel, sat on his knees, and then ran the marrow cleansing and elasticity sutra. The water rippled at once, and the spiritual liquid soaked into the body with the pores, which was cool and gentle, and could nourish the body. Before long, the clear water was quite cloudy. The spiritual liquid was absorbed, but the impurities were refined in the body, but with a faint fishy odor. In this way, 3 days passed quietly. 3 days, his life is quite regular, hiding in the room refining the body during the day, standing under the moon at night to practice recluse. In addition to eating and sleeping, it seems to be cultivation, over time, gradually adapted to the pain of refining the body. Boo! The 4th day descended, and there was a breakthrough in martial cultivation, having reached the 4th level of yuan condensation. The next day, he left the soldier store early, a corner of the alley. He put on a human skin mask, but also in the jaw, glued a wisp of white beard, finished, in the mouth of a mole, some disguise, which entered the casino. Told you it was a good place. If you're short on cash, you'll come here to get some. Otherwise you won't have the money to buy the jade dew spirit liquid. It wasn't long before he came out. This time, he was even more ruthless than the last time, and won a full 300 taels. The casino quit and sent 2 boys, trailing all the way, apparently to kill and rob. Unfortunately, after entering the alleyway, Zhao Yun was nowhere to be seen. The art of hiding. Zhao Yun had already used it very skillfully, and he only came out when the 2 boys left scratching their heads. It's the same herb store. When Zhao Yun came out again, he was carrying a large wine altar in one hand, but it was filled with jade dew spirit liquid. Today's soldier store, business is still dismal. Half a day without a single person. Zhao Yun also sighed, fearing that his grandfather's life's work would really be lost in his hands. In the blink of an eye, it was another 3 days. I haven't seen Zhao Yun out of his room, but he's really a martial arts nerd, practicing day and night. Late at night, all is silent. Zhao Yun dragged his tired body to bed, perhaps too tired, and quickly fell into a sound sleep. This god counts on his fingers. It's going to rain. The moon god was not asleep, sitting on the moon, bored and looking at the pale indistinct. The sky, which was full of stars, was already covered with dark clouds. Soon, there was a flash of lightning, and only 3 or 5 breaths later was a rumble of thunder heard. Get up! Luna knocked on Zhao Yun's consciousness. Zhao Yun was awakened and sat up rubbing his sleepy eyes. Sleeping soundly? Get on your horses, get your iron clubs, and go outside the city. What's the draw in the middle of the night? Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Speed. Zhao Yun yawned, looked around, did not see the iron stick child, then from the soldier's store casually took an iron lance. See to rain, but also wore a cloaked straw raincoat, and then rode all the way straight out of the city. Outside a forgotten ancient city, it is a mountainous area where ferocious beasts often appear. Zhao Yun drove his horse and followed the dark mountain path into the deep mountains, still not knowing what the moon god was up to. Stop. I don't know when I heard the moon god speak. Go to the top of the mountain. And then, She saw her raise her hand and casually point to a mountain not far away. Zhao Yun tied his horse and climbed all the way up. Stand firm and raise your lance. Lunar mythology spoke languidly. Stop it. Where's the thunder? Zhao Yun grinned for a moment. It would be strange not to be struck by lightning if he raised this iron lance. Run the primordial heavenly thunder skill. The moon god faintly said. You can't die. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up a bit. Since the transmission of the beginning of the sky thunder know-how has been shelved for many days, has only been mentioned. Listen to the implication of the myths of the moon. This with thunder word of the divine know-how. Really have to cooperate with the thunder and lightning to make. At this moment also know. Why the god of the moon to let him prepare the iron stick, originally to be used to attract the thunder. Speaking of Ray, he subconsciously raised his eyes to the sky. Thunder and lightning are fierce. Standing like this to be struck by lightning. Think of all the heart Harry. Speed. Luna urged. Shower, don't screw me over. Zhao Yun coughed dryly and raised his lance. His little heart pounding. Thunder and lightning is not a joke. If you take a hit, not paying attention will be split into ashes. He didn't dare to slack off and meditated on the Tai Chu heavenly thunder technique, not daring to stop for a moment. From a distance, it looks like a javelin standing there, straight and upright, just waiting to be struck by lightning. Boom! A boom rose, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and a thunderbolt came down from the sky and struck the lance. Well, Zhao Yun stifled a grunt and staggered a step, feeling like his body was going to explode. Boom! 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 Do not wait for him to stand firm, and for thunder and lightning in no particular order. Plus the first thunder, bored the whole of the sky hit 5 thunderbolts, who if you take a poisonous oath, it is this way to be struck by lightning, then touching the door of the electricity is still acidic. The lance exploded and crumbled into dust. Zhao Yun also fell, tattered clothes, covered with mess, face more black, originally smooth long hair, but also some frizz, and, smoke straight, carefully to smell, can smell the smell of roasted meat. Am I alive? Zhao Yun muttered, only feeling his mind buzzing and rumbling. And his consciousness was disoriented, no longer able to distinguish between the real and the unreal. Look inside, Moon God said lazily. Zhao Yun collected his mind and looked inward at his body, and at this look, he was astonished. But see inside, more thunder and lightning. This is the ability of the Taichu heavenly thunder skill. It can draw thunder into the body, and with the Taichu heavenly thunder skill technique, internal cultivation can temper the body, and external use can be used to cut down people and kill the enemy. Its wonders are far beyond what you can imagine. Look out! Zhao Yun froze back, and with a thought, lightning lingered in his palm, flashing him in a trance. Ray, this is Ray. Since ancient times, no one who has been struck by lightning has had a good ending, let alone attracting lightning into the body. Look at the thunder and lightning in the body, how unreal it looks. In a trance, there was more shock at the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill. It was too damn overbearing. Thinking of this, he was busy panicking and running the Taichu heavenly thunder skill. The tons, the body's thunder breath surging. The body surface can see the thunder and lightning tearing. Not only the body surface, even the limbs and bones, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the strange meridians and 8 veins. Also more thunder and lightning lingering, domineering meaning attack the whole body. There is a thunderous sound that endures in the ears. In addition to this, it was the true essence, which was also thunderous, and under the quenching of the lightning, the true essence was even purer. The wonders don't stop there. What makes him even more delighted is that running the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill, the lightning in his body is actually enhancing. As if a seed, planted in the soil, has taken root and sprouted. Days will be long, will become a big tree in the sky. Click it, click it. He was again using 2 things at once. And when he was running the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill, he was also running the marrow cleansing and tendon bending sutra. As he expected, half the work is half the effort. Tempering the body with thunder, together with the marrow cleansing and easy strength sutra, it was even more domineering. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zhao Yun was surprised. The value of this thunder chop suffered, chopped out of the creation. Your attribute is wind. Thunder aids wind power. Wind creates thunder power. The moon god spoke languidly. That I understand. Zhao Yun laughed. The wind attribute martial arts cultivator, known for its speed. If there is a thunder boost, the two complement each other. With the attack of the secret method, the power must be overbearing. If it can be mastered, out of the gate that is a thunderbolt. I already have lightning. Can I be a refiner? Surprised, Zhao Yun rubbed his hands together and looked at the moon god with glowing eyes. Self-explanatory. Then teach me to smith. There's still lightning in the sky. Continue absorbing it, and it's not too late for the refining matter. The moon god faintly said. Understood. Zhao Yun immediately plopped down on his knees and recited the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill in his mind. Now, even without the lance, the same can attract thunder into the body, just because his body, there is already lightning, drawing thunder with thunder. Nothing wrong with that. Chapter 10, Meteorite from Heaven. Boom, boom, accompanied by a rumble. The thunder and lightning descended again, splitting Zhao Yun's skin. A trace of thunder and lightning, through the wound was absorbed, and the body of lightning fusion. The thunder and lightning power is even more victorious, will be its body, quenching the thunder and lightning. At this moment, if anyone is here, they must be amazed. Sitting there being struck by lightning, is actually nothing, if spread out, will be the world's strange news. Well, Zhao Yun grunted continuously, although the lightning could not kill him, but it hurt, the bones in his body crackling. Sinews and bones are like hammers in the hammer, also like a blazing flame in the calcination, the pain to the body trembling. At the moment, pouring rain was falling. Looking away, he was like a shimmering light, his form blurred by lightning and rain. The rain draws the thunder, and the thunder quenches the body. His martial arts cultivation had made another breakthrough, killing since the 4th level to the 5th level. It was late at night before the heavy rain stopped. Zhao Yun did not get up, still as a rock. The solemn appearance of the treasure has been running the marrow and tendon scripture. This heart scripture, there is really some kind of divine power, was split by the thunder out of a blood gully, accompanied by it to run, and even slowly healing. He opened his eyes slowly when the stars were again listed in the firmament. The lightning quenched his body, his flesh was even tougher, and even the turbid breath he exhaled carried a hint of thunder breath. It's a wonderful feeling, really. Zhao Yun rolled over and shot out a Weilong palm. There was a hyperactive dragon's roar, and a huge boulder 3 or 5 feet away was hit with a 5-finger print, and even the massive stone body crumbled out with a crack. Seeing that, he flipped his hand and slapped again. With this palm, he added thunder and lightning, and there was more thunder in the dragon's roar. Boom! On the spot, the boulder exploded and was shattered by Zhao Yun's palm. The palm force was more domineering, so dominant that if a person receives it, it must be very sour. The roots are compacted, and the fruit is beneficial. Zhao Yun smiled. Earlier, he would have been shocked by the internal energy when he performed the Weilong palm technique. Today, there is also only a tingling sensation. This, all attributed to the marrow cleansing and tendon easing sutra and the Taicho heavenly thunder skill. The 2 feats working together, truly marvelous. Suddenly, a piece of gold lettering had been etched into his mind. The moon god has passed on the secret method, and a bright gold character is still as eye-catching as ever. It is the mystery of refining. Zhao Yun watched with rapt attention, extraordinarily motivated and studious at every moment. Crossing his knees and closing his eyes, he meditated on his senses. The moon god is leisurely, reclining on the moon, cozy fake sleep, only from time to raise their eyes, glancing at the pale indistinct look at Zhao Yun. His mind has wallowed. The axiom says that refining weapons is quite similar to refining the body. Quenching impurities is necessary to enhance the hardness, flexibility and tightness of the weapon, just like tamping the foundation of the body, so that you can cast a good weapon. Naturally, this is just the basics. The refining Upanishad was vast and profound, and what the moon god had passed down was only the tip of the iceberg, but it was definitely enough. At some point, he opened his eyes, see him fixed for a moment, before slightly tilted his head, 2 eyeballs still swinging from side to side, only because the starry sky, there is actually a star fell, in the night, drew an extremely beautiful arc. Meteor? Zhao Yun murmured softly. Boom! The words fell, then heard a heaven-shattering sound. His mouth meteor, landed, will be a distant mountain peak, smashed crash collapse. There are a lot of flying debris, but also collapse to this mountain where he is. Fetch, the moon god said casually. There's a baby? Zhao Yun's eyes lit up, and he was busy scrambling up and down the mountain, heading straight for the smashed and collapsed mountain. It's not that close, to that piece of heaven and earth. The eye is a mess, full of debris. Perhaps the movement is too great, and even the surrounding ancient trees have been knocked down a lot, and most of them have been burned. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his eyes around. Finally, it was settled in the center of a pile of rubble. There is a black stone, how to look like a piece of charcoal, about the size of a wine jar, pitted, and the shape is not quite regular. Sure, is it not? Zhao Yun asked. Aha, Luna hummed softly, responding in an unsavory manner. This is gonna be the baby? Zhao Yun came, squatting in front of the black stone, up and down the scanning, and sometimes also reached out to knock a knock. Cannot see why. Want to move up to study the study, but let him surprised. This small piece of stone, the weight is far more than he imagined. There must be 500 pounds of weight, urged the true essence, only to move it up. What is this? Zhao Yun asked curiously as he cradled the stone in his arms. Outer heaven meteorite iron. To be precise, it's outer heaven meteorite, Quench out the impurities and what's left is meteorite iron. Good stuff. Zhao Yun licked his tongue, eyes shiny. Meteorite iron he has heard of. Casting weapons materials never have a price, even if there is. The princes and nobles do not seek and afford to buy. He has only heard, never seen, let alone meteorite iron in the sky. Outside the sky, suddenly feel high. I told you, you can't stop luck when it comes your way. I am lacking a weapon that is easy to use, so if I use this meteorite iron to build it, it will be the most suitable, and it will surely be overbearing. Drop the stone and you may live. Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out from behind himself, and the words sounded hoarse, as if they had been smoked. Zhao Yun turned around with an open hand. Into the eyes. We'll see a black man. More stubble around the mouth. Born fierce, a scar on the face. Extraordinarily eye-catching. At the moment is at him a ghost smile, but that kind of smile, how to see is creepy, and his eyes, bloodshot and scarlet, eerie and tyrannical. True spirit realm. Zhao Yun thought to himself that he had paid too much attention to the meteorite and froze without realizing that someone was coming. That's right, with such a big commotion, if there are people in the mountains, they will be startled. He took a moment, glancing at the lunar god, the must have known beforehand, but had not informed him. Bring it, the man in black said lightly, stretching out his big hand, and looking at his demeanor. He was not only going to rob, he was going to kill. It's so wanted. Here, Zhao Yun was also dry, and the meteorite in his arms was thrown across the room at the man in black. That's good to know. The man in black smiled slyly and casually raised his hand. The meteorite that fell from the sky must be a treasure. However, he underestimated the weight of the meteorite. 500 pounds of stone. Did not know beforehand. One hand to catch. Stumbled a step. Waylon. Before he could stabilize himself, Zhao Yun had already pounced on him with a fierce and dominating Weilong palm. Are you kidding? A true spirit first level. You want to rob my treasure too? The opponent was caught off guard and received a solid slap from Zhao Yun, which was indeed sour enough. Little condensed yuan realm. Where did this heavy palm force come from? The man in black's eyes were filled with amazement. The force of this palm was quite weighty enough to hit him, and he spurted blood. Waylon. Zhao Yun let out a clang and hit with a palm, trying to make up another one for that load. Little bastard. Looking for death. The black-clothed man stormed into a rage, standing at an open stance, a fist whistling. Bang! Fists and palms collided. Zhao Yun was shaken and stomped back. His palms were bloody and his internal organs were raw. Look at the man in black, looming over him. Martial cultivation is not equal. This is the gap. In general, true spirit absolutely crushed condensed yuan. Die. The man in black snorted coldly, took a step out and leapt up. A palm blade slashed down in the sky. Zhao Yun didn't move and allowed a palm strike to come. In the black-clothed man's opinion, this tiny condensed yuan realm martial cultivator had been scared silly. As a matter of fact, Zhao Yun isn't stupid. At the moment when the palm blade was about to come to him, he cast the evasion technique. The man is gone. The black-clothed man's domineering palm split the air on the spot, and his body lost its balance in a pause. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, had rushed out of the ground. The man in black had just landed on the ground, and before he could stand still, he was grabbed by one of his arms and swung the whole thing up. Bang! The subsequent picture. It was extremely eye-pleasing. The black-clothed man of the true spirit first realm, by Zhao Yun of the condensed yuan fifth realm, fell hard onto the ground, and the earth, which was full of debris, was smashed out into a large human-shaped pit. Pust! The black man, this mouth of blood, sprayed the old high, eyes protruding, eyeballs are almost shocked out of the eye socket, and then look at the body. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels shifted. I do not know how many bones are broken. Meridians are broken. Holy, a misslap and a dopey face. This fall can be more than just injuring bones and bones. Paralyzed on the spot. Also blame the flesh strength is too poor. Have a good trip, Zhao Yun said lightly, slapping his palm on the black-clothed man's head, resulting in his life. The black-clothed man's pupils tightened, and when he was dying, they were all filled with depression. He should be depressed. Powerful coaxing to come, but was a condensed yuan realm counterattack. Is he too careless? If he had known that Zhao Yun is not simple, fixed cautious treatment, a lot of cards have not yet been used, which was destroyed. Zhao Yun had crouched down and carried away the black-clothed man's money bag, to be pulled apart to see. A sudden shock, full of silver tickets. There must be more than 1,000 taels. Is this a robbery of a money changer? Zhao Yun sighed and scat his tongue. The abundance of loot caught him off guard. Tucking in his money bag, he resumed his search. Miscellaneous small objects, own quite a few. Look at the quality, are not very valuable. In the end, he searched a piece of jade from the black-clothed man's arms. The jade was ink-colored and square, only the size of a baby's fist, with a pattern engraved on the bottom. Seal. Zhao Yun recognized himself. The so-called seal, but all the status of the people. Basically we'll find someone to carve a lazy signatures and drawings, stamped a good, such as the emperor's seal. Every holy decree will be printed on it a chapter. Zhao Yun took a breath into the bottom of the ink and jade seal. Finished, printed on the arm. Want to see this black man? What the identity? However, what was printed was not a person's name, but a wolf graphic. Interesting. Zhao Yun let out a mutter, collected the ink jade seal, took a small purple bottle. Also from the black-clothed man this turned out. Its content is the body dissolution. Destroy the corpse with. This is good stuff, only available on the black market. A pinch of powder was spilled from the bottle, and the corpse of the man in black gradually turned into blood. A strong person is approaching. Xianyang realm. The moon god faintly said that the black man in the first level of the true spirit in the party was for Zhao Yun to sharpen. Xianyang realm. Forget it. That level of martial arts cultivator was no joke to Zhao Yun, and a single palm could cripple him. Looking at Zhao Yun, he had already picked up the meteorite and ran. After a dozen feet, he instantly disappeared. Running is not in a hurry. That Xianyang realm has arrived. Soon, a black shadow flashed and came. It was an old man in hemp clothes, looking around, and when he saw the puddle of blood, he also narrowed his old eyes slightly. Underneath the ground, Zhao Yun held his breath and stared, his breath not daring to reveal the slightest bit. Although the recluse is mysterious, but in the eyes of the strong, is not no covered door, dare to reveal the breath. The same can be found. The old man is the Xianyang realm. Perception should be good. An inattentive child will be exposed. The subsequent bridge is not hard to imagine. The moon is dark and the wind is high. In this deep forest, it's a good place to kill people. Where are the people? The old man in sackcloth murmured softly, looked and looked again, distinctly perceived the breath, and disappeared in an instant. When he closed his eyes, he left in sympathy. Although he left, Zhao Yun did not venture out, and the old man in hemp clothes had a deep set and did not leave, hiding in the dark. It was half a column of incense before the guy turned around and left. It was only after a long time that Zhao Yun was seen scurrying out of the ground, his body covered in cold sweat. The old saying, ginger is still old and hot, is true. Fong Kai, if it wasn't for the moon god's reminder, he would have been foolish enough to run out, and that would have been disastrous. The world is a dangerous place. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Yun embraced the meteorite and scurried deeper into the mountains. Before long, a cave was sought. Finished, but also do not forget to cover with branches, which is a but sit down, clang down the meteorite. In order to this baby, one after another there are surprises. Think of the old man in hemp clothes, so far still feel fear. Going to see the moon god is still as clean as ever. Zhao Yun squinted. Her bones were not a good boy. Chapter 11, The Dragon Abyss. The cave was pitch black. It was a long time before he saw Zhao Yun take the fire folders and start a bonfire. He, in turn, plopped down on the side of the campfire. Earlier, he had been shocked out of his internal injuries from the palm strike with the man in black, and needed to use his true essence to warm up his body. 3 hours later, he was seen opening his eyes, and then, he summoned lightning and wrapped the meteorite, quenching the impurities according to the refining Upanishad. Click, click, the meteorite kept cracking, irregular stone skin, piece by piece. This process, extremely slow. Dawn, he only will meteorite impurities all refined out, the rest that is meteorite iron, only the size of a watermelon, or black, carefully stare, can see there are tiny dragon pattern, vague, gotta find a furnace and melt it. Zhao Yun let out a mutter. Ordinary flames won't be able to melt dragon-marked meteorite iron. The moon god said faintly, it has to be at least heavenly flame level. Flames are also divided into levels? Zhao Yun was curious. Beast fire, earth fire, heaven fire, true fire, karma fire, immortal fire, and divine fire. That lightning, is it also divided into orders? Equal to flames. The moon god leisurely said, your lightning is barely at the heavenly thunder level. That's high on the list. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed. That refiner of the Lu family, only has a not bad beast fire, while his thunder and lightning, but can be compared to the heavenly fire. There is a gap. The same refiner, will crush that goods. Your cultivation is too low. Even if there is heavenly lightning, you cannot utilize its true power. This is realm suppression. However, polishing the dragon-marked meteorite iron is enough. The moon myths speak long and slow, and the words, though plain, are as beautiful as immortal music. Gotta go. Zhao Yun smiled and cast lightning again, wrapping the meteorite iron and hardening it. Following that, he turned lightning into a hammer and struck again and again. Only watermelon-sized meteorite iron. Only enough to build a sword. He is towards the sword to build. First cast into the sword embryo. Next, is the fine polishing, such as opening the blade, such as in the body of the sword carving pattern. The process, still slow. There was no way around it. This was the dragon-tattooed meteorite iron from beyond the heavens. If it was ordinary iron, it would be extremely easy to build. At the very least, it can, for a short time, change its shape. As night fell, he ate the wild fruits early, collected the lightning hammer, and used his mind to control the lightning to wrap the meteorite iron, and from time to time, he would pick it up, sweeping and measuring so much, and then continue to build it, supplemented by the thunder quenching. It was 3 full days before he called it quits. At this moment, the watermelon-sized meteorite iron, which had been cast into a sword embryo, weighed 300 pounds, and let it be so, and polish it slowly later. Zhao Yun wiped the sweat off his face. His face was pale and his eyes were covered in blood after 3 days of forging day and night. It's at its limit. Or that sentence, this meteorite iron is too hard. Really want to cast it into a real sword. At least 3 may, and he, cannot have so much time to consume, really important, or tamping their own foundation. Nice. Holding his sword in his hand, Zhao Yun smiled foolishly and took advantage of the situation to dance so many times. Buzz, buzz. The air was buzzing from the impact, dull and majestic, and rightly so. 300 pounds of sword, already thick enough, used to cut people, perhaps not very good, but use it to smash people, must be very handy. To you is given the name, Dragon Abyss. Zhao Yun smiled, holding the sword embryo tossed and turned to measure the dragon pattern on it. See a lot of clarity, vaguely, it seems to really hear the sound of the dragon roar. I do not know whether it is a hallucination, or hallucination. In the future, it will be carried on the back, weight-bearing, which is also a kind of body refining practice, that I understand. Zhao Yun pulled a piece of clothing from his own body and wrapped the long yuan sword while carrying it on his back. 300 pounds of dead weight is indeed enough weight. However, the stronger the pressure, the more explosive the momentary unraveling will be, and over time, it will become rooted. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he scurried out of the cave. This time, can be said to be full of energy. There has been thunder and lightning, has begun to enter the doorway of the refinery, that have to go back to do a big job, not only to keep the grandfather's lifeblood, but also towards the death of Naja Lu family. This is just the beginning. When the cultivation is accomplished, we will set off the Lu family. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of the mountain where he had previously induced the thunder and lightning, but his expression was a bit strange. Where's my horse? Zhao Yun scratched his head, looked around and looked again, remembered quite clearly, is tethered here, now under this tree. Only the reins of the tethered horse, the lively steed, but disappeared. Blood? Zhao Yun squatted down and could see the bloodstains, which could not be completely washed away even after the rain. Needless to say, his horse was taken by a demonic beast. Roar! Roar! When I was looking at it, I suddenly heard a low roar, and the bloody and tyrannical atmosphere came from behind. Zhao Yun turned around with an open hand and entered to see a large man. The so-called big guy is a reddish demon wolf, with huge eyes, glowing with green light, coming towards him, licking his scarlet tongue, and there is also lard dripping from his tongue, which is unpleasantly smelly. Firewolf, Zhao Yun lightly muttered. I have seen it during the training. It is a kind of demonic beast that can spit fire. Extremely ferocious. Maybe it was this one that ate his horse. Roar! As he looked, the fire wolf pounced, so large that it was like a black shadow covering him. Zhao Yun was unafraid and instantly turned to earth. The fire wolf pounced, huge wolf eyes, and depressed color. Where is the person? Eat, let you eat my horse. Zhao Yun rushed out from the ground and had circled around to the back, clutched the tail of the fire wolf with both hands, and then his true essence and chi surged in unison, and he swung the fire wolf around in a raw manner, and then threw it towards a huge boulder on the opposite side. Boom! Firewolf crashed into the board, bones cracking, unceasingly, covered in blood. Waylon, Zhao Yun took a step forward and slapped his palm on the firewolf's head. Ah! The firewolf screamed miserably, its skull crumbling and its brains spilling out. However, Zhao Yun wasn't much better. His palms were raw, his arms were tingling, and the firewolf's head was too hard. The firewolf howled in anger and spewed flames. Zhao Yun saw this, disappeared to avoid the flames, and when he came out again, he held the long yuan sword in his hand and smashed it down in the sky. Buzz! The sound of the sword is dull. 300 pounds of heavy sword. Bored hole smashed demon wolf head. Roar! The demonic wolf wailed rather mournfully, its head and blood and bones crumbling to the ground before falling to the ground with a loud bang. Zhao Yun was uneasy and added 2 more swords. Up to this point, he just sat down on his butt, sweating, if not with a recluse, will be torn to pieces by the fire wolf. This number of demonic beasts is not generally ferocious, even if it is the real spirit realm sea, but also extremely reluctant to go up against this guy. Cannot kill, do not know, will be its flames, burned woefully. It was only after a break that he peeled back the demon wolf's head. A search was made and no demonic elements were found. The so-called demonic yuan, that is, the essence of the demonic beasts out of the crystallization of the cohesion of the body, but not which one has. Martial arts cultivation has a realm of difference. A variety of demonic beasts since also different. Powerful demonic beasts basically have demonic yuan, and the higher the spirit, the strength of the more ferocious, the demonic yuan will be the more pure, and since it is also the more valuable, and worth it. Zhao Yun smiled slightly, and wore a cloak, carried the fire wolf body, lost a horse, got a demonic beast. He is earned. Demonic beasts are not compared to ferocious beasts. All are treasure, such as the fire wolf. Wolf tendons can be made into a bowstring. The wolf skull can be into the medicine. Carry back to the city, is able to sell a good price. Without a horse, they had to travel on foot. Fortunately, he was a martial arts cultivator and had true essence for support as he ran wildly all the way. Chapter 12, Weapons Looting. It was close to dawn before we could see the gates of the ancient city of Forget. From afar, one could see dark silhouettes of people, gathered on the city wall, pointing around a notice. Zhao Yun was curious and carried the firewolf and came up. When I saw the notice, I realized it was a wanted notice, depicting a fierce man. It's him. The corner of Zhao Yun's mouth pulled straight, recognizing the person on the notice. But wasn't it the man in black who wanted to rob him of the meteorite and was killed by him earlier? That bastard silver ticket and wolf seal are still in his possession? 1,000 taels bounty. Zhao Yun covered his chest. This was turned into blood. Another lone wolf in the night. Murdering people, looting houses, there's nothing he won't do. And God knows how many people have suffered. A reward of 1,000 taels. The government is generous enough. It's strange, with all these bounty hunters, how come no one has caught him? There was a cacophony of words, and the onlookers tucked their hands in more than once and looked away. Among them, there were also martial arts cultivators, although they were eyeing the bounty, but seeing that it was a lone wolf in the night, they all shook their heads helplessly. If you want the bounty, you have to be alive to get it. After all these years of catching them, how can that guy not have a few tricks up his sleeve? No wonder it's a wolf-printed seal, Zhao Yun muttered in his mind. A lone wolf at night, with the word wolf in it, the name of that goods, he has heard of. No evil, the famous river and ocean bandit, a few thousand miles around no one knows. Every time after the crime, will be in the scene of the crime, leaving a wolf-shaped pattern. Now, the government should be pissed off, with a heavy bounty on life and death. Thinking of this, he could not help but lose a smile. The famous night lone wolf, was actually killed by him. Martial arts cultivation is not high, but the goods, there must be quite a lot of cards. Otherwise, would not have escaped from the government time and time again? Unfortunately, underestimated him this condensation of the realm of the yuan, the empty many cards, but did not have the time to use. I have to carry your name and do something worthwhile. Zhao Yun rubbed his chin. For example, use the recluse to steal something from the Lu family, and then, like the lone wolf at night, print a wolf-shaped pattern at the scene of the crime. And anyway, the lone wolf at night is dead, so all the blame will be shifted to him. Dependable, holy, firewolf? I don't know who, smelled the smell of blood, caused the crowd to turn around. Look at the periphery of the self is Zhao Yun, carrying a large firewolf, resting on that pestle of the rules, is tilting his head to look at the reward notice. Naiha, Zhao Yun wearing a straw raincoat, wearing a cloak, the face is covered, no one knows who he is. One man single-handedly killed the firewolf? Can't be, cultivation doesn't seem to be high enough to extinguish a firewolf, mostly with help. Murmurs rose, wanting to see who Zhao Yun was, but they couldn't see his face. This fire wolf of yours, it's for sale, someone asked with a smile. 30 taels, Zhao Yun casually said, a price that was recognized in the marketplace. Being recognized as such, the man had not bargained since. Zhao Yun put down the fire wolf, collected the silver, took one last look at the notice, and lifted his foot to enter the city. Wearing a cloak and a straw raincoat on a hot day is not sick. Behind them, a number of people pointed. Zhao Yun ignored, walking away, would like to take off the straw raincoat, but was struck by lightning. Ragged clothes, and hair is also frizzy, covered in black. Then beggars and beggars, not afraid of people lecturing, is not one to give his father shame, at least is also a family of young masters. The face is still to be. Most importantly, he didn't want to expose himself. Early morning in the old city of forgetfulness is lively enough. On the street, figures bustling, shouting and selling, stalls, shoppers, dart walkers, begging, all kinds of people, all kinds of lines, play all the life. 2 pounds of pork, half a pound of flower carvings. In front of the stall, Zhao Yun slightly stopped, running all night, really hungry panic, a mouthful of meat and a mouthful of wine, eat without image, Su body odor, passing by the street people, far from the nose to avoid. Quickly, The Willow family Bing shop is open. As he was walking away, I don't know which talent owed him. The bustle of the hot street, the clamor of the ton. I can see the flow of people, all surging towards one side, and Zhao Yun, who was eating, was hit more than once. He's not deliberate, he goes with the flow of people. From afar, one could see a long line of people gathered in front of a store. That's the Lu family soldier shop. There is a refiner, is not the same, where his family's weapons, casually take out a hand, are top quality, and, daily limited to sell. To go late, people will not sell. Because of this, the Lu family soldier store once the door is open, there will be a large number of people to go, and even more so, the night before, ran this and so on. Today, it has been the same since, seeing so many people piling in, those who could buy weapons were actually very few. Damn it, why did the price go up again? 50 taels, where's the robbery in your house? The door of the Lu family's military store opened, and the crowd poured in, followed by a cacophony of curses. Love to buy. The response given by the Lu family was also awesome, coaxing hanging lightning. So that's how money is made. Zhao Yun did not go away, found a steak and leaned there, drinking and eating meat while looking at it. 50 taels a handful is indeed no different from robbery. However, the Lu family can really do this thing. Forget the ancient city of weapons line, basically monopolized by his family, mainly because of the good quality of weapons. Nanhe Zhao family can be compared to the price of a day. It is normal, that's all, and a big rush to get it. People can't stand the lonely heart. Don't buy today. Tomorrow the price goes up again. Sold out today. Come back tomorrow. Lu family soldier store boy, standing in the doorway. The voice is loud. Look at that waist plate. Straightening is not general straight. Look at that chin. Lifting is not general high. The words, how to listen to like reading the imperial decree. Don't. I've been waiting for 3 days. The buy weapons since not dry. Blocking the store door. One wailed. Told you it was gone. Roll on. If you don't sell, you don't sell. What's the ruckus? Eat? Okay, I'll remember you, and I won't sell you any more times. Hey, I'm this grumpy. A good sale. Suddenly into a war of curses. The buyer of weapons cursed. The Lu family soldier's store boy is also crazy enough. No way. Who let the Lu family foundation is thick? Have crazy capital? Have the patience, do not buy bridges such as this one are played out almost daily. The street people have gotten used to it, and the Lu family has gotten used to it, and the family has a good weapon, and the forcefulness follows. A farce that came and went. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Those who bought it are happy, and those who didn't buy it are just piling up there and cursing. Older brother, may I borrow the weapon? Zhao Yun dragged a bearded man, is holding a ghost head sword polishing? Just bought, as a treasure. For this, half of the family belongings are smashed into. For this, but also happy ass. Here, let's give you a long look. The big man is quick, handed over the ghost head big knife, then carried the wine pot. Gulp, a burst of fierce irrigation. Zhao Yun took it and scanned it over and over. Do not say, this knife is indeed enough top quality, quite hard, and the blade is crisp. Hold in the hand, show all the domineering. This is enough to bluff. If a knife cleave over, not dead also have to lose half a life. Foot waited 2 days to buy it, but the character of his family, really not to be complimented. All of them are as bullish as the king of heaven. If the weapons weren't good, the devil would be here. The big man wiped his beard and cursed endlessly under his breath. Zhao Yun smiled and returned the weapon. The big man took it and wiped it again, cursing it. It was indeed a good weapon. Go big. Under the cloak, Zhao Yun smiled. That ghost head greatsword is good, but there are quite a lot of flaws. At least, it is still far from being refined to the most refined. If it is quenched by his thunder and lightning again, it will be really superb. That's why it says go big. He can make weapons. He can do that too. And what's more, there's even more dominating thunder with a god behind him? In such a situation, that would have to bankrupt the Lu family's military store. To the Zhao family soldier's store. From afar we'll see people gathered. Look at the entrance to the soldier's store. A left and a right standing 2 boys. Pestle board neat. Is the Lu family people? Needless to say, their master in the soldier's store. The head of the Lu family's military store has arrived in person to acquire the Zhao family's military store? That goes without saying? The Zhao family's military store has long been unable to make ends meet, so it's pointless to hold out any longer. The Lu family really wants to monopolize the weapons business. The street people talk incessantly. Zhao Yun had already found a place to take off his straw raincoat, glanced at the 2 Lu family boys, and lifted his foot into the soldier store. When he entered, he saw old Sun Tu, Yang De and Wu Er. In addition to them, there is a slender old man, Zhao Yun recognized, is the Lu family shopkeeper, also counted the children of the foreign faction, called Lu Tsanhai, in terms of generation, belongs to Lu Tsangkong's cousin. Young master, Old Sun Leader was busy getting up in a panic. Zhao Yun waved his hand, sat down on his butt, and looked at Lu Songhai with a smile. What kind of wind has blown you here? Lu Songhai did not say anything, only scanning Zhao Yun up and down. Is this a lightning strike? These words are the meaning of Lu Songhai's eyes, because Zhao Yun's form is really too much. His clothes are torn and tattered, his body is black, and his hair, a strand of it is still frizzing. Not only him, but Old Sun Leader and the rest of them had a strange look in their eyes. I only know that the young master went out for a walk and returned a few days later. How did he become such a bear? 1,000 taels to acquire the Zhao family soldier store. Lu Songhai dropped his eyes, picked up his teacup and took a cozy sip. Not for sale. Come back tomorrow. It could be 800. Send the guests. You, Zhao Yun dry. Lu Songhai face black. At least Zhao Yun elders. From Lu Ruxin that on the seniority. Zhao Yun also have to call him an uncle. 3 words have not yet arrived. This is under the banishment. Really no face. Zhao Yun then took it easy and picked up his cup of tea. It is not blowing. Lu Songhai dares to chirp again. He does not mind hitting people. They are all the children of the family's foreign faction. Lu Songhai's cultivation. Weak that is called a pitiful. Really want a fight. He can give it to the ash. He was too lazy to hit this one. Even if you kill Lu Songhai, Lu Songkon will not have half a bit of heartache. A low-status foreign disciple. Who will care? Want Lu Songkon pain? Have to let his Lu family really hurt. In the end, he was tolerant enough. If placed in the past, as early as in the door of the moment, on the mother ***** or copied the guy, because of a stolen beam for the wedding. Zhao Lu two families have long been incompatible with each other. You still run this to find fun. Lu Songhai a cold snort, a fluttering sleeve away. Thoughts smooth, do not want to touch a nose, but also be thrown out. Really annoyed, that have to go back to report the family, towards the death of the whole Zhao family. Young master, you are. The old Sun Leader went forward and looked at Zhao Yun tentatively, mainly because Zhao Yun's form was so wretched. No harm done. That soldier store. For 3 days of closure, the weapons from the soldier store, one of which counts as 1, are moved to my room. Understood. If the young master commands, old Sun Leader will do as he's told. At that moment, Yang De closed the store door, while Wu Wei'er pushed up his sleeves and began to move his weapons. It's really off the charts. Looking at Lu Songhai's face just now, it seems like there was no deal. It's time to ask for too much. Street people see it, but also a piece of chatting, pointing since it is inevitable. Chapter 13, The Open Young Master. Backyard. Zhao Yun had already torn off his robe and washed it in front of the standing well. Yang De and Wu Wei'er were diligent enough to run back and forth with their weapons in their arms, and when the young master's room was full, they piled them up outside the room, and as far as the eye could see, under the old tree, in front of the stone table, and at the foot of the wall, they were all full of weapons. Do not disturb me. Zhao Yun changed his clothes, so he turned around and went inside, and when he was done, he didn't forget to unlock the door. Puzzled, the 3 old Sun Tao men all peeked through the window. Unfortunately, the young master had even closed the windows, so he couldn't see anything, and it was precisely because he couldn't see that they were puzzled. In the room, Zhao Yun looked left and right, to say that Yang De and Wu Wei'er are really real. The bed is piled full of weapons. Open the whole thing. Zhao Yun rolled up his sleeves, hand a ghost head knife into the hand. This knife is heavy enough. The average person cannot dance. Belongs to the category of heavy knife. There must be 110 pounds. Workmanship is still top quality, but in addition to its own iron, there are still quite a lot of impurities, resulting in the grade of this weapon greatly reduced. Having seen it, he sacrificed the heavenly thunder, tearing thunder and lightning, piercing and stabbing. A path like a wandering electric snake wrapped the body of the blade. Next, it was quenching. Both the weapon exercise impurity, since the need to quench out impurities, so as to enhance the hardness and flexibility. Click, click, such as this sound, frequent imperceptible, from this ghost head knife. There are a handful of gray from the body of the knife floated out, are lightning refining impurities, previously mixed in the body of the knife. In fact, not much hanging. When he stopped, the lightning dissipated. The ghost head blade in his hand, still thick, was 3 or 5 pounds lighter, only because the impurities were refined out. It's 3 or 5 pounds lighter, and it has to make up for it. Zhao Yun took a short gun, the same quenching out impurities, the rest of the iron, then refined into the ghost head knife, so that the same 100 pounds, before and after is different. Hardness and flexibility difference of a grade. Nice. Zhao Yun smiled, holding his ghost head sword in his hand and flipping it over and over as he scanned it. Tempered by lightning, this blade was able to transform. Looking at the body of the blade, there was also an additional fuzzy thunder mark, which looked high and mighty. He'd like to boost it up some more. Nay, The material used to cast this blade was too low grade, and no matter how hardened it was, it could not exceed the defined grade. This, in turn, is a limitation of the material itself. All he could do was refine it to the purest and most refined. However, quenching alone is sufficient. He exaggerates. This ghost head knife in his hand, its hardness and flexibility, has been in the Lu family weapon store above. We must know, his thunderbolt is the level of heavenly thunder, even if it does not make it out of the full power, but also non-half-assed beast fire can be compared to, the same as quenching. The other side of the refining is not as refined as this. How do you kill a pig with a bullseye? There are ready-made weapons, a little change to make it good. The real refining and casting of weapons, not so, that is to spend effort, such as his Dragon Abyss sword. So far it is only a sword billet, the meteorite iron outside the sky. No 3 is not able to become a sword. At this stage, is only suitable for use in smashing people. The first one, Zhao Yun smiled, and placed the ghost head blade into the already refined column. With his hand, another iron sword. It was an extremely long process, after all. There were tons of weapons all over the room. Night crept in, room before he sat down wearily, his face pale, sweaty, and mentally drained. Refining a weapon is a skillful job. Consumption of real energy, also consume energy, that is, mental energy, cannot withstand the high intensity of the exercise, is halfway, such as him, play life quenching, eyes have seen blood. Tomorrow, by some essence pills, the lunar god leered, lying comfortably on the moon, not even opening his eyes, speaking rather casually. Good point. Zhao Yun wiped away a handful of sweat. The so-called essence of the Dan is to nourish the spirit of the Dan. Said that the Dan is not appropriate, called it a pill more accurate. The Real Dan is incredibly valuable. The entire forget the ancient city do not see to find a. It couldn't be helped that alchemists were rarer than refiners, such as those talents, are going to the prosperous place, where the treatment is better, at least better than the poor countryside of the forgotten city. And then is the alchemy materials, basically not very easy to find. The refining of the elixir, the self is not enough to use, which will be used to sell, even if it is to sell, but also has been booked by the people. Have you heard? Lu Tsangkong is going to have a big birthday in January. The entire forgotten ancient city has been rumored, and the invitations that have been sent out can be stuffed into a carriage. Being involved with the heavenly sect is different. Mentioning the Lu family annoys me. And Lu Ruyu, thanks to our young master treating her so well. Outside the room, there was the sound of conversation. They are Yang De and Wu Er, who have nothing to do with the closure of the military store and are squatting under a tree with their hands in their pockets, chatting. Old Sun Guan was there, holding an old tobacco pouch, smoking, glaring at the two, meaning as if to say, you two cannot lower your voice, still think the young master is not bad enough? Squeak. As he looked, the window opened at one corner and a dollar bill flew out. Go get a nightcap. In the room, Zhao Yun's faint words were heard. Night, kettle? Yang De clutched his dollar bill and looked tentatively around the room. Pure iron, Zhao Yun added, with the money left over. Buy some wine and meat back. Wine and meat? Listen to these two words. Yang Daoer's eyes instantly bright. Haram all the way to the edge of the mouth. Cannot remember the last time to eat meat is which day. But the bag is shy, but also blamed on the soldier's store business is too bleak. Got it. Two people carrying silver, one after the other ran out of the small garden. Legs and feet are numb quite a lot. Day Su. In the room, Zhao Yun's cold smile was quite chilling. The night jug is a good thing, bought is not carried to play, since it is for Lu Tsangkong prepared. How can you humiliate the Zhao family like this and still want to celebrate your birthday comfortably? Have a big birthday, sister. If not for his lack of strength, what he had allowed to be bought would not be a night pot, but a coffin. Nightjar. Lunar god flicked a strand of illusory hair and muttered. As she remembered, there was also that talent. No matter who had a big birthday, they would give one to someone, each as big as a mountain. Buzz. On this side, Zhao Yun has put down a long gun. This black and not fall, after being quenched by the thunder, shiny and golden. Sometimes see the thunder breath. A gun poked over. The stone can be inserted into a big hole. Click it. Click it. He didn't stop, splitting his mind into three, quenching and refining his body while running the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill, with the thunder and lightning to help him, along with the marrow cleansing and tendon refining sutra, both of which were much more domineering. The desire for speed is not enough. With a languid word, the moon god turned on his side and slept peacefully. Good point, Zhao Yun responded, but his hands were not idle. A martial arts nerd and a madman. It wasn't long before Yang Dao returned. Yang De is okay. One hand carrying 2 altars of wine, one hand carrying a good meat and vegetables. Look at Wu Er. It is a thief overbearing, carrying an oversized night jug. Enough weight. there must be 20 or 30 pounds. Old Sun too saw it. A mouthful of smoke did not smoke well. Violent cough. Zhao Yun finally came out, his eyes bloodshot and his face pale, and when he left the room, he didn't step firmly. Young master, dinner. It is necessary to eat. Starving, a day to quench, a day to refine the body. Hungry 2 eyes. Under the old tree, the wine table was set. The picture, still very cozy. There is an open palmist, and the one who is the subordinate follows the light. After the meal, Zhao Yun patted his belly and got up with it. Yang Dao air is not very image. Perhaps it is really too long to eat meat, but also licked his hands. Zhao Yun smiled and tossed back another money bag as he walked away. Young master, this. Old Sun too got up. Don't worry, it's not money on the books. Zhao Yun waved his hand with his back to the 3 of them. A whole set of actions, all of which signaled something very well. Follow little master. Eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. It's still the young master who is good. Wu Er tore open the money bag. Mama, there must be more than 100 taels. In the room, thunder rises and Zhao Yun opens the whole thing again. Zhao Yun and open the hole. Sacrificed the thunder and lightning. 3 days after the opening of the military store. That has to hit the fame. Not only to keep the grandfather's heart and soul, but also to be ruthlessly disgusted with the Lu family. The lunar god, who was lying on the moon, didn't know what kind of madness was going on, and was in the middle of a false sleep, but she sat up violently, and settled down for a full 3 seconds before looking at Zhao Yun. At this glance, unlike in the past, the dreamy and watery eyes slowly narrowed slightly into lines. How could it be? No one could hear her soft murmur, only the deep, ineffable meaning in her eyes. Chapter 14, Wind God Steps. The night sky is deep and broken stars are like dust. In the room, Zhao Yun is still the same dedication. Weapons one by one quenching, refining to the ground are covered with a thick layer of ash. All weapons impurities. The present? Split? Look at the moon god. Eyes extraordinarily deep. Muttering, looks a little nervous. No one knows what she is talking about. Just rest there talking to themselves. Good sword. Zhao Yun suddenly opened his mouth. Smiling, is holding a long sword, turning over and over to see, reflecting a ray of starlight. The blade of the sword flooded with forced cold light, quenched by the thunder. Extremely harsh. This, only one of them. Look at the weapons in the house. Each of them are top quality. All his 2 days of masterpiece, not in vain effort. Hardened, without stopping. He was familiar with the mysteries of weapon refining, and quenching was the most basic, using unadulterated materials to cast soldiers, in order to become a ferocious weapon. With this thought, he looked at the Dragon Abyss sword, the meteorite iron from outside the sky, a good material for refining soldiers and casting weapons. When this matter is finished, he will polish it properly. At that time, it was really refining, such as this moment quenching, but also only a small test. The night passed quietly. On the following day, Zhao Yun masked a black robe, topped with 2 black circles under his eyes, and left the house early, strolling through a few herb stores and buying the essence pill from the moon god's mouth. Although quenching weapons is basic, it's also extremely spiritually draining. After all, he was only at the condensed Yuan realm. The so-called spiritual power would increase with the increase in cultivation, which was considered a strange part of the martial arts path, where both the body and the spirit were benefited. Crunch, crunch. The streets, such as this sound, were frequent and, well, rhythmic to say the least. It's Zhao Yun. This goods is really emotional, grabbing a handful of essence dan, as if eating sugar beans, one after another. Each one is crunchy. Eyeballing it, it's a dirtbag. Street people more sidelong glances, more sighs. Essence of the dan price is not expensive, but even used as a meal. Pass me another body technique secret. Zhao Yun ignored the street people, only looking at the moon god, smiling, eyes shiny, guarding a living treasure. Can fool one is one. Without a word, the moon god lay on the moon and was comfortably faking sleep, ignoring Zhao Yun's words. One, just one, we're on the same rope. Pretty god? Zhao Yun's mouth is not idle, chirping, not passing on my secret book. I keep putting it aside to nag. The ears are not clean. The moon god knit his brows. 3 or 2 sentences are okay. Listen to more buzz. After all, she gently flicked down her sleeve. There is a piece of golden light pouring, or a golden word, arranged by itself. Each one is atmospheric. Words with Dao Yun, majestic like the sea. Wind god steps. Zhao Yun raised his head, his eyes glittering, looking at that, every moment, are extraordinarily good at learning, are able to glance at a glance, fearing that the moon god backtracked and took it away again. A look and a shock. This method, to its great completion, can go up to the heavens and down to the earth, and can cross the 9 heavens, and can cross the ocean in one step. Wind god. Zhao Yun lightly murmured. Needless to say, it is also a god, and this wind god step, most likely also belongs to the Tao sect avatar. For 3 or 2 moments, he was in a trance. Each of those words, as if they were backs, illusory as the wind, stood over the years. He, the wind god? Zhao Yun subconsciously asked to open his mouth, not knowing if he was talking to himself or asking the moon god. The moon god opened his eyes and glanced at Zhao Yun, knowing that Zhao Yun looked at the illusory back on the word. This, then, is interesting. Flesh-eyed mortal, the eye is really not low, or rather, it is Zhao Yun enlightenment is high. Condensed Yuan realm field, can glance at the word on the mystery of the person. He is definitely the first. The streets were bustling with people. Look at Zhao Yun, eyes have been slightly stagnant. His mind has been immersed in the perception. This law is indeed the creation of the sky. The word has a mystery. That is often said by the old generation of the mood. The mind wandering in which, suddenly feel the world is open. Every strand of the wind, it seems to have a spirit. Only feel the body. A momentary instantaneous change of lightness. A step on the ground. But such as stepping on the clouds. There is such a state of mind, in the sense that can be sublimated. The state of mind has been sublimated in the realization. His feet, changed some different. It is more a kind of implication. Is called the implication of the wind. Look behind it. From time to time can see the remnants of the shadow. Look at the street a burst of side eyes, but would like to see who it is? Nah, there are black robes to cover up. Such enlightenment, against the heavens. The moon god again open eyes, sighing, a small condensation realm, really beyond her expectations. The wind god family's Taoist magical powers, not anyone can realize, without that innate fit state of mind, will go countless detours. This kid is good, without her exposition, on the entry, walking without looking at the road, blind, damn you, stepping on my foot, after the street, it is extraordinarily lively. Zhao Yun indolent state of mind, just like an open-eyed blind, walking without looking at the road, cause a piece of abuse, to the end of the street. Zhao Yun only returned to his senses, not yet finished, eyes with joy, but also the color of epiphany. But, what he realized is only a drop in the ocean. Back to the soldier's store again, in good spirits, wind god step Allah, temporarily put down. Quenching is the most important. The family of the foreign faction of the abolition of the young master, at least have to stand outside. This time, the progress was much faster, and too many essence pills were bought, enough to do support. You say, our young master locks himself in the house all day long. What on earth is he doing? Outside the room, Yang De and Wu Aaron muttered, nothing to do, has swept the small garden a dozen times, business is not good, are still sitting here idle, really embarrassed to take the main family wages. Old Sun too also puzzled, look at it from time to time, more and more cannot see through Zhao Yun. In the end, what to do? Squeak, the door to the room opened, and Zhao Yun stepped out with one foot, and in his hand, he was carrying a red-colored long sword. Grandfather, see how this sword is. Zhao Yun laughed and threw his sword through the air. Old Sun too busy get up, raised his hand to receive, is also reading countless weapons, can approximately estimate the weight of the weapon, but this sword, but heavier than estimated to be quite a bit heavier. In terms of martial arts cultivation, in fact, there is no difference. The main thing is that this sword, really extraordinary, reflecting the moonlight, from time to time, you can hear the sound of clanging, and there is a thunder breath lingering. The blade is quite sharp, dancing in the self-contained sword sound. Good sword. Scene, the old sun head cannot help but praise, not how exquisite workmanship, but this sword is quite pure, since the internal search for half a bit of impurities, do not move the true essence, can be the stone cleaved. A sword of this grade is really rare, and it is much stronger than what the Lu family's military store sells. Sending you. Zhao Yun laughed. Young master, it's too expensive, don't push it. Young master, give me a look. Yang De Wu Air all came up and carefully stroked it. Really a good sword. Looking at it is stern. Don't look, go to the house and carry the weapons. Zhao Yun sat down and carried out the wine jug. Got it. The two were diligent enough to enter the room one after the other. Lean, and then, there was a wolf howl. Nightfall, under the old tree in the little garden, another table was set, and the meal was hearty enough to smell of wine and meat. However, this night's Yang De and Wu Air seem to have little appetite, more often than not, are looking around, looking at the eyes of the light. All the weapons in Zhao Yun's room have been moved out and piled up all over the small garden. 18 kinds of weapons are available, and just about any one of them is the top quality of the top quality. Not to mention the two of them. Old Sun too was also shocked. In 3 days' time, where did his young master get so many good weapons to rob the Lu family's weapon store? Whenever he thought of this, he looked at Zhao Yun, and when he looked again at this moment, Zhao Yun seemed to be covered in a layer of mystery, and was not as bad as the rumors. One for each, choose your own. Zhao Yun laughed and was speaking to Yang De Wu Air. Thank you, young master. The two are real enough. Meat are not eaten. Are running to choose weapons, to both of their wages. A lifetime may not save enough money to buy this grade of weapons. There is an open shopkeeper. Too damn happy. Young master, this, old son leader opened his mouth, wanting to speak. It opens tomorrow. Zhao Yun smiled and did not explain the origin, such as this and other things. He is not good to bring to explain. Open. Old son 2 froze for 2 seconds. Serve the wine cup. It is to honor Zhao Yun. There are so many superb weapons. The old proprietor's foundation of that year. It is considered to be guarded. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhao Yun went back to his room. Delayed for 3 days. He is a martial arts obsessive, really itchy. The new wind god skill, plus the dragon abyss sword, the marrow cleansing tendon sutra, the beginning of the heavenly thunder skill. All of them make him want to stop. People, when you have a head start, your energy is better. Outside the room, Lao Sun 2 and the others have not been idle. They are moving the weapons to the soldier store, wiping the shelves clean. Tomorrow the soldier store will be opened again. Click it, click it. During the night, the sound of bones colliding was not interrupted. Zhao Yun, that madman, was again playing with his body, refining. Indeed, he was gifted. Multiple techniques were working together. Moreover, he was also realizing the wind god steps. Other than that, it's polishing the dragon abyss sword. All of this, all at the same time, the supreme state of mind, such as the moon god, cannot help but tsk tongue. This goods is not martial arts obsession. Is that he has that capital? Change the ordinary people, early to go into the devil. Sure, that purple and gold zucchini. For that matter, Zhao Yun still has time to chat. There is a prohibition on it, and today's you can't unravel it. The moon god faintly said, returning casually, use thunder to quench it every day. So it's fine. Speaking, the went back to sleep. Zhao Yun did not harangue, continue to cultivate, with lightning, bit by bit, polishing the dragon abyss. The meteorite from outside the sky is not generally hard. If it is a general material, it would have been broken. However, only a matter of time. Tonight, his dragon abyss sword had a metamorphosis, and the form of the sword embryo was quite a bit more subtle, with more lightning patterns on it, and the dragon's roar was constant and quite deep. At some point, he stopped. Then, see him cut his finger. There are blood drops, soaked in the sword body of the dragon abyss sword. This is what the moon god said that the blood to raise the sword spirit. If luck is good, 100 years can be out. Bad luck, it is a matter of character. What was a sword spirit? He had not seen. However, if the sword has a spirit, it will metamorphose. Later, hang out with me. Zhao Yun smiled, then collected the dragon abyss sword, casually took out. Is that the purple and gold of the small gourd? Do not know what is forbidden. Must be extraordinary. Reflecting the moonlight, he peeled open the gourd, took a look inside. It's dense and hazy, cloudy, vaguely see the big world. There's something inside, Zhao Yun muttered, holding look and look. To his experience, extremely difficult to understand what kind of magical power this has to be, in order to refine the Chen Kuan inside. Chapter 15, Arson. Under the moon, all is silent. Restless such as Zhao Yun, also plopped down, concentrate on refining the body, again and again to exercise the body. Look at its bones, has been flooded with points of gold. Vajra is not broken, and all laws are inviolable. He was heading in this direction, and he had to thank the moon god for pointing him in this direction. Suddenly, Zhao Yun opened his eyes for an instant, tilting his head slightly, glancing diagonally upwards, his eyes swinging from side to side, simply because there was someone on the roof of the house, and, having descended from the eaves of the house, had landed in the small courtyard. Someone really can't sleep in the middle of the night. Through the window, a black shadow, dressed in night clothes, sneaky, looking left and right in the courtyard, and finally, to the soldier's store. Finally, he threw 2 black iron eggs into the soldier's shop. When he looked, the man in black has been on the roof, scurried into the street, a set of movements, not the usual skillful, a look will know off and dry, and then the soldier's store caught fire. Needless to say, it was the black-clothed man who did it, and the 2 iron eggs that were thrown out earlier were specially manufactured objects that could instantly ignite a large fire. Interesting. Zhao Yun laughed coldly and carried the long yuan sword, got up and broke the window, going straight after the man in black. You set fire to my house and you still want to leave? Before leaving, he used 3 stones, knocked the old son head of their room. Cannot sleep again, numb up to put out the fire. It's on fire. He had just left the soldier's store, when he heard the shouts, and it was Yang Det and Wu Er, who had already seen the wolf smoke from the soldier's store. It was a quiet night, but the hissing of the 2 of them startled too many dreamers, and the noise filled the streets. Shut down in one foot and catch fire in the next? The Zhao family is unlucky enough these days. Zhao Yun is really a mourner? There were also a lot of comments, pointing, most of the people watching the show. The middle of the night there is actually a good show. One fire, that's enough. Far away on the eaves of the house, the man in black has not gone, looking at the blazing flames, revealing a playful smile. That is he directing the big show. Beautiful. Having seen it, he turned and descended to the eaves. Buzz. In the midst of the darkness, there was another buzzing sound, and a sword came from God knows where, slamming straight into his head, with a dragon's roar in the oncoming wind. Pust. The bloodlight under the starlight was extremely blinding. Black man in blood. Unexpectedly, someone sneaked up on him, and although he avoided the vitals of the head, he was still hit. The one who struck out was Zhao Yun. The fire setter ran fast, and his legs and feet were numb, and the wind god's steps were already primed for the door. Who? The man in black shouted angrily, his body staggering, wretched enough to take a sword blow, his left shoulder exploding and his entire left arm drooping. Not surprisingly, this hand is ruined. His howls of rage went unanswered. The four directions were dark, where there was a silhouette, but the sword he received was positively painful. This is embarrassing. Just set a fire. Turn your head and get Ed. Present karma comes too soon. Who? The man in black hissed again, his sword coming out of his sleeve. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, there was another buzzing sound that came from behind, the sound of a sword hitting the air. Still Zhao Yun, from the ground to kill out, hand holding the long yuan sword, has Ling Tian split down. Pust. Just turned around the man in black, and solidly received a sword. Just the left arm. Now is the right arm. Blood flowing down the arm. Well, this is symmetrical. It's not over yet. Without waiting for him to stand still, Zhao Yun arrived with a Weilong palm. There was still lightning lingering between his palm and fingers. The power was fierce and overbearing. Pust. The third time the bloodlight was the most piercing. There was that mouthful of old blood that sprayed a foot 3 feet high. Now the whole world was quiet. The man in black knelt, taking a sword to each of his left and right arm blades. Both arms were ruined, and the slap to his chest was sour enough to break his sternum. Injuries are secondary. The main thing is to hold back. Damn. From beginning to end did not see who is this brother, so unfamiliar. Zhao Yun smiled and finally stepped out from the darkness. At those words, the man in black sprayed blood again. Your grandma, when you go out to war, do you always cripple people before saying the opening words? Unfortunately, Zhao Yun was also masked and couldn't even see who was coming. Those who are as resistant to beatings as old brother are really rare. Zhao Yun sighed. The words are not false. Received a Weilong palm, plus 2 dragon abyss swords, which are not dead. The realm of true spirit realm. The black-clothed man is definitely one of the more outstanding. If it is the general true spirit realm, a sword smashed over. Not many can stand still, thanks to the other side of the carelessness, but also thanks to his recluse art evening. Really want to front hard steel. He is most likely not the black opponent. The man in black didn't say anything. He only stared at Zhao Yun in death. This person who appeared out of nowhere was too weird. He was clearly in the condensed yuan realm, but he crippled him, the true spirit realm. There is also the previous method of entering the ground. It should be the legendary recluse technique. This kind of secret method has long been lost. If not, he would not have been caught off guard by the dry. Come on, let me see what kind of talent you are. Zhao Yun put his fingers together and scratched out a true essence, opening up the black cloth covering the black-clothed man's face, revealing a pale face of the sinister and cunning kind. This is not important. The important thing is that this person he recognized, belonging to the Lu family's military store. His name is Old Sword. To this day, he didn't really understand why the Old Sword, named Old Sword, used a sword, or a slender and black sword. Can't wait for this? Zhao Yun sighs. The moment he recognizes the old knife, he already has an insight into the conspiracy. It must be sent by Lu Songhai. It's just to mess up, for the Lu family to acquire the Zhao family's soldiers' store. To do foreplay. Ping Shuwei meets each other. There is no grievance or hatred. Why attack me? The Old Sword coldly grunted, stumbled back until he retreated to the corner of the wall. Severely injured, both arms were abolished. A short period of time similar to the invalid, condensed yuan realm can also destroy him. Just went to my house and set it on fire. How can there be no injustice? Zhao Yun smiled, and as his words fell, the black cloth that covered his face fluttered down, revealing the slightly clean face. You, Zhao Yun? The old blade's eyes stared, looking incredulous, having tried to think of too many people. The only one he hadn't thought of was the Zhao family's wasteful young master. Isn't this a broken vein? Can cultivate again? And it took him down. Surprised? Zhao Yun brought his sword forward and laughed at the old blade. So it's Aunt Willow, my eyes. The old knife laughed, but the skin smiled, really underestimated the Zhao family's wasted young master. The dark and windy night of the moon gave him such a big surprise. It's good to have a long eye. Zhao Yun smiled and had raised his long yuan sword. You're going to kill me? The old sword suddenly changed color, knowing too well the power of Zhao Yun's sword, smashing in his head. Even if he was in the true spirit realm, he would be killed just the same. Don't kill, keep it for New Year's? Zhao Yun said lightly, and his sword fell with him. Pust, bloodlight burst out. The old knife died on the spot. To death with depression. Too damn suffocating. The fire was set, and the price was too steep. Without changing his face, Zhao Yun collected the old knife's belongings and later took the body transformer and destroyed the body. Only after doing so did he turn and disappear. Re-emerging, it was Main Street. Soldier's store gathered a lot of people, but the fire has been extinguished. The loss of the damage is there. Nice work, Willow family. Zhao Yun glanced sideways, glancing at the south, which was the direction of the Lu family's soldier store, and seemed to be able to look through the darkness and see that one ugly face. It's not polite to come and go. Zhao Yun closed his eyes and walked towards the Zhao family's soldier store. Don't be anxious, wait for the soldier's store to open. Wait for me to stabilize the position. I also go to your home to turn around, to my home to set fire to your family. You Lu family, also have to bleed a little bit. This kind of like to come to the dark side. Play with it not to die you. All the way back, Zhao Yun carried out his ledger and liquidated the Lu family's properties in the forgotten ancient city. In the future, it's all going to be shopped one by one. What a soldier store. What a restaurant. What a money bank. Can take it, take not go. All the damn give you smashed. Chapter 16. The Zhao family's soldier store, lit up by candlelight. The theatergoers had dispersed, chirping before they left with nothing more than sneers and jeers. In the store, four figures were busy. They are Zhao Yun, Lao Sun, Yan De, Wu Er. A fire, resulting in damage to the military store. That has to be repaired. And still open at dawn? Why is there a fire in good time? It's man-made. I've found firebomb fragments. It's so underhanded. Yang De and Wu Er were both filled with righteous indignation and curses, thanks to the timely rescue. Otherwise, the entire soldier store would have been burned to ashes. Luckily the damage is not too great. Old Sun Leader thought to himself. The pawn store was damaged, but the weapons are still there. This is their capital. As he said that, he stole a glance at Zhao Yun. The young master was truly calm, as if nothing had happened. To the tavern first? No, go to the money changer first. There's plenty of silver. Dependable. Zhao Yun cleaned up while muttering. The mouth of the restaurant and money bank. Since the Lu family, to be slowed down, is to go shopping. Setting fire to my Zhao family? Then, for you, the Lu family, bloodletting. The night, quietly dispersed. Early in the morning, before dawn, the sound of firecrackers was heard, resounding through the noisy street. The Zhao family soldier shop, open for business. From afar, you can see the red silk hanging on the facade, and even the stone lions on both sides are hung with red silk clusters. Still open? Street people raised eyebrows, many stopping by. Last night was just burned by the fire. How also open Lu? I'm afraid Zhao Yun is out of his mind. That's not true. Zhao Yun is wasted, but he's not stupid. He's someone who has been a young lord. The words are like this, but opened. It seems that there is no difference. Not that I disparage the Zhao family. It is his family's weapons. Is really not. As far as weapons go, it's still the Ryu family's. A number of figures gathered, talking quite a bit, piling up in front of the soldier's store and pointing, most of them tucking their hands in, and, in a grand theatrical gesture, newly minted weapons. Yells have risen. Nai Wu Er that goods, is carrying a gong, is playing life to beat. Don't miss it when you walk by. Yang Da's voice, also extraordinarily loud, also carrying a gong, knocking that rhythm. Zhao Yun was there. The head of the soldier store is responsible for holding up the facade and for calming the scene. Blink blink blink. There were loud shouts that suddenly rang out. It is two little boys. These two goods, not the general arrogance, peeled off the bustling silhouette, hard open a road. Its back is the main event. The visitor, an old man. This goods forced more full, backward hand. Eyes do not look askance. Do not know. Thought it is which mountain cranny ran out of the hermit? Wang Da. When Zhao Yun saw it, he recognized it at a glance. It was the steward of the Lu family's military store, an old fox. He wasn't surprised when the Lu family came. Business has its own rules. Store opening, other peers, more or less will send to mean, or pack a few taels of silver, or buy the first piece of weaponry, is to support the scene. These are unwritten rules of the trade. 1. To show generosity, 2nd, to play the name, and 3rd, well, harmony makes money. Competition is competition. Some of the stage still have to go. In Zhao Yun's opinion, the fact that there were visitors from the Lu family was not a show of support, but rather, they had come to smash the scene. Greetings, Auntie. Wang De fixed body, a long way from the arch-hand, skin smile, not smile, do since the scene work, mouth although called Ant Master, but he looked at Zhao Yun's eyes, it is difficult to hide the contempt. Have a heart, Zhao Yun said lightly, without much of an expression. Since we're here, let's spar with our weapons. I don't know which one of them, shouted out, watching the fun, it was a real no-brainer. Spell it out. Someone led the head, since some people coaxing, at least is the opening of the soldier's store. No dragon and lion dance, if a unique drama, is also good, whether it is the Lu family to suffer, or the Zhao family disgrace, will be very eye-catching, watch the drama, they do not matter. And what does the ant mean? Wang De laughed, smiled rather playful, come here is to smash the scene. Someone uproar, then still waiting for what? Smashed after we left. If you do not dare, you may stop. The two Lu family boys, glancing at Zhao Yun, being subordinates, were even more arrogant than their masters. Spell it. Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders and spoke rather casually. Clank. When Zhao Yun's words fell, he saw Wang De draw his sword, and the moment the sword came out of its sheath, the clanging sound was quite piercing. It is a silver sword. Sword light. See the street people a burst of eyes. Lu family's people are not good, but this weapon, absolutely forget the ancient city of one of the best. People have arrogant capital. Its name is Frost Sword. Wang De said, and afterward, he added leisurely, it is the most inferior sword in my Lu family's weapon store. The most inferior sword. At this point, the corner of the street people's mouths tugged. You're so on point with this pussy. Imagine if one could win with even the most inferior of swords. Then the blow to the Zhao family's military store would undoubtedly have a bludgeoning bonus. This is a really high move. Xiao Wu, go pick the least expensive one, lest the neighbors say we're bullies. Zhao Yun yawned. Got it. Wu Er put down the gong and slipped inside. When he came out again, he was holding a sword, all black, similar in length to the one held by the boy, and both were lightweight swords. This sword doesn't sell very well. The watchers strike off. How can I put it? At first glance, I thought it was a burning stick, the thieving black kind. Wang De glanced at it and almost laughed. The selling face was so ugly. The Zhao family really had the good sense to take it out, and in his opinion, it was really unchallenging. This sword, name Wu Yue. The old Sun leader stepped forward and took the sword from Wu Er's hand, and it was clear that it was up to him to spell the sword. Brother Wang, please. Old Sun leader stood still, carrying his sword. Rubbish. Wang De did not hide his words and swung his sword to chop. Clank. Old Sun too did not fall behind and raised his sword with it. No matter who it is, no one will move their true essence. Sword fight. It's simple. See whose is harder and sharper, and you'll know on the spot. Clang. Clang. Under the public's attention, the two swords collided, both with metal clanging sounds and sparks. The old granddaddy took a step back. The same goes for Wang De. Look at the Zhao family's Wu Yue sword. It's intact. Look at the Lu family's Frost sword, but it's broken with an opening. That's right, an opening. The crowd was watching. The fragments of the Frost sword had crumbled out, landing with a rather crisp sound. The people in the street were stunned, sure that they hadn't read it wrong. The winner was already out. The Lu family's Frost sword, defeated by the Wu Yue sword, cut out an opening. Expected. Zhao Yun carried the wine pot, did not even look at it. The Frost sword is not weak, but it is not the most refined. His Wu Yue sword, although the sale is not very good, but there is no impurity, it is the most refined. It's impossible. Wang De stunned rode, only to react, incredibly looking at the hands of the sword. To this moment, still clanging and moving, the openings on it, although it is not big, but extremely piercing. This sword, by no means belongs to your Zhao family. It must have been borrowed from another place as a cover. Lu family boy drink, but is not stupid, and not without this possibility, looking for the sword to support the scene. In that case, go in and choose at random. Zhao Yun's words were as casual as ever. Wang De let out a cold snort, but also real enough, really went in, would like to see what is famous. For a long time, he was not seen coming out, and then out, has been a gray head and face, but also in the military store when the police, since it is a countless number of readings, since I can see the Zhao family weapons in the military store, each of the extraordinary goods, but also really, previously Wu Er take Wu Yu sword, is the most inferior one. He can't even fight with the Frost sword, not to mention the others, and he's bound to lose if he fights hard. Unexpected, really unexpected. I thought it was a complete victory. God knows where the Zhao family, where so many good weapons. No choice? Old Sun Guan tucked his hand and glanced at Wang De. Where is that awesome energy from just now? We really can't find a lesser one. Wu Er said honestly. Why don't I go find a burning stick? Yanda also amused, speaking in a serious manner. Say what? The street people raised their eyebrows. This old and young three people, like singing a duet, a word after a word, thieves with energy. Zhao Yun did not look at it, raised his head and poured a mouthful of wine. Spell witch, then we'll fight. I didn't bring out the dragon abyss sword, so I'm giving you face. Go. Wang De flung his robe, and then turned around, gray, before coming to the forceful. Now, but the old face is iron. Smashing the scene is not very professional. The face is lost to the grandmother's house. That's gone? The street people were unsure and proceeded to spell witch. 50 taels apiece, 20% off the entire site. The old Sun leader opened his mouth and smiled. Words fall. We'll see a black-robed middle-aged, lifted his feet into the Zhao family soldier's store, is a vision of the generation. Wang De Grey posture, but also the best proof. Then even dare not compare. The weapons in the soldier's store should be how strong. He is not the only one with a keen eye, and in 3 moments, more than a dozen people have entered the soldier's store. Into the eyes, we'll see a wide range of weapons, full of shelves. 18 kinds of weapons have everything, and many of them are still flooded with light, but also really, any one of them is the top grade in the top grade. Good knife. 40 taels. I'll take this sword. This gun. I like it very much. For a while, the soldier's store was full of people and shadows. All of them were not cuties, and all could tell the good from the bad. Word got out and more people came running. The bustling street became even more lively, and the Zhao family soldier store was where the silhouettes gathered. Young master, the soldier store is holding. The old Sun leader collected the money while whispering. Looking at his demeanor, he was quite young. May grandpa be in heaven. Zhao Yun laughed. His eyes flashed, not only to protect the soldier's store, but also to protect the Zhao family. The shame suffered. Must be 100 times to get back. How could it be? Lu family soldier's store. Lu Songhai's face witch. It's no longer a face. I thought I could humiliate the Zhao family, but who would have thought that I would smash my own house? Fighting with swords. His Lu family actually lost. This matter, if spread back to the family, will inevitably be criticized. The Lu family has never lost people. A room full of good weapons. Wang De whispered. Do not look at Lu Songhai low cultivation, but this goods, ruthless it? Is it hard to believe that there is a refiner? At his side, someone cautioned. Where's the old knife? Lu Songhai said. Last night sent to set the fire. So far have not seen its return. He lost? No one has been heard from so far. Find it for me. Lu Songhai was enraged. And the Zhao family's soldier store. Give me a hard look. Chapter 17, Business is booming. What? The Lu family spelled sword and lost? Early in the morning, the forgotten ancient city was quite busy. This bustle, due to that sword fight, added another dash of hustle and bustle, and the whole street was talking about it. Really fake. I have seen it with my own eyes. How can it be false? Is this so hanging? There was quite a lot of chatter, rising and falling, mainly because of the crowds, and the tea stalls and wine shops were chatting. Quickly, the Willow family Bing shop is open. Amidst the chatter, a shout rang out. However, in the past, the scene of a surge of people, but today did not play, and no one looting. Where is everybody? Where did they all go? Obviously, all run Zhao family soldier's store. The same are good weapons. Zhao family's also cheaper, and higher grade. Little cute, only here to buy. Each bull like the god of heaven. If you don't buy it today, it will be gone tomorrow. On this, the Lu family soldier's store boys, but also each high and mighty, howling quite loud. Buy your sister. He, 2A. The response of the martial arts cultivators, very bone. The voice is also very high. Early damn want to open cursing, spelling sword defeat, but also set a stink face. No one is used to you. That's right. There was no way to run to the Lu family to buy weapons in the past. The good weapons were all monopolized by his family. It's different nowadays. There are other options. Good attitudes, good weapons. Little cuties. It's only then that you'll go to the Ryu family. Well, a wolf howl didn't pull anyone in, but it caused a flurry of curses, which was really embarrassing. The picture, somewhat ironically, the same military store, the Lu family no one asked, but the Zhao family military store is like a tide of people. A stark contrast. Good. Very good. In the attic, Lu Songhai gritted his teeth. Not to mention losing people, even his business was taken away. 20% off. 20% off the entire site. In front of the Zhao family soldier's store, Wu Er also carries a gong. Howling that is allowed. No need for him to shout. The flow of people is uninterrupted. It's true. Compared to weekdays when no one cares, today's soldier store, business is good beyond words. In the store, Zhao Yun, the big boss, has a model, and collects money, then it is good. And there is a lot of silver. Prepare how to make a move. Zhao Yun thought to himself, the business was taken away, and on the Lu family's side, they couldn't sit still. Wait for it. Within 3 days, something will go wrong. For example, selling all weapons at a reduced price as a way to do vicious competition, often done between peers. In addition, there must be more ruthless. For example, his family's weapons, a breath of all bought, so as to do monopoly, to the Lu family's financial strength, completely can do, just do not know. Lu Songhai have that courage. After all, the expenditure is not generally large, not a few hundred taels, that simple. So, he had to plan ahead. Tonight, isn't it time to go out and slink around? Zhao Yun rubbed his chin. The Lu family's pharmacy has so many materials, the Lu family's money bank has so much silver that it would get moldy if it was put away. Young Master Zhao? As he was thinking, a bearded man stood in front of the counter and was looking at him with a smile. Zhao Yun collected his thoughts. He recognized this big man. That day had bought weapons at the Lu family. Remembered that it was a ghost head large knife. He also borrowed to see the knife. Could it be cheaper? Bearded big man laughed, pointed to the arms of the big knife. Is just selected from the Zhao family soldier store? On the rank, absolutely higher than his knife. So Lu, I want to change a better one. Didn't bring enough money? Zhao Yun laughed. Didn't really bring enough. The big man looked embarrassed. That day he had dumped his family's money to buy a sword at the Lu family's military store. Where else would he have money? May take your weapon in exchange. Zhao Yun smiled. It was time to be so whole, as such, to come with ready-made weapons. When he was done, he would take it back and quench it, and then he could take it out and sell it again, thus saving both time and effort. Just waiting for that, the bearded man laughed, and set his own ghost head knife, with a clang, on the counter. Add 10 taels for this knife, my family's knife, and you may take it. Zhao Yun estimated the price. I bought this for 50 taels. The bearded man grinned. A knife is different from a sword. Zhao Yun laughed, opened the lol mode. In business, can earn more, never less earn. In that case, I'll come back another time. The bearded man coughed dryly, turned around and left. Is really no money. 10 taels is indeed not a small amount. Tomorrow, it's 52. Zhao Yun got up and stretched. Don't. The big man who had gone away, turned back. No money. Then another method. Zhao Yun hooked his hand, signaling the big man to come closer. I want ready-made weapons, no matter what kind of grade, as many as I can get. Not for nothing, pay for them. Your family sells weapons. Why are you still buying weapons? The big man scratched his head, a little turned around. Just say there isn't. Yes, in that case, your sword stays. My family's sword, take it away. No extra money. Zhao Yun waved his hand. When you find weapons, send them here, more is better. Aren't you afraid I'll run away? The big man took his sword numbly, fearing that Zhao Yun would back out. There's money to be made, and you're willing to run? Zhao Yun casually carried the wine jug. Got it. The big man smiled, holding the knife away, and now and then also ha a breath, and then wipe it with the sleeve, the same as the knife. Indeed there is a difference. Compared to the Lu families, this knife is more domineering. Find the weapon. The big man's legs and feet are numb, looking for a place to acquire weapons. The young master of the Zhao family said, regardless of the quality, as much as you can get, and not for nothing. That, and being able to get rich. How much did you collect? And then add some money to sell it to Zhao Yun to make a difference. Dependable. Stop it. I make more than you. In front of the counter, Zhao Yun will be ghostly. Ready-made weapons, quenching. The price is exponentially doubled. Doing business, he has the brains. Collect ready-made weapons. This rule, soon put on the surface, commonly known as the Wild Road. You have to find people to help him acquire weapons, but do not underestimate these people. The road is wide. In the future, with the Lu family will be a protracted war. The source of goods, we need a guarantee. I thought it would be more appropriate for you to be a merchant, rather than a martial arts practitioner, don't you think? Luna woke up from her nap and glanced at Zhao Yun. No money, where to buy cultivation resources? Zhao Yun laughed. To do businessman, he is not interested. Silver, it is a good thing to meet the baby. No money to buy is not embarrassing. Nothing wrong with it. The moon god did not speak. The demeanor represents everything. Just say it. The person who has been a young master, his brain is still very good. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. The main thing is the cultivation resources. The martial arts cultivation are all lacking. Zhao Yun had gotten up and returned to the small garden. Soldier store opened. Has been counted to stand firm. He the shopkeeper. Go through the motions. It should find a place to practice. To shake the Lu family, this is far from enough. Strength is the king's way. Click it. Click it. Another refining of the body. The sound of bones colliding. Unceasing. And now, adapted to the pain. Boo. Near the end of the night, this sound rang out, and the fifth level of condensed yuan broke into the sixth level in a strong manner. Well, in that instant, he let out a sharp, muffled grunt, only to feel a stabbing pain in his head that hurt his skull. In a trance, he seemed to look at a back, blurred, as if it was more distant than a dream. That's interesting. The moon god rested her cheek with one hand and muttered to herself. She was in Zhao Yun's consciousness. What Zhao Yun could look at, she could look at since. Unfortunately, what she looked at was only a blurry moment, and that back was, indeed, ancient enough. What's going on here? Zhao Yun muttered, having returned to normal. That moment of intense pain made it seem as if he had walked to the edge of the ghost gate. The pain was even worse than refining his body. Helpless, he looked to the moon god. Tonight, the sky is beautiful. The moon god has a long word and only looks at the pale indistinct. Well, it's pretty good. Zhao Yun raised his eyes and glanced at the sky, then got up and carried out his night clothes. It's a dark and windy night, so you have to do something. For example, a trip to the Willow family chambers for a sneak peek. Chapter 18, Stealing Money. Reflecting the moonlight, Zhao Yun went out of his room, carrying a bag containing his night clothes in his hand. Small garden. There is no silhouette, or rather, the old Sun leader, Yang De and Wu Er, are still in the soldier's store, separated by a long distance. Can hear the sound of the plan plate? Obviously. Is the old Sun leader in the calculation? Today's business is booming. God knows how many weapons sold, but also God knows how many weapons received. The accounts that have to be counted. Young master, seeing Zhao Yun, the old Sun leader was busy getting up in a panic. How much is credited? Zhao Yun asked with a smile. Quite a large number. Old Sun too handed the ledger to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun took it. Wide-eyed sweep. Yo-ho, this number, indeed eye-catching, out and into the foot more than 5,000 taels. In the past 3 years of the soldier's store may not have so much. Young master, point. Old Sun leader held out a wooden box, stuffed to the brim with silver and silver bills. It's good that grandpa cleared it. Zhao Yun laughed, took 3 pieces of yuan bao. Present, 1 piece, everyone has a share. Thank you young master, he. Go to bed early, I'm going out. Zhao Yun said and left the room. The moon is, indeed, dark tonight. He scurried into the street, and when he came out again, he was already dressed in black, with a black cloth covering his face. The streets are not deserted at night, and there are always 1 or 2 drunkards, carrying jugs of wine, walking and staggering, and now and then howling, and, afterward, provoking a volley of abuse. Zhao Yun passed like a ghost, like the wind. He just settled, hiding in a foot of the wall. Secretly look at the opposite side. The opposite side is an attic. The atmosphere is magnificent. The facade is enough to bluff. The plaque on the 2 words of the money shop is particularly eye-catching. That is, the Lu family's money bank in Forgotten Ancient is 100 years old. The safety is guaranteed. Now, and the relationship with the heavenly sect, since adding a layer of insurance, business than back then, it should be exponential. No one at all know how much silver and treasure inside. Suddenly, Zhao Yun disappeared into the ground, had already stepped on the spot. The direction and location are precise. From the underground sneak into the money changer. The money shop is quite large. In addition to the front of the attic, the back is also a small garden. Can be called a separate garden. It's a money changer. It's heavily guarded. Looking upwards, the patrolling guards with swords, crisscrossing the area. If you want to force your way in, you have to be prepared to be exterminated. The Xianyang realm doesn't even dare to come in hard. Naturally, this is only on the surface. God knows how many organs in the dark. One step is not good. Will certainly hit the grass to scare the snake. In the protection of this piece, his Lu family is still very professional. Sure, Zhao Yun called out in a small voice. 2 Xianyang realms. One is in the southeast loft and one in the northwest elegant room, both sleeping peacefully. Moon god lazily lying on top of the moon, said quite casually, if not for her this divine helper, give Zhao Yun 10 guts, but also do not dare to run this to find stimulation. Recluse art is arcane, but also is not cover the door. There is true essence fluctuations, even in the ground. Xianyang realm can be captured as well. There are 100 ways to force you out of the way. Where's the silver? Zhao Yun looked at the 4 directions and asked again. The dungeon. The moon god answered questions, yawned, and casually raised his hand to show Zhao Yun the way. Wouldn't have wanted to get involved in this. However, to be a thief to steal things, she still has some interest. She is as big as Zhao Yun, also restless, often stealing, where there is a treasure. She knows. Got it. Zhao Yun would understand and carefully sneak around. The 2 work well together. The moon god is responsible for guiding and Zhao Yun is responsible for stealing in. And thanks to her secret guidance. Otherwise, Zhao Yun would have already touched a lot of organs. It doesn't take long to get to the dungeon, said the palace. In fact, is not accurate. Called it more accurate room, is not large, but tightly guarded. There is a stone door blocking the way. In front of the stone door, a left and a right, but also pestle too with a knife guards. It is sleepy, are resting there to snooze. For these two goods, Zhao Yun is not interested. He is interested in the underground palace. The money bank's silver must exist inside. He would like to use the recluse to go in, but the underground palace is cast by special stone. The defense is the recluse. This is embarrassing. Put down 2 guards. Cannot enter the underground palace. Need a special key to open. And that key must be in the hands of the 2 Xianyang realm. And, more or less, each holding half. Lack of a cannot be. Want a force to blast open the stone door? To his Taoist line is still far from the Xianyang realm may not be blasted open. He had to say that he had underestimated the Lu family. This 100-year-old family was really something. Buzz, as he was at a loss. In his mind, there was an additional piece of golden letters arranged into a secret law. Through the wall. Zhao Yun eyes snow bright. As the name suggests, is the secret art of crossing the wall, and that the same as the recluse, also belongs to the Chi Man Dunjia, listening to the grandfather said, has been a kind of lost secret art. You're a living treasure. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed, and had already closed his eyes to the spell of the wall penetrating technique. Talent, still amazing. Of this, Luna knew long ago, and precisely because she knew, it was not at all too late to pass it on now. Come on, get some sleep. Zhao Yun touched out an emerald jade vial and gently pulled the vial stopper. There was a wisp of ghostly mist that floated out from within, emitting a charming aroma. It's the ecstasy. The 2 guards, who were already dozing, both fell askew and sank into sleep in unison. Through the wall. Zhao Yun scolded in his heart and cast through walls. And after that, it was awkward. He only half of the body across the past. The remaining half, still outside. The whole stuck there. Such as that day to learn the art of recluse. The first time to perform. There will always be bull asterisk 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 things. It's anticlimactic enough. Moon god size, more than a dozen instantaneous less than, will be able to realize to such a point. Zhao Yun's talent. Let her have enough shock. Think of her at this age, with a full half an hour. Therefore, you can't underestimate the mortal world. There are also demons. Zhao Yun is an excellent example. Stop it. Zhao Yun dryly laughed. Go in on going in, on the outside. Stuck here is too much. At the moment, if the 2 guards wake up, the end is not very good. Not death is strange. Through the wall. With another cold shout, he forced his way across. Wow! Into the eye, is a golden piece, filled with large wooden boxes, loaded with yuan treasure, silver cakes, gold bricks, jade, jadeite, about to estimate, there must be 100,000 taels. In addition, there is also a small wooden box, put the silver, house deeds, land deeds, how else can you say it's a money changer? That's a vault. So much money, can you spend it all? Zhao Yun sked, hands did not idle, has carried out a sack, not loaded silver, but loaded silver tickets, mainly lightweight, and does not take up space, but also easy to carry. As for the gold bricks and treasures, cannot be loaded much. After taking the silver check, it is the deed of the house and the deed of the land, which are mostly mortgaged by other people to exchange for money, such as these. If you get to the black market, there are people to buy. As for who buy, and to whom in the hands, he does not care. Some of these things, once into the black market, the government cannot check. This gold brick, it's beautiful. This goods is quite dedicated. The sack is not small, sweeping the silver bills, land deeds and house deeds, but also can hold a lot. The gold bricks are a piece to the inside. How to say, carrying 500 pounds of stone, he may not be able to run. If carrying 500 pounds of gold bricks, he can be from the south of the city, scurrying all the way to the north of the city, and, without taking a breath. Nice. The moon god's eyes glittered. Her hands were itching to run out and do the job, and if it was up to her, she would do it more skillfully and thoroughly than Zhao Yun. It's true, quite a pretty girl, this beautiful, but not much of a good boy at heart. Here, take a souvenir. On this side, Zhao Yun has stuffed the sack, took the seal of the lone wolf of the night, hailed the front, finished, and on the left wall, stamped a wolf-shaped graphic. The meaning is obvious, is to tell the Lu family, this vote, is the night walk lone wolf did. Anyway, the lone wolf is dead. Check cannot be found on him. To put it bluntly, it was a scapegoat. Wait, I'll pick you up on the next trip. Zhao Yun carried the sack, and before leaving, he did not forget to send a flying kiss to the room full of gold and silver treasures. Babies, love you. After saying that, he disappeared again with the wall-penetrating technique, sneaking under the ground and sneaking out of the money changer. And from beginning to end, no one noticed him. He was relieved when he was out of the ground. This trip, is in front of the ghost gate slipped? Any place there is a mistake, may be detected. What an earth escape technique. What a wind god step, in the eyes of the Xianyang realm, are not enough to see. In the end, or his cultivation is too low, the absolute suppression of the realm. anything is not good. Step up and do it again. Zhao Yun looked at the sky and turned around to disappear. When I returned to the soldier's store, it was already late at night. He disappeared from the ground. As for the treasure, it was hidden underneath a new sack carried out. The money bank, so much gold and silver treasure. It will be moldy. I'll give it to move out. Once again, he jumped out of the soldier's bunk. Coincidentally, saw a black shadow from the opposite side of the pawnshop scurried out. The speed is not slow. He looked. The black shadow has scurried up to the eaves. Peer. Zhao Yun did not think too much. Caught up with the black shadow. If other stores, it would be fine. The problem is, that pawnshop is his Zhao family's property. If he loses the treasure, but the Zhao family's loss, the same eaves of the house, he leapt up, reflecting the dim moonlight, with a number of residual shadows behind him, and his realization of the wind god steps had gained true meaning again. The man in black did not notice, disappeared a long way, before settling under an arched bridge, took the stolen treasure, but also quite a lot, mostly jewelry. Meat wasn't split in half. Zhao Yun arrived. Since the darkness out, the hand also carries the long yuan sword. The other side is also only condensed yuan peak. No need to sneak attack. Even if the sixth weight of the front of the hard steel, the same can be given to the ash. You, Zhao Yun? The black-clothed man saw it, could not help but be stunned. Self-recognized Zhao Yun. That goods, but forget the ancient city of celebrities. He could not believe that was followed by Zhao Yun all the way. He was actually unaware of. So, there is only one explanation. Zhao Yun has been connected to the spiritual vein, and became a martial arts cultivator again. The ridiculous thing was that the entire forgotten ancient was still unaware of this, and all still thought that he was a scrapper. Zhao Yun was silent and pressed on with his steps. The man in black couldn't help but retreat. He is a thief, since he is weak. After all, the theft is the Zhao family pawnshop, but also by the young master of the Zhao family, caught a square. At the moment, it's obvious that they're going to kill someone and get away with it. A thief runs into a robber. So you're saying it's new? Which one? Zhao Yun said lightly, his pace not decreasing. This is the purpose of his chase over? Want to see in addition to the Lu family, whether there are other ungrateful family. Find the target. In the future, in the cleaning up of the Lu family, will be liquidated together. The man in black snorted coldly and turned around to vanish. Chapter 19, Seeds of Creation. You, walk away? Zhao Yun abandoned the dragon abyss. Without weight, his feet stepped on the wind god steps, and his speed instantly increased to the extreme, like a gust of wind, and the residual shadows behind him were continuous. You, the man in black suddenly color change, want to escape, but it is too late. Only feel the ghost in front of the eyes flashed, not waiting to stand still. Zhao Yun palm has hit on his chest, do not know how many broken sternum, a mouthful of blood spraying wildly, all the way to the horizontal flip out, even with the black cloth to cover the face also followed by flying, revealing a very miserable white face. The Wang family. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly and he recognized it on the spot. Another family. Wang family heritage is not weak. In the forgotten ancient city, also counted on the second-class forces, the main focus on the business of medicinal herbs, and the Lu family relationship is quite good. Every silver shortage will go to the Lu family money bank with money. These, early Lu Ruyue said with him. Now, it's even stolen from the Zhao family, because of the wedding. Although the Zhao family has lost a lot of face, but not any of them can be taken at will. The man in black looked white, quite fearful, really underestimated Zhao Yun, must have hidden a lot of secrets, 9 realms of him, but was crippled by a palm. May there be last words, Zhao Yun said lightly, walking step by step, and casually pulling out his long yuan sword as he passed by, his demeanor expressionless and with a thick aura of fury. It's, young master sent me to steal it, it's none of my business. The man in black was lying on the ground, coughing up blood while using his hands to support his back, not waiting for Zhao Yun to interrogate him. He explained everything. It was really a bad luck of the year. The first time he stole a treasure, he bumped into Zhao Yun. Good Wang Yang, you have guts. Zhao Yun gave a faint cry. The so-called Wang Yang, since he was the young master of the Wang family, he who had also been a young master, how could he not recognize it? Pust, the dragon abyss sword fell, and blood light appeared. The man in black knelt, was killed on the spot, since the jewelry stolen from the pawnshop, since Zhao Yun took, after which it is the body scattered, destroyed. Only after doing this did Zhao Yun turn around, and went not to the Lu family money bank, but to the Wang family pharmacy. Against you, how dare you steal from my Zhao family? Over the arch bridge, he went south. Soon, a store came into view. Look at the facade. Enough broad. Wang family pharmacy for words, written or very bored. The reason why he came to Wang's pharmacy first this time is because his family's protection is far inferior to that of the Lu family's money bank, so it's not too late to steal this one and then go to the Lu family. Mainly, by the way, let's get some blood. A momentary recluse, diving right in. It was also true that the guards of the Wang family's medicine store were in a virtual state, or at least there was no Xianyang realm sitting on it. Moreover, there was no stone wall against earth evasion. And then out, he is carrying a sack, filled with herbs, each extraordinary, specializing in picking the good take. Go and give the print of a wolf-shaped pattern. This pot, but also have to be the back of the night lone wolf. In addition, it is a jade box, which is placed. It is particularly valuable herbs. Only so the jade box is sealed, hidden also the most secret. Through its cracks, you can smell the aroma of medicine. Refreshing. Carrying the treasure, he went back to the soldier store, hid the stolen herbs, and went out of the small garden again. What dedication! Luna sighs, and gets addicted to stealing. Over here, Zhao Yun had infiltrated the pawnshop, and had come not to steal or return the treasure, but to be in the black. The scene of the crime, also stamped with a wolf tattoo. It is to tell the officials, we, the Zhao family, have also lost our treasure, when it is to confuse the public. When he came back to the money changer, he turned his head and left, simply because, at the moment, the money changer was lit up by a bonfire. From afar, we can see a carriage. The carriage is a large wooden box, loaded with silver. It is someone running here to deposit money, and most of the black money of unknown origin, otherwise, would not choose to come in the middle of the night. This, are not important. The important thing is that the Lu family will open the vault of the underground palace. Once opened, will certainly be found stolen. At this juncture to go in and steal money, unless the brain into water, thanks to the abduction to the king's house. On the way back, Zhao Yun sighed with a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it really was a coincidence. Damn, not long, we'll hear the sound of angry shouts resounded from the Lu family's money bank. Really, as Zhao Yun expected, found stolen. The two Xianyang realm is resting there fuming it, looking at the wolf-shaped pattern. Instantly the lone wolf greeted hundreds of times. After the inventory, the two Xianyang realm almost fainted on the spot. Lost too much money. Silver does not count. Gold bricks do not count. Just say the silver tickets, house deeds and land deeds, is enough. This matter was so big that it alarmed the Lu family, and also alarmed Lu Tsangkong and a group of elders of the Lu family, and a fast horse, galloping through the streets. Zhao Yun hid in the soldier's store and looked out through the doorway and saw Lu Tsangkong for the first time since that night. Walked out a long way. Lu Tsangkong back to the eyes, always feel that there is a pair of eyes in the dark staring at him. Xianyang realm of perception is still good, but the matter of the money bank is big. He did not look deeply. There's no hurry, this is just the beginning. Zhao Yun sneered and turned around with it. Back to the room, he locked the door, took out from the Wang family pharmacy. The stolen jade box is reflecting the candle flame, turning over and over. The baby is stolen, but it won't open. Only therefore on the jade box, there was a secret pattern lock, with one ancient rune, each corresponding to a text, and only the Wang family could read it. To put it bluntly, you need an exclusive code book to unlock the secret pattern lock, and if you force it open, the thing sealed inside will definitely be damaged. Sure, read it or not. Need to see it? The moon god faintly said. A glance can see through the construction of the secret pattern lock. To what code book? This, she does know everything. Under her guidance, Zhao Yunjin unlocked it, and the moment he opened the jade box, light shone in all directions. However, what was sealed in the box was not herbs, but a string of rosary beads, which looked like Buddhist rosary beads, except that it was flooded with a medicinal fragrance. What a surprise to me. Looking at the rosary beads, the moon god's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, that is a treasure. The embarrassing thing is that, up to the previous moment, she had not even perceived, and only recognized it when she saw it with her own eyes, and also blamed her for being a crippled consciousness, and her perception was crippled, and her eyes were clumsy. How is it a rosary? Zhao Yun coughed dryly and carried the rosary up and down, expecting it to be a rare herb. It can be much more valuable than herbs. Yes? Zhao Yun's face changed that fast. The moon myth has just fallen. He took the rosary beads and took a breath, and did not forget to wipe it with his sleeve. Bottom end, third rosary, take it off. The moon god opened her mouth, speaking softly and delicately. Zhao Yun did as he was told, dismantled the bead, only a small thumbnail as big as that, into the ink green color. In the hand, there is a sense of warmth and coolness, and the ancient and simple meaning is extremely thick. It is a seed. Seeds? Zhao Yun raised eyebrows. 2 fingers flick rosary, put in front of the candle flame condensation look. Big eyes so a look at it. With other rosaries, There is no difference. This is the seed of the divine tree of creation. Yushin spoke leisurely. Plant it in your dantian, and when it takes root and sprouts, it will create infinite things. Zhao Yun listened to it, ton of dry mouth. With a god word, that's not the same. Listen to the tone of the moon god. We know that this seed is extraordinary. Even the god is so, that the legend of the creation of the tree must be heavenly level. Without much thought, he will be the seed of creation, sent into the dantian. Because of it, the dantian of the true essence, quite agitated, surging and rolling into a horrifying wave, and Zhao Yun just rested there staring at it, trying to see if this kind of seed would take root. This fortune, it's too heaven-defying, the moon god murmured. Zhao Yun's good luck is far beyond her expectations, such as him upholding great fortune. If cultivated, even if he is not sealed as a god in his years, he will definitely be a giant of the ages. Are you sure it's a seed? 500 years to take root, 500 years to sprout, 500 years to blossom, 500 years to bear fruit. Gulp! Zhao Yun sniffed and secretly swallowed his saliva. Just here 500 years, teasing me? Even if you are in the heavenly martial realm, you can't live for 500 years, not waiting for it to take root. I'll be in the ground. So, work hard to raise your realm. The moon god smiled. As long as the cultivation level is high enough, the lifespan will be long enough, in direct proportion. Don't you fool me. Zhao Yun closed his eyes and looked at his own dantian again. If he could omit 500 years, it would be soothing. The night, gradually deepening. But forget the ancient city, but not very calm. Lu family money shoplifting, and the loss of money is not the general more, has been reported to the government, is a house-to-house search. The noise is boisterous. After that, there is the Wang family, such as the Lu family. The Wang family is also the head of the family personally. Lu's herbs does not matter. Even the jade box are lost. Inside the rosary, non-general objects. After the Wang family, there is the Zhao family. However, without seeing Zhao Yuan, who was in seclusion, the pawnshop owner did not dare to alarm him. What's going on tonight? All three families have been stolen, and the lone wolf of the night is not too dedicated to steal three families in one night. The nerve! The street was noisy. People were woken up quite a lot, and those who didn't have their shoes on came out to see what was going on. Lone wolf had to give a thumbs up. Really bold. Messed with the Zhao family does not matter. Messed with the Wang family does not matter. Messed with the Willow family. That thing is big. The Willow family and the heavenly sect related, which if the heavenly sect's people recruited, the circle of a few thousand miles will be shaken. Over here, Zhao Yun has fallen asleep. For the first time in days, I slept like this. The next day, it was still light when I saw him waking up, stretching hard. That refreshed. Shower, I dreamed of you last night. And then what? I dreamt that you passed on a whole set of chimeras to me. So, let my dreams come true. Pass on the art of Chi Man Dun Jia to me. Good point. Luna didn't bowl asterisk and really brushed her hand off. However, this time, what was waved was not a golden light, but a golden ocean. The magic door in transported armor is a good idea. It encompasses more than one secret art, and the previous are just two of them. The whole set of secret arts, the collective transmission, is a piece of golden light convergence, but it is not gathered into an ocean. The scene was shocking enough. Looking at Zhao Yun again, he fainted on the spot, and his body was still convulsing, with blood spilling from the corners of his eyes, the corners of his mouth, and his ears and nostrils. It was also right, only that the amount of information was too much, far beyond his load. The complete Shimen Dunjia had not been learned, and his spirit had nearly collapsed. This is very good to understand. Pass a secret art, like scratching an itch. If you pass a whole set of secret arts, that is to carry a mallet towards the door of the brain smashed a bit. That feeling don't feel too good. The moon god was no less than a god. Understanding and knowing that Zhao Yun hadn't slept well, he helped him catch up on his sleep. You big man. Subconsciously, Zhao Yun was already cursing profusely, aching all over, certain that the moon god was doing it on purpose. Chapter 20, Forgetting the Ancient Black Market. Zhao Yun woke up again. The sky was already bright, his brain was buzzing, and he went down to the ground as if he had stepped on a sponge, staggering, and how to walk could not be stable. Only when he was awake did he look at the moon goddess, though was relaxed, reclining on the moon, one hand on her cheek, her eyes were closed. Is it really okay to be this naughty? Zhao Yun did not say anything, but that demeanor was a good indication of these words. With an extraordinarily dark face, today's Bing shop is still full of customers, and even without the 20% discount, it's still packed with people. His arrival had attracted the attention of the guests, and it seemed that since Zhao Yun had become the head of this soldier store, the quality of his family's weapons had skyrocketed. At this moment, looking at Zhao Yun's temperament and meaning again, extremely introverted, How to look at it is not like a waste of time. Guys, take your pick. Zhao Yun smiled. The scene was still to be said. Young Master Zhao, you're here. Just before he stood still, he saw a man running, and when he looked closely, it was the bearded man from yesterday, who had taken his sword and replaced it with the Zhao family's sword. Find the weapon? Quite a bit of searching. The big man pulled Zhao Yun and headed out. No need for him to say. Zhao Yun also saw the soldier's store outside the hitching of a carriage. The car is full of weapons, swords, guns, swords and halberds, low rank to high rank. What kind of all have? All his harvest this day. Early in the morning to Zhao Yun sent. Enough is not. The bearded man rubbed his hands together and laughed. Not enough, Zhao Yun said, casually. A silver ticket is to buy this car weapon money? A glance can be valued. Give the silver. Not much is not too little. The young master of the Zhao family is just open. Da Han smiling, busy panic take down, and did not haggle. All understand people. Some kind of price, own tacit understanding, but also exceeded his expectations. About a calculation, but also a net profit of 5-2. Just say it, is the way to get rich? I don't know your name yet, old brother. Zhao Yun laughed, casually carrying out the wine jug. Reckless, the big man grinned. Good name. The corner of Zhao Yun's mouth tugged. It's just a marker. In that case, keep looking for weapons, as many as you can. The Zhao family's prices are always fair. Got it. Reckless waved his hand and jumped onto the wagon, then raised his whip and proceeded to acquire the weapon. Over here, Yang De and Wu Er had already come out to help carry the weapons, wondering in their hearts what the young master was doing buying so many low-ranked weapons. Subsequently, a number of carriages came, each one loaded with weapons, all delivered to the Zhao family's military store, all knowing that profitable. The efficiency of the work is just high, all very progressive. Selling weapons to buy weapons. Interesting. The street people looked sideways, wondering what the routine was. Zhao Yun came to the rescue. Ready-made weapons, since the more the better. When he freed up, one by one quenching, and then carry out when they are top-quality weapons. Collected the weapons. Zhao Yun again sat on the counter, holding a ledger, looking at the style. In fact, privately in the sense of the wind god step, the talent is extremely high. Wherever you do not forget to participate in the understanding. Did you hear that the night-walking lone wolf committed another crime last night? And the Lu family's money bank, the Wang family's pharmacy, and the Zhao family's pawnshop, all lost their belongings. You just woke up? It's been rumored early. That one's got a lot of nerve, too. Guests quite a lot. The sound of discussion is also quite a lot. Choose weapons, but also piled up chirping, and sometimes, will raise his eyes to look at Zhao Yun. The Zhao family pawnshop is on the opposite side. The goods with nothing like a person. After all, it is the Zhao family industry. After all, you were once the Zhao family. The young master I don't know how they would look if they knew that the young master of the Zhao family was the lone wolf of the night, but they would be shocked. Keep an eye on the store. I'll go around. After the scene finished, Zhao Yun commanded. Then out of the soldier's store, looking for a small street, masked a black robe, straight to the black market in the south of the city. Certain things are to be sold as stolen goods, such as house deeds and land deeds. And the black market in the old city of forgetting is the best choice, and perhaps, a few treasures can be found back. Zhao family pawnshop and the Wang family pharmacy was stolen. I understand. The Lu family money bank was also stolen. That night-walking lone wolf, the ability is too big. Money bank is well protected. The organs are quite a lot. That goods is how to get in. Fly in? Why else would you call it a bandit? See, the bounty on him has been increased to 5,000 taels. Whoever catches him will be rich. At the tea stalls and wine shops, there was quite a lot of talk, mostly about the lone wolf of the night, to the point that the Zhao family's military store was suppressed. Zhao Yun was silent, listening all the way through, and now and then he did glance sideways, glancing at the walls of the street. Every time one passed a street, there would be notices, plastered all over the entire forgotten ancient city, all of which were wanted for the lone wolf of the night, and the bounty was extremely eye-catching. In addition, the street is not calm, more with a knife of the constable, one eyes like a torch. We're all staggering, and look at who are like thieves, walking all the way, questioning all the way. It is also right, the three big families exert pressure. It is not possible not to be attentive. The main thing is that the Lu family exerts pressure and throws too much money. Coupled with the relationship of the heavenly sect, even the city lord is afraid of 3 times. At the end of the street, when he passed by the Wang family store, Zhao Yun casually glanced that way, and as he expected, the store was temporarily closed. And the good medicinal materials and herbs were basically swept away. There is also the Lu family money bank, is the same, closed down. Do not know how many martial arts cultivation experts sent, poking around, lost so much money. Lu Tsungkom are pissed off, gave a death order, catch the night lone wolf. life and death. Zhao Yun sneer. This is only the beginning. Whether the Lu family or Wang family, not whole to bankruptcy is not finished. Especially the Lu family, will call his chicken and dogs. He wants the price of blood. While talking, he had already arrived at the black market in the south of the city. The so-called black market. The meaning is not difficult to understand. That is not to see the light of day. No matter what things can get the stolen goods, only its price will be cheaper than the market. Therefore, the black market here mixed fish and dragons. All the big family's forces, all have inserted. Even forget the ancient city of the city master, most likely also involved. But Zhao Yun knows that the people of this black market can be more than forgetting the ancient city. Most likely there are also foreign hidden families, each of which has a deep heritage. Without some background, it is difficult to get a foothold in the black market. Because of this, all unseen, once into the black market, will be like a stone sinking into the sea. This kind of thing, not to mention the big families, even the government cannot find out, and do not dare to check. Checking out the behemoth, absolutely cannot afford to mess with the kind. Zhao Yun walked all the way through, looking left and right. The black market is huge, nearly occupies the entire city south. Also stores are located, attic, both sides of the street, but also quite a lot of stalls, porcelain treasures and jade, weapons and herbs, secret antiques. Really sell. What are there? Looking at those store owners and stall owners, all of them are not ordinary people. An old man with a mouthful of yellow teeth could be a Xianyang realm martial arts cultivator. You can't judge a book by its cover. Here, it can be well confirmed. So depressing. Zhao Yun murmured softly. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the black market before, and this time when he came back, the feeling was still the same. Both are out of sight. It is both a mixed bag. Here compared to the outside, since more of an invisible fury, the people here casually take out maybe a knife tip licking blood character. Sure, is there a baby yet? Zhao Yun called out to the moon god. The moon god did not care. You think the baby is a cabbage? Zhao Yun coughed dryly and continued on his way. When he settled down again, he was in front of a store. Wealthy house. This is the name of this store? The facade is not big, and not very eye-catching, but this store, the origin is very mysterious. He also heard his father say, even if the lord of the city of forgetfulness of the ancient city to this, but also do not dare to make a fuss, the main backing of the big families. After taking a look, Zhao Yun raised his foot and stepped in. Kaiman Lu's treasurer is a late old man. Hair has been white, dressed in coarse linen, cannot see his kind, or obscure. He came in. The old man is holding the ancient book flipping through. Every move, all show the chi. Earthbound. The moon god spoke faintly, meaning to say, honestly, don't ing shelf here to find things. My first day out? Zhao Yun said, already looking around the store. The shelves were mostly old, iconic with a few objects, and still stained with dust. And yeah, it wasn't supposed to be selling goods. It was a wild goose chase to sell stolen goods, mainly to buy stuff. Finally, he only looked at the hemp-clothed old man, really calm and relaxed. Such an inconspicuous old man, but is actually a Dezong realm martial arts cultivator. Forget the ancient city black market, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Selling babies? The old man flipped through an ancient book while leisurely saying, not even bothering to look at Zhao Yun. The old man is direct. Zhao Yun, since it is also dry, took the deed to the house and land. There are more than a dozen. The old man glanced at it, his old eyes flickering with essence to this point. Before glancing at Zhao Yun, he had seen a lot of house deeds and land deeds since then, but the ones that Zhao Yun had taken were all lost from the Lu family money bank. That is not a secret. As early as last night, the Lu family had already made a clear list of the lost belongings, including the gold bricks, house deeds and land deeds, and that list, but anyone with some background is basically a handful. He has, since then, also, for example, the land deeds of the Zhou family in the north of the city were on this list, and amongst these land deeds that Zhao Yun was taking out at the moment, there was the Zhou families. Because of this, he was surprised and looked at the black-robed Zhao Yun in a different light. Is this the lone wolf of the night? This is not a small thing. Even he, the Earth Treasury realm to go to the Lu family money bank, cannot do without spooking the snake. This bastard can do it. This alone is worthy of the name of the thief, but also dare to run forget the black market of the ancient city to sell stolen goods. Bold, quite fat. Don't you know that the three great families, the government, and many martial arts practitioners are looking for you all over the world? However, this was just his personal guess, and it was uncertain if it was a lone wolf in the night. Maybe it is the black market people. The lone wolf ran to him to sell the stolen goods. He ran to him the second time to sell the stolen goods. Has turned 7 or 8 hands maybe. So running around, earning since the difference in price, but also for the sake of concealment. Extremely difficult to find out. This sort of thing is commonplace on the black market, but there is more, and the great one can be brought out together. The old man collected the eyes, and then flipped through the ancient books. The Lu family money bank lost the deed of the house deed. Can be more than these? How much he collected? There is a lot of money. As for Zhao Yun identity, he did not ask, just buy. As for who sells, it does not matter. This is also the black market. Unwritten rules. Zhao Yun hesitated for a split second and took them all out. The old man glanced at it and put up 5 fingers. No words were needed. Connoisseurs understood. Zhao Yun did not say anything. Waved a 8 gesture. Black market sale of stolen goods. Cannot be too black. After that, the two of them were like drinking and boxing. Neither of them talking, just resting there gesticulating. Deal. Only when the price was finalized did Zhao Yun nod his head. This was the first time he had opened his mouth since coming to Kaimanlu. The old man collected the deed to the house and the deed to the land, and whisked his hand a few silver bills, the number of which is not generally large. It's still true. Kaimanlu Gui is not simple. Backed by a big clan and a big power, there is a lot of silver. Zhao Yun collected the money and turned away. Interesting, the hemp-clothed old man murmured, looking at Zhao Yun's back eyes, quite deep. After so many years of doing black market business, it is this one that is doing great. Unfortunately, to the point that he did not see Zhao Yun's true face. The black robe that Zhao Yun wore is not a general robe. It should be a special silk thread woven. The earth-hidden realm cannot be seen through. He is also too lazy to see. Black market. No one gets to the bottom of it. Chapter 21 Purple Shin Iron. After leaving Kaimanlu, Zhao Yun did not leave. Masked in a black robe, he wandered around the black market. Honestly, he loved the atmosphere of the black market. There was such a sense of mystery. The people here, they don't talk much more, they just rest there and gesture. Naturally, there are also wailing people, mostly new recruits, do not know the rules of this place, inevitably be cleaned up. The next time to come back, one by one, will become very honest. Passing a ground stall, he settles in. The stalls were small and sold few things, but they were not mortal, or at least they were hard to see outside. Purple Shin Iron. What Zhao Yun was staring at was a piece of iron stone, a piece of shin iron, a good material for casting weapons. Its name, Purple Metaphysical Iron. But it wasn't purple, rather it was all over, all glowing with a strange purple light. Iron stones such as this one, which commanded a high price, could not be found, and he had never seen a second one. Build a sword. Barely enough, Zhao Yun was secretly calculating. His Dragon Abyss sword, which was not yet polished, at this stage, was only suitable for smashing people and refining the body, and was also too bulky and heavy, so it was really inconvenient if he fought with people. After all, he was of the wind attribute, and taking a heavy sword to a dry fight would make a big dent in his speed. In this way, if there is a light sword, it will complement each other, with this purple Shin Iron to cast, the most suitable, and then with the wind and thunder, will be able to create a strike of killing power. 1,000 taels. The owner of the stall spoke, a scruffy middle-aged man. When he spoke, he didn't even raise his head. He was holding a piece of jade, rubbing it vigorously, and now and then, he would also take a breath. That jade, also non-extraordinary, hanging on the body, can stabilize the mind. Rarely sold. 500 taels. Zhao Yun Light Road. Cut the price cut in half. His father taught him, really cannot add it. Deal. Unexpectedly, the scruffy middle-aged man was dry enough. Zhao Yun pulled the corner of his mouth. Grandma's, isn't that cutting it short? Over here. The scruffy middle-aged man had already searched for a piece of black cloth and had wrapped the purple Shin Iron. Pay up and go. Zhao Yun was also dry and didn't bother to haggle. This day, he was soaked in the black market. There are really a lot of good things. The price is also very eye-catching. He is also considered a small fortune, but to this black market, in fact, cannot buy a few treasures, until the night falls again. He left. The money, spent more than half of the stolen goods, in addition to the purple Shin Iron, but also bought the soaking body of the spiritual liquid, as well as quite a lot of short time to replenish the true essence of the spirit and spiritual power of the pills, all out of the necessary. Returning to the soldier's store again, Old Sun Tu and the others had already prepared a meal, with wine and meat, quite a sumptuous meal. Look at the small garden, it has been piled with weapons, all of them were bought and too many were acquired in one day. After the meal, he locked himself in his room again. The purple Shin Iron was taken out, followed by thunder and lightning, strands of which were like electric snakes, wrapping around the Shin Iron. The first step was since quenching, refining out the impurities in the Shin Iron stone, and only after that was refining the soldiers. The same as iron, purple Shin Iron and the sky outside the meteorite iron, far from a level, since it is not as hard as the meteorite iron, so, polishing is easier. On the first day, he cast the sword embryo. On the second day, The sword was opened for the sword. It was only on the third night that the sound of the sword was heard. The sword had been refined, pliable but hard, and the blade was sharp enough to glow with a purple light all over. To give you the name, Purple Sky. Zhao Yun laughed, and danced so many moves in the room. Each sword, there is a piercing sword sound. Compared to the Dragon Abyss sword, the purple heavenly sword is quite light, and with the wind and electricity, it can really kill with one sword. It would be nice to make a belt. Zhao Yun smiled. The toughness of the purple heavenly sword, good enough, inserted in the waist, around so much. At first glance, it is really a belt, and it is convenient to take it out, and it can be instantly out of the sword. It's a beautiful night. Tonight, the moon god, who hadn't uttered a word for a day, suddenly spoke. Zhao Yun sidled his eyes and squinted at her, able to hear the meaning of Yu Myth's words. It was obvious that he was to be told to take advantage of the night and go steal something. Stop it. No more stealing. Because of the thefts of the three families, all the big families are on the defensive, so it's not so easy to steal. Compared to this, quenching weapons is the most important. These 2 days, soldiers' store weapons have been sold 7 or 8. Need to replenish the supply, otherwise take what to sell. He has not slept, since the outside to move the weapon. With lightning quenching, cultivation advancement, the intensity of the thunder also increased, not so strenuous. The night was silent and turned to dawn. The day just dawned. We'll hear the sound of gongs and drums? From the Lu family soldiers' store, a left and a right 2 boys, a person carrying a gong. Look at the loud, newly minted weapons, 20% off. This is the line of the 2 boys. What Zhao Yun expected was true. The Lu family's soldier store really can't sit still. Put down the high and mighty. Want to reduce the price. Open vicious competition. In this way, to pull in the guests. I didn't hear it wrong. The Lu family will also lower their prices? It used to go up once a day. 80% of them were forced by the Zhao family. That's right. Since the Zhao family's military store opened, the Lu family hasn't sold a single item, so they must be anxious and on fire. Serves you right. Early in the morning on the street, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. More lively, talk quite a lot. Scolding sound is also quite a lot. Far away from watching. Just do not go over. The price drop also do not buy. You then awesome people, you've got to be a little more ambitious, such as numerous martial arts cultivators, in order to buy weapons. I do not know how many curses by the Lu family's military store. And now, the Lu family shows weakness, but no one to give him a face. Top quality weapons. The Zhao family also has. Expensive is a little expensive, but high grade, and the attitude is good, but only 10 taels of silver more. I'd rather spend 10 more taels than set foot in the Lu family's weapon store. This, too, is human nature. Once, they are that kind of humble, since they want to ask back, not to buy your home. See the Lu family dry anxious, heart quite comfortable. Positive solution. Retaliation. It's a personal thing. Still, some people go, after the purchase of weapons, out is to show off. Clear-eyed people see, will send its 2 words, childcare. Quickly, the Zhao family Bing shop is open. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I don't know how many people piled on and hollered. And then, there was the flow of people. Since it was the flow of people gathered towards the Zhao family's military store, which was quite eye-catching, when they passed by the Ryu family's soldier store, most of them had a tacit understanding to smile collectively. Asshole. Seeing that no one came from his own soldier's store, but they all ran towards Zhao's house, Lu Songhai couldn't help but curse. This guy, he's really in a hurry. Not only is he on fire, but also Lu Songkong. 3 days passed, even the shadow of the lone wolf have not seen, since the Lu family in the forgettable ancient city of the establishment of the clan, has never eaten such a big loss. Check, give me a thorough check. Lu Songkong's furious shout of killing was hard to hide. In a couple days, soldier store, Zhao Yun rested his hands on his face, sitting peacefully and steadily in front of the counter, secretly searching for the time when he had the time to do another job. This kind of thing, the lone wolf is not dare to do. At least, he does not dare to provoke the Lu family. What he did, all small fights, in order to gather less into more. If Lone Wolf were still alive, he would be pleased that Zhao Yun used his name and did amazing things, and he would be remembered for years to come. Sango. Suddenly, there was a cry. This call, a little hoarse. Nigh counter front, has more a person. Age well, with Zhao Yun similar. Look at his face. Emaciated. Seemed to have a serious illness. Stubble around the mouth. Looks very disheveled. Ninth brother. Zhao Yun saw him, busy panic up. This voice of the ninth brother, shouted affectionately, since he recognized. His name is Zhao Chuan, also belongs to the children of the Zhao family, and he is in the same generation. The same generation ranked the oldest 9. Zhao Chuan gave a far-fetched smile, but Zhao Yun's shout of ninth brother warmed his heart. How come you have time to come to me? Zhao Yun opened the door. smiled and went out of the counter, pulling Zhao Chuan into the side room, which usually receives VIPs. Is an elegant room opened by the soldier store? When the pawnshop was stolen, the elder council was furious and sent me to be the shopkeeper. Zhao Chuan smiled. This kind of smile was still far-fetched. On the surface, he came to be the shopkeeper, but in reality, he was sent. Don't take it personally. Zhao Yun smiled and patted his shoulder. Zhao Chuan's state of mind. He understood it. He, the ruined young master, was still not having the same encounter. Zhao Chuan was sent out. Expected. Only because Zhao Chuan is not the first line, and since childhood weak and sickly, extremely poor talent, family such as this child, was sent out, but also sooner or later. However, he was in no way contemptuous of Zhao Chuan, this ninth brother of his family. His heart was still good, and during those years when he broke his vein, Zhao Chuan did not alienate him, nor did he sneer and mock. It's good to come out. It's good to have clean ears. Zhao Yun laughed and personally poured tea for Zhao Chuan. In this way, you and I can take care of each other. It is not difficult to see. Zhao Chuan's eyes, more tear stains, some kind of heartache. Only he knows himself, being in the family, suffered from bullying. Young master. As he was saying this, Wu Er walked in, still holding a silver longsword of not a bad grade. Let's see if it's still available. Zhao Yun took the sword and handed it to Zhao Chuan. Sango, make it so. Don't be outgoing with me. Zhao Yun stiffened. Family, as it should be. Zhao Chuan couldn't put it off, so he finally accepted it. I don't know when. Zhao Chuan got up and left, but also the head of the cabinet, the passing of the scene or go for a walk. The first time, the accounts are also to be checked. After March, a piece of it kills back, Zhao Yun said in his heart, saw Zhao Chuan leave, to seek an opportunity, but also for Zhao Chuan quenching body. This ninth brother, living two down. Boom, boom. He suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the sky, and when Zhao Yun tilted his head to look, the dome of the sky was already covered with dark clouds, and lightning bolts were in the dark clouds, exploding all over the sky. And you know it's raining? Zhao Yun nimbly turned around, cloaked in a straw raincoat, wearing a cloak, leading a fast horse, straight to the city. Just like the rainy days, can attract thunder into the body, can add the heavenly thunder. His eager demeanor, like a hungry vagabond for a few days, suddenly looked at a table meal. The mountains outside the city, still on that small hill, Zhao Yun sat cross-legged, and at this moment, the thunder and lightning in the sky was even stronger. Come, Zhao Yun smiled and ran the Taichu heavenly thunder skill. Boom, boom, the rampant lightning, straight down. If it were an ordinary person, he would be split into ashes in an instant. However, he, the demon, was not among them. The primordial heavenly thunder skill was overbearing. Because it was running, quite a lot of thunder and lightning entered the body. Zhao Yun had one heart and two minds, running the marrow cleansing Yi Jing Jing together, quenching the body with thunder and lightning, and it had its own additions. Click it, the sound of bones colliding, frequent and continuous, limbs and bones, organs and bowels, the 8 veins, all subject to quenching, but also all have the thunder breath lingering. Most delightful of all, it is still the thunder of heaven. More lightning entered his body and converged on its own. His heavenly thunder, which was being subconsciously enhanced, was so domineering that even his mind was shaken. Chapter 22, Old Man Yin. Pouring rain, lightning and thunder. Looking at that small hill, it had become a gathering place for thunder and lightning due to Zhao Yun's operation of the heart technique. Clank! There was a clanking sound in the rumble. It is the sound of a sword. Zhao Yun got up and took the violet sky sword. Mu Lei Dian danced extremely well. The moves weren't subtle, but every sword carried the power of thunder and lightning. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even though the moon god mind realm also cannot help but TSK Zhao Yun's talent. This condensed Yuan realm kid, not only in the operation of the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill to attract thunder, but also used the marrow cleansing Yi Jing Jing to refine the body, dancing sword at the same time, but also in the enlightenment of the wind god step, so multi-motional, instead of going off the rails, but also practiced to the extreme, condensed Yuan realm field. She could not find the second person in her memory. It shall be a great thing. Luna smiled and glanced at the jungle, clearly seeing a figure that was hiding there. Peking, the rain, it comes and goes. Zhao Yun did not have fun, but also not yet finished. Thunder and lightning has been accompanied by rain. Disappeared. 7th wait. Zhao Yun smiled, clenched his fists, palm and fingers with lightning lingering, hot eyes. There are flashes of lightning, a thunder a creation. Suck the lightning, since also quenched the body, but also advanced in cultivation, is already the 7th wait. Sure, see if I'm good. Don't look, Moon God said casually. Zhao Yun's mouth tugged, slanted his eyes at the Moon God. No wonder you only have a wisp of residual consciousness left, most likely off in drive and fall. How come you didn't fall to your death? Just for this, when one day I am strong, I will definitely create a rebellion, and I will have to snatch the Emperor's jade seal, and seriously smash a walnut for sure to eat. You are too good. As he was saying this, Zhao Yun exclaimed with a sideways glance. There was movement in the darkness, the sound of light footsteps, and a blurry figure could be seen. What a strong aura. Zhao Yun took a step back, or rather, was forced back by that incoming aura. So strong, it must be the Xianyang realm. Without much thought, he immediately took the black cloth and covered his face, not wanting to be recognized. Taking the time, he also glanced at the moon god. There was someone in the dark. This must have known about it, but did not warn him, obviously on purpose. Luna then faded, sitting on the moon, holding a small, illusory mirror, right in front of it, tending to her illusory hair, drawing lightning with one's body. How domineering. The ghostly words had rung out. Before the words fell, he saw a youth, walking out from the darkness, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Yen old ghost. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly recognizing that he basically knew all of the ones with a face in Forgotten Ancient, such as Yen old ghost, is one of them. In Forget the Ancient City, operating as an underground casino. Do not look at his youthful appearance, but is an old man. It is with the eternal youth elixir. As such, cover up the old man. The method of attracting thunder to bring. Spare your life, Yen old ghost said lightly, hand with the words outstretched. Eyes cannot hide his greed. Lived half 100, or the first time to see such a domineering technique, actually can attract the heavenly thunder into the body. Daughter-in-law, someone is bullying me. Zhao Yun did not take care of it and looked in the direction behind old man Yen. His eyes were quite sincere. Daughter-in-law? You have a ing daughter-in-law? Yen Laogai subconsciously turned around. However, looking behind himself, not to mention people, not even a bird, and then turn around. Zhao Yun has already jumped down the hill, has scampered into the dark jungle. Very good. Yen old ghost coldly laughed, crossed the body to chase. By a small condensed Yuan realm fooled. Really lose face. Sasha. In the jungle, Zhao Yun stepped on the wind god steps, and didn't even dare to return to escape. If the peak of the true spirit realm, maybe he could still pass a few moves. As for the Xianyang realm, or forget it, that bastard slap over, can beat him to a shattered fracture. A palm death, is also possible. Not he is not stunning enough, is the other party is too strong. Sins, Yen old ghost cold snort, the momentum is quite raging, forceful. He, too, does have that qualification. Big sleeve wave, a dozen sword chi from the back of the lunge. I do not know how many trees were cut off. Zhao Yun heart trembling, only to feel the cold spine, not yet hit by the sword, will feel flesh and bones tingling, if you get one, not to be born split only strange. Transportation. In the moment of crisis, he performed the evasion technique, and the sword chi that came whistling, chopped a blank on the spot. How dare you know how to escape from the earth? Yen old ghost see, eyes more hot, picked up the treasure. Tonight really picked up the treasure. A method of attracting thunder, has been enough for him to rejoice. I do not think, that little condensation of the realm, but also know a long time ago lost the art of hiding. Faster, faster. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and said, sneaking in the ground, extreme recluse, slow 1 point, may be destroyed. Get out. Old man Yen bellowed and stomped his foot on the ground. Pust. Zhao Yun sprayed blood, instantly shocked out, limbs and bones, organs and bowels, strange meridians, all severe pain, nearly broken on the spot. This is the Xianyang realm, strong outrageous, collect. Yen old ghost fade, and waved his sleeve. There is a big black net, spread down from the sky. Look at that posture. Has Zhao Yun as a fish, to be captured alive. A good study. Collect your sister. Zhao Yun did not even look, turned around and disappeared. Perhaps in the moment of life and death, inspired the potential, a moment of the wind god step, esoteric to the extreme. Behind him, there is a string of children's residual shadow. Oops. Yen old ghost see, cannot help but raise his eyebrows. Really underestimated Zhao Yun. Can attract lightning? Can earth escape? Even this body, even slippery no words. It's all mine. Yen Laogai's grim smile, ecstatic, too damn unexpected. Killing things, he has done a lot of things, such as Zhao Yun, such as the body of a number of stunts of people, or the first time to see. In 3 or 5 instantaneous moments, he chased after him again, and there was a surge of true essence that was sacrificed outside of his body, transforming into a large, illusory hand, which should be a special kind of secret book, to capture Zhao Yun alive with one hand. Through the wall, Zhao Yun had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his heart scolded coldly. There was a rock wall in front of him blocking the way, but his pace didn't decrease, and he slammed into it head-on, performing the art of piercing the wall. Another chimera. Very good. Yen old ghost of a palm to catch empty, the old eyes, and hot a point, almost burned on the spot. Two kinds of magic arts and are long lost. Today's luck against the heavens, let him hit, as the saying goes, come early, not as good as catching up sure, the bottom is out. Zhao Yun called out, his face has turned white. Yen old ghost cultivation absolute suppression, and then the arcane divine ability, seems to be not enough to see. Want to escape in the hands of the Xin Yang realm, the chances are almost zero. The moon god does not say anything, still that leisurely, that demeanor, very well signaled a word, run, play with your life to run, this god looks after you. Pust, transportation away. Zhao Yun and sprayed blood, I do not know whether it is hurt or gas. Xiao did not know, that is the Xin Yang realm, you tease me? Southeast, the moon god stretched his waist and finally opened his mouth, speaking casually, since he was showing Zhao Yun the way to live. Without much thought, Zhao Yun changed direction. Click, boom, boom, behind, really is not the general chaos, a variety of sound cacophony, but also blame Yen old ghost momentum is too strong. I do not know how many ancient trees were broken. I do not know how many rocks were he stepped on. In the jungle unscrupulous, even if there is a low roar of the demonic beasts, the Xin Yang realm actually also directly ignore. Ahead, Zhao Yun had a moment to look back and saw with his own eyes a huge firewolf, which was trampled into mush by old man Yan's foot. If it were him, he would have been trampled into a pancake. The cultivation of martial arts, a realm and a day, is not just for fun, not to mention that he and Yen old ghost, the difference is still two big realms. You can't escape. Old man Yan laughed sarcastically and flicked out a strand of true essence. The true essence became sword chi, and it was powerful and unparalleled. Zhao Yun was aghast, and avoided it very thrillingly. Even so, his left arm bladder was still cut out with a bloody gully, injured by the aftermath of that sword energy. Good boy. The corners of the old ghost's mouth slightly curved, playful and playful. I really do not know Zhao Yun, where to learn this kind of arcane stance. A small condensed Yuan realm, actually avoided his attack one after another. Too surprising. Whoosh! Momentarily catching his breath, Zhao Yun swept forward, trying to leap onto the thick tree trunks in front of him for strength. However, before he landed on the trunk, he saw a black shadow, face to face towards him smashed over, at first glance like a doorplate, and then carefully so a look, only to realize that it is a coffin board. That's right, it's a coffin board. Zhao Yun let out a dark curse, not enough to dodge, really hit a board squarely, and flipped out horizontally. Damn it, today's aid is not the right time. At the same time, old man Yen killed. It was the same big net that fell from the sky. Zhao Yun had just gotten up and was covered. The big net was strange. It could shrink, and it tied him up in a knot. Run, why don't you run? Yen old ghost walked over, smiling grimly, his eyes full of fiery light. The Zhao Yun in his eyes is no longer a person, but a treasure, and the treasures hidden within it will all be his. Damn! Zhao Yun's true essence surged, struggling violently, but the big net was weird. It was made of special materials, flexible and hard, difficult to break. You, by no means, are a nobody. Old Ghost Yen smiled slyly and casually brushed his hand, pulling the black cloth covering Zhao Yun's face. At this look, he stared in disbelief. This junior, he had recognized it since. There was no one in the entire forgotten ancient city who didn't recognize it. Wasn't it precisely the Zhao family's wasteful young master? Boy, that's a lot of hiding. The old ghost sighs, if not see with his own eyes, he cannot believe. The world knows the waste of man is actually a stunning outstanding martial arts cultivator. Bullying the small with the big is nothing. Zhao Yun sneered and only struggled violently. Whatever you say. Yen old ghost smiled grimly, licked his tongue, raised his hand and pressed it on Zhao Yun's shoulder, casting a secret spell. Is not going to let Zhao Yun go, in this deep forest, to stage a murderous overthrow? Even if it is extinguished, no one will know. Well, Zhao Yun let out a muffled grunt, and it always felt like there was a terrifying suction force that surged into his body. That's right, it's old man Yen, this goods. I do not know what kind of secret method, extremely evil, in the forceful absorption of his true essence, before and after only 2 instantaneous, will be enough 30% of the true essence was sucked away. According to this speed, he will soon be pumped into a dry corpse. Well, he was not the only one who muffled a grunt. There was also the old ghost. The secret method of devouring true essence was indeed overbearing enough, but he, who swallowed what he shouldn't have. For example, Zhao Yun's body of heavenly thunder and lightning, is not a joke. Not who want to swallow can swallow. Non-forcible swallowing, who is difficult to know. Rather forgetting that you have thunder inside you. Yen old ghost sneered, thanks to the collection of fast, otherwise, will be hurt by the heavenly thunder. After all, that is not his lightning, will be reversed. In the end, it was because he was too eager, to the point that, he had overlooked Zhao Yun's method of attracting thunder. Interesting. Yen Old Ghost laughed spectrally and probed his hand again, not to devour, but to forcibly deprive the lightning. Roar! Just at this moment, there is a faint roar, suddenly sounded, like a man, like a beast, only know that accompanied by the roar, there is a yin gas surging. What the hell? Zhao Yun was in a trance, dizzy from the roar. Yin Chi. Old man Yen murmured softly, his brows also slightly furrowed as he casually picked up Zhao Yun and squinted his eyes into the depths. Chapter 23 Old Corpse in a Lonely Tomb. Whoops, when Yen Old Ghost looked at it, the ghastly wind was raging, and in the darkness, a human prototype slowly stepped out, sweeping the Yin Chi, and there was an extremely unpleasant stench, such as the rotting of a corpse. Zombies? Being carried. Zhao Yun also narrowed his eyes, can see what the silhouette, humanoid, but no one like, more like a skeleton, glued to a layer of rotting meat. Look at its body, can also look at the wriggling moths, and still live, look at all the nausea, the most frightening or his eyes, even red-colored eyeballs, walking zombies. Zhao Yun muttered, listening to the old generation said, zombies are straight, and arms flat, a jumping kind, this is good, step after step, walk out of their own. To be honest, this is the first time he saw the zombie, more terrible than the elders said, white yin gas, quite corrosive, because of the arrival of zombies, around the flowers and trees, are withered with the naked eye visible speed, the essence of the plant, needless to say is absorbed by the zombie, no wonder there are coffin boards. Zhao Yun muttered, but also finally figured out, subconsciously looked around, here at the deep forests, in wet place, despicable place, and often do not see the sun, according to feng shui, is the extreme in place, buried corpse in such places, the corpse sucks in gas, very easy to corpse, got it, just now the coffin board, needless to say, is the corpse after the transformation, by the zombie himself lifted open, and the force is quite large. Was he hit a square? It's at least a couple 100 years old. Zhao Yun heart is also big enough, have been caught, there is still a mood to sigh, but on the basis of the aura alone, that zombie, on top of Yen Old Ghost, look at Yen Old Ghost, frown deeper, older than Zhao Yun, cultivation is also higher than Zhao Yun, experience since also wider than Zhao Yun, zombies he has seen, such as this will go zombies, or the first time to see, the aura is too powerful, it's better to retreat. Yen did not think too much, carrying Zhao Yun, turned to escape, not afraid of the zombie, really want to fight, zombie non-competitor, how strong, it is just a old corpse, no one's thoughts, no one's consciousness, at least, it couldn't make a secret spell, temporarily retreat, the right way, find a place, first study Zhao Yun, sees his thunder and lightning in secret books, so, it is a complete success, whoosh, he retreated, the zombie also followed the move, really like a ghost, its speed, fast to the extreme, and, with it as the center, there is a powerful suction, as strong as the Xian Yang realm Yen Old Ghost, the speed is weakened by the suction, not only that, the qi and blood in his body, including the true essence, actually also had the momentum of getting out, all because of the suction power of the zombie, a mistake, it will be sucked away from the true essence and qi and blood, before and after only a moment, the zombie will arrive, the dry poem, from the back to Yen Old Ghost, no human thought is not false, but to capture the yang qi, but it is the bone with the consciousness, Yen Lao Gui coldly grunted, exempted and turned around, carrying Zhao Yun in his left hand, his right palm's true essence flowed, and across the midair, he slapped out a palm, bang, the two hands collided and exploded into a thunderstorm, the zombie was shaken back, and Yen Old Ghost, is also a muffled grunt, really underestimated the zombie, do not look at the appearance is not very good, but this slap and force, but strong enough to hit his arm bones or raw pain, it is too long to sleep in the grave, it should be sucked too much in qi, plus some kind of weird power, such as this old corpse, the most difficult to deal with, whoosh, the wind is raging, and the zombies are back, sweeping the yin qi, and the closer they get, the stronger the suction, want to die again, make it happen, Yen Old Ghost cold scolding, has been pissed off, casually threw Zhao Yun out, carrying Zhao Yun, running not far, sooner or later by the zombies catch up, in that case, then exterminate the zombies, clank, before Zhao Yun landed on the ground, he heard the sound of the sword, it is Yen Old Ghost, out of the sleeve of the sword, there is true essence lingering, there are cold on shooting, a sword through the rainbow, zombie without thought, since I do not know to avoid, was Yen Old Ghost a sword through the brain? The wound has a green oily corpse liquid flow. There is a very strong corrosive force. Yen Old Ghost's sword is not a low grade, but also be corroded by its mottled. This is nothing. The main thing is that this zombie, nothing, and no intelligence. More do not know the pain. The distance is so close. Suction is very strong. Yen Old Ghost clearly felt, the true essence and blood, were sucked away a lot of nutrients into the zombie, so that it gave birth to more rotten meat, wrapped in the bones of the exposed. What a creepy zombie. Yen Lao Gui coldly grunted, drew his sword and retreated, and as he retreated, he also made a seal with one hand, transforming into a flaming lion in front of his body and pouncing on the zombie. The zombie took the piss, spat out a cloudy breath, and extinguished the flaming lion without even a wave. It won't run to me. Not far away under the old tree, wet, tied by a large net of Zhao Yun, really like a maggot, resting on that exhaustive writhing, saw the zombies powerful. Even Yen Old Ghosts have eaten. If it is towards him this, will die undoubtedly. Your time, it's not much, the moon god faintly said, or that leisurely, one hand resting on the cheek, boredom looking at the pale indistinct. Look at the demeanor is not worried at all. As for the zombie, there is no time to take care of Zhao Yun. Before Yen Old Ghost left, it will not run to Zhao Yun. One is that Yen Old Ghost's true essence and blood chi is more thick, and the second is that Zhao Yun has heavenly thunder in his body, which belongs to the power of the most yang, and innately grams the most yin. Zhao Yun did not say anything. There is no time to curse. Violent struggle. Have to take advantage of Yen Old Ghost and zombie dry fight, as soon as possible to bugger off. Later, no matter which one of the two of them win, he cannot live. Watch you, the moon god leisurely said. Without experiencing life and death, it is difficult to truly metamorphose, and this metamorphosis refers not to its body, but to its state of mind. This is what it takes to be a strong man. That's why this night she went through all the trouble and effort to create this mill, knowing that there was an old grave here, and knowing that this old corpse would be necrotic, so she pointed in the direction and led Zhao Yun here. And Yen, the old man, has been in the program since. Nowadays, she is just like Zhao Yun, as a disciple, and she, very well played the role of the master, towards the dead exercise disciple. Drive for me. Zhao Yun's eyes were bloodshot and he was still struggling, using his lightning to turn into a sword and desperately chopping at the restraints. Poof, poof, poof. Not far away, Yen Old Ghost great show of power, carrying his killing sword, a sword after a sword chop, a sword more than a sword domineering, sword light shoots in all directions, all the way to chop the zombie body or grooves. Embarrassingly, the zombie was not extinguished, or as alive and kicking, was chopped out of the gully, actually healed on its own. Instead of Yen Old Ghost, time and time again, contact, true essence and blood, was the zombie sucked away quite a lot? Tired enough. In addition, there are many blood gullies on the body, all scratched by zombies, each of which is haunted by yin chi. Invading the body, is the corpse poison. However, the Xian Yang realm carried it. If it were Zhao Yun, he would not have survived. Can't be beaten? Yen Old Ghost face ugly, realized, such as this bizarre zombie, only cut on a few swords, not much hanging, you have to give it a breath of dust to do, so it will not jump. Thinking of this, he violently flicked his sleeve, following which, a spirit talisman flew out and stuck on the body of the zombie, while he, on the other hand, flew back and disappeared. Exploding talisman? Zhao Yun had inadvertently glanced at, recognized that the talisman is carved by a special secret art, heard that this spell belongs to the lost things, also belongs to the lost method. Almost no one will be used to go out. Can be said that there is a price without a market. The name is Explosive Charms, and it will explode itself. How powerful it really was, Zhao Yun didn't know, as he was also seeing it for the first time. Boom! In an instant, the explosive talisman exploded. Pust! How to split or not dead old zombie, was bursting talisman, exploded in pieces. There is a green liquid, instant collapse, such as rain pouring, to be scattered, zombie body into ash. Only a head fell to the ground. Is it this hard? Zhao Yun drew cold air. An explosive talisman could not be blown up. The zombie head was too hard. Still not dead? The old ghost gritted his teeth. Sword in came. In order to exterminate this zombie, wasted his only remaining explosive talisman, and then want to buy, but cannot find a place to buy. Think about it are doubly painful. Pust. He just walked. The zombie's head opened its eyes again, opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of yin chi. And then, it exploded, and the corpse liquid splashed. Transportation. It was in an instant that Zhao Yun rushed away from the large net and disappeared into the ground, his legs and feet numb. Ah, Zhao Yun is gone, but that Yen Old Ghost, but a scream, a corpse liquid splash into his old eyes, terrible corrosive force, so that his eyes blood flow, instant blindness, and the body, but also stained a lot of corpse liquid. The same was corroded. The sound of piercing la creepy to listen to. That picture. It really looked like the body dissolution, dripping on the body of a person, and the zombie's corpse liquid. Its corrosive power is much more domineering than the body dissolution. Ah! Yen old ghost scream. Very miserable. Miserable and full of anger. Was actually corpse old corpse, posed away. Really hateful. Going to perceive Zhao Yun again. The man is gone. That is what angers him. After going through so much effort to catch Zhao Yun, the treasure was not yet available. But he was the one who ran away. Pust. I don't know whether it is corpse poison, or anger. This mouthful of his old blood, spraying is overbearing. One step shaking, nearly headlong that, injured this heavy, eyes are still blind, since out of the road, he has not eaten this kind of loss. Good old you. On this side, Zhao Yun cursed all the way, running faster than a rabbit, really in front of the ghost gate, walked, treacherous. This test, thou hast passed. The moon god did not say anything, reclining on the moon, only smiling and glancing at Zhao Yun, a small condensed Yuan realm. Being able to escape from the hands of the Xianyang realm was not something that anyone could do. Go back and end his family's casino. On this side, Zhao Yun does not know the moon god intention, still cursing, has made up his mind, to be back to forget the ancient city, Yen old man's underground casino, all to his end. There is the moon god this god hangs in, win to his family bankruptcy. Ah, vanished far away, can still hear the screams, or that Yen old ghost, God knows how difficult. Zhao Yun did not take care of, looking for caves to hide, although alive to escape. He was also injured extremely heavy, thanks to some of the bottom, otherwise it would be even worse. This night, finally fell into the quiet. Yen old ghost also do not howl, but also to find a place to heal the wound. As far as can the injury can be recovered, as far as the eyes can be restored to the light, to look at his Taoism. Chapter 24 Attacking and killing the Xianyang realm. In the dark cave, Zhao Yun is sitting on his knees, reflecting the dim moonlight. You can see his pale face, and from time to time, blood drips from the corner of his mouth. The most horrific injury was still from the shock of old man Yan's kick. The recluse technique is not without a cover, was shaken out of the ground, suffered internal injuries. So far, the tendons and bones of the severe pain, if not refining the body to refine some of the underlying, otherwise, will certainly be shocked by the meridians broken. Expecting too much from you? The moon god let out a whisper. On second thought, it should be that as a god, her eyesight was too high, and she would always inadvertently ignore Zhao Yun's minor cultivation, leaving him to play with the Xianyang realm, where any instant could be a ghostly moment. As it turned out, Zhao Yun had done well, not to mention anything else, just escaping at the hands of the Xianyang realm. That alone was enough to be proud of himself for the rest of his life. Click it, click it. In the cave, the sound of bones colliding was unceasing. Zhao Yun is not stupid. With the refining of the body to cure internal injuries, broken meridians and bones, in the quenching and the healing, severe pain in the internal organs, but also due to the true essence of the soothing, and gradually no pain, pale face, finally added a touch of redness, the breath then proportional. Until the second night, Zhao Yun only came out of the cave. His injuries have basically recovered, and he is alive and well again. Taking advantage of the night, he came back to yesterday's place. In the messy grass, found the old grave. The tombstone is still there. The lidless coffin is also still there, except that there is no longer a corpse in the coffin. Due to necrophilia, became a red-eyed zombie. Sure, it's corpses that are necrotic? Zhao Yun subconsciously asked. That depends on who's dead and where they're buried. The moon god said faintly. This god, who had made himself a master, answered quite a few common sense questions. Basically, for example, feng shui, the graveyard of the dead, there is a preoccupation, such as yesterday's old corpse, buried in an extremely cloudy place. The corpse does not melt, and hundreds of years to absorb the yin qi, not the corpse change on the strange. With that, she flicked her hand, and a piece of illusory golden letters gathered into an illusory ancient book. Xianmen Tianshu. Zhao Yun looked and read word for word. Read only to know, is not a technique, nor fighting aptitude, mostly the introduction of feng shui, as well as the method of warding off evil spirits, such as astrological luck, geomancy, yin and yang, the 5 elements. Face these, which also has a conspiracy theory, encompassing a wide range of, involved in a wide range of, even if he looked at it are not immune to dizziness. Originally, the moon god was not going to pass it on. As previously stated, greed is not good enough, but after seeing Zhao Yun's talent, certain scruples could be completely ignored. This kid, too damn demonic, learn everything fast, so fast that she was caught off guard. At the end of the day, she's trying to protect herself. Zhao Yun has a saying, said quite accurate, they are a rope on the grasshopper. Zhao Yun died, she buried, perished. Guard Zhao Yun is to guard their own. Some of the life-saving methods, such as disappearance through the wall, some of the essence of yin and yang, such as the Shinmen heavenly book, the pass or to pass on the road, long and far away, he will always be used. More learning is not a bad thing. Thank you, Senpai. Zhao Yun eyes glittering. This god, too open, a Shinmen Tianshu, and opened up another piece of heaven and earth for him, really see, only to realize that I am a what do not understand the bumpkin, the world seen only the tip of the iceberg. With this heavenly book, even if he does not become a martial arts cultivator, he will not starve. This book is too esoteric. Even if he only learns some of the skins, he will be able to make a living. For example, giving a palm reading and taking a reading. For example, helping someone find a shady house to find a cemetery. Since the book of heaven to close his eyes, he looked at the old grave. The talent is indeed enough to go against the grain. Read the book of heaven of Shinmen. Such a short period of time. It has been the beginning of the door. And then look at the feng shui of this place, has been very different. Not only is it the place of the extreme yin, or the place of the great evil, the hundreds of years of the old corpse, buried here. If there is no necrophilia, the heavenly reason is hard to tolerate. Eyeballing it, whoever buried him didn't know anything about it. Zhao Yun muttered that any feng shui master with a little common sense wouldn't look for this as a burial ground. Unless, of course, there is an ulterior motive. Speaking of the old corpse, he still cannot help but be afraid. After the mutation of the corpse is too damn overbearing, as strong as the Yin-Yang realm of the old ghost of Yen, are frequently defeated, and in the end, Frozen was forced to use the explosive talisman. Thinking of that explosive talisman, he rubbed his hands, and also secretly looked at the moon god, his eyes signifying clearly, since he wanted to learn the method of drawing talismans, he likes the power of the explosive talisman very much. In the future, with people to do battle, if it is not dry, then bomb. Towards the death of the bomb, the Lu family again dared to chirp with the Zhao family, then throw a car to his home explosive talisman, bombing him a brick and mortar flying all over the sky. Northeast, the lunar god leered. What? Old ghost Yen. The moon god yawned, blind and half dead. Oh, Zhao Yun casually replied back and turned around, going not to the northeast but in the direction of the forgotten ancient city. Even if he's blind, even if he's half dead, old man Yen is still in the Xianyang realm, so he wants me to assassinate him at the Yuan condensation realm? Are you kidding? After destroying him, I'll pass on the method of drawing talismans to you. The moon god smiled and said, if you say so, I'll have to get him killed. Zhao Yun's face changed that fast. 3 or 5 steps have stepped out, a handsome turn, straight to the northeast. As the saying goes, when you are rich and powerful, you can destroy the old ghost of Yen, and you have a secret art to learn, and when the moon god produces a product, it will be a divine product. The jungle is silent under the moon. Because of last night's heavy rain, the earth was muddy, the branches and leaves were still wet, and now and then, 1 or 2 animal roars could be heard. Other than that, it was a cloudy wind that came in bursts, chilling Zhao Yun's body. Stop. I don't know when I heard the moon god speak. Zhao Yun leaps over the top and fixes himself. 100 feet ahead, there is a cave. The moon god said, old man Yen is in it. Zhao Yun did not say anything, first looked around the 4 directions, before disappearing into the ground. Excluded breathing, convergence of the true essence. Sneak touched the past, the distance of 100 feet, he foot used an incense burner, did not dare to be careless, Xianyang realm of perception, or very sharp. When he arrived at the cave, he looked over to see old man Yen, and at a glance, he couldn't help but draw cold air as he watched. Yen old ghost is too miserable, cloaked hair, eyes blood flow, look at the clothes, tattered, all over the body, more than one blood gully, each blood gully, are smoke. Is the zombie's corpse liquid? Now, has become a corpse poison, invaded his body, the old man's face, which there is half a bit of blood. No wonder the god of the moon said that he was half dead, and now that I have seen it, it is true. This if the sudden to give him a knife, he may not be able to avoid it. Zhao Yun watched for a long time, did not make a move. The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, the bow is not turned back. I am afraid that I cannot exterminate Yen old man, and I will be killed back. Pust. When he looked, Yen old ghost did not gasp for breath. A mouthful of blood sprayed on the opposite side of the rock wall. The corpse is poisoned, even the blood is corrosive. Stained in the cave wall, there is white foam, a glance will be highly toxic. Even the blood was with corrosion. It was not difficult to imagine how difficult it was for old man Yen at this moment. Because of this, he was shocked that the zombie have been blown to dust. The corpse poison is still so strong enough to even the Xianyang realm are difficult to force out. Look at Yen's old man's demeanor, how a painful one. No need to look at him in the body, it is known that the limbs and bones, The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the 8 veins, have suffered a horrible corrosion, and now it is good to be able to hold on to it. Perhaps all of his mind was used to fight and dissolve the corpse poison, so much so that the Yin-Yang realm of Yen old ghosts froze and did not notice his presence. Pop him a ass, Zhao Yun whispered, smiling obscenely, but also very consciously carried out the purple heavenly sword. Has been in Yen old ghost directly below. From this direction, a sword stabbed up. The feeling that should be cool. The moon god glanced sideways at Zhao Yun. Busted. Kisses? It's disgusting to think about. If she hadn't seen it, she wouldn't have known that it had some sort of. He has some kind of not-so-facial potential. Zhao Yun ignored. Has raised the head melon, both hands holding the sword, straight upward. One eye is still closed, in order to measure the orientation, like a sniper, sniping people before the drama is done. That, gotta aim for. Strive to hit with a sword and stab the hell out of you. Clank. Accompanied by a sword roar, Zhao Yun moved. His hands gripped the sword tightly, and viciously stabbed up. The force, not the usual enough weight. After that, it is Yen Laogai screams, sitting cross-knee board square, a sudden burst of pain, drilling pain, God knows the body underneath. There is something stabbed up, not only acid, that moment, but also floating. Yen old ghost shocked, jumped up, to fall, not much to stand still. I do not know is the corpse poison in the recoil, or a certain part of the pain is too painful, a mouthful of old blood, and sprayed overbearing. At the same instant, Zhao Yun also killed out, hand holding the purple sky sword, still stained with someone's blood. At this moment, has been true essence surging, also has been thunder and lightning lingering. It should be him, the most peak of a sword. Pust, the bloodlight was blinding. Yen Laogai, who hadn't yet stabilized, was hit on the spot, by Zhao Yun's sword, stabbing into his chest. If placed on a normal day, this sword Yin-Yang realm could be ignored, far from breaking his defense. However, at this moment, his eyes are blind and he is suffering from corpse poison. Plus Zhao Yun's sword has been weakened to the extreme. Chrysanthemum's sword has been weak to the extreme. Even condensed Yuan realm also has the same possibility of killing him. Zhao Yun, Yen old ghost roared, although his eyes are blind, but since the true essence of the breath, sniffed out which one, is not it Zhao Yun? His thunderbolt, extremely domineering, even Yin-Yang realm's physical body, have broken open. Senior, goodbye. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and clutched the purple heavenly sword. His true essence surged again and he pierced through Old Man Yan's chest. Old Man Yan was enraged and slapped his palm. Transportation, Zhao Yun had expected. In the instant before being hit, disappeared into the ground, so as to avoid the Old Man Yan a palm, and instantly disappeared. Around to the back of the Old Man Yan, the sword in his hand, has turned into the Dragon Abyss sword. Ling Tian smashed down. Buzz, the Dragon Abyss was heavy, hitting the air with a buzzing sound, and impartially, it smashed into Yen Laogai's skull. Pust. Again, there was a flash of blood, accompanied by a crashing brain. Yen old ghost screamed, was smashed a stumbling, corpse poison, before and after the 3 swords, each of the vital, resulting in a pain in his consciousness, fell to the ground with a bang, the body a burst of convulsions. There is also black blood in the mouth trickle overflow. Have a good trip. Zhao Yun stepped forward and later gave him a complimentary sword. A generation of Yin-Yang realm, killed on the spot. Looking at Zhao Yun, his face was extremely pale. He was panting violently, attacking and killing the Yin-Yang realm. He didn't even dare to think about it. If he were to give Yen Laogai a moment's respite, he would more than likely die a miserable death. Without much thought, he immediately cleaned up the battlefield, collected Yen Laogai's money bag, even Yen Laogai's sword, the body of the pendant, can take away, not a single piece left. Only after doing this did he take the body transformation scatter and poured a whole bottle all over it, completely destroying the corpse. Chapter 25. Under the moonlit night, Zhao Yun sat on a rock, holding Old Man Yan's money bag and counting the loot. I destroyed a Yin-Yang realm? Such as this? He had not known how many times he had chimed in. To this day, can't believe it. Right, he took advantage of the time and place, playing half-dead Yen Laogai. Picked up a big bargain. If Yen Laogai is not in the way, give him 10 guts, but also do not dare to rush up. Besides, Yen Laogai's possessions are not really much, such as his identity. Go out. Do not need to bring too much. Silver is not more than 100 taels. Other miscellaneous, mostly for replenishing the true essence of the pill. The only eye-catching thing was still Yen Laogai's sword, which was not an ordinary object, but was cast from special metaphysical iron. Nice. Zhao Yun smiled. To go back and refine the essence of this sword, all into his violet sky sword. In this way, the power must be even more dominating. 2 days and 1 night, may I have something to say? The moon god said leisurely. Big wind and big waves, Zhao Yun gave these 4 words without even thinking about it, and after strolling around a few times in front of the ghost gate, his state of mind has changed more than a little. At least, it won't seem so panicky when it comes to such doom and gloom. A death dealing, a metamorphosis. He began to understand the moon god's intention, obviously, is in the refining him, God's refining. Fruit is extraordinary, not refining is already, a refining is toward death. However, the thrilling and dangerous encounters were indeed exciting beyond words. The children are teachable. The moon god casually passed on the method of drawing talismans. Zhao Yunduan sat upright, both eyes shining. The moon god has passed down only the method of drawing explosive talismans. On top of that, it also came with its own elaboration of the text, including the ink used to draw the talisman paper, pens, graphic patterns, and all of these were written in extreme detail, and were engraved, bit by bit, into his mind, and the process was still very tedious. However, as far as he was concerned, it was only a matter of time, and people with unbelievable talent learned everything quickly. He didn't try it, because of the lack of materials. He had to go to the city to buy it, packed his bag, he put on a straw raincoat and a bucket hat again, and took advantage of the moonlight to go straight to the forgotten ancient city. This way, he was not idle, again a mind divided into multiple uses, sprinting in the middle of refining the body in the realization of the wind god's steps, while reading the Xianmen heavenly book, but also in the study of the method of drawing talismans. In this regard, the moon god was used to it, and if she could, she would have trained Zhao Yun properly. It was near dawn before he was forgetting the ancient city gates. From afar, I saw a crowd of people gathered under the city, all pointing at a notice, or a wanted notice, wanted by the lone wolf of the night, who has been the hottest of all these days. Zhao Yun casually glanced at it as he passed by. Yo-ho, the bounty has become 10,000 taels. No wonder there are so many people around. 10,000 taels. Ah, you can't spend it all in 8 lifetimes. If you catch the lone wolf, you'll not only get rich, but you'll also make a name for yourself. Zhao Yun closed his eyes. The corner of his mouth dipped in a cold smile. The bounty is so high, most likely the pressure of the Lu family. The property he stole from the money bank can be more than 10,000 taels. Lost so much money. Change who was not Harry. Early in the morning in the old city of forgetfulness, it was still as prosperous as ever, with the sound of hawking and yelling. 2 pounds of pork, half a pound of flour carvings, still at the same stall. Zhao Yun bought wine and meat, taking a bite of meat and a sip of wine as he ate. For a moment he stopped in front of the Ryu family's soldier store. Compared to the old days when there was a huge market, nowadays the Lu family's military store, almost no one asked for it. Looking at the price of the weapon, it actually dropped again. The previous 40 taels became 35 taels. For that matter, few people go. It's all waiting. When you continue to drop, how did it go up before? How will it come down for us? You are not the only one who sells weapons. Soothing. Zhao Yun poured a mouthful of wine and could imagine Lu Sanghai's face, most likely cursing in the back room. Besides, Lu Songkong should not have time to take care of the business of the military store. A mind. Just want to quickly catch the night lone wolf. Compared to the military store, the loss of the money bank is really difficult. There's no hurry. None of them can run away. Zhao Yun laughed coldly and turned a corner in front of him, going to the grocery store and buying the special talisman paper, talisman pen and talisman ink for drawing talismans. This thing, not expensive, because the method of drawing talismans, more has been lost. As for the charm paper used to ward off evil spirits, but also only physiognomists and Taoist priests will go to buy, and 80% of them are all magicians. Wandering through the grocery store, Zhao Yun did not go back, turned his head into the underground casino. Although Yen Old Ghost has been buried, but his family's property in the city of forgetfulness is still there. That have to ask for some interest back. The so-called underground casino, as the name suggests, is underground. Listening to my father said, Yen family ancient bureaucrats spend a great deal of effort to open up the underground palace. After many years, it will become an underground casino. Is not a small casino on top of it can be compared. Honestly, he's back for the first time, too. Once inside the casino doors, it was pandemonium, with quite a bit of hollering and wailing and cursing. His arrival caused the attention of the gamblers, mainly because of his dress, draped in a straw raincoat, but also wearing a cloak, and also with a bloody and fury, so that people do not feel that people think, is a knife-tip-licking blood connoisseur? Unfortunately, no one can see his honorable appearance and identity. Zhao Yun did not take care of. Straight to the gambling table. The purpose is obvious, is to win money, and not much to win. Try 2 or 3 votes on the go, otherwise, will be sure to be stared at by the casino. If there is a Xianyang realm chasing after the murder of the goods, he cannot afford to eat. This is a technical job. Winning up to 800 taels, he consciously closed his hand, coming and going quickly. Behind them, there were people following since. However, it is only 2 true spirit realm. If the win is 8,000 taels, then the ones who follow will not be true spirit realm, but Xian Yang realm, so there is a learning curve on how much to win. This stalking, since there is no afterthought. The 2 true spirit realms are just 2 people who can't follow him, and when they do, they are gone. Zhao Yun came out again, has changed a costume, pasted a human skin mask, and also glued a beard on the lower jaw, and head into the underground casino again. This time, he was quite a bit more subtle, losing and winning a dozen games, and when 500 taels came in, he wandered off. Don't go any further. With a word of caution, the moon god could sense that the Xianyang realm of the casino had begun to pay attention to him. I understand. Zhao Yun smiled. Even if the moon god didn't say anything, he wouldn't go looking for excitement anymore. Things couldn't happen again, at least not for a short period of time. All the way back, he wandered around. Multiple stores, multiple stalls, all of them had his figure. It was panning for treasures and buying cultivation resources. The way of martial arts is very resource consuming. To put it bluntly, is money. Silver is better than anything. Geez, a white cloud pony? As he was strolling around, he suddenly heard the street people exclaiming. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow and looked away with it. The so-called white cloud ponies are horses. This kind of horse is not ordinary precious. He only heard the old generation said, never seen in person. Only know this horse, have extraordinary bloodline, thousands of miles of territory. It can cross in a day. Since ancient times, is the exclusive princes and nobles, without some background, are nowhere to go to buy. Look, into the eye will see the white stallion, really beautiful, body hair like white clouds that, not stained. The white cloud colt is thus named, such as a gust of wind, galloping in the street. Good horse. Zhao Yun let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Horse is a good horse, but the horseback that person, he would not dare to praise, is a shadow, indifferent as ice, such as standing in the clouds of the broad cold fairy, unique, a cold and lonely. That's right, it's Miss Willow. Since that night, this Zhao Yun had back to see her, or that kind of attention, or that kind of stunning unrivaled, worthy of the name of the proud daughter of heaven. What a white cloud pony! Having a heavenly sect master is different. That horse is worth a lot of money, isn't it? The bustling street, suddenly noisy, street people consciously and tacitly, give way. A white cloud colt, that is, a status symbol. Look at Lu Ruyue. The expression of indifference and innocence, the eyes do not look askance, such as this scene of public attention, she has been accustomed to, but also consider themselves worthy of. Cultivation has been refined again. Zhao Yun lightly murmured, self-confessed war, but the realm is a measure of the standard of martial arts, but not all. The same true spirit realm of the 2 martial arts practitioners, even if the same level, there are also strong and weak points. At the moment he may be able to beat the ordinary peak of the true spirit, but cannot fight the 7th weight of the Lu Ruyue, which he does not deny. The pride of the Sky Girl, well, she has her capital. Look at Ruyue Lu, and then look at Zhao Yun, a heavenly sect disciple and a soldier shopkeeper. Fate, it's all fate. Discussions are still quite a lot. See, Lu Ruyu will unconsciously think of Zhao Yun. Once the golden boy and girl, has been a day and a gap. Lie down and get shot. Zhao Yun bristled and turned away. In just an instant, the white cloud colt galloped past. Its hooves were athletic, its head tilted up and its chest held out. It had a super high level of spirituality, and it was also extremely arrogant, just like its owner. To a very far distance, Lu Ruyu suddenly looked back, scanning through the crowd. There was a sense of familiarity. She perceived it correctly. Only Zhao Yun had already disappeared into the bustling crowd, fading away. Grudges, well, one day will end, but not today. Lu Ruyu made a big drama. He played for her, will play a very wonderful. Back at the soldiers' bunkhouse again, the sun was setting. Into the eyes, they see a carriage, parked in front of the soldiers' store, are to send weapons. Lu Mang, that bearded man, the most eye-catching, young Master Zhao, the crowd will greet from afar, smiling, money to earn, since it is full of honor. Zhao Yun smiled in response and lifted his foot into the soldier's store. Young master, the Lu family's military store is closed. The old Sun leader came and whispered. Expected. Zhao Yun sat down on his butt. Wait for it, tomorrow there will be moths. If his expectations are not bad, there will be people to Zhao family soldier's store, buy weapons in large quantities, until the soldier's store to buy all the light. The price reduction of the vicious competition is not good. Lu Songhai will do a big one. Why does Zhao family no longer have weapons to sell? In this way, the Lu family will have a monopoly. At that time, the price of the weapon will be all up to his family. In the end, this is to fight financial strength. Monopoly. You can't do it without financial strength. Hard to fight. He's not afraid. The reserve of ready-made weapons is already more than enough, and it would be good to quench them. Without family support, he does not believe that the Lu family soldier shop has the financial power to monopolize. Do what you say you're going to do. Half a jug of wine down. He went to the backyard and carried the piles of ready-made weapons back to his room, while closing the door tightly. Already the seventh weight, and absorbed a lot of thunder and lightning, and can be used in two ways. Can be quenched at the same time. Two weapons. Quenching speed, since also accelerated a lot. Chapter 26, Drawing Talismans. It was quite a long night. Zhao Yun was conscientious, and since he entered the room, he has not been seen coming out, playfully hardening his weapon. Old Sun Leader, they have not been idle. 2 in the handling of weapons, 1 in the calculation of accounts. Various grades will be categorized. Zhao Yun will give priority to quenching the high grade. The grade cannot reach, but also other iron refining and integration. 3 or 5 pieces of low-ranking weapons may not be able to melt a top grade. Hardening is easy. Fusion is laborious. It was nearly dawn before Zhao Yun gave up and collapsed to the ground, his face already quite pale. Crunch, crunch. With that, came the sound of the pills that replenish true essence and vitality, a handful of them being shoved into his mouth. Cultivation consumes resources, and it shows. If there is no strong financial resources, who dares to eat medicinal pills like this? Just like eating sugar beans. From dawn, there is still some time. Zhao Yun whisked his hand to take the talisman paper. Drawing talisman line. Are all complete. Set the board neatly. Runes and spells and patterns. Mysterious and mysterious. Such as explosive talisman. Explained very simple. Is nothing more than the power carved into the talisman. With the strange pattern. Applying the sealing. Adding power. A moment to unseal. To be that moment of explosive power. Therefore, painting is a technical work. Need to follow the pattern of engraving. Which lines need to inject the true essence, and how much to inject. There are extremely stringent requirements. And pay attention to a 1-2 punch. Any one place there is a mistake, even if just a trace, may be a failure of the success of its power. He has seen how to split. All the splitting cannot die of zombies, but even by a explosive talisman blown to smithereens. See, it's terrible. However, the explosive talisman since also graded other. Depends on how to carve. Depends on the carver is who. Shenyang realm and condensed Yuan realm painted explosive talisman cannot be the same day, but also depends on the power carved into the talisman. If it is to join the heavenly thunder, must be more powerful. Simply a talisman, the doorway to a lot of ways, which is also the method of drawing talismans. One of the reasons for the gradual loss of tradition. Without a master to teach, God knows how many detours to take, and may not be able to learn the essence, day after day. The rune master line is this decline, and it is difficult to find a set of rune spells great success. Speaking, Zhao Yun has lifted the pen, dipped in the ink, staring and holding his breath, since the pen has not stopped, an outline engraved, but also in the mobilization of true essence, which need to be injected, which want to put in and out, all need to be extremely subtle control. A talisman, he foot with an incense burner, to be the last carving finished. He stumbled a step, almost fell, white face, not see half a bit of blood, and severe pain in the head. There is a burst of dizziness. Painted a talisman, almost lost half his life. Look at the talisman he drew. There is light flashing, the lines on it, one by one, as if alive, especially the most center of the word explosion. Looking at the eye, when he looked at it, the light remaining in a striped road was converged into the explosive talisman, and at first glance, it was no different from an ordinary talisman. Demon, Moon God Sai, is from the beginning to see the end, the first time to draw a talisman, but also really painted by Zhao Yun, although there are shortcomings, although it looks clumsy, but it has been barely called a burst of talisman. So talented, really against the heavens. She learned back then, spent several hours at try. Zhao Yun went to the window, lifted a crack, and threw the explosive talisman out, sticking it to the old tree in the garden. You, too, are a talent. The corners of Lunar God's mouth tugged, testing explosive talismans in his own house. He wasn't afraid of the roof lifting out? Explode. Zhao Yun let out a soft shout in his heart and formed a seal with one hand, unlocking the ban on that explosive talisman. Instantly, the true essence within his dantian was drained of quite a bit of it by an inexplicable force. This, then, is the consumption of the explosive talisman. Boom! And then, it is the sound of explosions. A good tree was blown waste collapse. The garden of the house also suffered. God knows how many bricks and tiles were blown away. Over the soldier's store, smashed in the street. Well, although the sky is not bright, but the street has been pedestrians. There are people in the stalls, do not know which with which. The scene of the disaster Was smashed by the tiles of the head broken and bleeding. Is covering the door of the head resting there to curse the mother? Why? Soldier store small garden. The old sun leader they were awakened. Shoes are not wearing scurried out of the room. And the hands are carrying a guy. Sleeping. A sudden rumble. Thought it was outsiders to smash the scene. To see the small garden scene. All of them froze. This is what a situation. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough and closed the window very consciously. Crouching under the window. Laughing with an embarrassed thief. Embarrassed to embarrassment. Joy or have. The power of the explosive talisman. Really strong enough. If affixed to the person. Will be fright its blood and bones flying all over the sky. The first time he drew a talisman. It had such power. And if he gradually perfected it. If he added heavenly thunder. It would definitely be even more domineering. Overbearing power. Has its own overbearing consumption. An explosive talisman. Siphoned off too much of his true essence. And then through that one. His true essence. More than likely. Would be drained. So it was better to use the explosive talisman sparingly when there was very little true element left. It wouldn't hold up to the exertion. Headache. Zhao Yun rubbed his head. Drawing talismans caused his mental energy to be depleted so much that his eyes were filled with gold stars. Weapon casting, alchemy, and talisman drawing have different and similar wonders, and all of them have extremely high requirements for the human body's spiritual power. The moon god leisurely said. The reasoning is not hard to understand. Zhao Yun had heard and understood since. The depletion of true essence was small, but the load on the spirit and the depletion of mental energy was the most difficult to bear. If you metamorphose into a martial soul, it will be quite a bit easier. The moon god whispered in a nebulous voice. Martial soul. Zhao Yun murmured softly. He was not unfamiliar with this term. Before the heavenly martial realm, they were all called spirits, and the spirit would rise with the increase in cultivation. And when he stepped into the heavenly martial realm, the spirit would metamorphose into a martial spirit. A martial spirit. Obviously not a level. No matter where then. Martial spirit is absolutely crush spirit. Spirit has spiritual power. Martial spirits since also have soul power. In a certain sense, it was impossible for martial cultivators of the heavenly martial realm to be hit by an illusion spell because they had martial souls, and mental illusion spells were useless to them. Naturally, the illusion techniques used by the same heavenly martial realm were not included in this. Things are not absolute. Even if not to the Tianwu realm, there may be spiritual metamorphosis of the martial soul. He read the ancient books. There was once so a strange race, born with a martial soul, the world called the soul race. The people of the soul race, whose souls were all exceptionally powerful, were the race that produced the most alchemists, artifact smiths, and rune pattern masters, simply because they had an innate advantage. However, there is an innate advantage at the same time. They also have a fatal disadvantage. That is, the strength of the physical body. Are weak pitiful, such as this race of people, and people can play auxiliary. Once they are close to the body, is a terrible nightmare. Ancient books have said that the Soul Clan has long been extinct, and was involved in a war that broke the inheritance. There can be a way to spiritually metamorphose a martial soul. Zhao Yun asked in a small voice. There is. Moon God said faintly. Teach me. Zhao Yun's eyes were glistening at once. With your current cultivation and the strength of your flesh nowadays, you won't be able to hold up the martial soul. The moon god yawned. Without a reciprocal base, if you presume to bear it, you will need to pay a terrible price. The Soul Clan is a good example. For an instant, the light in Zhao Yun's eyes darkened again. This reasoning since he understood. In the end, one still needs to tamp down the foundation extremely well and be strong to a certain extent in order to bear the martial soul. Seek out elixirs. Elixirs that enhance the spirit. The moon god added. It wasn't that she didn't have secret methods for exercising the spirit, but they were of little use to Zhao Yun at this stage, and they weren't as affordable as elixirs. Understood. Zhao Yun took a sip of the spirit liquid. The moon god was talking about elixirs, not pills. The so-called essence pill. It was not true that it could replenish spiritual power, but treating the symptoms was not the root cause, and elevating the spirit was the king. However, the real pills cannot be found. The market is not for sale. The last time I searched half of the black market, but also did not see a. To be free, will go to the black market to see? It is unlikely to have. Changing his clothes, he went out of the room. In the garden, the old head of the sun they are still confused. Around the broken old tree. Look and look. Good for nothing. How come it crumbled? Next time, go to the Willow family soldier shop and test it. Zhao Yun tucked his hand. The muttering in his heart. The language is long. One is not enough. Then add another. After the meal, he sat at the counter again. Today, the first guest, not the one who bought the weapon, but the old man selling buns across the side. In addition to him, there were quite a few other people, each in a lousy form, most of them covering their heads. All of them were the unlucky ones who had been smashed earlier. Came here for the obvious reason, to get medical bills. Give, since it is given. Zhao Yun is quite open to the idea of a piece of silver for each person. That's broad. The old man is smiling. See the silver, the brain does not hurt. Selling half a year's buns, cannot earn a piece of silver, but also worth it. Everyone else, too, was smiling. It looks like, in the future, we have to come to the Zhao family soldiers store outside to sneak around. Or maybe, there is a chance to be smashed. Finished. Want to medical expenses. Zhao family young master broad. Give money without blinking. It's, like, a gateway to earning money. However, that has to be able to carry itself only. If one is not careful to be smashed to death, then it is not worth it. After the wounded left, Reckless and the others came. They are the most diligent ones. Can they not be diligent when they have money to earn? Whenever the military store opens early in the morning, you can always see them, manually a carriage, loaded with weapons, all acquired in one day, rushed to Zhao Yun sent. Collect, as much as you can. Zhao Yun came with more than he could handle. Soon, customers came to the door, mostly with weapons. Not enough money, weapons to make up. It's about time. At the counter, Zhao Yun muttered. The words fell, then see a black shadow walked in, said the black shadow, in fact, is covered with a black robe. Obviously do not want to let outsiders know the identity of the guests to see a burst of side eye. Buy a weapon is still secretive. Who rare to see you. Shower, can you see its true appearance? Wang Da. The moon god's one word back was casual, and it was him who spelled out the sword that day. It seems to have not guessed wrong. Zhao Yun smiled in his heart, without any particular expression. Want more for a discount? Wang Da said faintly, having reached the counter. No fight. Zhao Yun smiled slightly. You want a monopoly and you want a discount? It's good if you don't get a price increase. 100 pieces then. Wang Da no nonsense. A stack of silver tickets, all shot on the counter. The whole 5,000 taels. Chapter 27, what's going on here? 100? Guests listened to it, secretly swallowed his saliva. Really cannot be seen. This goods is very rich which, no need to ask. We know that backed by a big family. As for which family, no one can see. Xiao Wu, take the guests to choose their weapons. Zhao Yun laughed and casually collected the silver ticket. Got it. Wu Er reached out and invited Wang Da away. This one was casual. A deal with a huge number that came and went quickly. Still coming. Zhao Yun was very dedicated, resting there with his head buried in counting silver checks. Half an hour. Another person came. Or Wang Da that guy. Not masked black robe, but wearing a mask. More generous than last time. A breath of 200 pieces. A thick pile of silver tickets. 10,000 taels. Gulp. Still in the store to look at the weapons of the guests. And swallowed saliva. Today is what? Running to buy weapons? The family have a gold mountain? Wang Da is gone. Looking again at the soldier's store. The weapons on the shelves had become sparse and almost sold out. Moving weapons. Yang Da and Wu Er, both stroked their sleeves, went straight to the small garden. Sold out and then put on it. Zhao Yun sat at the counter, secretly speculating Lu Songhai, exactly how much silver to prepare. This time, the interval is a little long. Wang Da came again, has been 3 hours later, is not the general big bold. A breath of 500 pieces, shocked guests dumbfounded. When he left, he brought his own pussy. The watchers who are still there are eyed all the way. Come on, make way. Yang Da has not been idle, holding weapons to come. Behind is Wu Er, empty shelves, and then set up weapons. Each of them are top quality. What a mess. Guests scratch their heads. Have become a spectator? He played life to buy, which is playing life to move. Your family is how much silver? Your family is how many weapons? Openly and secretly through the bazaar. The smokeless war. On the street, a lot of sideways glances. Since a lot of clear-eyed people, looking for a tea stall, on the shelves there to see, only because today's Zhao family soldier store. Too much noise, buyers really big bold, not a piece to buy. Is a horse-drawn carriage to the home pull? A 52. Before and after how much? Counting the number of, is not generally huge. Small families cannot afford to hold up. Not to mention the small family, the great families may not be able to hold up. Soldier store, shelves full again. Wang Da that guy does not believe in evil. Or rather, is Lu Songhai does not believe in evil, but also let Wang Da is a trip to come, more or less. In the Zhao family soldiers store sweeping the weapons, just like it do not give you to buy all. I will not stop the posture. Damn you, underestimating you. Zhao Yun sked his tongue. The silver that Lu Songhai had prepared had far exceeded his expectations. Sold out today. As night falls, the Zhao family's military store hangs its sign. What's not for sale? Lu Songhai sneered. In fact, in the relief, spelled out. His Lu family soldiers store a few years of family foundation, including the external loan, in one day spelled out. This, for what it's worth. Look at Zhao's family's soldier store. There are no more weapons. Was smashed by him with money to obey. In a short period of time, perhaps no supply of goods to replenish. Then, the next is his family's showtime. The Ryu family's military store is now a monopoly. Price. Since they let them set, go to the Zhao family to buy weapons of money. Will earn back, and only more, because the Lu family has monopolized the forget the ancient city of weapons business. Let's let you have fun first. In the room, Zhao Yun had already sacrificed his thunderbolt and was alone, diligently hardening his weapon. It does not matter if you buy out. Continue to hoard. Want to use silver to smash? Then come on. Not consumed to your girl dumped. I do not surnamed Zhao. Brains, they're a good thing. The moon god said leisurely. This brain, said Lu Songhai. Buying all the weapons is useful? Finding the refiner behind the Zhao family's weapon store is the right way, so that it is done once and for all. You think I don't want to find it? I can't find it. This will be Lu Kanggai's answer. Ever since the Zhao family came out with top quality weapons, he had been looking for them, and when he found out, he would spend a lot of money to dig them up. Embarrassed, not looking, both cannot be found, only to use the stupid method. Price cuts and vicious competition is not good. Then come to the monopoly. To use the strong financial strength, smashed Zhao family. Smash it. If you've got the money, smash it. The moon god is calm. Zhao Yun since also calm. Clean up the Lu family soldiers store. Are not required to move the refining art, only one by one quenching. Can play dead you. 80,000 taels. Outside the room. Yang Da too smiling. Today's collection of accounts is to see in the eyes, even if not to see. Counting can be calculated. 80,000 taels of silver. Such a number, from the old master of the house to start the soldier's store to today, add up to not so much. Look at old Sun too, just full of worry, sitting on a stone bench, smoking an old tobacco pouch, only from time to time will side-eye, to look at Zhao Yun's room. Today's sale is too big. If there is no conspiracy, the ghosts do not believe. He did not need to ask. He knew that a large number of buyers of weapons is the Willow family soldiers store people. The purpose is also obvious, is to engage in monopoly which want to use money to smash the Zhao family, to be no weapons to sell, sooner or later close down, the Lu family a monopoly. The price is certainly the other side of the decision. So, he has no bottom. So far, do not know Zhao Yun were the source of goods, only know that every few days, Zhao Yun on the room will be piled full of weapons, and each top quality. Whenever this happened, his old eyes would be extraordinarily deep, as if he had guessed something. His family's young master seemed to be not as simple as it appeared to be, and must be hiding secrets that were not known to the public. For example, related to a certain refiner. Smoke. He will be in the small garden around. His family soldier's store is also protected. Also set up a lot of organs in the dark. That night was set on fire backstabbing, which cannot grow a mindfulness Lu. The night, gradually deepening. Zhao Yun hadn't slept and was still quenching his weapons, replenishing the pills and shoving them into his mouth by the handful. Moon God several times side-eye, have the heart to say, did not speak, such as Zhao Yun this kind of talent against the heavens, if the heart to cultivate, will be able to in a short period of time, into a martial arts excellence of the people. The soldier's store was tied up, dividing his cultivation time and energy, to the point where he couldn't focus. She never spoke. People, there should be obsession, such as Zhao Yun, his obsession, not only to keep his grandfather's blood, but also to completely defeat the Lu family, to the military store as the foundation. In this way, to stand firm, if even a Lu family military store cannot be, and how to shake the Lu family clan. She did not stop, only to be a spectator. Will let Zhao Yun to go crazy, young to leave regrets, will be remembered for life? The stage of the martial arts may not be much. To cross the martial arts, the so-called regrets, is the lack of, climbed to the pinnacle of the more, maybe little by little evolved into the devil. This is not alarmist. There will be a day, Zhao Yun will be encountered with his own demon. That kind of robbery, cannot afford to be half a bit of sympathy? A moment of trance, it is as a god. She came from that stage, and she knows the danger. Early in the morning, the Zhao family's military store was not open. Early in the morning, the Willow family's military store was also not open. Buyers of weapons, puzzled, forgetting the two largest stores in the ancient city, closed at the same time, for many years, or the first time. What the? There were quite a few voices of doubt, one after the other. What can I do? It's all gone to hell in a handbasket. Two families, his family almost out of silver, his family almost out of arms. Not a small fight, but a shocking wave unseen by the bright eye, etc. Lu Songhai is waiting for 3 or 5 days. If the Zhao family soldier's store has no movement, then he will open the wave, etc. Zhao Yun since also waiting, while stocking up, but also waiting for the Lu family soldier's store open. Dare to ing open. Will be against you, have the balls to continue to buy. I play life with you. See is the Lu family's money more, or my Zhao family weapons more. Although the soldier store had not yet opened, the acquisition of weapons was carried out in an organized manner. Every day, Lumang is the first to come, always pulling a cart of weapons, God knows where to find. In addition to him, but also other people, each driving a carriage, loaded with weapons. What is the reasoning behind selling weapons and buying weapons, many of which are still of low rank? The street people are puzzled. Lu Tsunhai is also puzzled, has more than once sent people to investigate, all to no avail. Might it not be better to burn his soldier's store once more? Wang Di asked tentatively. First the old knife to me to find out. Lu Tsunhai cursed, received the money also did the thing, but is home in the end is still alive or not? As for the burning of the Zhao family's soldier's store, it's fine to do it once, but to do it a second time is just looking for trouble over nothing. Compared to this, he was more interested in inviting one or two Xin Yang realm out from his family, to get that Zhao Yun kid killed. Nah, he didn't have enough face. The sons and daughters of outsiders basically don't have much say in the clan, and few people will give you that face. Hard to invite, not impossible, need to spend a big price, have that time, all go to cultivate, who have time to take care of you this trivial matter. That's why he was more eager to perform, wanting to be in the line of arms, the whole big monopoly, earning money for the family. The clan is happy, maybe he will be recruited back. In this way, the power touched would be much greater than being the head of a military store. It is a pity that his wishful thinking, the end is a bubble. As young as Zhao Yun, can recognize the fact that he has lived for decades, but also shelved that self-deception. Were dispatched, even if he can go back to the family, he is the same contact with the center of power. Unless his martial arts cultivation has improved, the family is never short of those who can earn money. Without him, there will be a second Lu Tsunhai. On the fourth day, the Lu family's military store opened. Subsequently, the Zhao family's military store also opened its doors, and look at the wide array of weapons laid out on the shelves. Lu Tsunhai heard, a step did not stand firm, nearly planted that. You still have inventory? Just don't buy yours. Wu Xiu is also very on the road, passing the Lu family soldier's store, straight to the Zhao family soldier's store. Look at the Lu family that a blackened face. It is extraordinarily comfortable. Buy, keep buying. Lu Tsunhai angrily shouted, really getting on fire. On the books, there's less than 500 taels left. Wang De whispered, buy your sister. The silver from the Lu family's military store, plus the money bank's loans and mortgages, amounted to 80,000 taels of silver, and it's long since been overdrawn by you. If this hole can't be filled, if the head of the family doesn't chop you up with a slap, I'll take your name. In that case, one can only sell one's face. Lu Tsunhai snorted coldly and handed Wang Di a note. The person above, please go to Wind and Moon House. Wang Di took it and briefly scanned the note. Obviously, the monopoly of the bet. His family first cannot hold out. His family boss to find foreign aid, to unite the other families. With the money smashed Zhao family soldier's store. How many weapons? Not a single piece of leftover all to you to buy back. We have money. Buy to you no weapons to sell. Where did the Zhao family get a refiner? Lu Tsunhai gritted his teeth. So far, did not find out who. If you know, but also good. On this side, Zhao Yun has already left the soldier store and went straight to the black market. Looking at his demeanor, wilting, a few days of quenching, energy overload depletion. He has to look for elixir supplementation, preferably spirit-boosting ones. The black market would be a good place to go. When he passed by the Lu family's weapon store, he swept a glance. There were quite a few weapons. No one asked for them. Today, no one has been seen going to the Zhao family's military store to sweep up weapons, most likely because they have spent all their money. If you want a monopoly, 80,000 taels won't be enough. Chapter 28, The Great Fool. Early in the morning forget the ancient city of Black Market, but also lively and extraordinary? Fish and dragons mixed place, since it is more unseemly business. Stall owners, shopkeepers each shrewd, running the stolen goods, but also various characters. If your belly hangs down and your forehead is wide, you will have a fortune. Truly the heaven is full, the earth is square, and the face of good fortune. Brow with a taper, grudge against father? Zhao Yun was blindfolded in a black robe, looking left and right all the way, as well as talking to himself all the way. I read the Shinmen Tianshu and got some furry face techniques. Now, it is in practice. The black market to and from the people quite a lot. Every time you meet, will mutter a bit. Looking past the passers-by, he looked down at his hands again. The Book of Heaven has said that the hand has gossip 12 houses. Men look at gossip, women look at the 9 houses, but also quite a lot of learning. It's just that he hasn't been able to penetrate it so far. That's right, face reading and hand reading are very mysterious. 3 parts true and 7 parts false. The truth is very deep. When he closed his eyes, he looked around at the passers-by again, still muttering. The moon god glanced at him. Are you here to search for pills? Or are you here to give a face reading? 2 for the price of 1. Zhao Yun laughed dryly. After all, he is still secretly reading. The Book of Heaven is profound. To learn to use it. At some point, he settled at a booth. The objects on the stall seemed to have nothing to do with martial arts cultivation, mostly porcelain and paintings. Enchanter. Your seal is black. The young master of the Zhao family's opening speech was easy to understand, and I don't know if it was done on purpose, or without thinking. Because of his words, the stall owner's face darkened in a pause. Early in the morning, he met a godly man and cursed him like this. It's strange that his mood can be better. A slip of the tongue, an absolute slip of the tongue. Under the black robe, Zhao Yun only laughed dryly, and was going to ask, do you have any elixirs here? Nah, when I opened my mouth, I didn't pay attention to the strings. Older brother, do you have any elixirs here? Zhao Yun changed his words in a panic. Asterisk 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 off. The owner of the stall is a violent temperament. Open-mouthed scolding. Do not say I do not have. Even if I have, will not sell you. Zhao Yun smiled and turned around resentfully. Subsequent to the way, he was extraordinarily dedicated. Set the route. The stall stores, asked one by one. Unfortunately, there is no potion. Toward noon, after turning around 180 stores, there was no gain. Helpless, he stole a glance at the moon god. The, who was really laid back, was reclining on the moon, faking sleep with her eyes closed. Without asking, Zhao Yun continued to wander. He didn't find any pills, but he found a lot of pills and spirit liquid, and he had a lot of them. Stop. It was not until nightfall that the moon god was heard to speak faintly and casually point his finger. Zhao Yun followed his hand with a sideways glance. What he saw was the wealthy house, the store where he had sold the stolen goods last time. He has pills, moon god said. Zhao Yun did not reply and walked straight in, knowing that the moon god was referring to him as the Kaiman Lu boss. It was the same old man in sackcloth who was resting there flipping through an ancient book. He didn't even raise his head when he had a customer, but only said, selling babies? May there be a potion. Zhao Yun is no nonsense. His timbre is pale, and he has used voice-changing pills beforehand to hide his voice. No, the hemp-clothed old man returned dryly, his tone still not salty. Little Eva, the heart and veins are colicky, and I'm afraid it's not good. Zhao Yun leisurely said, mouth a small child, called is full of force, with his old color of speech. There is no problem, so that people listen. They do not think it is a hidden old-timer. To put it bluntly, it's a lull. It is not accurate to say that it is a flim-flam, simply because what he said is the truth. A small condensed Yuan realm, since it does not have this vision. But let's not forget that there was a moon god, a proper god. In his consciousness, the words just now were what the moon god had taught him to say. Don't look at the hemp-clothed old man's glory, but he actually had a dark wound, which the moon god could tell at a glance. If you have an elixir and don't sell it, then you will be fooled into selling it. Not to mention, Zhao Yun's sentence about heart vein colic really made the hemp-clothed old man raise his eyes and frown slightly. Indeed, he has a dark wound. His injuries, which few people knew about, were now being seen, and he was even called a little waif. At 3 o'clock the limbs are freezing cold. At 5 o'clock all the bones are burning with pain. On the first day of the month, the dantian is depleted. To the 15th, the true essence collapses. What I say may be right. Zhao Yun spoke again, one word after another, his words deep and well acted. These, all moon god now teaches. The two of them still work well together, with one secretly in charge of talking and the other acting in the open. Zhao Yun's acting skills, I must say, are still okay. Looking at the old man in hemp clothes, he had subconsciously gotten up and looked at Zhao Yun with changed eyes. Yes, Zhao Yun is alright. Don't look at him as doing nothing on a regular basis. But he's suffering, and he's over 100 years old and suffering. I look forward to Senior's explanation. The hemp-clothed old man's posture lowered quite a bit, and the hallowed earth hidden realm even arched his hand. This worship Zhao Yun. A burst of urination. According to the Xianmen heavenly book, presumptuously accepting a bow from one's seniors is to lose one's life. May there be a potion. Zhao Yun forced his mind to collect itself and asked a second time. Yes, since. The hemp-clothed old man laughed. Pills are not for sale, but it depends on the situation. As at this moment, there is a former senior person here. It is unlikely that he will be able to cure his injuries. There is no reason not to sell. As long as it cures him, it's okay to give it away for nothing. Kung Fu practiced backwards. You are quite unique, Zhao Yun said while walking away with his back turned backwards, wandering around the store, looking at this and that, all just to hide the nervousness in his heart. After all, what was standing in front of him was an earth-hidden realm. Practicing backwards? The hemp-clothed old man's brows furrowed furiously, and his eyes deepened quite a bit, not knowing whether he was speculating or reminiscing. One thing, to be sure, was that he was convinced of Zhao Yun's words. Since he is a reclusive old-timer, he doesn't have to come all the way here to snub him, and he doesn't have that kind of face. The fruit is a problem with the gong method. A long time, only to see the hemp-clothed old man murmured lightly. He cultivated the technique. His early years from an ancient too, indeed overbearing, which is also the reason why his cultivation is refined, do not want to think, but also hides the trouble. And with this pitfall for the younger generation, the face of the old man in hemp clothes darkened quite a bit, cursing since the people buried in the ancient tomb. But on second thought, he deserved it. If you don't do so many trades, you have to pick people's ancestral graves, and you're asking to be screwed. Elder, is it possible to be cured by practicing squarely? Collecting his mind, the hemp-clothed old man was busy following Zhao Yun's footsteps, positive and negative for one. The main thing is that this gong method of yours is crippled and criticized. Years of poisoning, extremely difficult to heal. Zhao Yun was still skulking around while lulling, or rather Luna was lulling. May Elder take a ride? The hemp-clothed old man arched his hand again. His eyes were sincere, and he truly saw Zhao Yun as a lifesaver. By the way, he cursed the tomb owner again. Good you talent, not to mention tampering with the kung fu, but also burying so many pits for me. Look at Zhao Yun, just hanging out and not talking anymore. When the hemp-clothed old man saw this, he slapped his head and took an elixir. If you want someone to be cured, you have to give them a favor. Looking at his dan again, it was snow white in color, with a bright color and a strong medicinal aroma. Essence elixir. Zhao Yun eyes bright, although the first time to see the real dan, but recognized, is to enhance the spirit of the dan. Calm down, Luna reminded. Get it straight, you are playing a senior, staring at a line of dan like this, and the light of the eyes is bright. Anyone who looks at it, is an unseasoned bumpkin, will be a senior? Zhao Yun coughed dryly, closing his eyes imperceptibly. Senior? The hemp-clothed old man was still waiting and called out tentatively. Fetch a pen and paper. Zhao Yun faintly let out a cry. Really acting more and more like it. With the moon god, the bottom line is quite strong. The old man's hands were nimble and took everything. Zhao Yun lifted his pen and wrote in a dragon's flight. As the moon god had said, the old man read it and frowned at the pause. Zhao Yun described the head, but the method, it was a little hard for him to accept. To put it bluntly, there is a terrible price to pay, a self-degradation. Think about it, is he eat his own fruit? The stronger the cultivation, the more dominant the technique, the more serious the injury. In this way, descending the realm and recultivating is the right way. As he spoke, Zhao Yun wrote the next one, which was about feats, but it wasn't fully written. Buy and sell. It's a long way to go. The old man in hemp clothes took it and was grateful. Seeing that the gongfu was incomplete, he knew Zhao Yun's moral. This elixir, can there be more? Zhao Yun flicked a line of white dan and casually asked, not caring on the surface, but actually wanting it. At the moment, no. The old man in hemp clothes let out a dry laugh. The only one, has been given to you. In that case, I will come back in 3 days, Zhao Yun said, whisking his sleeve away. At this moment there is no, and then again there must be chanting. In order to cure years of dark wounds, the old man in hemp clothes will also try to have to take pills, to exchange the rest of his skills. This, then, is a fine stream of water. Elder, where to find you? The hemp-clothed old man took a quick step after him and asked. I'll see you when it's time. Zhao Yun lifted his foot and went out. No need for you to look for me. I will often run to you to sneak around. The old man did not pursue the matter further and watched Zhao Yun leave. With that, he was seen closing his store. Healing his wounds was more important than earning money. Told you, after half a lifetime of suffering, you'll always meet someone precious. Over here, Zhao Yun had already disappeared into the crowd, and from time to time, he even looked into his arms to check on the essence pill. It was only at this point that it became clearer to see that there was a stripe on the body of the Dan. That was the Dan pattern. He had read in the ancient books that there were strengths and weaknesses in martial arts cultivation, and that there were grades of pills since then, the first grain of white pills, the second grain of purple pills, the third grain of silver pills, the fourth grain of gold pills, and the fifth grain of spirit pills, a 5-stripe Dan, the highest he knew of. As for those higher than 5 stripes, there must still be others, only that they are not recorded in the ancient books. Good Dan, Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed. A real elixir was not something that could be compared to a pill. With that thought, he glanced at the moon god again. Today, without the moon god's guidance, with his Tao, he would not have been able to fool the hemp-clothed old man. Suki Akari didn't bother, cozily faking a nap. That demeanor is a good indication of something. Learn from it. Then I'll have to learn. Zhao Yun laughed and quickened his pace. already impatient to swallow the pills. Perhaps he was too elated to notice that behind him, someone was following. That, too, was a man covered in a black robe, who, perhaps, had come to the black market to sell stolen goods. This encounter is a coincidence. The reason why he followed Zhao Yun was because he smelled the scent of pills from Zhao Yun's body. Zhao Yun didn't know, but the moon god did. Besides, that just didn't seem like she was going to warn him. What are you afraid of? If you can't do it, just do it. Chapter 29, Picking Up a Bargain. At night, the ancient city of Oblivion flourishes. After leaving the black market, Zhao Yun traveled all the way through the shadows and went straight to his family's soldier store. Traveling down a street, he turned the corner and entered. Behind him, the black-robed man, like a dark shadow, followed suit, one after the other. The two crossed the street and entered a deep wooded area in pitch darkness. Where are the people? After chasing, the black-robed man stopped and disappeared Zhao Yun figure, as if he had evaporated. Brother, what a face! Zhao Yun disappeared out of the ground and appeared not far behind the black-robed man, smiling at him. Don't underestimate the condensed Yuan realm. Perception is still good. Even if there is no moon god to remind him, he has already been aware of it. At least it is a person who has experienced a great storm. And, the moon god does not remind. Enough to prove one thing, that is, this black-robed person, not very strong. The highest was only the peak of the true spirit realm. This was his guess as to the black-robed man's cultivation. True spirit peak. At this level, he could barely handle it, as long as it wasn't a martial arts cultivator of Lu Ruyu's caliber. Looking at the black-robed man, his eyes had nearly narrowed slightly into lines. A good big living person suddenly disappeared, and then appeared without warning. Really weird. Tiny condensed Yuan realm. Underestimated you. The corners of the black-robed man's mouth curled slightly. The person he was chasing was really something. This time, it was Zhao Yun's turn to frown, without revealing his true essence. Even the hemp-clothed old man from the previous earth-hidden realm couldn't see his cultivation. But this black-robed man was able to see that, knowing that the black robe he was covered in was a self-concealing one. On its body, there are secret treasures, the moon god leisurely said. Indeed, the black-robed man had a secret treasure on him, or the kind that could measure cultivation. If it were not for that, little cutie, that's why I came along. If he had known that Zhao Yun was in the condensed Yuan realm, then he would have been afraid of nothing, and there was no reason for him to lose the dry battle. Being in the city of forgetfulness. Which house? The black-robed man smiled slyly, desiring to wear Zhao Yun's true face, but there was a black robe to block it. That can't be said. Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders. Little cute. Will say, in case I can't destroy you, won't it be bull asterisk. Bring the potion, and thou shalt live. The black-robed man is too lazy to talk nonsense. Exempt from reaching out. That knows not the usual spirit. Are all robbers so arrogant these days? Zhao Yun tsk tongue. We bother to snub to the elixir. You say to be, face how so big Lu, wanting to die like this, fulfill you. The black-robed man laughed coldly and attacked like a ghost, slashing his palm at Zhao Yun with a hot wave of palm wind. Beast fire? Zhao Yun murmured softly, and could see the black-robed man's circumference, haunted by dark fire breath, belonging to beast fire. Without much thought, he stepped on the wind god steps and disappeared. In retreat, he drew the purple heavenly sword from his waist, exempted himself from fixing himself, took a step out, and stabbed with the sword. What a handsome stance! The black-robed man was surprised. One hand probed out and impartially clutched the violet sky sword as his true essence surged. Peak true spirit. Zhao Yun let out a muffled grunt and was shaken back, truly determining the cultivation of the black-robed man. Clang! Clang! Face to face, the black-robed man has double fingers cold. Finger cracks have sword gas shot. Pounds and pounds and pounds. The clanging sound suddenly rose. It was Zhao Yun who swung his sword, and several sword chi were blocked as much as possible. Die! The black-robed man killed like the wind, and his two fingers turned into a single finger, poking straight at Zhao Yun's brow, which was an absolute kill. Destroy me! Zhao Yun laughed coldly. His face did not change as he instantly entered the ground. Earthbound? The black-robed man's eyes condensed. A finger poked the air, only to know the previous Zhao Yun. Why out of thin air? Clank! It doesn't matter if he poked the air. Zhao Yun's kill came, instantly disappeared, has circled around behind the black-robed man, the purple sky sword clanging. There are thunder and lightning lingering. The power is overbearing. A sword pierced through the black-robed man. The bloodlight stung. When Zhao Yun drew his sword, a reddish bloodlight formed a graceful arc. Heavenly thunder. The black-robed man covered his forehead, bent over and coughed up blood, staggering, unable to stand. This battle was so damn unexpected. Little condensed Yuan realm, body thief arcane, not only know the long-lost recluse, but also lightning, and is the level of heavenly thunder. in the forgettable ancient city for so many years. He did not know. Caught off guard. Damn. The black-robed man's eyes were crimson, and his face was grim, shocked and angry, but more than anything, it hurt. The previous sword was too vicious. Up to this point, one vein was broken, and it was the one connected to the atrium. Whoosh! Zhao Yun swung his sword, and a true essence chopped open the other party's black robe, and before killing, he had to see who it was. Sickened? When he saw the other party's honor, he could not help but be stunned, despite his state of mind. This man, he recognized. The people in the entire forgotten ancient city were afraid that they would all recognize it as the Lu family's refiner. To be precise, it was a guest refiner. The reason why the Lu family's weapon store had so many top-grade weapons was all due to this item. I remember it was the Xianyang realm. Zhao Yun was confused. Sikong was at the Xianyang realm, and the entire forgotten ancient city knew about it. It was a real surprise to see this. Is there something wrong with the cultivation, or even fallen off the realm? Pust. As he looked, Sikong took another mouthful of blood, and blood gushed from the bloody hole. On top of that, he saw that on his body, he was ablaze with flames, one black and one purple, two kinds of beast fire. Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows. He should know why Sikong had lowered his rank. The same beast fire is compatible. However, if you can't melt it but still want to force it to melt it, it won't be very good, and it will definitely be revolted. Sikong, for example, most likely belonged to this category, resulting in a great fall in cultivation. If not, 10 or 8 more Zhao Yuns would have been destroyed by Sikong's one-man regiment. Pick up a bargain, an unexpected pleasure. Zhao Yun laughed, and laughed quite happily. God knows that what he bumped into was the downgraded Sikong. Since it's a bump in the road, what else is there to say? If he destroyed the Lu family's refiner, it would be far too easy for him to clean up Lu Songhai. Ah, Sikong wailed. I do not know whether it was stabbed by Zhao Yun's sword, or two kinds of flames in the fight by the backlash. One hand covered his chest, one hand holding his head, cloak and hair, face extremely distorted. Clank! Zhao Yun attacked with his sword. He couldn't let Sikong howl anymore. It would startle the 4 directions. It was still a bloody light, even more blinding than the previous one. Sikong knelt, having his head pierced through by Zhao Yun's sword, a proper extermination. The moment he was dying, he should have been depressed. Today, the true 8, originally went to the black market to find a high person to heal his wounds, but unintentionally bumped into Zhao Yun, coincidentally, smelled the smell of the potion, all the way to Chase, but it is actually a road to the Yellow Springs. By the time he arrived, he didn't even know who Zhao Yun was, to the point that all died suffocating, the peak of the true spirit realm, but was cleaned up by a condensed Yuan realm. 1,000 miles to send a man's head, that's what he said. Zhao Yun put away his sword, began to clear the battlefield. Surprise, fruit can build a miraculous achievement. Really wanna fight head on hard. He can't fight. If not for Sikong carelessness, how would he have been hammered by him to be caught by surprise? In a martial arts battle, a single break is the difference between life and death. It is also strange that Sikong is a refiner, good at refining weapons but not good at fighting. Just because most of the energy is put on refining weapons, not all refiners are as demonic as Zhao Yun, multitasking but not going off the deep end. Beast fire take away, the moon god said leisurely. It has to be. Zhao Yun probed his hand, and the 2 beast flames wanted to run away, but he caught them with one hand. This, however, is good stuff. Only 1 beast fire had accomplished a refiner, let alone 2. Sicken might not be able to melt, he wouldn't be able to say. The moon god knows the heavens and the earth, so he must know the method of melting fire, and with the addition of the heavenly thunderbolt, it will be of much benefit, like refining the body, like hardening weapons. After collecting the beast fire and Sikong's belongings, Zhao Yun took the body transformation scatter, murdering people and destroying their bodies. Only after doing so did he turn away and disappear, adding another heavy smudge to the war score. It was late at night when I went back to the soldier's store again. Yang de Wuer has slept, only the old sun leader, still smoking in the garden waiting. How was the harvest? Zhao Yun laughed. Weapons sold out, including inventory, not a single one left. That's a lot of money. Zhao Yun sighed. Really underestimated the perseverance of Lu Songhai. Really want to take the money toward the death smash. I had someone look into it, and there are other families involved. Expected. Zhao Yun mused with a single word. Lu Songhai is not stupid. He still knows to look for external help. With its other clans involved, how could the financial resources not be strong? However, he can hold out. The Lu family refiner were destroyed by him. Is to cut off the roots of the Lu family soldier's store? No supply of goods. Sooner or later. Sitting in the mountains, with the money smashed, be prepared for bankruptcy. Young master, your spirit vain. The old sun leader spoke in a small voice, but did not go on. Succeeded. Zhao Yun laughed and said that this matter could not be concealed. Getting a definite answer, the old sun head was full of joy. That refiner. It's me. Zhao Yun smiled. Now, old sun too was pleasantly surprised, and all the oldness that he had faded away quite a bit. The soldier's store is closed for 3 days. Zhao Yun smiled, gave an explanation, and scurried back into the room. Older brother. The Zhao family is going to rise. Behind him, the old sun chief took the wine pot and spilled it on the ground. It was to pay tribute to the old family head, his own grandson, who was reborn in Nirvana, and in the near future his year, he will surely bring the Zhao family to open up a new piece of splendor. In the room, Zhao Yun was already sitting in a platter. And then, there were the 2 beast flames that were released, encircling one on the left and the other on the right. The moon god also took to the path and passed on the secret art of melting fire. With God's help, nothing is a problem, and Zhao Yun is demonic enough to force the fusion. The stars are shining brightly and the moon is shining brightly. Half an hour later, a crimson flame, hanging in his palm, a black and a purple melted out of the red color. The learning here, Zhao Yun does not understand, but this newborn fire, far from the previous comparable. The beast fire was sent into the dantian, and a wave of heat assaulted his entire body. Bone clashing sounds followed. Beast fire plus heavenly thunder. The marrow cleansing and tendon easing sutra combined with the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill. Refining the body in this way is not normally overbearing. He took the true elemental Dan and sniffed it fiercely before sticking his tongue out and licking it gently. There's a light sweetness that refreshes the palate. The elixir entered the body and instantly melted away. A feeling of coolness overflowing throughout the body. It is the spirit that is most soothing. Ben's mind was giddy, and after taking the true element pill, his fatigue was gone, and he was in high spirits and full of glory. There is a metamorphosis of the spirit. At this moment, if the weapon is quenched again, it will definitely be able to last longer. When I have time, I'll have to go to Fortune House and hang around more. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed. That was a gateway to getting the elixir. Only after that did he take the object for drawing the talisman, lifting the brush and dipping it into the ink, and running it across the talisman paper. The spirit was elevated, and it was much easier to draw charms. Moreover, as a talisman was drawn, the technique was also quite a bit more skillful, and no longer appeared to be that clumsy. The quality of the reading charms has steadily improved since. Lightning and flames can be added for even better power. The moon god laughed. Got it. Zhao Yun was full of energy. Thunder and fire were added, and explosive talismans came out one after another. If you can't beat them, you'll blow them up in the future. If the Lu family dares to whine again, the explosive talisman they drew will be thrown at your house. Chapter 30 Cultivating Power. It was nearly dawn before Zhao Yun put down his talisman brush. It was not true that his spirit was elevated, but he was also tired enough to draw talismans, and drawing talismans also consumed a lot of energy. Still, the results are promising. Look at the table. The explosive talisman thick stack, then the silver tickets look all eye-catching. It's mostly powerful and basically enchanted with thunder and fire. Collecting his eyes from the explosive talisman, he touched a small emerald green spirit bead from his bosom, obtained from Sikong. It is this bead that can measure a person's cultivation. In a sense, Sikong was pitted by it, and it was because he had measured Zhao Yun's cultivation at the condensed Yuan realm that he dared to follow him in the middle of the night, wanting to kill people. Unfortunately, the robbery went wrong. People, it's better to keep a low profile. As the old saying goes, you can't be too careful. Like Sikong, for nothing, Zhao Yun picked up a great bargain. From today onwards, I will fall into a deep sleep to nourish my divine spirit, the moon god leisurely said. Slumber? Zhao Yun looked sideways. Sleep for as long as it takes. Maybe 3 or 5 days. Maybe 3 or 5 years. Who can say? This, you're on your own, the moon god said, whisking his sleeve and spilling a piece of gold lettering. It is a complete gong method. Since it was prepared for the hemp-clothed old man, the tattered gong method had been evolved by her until it was complete. After all, it would have to be traded for elixirs. As for how much to pass at a time, it depends on Zhao Yun to grasp it, and he should understand the fine water flow. In a dream, the moon god slumbers quietly. Zhao Yun did not chatter, collected the explosive talisman and the line, and stretched out the door. Young master, old Sun Guan and the rest of them were there, all busy in the small garden because the soldier store had not opened. By busy, I mean moving weapons. In the past few days, a lot of low-ranked weapons had been acquired and had been piled up in the small garden. The ground is a little tight. Zhao Yun looked around. His eyes were full of weapons, and there was not much open space left. It's time to expand. After the meal, the head of the old sun went to the tea house immediately south of the soldier's store and bought it at a large price. And then, there is the antique store on the north side, which acquires the same. In this way, the antique store in the north, the soldier's store in the center and the tea house in the south, closely connected, pushed down the wall of the interval, and became completely one. Not only the store, but also the small garden in the back grew with it. This remodeling took all of one day. When the new day came, the facade of the Zhao family's military store was a spectacular sight. It's all closed, and you're still making this whole big deal about it. People passing by all look at the Zhao family's military store, which is much larger than the Lu family's. The Zhao family's military store is a very large one, and the Zhao family's military store is a very large one. Early in the morning, Lumang was still the first to come. With money to earn, this bearded man was extraordinarily diligent, pulling a wagon load of weapons. Where to find it? Zhao Yun tucked his hand in and circled the carriage, sighing, "I have my doorway." Lu Mang laughed. "The hole to a carriage of weapons. Not much effort. Could you be interested in joining my Zhao family's soldier store?" Zhao Yun laughed. As the facade grew, he also had to increase his manpower. For example, the guards of the soldier's store. Like Lumang, it's perfect for more guards, and the soldier store is safe. To put it bluntly, it is to cultivate one's own power. Going out and trying to stabilize his footing is not enough with him alone. Join a soldier's store and get paid for your work now. Lumang rubbed his hands together and smiled. It was time to find a place to get a foothold. You set the price. I'll pay for the labor. Zhao Yun smiled, still as open as ever. He valued hearts more than silver. Gotta go. Reckless is also quick enough. Never Leoneize, a little higher than the market will be good. Most of all, he looked at Zhao Yun very favorably. This Zhao family's young master was not as bad as rumors had it. At least, treating people with sincerity. Go get some more men. Zhao Yun smiled, handing over a jug of wine. I understand what young master means. Lu Mang took the wine pot and turned to leave. By noon, Lumang came again. Along with him, there were 7 or 8 other martial cultivators, with realms mostly at the true spirit realm, up to the 9th level. Night, soldier store back garden set up a banquet. Good wine and meat whole big table. Is this sumptuous? Lumang grinned and sked, and the newer members looked basically the same. Being a martial arts practitioner is not a lack of money. Only, the silver are used in cultivation. Weekdays to buy wine and meat, are willing to spend. What the? You're here to eat whatever you want? In the future, there will be wine and meat at every meal. Wu Er laughed, holding the wine altar and pouring wine from one to another. This is a good job. The crowd listened to it, all smiled and laughed. Zhao family soldiers' store treatment turned out to be so good. There are weapons in the side room, one for each of you, so choose your own after the meal. Zhao Yun laughed. As a shopkeeper, neat gift well, since it is necessary to have. For nothing? For nothing. Well, once these 2 words came out, all the people are open to the whole. After eating nimbly go to choose weapons. What about the Zhao family's weapons? 50 taels apiece? This meal, eat that is called a smile. Each is a bold person. The bridge after the meal. Zhao Yun did not go to see, but, since the room to listen to, the sound of laughter ringing all over the small garden. One of them are holding weapons giggling. The young master of the Zhao family is too damn open. Told you, you can't keep having bad luck. You have to meet someone. The division of labor between the soldier stores is clearly defined. The shopkeeper is naturally still Zhao Yun. The old Sun leader is the housekeeper. Yang De Wuer plays the understudy, the newcomer. Lu Mang is in charge of collecting weapons, and unlike in the past, nowadays, he just needs to wait in the weapon store. As for the men he brought with him, they all became guards of the soldier's store. Only after arranging everything did Zhao Yun focus on hardening his weapons and lock himself in his room. With the heavenly thunder, and with the beast fire, the speed of quenching was accelerated too much. During that time, he had glanced at the moon god, who was indeed sleeping, as motionless as an ice sculpture. When are you going to wake up? Zhao Yun closed his eyes, still waiting for sure, take me to pretend and take me to fly? As he spoke, a sword and a knife had been refined. It was better to say that it was refined, but it was better to say that the impurities that were quenched and exhausted were refined in the process. But that's enough. There was no need to move the refiner's art to pack up the Lu family's soldier store. Zhao Yun suddenly raised his eyes and glanced diagonally upwards, and there was the sound of bricks and mortar shrugging. Obviously, there was someone on the roof. Anyone sneaking around the roof in the middle of the night is either a thief or a spy. He's used to it. Since the Zhao family's military store came out of the top quality, every once in a while, people would run here for a stroll, mostly in the middle of the night, without having to ask. He knew that it was the scouts sent by Lu Songhai. This is expected. If he is Lu Songhai, he will run even more diligently. You, come down. There was a loud shout from outside the room. Nai Mangan, too, perceived the scout, who was carrying his ghost-headed sword, pestle staring in the garden. Don't look at this one as big-headed, but he's very careful, taking people's money for people's trouble. He was a big guy. He had to be able to afford the money Zhao Yun gave him for his labor. Run. Where run? Lumang was not the only one who bellowed. There were other soldiers' store guards that had killed the roof. Nay, the scouts were too leggy to catch it. Since the beginning, Zhao Yun did not come out of the room. Little scouts, he was too lazy to clean up. Gotta find a little support. Zhao Yun murmured softly, reflecting the dim candlelight. His eyes were quite deep. Sikong was destroyed. A day or two may not matter. Days long, the Lu family must be suspicious. If you can't find Sikong, you'll definitely check it out. Coinciding with the fact that there is a secret fight between the soldier stores and the soldier stores. Sooner or later, the Zhao family's soldier stores will be investigated. At that time, the scouts that came would not be at the true spirit realm. After all, it was a guest refiner. Not to mention Lu Tsunhai. Even Lu Tsunkong would most likely be on board. So it's good to plan ahead, such as Lu Mang and the others. Although they could defend against the true spirit realm, they could not defend against the Xianyang realm. The boss of the wealthy house should be a good choice. Zhao Yun thought left and right. The old man in hemp clothes is the most suitable. Do not need to do anything. Come here to sit. The night, gradually dispersing. Early in the morning, Zhao Yun went out of the soldier's store early, found a place to mask his black robe, and went straight to the black market. Come again to Kaiman Lu. The old man in hemp clothes was busy and panicked to get up. Look at his demeanor. Not the usual hot cage, serving tea and water, as if a junior. Look at Zhao Yun. Not so calm. Earlier, with the moon god holding out in the dark, the bottom was quite strong. Now that the moon god was sleeping, there was inexplicable panic. All said and done, the play is still on. Fortunately, before the moon god fell asleep, he had left him the complete technique, so it was up to him to use it. Elder, drink tea. The warmth of the old man in hemp clothes was more than respectful, and in front of Zhao Yun, he was quite formal. Respectfully, he has to be respectful. These past few days of recultivation, the sickness was too much less, and the new gong method was indeed esoteric. Because of that, he was grateful. More than grateful, he was shocked. Shocked that Zhao Yun's experience was such that he was able to repair the feats. This senior, what kind of way? As this query, he had asked it many times in his mind. Nay, no results. Blame it on the fact that there are too many hidden tigers and dragons in the world, and there are always those he doesn't know about. May there be a potion. Zhao Yun faintly said. End of the teacup. Gently sip. Slightly unnoticeable, but also peeped at the old man's cultivation. Is indeed a ruthless role? The cultivation of the earth hidden realm. Said down to give down. Yes, since. The hemp-clothed old man laughed and took a side of the jade box, or a true elemental pill. For this Dan, he went to a lot of trouble. It could also be that the time was too short to find it. After all, elixirs are precious objects. Without looking at the elixir, Zhao Yun had already put pen to paper. Look at his acting. It's quite a bit more masterful than last time, and the acting is dripping. Even without the moon god, he could cover it just as well. Perhaps this is an alternative practice that exercises the mind. At some point, he wrapped up his pen. The hemp-clothed old man was busy and flustered to receive it, and as he expected, the gongfu given by Zhao Yun was still incomplete. Or maybe he's not giving enough of a benefit of the doubt. Only one true elemental Dan. Want to exchange the whole technique? How can there be such a cheap thing? It was he, on the other hand, who was a little less than impressed. To make an old-timer wait for 3 days for only a single elixir was just too much to take. Today, I will make a journey, Zhao Yun said and slowly got up, also taking away the true elemental pill with him. The old man in hemp clothes was anxious in his heart, and he wanted to say, what should I do if you leave? In the future, if you find an elixir, you can go to the soldier store and look for my disciple Zhao Yun, and he will give you the technique. Zhao Yun? The old man froze. Zhao Yun of the Zhao family? Exactly. Zhao Yun flicked his sleeve and took a step out of the store, fading away. Behind him, the old man in hemp clothes looked strange. Being in the forgotten ancient city, how could one not know about Zhao Yun, the martial arts prodigy of the past, and the broken vein and ruined body of the present, to be able to be his disciple? The hemp-clothed old man murmured. His eyes were deep. When he had time he would definitely go and see. Zhao Yun is definitely not simple. Chapter 31, Coming. I'm acting, again, superbly. On the way back, Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed the whole way, occasionally looking at the moon god. The moon god was not awake, and slept rather sedately. To close his eyes, he accelerated his pace, out of 3 or 5 feet, but then turned back, settled in front of a ground stall. Stalls on the objects, a variety of things. He only stared at one thing. It was a strand of silk, still blowing faintly. Celestial silk. Zhao Yun murmured softly, seemingly recognizing it, or rather, having seen it recorded in an ancient book. Heavenly silkworm. Extremely rare species. It spat out the silk. Not ordinary silkworm can be compared. Its silk woven into clothing can nourish the body, only because of its silk. Innate will be a very strange power. That little girl, she should like it. Zhao Yun laughed, and the little girl in his mouth was referring to Lu Ruxin. This one, I'll take. Zhao Yun took the silver ticket and whisked away the heavenly silkworms. Stay out of the black market and turn a corner to the tailor's store. He put the silk of the heavenly serpent there, to make a dress, which he would return to the family and bring back to his wife on his day. How can you not have a daughter-in-law for your old man when you have one? The choice was an ancient jade, ink-colored throughout, warm, cool and luminous, and expensive. Ahead, when it's time for another underground casino, both passing by, which can also go in to fish a hand, not to win more. A few hundred taels is there. Look at the steward of the underground casino. There's enough urgency. It's been a few days and I can't see my master. Yan's old ghost couldn't have gotten lost. Zhao Yun knew it in his heart, so he would not say anything. On the new day, the great battle for monopolization among the soldier stores kicked off once again. When the Zhao family's military store opened, people came one after another. These, each one of them rich and powerful, don't buy, but buy in large quantities. Before noon, the weapons in the soldier store were acquired. Zhao Yun then lightened up, and when he returned to the soldier store, he locked himself into his room and played around with quenching. Buy, keep buying until you run out of money, and you'll all be screwed in one fell swoop. Zhao family soldier store and shut down. Look at the street people dry cough. Good store. 3 days twice shut down, but discerning people look, can guess the end. This shutdown is not a general shutdown. People's weapons was snapped up. No matter from where the liquidation, will not lose money. Keep staring. Lu Songhai coldly grunted. Got the support of several big families. There is silver in the account. The bottom line is quite strong. It's been a few days since Siku has returned to the clan. Wang De stood to one side, careful, and spoke quite cautiously. It is a strange temperament, and it will return when it has had enough waves. Lu Songhai faintly said, not much on the heart. At the moment a mind is to think of how to collapse Zhao family soldier store. As for Sikong, since someone to find, the family head Lu Tsungkong should be more anxious than him. Indeed, Lu Tsungkong was on fire. A guest refiner invited him to spend a lot of money, not to mention the big frame, but also 3 days to run out of the house. The refining of the weapon has not been refined. Go out for so long, do not see back. Really no rules. Family master, the soldier store side, the Lu family steward asked in a low voice. Lu Songhai didn't dare to come to Lu Tsungkong directly, so he had to pass the message through him, and for this reason, he also stuffed quite a lot of silver, with the obvious purpose of wanting to get the family's financial support. He's afraid he's out of his mind. Lu Tsungkong cold snort. Words do not pretend to cover up. As the head of the family, eyes quite a lot. How can I not know? An ignorant by weapons have hanging. Find out the Zhao family's refiner, the right way, according to today's buy. Cannot monopolize him, do not know. Take care of the Zhao family's business is certain. Go find Elder Yang, and go explore the Zhao family's soldier store at night. Lu Tsungkong coldly said, his eyes sharp. Find out that refiner. If you can pull it together, pull it together. If you can't, then exterminate it for me. Then the soldier store side. Steward Lu asked again. No need to care. Lu Tsungkong waved his hand. Also, continue to look for the lone wolf of the night. Understood. Behind him, Lu Tsungkong sucked in a vicious breath, his face extremely gloomy. He cared more about the money store than the soldier store. So far, we haven't found the lone wolf, and it's as if it's evaporated into thin air. A money changer is all about trust and justice. Lone wolf this hole, who still dare to go to the bank to save money. This is the biggest loss. So the bank's protection, and added more than twice, and then ing dare to come, even if the realm of the earth will have to kill you. Our family soldier store has been very hot recently. Zhao family, the murmurings continue. The soldier store so big movement, want to not know is difficult. Zhao Yun which seeks a refiner. Even the grand elder was suspicious for a while, and had long heard of it, only that he had not asked about it. He's not worried, though, even if a foreigner's son earns more money for the family, he will be of no use. When Zhao Yuan abdicates, and when his son comes to the throne, the so-called Zhao Yun will be nothing more than a part-time job for the new master. Thinking of Zhao Yuan, he glanced in the direction of the family head's special court. Ever since Zhao Yun left, Zhao Yuan had gone into seclusion, and so far there was no sign that he was going to come out of seclusion. 3 days passed quietly. Early in the morning on the street of the forgotten ancient city, it was still as lively as ever, with quite a lot of hawking and yelling. Counting the time, it should be half a year since I left the black market. The old man in hemp clothes walked leisurely down the street with his hands behind his back, looking here and there. Boredom. Go since the Zhao family soldier's store direction. 3 days wasn't a short time, and he had searched for the elixir again, and when he couldn't find the old-timer, he had no choice but to go and find Zhao Yun. By the way, let's see what's so different about that kid that he's favored by the old-timers. In the past few days, his breath had evened out quite a bit, and he had retrained his technique, so he was no longer in that kind of torment. As he was walking, he suddenly heard the neighing of horses, or that white cloud horse, or that proud girl of the sky, flying all the way past, like a white cloud floating past. See, the street people are glittering, is to see the white cloud horse, is also to see Lu Ruyu. A daughter of heaven is a daughter of heaven. People beautiful horse handsome, such as this talent, wherever you go, all the attention. She is the disciple that Jinfeng Shaohua took in? Fruit is extraordinary. The hemp-clothed old man stroked his beard and glanced at Lu Ruyu. In terms of qualifications, it was indeed stunning enough. As for the Yunfeng little Eva in his mouth, he was referring to Lu Ruyu's master since, thanks to Zhao Yun do not know, which if you know, do not know what a look, at least the days of the zone to come, unpredictable, but was called by you into the cloud phoenix small child, you seniority is how high, the man is good, the nature. The hemp-clothed old man closed his eyes, and muttered to add a sentence, forget the ancient city who do not know, the Lu family played a good game, do not want to marry then not married, straight say it is good, stealing the hook, it is very excessive, there's also the cloud phoenix waifu, that should be pushing it too, well, when we return to the heavenly sect, we'll have a good chat with her, if you're not doing anything, just stay home and don't go wandering around, so you don't get slapped to death, for example, Zhao Yun's terrifying master. If you get it wrong, he is a heavenly martial realm, bullying his family's disciple. It would be strange if he doesn't find you to settle the score. As he spoke, he had already arrived at the Zhao family's soldier store. Zhao Yun is in. On the surface is lying on the counter to doze off. In fact, is in the enlightenment of the Xuanman's heavenly book, or multitasking. By the way, piggybacking on the wind god step, any moment, he is not idle. There is the Xin Yang realm. Zhao Yun murmured softly, only because the small spirit bead in his arms lit up, flooded with purple light, representing that within a certain range, there was a Xin Yang realm stepping in, and looking at the depth of the purple light, it was still a terrifying Xin Yang realm, coming. Zhao Yun stole a glance and saw the old man in sackcloth from a great distance, wandering in. Well, he is, keep pretending to be asleep, it's acting time down there. The hemp-clothed old man has walked in, casually glanced at the soldier's store, eyebrows straight, on to the shopkeeper down to the miscellaneous, arresting their dozing, only because the shelves, empty, a weapon are not. This, then, is interesting. With no weapons to sell, Guan Zhang goes back to bed, idle. Looking it over, he then leaned over the counter and knocked gently. Zhao Yun was awakened, rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at them, then he was going to lie down there and sleep again. This gave the old man in hemp clothes amusement. You can at least say something. It was only after 3 or 2 instantaneous moments that I saw Zhao Yun look up and come to say, sold out today. Want elixir? No. The old man in hemp clothes whispered. Only now did Zhao Yun actually raise his head, pretending not to recognize it and scanning up and down. And only then, tentatively, did he ask, from the black market? What do you say? The old man in hemp clothes was self-conscious, and ran to the elegant room on his own. Zhao Yun smiled in his heart and numbly followed. In the elegant room, the old man in hemp clothes has sat down, teapot teacups, pouring himself. Master said that he would only give feats when he sees the elixir. Zhao Yun sat down, tucking his hand in and yawning vigorously, not knowing what kind of play he was putting on. Good point. Sack-clothed old man, no nonsense. Whisking a jade box, 3 true element Dan. Set the board neatly. That smells good. Zhao Yun took a sniff and casually gave the feats. Still only a portion. Where is your master? The hemp-clothed old man took it. A seemingly unintentional question, but in fact, he was concerned. Clouded in the void. Zhao Yun turned on the lull mode and pulled a random name. Your master. What an origin. The old man put in his gung-fu and looked at Zhao Yun with a smile, wanting to find out something from Zhao Yun. The Sky Clan. Zhao Yun's waist was straight and he moved his prepared speech out. The Sky Clan's good. The Sky Clan's great. The old man in hemp clothes sat upright, stroked his beard, and spoke in that way. God damn you Zone. Why haven't I seen him before? Fooling around? This little thing is fooling me. Nothing more than not wanting to inform, before pulling out a heavenly sect. When to return? The old man in hemp clothes did not say anything and asked again. I don't know. Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders. His old man is a god. In that case, the old man will wait here. The hemp-clothed old man is still that self-conscious. Out of the elegant room, did not leave, straight to the backyard. Obviously, it's going to stay here. Before he left, he also glanced at Zhao Yun with quite a deep meaning, and the light of his old eyes was extremely deep. Just say it. This kid is extraordinary. Which is the broken vein waist body? clearly has been connected to the spiritual vein, has become a martial arts, and the body not only has the heavenly thunder, there is a very scary beast fire. Look at its true essence, then the same level of martial arts cultivation is much more pure. No wonder that the old-timer accepted him as a disciple. This is only a few days. Cultivation has this kind of refinement. So, you're the refiner. The hemp-clothed old man sighed in his heart. There was beast fire and heavenly thunder. No matter which one was qualified. Naturally, it's still that old-timer who's well-trained. Unfortunately, the entire forgotten ancient city, including the Zhao family's Lu family, were mostly still in the dark. Yunfeng you chose the wrong person to suppress. The hemp-clothed old man sighed and shook his head, but also regretted for Lu Ruyue. A good marriage, a golden child, a talented man and a beautiful woman. But it is this kind of a martial arts genius, was pushed out of the door by you. Purpose served. Zhao Yun didn't know what the old man in hemp clothes was thinking, but he was just enjoying himself. Finally, there is a backer. Would the old man in hemp clothes turn against him? This, I'm afraid, is not very likely. What about the fact that he has a non-existent master weighing him down? At least, the old man would not make a move before the master showed up and before the feats were found. Chapter 32, The time is not right. The old man in hemp clothes stayed and sought out a small, quiet building. Zhao Yun wanted to go to talk about it, thought about it or stop. Now not only to act, but also have to play a psychological war. Cannot be too on the rush to come forward. This little thing, how a little not curious Lu. Seeing that Zhao Yun did not follow him, the old man in hemp clothes tucked his hands in and muttered for a while. You know, he is a Xianyang realm martial arts cultivator. Is a junior will run to get close to it. It's possible that if he's happy, he'll reward you with some treasures or something. Zhao Yun was fine, as if nothing had happened. However, after careful consideration, the hemp-clothed old man was relieved. It should be that the old senior was too scary, and the disciples he taught were mostly those who had seen great storms, such as him. This Xianyang realm was mostly a small gutter. Not long after, Zhao Yun returned from the soldier's store. When he passed the small building, he looked sideways, finished and went back to his own room, clicked and locked the door, and then did not see out for a long time. That's so hardy, the hemp-clothed old man sighed. He this Xianyang realm cannot rush to find a condensed Yuan realm chatting. This kind of hole, not to mention to lose majesty. Buzz, buzz, over here. Zhao Yun had already sacrificed heavenly thunder and beast fire, still quenching both weapons at the same time, and was multitasking, running the Taichu heavenly thunder skill on one side, running the marrow cleansing and tendon easing sutra on the other side, and comprehending the wind god steps on the other side, while studying the Xianmen heavenly book. It was only at nightfall that he called it quits. This day of non-stop quenching, and tired enough, energy depleted clean, wilting, but also straight to drift off to sleep, once again overloaded. Only then did he take out the elixir, 3 true elemental pills, with a medicinal fragrance that was refreshing to the heart. There's something to be said for taking elixirs, as when the energy is exhausted to take, the effect is better. 3 pills into the body, like a clear spring flow overflow, energy can be replenished, the spirit is also nourished. Once again, he felt the metamorphosis of his spirit, the pale color of his face faded with it, and his bloodshot eyes were quite a bit clearer, and 1 point deeper still. Nice, Zhao Yun smiled, cozy inhaling the residual fragrance of this Dan. If there are a few more, the feeling must be even more wonderful. Eat 2 or 3 pounds, it is not too much. Young master, it's time to eat. Outside, came Wu Er's call. Wine and meat and rice have been set on the table. Really have wine and meat all the time. Zhao family soldiers store treatment. Indeed broad very. Coming. Zhao Yun answered and turned to go out. Hungry indeed. Outside the door, the first thing he looked at was the small attic, and tentatively called out, Elder, come down for a drink? Lu Mang and old Sun leader. They, too, looked with the sound. Early to know the soldiers' store came to a figure, and very conscious, since they are looking for a place to live. So far, they do not know what origin, only know that it is to find Zhao Yun, and, unfathomable, maybe a terrible Xianyang realm. Squeak, under the attention of the crowd, the door of the small attic opened. Hemp-clothed old man stretched his lazy waist out. The demeanor seems to indicate a word. I did not want to eat. Is that you asked me to eat? So, I will be reluctant to make things difficult, to reward you for the face of the chant. Whoosh! Zhao Yun only felt a breeze, only to see a ghost in his eyes. The last moment was still at the second floor of the small building of the hemp-clothed old man. This moment, it was already below. So fast. Lu Mang was shocked in his heart. Such an illusory stance. If he wanted to clean up his true spirit realm, he was afraid that he would not need to make a second move. One move would be able to exterminate him. Coming down from the earth-hidden realm, the fruit is overbearing. Zhao Yun also secretly sighed. Xianyang realm he is not seen, such as his father Zhao Yuan, such as the Yin family's old ghost, are Xianyang realm, but compared with this one, it is really a small witch, the same Xianyang realm, the difference is too big. Come seniors, drink. Sackcloth old man has sat down, Lumung quite know things, holding the wine altar smilingly pouring wine. This is a ruthless person, have to serve people comfortably. The children are teachable. The hemp-clothed old man stroked his beard with style. How can I put it? It was still easy on the eyes to see these little brats, especially that young master called Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun smiled and followed the crowd to their seats. This dinner, the atmosphere is a bit weird. Usually all family members, now there is a senior, and extremely scary senior, are a lot more formal. Naturally, there are also so 3 or 2 not so good at drinking red in the face and neck, staggering to find someone to fight, cannot even pull the kind of pull. To this day, they're all still hanging on the tree, out of the blue, since the old man in hemp clothes, eating a meal is not clean, looking for a beating. This old man, he hits so hard, Zhao Yun will be peaceful, just like a good baby. Do not know how the old man in hemp clothes out of the hand, just see the eyes of a wobble. The 3 true spirit realm on the sky, the small spirit bead in his arms lit up inadvertently, glowing with a purple light. Obviously, there was a Xianyang realm within a certain range. With his perception, he could only vaguely sense a hint of breath. It must be the Xianyang realm of the Lu family. Zhao Yun had this speculation in his mind, and was mostly here to spy on the news. He guessed correctly. It was indeed the Xianyang realm, and it did come from the Lu family, masked in a black robe, and was hiding on the side of the eaves of the house, from which, one could clearly look at the small garden. Xianyang realm? The black-robed man frowned, looking at the hemp-clothed old man, looking at the extremely hidden aura. It was definitely the Xianyang realm. Getting it right, it was still a peak Xianyang realm. He's the refiner? The black-robed man murmured. Is for this matter, come before the master of the family is under the order. Can pull together then pull together. Can not pull together. We'll send it into the ghost gate. This seems to be a more reliable pull. At the same Xianyang realm, he couldn't beat that hemp-clothed old man. Interesting, the hemp-clothed old man muttered. Zhao Yun could sense it, would he not? He was unspoken, or lazy. However, if the other party was looking for a fight, it wasn't as if he minded teaching it how to behave. Bad timing. Black robes come fast, go fast, under the eaves, will know the blink of an eye shadow, certain things, or privately chat alone is good. After all, Zhao Yun is also there. This blatant people digging, people are going to scold the mother. It's different to have a townie. Zhao Yun laughed in his heart. If it was not for the hemp-clothed old man here, hidden in the eaves of the house of the Lu family Xianyang realm, cannot be so subtle, most likely have jumped down to pretend. After the meal, he went back to his room. The crowd also left individually, and the small garden instantly became empty. Late at night, a dark shadow flashed by. The black-robed man snuck in again, looking for the old man in hemp clothes, wanting to talk alone. Which one? The old man in hemp clothes said lightly, sitting under the lamp leisurely flipping through ancient books. The Ryu family. The black-robed man smiled, seemingly calm. In fact, full of scorn. Earlier the distance was far away. Perception is not clear. Now, only to know the terror of this hemp-clothed old man. My family head, I would like to invite you, fellow Daoist, to a meeting. Without any nonsense, the black-robed man took an invitation and carefully put it down. The old man in sackcloth was silent and did not even look at him. His demeanor can be described as full of force, as if to say, the words have been brought, then we're cool where to stay. Wait a moment to clear the people. Will hurt the peace. The black-robed man laughed dryly and turned away. As the old man said, the word has been brought to the table, and it's up to the people whether they go or not. Good boy, hiding deep enough. The hemp-clothed old man laughed. The mouth of the kid refers to since Zhao Yun. Obviously, the Lu family so far do not know the refiner is Zhao Yun. This night, it is to recognize him as that refiner. This invitation, most likely to dig the wall. And because of that, it's funny, the old father-in-law bothered to dig the son-in-law's foot, to wear are extraordinarily fresh. However, with the style of the Lu family to do things, completely do it, a few days ago a stolen wedding, are the whole of that slippery? Not to mention digging the foot of the wall, he said, and glanced at the invitation. Lu Tsongkong well, he still heard a little bit, is definitely a ruthless character? Really give him angry, even if it is their son-in-law, but also kill, go or not. The old man in hemp clothes and look at the ancient books. Honestly, do not want to go. 1 is not a refiner. 2, well, really do not want to get involved with the Lu family, is because of Zhao Yun's master, which if the future to find the Lu family liquidation, most likely will piggyback on him. Over here, Zhao Yun was still quenching his weapon. When the black-robed man came, He was able to vaguely perceive that it was the credit of that small spirit bead. As for what he ran to do, he also knew with his but, digging the wall, blame it on the fact that he hides it so well. Even so, the Lu family to this point did not know that he was that refiner. This night, coincidentally, bumped into the old man in hemp clothes, is a person, will be right. He'll continue to hide it, and he'll have to do it carefully. Lu Tsungkong's character, he still knew very well. Really, if he learned of this secret, he would most likely clean him up in the dark, even if he was the son-in-law of the Lu family. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a breeze, and there was one more person in the room, none other than the old man in hemp clothes. This one, how did it get in? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow and looked at the doors and windows, but they were all tightly closed. Through the wall? He muttered in his heart, even if it is not, it is definitely a similar secret technique, otherwise how can he say that he was once in the earth-hidden realm? This old man in hemp clothes is indeed scary enough. Want to learn? The old man in hemp clothes had already found a place to sit down and looked at Zhao Yun with a smile. Don't want to. Zhao Yun shook his head and returned dry and sharp. Through walls. I can do that too. The hemp-clothed old man's mouth tugged. Look at Zhao Yun demeanor. Seems to be on this through the wall of the art. Not much on the heart. Do not have to think about it. It is known that this little thing is also well versed in this art. As for who teaches him, do not need to ask. It must be the master of his family. Make an offer. This plan does not work. The hemp-clothed old man opened the window to say the truth. I think Zhao Yun understand. The rest of the technique all to me. The price as well. Let's talk about it. Pills? Just pills. Zhao Yun smiled. He was more optimistic about the true elemental Dan than the silver. Boy, I don't have a good temper. My master's temper, it's not very good either. Zhao Yun said. Years later, if someone interviewed him, he would definitely come up with a sentence. At that time, I was scared to death. The Real Xin Yang realm a slap to kill him is not negotiable. It seems that it is necessary for the old man to open his eyes. The hemp-clothed old man thought to himself, and casually took a sword from his own side, wanting to give the weapon a break in order to scare Zhao Yun, a skillful job that he often did. Embarrassingly, he didn't break it. It's not his fault. With so many weapons in the room, he took Zhao Yun's long yuan sword, which is made of meteorite iron from outside the sky. Can't you just break it if you want to? Chapter 33, passed on by the master. What a hard sword. The hemp-clothed old man lightly take in the hands, turn to measure, the old eyes deep. Do not look at this sword is not very good, but casting its materials, absolutely extraordinary, carefully looked at. The eyes have a shock, really ing eyes, even meteorite iron casting, look at its pattern, belongs to the sky outside the meteorite iron. My master rewarded me. Zhao Yun grinned, not leaving a master out of his 3 sentences. Well, pretty good. The hemp-clothed old man let out a dry cough. Secretly that old senior is how much pain in their own disciples. The sky outside the meteorite iron, said reward on the reward, really a large sum of money. Zhao Yun did not say anything else and focused on hardening his weapon. The old man in hemp clothes is embarrassed. The weapon did not break, but it is embarrassing. For the Dragon Abyss sword, he really liked it. Not blowing, if it is the general condensed realm, he will open the robbery without saying a word. As for Zhao Yun, well, or forget it. Not afraid of Zhao Yun, is afraid of his master? Dare to big bully small. That old-timer will teach him to do. The room fell into silence. The hemp-clothed old man got up, put his hand to Zhao Yun. That look at Zhao Yun quenching weapons. Extremely skillful. He is the more he looks at the eyes more profound. Zhao Yun not only in the quenching weapons, secretly even multi-purpose, but also do other things, such as enlightenment of some kind of secret art, but also such as the use of true essence to wash and train the body. Demon. This was his judgment of Zhao Yun. Demon indeed. I told you, to be the disciple of an old-timer. Is he not a generalized person? One cannot look like a person. The young master of the scum in the mouth of the world is even more stunning than he had imagined. For that reason, he sighed again for the Ryu family. Messing with such a little devil. Your home can be peaceful only strange. To Zhao Yun's talent, not many years, will become a famous party of the strong. Refining art will also have high attainments. In addition, there is an unfathomable master. The night, gradually deepening. Zhao Yun did not stop, still resting there conscientiously refining weapons. Look at the old man in sackcloth, and did not go. This one was extraordinarily leisurely, with his hands behind his back, slinking casually around the room, and from time to time, he even stretched out his fingers and knocked on Zhao Yun's long-hardened weapon. This knock didn't matter. The weapon was damaged quite a bit. It wasn't that the weapon wasn't hard enough, it was the hemp-clothed old man's finger. The force was too great. A martial arts cultivator down in the earth-hidden realm, a single finger would be able to flick the weapon to smithereens. My master, he doesn't have a good temper. Zhao Yun suddenly a word. The face is still a little black, and quite have the urge to curse the mother. The middle of the night, do not sleep. Run this knocking my weapon. Sincere disruption of it. Don't scare the old man. The old man in hemp clothes did not think, but also set aside that knocked rhythmically. It's still that sword that dominates. His muttering, only he himself could hear. The said sword, since it refers to the dragon abyss, cast by the meteorite iron from the sky, is not comparable to these trash. If you give him a body, put an explosive talisman. What Zhao Yun is thinking is extraordinarily refreshing. One is not enough for two. If the old man had known, he would have shown disdain. The so-called explosive talisman, not to who all work, such as his level of martial arts cultivation, even standing there to let Zhao Yun cut, cannot break his defense? This is the absolute suppression of the realm. Don't take the old man, with a half-assed Xin Yang realm then. Those in front of my face, there is a counting one. Our small brother, blow you all over the place. Zhao Yun is still searching. The old man knocked every weapon, such as this idea will be a strong point. I worked hard to quench. You damn good knock? Where did you get this thunder? You. The old man in hemp clothes finally did not knock, focused on studying Zhao Yun. Studying Zhao Yun's thunder. Always feel like the thunder and lightning in the sky. How can you still introduce into the body? If he is replaced, he thinks he cannot do it. Dare to use his body to lead the thunder. Will be split into ashes, passed down by the master. Zhao Yun's reply was true to the old man's guess. It was that old timer again. It's good to have a master. Sackclothed old man sighing. Also sighing, do not feel remembered his family. That old man, did not see him as passing through. 3 days to carry him away. Burst hammer. And look at the human Zhao Yun. He's more angry than the human. When all was said and done, he was still peering at it, and there were secrets to be found in this boy's body. Only, he has not seen through it. Eyesight. It's a good thing, and the condensed Yuan realm has his back. Clank. Accompanied by the sound of the sword. Zhao Yun again out of the sword. Cold light, but fell in someone's eyes. In fact, with the garbage is no different. Only the dragon abyss sword, in order to enter his eyes. What kind of weapon is it to refine when you don't want to cultivate in your prime? The hemp-clothed old man leisurely said. So talented. If you concentrate on martial arts, the achievements created will be above the refining of weapons. This world, the fist is the hard way. Master said that smithing is also a kind of cultivation. Zhao Yun poured a mouthful of wine, quenching his weapons and also exercising his spirit. In this way, the repair is internal. The old man in sackcloth smelled it, and at first glance there was nothing wrong with it. Look at Zhao Yun will know. He is energetic. Far from the same level can be compared. Not only ate the essence of the dance sake, more importantly, in the quenching of weapons at the same time, but also in the exercise of the spirit, time and time again. Overload will let his spirit of tolerance tend to metamorphosis. The Dan well, only auxiliary. Senior, be my family's guest elder. Zhao Yun smiled. It was rare to catch a Xin Yang realm. How could he not pull it together? What's in it for me? The hemp-clothed old man faintly said. Without enough benefits, ghosts are willing to do. There are many benefits, such as feats. Zhao Yun blinked, especially the word gongfu, which was said rather heavily. That's what the old man was waiting for. What a gold and silver treasure. Cannot compare to the merits of the benefit. Still waiting to repair the merits. Re-entry into the realm of the earth hidden? Other than that, everything else goes to hell. That depends on your sincerity. The old man spoke casually, not caring much on the surface, secretly wanting it. Good point. Zhao Yun smiled, and with that, he put pen to paper, and again, the dragon flew. As earlier, it is still only a part. The hemp-clothed old man is finally happy and smiling, waiting for half the night. Have to give me some benefits. As long as there is a gongfa, do a guest elder is nothing, just hang a post. There are things to do, nothing to come out to show a spirit. This matter he is good at. For the rest, take a potion for it. Zhao Yun grabbed a handful of essence Dan and crunched it like he was eating sugar peas. You have an uncommon beast fire and are fully capable of being an alchemist. The old man is looking at the gongfa, while leisurely said, to what is not good, you are staring at the pills. If you want silver, I will pull a car for you tomorrow. The elixir is hard to find, and it netted me a problem. If he was still in the heavenly sect, it would not be difficult, but the problem was that he was no longer in the heavenly sect. Master said to teach me some other time. Zhao Yun again open fooling mode. Why, the old man in hemp clothes said. He got the moment of the beast fire. Has been looking for this thing, but the moon god sleeps to nourish the soul. Not yet have time. Before that, he also need more spirit boosting elixir. One for the quenching of weapons. The second for the drawing of talismans. The third is also in preparation for the alchemy of the elixir. The moon god is a god. She must know the method of alchemy, but also in preparation for the alchemy of the elixir. He is also preparing for alchemy. The moon god is a god. She must know the method of alchemy. Your master. He's quite the jack of all trades. The hemp-clothed old man got up and spoke surprisingly highly of that old senior. This can be seen by looking at the disciples he has taught. He went away, really on the wall penetration technique, such as into no one's territory, in the blink of an eye, no shadow, taking advantage of the moonlight, go back to study the Gong Fu, take time out, and then go to find some pills, as soon as possible to get all the Gong Fu, but also to save the future again out of the change. Early in the morning, the soldier's store opened early, without waiting for a customer to come to the door. The acquirer of weapons came with a big bold offer. Meanwhile, Lu Tsungkong was already waiting at the restaurant, opened the elegant room, with a good wine, and also prepared a good gift, waiting for the old man in hemp clothes. Back then, he is this way to invite the Sikong. Unfortunately, people are different. Not everyone gave him face, such as the old man in hemp clothes. The old man, he didn't have time for him. After waiting for 3 whole hours, he did not see the old man in hemp clothes come. Good, very good. Lu Tsungkong let out a cold snort, an icy cold aura spreading across the air, and a cold aura also shone from his eyes. Good things come in small packages. The sight of the housekeeper whispered. The moral of the words is also obvious. That old man in hemp clothes, unpredictable, even if you do not invite, but also do not make trouble with it. There are plenty of refiners. There's no shortage of him. Lu Tsungkong snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves away, his face not normally ugly. The Zhao family's weapon store. No weapons again. A few times, and this is the first time, the opening has been bought out. That's a lot of money. Zhao Yun scat his tongue and was still calm. He was getting paid for it anyway. He wasn't losing out. Compared to him, the other guy wasn't so calm. Still the tavern. A couple of bosses piled in, their faces all flushed for a while. Can't hold out. They can't hold out. Reunited financial strength, but also failed to defeat the Zhao family soldiers store. With money smashing is not work. Have to each family's own family to make a move. The Zhao family has a refiner. It's hard to smash. The embarrassing thing is that they still don't know who that refiner is. The crowd didn't know, but Lu Tsunghai did. The housekeeper gave him a message, that the refiner found out, or a Xianyang realm, not the general Xianyang realm, the family had personally invited, but even did not invite. He's got a monopoly strategy, and he's not wrong. Dig out the refiner and buy empty Zhao family weapons, can be first and last, although the money spent, but the weapons are indeed bought over. In the future can be sold, but it is a matter of time. The money to buy weapons, but also will be gradually recovered. Nay, he had underestimated that refiner. Although the clan found him, that bastard, he doesn't give face. This, then, is awkward. Coupled with the fact that Seacombe has not been able to find anyone so far, his situation today is a good illustration of what it means to ride a tiger. Refining masters cannot be dug over. What is said is all for naught. It was night, and Zhao Yun locked the door to his room again. Tonight, he had not quenched his weapon and was polishing the Dragon Abyss sword with thunder and fire. What was used in this case was the true art of smithing. Nay, the heavenly meteorite iron was hard, and his cultivation was too low to make the true power of heavenly thunder. And even, the polishing of the Dragon Abyss sword was extremely slow. Whoosh! The breeze was light, and the old man in sackcloth came again. Not even through the door, but straight through the wall. Zhao Yun saw it and urinated a little. Secretly, I wondered if I should replace all 4 walls with steel plates. Let's make a bet. The old man in hemp clothes walked forward and poked Zhao Yun with his finger, smiling. Bet on what? Zhao Yun glanced sideways. The old man stood and did not move his true essence. Fight however you like. If you can shake me, then I will pass on a secret technique to you. If you can't shake me, give me the remaining techniques. What secret art? Zhao Yun asked. If it was the method of penetrating the wall, then wouldn't he lose out? How about this one? The hemp-clothed old man came prepared. An ancient scroll, laid out in his hands. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Zhao Yun saw it and muttered and read it out. As the name suggests, this is a sword technique. I don't know if it was the old man's intention or a coincidence to bring the word Heavenly Thunder. How? The old man in hemp clothes laughed. What if you cheat? The sky's the limit. Got it. Zhao Yun withdrew his method and stuck the long yuan sword on the ground, his hand reaching into his arms. When he was done, he carried out the explosive charm. That's right, it's a bursting talisman. Not one, but a whole thick pile. 2A. Zhao Yun spat, and then counted it like he was counting banknotes. Chapter 34. The night is quiet. In the room, counting bills. The sound of counting pop notes is quite pleasant. The young master of the Zhao family, a serious man, counts so carefully. Look at the old man in hemp clothes, the corners of his mouth twitching. Is that an explosive charm? Yes, that's the exploding talisman. A whole thick pile of them that would cover the walls. Where did this guy get so many explosive charms? The hemp-clothed old man was chilled to the bone. He was not afraid to burst the runes. 1 or 2 actually nothing, but if more than 1, more than can shake, but also can give him to blow up to the sky. After all, he couldn't move his true essence. Betting, that's what he said himself. If you don't move your true essence, no one will be able to carry it. It's good to have a master. Or these words, in the hemp-clothed old man's mind, an instantaneous interpretation of 1,000 times, such a number of explosive talismans, most likely that old man rewarded. Miscalculation, serious miscalculation. God knows Zhao Yun still has this kind of heritage. Don't you need money to explode talismans? This posting together. One more course, and if I win, you can't cheat. My master, he doesn't have a good temper. Zhao Yun has been counted, or harmless, has begun to paste explosive talisman, specializing in the key points to paste. What a pants, crotch, brain, chest, back, as long as there is still a bit of a gap, will be pasted on A, and strive to give a breath of fry to the sky. Here, take the swordsmanship. The hemp-clothed old man didn't say much as he prepared the heavenly thunder sword technique and stuffed it to Zhao Yun. When he was done, he turned his head and left. If you don't go, you can't go. If you don't go, you will be bombed. This little thing is of the genus. Don't, let me try. Zhao Yun took a quick step and tugged on the old man. Honestly, he really wanted to try out the power of the new explosive talisman, whether it could really shake the Xian Yang realm or not, so he could have a bottom in his heart. Asterisk 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 off. The old man in hemp clothes blew his beard and glared. Through the wall slipped out of sight. In the middle of the night, the old man is really idle. Running you this bull asterisk 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 asterisk, but also take the explosive talisman to scare the old man. This mother asterisk 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 to be the merit not to, but also hitched a sword law. The night was as peaceful as ever. The old man went. Zhao Yun is carrying an ancient scroll. He straight smile. So that Lu, not that diamond drill. Less to take porcelain work. Small master, I have explosive talisman. Soon after, the sound of swords chiming in the room was heard. Zhao Yun is dancing sword. Talent is high. Learn what are fast. A heavenly thunder sword skill has got its true meaning. Sword with thunder really is not a general domineering, and then with the wind god step stance really can play a sword kill power. Naturally, this is something that needs to be honed. Shore had once said that the divine secret method was ultimately an external force. Striking iron still needed to be hard on itself, and with enough substance, even an ordinary palm could destroy the heavens and the earth just as well. Thinking of Luna, he glanced at the realization. It had been many days, and she showed no signs of waking up, only more dreaminess. What a domineering explosive talisman. In the attic, the old man in hemp clothes flicked an explosive talisman and was placing it in front of the lamp to study it. This is what he took on the sly before he left. Explosive talisman, well, he has not seen, and Zhao Yun's slightly different. Compared to the two, the kid's explosive talisman seems to be more authentic. Look at the talisman on the thunder pattern in fire breath. We know that this talisman is added to the thunder and fire. The power can be imagined. The method of drawing explosive talismans is only known to the royal family. The old man murmured, eyes deep. Once for the people of the heavenly sect, know the ancient secrets. The method of this charm, as early as 100 years ago, will be listed as taboo by the dragon dynasty of Daxia. Only the royal family's direct lineage. In order to get the true transmission, it is impossible to flow into the folk. In fact, it's not just this method of drawing explosive charms. There are other secret arts and techniques, such as hiding, stealth, etc., have also been listed as taboo, and the secret books circulating in the world today are all left over from the royal family's play, whose purpose is extremely obvious, to consolidate their dominance. He is a member of the royal family? The old man in hemp clothes frowned slightly. The he in his mouth referred to Master Zhao Yun since. That's a fair guess. Even if the non-royal people, but also with the royal family, cannot get out of the relationship, the Sky Clan masters such as clouds, the royal family is also unfathomable. Hidden tigers and hidden dragons of the generation. More than a few. If it's a royal family, would there be a shortage of pills? The old man in sackcloth tucked in his hand and muttered some more. The matter is quite flawed. However, there was one thing that was worth affirming, and that was that old-timer, who was absolutely terrifying. On the following day, Zhao Yun went out of the soldier's store early. Pharmacy is where he often go. Martial arts consume resources. Every now and then will run a trip, such as pills, such as spirit liquid, are essential for cultivation. Luckily, he had silver in his hand, enough to sustain him. When he returned to the soldier's store again, he looked all the way back and saw the old man in hemp clothes, his face a bit dark. It's not my fault. Zhao Yun then faded. In the middle of the night, it was you who had to run to me to bet. No, the old man has to find a field to come back to. The hemp-clothed old man took a deep breath. White with a sword law. This thing how to think how to hold back. Hall of Xianyang realm of martial arts cultivation. Actually in the hands of condensed Yuan realm eat defeat. Go big. Zhao Yun closed his eyes, ate his sugar peas, and locked himself in his room again. The so-called big job is nothing more than refining weapons. However, this time is different from the past. The quenched weapons are added a trace of lightning. In this way, to add power. This is the real art of refining. Will be refined into the lightning in the weapons, but not lost, to be the technical work. Undeniably, the effort expended has since multiplied. Not long after, the first weapon was forged. It was a halberd, added with lightning pattern inscriptions, hardness and flexibility, all refined to the peak. As the grade increases, the price naturally increases. On the following day, the Lu family's military store opened. The customers were there, but they were pitifully few. Look at Zhao's house. The store door is closed. On the second day, the Lu family weapons reduced the price. Originally 50 taels, and then reduced to 40 taels. 50 taels no one bought. 40 taels also no one bought, waiting to continue to drop. This is Lu Songhai's helpless move. It's been dragging on for too long. He needs to make up the deficit and needs to recover the silver as soon as possible. Apart from that, there is the pressure exerted by various families. This monopoly bet, he pulled the alliance. Each have invested a lot of money. Monopoly is okay. Sooner or later there is money to be made. The family asked about it is also considered to have accounted for. Unfortunately, the battle was lost. Or rather, it is a disappointment to Lu Songhai. We topped the deficit and your big bet. The result is a waste of time. The money invested must be taken back. The clan has been very dissatisfied. Every family has its own problems. The pressure of each family are piled up in the Lu Songhai. This situation will be forced to the end of the road. The family without assistance. Other families are also clamoring for silver. So much for this price cut. Knowing that losing money, but also have to be hard on. Want to recover silver in a short time to fill the deficit. How much money the other families invested, since it will not be less than a point to take back. As for the loss of how much, have to be his own pocket. On the third day, the price dropped again. The good weapons, bought at 50 taels, were reduced to 30 taels. Zhao Yun was waiting for this day. Silver, it's time for him to strike back. The so-called counterattack is also a monopoly. 50 taels sold, 30 taels back to buy. A breath to the Lu family soldier's store empty, finished, and then quenching casting some, the price and rubbing up, as many as it takes. Lu Mang masked black robe, has been carrying silver tickets ran over, living 30 years, the first time this broad-minded, dumping silver tickets dumped that call a domineering side. That's rich. Street people have more than a side glance. See the Lu family soldier's store outside, parked a dozen carriages, at the moment is loading weapons. Each carriage, are loaded to the brim. These two families, they're so interesting. The street people muttered that a few days ago, the Lu family was madly buying, and the Zhao family was madly selling. Now that the roles have switched, the Zhao family is madly buying, and the Lu family is madly selling. Commercial warfare? It's a commercial warfare. A clear-eyed person can see the doorway. The two families secretly fight. Snap. The sound of the whip has started. A dozen carriages loaded with weapons, all started in unison. Really a breath of air. Empty the Lu family soldier's store. Really not a piece left. It must have been sent by the Zhao family's military store. Wang De let out a cold snort, and looking at that demeanor, he thought that he expected things to be as good as God. Need you say more? Lu Songhai cursed. He could think of monopolization. Zhao Yun would not think of it? 50 taels apiece to sell, and then 30 taels to buy away. From where to count? Will not lose money. This is so cheap for the Zhao family? The money bank, this family, other stores, and all the big families, are all forcing me to ask for money. What can I do? Lu Songhai covered his heart and sprayed blood. It's time for a rush of fire. In this instant, he cursed Zhao Yun 1,000 times, as well as Lu Tsankong 1,000 times. The strategy was correct. It was the clan that was ineffective. It was his teammates that couldn't sit still. When it counts, they all dropped the ball. If you can't find your own refiner, it's okay to dig the other side's refiner over. If you can't dig it up, send someone to exterminate it. This whole thing, he's fighting a hot battle, even betting his entire fortune on it, and the family falls off the chain, and even the allies, they each fall off the wagon. The most aggravating thing was Ryu Tsankong. As the head of the family, with just a word from you, you can help me get through this. At the very least, give financial support, and I won't end up in this situation today. On the contrary, Lu Tsankong saw death. Between the words, many figures have pushed the door in. A grand piece, mostly the steward of the store. There are other families of people, heard that the Lu family soldier's store made a big deal, rushed to come. Is the team to find Lu Songhai to ask for money? Here, all of it. Lu Songhai is also dry. How much money invested? Not less than a penny. As returned. The fruit is open. The crowd smiled. The silver back. The family side is also good to explain. No delivery. Lu Songhai faded. And there is the urge to spit out old blood. Looking for a bunch of pig teammates. Too damn happy. Want silver. One more than one positive. Fire hurts. The palms laughed, grouped together, and joined hands as well. After the crowd left, someone else came. He is the steward of the Lu family money bank, lightly shaking his folding fan, and his compulsion is full. Obviously, it's also here to ask for money. These days, Lu Songhai borrowed a lot of silver from the money changers. So impatient? Lu Songhai breath did not gasp smooth, and coughed up blood. Outside the family rushed to ask for money. He recognized, even his own money bank is also so. I cannot run away? If not all forced this tight, why would I lower the price of selling weapons? Third master. One size fits all. The money shop steward smiled skin deep. He only cared about collecting money and didn't care about anything else. Take it away. Don't give it away. Lu Songhai cold snort. A bunch of silver tickets handed out. Is his entire family? The money lost. Have to make up for him. Hard work for decades. A hand dry to solve. Before the release. See you later. After taking the silver ticket, the money changer steward got up and left. A salty word. Guanzhang. The soldier store Guanzhang. Lu Songhai waved his hand and sat down feebly. There is no more weapons in the store, and it can still be called a soldier store? Sikong also cannot find people. No source of goods, but also open what store? And then the family order arrived. It's an order to be sent out, and the place where it's sent out is an extremely remote town. Third master. Rest well. Wang De faintly said. Also turn to go. Waist straight. A third master, which there is half a bit of respect. The color of the language is not difficult to hear contempt. The world is cool. Lu Songhai has no power to turn around. Has been sanctioned by the family. Is tantamount to being put into the cold palace. Such as this person. Even if it is the family, there is no future. He's gone and so are a lot of the guys. When the tree topples, the monkeys scatter. If this one doesn't work, they look for the next one to make a living. Good. Very good. In the room, Lu Songhai's laugh was not sure if it was sad or miserable. Defeated. It was a monopolized business battle that he lost. Want to go back to the family? I'm afraid it's impossible. After losing so much money, it's good that you won't be found. And you're still thinking of going back? You won't be able to get your hands on the power of the clan in this lifetime. It was time for him to get it, to understand who he was. The son of an expatriate, since the beginning, was just a puppet of the family. If it works, use it. If it doesn't work, discard it. For so many years, he was deceiving himself and others, deluding himself into thinking that one day he would be able to return to the clan. And only today did he wake up to the fact that reality is much more cruel than fantasy. The backyard of the Zhao family's military store was already piled high with weapons. A great deal of wandering around, out of here, and back again, followed by the sound of firecrackers. Nai Zhao family soldier store, and ing open. Look at the four sides of the street. People have long been accustomed to 3 days of closing, every other day. The closure, the interesting. Looking at the prices, there are quite a few cursors. I don't blame them for being so, only because the weapons have all gone up in price. 100 taels. No one will be stumped when they look at the weapons. Weapons, absolutely good weapon. Compared to the previous, even more a trace of thunder and lightning. The thunder pattern is quite eye-catching. Only this point, can afford 100 taels. Got to, dumping money on it over and out of good weapons again. Trade in the old for the new at a fair price. The rules of the Zhao family soldier store were known to all of forgotten ancient city. As long as the weapons were ready-made, they could be replaced, and as many as they wanted. Adulterer. The old man in hemp clothes tucked his hand and glanced at Zhao Yun. Without money, where are the resources for cultivation? Zhao Yun wilted and cast his troops overnight and has not rested yet. Traitors, he recognized himself. Mercy does not palm soldiers. Righteousness is not business. Which business is not treacherous? No business is not treacherous. Besides, his family's military store did not take inferior weapons to fool the guests. This was something that the old man in hemp clothes did not deny. A weapon with a hint of lightning melted into it deserves a price of 100 taels. Zhao Yun poured the wine and didn't know what he was thinking. Lu family soldier's store was defeated. The other side has no refiner. Is fundamentally cut off the source of goods, and then want to engage in monopoly. Have to double the previous financial resources to do. Because, has risen to 100 taels, without the support of the clan, without the assistance of other families of the silver, only by the Lu family soldier's store, cannot afford to turn a big wave. Unless, of course, they could seek out a new refiner. These are no longer important. The important thing is that the Zhao family soldier's store reputation played out. Completely based, Lu Sanhai bothered not to do things. He did really monopolize the weapons line. This business, he will do more and more big. Not only in the Forget the Ancient City, there are other ancient cities, will be expanded one after another. Silver, it's a good thing. Half of the resources for future martial arts cultivation depended on it. Nowadays, he could concentrate on his cultivation. Chapter 35, Woman. On this day, the business of the Zhao family soldier store was still quite hot. Arms are replaceable. Good rule. The most elated, when belongs to the head of the old son, the old family head's blood, not only to keep, but also to be carried forward. His family's grandson, really give him a long face. Zhao Yun walked out of the back garden in a daze. Cultivation resources had been depleted again, so I had to find a place to buy some, such as pills to replenish energy, such as spiritual liquid to soak the body, and the black market was a good place to go. Your master, is he still coming or not? Sackcloth old man with the same. A few days did not return to the black market. Have to go to the wealth full of building to see, all the way to mutter, waiting for so long, have not waited for that old-timer. God's dragon. Zhao Yun yawned, not sure if he was sleepy or just tired of energy. He's not a good one. The old man in hemp clothes tucked his hand in and said intentionally, Tian Wu. Zhao Yun's answer is also casual. Cultivation this matter, toward the high said chant. The heavenly martial realm is worthy of his mystery. The hemp-clothed old man secretly said that there was such a kind of eye that he could not look away. Pass me another secret art and I'll tell you a secret. Zhao Yun carried the wine jug, and added a sentence after his words, about my master. Good point. My master, a female. Female? The two words of the old man in hemp clothes, the voice is quite high, shocked the street people more than a burst of urine trembling. Howl what howl? A handful of years old, have not seen the pussy? Female? The hemp-clothed old man ignored the street people, and put his hand aside to mutter. The first time I saw the old-timer, listening to the timbre is male. Now it seems, most likely with a voice-altering pill. Thinking about it, it's a good idea to hide your identity. On this side, Zhao Yun rubbed his head while reaching out towards this. Rubbing his head was shocked by the old man in hemp clothes. A voice too loud. As for reaching out, since it is to be a secret technique, the secret has been said. If you play a trick, the old man will be scolded. As for his comment about secrets, no problem. Everything he had nowadays was basically given to him by the moon god, and it wasn't too much to call her a master. But he was a good boy and never lied to anyone. How can it be a woman? Seeing Zhao Yun reach out, the old man in hemp clothes pretended not to see it and took a quick step. Don't be a jerk. Zhao Yun's legs and feet are even more numb. Pale face, there are already black lines. Interesting. Sackcloth old man sigh. Speed a lot faster, such as a black shadow child. Through the crowd, look at the street people, a burst of amazement. People cannot be seen. This old man, body so treacherous, must be a strong martial arts, and is unfathomable. Traveling with Zhao Yun, his family's senior? The Zhao family's guest elders. I basically know them all. I have not seen him. Screw it, it's a new addition. There was quite a bit of talk. The old man in hemp clothes slipped away, and Zhao Yun became the object of attention. You old fart. Zhao Yun cursed. Chasing is designated to catch up. That old bastard ran too fast. When he arrived at the black market, he first went to Ximen house. Sackcloth old man, well, he's not here. He's probably gone somewhere else. Looking for someone was fruitless. Zhao Yun walked away with a black face. The black market is bustling, but there is little yelling. All know what line of work. Lazy yelling, selling stolen goods. Everyone is mysterious. God knows what treasure they are carrying. This stroll was a day. Only when night fell did he head back, silver in his hand and loaded. Then again, the store was open at Kaiman Lu. Zhao Yun came forward, holding onto the doorframe, and poked his head in to take a look. The old man in sackcloth is in. This old man, indeed, is laid back, lying on a recliner, sleeping that way. Just him, no outsiders. Zhao Yun closed his eyes, and ran away, ran out 2 steps, only to remember that I forgot something, and then turned back, and threw an explosive talisman into the Kaiman Lu. Finish up and run faster than a rabbit. Boom! Soon, a rumbling sound was heard, with thunder. Wealthy house is on fire. From a distance, the entire roof was blown over. Good for you, little thing. The hemp-clothed old man's curses, domineering, but did not hurt him, but was blown up gray. No need to ask. Know who threw the explosive talisman? Look at this explosive talisman, with its own lightning and flames. The entire forgotten ancient city, only Zhao Yun has. Eye candy, black market exit direction. Zhao Yun he straight smile. Really, added the thunder and lightning and beast fire. The power of the explosive talisman. The fruit is domineering enough. Bombing people must be more tough. When he left the black market, Zhao Yun ripped off his black robe. It was late at night. and the streets were largely deserted except for drunks. Zhao Yun carries his wine and walks with rare tranquility. Suddenly, there was the sound of hoofbeats. Listening to the horse's neighing sound, it was the White Cloud colt. Zhao Yun did not look back, and without needing to look, he knew that it was Lu Ruyu on the horse. Indeed, it is Lu Ruyu. I do not know this midnight, and ran to go sneaking around, only to return so far. From afar, I saw a back. Is Zhao Yun. She gently reined in her horse. The galloping steed, with that, slowed down its pace until it was side by side with Zhao Yun. In that moment, there were drunks rubbing their eyes, fixing his eyes and looking again. He was sure that he hadn't misread it. It was Zhao Yun and Lu Ruyu, one on horseback, cool and indifferent, the other on foot, carrying a jug and drinking wine. This, then, is interesting. In the daytime, the whole street would be bustling with them both. Is it quite an accomplishment to have defeated the Willow family's Bing shop? Lu Ruyu did not dismount, nor did she look at Zhao Yun, her words, still as cold and indifferent. Since that night, this was the first time she opened her mouth to her former lover. Is Missy here to ask questions? Zhao Yun poured a mouthful of wine and did not look at Lu Ruyu, calmer than expected, causing Uncle Sam to be sent away. Doesn't your conscience hurt? When my family's military store was bombed, did you ask him if his conscience hurt? When you wanted to destroy the Zhao family's military store, did you advise him to leave Zhao Yun a way out? You didn't advise him when he was in trouble, but came to accuse him when he was in trouble. It's a matter of course for him to win, and it's my fault if he loses. Miss Lu, what kind of reasoning is this? How can you be so heartless nowadays? Lu Ruyu's light lips slightly opened. This is something that I should be the one to ask you. Zhao Yun stretched his back. Your father is the patriarch. Only one word from him, Lu Tsunhai can return to the family. He has time to preach with me. He didn't even have time to beg your father. Is he unwilling? Or is it originally indifferent? The same ruthlessness. What qualifications do you have to say me? Zhao Yun, you've changed. And why wouldn't you be? Listen to my words. The evil way is not the right way after all. And there is no greater good than knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them. Lu Ruyu spoke indifferently, being on the back of a horse, but it was as if she was in the clouds, high above the world, like a female bodhisattva, using her compassion to teach the living beings. At the words, she raised her riding crop, the White Cloud colt, which was walking slowly, hissed anon with a pause, like a white cloud drifting by. Horses, absolutely great horses. People on horseback, I can't say the same. I wonder what her expression would be if she knew that Zhao Yun was already able to cultivate evil ways? Behind him, Zhao Yun was carrying a wine jug and looking himself up and down. Am I evil? At this instant, he rather wanted to drag Lu Ruyu back and ask her properly. What the hell is so evil about me? Worshipping a heavenly sex master and looking at no one like a good person? When I went back to the soldier's bunk again, old Sun Leader and the others had already gone to bed. Zhao Yun did not chatter, locked the door of the room tightly, and put down a bunch of lines. Reflecting the moonlight, he sat cross-legged. The sound of bones clicking, followed by the sound of refining the body, was also in the process of enlightenment. In the haze, he indistinctly looked at a back again. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it. Perhaps it was too far away, as far as the very end of the years. Suddenly, the sleeping moon god slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows. She was in Zhao Yun's consciousness, and if Zhao Yun could look out, she could look in since. There was something familiar about that back. Chapter 36, Hiding in the World and Retreating. Zhao Yun crossed his knees and refined his body, as quiet as a rock, his precious appearance solemn. Look at his body. Fire breath lingering, lightning tearing, bone collision sound does not stop. A condensed realm of flesh, limbs, organs, internal organs, the 8 veins, all by his refining to the extreme. The bottom of this, the same level than not, the foundation in the moon god's mouth. He was tamping it down extremely well. I don't know when. He stopped. A turbid gas was long exhaled. The body surface also has a layer of sticky material. Are the impurities in the body refining out? It feels really wonderful. Zhao Yun smiled. His spread palms, gently clenched into fists. His left hand thunder. His right hand flames, thunder and fire essence. And his body's true essence surged. Fire can melt with fire. Thunder energy and thunder fusion. Fire and thunder, can they be melded? Looking at his hands, he muttered, mostly curious. Just pondering. Suddenly saw the purple gold gourd on the table, lightly trembled for a moment, and there is a faint flash of light, the most only a moment, but did not escape his eyes. The ban is lifted? Zhao Yun eeped lightly and casually took it. Since getting this zucchini, daily quenched with heavenly thunder, no special changes. Tonight, it was the first time I'd seen it acting differently. However, when I held it in my hand, nothing changed. Zhao Yun tossed it around and surveyed it for quite a while before pulling the gourd plug. Look inside and see the clouds. Compared to earlier, the space became quite large and could easily fit a jar of wine. It's not bad to be a container, Zhao Yun said. Unwrapping his bag, one small jade bottle was taken out, each one filled with spirit liquid, all of them replenishing his true essence. And then, a bottle of spiritual liquid will be poured into the small gourd. There are more than 100 bottles, for that matter, has not yet filled it. Look inside, or hazy piece. Just right. Zhao Yun laughed and hung the zucchini on his waist. Don't look at its small size, but it has a large capacity, making it more convenient to carry than a single bottle. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Zhao Yun packed up his line, carried a large bag, turned out the door, took a fast horse, galloped all the way, straight out of the city, to go to the deep mountains and old forests to cultivate. In the city, there are many ears and eyes, do not want a secret to be known. The mountains are a great place to go. The reason for buying so many cultivation resources was to prepare for this bitter cultivation. According to the old-timers, it is called a retreat. Not long after he left, the old man in hemp clothes came. His old face was dark. He came to seek Zhao Yun to settle the score. Good you little thing, how dare you throw explosive talismans at me? Zhao Yun if in, also have to say, Paula Xianyang realm, at least is a senior. Say good things, even with the juniors to play bad. Not fright you fright who? The old man in hemp clothes did not find Zhao Yun after all. When it was over, those individuals at Reckless got hammered en masse. The words are split. On this side, Zhao Yun had already entered the mountains, like a wild horse out of control. Even with the heavy long yuan sword on his back, he was also quite fast, as if he was a black shadow, scurrying through the mountains and forests, startling a piece of flying birds, and even the roars of demonic beasts were also rising and falling. He stopped again, already in the deepest part of the mountain. This place is covered by mountains, grass and trees. It is clearly daytime, but rarely see the light, such as the evening sky. The light is extremely dim. It is a quiet place. Beyond that, dense air is seen from time to time. It was aura, and the aura of the heavens and earth here was much denser than the forgotten ancient city. Shenmen Tianshu also said, where the deep mountains, grass and trees, will be more aura. Everything has a spirit. Flowers, plants and trees are also nourished by the spirit of heaven and earth. The aura here, it's more refined. Zhao Yun glanced sideways, glancing at a small brook babbling not far away. Fresh water, the human body needs it. This is it. Zhao Yun drew his purple heavenly sword from his waist and cleaved out a clearing, followed by medicinal powder, sprinkled around to prevent insects, snakes and demonic beasts. Clang, clang. Soon, the sound of swords was heard, not without thunder. It's Zhao Yun dancing with his sword. The sword method used is the heavenly thunder sword skill, purple sky sword blade harsh, more thunder and lightning hissing. Dance, can see the sword gas overflow, in the surrounding rock wall rocks, cut out a sword mark, quite a lot of ancient trees, because of it and was cut off. He was gifted with his own penetration. This heavenly thunder sword technique, at the time of the dance, was simplified by him. Fancy moves were discarded, only the essence of it, and also added a few moves, until the sun was shining brightly. He stopped. To say that it was noon was no different from this dark mountain forest. The grass was too luxuriant. The branches and leaves were so large that they shaded what would have been sunlight, and it was a good place to cool off. Zhao Yun poured a mouthful of spirit liquid and sat down under the old tree. He took a small flying knife and hung a popping charm on it. In this way, throw it out and it will blow up. When he said he would do it, a flying knife was thrown dozens of feet and stuck in the rock wall. Boom! Along with his mind, opened the explosive symbols of the ban. The sound of explosions, rubble flying, look at that power, is not generally domineering, mainly because his explosive symbols belong to the authentic, and the fusion of thunder and fire. If enough, the mountain can be blown flat. Good stuff. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed and took more flying daggers and explosive talismans. An explosive talisman with a flying dagger, fighting someone, and from a long way away, he could throw it over to blow someone up. Collecting these, he rose again. Seeing that he took off his shirt and went up the hill bare-chested. There was an old tree on the top of the hill, and looking at the annual rings, it was at least a few hundred years old, and it would be a stake for him to cultivate. Bang, bang, bang. This sound, followed by the sound of a movable true essence, punched the trunk of the tree. This, then, is external body refining. Human sinews, bones and flesh, all have the power to store. What he wants is to put this power, one by one to discover, so that exercise, the days will be long. Sinews and flesh will be metamorphosis. That is, the strength and flexibility, but also to widen the meridians. In this way, the day passed quietly. Zhao Yun tired to exhaustion. But sit down. Both fists have broken the skin. Look at the old tree. Has been hit by the dent, and stained with blood. All Zhao Yun's blood. I'm counting on my fingers. It's going to rain soon. Zhao Yun poured a mouthful of spirit liquid and looked up at the sky. He's not bull **************. The Xianmen Tianshu covers a wide range of topics, including reading the sky and weather. After many days of enlightenment, he had already gained some fur. Going by these skins, there will be thunderstorms in 3 or 5 days at the most. What a big bird. Looking at it, he muttered this. In the distant sky, there was a white cloud floating, or rather, a white crane, traveling between the clouds. Its wings spread out. It had to be 7 or 8 feet. It was the first time he had seen such a large flying bird. Zhao Yun secretly thought, a head that big, a pot cannot be stewed. Fixing his eyes and looking again, he subconsciously got up, distance closer, only to see the white crane actually stood on the back of a person. Is a woman, a purple robe, moving with the wind. Its gas contains a natural heavenly, how to look like a fairy, called the fairy more accurate, is a beautiful woman. Spirit beast? Zhao Yun looked at the white crane again. The so-called spirit beasts, that is, tamed beasts, such as demonic beasts and magical beasts that, after recognizing the master to listen to the master's orders, such as that white crane, most likely belongs to this type. Standing on its purple nun, most likely it is the master of the house. Spirit animals, he's had the honor of meeting one. However, compared to this one, what was seen was far inferior. As he looked, the white crane came toward him. To be precise, her master had ordered it to come, as if it had seen someone. When Zhao Yun saw this, he scattered his legs and ran. In the wilderness, encountering the unfathomable people, but it is necessary to run. Whoosh! His legs and feet are numb. The white crane seems to be faster. From the top of the dive, in the misty air, cut out a brilliant white light. Only a moment, has flown to. Zhao Yun exempted himself from the fixation and took a step back. He just saw the back of the crane. In addition to the purple-clothed nun, there is another person, is a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Dress white dust. The reason why I did not see, because the little girl, is lying on the sleeping posture, not very beautiful, bored hole a big word, but also drooling. Run for what? Purple-clothed nun lightly said, a word of light and wonderful, with the dusty Taoist robe, and windless automatic hair, how to look like a banished fairy, do not eat earthly fire, urinating. Zhao Yun let out a dry laugh. This is not false, indeed anxious to urinate. This purple-clothed immortal nun is very strong, absolute earth hidden realm, her breath than the previous not descending the level of the hemp-clothed old man, but also hidden, by such a strong person staring at, any which condensation realm are anxious to urinate it. May I know the ancient city of forgetfulness, the purple-clothed immortal nun added, looking at the words, obviously coming down to ask for directions. Zhao Yun raised his hand and pointed to one side remotely. Purple-clothed nun did not say much. Come fast, go fast, white crane wings into the sky. Still a white light, this legs and feet, half a column of incense to forget the ancient city. Phew! Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. His body cooled. Closing his eyes, he fell back into the mountains. Standing too high may not be a good thing. It's safer down there. Night falls quietly. On the rock wall, Zhao Yun carved a cave. In front of the cave, campfire blazing. Set up a barbecue meat. Is a wild wolf. The head is not small. Zhao Yun can be a full meal. The wine was full before he plopped down on his knees. The mountains and forests were quiet at night, and the spiritual energy was even more abundant, mainly because no one disturbed them. A night of refining the body and being in good spirits. Early in the morning, before the sky was bright, he saw Zhao Yun get up, stretching hard, and went to the bank of the stream to wash up, and when he was done, he fetched the line of talisman drawing. Explosive charms are a good thing. If it's a good thing, you should stock up on it, because you might need it someday. There are regrets. Before the moon god slumbered, she should have sought her out to learn a few more charms, such as the fixation charm, which had long been lost, and had been known only to the royal family, according to the elders. During that time, he had called out to the moon god, unanswered. 3 hours to draw a talisman, another thick pile that could flatten a small hill. Clang, clang. Following that, there was the sound of swords chiming again. It's a retreat. The schedule is tight, and there's a pattern to everything you do. Whoosh, whoosh. In the mountains and forests, he was as fast as the wind, carrying the purple sky and stepping on the wind god, with more residual shadows behind him. His sword moves were quite a bit more subtle, and the sword technique was even more powerful, and he had once again turned complexity into simplicity, and had realized the most extreme. It's true, wind and thunder are a perfect match. He belongs to the wind, the main speed, thunder domineering, the main attack, coupled with the wind god step, is the perfect combination of speed and force. Where the move, there will be a killing momentum. The sun was shining as we went up to the top of the mountain again. Still the old tree. He didn't move his true essence. punch after punch, more power was unearthed. The aching sinews and flesh, more than a burst of tingling sensation. It's going to rain, accompanied by the setting sun a cool breeze, brushing through the mountains. Look at the sky, there are already dark clouds gathering. Zhao Yun carried a small gourd. Fierce irrigation a few mouths, said well, at most 3 or 5 days, there will be thunderstorms, and the enlightenment of the Xianmen heavenly book. He did not waste it. Chapter 37, The Corpse Driver. Boom! Thunder had risen, and lightning had exploded from the dense dark clouds. Baby, just waiting for you. Zhao Yun's eyes glittered. A little baby, shouting with affection. That's right, he had the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill. The so-called thunder and lightning was his sustenance and creation. Boom! Boom! Since the first clap of thunder, the entire heavens and earth were unsettled. A lightning bolt tore through, with a number of them splitting down from the sky, simply because Zhao Yun had already operated the heavenly thunder skill, or struck by lightning. However, Zhao Yun had gotten used to it, running his mind to draw the thunder with his body, dancing his sword in the thunder, and also quenching his body in the thunder, and the power of the thunder was also engraved into it one by one. Chance, since there is, bathing in thunder. His cultivation broke into the 8th level in one fell swoop. Late at night, the cave was lit up by a campfire. By the side of the bonfire, Zhao Yun sat cross-legged, stabilizing his realm, with hair like thunder still remaining on his body surface, and even the chi he gulped down carried a hint of thunder breath. Looking at him again at this point, his temperament has changed dramatically. The so-called change is more a kind of unspeakable majesty, but also thanks to the thunder and lightning, both the thunder in the sky will come with the power of thunder. Our traces has been printed into his body, invisible, but can really perceive. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Suddenly, there was the sound of a bell, crisp and rhythmic. Zhao Yun frowned slightly, because of the sound of the bell. It seemed to have a weird magic power, making his mind restless and difficult to concentrate, and several times he shielded it. The sound of the bell was able to penetrate. For the first time in so many hours, his mind was disturbed. The so-called disorders are then a kind of a precursor to going off the deep end. Idle in the middle of the night, Zhao Yun cursed, and then opened his eyes and got up, followed the sound of the bells all the way to find the past. Running this practice, the figure is a quiet, but still be disturbed. Whoosh, whoosh, in the dark forest, he was like a dark shadow through. His face is quite dark. To find that person, have to ask him properly. Nothing to run in the mountains to ring what bells. He stopped again and hid behind a boulder. Not far away is a mountain path, because in the night, can only see a person's prototype. To be close, only to know is a mage wearing a dark blue robe, wearing a cloak, a hand holding a duster, a hand holding a bell. It's that bell. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. The sound of the bells was distracting and difficult to stabilize the mind. It seemed like a magic spell that lingered in the mind. It was very evil. Further back, it's kind of creepy. Behind the mage, there was another group of people, a neat row, connected by straw ropes, one every 6 or 7 feet, all with tall felt hats, arms all stretched out flat toward the front, all pressed on their foreheads a yellow paper with a charm drawn on it, hanging down over their faces. They did not walk, they were hopping and jumping, and they were quite neatly straightened up. A corpse catcher? Zhao Yun muttered. Catching corpses, he still heard of, day and night, is an extremely mysterious line of work, involving a kind of sorcery that can catalyze the corpse, to say drive the corpse, rather than lead, because the master is not after the corpse in front of the corpse, while walking and occasionally hit the gong, meaning, the living to avoid. It should be the Dementor bell, Zhao Yun murmured, looking at the bell in the hands of the mage, really worthy of the name of soul-sucking, sounds evil, and the gong, knock a little, shocking the mind. He looked at the small spirit bead in his arms and it didn't light up. That's strange. You can't measure the mage's cultivation? Or is there a talisman on the mage that shields him from prying eyes? Or, it's that extremely mysterious witchcraft. Wow, the mage and scattered paper money, how to look like the dead funeral, should have the same or not less. Dark and light through the eerie mystery. Zhao Yun looked at the hairs of the sweat. Interesting. Zhao Yun can't take his eyes off, although he has seen more terrible zombies. But see this picture. Can't help but be curious. Xianmen Tianshu. There is also a sum of this introduction. Nothing more than to drive the corpse sorcery, and more than with the corpse to deal with. As he spoke, the venerable master had walked by, behind the 6 corpses, neatly, jumping thief straight. There is a wind whisked, lifting the yellow talisman affixed to their foreheads. Can see a white face, looking at all the scary. If there are children here, most likely to be able to cry in fear. It was a battle that made him cringe at the sight of it. He was about to leave, but plopped back down when he saw the 6th body. The 6th body is a little fat, not tall, but big waist, a jump, he is not very honest. Head like a rattle. All the way to look at the left and the right. The hand is flat out in front of the hand. Sometimes also retracted. Scratch the ears, scratch the neck. Finished, and then flat out back. Fraudulent? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. It was only after a closer look that I realized that it was not a fraudulent corpse. It was clearly a living person. Why do you say so? Only because of the small spirit beads in his arms. Bright so, and also measured its cultivation. The real spirit realm belongs to the first level. This, then, is interesting. You say a living person. Do what is not good, but in the middle of the night with a bunch of corpses in this jump, is a special kind of fetish, or is it just a pain in the ass? Look at the mage at the front of the line, apparently unaware. The little fatty was still not honest, looking left and right, and when he looked over to Zhao Yun's side, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and his eyes were very good, as if he had seen Zhao Yun. You're sick. Zhao Yun's lips moved, and there was no sound, using what should have been lip sync. You're the one who's sick. The little fatty read lips and his lips moved, and he answered Zhao Yun back. Keep dancing then. Zhao Yun skimmed his mouth and sneaked out of the room, not having the time to put aside this bull *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** talisman affixed to his forehead, and with that, he tore the grass rope, and with a jump, he scurried into the mountains and forests. The mage jerked around and froze, a fleeting look of wonder in his eyes. How is there a living person? It was embarrassing to follow him all the way without him even noticing. Which goes? The mage let out a cold snort and immediately made a seal with one hand and recited the incantation. Well, Fong just scurried into the mountain forest of the little fat man, holding his head with a muffled grunt. Look at the demeanor. Seems to be very painful. Perhaps, was planted by the mage witch spell. Help! Save me! The little fat man's agonizing words were addressed to Zhao Yun, and the two of them were no more than 3 or 5 feet apart. Zhao Yun frowned, really not wanting to get into this mess. The main thing is that the mage, it's so damn weird, and by the looks of it, the Dao is not low. Bang! 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 Thumps sounded as 2 corpses jumped in, one on the left and one on the right. Real corpses that should have been prodded by the mage, ignoring Zhao Yun and heading straight for little fatty. Needless to say, it's to be caught back for fatty. Save me! The little fatty was still looking at Zhao Yun, his eyes filled with thirst. Zhao Yun sighed in his heart. He still struck, killing in 2 steps, picking up the little fatty and leaving. Saving a life, that's what a few pontoons are for. 2 zombies since not dry, a jumping after, and opened his mouth, spit out a mouthful of yin chi, stained trees and plants, instantly withered. Unfortunately, they are dead. There were boulders in the way, none of which could be jumped over, so they were left bouncing in place. Which goes? The mage came in as well, and with a wave of his large sleeve, hundreds of copper coins spilled out. Elder, he is a living person. Zhao Yun exempted himself and turned around, and in the same instant, he also drew out the purple heavenly sword from his waist, dancing extremely well, and the hundreds of copper coins that came at him were knocked down by him one by one. A small condensed yuan realm and you dare to take someone in my hands? The mage said lightly, reciting an incantation. One hand knotted a seal, one hand drew a talisman out of thin air, forming a large seal character. All the way towards Zhao Yun crashed over. Clank! Zhao Yun's true essence surged. A sword split the word seal, drawn out of thin air. The talisman, let him quite a novelty. If it is hit, the feeling should be great. Good junior, underestimated you. The venerable master let out a sinister laugh. One hand changed its seal, and an ancient character suddenly manifested. All illusory, and I don't know what kind of writing it was. None of it was understandable. That's a witch spell. Duck, little fatty reminded. As if he knew the weirdness of this method, Zhao Yun did not dodge, and his body burned with flames. It is a beast fire, which protects the surrounding body, and the illusory ancient characters that pounce on it are all burned out. Jingle bells! The mage smiled grimly and jiggled his regal bell, and an eerie sound rang out. Well, Zhao Yun let out a murmur. That bell was too damn weird, but he carried it. Carrying little fatty backed up quickly, inserted the purple heavenly sword back into his waist, and casually threw out a flying knife. The kind that hangs explosive talismans. Such an attack can hurt me? The mage, full of contempt and indeed forced, took it easily. When he saw the explosive talisman, his color changed again. This instant is the time to test the ability to adapt, but also the time to test the speed. The explosive talisman is not a joke. This thing will explode. Mages have a lot of means, but not flesh. Fortunately, he was smart enough to instantly throw his flying dagger and vanish behind the boulder. Boom! Explosions followed, and the surrounding trees were damaged. Look at Zhao Yun. He's gone. Honestly, there is no deep hatred. There is no need to fight to the death. and the mage is very evil. A Taoist art cannot be defended, and inattentive, will be destroyed. Behind him, the mage had come out. Wolf is sure, but he is not a big problem. Is that the boulder to help him block the gun? How also did not expect. A small condensed yuan realm. Actually ing have explosive talisman, and explosive talisman power. Far more than he imagined. There are thunder and lightning and flames. It's not that easy to leave. The mage gritted his teeth, summoned the zombie, returned to a place. He went straight to the mountains to chase. Even explosive talisman, the boy must have a treasure. Whoosh, whoosh, over here. Zhao Yun didn't stop the whole way, and ran fast enough by lifting the fat man lengthwise. Taking a moment, he also looked at the little fat man. This goods. I do not know what to eat grew up. Fat meat a pile. From where to look, like a landlord family young master. But at the moment the state of well, not good. Face white. Look also very painful, like a very serious injury. Water, find water, the little fat man said with a weak breath. Zhao Yun did not say anything, and went straight to the big river. To the little fat man, he still admired him, pretending to be dead, pretending to be a mage that even the mage could not recognize, is also a talent. Puff! Soon after, came the sound of falling water. Zhao Yun is also rough enough. To the river, to the little fat man thrown in, finished, turned his head and left, took a hand, has been benevolent to the end, is dead or alive, all depends on the fate of the little fat man. Chapter 38, You again. It was late at night when he returned to the sylvan forest again. Zhao Yun sat on his knees, and before closing his eyes, he also glanced in the direction of the big river, not knowing whether the little fat man had broken the witch spell. That mage is creepy, all sorcery is evil, and giving aids must be a great thing. Collected sighs before he closed his eyes. This time, without the scourge of the soul regenerating bells, it was much more comfortable to be able to calm down. This night was not a quiet one. The mage did not go, such as a dark shadow, through the forest, is looking for the little fat man, but also looking for Zhao Yun, catching corpses for many years, is the first time to be fooled. The spell seal is broken. He didn't know when, but he was settling down, his brows slightly furrowed. The witch spell planted in the little fatty's body had disappeared, or was broken. Go! The mage let out a cold snort, and with a wave of his sleeve, hundreds of paper figures cut out of yellow talismans flew in all directions, each one inscribed with runes. This is a paper talisman, a secret method of finding people. Hundreds of small paper people. The power of many is great. Click it, click it. In the forest, the sound of bones clashing was unceasing. It's Zhao Yun refining his body. The realm was completely stabilized, and he was multitasking, studying the heavenly book of the Xianmen sect and tempering his body at the same time. Thunder, he muttered in his heart, rather wanting another rainy day, so that he might be able to advance to the 9th level. The thunder in the sky, it's a good thing. Several breakthroughs, all thanks to the thunder and lightning. The thunder that the world is afraid of, in his case, became nourishment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wisp of wind cuts through. To be precise, it was a small paper figure that had appeared out of nowhere, traveling through the sylvan forest. Zhao Yun opened his eyes fiercely, and with that, he whisked his hand and threw out a flying dagger. The accuracy was still good, and the dagger stuck the little paper man child in the tree. Ah! There seems to be a scream from the paper man, followed by a wisp of green smoke dissipated. Little paper men. Zhao Yun frowned and reached out to take it off. Glancing at it, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. From his bosom, he also touched out a small paper figure, which was, truly, identical to this one. It's you! Zhao Yun's eyes were filled with a cold aura. I don't blame him for being like this. It's only because back then, when his spiritual vein was severed, it was related to this paper talisman man. To this day, he keeps the little paper figures, wishing that one day, he will find the one who assassinated him. Now, he's found it. Have the balls to go one-on-one. The loud curses rose up at once, traveling from the depths of the mountains and forests. Listen to the timbre. It's the little fat guy. Zhao Yun did not say anything, collected the two small paper figures and scurried into the dark night. Not interested in the little fat man, interested in the owner of the paper talisman. Maybe it is over there. Deep down, the little fat man rolled and crawled. When he entered the great river, he broke the spell seal, and just as he climbed out of the water, he encountered a paper talisman, and before long, the mage killed him. Not only the mage, there are several zombies, manipulated by the mage, can jump several feet in one jump, all have organs on their bodies, and all can spit flying needles, not ordinary needles, all of which are highly poisonous. Look at his left shoulder, already black, is hit by the zombie flying needle. Toxin is spreading. Junior, where to go? The mage's figure was weird and phantasmagorical, chasing after him, and he sprinkled the sky with copper coins, each as sharp as a knife. The little fat man's color changed, and he exempted himself and fixed his body, transforming a sword with his true essence and dancing extremely. The pounding was unrelenting. Most of the coins were knocked down by him, but there were still a few that hit him directly, and his fat body was scratched with multiple bloody ravines. Clang! Clang! The zombies urged by the mage also arrived. A neat row has been uncovered on the forehead of the yellow talisman. Each person has flying needles bursting on the body. Mother asterisk 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 Little fat man cursed, and danced long sword. Too many flying needles, fine as cow hair, plus the night, cannot see, or perhaps too deep poisoning, vision is blurred, severe pain unbearable. Soon the flying needles stopped. Look at the little fat man, resting there staggering, standing cannot stand, and arm drooping, poison is spreading, if not he to the true essence of the fight. At the moment more than half has invaded the heart veins. Run, why don't you run? The mage laughed ethereally and took a step, with 3 small paper figures surrounding the perimeter of his body. Not to blow it out of proportion, he was more intimidating than a zombie, and reflecting the moonlight, he looked, quite literally, eerie. 6-1, that's nothing. The little fat man threw his head. Because of the poison, consciousness has been blurred, shaking like stepping on a sponge. The corners of the mouth have blood dripping overflow. Is black. Look at the body. God knows how many flying needles inserted. So much poison. Blocking cannot be blocked. Refining you into a puppet should be good. The mage smiled grimly. A talisman fluttered out of his sleeve. It was a talisman of confinement, able to bind people's movements, quite similar to the fixation talisman. Few people knew about it. The little fat man gritted his teeth, wanting to swing the sword to cut the talisman, but he had no intention to do so, and his body was no longer conscious. However, just at this moment, a hand suddenly came from behind him and yanked him to the side. Clank! Then, the sound of a sword was heard, and only icy cold swordlight flashed, splitting the talisman with a sword. Yes, it's Zhao Yun. It's really not as good as being here early. Holy, big benefactor nah. The little fat man shook a little and flopped down there, recognizing Zhao Yun and saving him twice. You again. Seeing that it was Zhao Yun, the mage Tons gritted his teeth and an explosive talisman that nearly blew him away. This little paper man, it's yours, Zhao Yun said lightly, holding a paper talisman between his 2 fingers. So what if it is? The mage's mouth quirked and he took a step back, and as he did, a neat 5 zombies stepped forward. Watch out for zombie flying needles. Little Fatty reminded that if it wasn't for the sneak attack, he would most likely have escaped with his life. Whoosh! When the words fell, all 5 zombies trembled, or flying needles, as many as there were, shot towards Zhao Yun. Clank! Zhao Yun instantly out of the sword. Extreme dance, the so-called flying needles. He is able to clearly look out. After all, not poisoned. Eyes are very good. The flying needles were knocked down, and all 5 zombies came forward, 2 spitting out in chi and 3 spitting out in fire. Zhao Yun laughed coldly. His feet stepped on the wind god steps, and he was really like a black shadow, passing through the gap. What a handsome stance. The mage's eyes narrowed slightly, really underestimating Zhao Yun. Clank! After a half-minute's wobble, he heard the clang again, or flying daggers. The flying daggers that Zhao Yun threw out all had explosive talismans hanging from them, and there were 5 zombies, 1 for each of them, and then came the explosion. The power of the explosive talisman was sufficiently overbearing, and the zombies that the mage had mobilized were all blown to pieces. Where did you get this many explosive charms? The mage grunted coldly and swept back to hide. Clank! In the undispersed smoke, another cold light appeared, a flying knife, shooting straight at him. Take a loss once and fall for it twice? The mage said coldly, sealing with one hand on his sleeve. Of the ton, the wind was blowing furiously. The use of that is the wind escape. The flying knife rolled away, to a dozen feet away. The blast explosion. Apart from the explosive talisman, what else is there to rely on? The mage's laugh was more eerie than a stern ghost. Exterminate you. Enough. Zhao Yun attacked. Thunder and lightning ripping through the body of his sword. The wind aiding the thunder. And the attack was overbearing. And thunder? Mage again color change. To know Zhao Yun the power of this sword, in which either death or injury. After all, mages are not good at fighting. In a flash of lightning, he shook the brass bell. The same eerie sound that can wreak havoc on the mind. Zhao Yun's head hurt, and his sword, which was originally a powerful sword, lost 5 or 6 points of its power on the spot. Even the speed, it plummeted. The moment was enough for the mage to vanish, leap onto a boulder, and cast a spell while ringing a bell and forming a seal with one hand. His art, indeed, was weird enough. Seeing Zhao Yun's feet, the hard earth, toned into a quagmire, and half of Zhao Yun's calf sank into it. Old Taoist, you know a lot. Zhao Yun laughed coldly. his mobility had been restricted, and at this moment, lifting his feet was quite difficult. Little people, how dare you bully me? The venerable master smiled slyly, and his hands changed their seals again, but he saw that above Zhao Yun's head, an illusory large talisman manifested, and once it pressed down, it would be sealed. Zhao Yun was silent and whooshed out of sight. The transported man? The mage's eyes stared, incredulous. A small condensed yuan realm, where is such a bottom? Before the beast fire, explosive talisman, after the thunder and lightning, now, even know the lost recluse. Without much thought, he immediately leapt up, body to mid-air, and a yellow talisman thrown down, pasted on the ground. Into the ground, Zhao Yun was forced out. In the same instant, more than a dozen flying daggers were flung out by him, each of which had an explosive talisman hanging from it. The venerable master's face went white when he saw it. Standing high may not be good, such as at this moment, he is still in mid-air, is a living target. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another. The sound was quite pleasing to the ears, and looking at the power, it really wasn't ordinary. Zhao Yun's face, too, paled. Before and after, the explosive talisman has used 20 channels, will be his Dantian true essence, draw away more than 80%. Look at the mage, he's not even dead. The bastard was still alive, standing on the boulder, staggering, covered in blackness, half of his Dao robe blown up, and one arm wasted. A mage can carry it so well? Little Fatty looked at it and was shocked beyond words. It was a dozen or so explosive talismans. The little paper man blocked it for him. Zhao Yun muttered, looking at the master's circumference. There were at least a few hundred small paper figures, scattered all around, and at the moment, were falling down one by one, igniting in the fall, blown up by the explosive talisman. Good, very good. The mage laughed, blood dripping from his mouth, but also thanks to his wit, sacrificed a small paper man to block the wall. Otherwise, will be blown to pieces. At the moment, his heart ached. So many little paper figures, his half-life's accumulation, were blown clean away by the explosive talisman. Peak true spirit realm, Zhao Yun thought to himself before seeing the other party's cultivation. The venerable master is not good at martial arts. From the beginning to the end, that bastard kept his distance, and even at the condensed yuan realm, he didn't dare to fight in close combat. At this point, Zhao Yun had absolute confidence that if he let him get close, he could beat him all the way to tears. Unfortunately, he had trouble getting close. The mage's Dementor bell is so damn weird that the closer he gets, the more it messes with his mind. How much real energy is left? The mage smiled grimly. Using so many explosive talismans, the condensed yuan realm wouldn't be able to hold up to the consumption. You guess. Zhao Yun stepped on the wind god steps and came with a mighty dragon palm, a powerful palm wind that was quite overbearing. The mage did not dare to fight hard. Once again back to disappear. One hand pinched the seal, or an illusory talisman. Head-on collision. There is a ghastly wind whistling. Boom! Zhao Yun exploded the talisman with a palm strike, shocking the mages who all stepped back, their faces unsightly. This guy is a true essence condensation realm? Why does a palm have such power? Walking is the best policy. Wimped out. This guy wimped out, turned around and opened the recluse. Seriously injured. Legs and feet down numb. Run? Zhao Yun raised his sword and chased him all the way there. Damn you! Save me first! Little Fatty cursed and fainted. Chapter 39. The mountains are dark and unlit at night. Where did it go? Zhao Yun carrying Zixio, scurrying around. I think the speed is not slow, but the mage seems to be better. Chasing after. There is no shadow. Looking for most of the night. Froze and did not find the mage. Playing hard to get. His dry cough was more than a little awkward, and he couldn't find anyone when he said he was going to exterminate the mage. Naturally, more than anything else, he was unwilling to let him get away when it was so hard to find his enemy. Going back to that mountain forest again, he sought out little Fatty, already fainting, his breath quite weak. Zhao Yun was kind and slipped him pills. 3 saves in one night. This is the legendary karma. Back in the cave again. It was dawn. The little fat man was carried back, his face still white, and his body black. What poison? Zhao Yun frowned. Another handful of pills. Since the night until now, he did not know how much he had fed little Fatty. Just do not see the black color fade. The toxin is too tenacious. Today, the pills have been fed. Look at the little fat man, but there is no sign that he is going to wake up. So it is. Zhao Yun just squatted there and watched. The more he watched, the deeper his eyes became, and the more he watched, the more wonderful his expression became. It's not that the pills don't work, it's that this little fat kid is so dark and black. It's not a blowout. It's not easy to tell the difference between a style like this one and one thrown on a pile of carbon. It's also true that it's too dark at night to see much, and it's only when it's light enough that I realize it's a little fat black guy, all black and shiny. so he was misled and kept thinking, what about the fact that this one was too poisoned? Stock up and feed you. Zhao Yun sked his tongue inside while he was on top of the little fatty's body, turning it over and over. I saved him 3 times, used the explosive talisman, and gave him all the pills, so I have to find some silver from him to compensate, or even a treasure. You, what are you looking for? Little fatty woke up, like a drunken drunkard, with 2 round eyes looking at Zhao Yun. Not looking for anything. Zhao Yun spoke with his mouth, but his hands were not idle. Embarrassing. Turned over the little fat body, not to mention silver, not even a piece of copper. In addition to this black clothes, there is no other. Think about it, previously caught by the magician, was driven as a corpse. If there is money, if there is a treasure, has long been taken away, but also his turn? Come on, make way. Little fatty got up, peeled away from Zhao Yun, walked with a wobbly step, and just after reaching the entrance of the cave, he held onto the cave wall and vomited. It's medicine that's poisonous. Zhao Yun is too real. God knows how many pills he's fed. Too many. It's weird if he doesn't vomit. Burp. The little fat man finally stopped throwing up, sitting in the mouth of the cave, leaning against the wall, hiccuping vigorously, the corners of his mouth, and now and then there is white foam. Zhao Yun then dried up and stepped forward, grabbing one leg with one hand, feet up and skull down. Spit. Spit out what you can. Subsequent images. It's kind of gross. To noon. The little fat face. Only more red color. Only, the brain melon is still dizzy. It is the pill to eat too much. My name is Nyo Boom. From the Nyo family home. The little fat man said while rubbing his head. That name, it rings a bell. Zhao Yun sked his tongue. Awesome boom boom hanging lightning ah. As for the cattle family, he had not heard of it. Get it wrong. Are surnamed cattle, the kind of cattle of the cattle. Where are you? What's your name? Joe doesn't live. Stop it. Bull Boom said, with another belch. May you recognize the mage? Zhao Yun asked, which was one of the reasons why he, too, had saved little fatty back. There is a broken vein feud. Either way, the mage had to be killed. Recognize it. I recognize it too well. Mentioned the mage. The little fat man ton of fire. Sue is too excited, holding the rock wall up, legs and feet soft, and sat there. That one, that's not a good bird. Specializing in stealing corpses. Our old village chief passed away, just buried during the day, and at night, he summoned him away by witchcraft. Nyo Boom is quite exuberant, one word after another, cursing without stopping, and spittle flying all over the sky. I don't know whether it is intentional or coincidental. Sprayed Zhao Yun's face. So, that's how the corpse catching came about. Zhao Yun sighed and wiped his face as if nothing had happened. Bull ****** catching corpses. The little fat man scolded. He was stealing, specializing in picking people's ancestral graves, stealing corpses, and getting them back to refine them into puppets. Golem. Zhao Yun muttered, touched his chin, knowing that the puppet is something, is a kind of emotionless walking corpse, is refined with a corpse, and then endowed with sorcery, can become a murder weapon. The stronger the level of the corpse, the stronger the puppet will be. As for how it is refined, he does not know. That bastard is ruthless? The little fat man is still cursing, filled with righteous indignation. He specializes in sacrificing the blood of babies to witchcraft, and he's the one who always loses children in my country. May we know where he is? Zhao Yun asked. This is what he cares about the most, whether it's to do justice for heaven, or to avenge his own personal revenge. He has to send that bastard to the ghost gate. You've come to the right person for that. Little fatty laughed. I've been pretending to be a corpse for so long that I know his family's lair. May there be help. There are 2 little disciples that hit the sauce. Lead the way. Zhao Yun rose with an open hand, unable to suppress his killing intent. Shall we, eat first? The little black fat man covered his belly, hemmed and hawed. The toxin has receded. The medicine of the pill is down. The belly is empty and hungry. At this moment, it's hard to walk, let alone fight. I'm going to slip away. Zhao Yun carried his sword and left. It wasn't long before a coyote was returned carrying a coyote, and in 3 tries, it was set on the grill. How can I repay you for saving your ass 3 times? Zhao Yun asked as he gnawed on the meat. If this was a deal, then he had lost a lot of money. Talking about money hurts feelings. The little fat man poured a mouthful of wine. I'll find you a daughter-in-law, how about it? My village, a lot of pretty little girls. Silver, pills, secret arts, you choose. Zhao Yun said. Lousy doesn't lack a daughter-in-law. Money, pills, secret arts, well, more is better. My family, there is a gold mine. Go, where it's cool. Zhao Yun pushed the little fat man. A gold mine. Bragging is not afraid of flashing small. Chicken. Chicken? True. The little fatty was unimpressed and devoured the food, occasionally looking at Zhao Yun with a sideways glance. Those little eyes. They're like a thief's eyes. Last night's battle between Zhao Yun and the mage. He had seen it from the beginning to the end. This condensed Yuan realm, too extraordinary, can hide from the ground, throw explosive talismans, have uncommon beast fire, have overbearing thunder and lightning, obviously non-ordinary martial arts practitioners, or perhaps, or a big clan's children. He was watching, and so was Zhao Yun. People, you can't look at them, such as this little fat, strange, very strange, do not know what kind of gong method to repair. True essence is quite pure. Chi and blood is also majestic, too much stronger than the same level. Go. After the meal, Fatty patted himself on the back and got up. By the looks of it, it was even more anxious than Zhao Yun. Walking posture well, not the general arrogance. 1.5 m head, froze by him, out of the 3 m 8 momentum. What to eat growing up? As last night's question, Zhao Yun asked again in his mind. Do not look at the guy is not tall, but not generally fat. Fat head, bare, chest, exposed, breasts, live like a Maitreya Buddha, only, is a small child. Black Maitreya Buddha, a black meatball, one pot, it won't stew. Zhao Yun stroked his chin, and for some reason, he had such a thought. Snappy, the little fat man called out. Zhao Yun quickly walked to follow. According to little fatty, the mage was hiding in a Taoist temple, which was clearly a Taoist temple, but in reality, it was a place of filth, not to mention other things. Just stealing corpses, this one, is enough to make people that, as well as eating and drinking baby blood, is even more tragic. Your explosive talisman, give me one. Nyo Boom poked Zhao Yun with his hand and smiled. My family has a gold mine, I'll give you money later. Blow any more awesome and I'll curse. Don't, I really have it at home. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Chapter 40, The Lost Track Formation. It was night when Zhao Yun and Nyo Boom settled in front of a deep forest. This is it. Bull Boom poured a mouthful of wine and pointed inside. North of the mountain, south of the water. Zhao Yun muttered and looked around. The Xianmen Heavenly Book said, north of the mountain and south of the water. The place of Yin. Naturally, the specifics also depend on the terrain. If all 3 lights are present, it can also drive Yin into Yang. The so-called 3 lights refers to the sunlight, the starlight and the moonlight. You have a nice sword. Lend it to me. Nyo Boom was quite self-conscious and drew the purple heavenly sword from Zhao Yun's waist. Zhao Yun didn't say anything. You go in there looking for a fight. You can't go in there without a meal. With that, the two stepped in together. When I entered the forest, I felt a gust of wind, and the further I went, the heavier the atmosphere became. To the depths, it has greatly impaired vision. Later on against that old guy, you just focus on fighting. His soul regeneration bell to me. I have a way to deal with it. Nyo Boom whispered. Last night, the reason why Zhao Yun failed to take down the mage, mostly because of that soul regenerating bell, can disturb the mind, resulting in Zhao Yun attack everywhere restricted. If not, will destroy the mage. What a way, Zhao Yun said casually, and then lowered his eyes to look at the earth, the soil under his feet, all in deep black, and then raised his eyes to look at the sky, because of the Yin Chi cover. No starlight moonlight, family secret. Cow Boom hemmed and hawed and did not disclose it. The whole mysterious. Whoops, suddenly heard this sound. I do not know whether it is the wind whistling, or there is already a severe ghost wailing. Don't be afraid, I'll cover you. Nyo Boom patted his chest. Perhaps he had come earlier, and he was not surprised, carrying Zhao Yun's purple sky sword. That walking posture, still that kind of arrogance. Zhao Yun looked left and right, and sometimes even glanced back. Since entering the mountain forest, the cool wind gusted behind him, and he always felt that someone was staring at him. The two men continued to go deeper, one after the other. The so-called Yin Chi became dense, and the whimpering was heavier. I say, we've been here before. It seems to be, this crooked neck tree. I remember it particularly well. How many times has this ing happened? In the mountains, the two muttered. It's time to get lost. Is lost, the same place. Back and forth has been a dozen times. Once again, the two settled. In the middle of the night, in these woods, froze and couldn't get out. Misty trail formation. Bull Boom murmured. 80%. Zhao Yun let out a sigh, secretly saying that the mage had so many doors, as if he had known that the two of them would come to seek revenge, and only then had he laid down the misty trail formation in advance. Set the woods on fire? Bull Boom said, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together and rubbing out a flame. It doesn't work very well. Zhao Yun tilted his head to look at the sky, looking at the stars, to close his eyes and walk towards one side. Every time you pass a tree, you stop and look at it. Lost track array belongs to the array. Both is the array. There must be array foot. Find it broken will be good. Xianmen Tianshu said so, but hope that the master of the Taoist line is not enough. If the level of the lost track array is too high, the foot of the array is not easy to find out. Looking for what? Nyo Boom followed, looking over any tree that Zhao Yun had seen. Find the baby. Zhao Yun's eyes were like torches, not sparing any details. Soon, see him crouch, in front of an ancient pine. A fierce look, and other trees are no different, but fixed eyes to stare. Can see the lower end of the trunk, carved of baby palm-sized runes, covered by weeds. Do not look carefully, cannot see. Just you. Zhao Yun flicked out a strand of true essence and shattered the rune of the ton. The shadowy mist thinned for a minute. When Zhao Yun saw this, he secretly said that the method was correct and that the level of this misty tracer formation was not very high. I see. Bull Boom's eyes lit up. The two men worked diligently, going all the way to find the rune and breaking it when they saw it. It took half an hour to break the maze formation. When you get out of the woods, it's a graveyard. Grassy, a lot of them don't even have tombstones. I don't know whose family they belong to, and I don't know how long they've been buried, and they're quite numerous. Didn't mean to intrude. Sorry. Bull Boom turned rambling and arching all the way. This is a place of extreme een. Zhao Yun also murmured. At the north of the mountain and the south of the water, the soil is dark black. There is a gust of cloudy wind. The een chi collection is not dispersed. Now, there are so many old graves. There are many indications that this is a good place to keep a corpse. That mage, that is not only through witchcraft. In feng shui most likely also have quite a lot of attainments. Not to mention the other. Just look at this place he chose. Really great. See, there it is. Cao Boom raised his hand and pointed remotely. Zhao Yun casually peered out, and there was a small hill in the distance on which the Taoist temple was located. Only the murky atmosphere made it difficult to see. Without further ado, the two went straight there, both carrying out their guise. A few steps out, and the gloom was heavy again. What was even weirder was that it was obviously only a few hundred feet away from the Taoist temple, but after walking for a long time, he still hadn't arrived, and when he raised his eyes to look, he was still that far away. Are we ghosting? Cao Boom dry cough. Noticed something wrong. Always feel in place to walk, or rather, is in place to turn around? Otherwise, why not go out of this cemetery? It should be a barrier. Zhao Yun said, such as this is the first time I've encountered it. Old man, you know a lot. Cao Boom cursed. In the front is a maze formation, and in the back is a blindfold. There are so many tricks. Clank. Zhao Yun had whisked his hand, and a flying sword flung out, facing straight upwards. Boom. Immediately, a rumble then resounded through the withered night. The power of the explosive talisman is not small. The collection of een chi that does not disperse, or blown out of a large area of clarity, less cloudy and foggy, with starbursts of moonlight filtering through. Broken een chi blindfold method, lead the light to shine down on it. He also only know the skin, however, has been enough, because the mage's dowsing is limited, but also just skin. If the other side of the dowsing enough, even more explosive talisman, the same cannot be blown up. Now that's something to see clearly. Looking out as far as his eyes could see, he could see two figures standing in front of the door of the Taoist temple. It's a couple of street urchins, Nine Mage's apprentice, Cao Boom said, having met earlier. Only, the mage was not seen. Most likely he was bombed too badly last night and is hiding in the Taoist temple to heal his wounds. Good boy. The two Taoist children stood tall and laughed eerily. Clang, clang. Zhao Yun and Nyo Boom both did not talk nonsense, carrying their swords straight to the mountain to kill. Out of your depth. The two Taoist children both laughed coldly and pinched their seals in unison. Of a sudden, the een chi, which had dispersed not long ago, gathered once again and became a barrier again. Not only that, but the cemetery isn't exactly quiet anymore. Look at an old grave. It's all trembling. The soil of the mound is arching outwards, sliding down towards the sides. It looks as if something is about to crawl out. Sure enough, old graves are not for show. Under the watchful eyes of the two, each grave, there is a corpse crawling out. Not a jumping zombie, but a walking corpse, all ragged, as thin as wood, bones covered, are rotten meat. The stench of rot is extremely thick. Smell will want to dry nausea. Not only scary, but also very disgusting. Corpse change? Bull Boom raised an eyebrow. Raise the corpse, Zhao Yun said. These corpses, most of them are buried by the master, living in the grave for years, absorbing the een gas. Nothing to lie inside. Something will be called out to fight. The longer the number of years, the more horrible. Look at the number of corpses, at least hundreds of thousands. God knows how many corpses the master of these years. Stealing. Why don't we go home? Cao Boom dry cough. Party powerful Boom Boom. Now goat without warning. Also blame too many walkers. One person nibble a bite, can gnaw them into slag. Extinguish the caster and it will stop itself. Zhao Yun's eyes are deep and cute. Only then would he fight these walkers hard. And rightly so. Bull Boom is back on his feet straight. His teammates are still going strong. Clank. Another flying sword, straight into the sky. Boom! The explosion was loud and thunderous in its own right, blowing the barricade away again. Come, both of them let out a loud cry in unison, one on the left and one on the right, to forcefully kill over. Whoops, walking corpses also moved, from the four sides around, mouth spitting in chi, teeth and claws, although the number is large, but certain areas, is not dominant, the level is too low, the action is a little slow, and, do not know how to cast the secret method. Roll. Bull Boon cursed and held his sword in both hands, with little discipline to speak of, slashing and hacking. Zhao Yun did the same. The dragon abyss covered in thunder and swung wildly. Walking corpses suffered, was chopped side by side, bone clicks incessantly, even if only half of the body, but also rested that move, crawling around on the ground. Kill it. Nyo Boom's true essence surged, charging forward, was to open the way for Zhao Yun, knowing that Zhao Yun's body was illusory, killing the past to exterminate the two Taoist children, and the walking corpses were not attacked and broken. That's the right strategy. Zhao Yun understood himself. His feet stepped on the wind god steps, and traveled amongst the walking corpses, and as he passed by Nyo Boom, he let go of the dragon abyss sword, and took the purple heavenly sword, both for the attack and kill. The purple heavenly is better than the dragon abyss, at least it's lightweight, and it doesn't suppress the speed. Seeing this, the two Taoist children immediately panicked. They're good at getting rid of corpses, but they're not good at fighting. Not so much, like Zhao Yun, the two of them can't fight. Block. A cold grunt came from the Taoist temple, listening to the timbre. It was the venerable master. This one's not in good shape, not by a long shot. Indeed, he is recuperating from his wounds. One sleeve is empty. As for his arm, the one that was blown up by Zhao Yun's explosive talisman last night, and he was ruthless enough to chop it off. Pust. Below, Zhao Yun chopped a walker raw with his sword and had killed his way up the hill along the stone steps. As for Nyo Boom, he was still trapped in the group of walkers. There were too many of them. Burn you. Seeing Zhao Yun coming up, the two Taoist children both snorted coldly and pinched their seals in unison. The master has orders, that must be blocked. And then, they saw a single fireball that smashed into Zhao Yun from the sky. The fireball was big but slow. Zhao Yun stepped on the wind god. His stance was treacherous, and a ball of fire was easily avoided. The two Taoist children took a step backwards, and their seals continued. Earlier was a ghost fire. Now, into a sky of rain. It is a kind of water escape type of secret art. Non-ordinary rain, every drop, have corrosive. Boom! Zhao Yun ignored it and sacrificed beast fire, his body burning with flames. All water vaporizes when it meets fire. The main reason is that the two Dao children's Dao is not good. This method, if it is performed by the Xianyang realm, it will be different. Not only can it annihilate the beast fire, but it can also annihilate Zhao Yun. What else is there to rely on? Zhao Yun said lightly, stepping onto the last stone step and attacking the hill. Die! The two Taoist children were grim-faced, still pinching, into two large illusory talismans. It's a charm. It's still pretty. However, it is only good-looking, but there is no attack power. Condensing Yuan realm of the mage. Pull out to do the Shokan. If the fight with people, they are far from the same level of martial arts cultivation. Weak physical body. A slap to its broken frame. This is the type of person that is good for playing support. No meat shield in the front row to carry. Once they are close, the end is not too good. Today, it is a good proof. Zhao Yun's sword, not only broken to charm, even with the two Taoist children were also chopped stirrups back, chest or more than a blood gully. If not that charm weakened the sword power, they are more than likely to have been chopped, directly by a sword. Will die. Chapter 41, Puppets. Master. The two Taoist children wimped out and turned to run. Clank. They didn't run slowly, but Zhao Yun was even faster, killing the first Dao child with a sword, and with a backhanded slap, he smashed the second Dao child's 5 organs, killing him on the spot. Whoops, the Taoist boy died, and the walking corpses in the graveyard, also without control, fell down one by one. Mother **********. Nyo Boom cursed, carrying Long Yuan up. The form is quite woeful. Shoulder, but also was scratched out a blood gully. There is blue smoke straight up. Is the corpse poison? No big deal. Though, after all, these low-level walkers, not more than the day-yen-old ghosts against the old corpse. The same corpse poison but far from a level, such as this, can be forced out. Boom! Boom! Zhao Yun and Nyo Boom killed the Taoist temple in unison, one on the left and one on the right. The Taoist temple is not big. After entering the gate of the Taoist temple, there is a courtyard with several ancient pines planted. The venerable master was not seen, but he was present. Zhao Yun's small spirit bead in his arms, also flooded with bright light, originally, is unable to determine the cultivation of the mage, mostly due to last night. Its cover was blown up by the explosive talisman to the bad. Old man, get out here. With a loud bellow, Bulboom headed straight across the street to the meditation room, where the venerable master was. Buzz, 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 not waiting for the cow bombing to kill. We'll see the earth in front of the meditation room. There are 3 sarcophagi rising from the ground. The cow bombing caught off guard. A head hit Duendoang ring. When the body is set, the lids of the 3 coffins fall down. In the coffin, there was only one person standing, with a mute expression and empty eyes. Zombies again. Zhao Yun took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Nyoboom. It's the golem. All corpses, but obviously not of the same species, said Bulboom. A puppet? Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows. His expression was quite new. He had only heard of it, but this night was the first time he had seen it. Compared to the walking corpses below, the aura of these 3 puppets was quite a bit stronger. Squeak! The door to the meditation room opened, and the venerable master stepped out with an extremely ferocious face. When he saw Zhao Yun, his face became even more hideous. He was hurt so badly, all thanks to Zhao Yun. More than a dozen of explosive talismans not only blew up his arm, but also blew up most of his life savings, that is, the small paper people, hundreds of them, all to him to block the gun. Good stuff. Zhao Yun and Nyoboom both ignored it and just stared at the puppet. Both were treasures. Kill. The mage let out a cold snort and immediately gave the order to execute. At the order, all 3 puppets moved. Indeed, unlike walkers, they land with a thud and walk with a breeze. Willow. Zhao Yun's instantaneous body was like the wind, and his purple sky was haunted by thunder and lightning as he pierced through a puppet with his sword. However, the puppet is heartless and knows no pain. When he received a sword, he returned a slap, hitting Zhao Yun with a muffled grunt. On the other side, Bulboom is pretty much the same, or rather, it was worse than Zhao Yun, having spilled blood from the corners of his mouth. What a strong palm force, Zhao Yun muttered, approximately estimating the puppet's battle power, similar to the peak of a martial cultivator's true spirit. Watch out for the organs, Bulboom warned. No need for him to say. Zhao Yun also saw that the oncoming puppet had flying needles shooting out all over its body, all of which were dyed with venom and were as fine as a cow's hair. Pound, boom, boom. The fight instantly kicked off with a 3-on-2 lineup that was in full swing. Jingle bells. The mage had not been idle, and with his only remaining hand, he shook the soul-regenerating bell, or the eerie sound that could disturb the mind, or at least, Zhao Yun felt dizzy in his head at once. Get out! Bulboom opened his mouth and cursed with a dominating voice. This roar was extraordinary. This roar, even with a dragon's roar and tiger's roar, the sound wave was extremely strong. Well, the mage let out a low grunt and took a step backwards. The regal bell broken. A secret family technique. Hanging or not. Bulboom grinned and opened his mouth for another. Hang. Zhao Yun let out a laugh as he slammed his sword through the rainbow and stabbed straight at the mage. However, there is a ghostly appearance. It was a puppet that blocked the mage's body, and it also opened its mouth to spit flying needles. Zhao Yun avoids it easily. Before he could stand still, the second puppet killed. With a strong and fierce palm. Transportation. Zhao Yun entered the ground, circled around behind the golem, grabbed its arm, and swung the whole thing for it, and after that, smashed it solidly on the ground. The thud is still a pleasant sound. Look at the golem, thrown apart on the spot, bones clicking quite a bit. For this, Zhao Yun also paid a price. It was the 3rd puppet, who had originally fought with Bulboom and stole a slap from him. Whoa, sour. With his base, he was beaten and coughed up blood, and it was the puppet's fault that it was too strong. Well, Zhao Yun cursed since the Bulboom. 3 puppets, lousy a pick 3 chant. Can you keep an eye on that one of yours? If there's something wrong with it, you'll run to me for a sneak attack. Use the explosive charm. Blow it up. Nyoboom let out a dry cough, knowing that Zhao Yun still had quite a few explosive charms. Blow it up. Blow it all up for him. Zhao Yun also really, toe pointing the ground, flying back to escape, threw out 3 flying daggers, all hanging explosive talisman. 2 puppets divided into 2. The 3rd handle straight to the mage. The mage, also self-conscious, twisted his head and scurried into the room. Honestly speaking, he, a peak true spirit, had already been blown out of the shadows by the explosive talisman. Boom, boom. The mage avoided it, but the 2 puppets did not and were blown to pieces. Old dog, where to go? Zhao Yun stepped on his feet with the wind god steps, traversed the explosive talisman smoke, and killed his way into the Zen room. Bulboom was not slow to follow. Oddly enough, there was no sign of the mage in the room. People, the 2 of them, one carrying Long Yuan and the other carrying Zi Xiao, looked up and down. The Zen room is small, but the people are gone. It won't run away. Nyoboom looked at the open window and made up his own mind that most likely the bastard had jumped out of the window and escaped before the 2 of them came in. It didn't run. It's still there. Zhao Yun took out the small spirit beads, also flooded with bright light. a light green, a dark green. Light green refers to the small black fat man. This dark green, well, the dark green, since it refers to the mage. Looking on, Zhao Yun subconsciously lowered his head. If it's not in the room, then it's underground. Maybe there's a dark room or something. As he was looking at it, the dark green light of the small bead annihilated. That is to say, the mage's position was beyond the range of the little bead's perception. To put it bluntly, the bastard got away. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort and instantly cast the evasion technique. Embarrassingly, it failed to work. Not just any floor tiles. Bull Boom crouched down on the ground and knocked with his sword. Sound, pound for pound. When Zhao Yun heard this, the corner of his mouth pulled. Which is a floor tile? Obviously a steel plate. There must be an organ. Nyo Boom stood up, in the room to touch around, while touching but also the side of the muttering, last time back, did not see any organs which, the venerable master is so shrewd? The old nest, life-preserving means since quite a few. Zhao Yun is also looking for it. The steel plate paved floor, vanished through the wall is not good. After searching for a long time, no organs were found. Then blow up? Nyo Boom glanced sideways, looking tentatively at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun shook his head lightly. Listen to the sound of the party. This layer of steel plate at least 1 meter thick, cannot be blown up. Even if you want to blow up, you have to find the right place first. Those two dogs, they should have kept one of them. Bull Boom scratched his head. I'm afraid they both don't know. Zhao Yun mused. Master, well, you always have to keep your hand in. Tie. Open sesame. Cow Boom suddenly came to a voice, but also learned to pinch the seal in a model. Very instinctively thought that the mage set up a mechanism, need to match the incantation. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But this spell, well, the little black fat man obviously didn't guess correctly. Shoo, Zhao Yun made a gesture, signaling Nyo Boon to keep his mouth shut, simply because, the little spirit bead lit up again. Needless to say, the mage is back. Screw it, out later. The two of them had an understanding and found a place to hide. And after that, it also collected its true essence, and also held its breath to cut off perception. Time, minute by minute, passed. Two people can't take their eyes off. Cat in the dark left and right. Don't know where the entrance is. Maybe it's under the feet. Then we have to take a good look at it, and try to take it down in one blow. That's where the legend of the keeper comes in. I don't know when, but I heard a buzzing sound, and on the open ground, one side of the iron door was open, slowly contracting towards the sides, revealing the entrance, and I could see that there were steps, and then, a head was revealed. It was the venerable master, still quite cautious to say the least, who then exposed his head and looked to the left and right, trying to see if there was anyone in the room, and also if Zhao Yun and the others had left yet. When he saw no one, he stepped out on the steps. Nope. As he walked, he suddenly changed color and shrank back. Which goes, Zhao Yun was the first to scurry out, and in the same instant, threw out a flying sword. Damn! The mage paled and ran like hell. Boom! And then there was a rumble, not hard to make clear, interspersed with the sound of spitting blood. The iron gate was not closed, or rather, it hadn't had time to close, and the entrance was wide open. If I don't kill you, I'll take your name. Nyo Boom cursed and went in, carrying the dragon abyss sword. Zhao Yun wasn't slow either. Following the steps, the two of them made their way towards the bottom, and by about estimation, were already in the ground. When you get to the very bottom, you realize it's a tunnel. It's so dark inside, you can't see the end of it, and God knows where it leads. Blood could be seen on the floor, obviously the mages. The two didn't dare to be careless, one in the front to open the way, one in the back to protect. It's a tomb passage, isn't it? Nyo Boom carried his sword and walked all the way around, knocking on the walls, which were made of special stone piles, and had ancient images painted on the walls, unrecognizable from any dynasty. It's really a tomb passage. Nyo Boom could see it, and Zhao Yun could see it since this place is quite gloomy, so, it was definitely a tomb, and, moreover, it was a big tomb, not to mention other things. Just looking at this tomb passage, it was enough to consume financial, material and human resources. It can't be built with the three mages. If I'm not wrong, it's a dove's nest. It's that master who searched for this ancient tomb, and then, after that, built a small Taoist temple on top of it. Yin and Yang Mansion? Zhao Yun muttered. Ancient tomb for the Yin Mansion, Taoist temple for the Yang Mansion. Yin Mansion Yang Yus, Yang Mansion Yin Yus, has become one. The two can borrow from each other. We'll be in the dark, into a kind of mysterious things. Shiluk. That's a statement that's pretty wicked. However, there is indeed an introduction in the Xianmen Heavenly Book, but Zhao Yun does not understand. Such a large tomb, why to build in the extremely cloudy place? Is also to raise the corpse? Or is it that after a long time, the terrain and geography of this place has changed greatly, and even the feng shui treasure, showing a great evil, not only stealing corpses, but also pickpocketing people's ancestral graves. Nyo Boom sighed. The technical work of chasing corpses, the mage did a good job, and in the business of grave robbing, he was more than likely a veteran as well, except that he was not good at fighting, but everything else was okay, especially the damaging yin and yang piece. That bastard waves farther than anyone else. Chapter 42, Do I Have a Grudge Against You? The tomb passage was dark, and Zhao Yun and Nyo Boom walked carefully. Such a large tomb, no organs, the ghosts do not believe, that have to walk steadily, a bad step will fall into the pit. Thought of a variety of possibilities, only did not expect the Taoist temple underneath is actually an ancient tomb. The blood is gone. Up ahead, Bull Boom crouched down, having followed the blood trail all the way here. Look at Zhao Yun, while holding a small spirit pearl in his hand. So far, none of it has been seen flushed with dark green again. That is, the mage is farther away than it can perceive. There was no choice but for the two to continue in. Tomb passage is not short, and is not straight, is a spiral toward the bottom. About the estimate, has been deep into the ground a few hundred feet. Such a large project, may be a prince and nobles, may also be a senior high. The identity must not be simple. Little fatty, that sound wave secret art of yours, teach me. Zhao Yun held a ball of flame while looking at the walls of the tomb passage. I'm an heirloom, Bull Boom said. I saved you 3 times, and this is how you repay me. Zhao Yun bristled. Go out and teach you. Bull Boom grinned. Stop. Zhao Yun arrived instantly, tugging on the Bull Boom. Only because he heard a rustling sound, the rustling kind, like a floor of bugs that were resting on the ground. He had heard right, it was really bugs, behind them and in front of them, as big as a baby's fist, black, crawling all over the tomb passage, and they were coming towards them. A corpse? Compulsion. Nope, bloodthirsty bugs. Both of them took a step back to back. That's not a good bug to mess with. Bloodthirsty bugs, just listen to the name to know is not a good thing. This if drilled into the body, not suck dry your blood. It is not out. The main thing is, the number of Zhao Yun's state of mind, cannot help but scalp numb. No wonder the mage was in a hurry to get out earlier. Cow Boom said, so many bloodthirsty worms in the tomb, it's hairy to think about it. Boom. Zhao Yun sacrificed beast fire, caging the body as well as Bull Boom. Bloodthirsty insect life is extremely een. Since it is extremely een, this thing is afraid of the supreme yang, such as flames. That's what the old-timers said. This, too, is not absolute. Powerful bloodthirsty worms are still capricious. Do not say, with the flame, bloodthirsty insects really stopped, but also just stopped, still blocking the front and back. Once the flame is extinguished, will certainly pounce. Go. Zhao Yun was the first to turn around and head straight into the depths, with Nyo Boom following closely alongside him. Because of the flames, the bloodthirsty insects all gave way. However, there were so many pricks that were not driven and were extinguished by the fire. I say, is there a big guy coming? Bull Boom coughed dryly and swallowed darkly, looking behind him. It's pretty big. Zhao Yun also opened his mouth. There is behind him, and there is also in front of him, and it is really a big guy, 3 to 5 feet big. At first glance it looks like a spider, but in reality, it is a bloodthirsty insect, a front and a back. It should be a male and a female. As for these little bloodthirsty worms, needless to say, they were the waifs of the two of them. True essence protects the body. Zhao Yun let out a clang, 2 flying daggers in his hand, flung to the 2 sides, but also did not forget to remind Nyo Boom, it is going to explode. Protect the body, lest it be affected. Boom, boom, explosions erupted, and the female bloodthirsty insect was shattered on the spot, her green liquid crumbling away. And look at the male, he avoided it. Not only did he avoid it, but he lunged at the 2, opening his bloody mouth. Get out, Bull Boom howled, bringing his own dragons and tigers with him. Clank! In the same instant, Zhao Yun attacked with a sword. The body of the sword was covered in blazing flames and had lightning tearing through it, and with the addition of true essence, the sword chopped out and split the male in half. Whoops, the bloodthirsty insect just died, and then I heard a whimpering sound, which seemed to be like the wailing of a severe ghost, and then, the poisonous mist was seen, surging all over the tomb passage. When the 2 men saw this, they both held their breath and blocked their nostrils with their true essence again. Further into the depths, there were still plenty of organs. Luckily, the 2 of them worked well enough together to be, at least, alive and well at the moment. So many pits in just the tomb passage. Nyo Boom scat his tongue, quite admiring the grave robbers. All the damn rise to the challenge. Bang! As he said it, Zhao Yun hit his head against the wall again. Again? Why do you say again? Just because of this journey, walking for so long, Zhao Yun would come to hit the wall once. You are not sick? Bull Boom asked tentatively, his eyes implying the obvious. If you're sick, you're sick. Asterisk 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 off. Zhao Yun covered his head and grimaced in pain. The reason why he hit the wall over and over again was to test the wall penetration technique. But this tomb passage was very weird and could prevent the wall penetration technique. He was unbelieving and hit the wall again and again, hitting his nose and face. The tomb passage, at last, came to an end. To be precise, there was no way ahead, blocked by a stone gate. I'll take this one, I get it. Bull Boom volunteered, stood on tiptoe, and turned the stone lamp in front of the door. Buzz, with a humming rumble, the stone door opened. Zhao Yun holding the doorframe, probed to look inside, see no danger before walking over. The other side of the door is actually a cliff. The cattle bombardment walked too quickly, almost headlong. There are debris falling, are not much echo, an ancient tomb, so many doors. Zhao Yun sighing instead, looking out is opposite, is also a cliff. This two cliffs between, there is a suspension bridge connected, and is three. Obviously, only one of them is true. If you choose the right one, you will have no problem with each other. If you choose the wrong one, you will most likely be on the road to the Yellow Springs. This one won't work, it's a toxic barrier. Bull Boom said, is lying on the left before the drawbridge to sniff around. Look at that posture, how to look like a pug, and is the kind of nose thief. There, Zhao Yun crouched down and sniffed nothing. Believe me, it's accurate. There will be a poison barrier, Nyo Boom said, also pointed to his own nose, as if to say, this is ancestral, very spiritual. When he was done, he sniffed the middle one, did not see anything unusual, and ran to sniff the rightmost, was choking, 2 eyes dipping tears. God knows what smelled. Too sensitive nose, is not a good thing. Here, this one. Bull Boom covered his nose and walked up the center drawbridge, sniffing something. Zhao Yun walked up with it and asked curiously, asterisk 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 asterisk, that must be a big pile. Zhao Yun casually said, is holding the chain to look down. Below the darkness, one more look, will feel the mine to be swallowed. This height, even if the Xian Yang realm falls down, will be dropped into meat cakes. Bull Boom is still very reliable. The drawbridge, really nothing wrong with it, easy going all the way across, opposite the cliff, or the stone gate in the way. There, Zhao Yun glanced at the small spirit bead and lit up a dark green color. That is, the mage is in there. I'll have to get you killed this time. Cow Boom cursed and carried out his eating utensils. Buzz, accompanied by a humming rumble. The stone door opened wide and a light reflected. The two killed in unison. This is the main tomb, into the eyes of a coffin, placed in the center of the altar. In addition to it is the burial goods, many gold and silver treasures and porcelain. What a big coffin. Bull Boom tsk, that's a sarcophagus. It's several times bigger than a normal coffin? Elder, let's make us look for it. While Nyo Boom was looking at the coffin, Zhao Yun was looking at the person underneath it. That's right, he's sitting there, healing his wounds. See, the two came in, has exempted up, anxious fire, sprayed mouth old blood, eyes blood red, face hideous, form is not a general woe, it is the previous burst of symbols. He did not hide far enough, suffered a ripple effect. You have a grudge against me? The mage gritted his teeth. Come to think of it, it seems like Zhao Yun was the one who messed with him first, snatching people from him. Master is so forgetful. It's only been 3 years and you don't remember the latecomer? Zhao Yun said lightly, carrying his sword and coming, his deep eyes, flickering with an icy light. At his comment, the mage narrowed his eyes. There was no denying that the more he looked at Zhao Yun, the more familiar he really looked. Looking at it, he stopped a step back, his complexion changing to disbelief. Looks like it's remembered. Zhao Yun laughed. Impossible. The mage roared. The old man has clearly wasted you. What a coincidence that the latecomer's life is so great. Yeah, the mage let out a sardonic laugh. I'm sorry I didn't make up a sword. Fang is not at liberty to tell the latecomer for whom you are acting. Zhao Yun approached step by step. This is what he wanted to know the most. Wanted to know who was counting on him. Thought he had no grudges against the venerable master. Most likely to take people's money to eliminate people's disasters. Without a word, the mage flung out 3 talismans with an open hand. Obviously sound east and west. Lost the talisman. Then want to take the road away. Heavily injured. Never a match for the 2 men. Hard fighting will die. But also afraid of Zhao Yun's explosive talisman. Can you walk? Zhao Yun let out a cold snort. His wind god steps were even faster, and he chopped over the mage with a sword. Before he could get up, he stomped on it. This kick, definitely forceful enough, stomped on the mage with blood spurting wildly. Speak, Zhao Yun said coldly. I don't know either. The mage coughed up blood, only that he had 6 fingers on his left hand. 6 fingers. Zhao Yun muttered a word, and with that, he gathered his feet, his eyes flashing. His memory is like the pages of a book turning over. However, after searching through his memory, he couldn't find a single acquaintance with 6 fingers. He was thinking, but the mage got up and ran. It's really not true. Such as his kind of people are not good at fighting. Means are quite a lot. The physical body is weak. Zhao Yun's foot almost gave him a stamping waist. 3 years ago, if not a sneak attack, he could not have chopped off Zhao Yun's spiritual vein. Old dog, let's settle our score too. The mage escaped the first day of the year, but could not escape the 15th. Staggering before running far, was cleaned up by Bulboom, a sword dry and domineering, directly smashed to death. To the death. Mages are depressed. Or rather, it was regret. Regret that he shouldn't have messed with Zhao Yun and Kaoboom. 6 fingers. Over here. Zhao Yun tucked his hand in and paced in place, still thinking about the murderer. Here, pick one of these 2, gathered the mage, the cow bombing upside down to carry, one hand holding the mage Dementor bell, one hand holding an ancient book, both the trophies, then divided equally. Only then did Zhao Yun collect himself and raise his eyes to look. Dementor bells, he has already seen it. It is made of a special iron casting, endowed with a witch's spell, and the sound emitted has the magical power of disturbing the mind. Look at that ancient book, titled Rune Pattern Record. As the name suggests, it is a secret book for recording rune patterns, such as the yellow runes used by mages. This, too, he thieves rare. The method of drawing talismans, he only knew about exploding talismans, but he had never seen anything else. Both, want both. That's cool. Where are you going to stay for a while? Nyo Boom glanced at Zhao Yun. Rune book. Let's do it. The bell belongs to me. Kao Boom hemmed and hawed. Chapter 43, King of the Dark Moon. The loot was divided and the 2 did not leave. It was hard to get to the crypt, so how could I not take a good look? The 2 became tourists. Kao Boom put that soul-sucking bell, came to the sarcophagus before the sarcophagus. I do not know around the sarcophagus, how many times around the circle. From time to time also reached out to finger, gently knocked the coffin. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, slipped around at will. The gold and silver treasures in the tomb are really quite a lot. More than 100,000 tales are there. Can't move, though. Both the elders and the Shenmen Heavenly Book have said that the things of the Yin Mansion should not be touched. So, just look at it. Since the treasure to collect the eyes, he stood under the wall, which is engraved with quite a lot of ancient patterns. Look at the characters in the painting. More strange clothes, should not belong to this dynasty. Holy, this is the Yin Moon King. On the other side, Kao Boom staggered as if he had discovered something. Yin Yu King? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. This since I have heard of, involving the Yin Yu dynasty, is a rather ancient country, had flourished for a while, but in the era of the warring states, by the 8 dynasties united to extinguish the country. 500 years after that day, only is the Daxia Dragon dynasty to unify the world, and the king of Yin is the last king of the Yin dynasty. Legend has it that he was born with divine power, and very high talent, is 1,000 years of rare talent, but unfortunately, is a militaristic lord. The Yin dynasty destroyed the country of the battle. The death of the war does not surrender. Had a person killed thousands of troops routed. Naiha, the dynasty chi swept away. Even if he is strong, it is difficult to turn the tide. After his death, his head was cut off by the enemy and hung on the city wall for 3 months. Unexpectedly, this is his tomb. This tomb would not have been small, but if it was the king of the Yin Moon, it would have been too shabby. Well, at least, it's a king of a country. But when you think about it, it's not bad to have a tomb when you've been exterminated. It is indeed the totem of the Yin Moon. An emperor of a dynasty is buried in this mountain nook. Dynasties change, kings become kings. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, looked up and down around the sarcophagus, which was inscribed with a life plan, outlining the life of the king of Inu. The deceased king was quite legendary. The 2 men were unsettled. How to say Lu, the real emperor has not seen, but came to the emperor's grave. Senior, no intention to intrude. The 2 juniors, or very understanding, before leaving, to the sarcophagus arched his hand. The things in the tomb will never move, and even more will disturb the Yin Yuan's dead spirit. Gone. The 2 men turned and drifted away, the door to the tomb closing behind them with them. Jingle bells. Soon, the regal bells were heard, still as magical as ever. It's Kao Boom, who likes the bell so much that he shakes it twice when he takes 2 steps. Damn you, stop shaking, Zhao Yun cursed, hearing his brain buzzing from this close. Looking at the introduction, it looks like it has to go along with a spell. Ox Boom was unimpressed, and I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he shook even more cheerfully, and muttered under his breath, muttering incantations that Zhao Yun couldn't understand. Bring it here. Stop it. It's mine. Still shaking? The 2 teasers were quite rowdy and chased each other around the drawbridge. Buzz. As he was making a scene, a sudden buzzing rumble was heard, coming from the direction behind himself. To be precise, It was transmitted from the crypt. Both men stopped, subconsciously glancing back. When he entered, he saw the closed door of the tomb, and there was Yin Shi surging out. Other than that, it's a whimper. That voice, like the wailing of a stern ghost, made the hearts of the two men tremble. Fraud. A corpse? Nyo Boom secretly swallowed. Your soul-regenerating bell. Put it away. Zhao Yun coldly grunted. This statement does not carry a joke. Most likely this bell disturbed the Inu undead, and even necrophilia. Boom! As the words fell, the door to the tomb boomed open, or rather, was slammed open. Hit by what? A coffin board. That's right, the sarcophagus opened, and the lid lifted off with it, collapsing the door to the tomb. Careful! Nyo Boom let out a staccato cry and hid behind Zhao Yun. Clank! Zhao Yun immediately drew a purple sky sword. Extreme dance, blocking the collapse over the debris, but is blocked. But a large mouth of coughing blood. Debris is not strong. Strong is the power on it. The impact of the purple sky buzzing, but also shocked his organs all pain. Bang! 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 Not waiting for the body. Will hear the thumping sound? Slow and rhythmic. Listen carefully, only to know is the sound of footsteps. Perhaps the body is too heavy, and even every step down, there is a thumping sound. And even the drawbridge were shocked by the shaking of a 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 shaking. Holy cow! Boom exclaimed, unable to stand due to the swaying of the drawbridge. Zhao Yun is basically the same. Looking at the door of the tomb, the Yin Shi was raging and tumbling, and the prototype of a human being was slowly stepping out. It was none other than the king of the dark moon. Is no head of the Yin Moon King? The body is preserved intact, clad in ancient armor. Hand held a halberd, such as the earth, hell from the Yin soldiers, such as the 9 ghosts from the devil god. All the body is Yin overflow, its aura, incomparably powerful. Zhao Yun and Nyo Boom finally stood still, raising their eyes in unison and swallowing their mouths in unison. Yin Yuan's body type, too majestic. Look at the head, there must be 2 meters 5 high. In front of the Yin Yuan, the two of them and the children are no different. A king in life is still a king in death. This was Zhao Yun's evaluation of the Yin King. Even though it was a corpse, even though there was no head, the Yin King, still that kind of gas covered the world, still that kind of mighty, just the momentum, he couldn't block it. As I recall, the Dementor Bell can control corpses, Bull Boom said, carrying out his Dementor Bell again. Control your sister. Zhao Yun let out a loud curse, pulled up Nyo Boom and left. Controlling a corpse? Depends on who it is, too, such as Yin Yuang, is not a small Regency Bell soul can control. If you can control, still have your turn? That mage is afraid to call him out early to sneak around. Cow Boom no longer dares to mess around. The two ran faster than rabbits across the drawbridge and then into the tomb passage. Bang! 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 Behind him, heavy footsteps, unceasing. Was the Yin King following him? Too much hanging. Bull Boom looked back more than once, his face white as a sheet. Are you taking his things? Zhao Yun scolded. Didn't take it. Why are you following us if you don't have it? Okay, take a spirit bead. Zhao Yun couldn't catch his breath and almost spurted blood on the spot. Beads back. Nyo Boom smiled sarcastically and touched a spirit pearl from his bosom, throwing it down the tomb passage. It's still true. The things of the netherworld can't be touched. Don't tell me. Return the beads and the footsteps really do stop. Both of them were relieved to hear it. However, 3 or 2 moments later, the thumping sound started again, and the raging Yin Shi rolled over. I have returned it to you. Stop ing howling. Zhao Yun turned around, his feet stepping on the wind god steps and pulling Nyo Boom to fly away. Buzz is fleeing, suddenly saw the tomb in front of the road. There is a stone door, rose up from the ground, the way out of the tomb, blocked it tight. The tomb builder laid the organs. Once someone disturbed the undead, they do not want to go out, or is to block the king of the Inu, before the body is too strong. Once the corpse changes after death, few people can check. If he is out of the tomb, God knows how many people will be suffering, trying to trap us. Bull Boom's color changed, and there was a peeing fit in the ton. Waylon. It was still Zhao Yun who was dry and direct, slapping out a Waylong poem. The stone door hummed, and only hummed, and did not crack. On the contrary, Zhao Yun was shocked to the point that his arm bones crumbled, and his throat sprayed blood again with a sweetness. Open for me, Nyo Boom shouted, holding the dragon abyss in his hand, and slammed his sword over. Clunk! The stone door is weird, obviously is a stone, but Long Yuan smashed on it, but it seems to be smashed on the steel plate. The sound of metal collision is clear and crisp, but also wiped out the sparks. Pust! Nyo Boom also sprayed blood, and Long Yuan was all but shaken out of his hand, which was picked up by Zhao Yun. Get out of the way. With a resounding clang, Zhao Yun yanked away the Bull Boom and casually shot 3 flying daggers at the stone door. only to detonate the explosive talisman a split second before it hit the door. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions were heard in no particular order, with smoke rolling and lightning ripping through. Look at the stone door, it's actually intact. Zhao Yun is not surprised. Usually recluse and through the wall is ineffective. Explosive talisman cannot be blown open, such as this tomb passage. The extremely thick stone door, non-ordinary stone material is too hard. Bombing cannot be broken and cannot be blown open. Doomed to be blocked in this they are. In the past, it was nothing. But now, there was a terrifying Moon King behind him. Him, too strong, such as this person, standing and letting the two of them chop. They might not even be able to break through his flesh. Bang, bang. As he spoke, the thumping sound came closer, and before the king of the Moon was seen, the rolling fury was seen first, so cold and icy that even the blazing flames burning on Zhao Yun's body were annihilated. It's over. It's dead. Nyoboom's face turned white, already inwardly, slapped himself twice, not yet fully mastered, then presumptuously fiddled with the soul-regenerating bells, and even disturbed the king of the Moon. Clang, clang, clang. Without a word, Zhao Yun flung out 9 flying daggers in one breath, all with explosive charms. Boom, boom, boom. Another explosion, not shaking this tomb passage in the slightest, nor was it able to shake the Inu king, and even then, it wasn't even half blocked, about the same as scratching an itch. The non-explosive talisman wasn't overbearing enough. It was the Inu king that was too terrifying. Such as him, even if he pulls a carload of explosive talismans, most likely it will be difficult to shake half a point. Pust. Zhao Yun spewed blood again, being too consumed and injured. Jedi Road. He is at his wit's end. Ineffective in penetrating the wall, ineffective in hiding from the ground, unable to blast the stone door, and unable to blow up the Inu king. Waiting for him should be the judgment of death. Bang, bang, bang. On the opposite side, the Inu Wang pace has not stopped. Handheld ancient halberd. A step a rumble. Why he needs to make a move. Only the raging In fury. Our bumped Zhao Yun and Nyoboom stand unsteady. There is also an extremely terrifying aura. The pressure of the duo straight spray blood. Buzz. Just then, a stone door, one after another, sank into the ground. Whoosh. There was a gentle breeze, and I don't know who sacrificed a jade belt that flew behind itself, bound their waists, and yanked them both away with a violent tug. Looking again at the striker, it was a woman in purple. Zhao Yun saw it. The stunned is not exactly earlier. Looking for him to ask for directions to the purple-clothed immortal nun? There was a spirit animal mount, that is, the white crane. The immortal nun did not say anything, but only looked at King Inu. Look at her demeanor. The gravity is incomparable. Not to mention Zhao Yun and Nyoboom. The earth store realm such as her cannot help but mind trembling. Body around the purple haze are extinguished by the In Chi. Boom, boom, boom. Inu Wang's pace, or did not stop. Handheld halberd. Friction on the ground. Rubbed out a series of sparks. Rustling sound. Listen to the despair. King. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. The purple-clothed immortal nun moved, took a step forward, and kneeled down with a bang, her hands propped up on the ground, just as if she was paying homage to the emperor, not only respectful, but also reverent. Chapter 44, The Gravekeeper. King, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The words of the purple-clothed immortal nun had a strange magical power. At least Zhao Yun thought so, only because the mind would go into a trance after listening to it, and it was even more sinister than the Dementor bell. Bulboom is basically about the same. With his head spinning, the king of the dark moon did not stop. His steps were heavy and thumping. Zhao Yun and Nyoboom had a peeing fit, and quite literally turned their heads and drove away. Only the immortal nun, still kneeling there respectfully. This time, the words that spilled out of her mouth were a bit unintelligible. A big string of gibberish. Corpse language? Zhao Yun muttered. People have human words, ghosts have ghost words, and the dormant dead have their own exclusive language. However, few people are through with it. Who would have nothing better to do? Running off to talk to corpses. Bang! Because of the purple-clothed immortal nun, some unintelligible words. Walking Inu Wang finally stopped, body violently trembling, raging in gas in fog. More raging. From within, it seemed as if one could hear hissing and roaring, all kinds of emotions mixed. Anger, unwillingness, sorrow and coolness, resentment. Shocked, the purple-clothed immortal nun was unsteady. Look at Zhao Yun and Nyoboom. They were both shocked and sprayed with blood. It was the In Moon King who was too powerful, and his battle prowess was clearly not in the same dimension. Soon the roar was annihilated, or in fog surging, cover the Inu Wang body, to be dispersed, has not seen his figure, should be back to the tomb, continue his dark slumber. Phew! Zhao Yun and Nyoboom saw this and breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Only then did the purple-clothed immortal nun get up, Fortunately, she had persuaded the Inu King to back off, or else there would have been a lot of trouble. Many thanks to Senior for rescuing me. The two juniors, or that kind of understanding, one left and one right, respectfully salute. If not for the arrival of the immortal nun, the two of them would most likely have been strangled by the king of the In Moon. The purple-clad immortal nun was silent. When it was over, the talents called Zhao Yun and Nyobun were tied up. It's the same little Taoist temple. The two bound men, sitting on the ground back to back, were not normally honest. The purple-clad immortal nun was there. To the cattle bombardment, she directly ignored, looking at Zhao Yun, as if looking for him to ask the way, this time to look again. Her eyes deep, previously clumsy eyes, actually did not perceive Zhao Yun body. There is actually lightning. Look at the lightning strong as, level is not low. Senior, no offense intended. We're going in after the mage. That old guy, not a good bird. See, those bodies down there. He stole them. We didn't take a single piece of the treasure in the tomb. The two opened their mouths to hide. You a word I don't stop. This thing has to be broken up clearly. A bad will be deducted to pickpocketing people's ancestral graves of a good crime. The purple-clothed fairy godmother a displeasure. Will send the two of them into the ghost gate. The purple-clad immortal nun stood in a graceful manner, only listening. Two people's words, she believes, has gone to the tomb to see, have seen the body of the mage. As for the tomb, there are no traces of intentional damage, but also searched the body of the two people. Indeed, did not take things from the inside, and since it is not a grave robber, clean up the bodies below. The purple-clothed immortal nun flicked her hand and untied the two men's ropes. Got it. The two of them limped down, and the sooner they were done, the sooner they could go home. Boom! Soon, a rumble was heard as Zhao Yun blew up a large pit with his explosive talisman, into the ground. Rest in peace early. The two of them were quite dedicated to their work, and placed the bodies, one by one, into the large pit, chortling with each one, not meaning to offend. When the move was finished, both men looked to the mountain. If the immortal nun didn't give the word, the two of them couldn't leave, and they couldn't run away. Do not speak to outsiders about this place. Purple-clothed nun a language indifference, loaded with a touch of majesty. Words in the moral is very obvious. Dare to say out, we'll kill you too. To the sky no road, into the ground no door. Absolutely keep your mouth shut. The two people look sincere, almost swear. See, the purple-clothed nun did not talk back. The two people turned around. Tentative steps, walking. The pace accelerated, fast, changed into a trot, running, such as off the reins of a wild horse, running faster than a rabbit, afraid of the purple-clothed nun repentance, and then to the two of them to carry back to the Taoist temple. The immortal nun stops for a long time. Look at her demeanor. It is difficult to hide as guilty. This trip, leave some long time, do not want to return again. The king's mausoleum, actually turned into a place to raise the body. She's so incompetent as a gravekeeper. Only late at night did Zhao Yun and Nyo Boom stop and find a mountain nook to hide in. Almost threw my life away. Bull Boom sat on his butt on the ground, panting violently. Fear no godlike opponent. Zhao Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood, and as for the words that followed, just make up your own mind. Bull Boom dry coughs, and he does add to the mess. Zhao Yun did not take care of it. Sitting on his knees, the injury is very serious. The tendons of the right arm have been broken. The internal organs are still in severe pain. A breath of gasping is not smooth, and will cough up blood. Click it, click it. The sound of bones colliding soon rang out. The marrow cleansing and tendon easing sutra together with the Taichu heavenly thunder skill, running together. The two feats were magical and had the efficacy of curing internal injuries. What an arcane gong method. Cow Boom eyes bright. Only that clicking sound. Listen to people's hearts. Without giving it much thought, he too plopped down on his knees, and was similarly wounded. When the night falls again, only to see Zhao Yun open his eyes. A mouthful of turbid qi was long exhaled. The injury is no longer a big problem. A mouthful of spiritual liquid into the nourishment of the body. Look at Bull Boom. Still healing. Zhao Yun did not chatter and pulled out the rune pattern record from his pocket. I have benefited a lot from my participation in the study. Within it, a number of talismans were recorded, most of which were against evil spirits, such as the severe ghosts, such as zombies, and in turn were not too powerful if used on living people. This was something that Zhao Yun felt deeply. Mage cultivation is not weak, but the fighting ability is a mess. With the charm against the evil spirits, to attack the living and breathing martial arts cultivator, innately does not have the advantage of single combat. Weak physical body is their biggest cover door. This type of person is suitable for playing as a support and is not suitable for frontal hard work. After collecting the rune record, Zhao Yun got up, having gained some true meaning, and then, it was to recite the incantation, and to make a seal with his hand. These There are instructions. Each step has a corresponding mantra and know-how. The mouth is spitting out the mantra. The hand pinch is the know-how. Is called pinch know-how to take the gas. This is the most basic, more complex, but also with the foot movements, called the astral step, divided into many kinds, such as the 5 elements and gossip. This is a technical job. Mantra seal in hands, mouth and feet, plus the meditative chi, all need to synchronize with, and there are thousands of changes. Any one place there is a mistake, or the mantra is not complete, or the action is not right, may incur failure, such as the painting of the explosive talisman. Speaking of charms, they're in the book, too, only, it's mostly broken, and not many of them are useful. Seal, smell Zhao Yun heart a scolding, the seal is fixed, an illusory charm, towards the opposite side of the boulder hit, but did not break open. Charm is quite good looking, but this power well, I can't praise, far less than a direct palm of the martial arts cultivator. What's there to learn from the sidewalk? Nyo Boom did not know when he woke up, saw Zhao Yun casting the charm, but could not help but skim his mouth. If Zhao Yun used this method to fight with him, he could put Zhao Yun all the way to tears. This, Zhao Yun did not deny. Sealing is time-consuming. The opponent will not give you this time. A set of incantations have not finished reading. A set of seals have not finished pinching. Most likely have been put down. Naturally, if the speed of the sealing was fast enough, that would be another story. There are specialties in the arts. Fighting demonic beasts, martial arts cultivation than the mage in the line, but fight zombies. The mage's side, perhaps more powerful, outside the war, but also to look at the opponent. Still, I'm good with this bell. Cao Boom grinned, carried out the Dementor bell, and shook it. Zhao Yun ignored it and only studied the rune record. There is nothing wrong with learning more. It's not a bad thing to learn more. It's unlikely that you'll need it in the future. There's still a lot of merit in the rune book. Let's go. Go back to my village to visit and buy you a drink. Cao Boom collected the soul-regenerating bell, regardless of whether people Zhao Yun willing or not, dragged up and left, together with the experience of life and death. Found Zhao Yun this goods. People are still good, before and after, saved him several times. There is a danger also did not leave him. Zhao Yun did not refuse. Once again on the road, the two crossed 3 big mountains, passing through the market also shopped, by all the small objects, listening to the little fat man said, for the children to bring. No words on the way. It was only until the sky was completely bright that the two stopped in front of a valley. Zhao Yun looked around to make sure he hadn't been there. Beyond the valley, there is a small village by the mountain and the water, which is called Nujiazwang. Early morning, more cooking smoke from the chimney. The villages are simple. Most of them are green brick and stone houses, and the countryside paths are winding and secluded, matching with the mountains and the water, just like a paradise, far away from the hustle and bustle. It's worthy of being the Nyo family. Everyone here is named Nyo. Zhao Yun walked all the way through. The eyes are strange. The people I saw, no matter the old man children, are very normal, and then look at the side of this. Black is really touching. Sunburned. Bull Boom gave a dry cough. A good tan is good for sterilization. Zhao Yun pulled the corner of his mouth. Bullseye. Nyo Boom greeted a group of playful little children, all gathered over. Small items bought at the bazaar are given a share. The adults came out quite a bit, and when they saw Nyo Boom, they were secretly relieved, and when they saw Zhao Yun, they showed curiosity. They were rarely visited in this mountain nook. The village people were very hospitable and generous with their hospitality. Zhao Yun has seen. The village of martial arts cultivation is actually not much. Counting the cattle bombardment is only 6, and 5 of them has been over the age of old. But cultivation is only condensed Yuan realm. It's also true that cultivation is extremely resource intensive. As he has a soldier's store to feed him, and sometimes he can't afford it, let alone here. After the meal, Bull Boom went to the back of the mountain. It is for the burial of the old village chief. The body that was hooked by the mage has been snatched back by him. He is an orphan. It is the old village chief who raised him. How can he not fight for his life? Over here, Zhao Yun sought out a thatched hut. What a martial arts nerd. Hunkering down in his room to study that rune book, he has realized 80% of the truth. And then, it was meditation plus body refining. External injuries recovered. Internal injuries remained. During that time, he had looked at the moon god. Still in a deep sleep, has shown no signs of wanting to wake up so far. At night, there is a call from outside the room. Before the words left his mouth, Nyo Boon came in, pulled Zhao Yun up and left. Look at that. When he left the room, the little fat man pointed to one side remotely. Oops. Zhao Yun peeled off the cattle bombardment, with its fingers looking into the distance. Can see a mountain. A big golden mountain. At first glance, it is really a golden mountain. Didn't lie to you. My family has a golden mountain. Cao Boom grinned. It's not gold. It should be shrouded in golden light. Zhao Yun muttered. He couldn't see it in the daytime, but when it came to night, the golden mountain looked particularly eye-catching. Grandpa says a god lives inside, but I don't believe it. I've sneaked in and seen nothing. It glows at night. Little Fatty spoke slowly, briefly describing the origin of Jinshan. No martial arts cultivator has come to see it? Zhao Yun said. We're in the middle of nowhere. No one comes here to sneak around. Nyoboom let out a dry cough. There are also people who come here to study it, and after looking at it for a month or so, they all leave. Where's the golden light? Zhao Yun muttered. Heading that way. A treacherous vision? Chapter 45, made of pure iron. The mountains are dark. Zhao Yun and Nyoboom were one in front of the other, traveling all the way through. During the night, the miasma was quite thick. Zhao Yun then became self-conscious, on the surface as if nothing had happened, but in his sleeve, he pinched with one hand. Of the ton, the wind howled. The dense miasma, blown away in pieces, had a starburst hanging down. It's a wind escape, the simplest wind escape, the so-called simplest, that is, even the incantation do not need to read, only taken the gas pinch will be good. At the moment is his Taoist low. If he years to achieve the peak of the achievement of the simple wind disappearance, may be able to roll away from the mountain, in the final analysis, or to look at their own heritage. Nowadays, it's good for blowing out the pandemonium. Bulboom had stared back. You have a penchant for the arts of the left path. It's nice to have nothing to use for fun. Zhao Yun laughed, and the single seal changed again, becoming a fireball in mid-air. For lighting. Needless to say, it's a fire escape, also like the wind disappearance, which is also the most basic, more like a magic trick, used to do battle, is obviously a setup. The speed is very slow not to mention, and there is no attack power, but Zhao Yun was in no hurry. According to the moon god said, their own background is strong to a certain level, even if the primary fire escape can burn out the male river, so that their own strong is the hard truth. As he spoke, he had already arrived at the foot of the golden mountain. This mountain, a few hundred feet, since the close look, does not look so bright, only, the night dark, plus the starlight moonlight illumination, only to show that it is different, or maybe, it is the reflection of the light to reflect the gold color. It's a good place to practice. Zhao Yun tilted his eyes up and could vaguely see the peak, the essence of the sun and moon shining, can perceive that something is wrong. Bulboom asked. Zhao Yun shook his head. Other than the pan-golden glow, there was no difference from an ordinary large mountain. Down there, could there be a gold mine? Bulboom hemmed and hawed, and rubbed his blackened hands together. What do you mean? Let me go down and look around. Zhao Yun was still looking left and right, occasionally extending his fingers and tapping the rock wall. If there is a gold mine, we will be rich. Nyoboom's small eye spotlight, 2 hands are almost rubbed out sparks. He smiled, cannot see the face, just see 2 rows of teeth, and, also not very white. Heavenly spirit, transported. Zhao Yun cast vanish and came up with a set of incantations that were not incantations. Good secret method. Kaoboom squatted down. Recluse technique arcane. Into the ground cannot see people. Below, Zhao Yun dives all the way down. Diving dive. On the dive cannot be. Non-recluse art cannot be. Is the earth is too hard. Hard to dead skin recluse. That is no difference with the wall. When he came out, he shrugged helplessly. There are no gold mines, and if there were, the light would not be reflected in the mountains. Got to be empty. Kaoboom instantly shrugged his head. Thought he could get rich. Just practice here. Feel free. Zhao Yun had already pushed up his sleeves and had climbed up the mountain, idle in the middle of the night. Bulboom looked away, tucked his hand in and walked away, yawning the whole way. Zhao Yun's stance was extraordinary, and he soon reached the peak of the mountain. As he said, is a good place to practice? Perhaps too high. There are clouds flying. The aura is quite rich, mixed with starlight moonlight, sometimes reflecting the color. Tomorrow, it should be Lu Tsengkong's big birthday. Before he crossed his knees and closed his eyes, Zhao Yun also muttered, it's my husband's birthday. A son-in-law can't afford not to have a birthday present. A big iron kettle. He counted on it, and it was indeed a big birthday. Early in the morning, the sky just dawned. We'll see the Lu family figures urge to move, engage in quite grand, big red silk hanging, big red carpet spread. If not for that overbearing birthday were to support the scene, anyone who looks at it, thought it was going to marry. There have been many people who have come to celebrate their birthday. Can be said, all forget the ancient city of dignified, basically ran to. Even the nearby ancient city, also came a lot of people. Is to give Lu Tsengkong face, is also to give the face of the heavenly zone, his family's eldest young lady, worshipped but the heavenly zone's master. In a short period of time, we'll get up and go to the heavenly zone cultivation. There, it's no match for the tiny forgotten ancient city. They're both Ryu family daughters. Look at Ryu. And then look at Ryu Ru Xin, a blind man with a loser, a match made in heaven. Save your breath, the man Zhao Yun is messing with you. There was quite a lot of talk, and when they came to the Lu family and saw Lu Ruyu, they unconsciously pulled Zhao Yun and the blind Lu Ruxin, and regret and ridicule were inevitable. The Chou family is coming not. Many people looked at the door, wanting to see if the Zhao family, too, would send someone, arrived all unseen. Think about it, although for the in-laws, but also the enemy, a stolen beam wedding, has let the Zhao family, has let Zhao Yun, in to forget the biggest laughingstock of the ancient city. It's not a birthday celebration to come, it's a smash up. Do not say, the Zhao family really have this idea, but was strongly suppressed, not afraid of his Lu family, but afraid of the heavenly sect. That is a behemoth, cannot be messed with. I'm grateful for the honor. Today's Lu Tsungkong, that is called a spirited, wearing a purple and gold robe, glory full of face, is in the prime of his life. The blood is not generally exuberant. The main thing is that the waist is straight. There is a thief-long face of the daughter. Ruyue Lu has been around since, worshipped the master of the heavenly zone. Shi Yun are different, more and more like her master. Raise hands and feet to show the style. Unique, cold and lonely. Heavenly sect has arrived. Outside the door of the boy, shouted, perhaps too shocked. Words did not shout smooth. Heavenly sect? All the guests in the garden were astonished, and in an instant they rose collectively. The heavenly sect came to congratulate us. What a big face. Look at Lu Tsungkong. But compulsion shook his eyes, and he almost flew up on the spot. Long face? This birthday party is so damn long face. Compared to this, the theft of a money changer or the closure of a military store are no big deal. Please, inside, under the attention of all the people, there is a young man in white. Walked in, clothes are not stained dust, born of a dignified, hand holding a paper folding fan, very rhythmic shaking, quite enjoy the world's awe of the gaze, walking in the force into the realm of the good. It wasn't accurate to say that the heavenly sect had come to congratulate them. He, too, was merely a disciple and could not represent the heavenly sect. That, alone, was enough to make the Ryu family flourish. Since ancient times, those who were able to enter the heavenly sect were at least the sons of a great clan. He, is a guy? I thought it was a pussy. Why are you still wearing rouge and powder? Never. Name Huayang, third-generation disciple of the heavenly sect, same sect as Lu Ruyue. The chatter went on and on, much whispering. Senior brother Hua, Lu Ruyu had already greeted him, smiling that sweet smile. This smile, well, it's a good match. Lu Tsungkong watched since also heart-happy, compared to Zhao Yun that waist, this Huayang eye-catching much more. There is a son-in-law of the heavenly father, where to go are doubly dignified. I wish elder, blessings like the East Sea. Huayang smiled, civilized, quite understanding of etiquette, mainly to maintain the image. If not Lu Ruyu, he usually lazy to take care of the small family. As the words fell, the congratulatory gift had been offered, is a side of the box, although sealed, but there is a medicinal fragrance overflowing, needless to say, is a real potion, and the grade is not low. Look at the guests present, are glittering, the Sky Clan to the talent. Fruit is a big deal. Zhao family too. Outside the door, there was another shout, shouting loudly at the thief. It's really coming. The gazes of the guests were all drawn away. When he entered, he saw Wu Er. He ran all the way in, holding a jade box. The young master explained before he left. When the big birthday to send people, the knight may have to use. Apparently it's here instead of Zhao Yun. Many old guys stroke their beards, so it was good to avoid embarrassment. Master Lu, live long and prosper. Wu Er's tiger's head in head, presented the jade box. Aha! Lu Tsungkong did not even look. A light not salty, so far, but also again for the matter of the soldier's store and annoyed, unconsciously relocated to that waste of son-in-law. The Lu family steward had stepped forward and casually reached out his hand. Su underestimated the weight of the jade box. One did not hold steady, fell down, click, clunk. These two sounds, in no particular order, the jade box was cracked by the fall, and the treasure in the jade box fell out with it. The sound of landing, duang loud. This, see that thing, the guests present, two eyes are straight. Even Huayan look, cannot help but twitch the corner of the mouth. This thing, the eye, that, it's a nightcap, isn't it? Well, it's commonly known as a pijar, and it's still made of solid iron. This son-in-law, what a heart. After the silence, a garden full of old guys, are transformed into a magician. Speculate on the hand, stroking the beard of the stroking the beard. The demeanor, each of them are serious and long. Today, there is a lot of good drama. Not to blow, Zhao Yun sent the night pot, can be more eye-catching than the elixir sent by Huayang. It does not matter that the person did not come, but the night pot made of pure iron. But the master has a long face. Not only took the limelight of the elixir, but also stunned a group of small friends. With so many birthday gifts, it's the one that looks the most bluff. Look at Lu Tsungkong. The face is not face. Gradually show the color. Want to curse, but in the way of face. Really not good to open. But do not open it. And suffocated stomach pain. A mouthful of brewing old blood. Do not know whether to spit out or swallow. Looking at Lu Ruyu, she already had a frosty face. If it wasn't for the birthday banquet, she would most likely already be carrying her sword and looking for Zhao Yun to settle the score. Boom! The thunder came in a timely setting. What would have been a good celebration was obscured by the dark clouds gathering in the sky. Good coming. At the top of the Golden Mountain, Zhao Yun had seen the thunder and ripped off his shirt. Achoo! Finished. It's a sneeze. Screw it. Someone is cursing him. Boom! Boom! Thunderbolts followed, one after another exploding all over the sky. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords piercing the ears. Zhao Yun was also dancing with his sword as he was running the Tai Chu Heavenly Thunder skill. The rain, it comes and goes. When the thunder dispersed, Zhao Yun's cultivation level broke into the 9th level. It's true, a thunder recreation. In the past, he didn't like rainy days much. After cultivating the Heavenly Thunder skill, he was really closer than his own father, and with a few more thunderstorms, his realm would rub upward. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, there seemed to be a dragon's roar. And Zhao Yun's eyes swung from side to side when he heard it. A dragon's roar. Indeed a dragon's roar. Seemingly hidden. After listening for a long time, Zhao Yun subconsciously lowered his eyes and looked at his feet. The so-called dragon's roar comes from below. Or rather, it came from this golden mountain. And the whole mountain seemed to tremble. Rolling heat was rising upward from the soles of his feet as he watched. He lay down there, his ears close to the ground. The dragon's roar is even more hyper murmur, so that he did not think. This mountain is trapped in a dragon. Is resting there yawning? Chapter 46, Dragon's Blood. There really are dragons? Zhao Yun got down on the ground and listened for a long time. The faint sound of the dragon's roar, which seemed like the dragon's cry, was long and majestic, especially the gas that surged upward, hot and steamy. When he got up, he cast Vanish and through walls. Nay, the mountain rocks were too hard and too thick, and both secret techniques were just for show. Buzz. He stroked his sleeve, carried the long Yuan sword. A sword chiseled down. Strength is not good. It can only be chiseled like this. If the Taoist line is enough, a sword can split the mountain. What are you doing, kid? Nyo Boom came and carried a basket with wine and rice. By the looks of it, it was for Zhao Yun, and the smell of wine and meat could be smelled from a great distance. It seems like there's a dragon in the mountains. Zhao Yun said back. The hell, I'll believe you. Bull Boom bristled and turned to walk away. True. Zhao Yun was unimpressed. Nightfall, before he sat down on his butt, tired enough, but has carved out a large hole. The sound of the dragon is more clear. Rolling waves of heat, one after another, majestic as a river. Sitting inside, all the blood boiling, he took a sip of the spirit liquid before he got up. This time, he threw away his Dragon Abyss sword and carried out a bunch of explosive talismans to blow up hard. Boom, boom, boom. And then, they heard the rumbling sound, one after another detonation. There are debris blasted out, collapsed all over the sky, the already not small big hole, and was blown deeper. Again, Zhao Yun poured a few mouthfuls of spirit liquid, and went to bury the explosive talisman. This method is nothing other than the consumption of true essence. As long as the explosive talisman is enough, the mountain can be blown flat. Your ing sick. The direction of the Nyo family came from the Nyo Boom's curses. The distance is not too far. Ordinary people may not be able to hear, but he is a martial arts cultivator. His hearing is extremely sharp, and he can vaguely hear it, and in the middle of the night he slept soundly, and was awakened by the sound of the explosions over and over again. In response to him, there was an explosion. With a dark curse, little Fatty plugged his ears with his true essence and huffed and puffed. Over here, Zhao Yun stopped once again. Not stopping won't work anymore. Too many explosive talismans were used, and the real energy has been depleted. Looking again at the big hole, it was blown deeper again. Zhao Yun will sit inside, absorbing the tumbling hot air, such as absorbing the aura. The hot air is very surging, even more refined than the aura. Half an hour, the true essence of the recovery, the speed of the fast, far more than the complementary true essence of the liquid. Dragon breath? Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows and looked at the surface of his body. There was dragon breath lingering around, and looking inside his body as well. The dragon's roar was unceasing, and because of the dragon's chi, the meridians were softened quite a bit, making him even more convinced that there was a Qiankuan in the mountains, and that maybe, there really were dragons. After a break, he buried the explosive charms again. The rumble started again, blowing up the mountains and forests and sending birds flying. Boom, boom, Boom! Zhao Yun is not generally dedicated. Mainly explosive talisman more. Really addicted to bombing. Real energy depletion. Then go to suck the dragon gas. Finished. Then continue to bomb. Look at that big hole. It's deep enough. True to Zhao Yun's words, given enough time, enough true essence and explosive talismans, he could really blow a mountain flat. Naturally, there had to be strong perseverance as well. This perseverance he had, bombing for 3 days in a row. For this reason, there is no less scolding. The little fat man came every day, and every time, he blocked the bottom of the mountain. A scolding, and when he arrived, he was too lazy to go up and bowl ***** with Zhao Yun. There really are dragons. Zhao Yun upholds his conviction, bombing conscientiously. Many days of accumulation of explosive talisman, at the moment has bottomed out. The cost of consumption is not generally large. Click. There was a rumble under the night that seemed to shatter the barrier. Open? Zhao Yun whispered, stepping up, and reaching out to pull out as he passed Long Yuan, and, ready to bolt at a moment's notice, was guaranteed to be in danger. Roar! Just to the entrance of the cave, will hear the hyper-muddy dragon roar, rolling dragon gas from within the surging out. Perhaps the distance is too close. Someone was knocked over on the spot, fell off the mountain top, the hands of the dragon abyss, but also flew out horizontally. God knows where it landed. In midair, Zhao Yun let out a loud curse. This mountain is not low. Upward climbing time. Fall down is a matter of minutes. This towering, this smash down, not fall into a pile of strange. He was not stupid since he was not stupid, and he pinched the seal with one hand. Such as this embarrassing situation, water escape should be very good to use. In the place of the imminent fall, turned a party of water pool, impartial, a poof smashed in. Before he could get out of the water hole, he looked up at the sky, which has what dragon? That is clearly a drop of blood, golden blood. The so-called dragon gas, is from the drop of blood in the flow of overflow, dragon gas surging and surging tumbling, sometimes into the clouds, in the air flying, sometimes into the shape of a dragon, circling the sky, but either way, there are hyper-muddy roar of the dragon, shaking the mind. Dragon's blood? Zhao Yun murmured. Look at the expression of bewilderment, to this point to know why this mountain is golden. Mostly dragon blood mapping, only at night, will give birth to bright light. The reason why previously unnoticed, is because of the dragon's blood in the mountain, was blocked by the mountain, because he blew up, only to break the barrier, resulting in the dragon's blood from within the fly out. Roar! When he looked, the sky dragon chi swept away, all converged into the dragon blood. Not only the dragon chi, there are thousands of feet in a radius of the spiritual energy, but also swallowed by the dragon blood clean, and then fell from the sky, bathed in starlight and moonlight, showing more bright, good stuff. Zhao Yun was too busy to take a panic step forward and reach for it. That's dragon's blood. This catch didn't matter. The dragon's blood ran into him on the spot. Well, Zhao Yun toned a muffled grunt. A drop of dragon blood is small, but it carries the power. But surging like the sea, such as a potion into the body on the spot, the majestic power, instantly flooded his body, poured into the limbs and bones, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the strange meridians, each strand is running amok, are like that blazing flame burning? Pust. He sprayed blood. A step did not stand still, almost fell. Dragon blood power is too strong. In the body wantonnly tossing and rushing, already do not know how many of his meridians broken. I do not know how many sinews and bones and thus broken. Even the skin on the surface of the body is also cracked quite a lot, broken out of a gap. There is blood from the cracks in the flow. Scary, too scary. From a distance, he looked like a bloody man, with his body swollen and ready to explode. It was also true that the dragon blood power was too majestic. He, on the other hand, was only a condensed yuan realm, and could not contain it, and would definitely be burst. Ah, his low roar, very painful, cannot withstand this power, not only the body, but also the spirit. The head wants to split. An instant cannot distinguish between real and unreal. Click it, click it. At the moment of crisis, he operated the marrow cleansing and tendon easing sutra and also the Tai Chu heavenly thunder skill, extremely refining the power of the dragon's blood and quenching it into the true essence of the martial cultivator. This time, it was his dantian that couldn't hold up. Dantian is depleted, was refined to fill the true essence, resulting in the dantian extremely fast rise open. According to this situation, once to some kind of limit, will be burst. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Yun immediately whisked his hand and flung out all the remaining explosive talismans before detonating them. Detonating explosive talismans that required the consumption of true essence as a way to reduce the pressure on his dantian. However, this is not enough. The true essence drawn away by the explosive talisman was only a drop in the bucket, and there was more true essence pouring in, not only into his sea of Dan, but also into every corner of his body. Willow. Zhao Yun clenched his teeth and performed this secret technique, slapping palm after palm without stopping in order to vent the true essence in his body. Otherwise, he would definitely be burst. Boom, boom, boom. Because of his indiscriminate rushing, indiscriminate attack, the mountains and forests have suffered. I don't know how many ancient trees was broken, also don't know how many rocks was hit by the explosion of cracks. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. There was true energy venting and power filling up, apparently unable to keep up with the pace. Break for me. Zhao Yun hissed and forcefully impacted the realm with the power of his dragon blood. Boo! Realm barrier into a pendulum. Yesterday the ninth weight. At this time a break into the true spirit realm. Cultivation advancement. The benefits are many. When it is a metamorphosis, the dantian is therefore broadened. The meridians are therefore becoming thick. The majestic power can also be declared. So close. Zhao Yun staggered, his face pale. Thanks to the fact that he was resourceful enough, and thanks to the fact that he hadn't made a mistake. Even a single compassionate thought could have been all-consuming, and since the beginning, had underestimated the drop of dragon's blood. Boom! No sooner had the doom passed than the heavens rumbled with lightning and thunder. Zhao Yun raised his eyes in an open manner. This time the thunder and lightning, different from previous days, is not to rain, is out of thin air thunder. Let him have a palpitation feeling. Always feel that the thunder and lightning is aimed at him. My heavenly tribulation? Zhao Yun paled, recognizing what it was. There is a saying in the Shinmen heavenly book that if a person is too demonic, or if they disobey the majesty of the heavens, or violate some taboo, the heavens will send down a thunderbolt to show their punishment. I just don't know which one he is. Either way, he couldn't hide. That's what the Shinmen Tianshu said. If you can handle it, you live, if you can't, you die. Zhao Yun shook a bit and forced himself to stand still, running the Tai Cho heavenly thunder skill. Since it was thunder, it could mostly be absorbed, and if he got it wrong, he could even add to the power of the heavenly thunder. Boom! Speaking, the thunder has come down. The accuracy is not generally good. A split Zhao Yun's skin and flesh, and this kind of thunder, far from the rain of thunder can be compared. However, this kind of thunder can indeed be absorbed. Zhao Yun clearly felt that the heavenly thunder had increased in power and was quite a bit more domineering. Beyond that, there are benefits. The so-called benefit is to refine his body. The tribulation is also a refinement. The calamity is also a creation. A nirvana, his muscles, bones and flesh, all of which can be tempered. Boom, boom, boom. Failed to cleave out the transiting robber. The power of the heavenly tribulation was raised again, and the thunderbolts came one by one stronger than the other, with the attitude that it would not be over until he was dead. Come, Zhao Yun drank a clang, and ran the marrow cleansing and elasticity sutra again, and crossed over in the thunder and lightning, as well as quenching his body in the thunder, healing the cracks on the surface of his body, as well as remodeling his tendons, and even the bones, inch by inch, were also being quenched, and one by one, they were being joined together. I don't know when the thunder was annihilated. When the smoke cleared, only his shaking figure was left, falling headlong into the mountains and forests. 2 robberies, nearly bursting by the power of the dragon's blood, and nearly being killed by the heavenly robberies. The night, at last, degenerated into tranquility. The next day, Nyo Boom came again, all the way to look at the left and right, with a strange expression, remembering that yesterday when he came to the mountains and forests are still good, but today it is a mess. People. Nyo Boom tilted his head, did not see the top of the mountain Zhao Yun, to be climbed, or no one. Since this overlook, the mountains and forests are in disarray, seems to have experienced a catastrophe. Kao Boom was uncertain and searched all over the mountains and forests. Instead, he sought out Zhao Yun's Long Yuan, but Zhao Yun's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Also right, last night Zhao Yun crazy, sure Fengshen step run all the way to fight all the way, do not know where to go. At this moment is still fainting, on the cattle bombardment of the call, just like not realize. Chapter 47, The Blood Sacrifice. The night in the mountains and forests is quiet and secluded, facing the bright moonlight. Zhao Yun's little thumb trembled, and with it, he opened his eyes. When you enter, you see the stars in the sky. It was 3 or 5 moments before we saw him sit up and take the first look around his body. Well, intact. Inside the body is even more strange. Limbs and bones, organs, internal organs, 8 veins, including the true essence and blood, are covered with a faint golden glow. The magnificence of the chi and blood is far more than he imagined. Sinews and bones and the strength of the flesh. There is also a qualitative metamorphosis. This is a wonderful feeling. Zhao Yun clenched his fist. There is power overflowing. Melted the dragon blood, such as shedding bones, suffered a heavenly calamity. Another nirvana. After 3 years to enter the true spirit realm again. True creation unlimited. The same level. too much stronger than that year, rich and famous, he murmured, laden with a pleased smile. Fear since there is, in the ghost gate walked a time, not afraid of the strange, but the chance to get, or very pleasant, thanks to his previous body refining out of some of the underlying, sinews and flesh strong enough, or else, will be propped up burst. When he had closed his eyes, he looked around and walked toward one side, after searching for a long time, also did not see his dragon abyss sword. It is not difficult to guess, is taken by the cattle bombardment, that cargo every day to come, most likely did not find him, but also blamed him for running too far. The birds do not the nooks and crannies of the mountains. The distance from the Gold Mountain has been very far. Look at Gold Mountain, no longer glowing, no dragon's blood reflected, and the Golden Mountain lost its radiant coat. Why is there dragon blood? With this doubt, Zhao Yun climbed up to the top of the mountain again, followed the cave in, nothing to find. Perhaps there was a dragon skeleton, only, the years are too far away, has been turned into dust, but also only left the drop of blood, just one drop of blood, and it's so overbearing. He couldn't imagine how terrifying a real dragon, how terrifying it should be. A divine dragon swinging its tail, could crush a mountain and collapse it. That scene, unimaginable. Under the moon, he sat on his knees again, seeing that the aura of heaven and earth was restless. It was pulled by him and inhaled into his body. In the middle of the night, he fetched the line for the talisman. Explosive talisman, really good stuff. Without this thing, really cannot blow open the barrier, since also cannot get that drop of dragon blood, not to mention the subsequent creation. Cultivation has advanced and the spirit has been greatly enhanced. Nowadays, the speed of drawing talismans was not comparable to the past days, and the spirit was abundant. Is painting, suddenly saw the fire, from the direction of the cattle family, but the fire, but stained with a touch of blood color, standing on the top of this mountain, can clearly look at the sea. In a trance, screams could be heard. Zhao Yun frowned, having a bad feeling, and was busy panicking down to the top of the mountain. A hunch, or a good one. Look at the Nyo family, how a miserable word. The house has collapsed, everywhere is a mess. Look at the villagers, no matter the old man children, were driven to the pasture. Most of the people are stained with blood. A lot of women have fallen in a pool of blood, and not neatly dressed. It looks like, is being abused to death. For that matter, there were a couple of bodies hanging from the trees. They were a few of the older martial arts cultivators in the village, all with bloody holes in their chests. Mournful cries that resounded through the village. Such a tragic situation, since it was robbed. Moreover, it is still a bandit composed of martial arts cultivators. There are more than a dozen people. Most of them are true spirit realm. There are 2 peaks. Damn, you guys really deserve to die. Nyo Boom staggered, the only one not caught, but also miserable, covered in blood. One arm hanging down, obviously wasted. Fatty, you're very resistant. On the opposite side, came the sound of sinister laughter. On the left and right, pestled a bald man and a scarred middle-aged man, one carrying Zhao Yun's dragon abyss sword, and the other carrying Nyo Boom's soul regenerating bell. Needless to say it was snatched from Nyo Boom in the fight. These two, they were no ordinary martial arts cultivators. All of them are at the peak of the true spirit. The blood is violent, belongs to the power-type martial arts cultivator, and this group of robbers is led by the 2 of them. Should be the tip of the knife licking blood, should be too many killings. A certain kind of fury is extremely thick. The 2 pairs of scarlet red eyes are horrifying. Pust, Nyo Boom finally could not hold out. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Yang Tian fell down. Not he is not strong enough. Is the opposite side of the people are too much? Not to mention the other. Let's say that this scarred middle-aged and bald man, casually pick out it can hang him. A small village. What a surprise to me. Scarred middle-aged phantom smile. Did not think of a martial arts cultivator, also did not think of a very capable little black fat man. And the most surprising to him, or the hands of this dragon abyss sword, actually is the basalt iron to build. Moreover, is still extremely hegemonic basalt iron. It was so worth the ticket, and the windfall. Kill all the men and take away the women. The bald man hissed. Got it. The bandits laughed grimly, showing their white teeth, and raised their ghost head swords. Cow Boom wants to get up, and has the heart to do it. Look at the villagers, full of despair, are ordinary people, where to beat the martial arts cultivation, mostly embracing the children, snuggling up to each other, waiting for death. Clang, clang, not waiting for the knife to fall. First heard the clanging, also do not know where the flying knife. There must be more than 10. Each handle is haunted with lightning. Each handle is also fire breath lingering. That's right, it's Zhao Yun coming. Seeing the tragic situation, he struck out without mercy. Poof, 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 blood light appeared. In addition to the bald man and the scar middle-aged, the rest of the crowd of robbers, without exception are hit in the vitals, one by one fell in a pool of blood. Death are dead depressed, to the point where they do not know who is out of hand. Who? Bald big man and the scar middle-aged storm, immediately back to back. Look at the flying dagger power. The person who shot must be a martial arts cultivator, or a very strong martial arts cultivator. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to kill so many people in one strike. No one responded to the shout. The four directions of the darkness, which can see the silhouette. Go. Without even thinking about it, the bald man turned around and disappeared. Go. Icy cold words then rang out. Zhao Yun came after him and disappeared from the ground. You. The big man suddenly color change. Dizzy panicked fixed body. Did not look at the wrong. In front of this person is drilled from the ground. The legendary recluse? Clank. Zhao Yun stepped on the wind god. His body was treacherous, like a black shadow sweeping past the big man. Then he stabilized himself, and there was blood flowing from his handheld purple heavenly sword. Then look at the bald big man. Neck more a sword mark. There is blood in the spray thin. Obviously was a sword to seal the throat. Because of this, he is the eyes protruding. Incredulous. Hall peak of the true spirit. This is a ing second? Pust. Accompanied by the wind of blood. He slumped down, and his death was not a normal suffocation. How could it be? The only remaining scarred middle-aged, subconsciously retreated a step, but also full of disbelief. The opposite that, obviously a true spirit of the first weight. Even if there is a recluse technique surprise attack, it is impossible to a sword. Kill a true spirit peak of the martial arts cultivator. Elder, if you do too much evil, you will be rewarded sooner or later, Zhao Yun faintly said, carrying the blood-dripping violet sky sword and walking step by step. I am from the Tsanglong mountain. Scar middle-aged cold snorted. Look at that demeanor really hard. Moving backstage to scare Zhao Yun, self-confessed Sanglong Mountain's prestige, or work. The main thing is that the other party is the true spirit of the first weight. He is the pinnacle of the bald man is careless, was killed by a surprise attack. If it is a head-on hard to do it, there is no reason for him to lose. Whoever it is, must die today. Zhao Yun took a step and chopped a sword, and the blade of the sword was torn by thunder and lightning. What at Sanglong Mountain? I have never heard of it, and it is not very good to scare me with this name. Arrogant. The scarred middle-aged man shouted violently and swung his dragon abyss sword, his true essence surging. Clunk. Swords touched swords and rubbed fire, the clanging sound piercing the ears. Look at Zhao Yun, looming over him. Look at the scarred middle-aged, but the face is red. Hard to regret the power. He actually fell into the wind. Zhao Yun not only fast, the strength of this flesh, but also enough to scare. This kid is too weird. Walking is a good idea. Without much thought, he turned around to escape. Before leaving, but also threw out an iron bomb. Is a smoke bomb? Open the recluse when the necessary things, something to throw to. That's human. When it's time to wimp out, it's time to wimp out. Such as this goods. Life preservation means own a lot, but the heart is afraid. You, walk away? Zhao Yun ignored the poisonous mist. His figure was like a ghost. He caught up with them in 3 or 2 steps. He killed someone and still wants to leave? If you want to leave, leave my sword behind. That's mine. Junior, do you really want to go on and on? The scarred middle-aged man shouted violently and turned around with an open hand, really being forced to harbor a fire. Clank. In response to him, is Zhao Yun face a sword, and give him chopped stirrups back, to stabilize his body. Has disappeared Zhao Yun trace, or that recluse, not waiting to react. Zhao Yun has killed, grabbed his arm, swung up, and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The sound of bone breaks, quite ear-piercing. Pust. The scarred middle-aged mouth of old blood, sprayed at 10 feet high, head buzzing. There is such a fight? Do not use secret arts. All up directly fall? Clank. Zhao Yun then dried up and added another sword to it. The screams were dismal. The scarred middle-aged man also knelt, blood gushing from his mouth, and slumped in a pool of blood. Arrived and died in peace. Tonight, it is really bad luck. Robbed the treasure is not false, but was wiped out by the group. What a big scene have not seen, but in a small village and a bird not capsized. And, the opponent is only a true spirit realm a heavy. Zhao Yun put away his sword and came to Bulboonness. The little fat man was so badly hurt that he had fainted. But fortunately, there was no fear for his life. This night, sadness reigns. This night, Zhao Yun saved and buried many people. Early in the morning, the whole village was draped in mourning. You saved my life again. Nyo Boom's face was pale. His left arm was still drooping, but it wasn't ruined. It was Zhao Yun who saved him in time, but those who died were really dead. The entire Nyo family. Only one martial arts cultivator was left in him. Ever thought about moving? Zhao Yun asked. Where can we move to, and who wants to take it in? Kao Boom let out a sigh. If you don't mind, you can come to Forgotten Ancient City. Zhao Yun poured a mouthful of wine. I don't know whether it was a flood of sympathy, or was already kind-hearted. He really didn't want to see any more misery. After all, he was related to this place, and settling down 100 or 10 people, with his financial resources nowadays, he could still do it. Thanks a lot. For the first time, Nyo Boom saluted Zhao Yun rather solemnly. It's all a favor to be returned in his year. Zhao Yun's words were languid as he walked away with his wine gourd, looking for a place to draw the talisman. What a freak you are, Nyo Boom muttered. Remember 2 days ago, Zhao Yun is still only the 8th weight of the condensed yuan. Goodbye is already a true spirit realm. This advancement speed, not too demonic, and his chi and blood, pounded a lot, giving him great pressure. Chapter 48, What a beautiful pair of eyes. Small village, crying all day long. Zhao Yun peace of mind drawing talisman, until nightfall before leaving the hut, holding a basket of paper money painted with talismanic patterns, also learned from the talismanic pattern book. The book said, with the incantation sprinkled on the gravesite, can be able to super death? If there is another world, then these paper money, is the silver. Not far away, Bulboon was quite busy. There are also villagers, also all run around, prepared enough 20 carriages, has made up his mind to move. 110 villagers, no one objected. Small villages remote, far from the prosperous place, is the living target of robbers. This time there is Zhao Yun protection, but people cannot be a lifetime to keep here. Saved a village of people, but also willing to help to settle down. This has been a great kindness. Early morning, the sky is not yet bright. 20 carriages will be vastly out of the village, choked with a lot of sound. Almost every person is carrying a tablet, out of a long way or not forget to look back to see, uprooted from their homes, quite reluctant to leave. After all, generations have been here. This go, I do not know which year to come back. Come on, come on, come on, keep up. Bulboon rode his horse, back and forth, urging on anyone he saw falling behind. The division of labor is clear. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, drove ahead, already wearing a human skin mask to hide his true face, lest he bump into the people of the forgotten ancient city. He had not been idle, refining his body and realizing the Tao at the same time. Ta, look at the horse he rode. The obvious wilt not pull a few. The demeanor is also very depressed. Depressed it on the back of this person. How this heavy Lu. In addition, bone crackling sound, all the way have not broken. It was also true that Zhao Yun was carrying the long yuan sword. He wasn't heavy, but the sword alone was weighty enough. A few 100 pounds was there. Here, it's practiced for you. Nyo Boom rode up to catch up and slipped an ancient scroll to Zhao Yun. The secret art of the dragon and tiger. It was once said that I would not go back on my word. How's this? Zhao Yun laughed, saying this under his breath, but his hands were not idle, nimbly receiving the ancient scroll. How long will it take to get to forgotten ancient city? Little Fatty asked. According to this speed, at most 7 days. Zhao Yun back to the casual, already buried in the study of the dragon tiger whistle, such as this sound wave secret art. His Zhao family is not, or rather, do not know why lost. Having seen it in general, it's not really that complicated. Perhaps his talent is high. Learn what are very fast. Nothing more than the operation of the door, to the true essence of the sound wave, to be a moment of explosive force. This art of physical strength. There are requirements, such as sinews and organs. If not up to standard, injuring the enemy at the same time is likely to be self-inflicted injuries. This, only the basics. There was an elaboration on the dragon chanting and tiger whistling, and the higher the spirit level, the more powerful the technique would be. At the end of the day, it's about its own underpinnings, like a dragon's roar and tiger's roar. If it was performed by the heavenly martial realm, a single voice could shatter all of his organs, not more than half a pillar of incense. He collected the ancient scrolls, and then, there was a voice. Maybe melted the dragon's blood. His voice of the dragon tiger roar. Net hear the dragon roar, just like no tiger roar. A hyper muddy dragon roar sound, shocked the opposite side of the rock. Are crumbling cracks. Not bad. Zhao Yun smiled. Then look at Nyo Boom. 2 eyes straight hooked. Really freaks, but half a column of incense. This is practiced? Also, where's the dragon chants? Why is there only a dragon's roar? Also having practiced the secret art, when performed by Zhao Yun, it was much more powerful than his. Bottom line, it's a good thing. Bulboon muttered in his mind, which he still understood. Roar. As he muttered, Zhao Yun gave another voice. This time, it was even more domineering than before, still without the tiger's roar, and the dragon's roar was even more pure and majestic. Wow. Nyo Boom rubbed his head, being closest to Zhao Yun. The two voices roaring made him dizzy. If the sound wave had been targeted at him, he would most likely have been shocked and sprayed with blood. Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, passed on to you. Zhao Yun laughed. A sword skill secret scroll stuffed to Boom. As for the vanish, through the wall, wind god step those, cannot be passed on. The moon god also has long been warned, what she passes on, it is best not to pass on. So open. Boom hemmed and hawed, having known that Zhao Yun's swordsmanship was superb, he also quite wanted to learn. Roar, roar, roar. All the way after that, the roars continued, and the dragon's roar was more exuberant than one another. It's Zhao Yun, practicing dragon and tiger. Look at Bull Boom. Very consciously ran behind and slipped away. Stay here again. Will be shocked to vomit blood. The horses moved slowly forward. From a distance, those who don't know will think that they are traveling darts. It was getting late, and the horses stopped at the mountains. Drag the family. The speed is slow. According to this speed, indeed 7 or 8 days to arrive. In Zhao Yun's case, it was also a kind of cultivation. Bring these people safely to the city of forgetfulness. The merit is complete. This may be the Shinmen Tianshu said karma. That is a kind of esoteric things. At the moment is not obvious. To be cultivated to a certain realm, will gradually appear, as if it is able to affect their own luck. As night falls, the mountain campfire is brightly lit. The villagers carry pots and pans to make food, fleeing from the outside world. No longer distinguish which house is which, and the atmosphere is very cordial. After the meal, Zhao Yun plopped down under a tree and meditated. Not far away, the cattle bombing is the same. The recovery force is not bad. The arm has been restored. Should be attributed to his strange bloodline. Long black, not sun, must be the family's genetic. The breeze brushed against him, and Zhao Yun opened his eyes in an open manner. Blood breath. Bull Boom rolled over and jumped up. That little nose, it really wasn't sharp. Female, and then the bastard added, sniffing the woman's scent. Whoosh! While watching, a black shadow swept into this mountain forest, wearing a night clothes, his left hand covering his bloodied right arm, staggering along the way, and coughing up blood from time to time. Needless to say, he was seriously injured. What a beautiful pair of eyes, Zhao Yun murmured. The woman's cheeks covered, only a pair of eyes exposed outside, clear as water. From her eyes, looked not the slightest dirt. Black veil over the face, coupled with a pair of beautiful eyes, more a touch of mystery, so that people do not think that under the veil is a stunning face. It should be an assassin. Bull Boom's nose shrugged, and he could smell blood and some kind of fury. Asterisk 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 where to go. After the black-clothed female assassin, 2 more people came, a hunchbacked old man, a purple-robed youth. Open scolding, it is the purple-robed youth. As for the mouth of the, needless to say is the female assassin, Xian Yang, peak true spirit. Zhao Yun looked at the small spirit beads. The hunchbacked old man was at the Xian Yang realm, and the purple-robed youth was at the peak of the true spirit. The villagers were terrified and each hugged the other. Cow Boom relief, and sat back down. The dying also looked at the jungle, and did not chase after the past. Go out. More than one thing, after all, dragging the family, less involved in the good. What a beautiful pair of eyes. Over here, Zhao Yun was still tweaking his hands and muttering, and those eyes seemed to have magical powers. The night, again, fell into quiet. I don't know when, but Zhao Yun opened his eyes again, only because the little spirit pearl in his arms lit up again. Asterisk 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 don't let me catch you. Sure enough, the curses rang out again, or the previous purple-robed youth, cursing back. It is not caught up with the black-clothed female assassin. Face is quite ugly, gritted teeth, anger. As he passed by, he slowed to a stop and glanced at the team of horses. At his glance, the villagers all dared not speak, while the little children hid in their mother's arms. Interesting. The purple-robed youth smiled slyly, stroked his chin, and there was a lustful, evil light flickers, the so-called anger, because of the village a few young girls, and turned into a fire of desire. Quite want to find someone to vent. A small, little girl, but she has a few good looks. Purple-robed youth mouth corner slightly curved, smiling lewdly, obscene, stepped away, straight to a young girl. Ears seemed to have been ringing the young girl's painful moan, wantonly ravaged the feeling. Should be very wonderful. What are you doing? Boom took a step forward and blocked the path of the purple-robed youth. True spirit 1. The purple-robed youth smiled theatrically and casually threw out a money bag. The moral is obvious. That maiden, master wants it. Boom didn't even look at it, still standing there without moving, with an angry color in his eyes. Zhao Yun also did not move, not in fear, but staring at the other man. That's right, in addition to this purple-robed youth, there is another one in the dark. It is that hunchbacked old man. Is the previous moment just arrived here? See the purple-robed youth to find some fun, but turned a blind eye. Elder, it's not easy for anyone to escape. Zhao Yun slowly opened his mouth, since he was speaking to the hunchbacked old man in the dark. You're nothing. Hunchbacked old man did not say anything. The purple-robed young man is a sight of the eyes. Full of contempt glanced at Zhao Yun, as if he also knows that the hunchbacked old man in the dark, that is still afraid of what? Even if there is no hunchbacked old man of his family, he has no need to be afraid of. A peak of the true spirit, to beat 2 of the true spirit of the first heavy easily. Vulnerability. The main thing is that tonight, chased all the way, froze the female assassin ran away, held a belly full of fire, urgently looking for someone to vent. From him okay, if not from, he does not mind the killing spree. In this deep forest, killing people, often things, and there will be no one to know. Zhao Yun ignored the purple-robed youth and was waiting for the hunchbacked old man to reply. If you care, we'll be fine and go our separate ways. If you don't care, then we'll have to get him killed. The hunchbacked old man smiled grimly and would not intervene since, 2 true spirit realm 1, and ants no difference, both are ants, which has the qualification to negotiate with him, to be purple-robed youth dash over. He does not mind these people, all destroyed. Besides, he was harboring a fire, not to mention the purple-robed youth. Even he wanted to find a woman to amuse himself, looking for death. On this side, the purple-robed youth had already moved. His palm's true essence flowed and overflowed, and he slapped his palm at Nyo Boom. Nyo Boom is also a man, not retreating but advancing, palms and fingers of real energy surging, a fist blast forward, bang, fists and palms collided, exploding into a thunderstorm. Looking at the battle, the peak of the true spirit absolutely crushed the first weight, and Bull Boom was beaten and stomped back, out of your depth. The purple-robed youth laughed in a phantom tone and attacked again. Whoosh! Zhao Yun arrived. His body was like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the purple-robed youth. Purple-robed youth suddenly color change, obviously underestimated Zhao Yun, underestimated his stance. Even this treacherous, fast so that he is difficult to see. Only true spirit first wait. Where is this fast speed? Jingle bells. Suddenly, there was an eerie bell sound, and it was Cow Boom who had rung the Dementor bell. The ringing of the bell was demonic and scourged the purple-robed youth's mind. Half an instant of trance. Zhao Yun has arrived. To be purple-robed young man shook his head. Purple sky sword has crossed his shoulder. The sword is cold. If Zhao Yun is willing, a sword can end his life. Playing the surprise attack. It had to be said that his match with the little fat man was still perfect. So true. Purple-robed youth sneered. The sword is across the shoulder. Since I do not dare to move, but I am not afraid. Do not think that Zhao Yun dares to kill him. My side. There is still a Xianyang realm. Dare to kill me. You all have to die. What a junior. Speaking of the Xianyang realm, the hunchbacked old man had jumped out, ignoring the Bull Boom and only looking at Zhao Yun. That fast speed really caught him off guard, to the point that, a true spirit pinnacle, even instantly being restrained. Release my young master and be at peace with each other. The hunchbacked old man grunted coldly, his true essence already overflowing as he searched for where to strike from to be able to kill Zhao Yun with a single blow. Early for what? Zhao Yun laughed coldly and dead grabbed the purple-robed youth to block his body, lest he be killed in seconds by the Xianyang realm. Wanting to die like this, fulfill you, hunchbacked old man cold humph. A step out, but also only stepped out of a step will stop, because Zhao Yun's sword has cut his young master's neck. Sword marks well, not deep, but a deterrent. Dare to step forward again, will let the purple-robed young man's head fall to the ground. Is not joking with you, not to mention, the Xianyang realm was truly stunned. The purple-robed youth's face, too, was sufficiently hideous, but he didn't dare to move. He had reason to believe that Zhao Yun would really destroy him. This kid was not an ordinary person. He was running to the same place. Go, Zhao Yun lightly said, and slipped a note to Nyo Boom, on which, the route to the forgotten ancient city was marked, as well as his Zhao family's soldier store, and his own words and tokens, all of which were handed over to Nyo Boom. To go a piece. Go, Zhao Yun said lightly, interrupting Nyo Boom's words. The opponent had the Xianyang realm. He couldn't cover it. Really want the stalemate. Once the hunchbacked old man lost his patience, it would not be as simple as 1 or 2 deaths. If he was the only one left, unattached, it would be a lot better, most likely able to escape. Bull Boom wanted to say something, but, he still turned around, knowing that Zhao Yun had an undercurrent, and they, all of them, were a liability. The villagers all got into the carriage. The hunchbacked old man grunted coldly and wanted to chase after him, but Zhao Yun's sword, again, cut a bloody mark on the purple-robed youth's neck, meaning, if you want him to die, just chase after him, and if you want to die, you can die together. Or deterrence. The hunchbacked old man stopped again, ignoring Nyo Boom and the villagers, looking only at Zhao Yun, his killing intent hard to contain. Frankly, sick of being threatened. I'd like to take a shot, but it's the young master, a piece of him, and he has to be brought back alive. Be honest, swords have no eyes. Zhao Yun faintly said that he was speaking to the purple-robed youth. Knowing what the bastard was thinking, his body's true essence was already surging, just waiting for a break. Then he would bolt. However, Zhao Yun would not give him half a chance. This, a talisman. If the purple-robed youth is there, he will be there. If the purple-robed youth runs away, he doesn't have to live. There was a cacophony of hoofbeats, and the horses were gone. Walked out a long way. Cattle bombardment are not forget to look back. Full of guilt, it seems that since the acquaintance, it is he who is dragging Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun can be completely unattended to. With his stature, escape is more than enough. This kind of behavior, so that he cannot believe that acquaintance is only a few days, but also come to this kind of favor. His state of mind is also the state of mind of the villagers. At this instant, there was that one obsession that had been silently planted in their hearts. In this life, they all owed Zhao Yun, and this life of theirs, they were also surnamed Zhao. Chapter 49, Can't this kill you? Can you release it? Seeing the team of horses walking away, the hunchbacked old man coldly said, Let him go and I'll die faster. Zhao Yun laughed, said to release, which is so easy, have to delay, wait for the horse team to go farther, also have to think of the back way, see from where to run can fly away. Junior, there is a limit to the old man's patience. Hunchbacked old man cold snort, overflowing true essence, ice cold incomparable, killing blow, very early in the brewing, really give him forced anxious. What things are done out of the, I promise, I won't kill you. The purple-robed youth opened his mouth, and his tone was so sincere that if he were an ordinary person, he would really believe it. However, Zhao Yun is not an ordinary person. His brain is not in the water. So what's the use of assurances? Release, hunchbacked old man bellowed. Face has seen caracal color. Really cannot suppress the anger. Since the road, are the first time to be threatened like this? Release, when it is time to release. Zhao Yun smiled and tugged the purple-robed youth back step by step. The hunchbacked old man, on the other hand, pressed step by step, always ready to offer a thunderous strike. Give it back. Only after retreating to the edge of the jungle did Zhao Yun violently kick the purple-robed youth out, and then, turning around, he jumped into the dark forest. Young lord, over here. The hunchbacked old man had already taken over the purple-robed youth. Kill and thwart. Purple-robed youth furious. Party is still calm. This instant, such as a hair-crazy lion, eyes scarlet, face hideous. How many years had it been? Or the first time it was this humiliating, to be taken down by the true spirit one. How could the high and mighty man endure it? Explosive talisman? Hunchbacked old man color change, was going to chase and kill, but looked at the terrible thing, only to see the purple-robed young man's back, plastered with a charm, or a burst word, extremely eye-piercing, blow you all over the place. Zhao Yun, who had fled, unlocked the explosive talisman band and held it quite precisely. Boom! In the next instant, explosions were heard, a dozen or so explosive talismans, blowing up together. No! The purple-robed youth wailed, his eyes full of despair, his hideous face, becoming fear. However, howling louder and louder is of no use. More than a dozen explosive talisman. On the spot, he will be blown into flesh and blood, the moment before he died. How a depressed, should be regret. Regret should not provoke these people. The anger is not vented, but also to take themselves into it. Pust. Purple-robed youth was blown to pieces. The hunchbacked old man is no better. The distance is so close. Dodge are not able to avoid. Was blown over on the spot. Blood and bones, or underestimated Zhao Yun. A small true spirit of a heavy, actually explosive talisman. And, there are so many, blew him off guard. Although it is tragic, but he did not die. The Xianyang realm is not covered. The body protection true essence blocked most of the explosions. If the explosive talisman was pasted on his body, it would not be easy to say, you deserve to die. Steadying himself, the hunchbacked old man leapt into the forest and chased Zhao Yun straight after him. His old face, bloodied and cloaked, was more like an evil ghost. Faster, faster. In the forest, Zhao Yun foot wind god step. Fleeing the head do not return. Know that the bomb cannot die hunchback old man, even if half dead. As easy to suppress him, the absolute suppression of the realm. Not to obey cannot be, that have to run, but also have to run faster. Kill. Behind him, the angry howls continued. The hunchbacked old man came after him. The true essence rolled over. His aura was surging. I don't know how many big trees were cut off. I don't know how many boulders were crumbled by his steps. Looking at that aura, it was quite a bit stronger than the old yen ghost of that day. Zhao Yun was as nimble as a black shadow, walking through the mountains and forests, leaving something behind in every place he went, such as the explosive talisman. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions followed, and the already chaotic mountain forest became a mess. Look at the hunchbacked old man, even more woeful, chased all the way, everywhere is a pit, a not pay attention to the child, was blown over, thanks to the bottom of the strong enough, or else, early to be blown into ashes. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Hunchbacked old man gritted his teeth. Explosive talisman is a good thing, but the detonation is required to consume the true essence. With more, the true essence must be depleted. The rest will be good to do. Bombing, you towards the death of the bomb. Want to use explosive talisman to defeat the old man. Not too whimsical. Indeed, Zhao Yun was a bit overwhelmed. Before and after, had thrown out dozens of explosive talismans. True essence was indeed very little left. If not for having melted a drop of dragon's blood, if not for having advanced to the true spirit realm, the amount of true essence was large enough, and the chi and blood were majestic enough. Otherwise, the true essence would have been exhausted long ago. Which goes, the hunchbacked old man chased after him and dozens of sword chi exploded out. Zhao Yun exemplary turned around, and in the same instant, he drew out the purple heavenly sword from his waist, and danced extremely well, blocking a few sword chi, and then instantly disappeared into the ground. The transported man? The hunchbacked old man was surprised and took a step down, stomping the ground. Pust! Zhao Yun sprayed blood again, and because the ground shook, he was shaken out again, and before he could stand still, the hunchbacked old man killed him like a ghost, and his bloodstained hand pinched towards his neck. Roar! In a flash of lightning, Zhao Yun cast the dragon bellowing and tiger whistling sound wave secret art, and the exuberant sound of the dragon's roar, like a real divine dragon hissing, was quite explosive. Well, the hunchbacked old man let out a muffled grunt. Weekdays since not afraid, but now is not compared to the past. Previously was fried brain buzzing. This is not awake, because Zhao Yun this one sound wave impact, really not very good. Grabbing to the hand, but also slowed down so a point. Zhao Yun was able to catch his breath. His feet stepped on the boulder to use the force, flying back to escape, when the body to the mid-air, but also threw out 3 flying daggers. Each handle is hung with an explosive talisman. See, the hunchback old man eyes condensed. Run is not in a hurry. Sacrificed body protection true essence. Hard to carry the explosion. To be smoke dispersed. He staggered figure. Torn clothes. Bloody. Many places have blood and bone exposure. An arm also drooped down. Blood flow more than. This doesn't even blow up? Zhao Yun spurted blood and his body shook, retreating under the rock wall. His face pale. Too many explosive talismans were used, and the true essence was extremely depleted. Run. Why don't you run? The hunchbacked old man laughed harshly. It was not true that he was badly injured, but he had pushed Zhao Yun to the brink. Even if he was half dead, he could still suppress Zhao Yun with one hand. You know, that little true spirit realm, with very little true essence left, was basically defenseless. Clank! What responded to him was the sound of the sword. Zhao Yun took a step out and slammed his sword through the rainbow, and on the body of the sword, lightning tore through. Thunder? The hunchbacked old man smiled slyly and casually raised his hand, stretching out 2 fingers and impartially clamping the violet sky sword. This scene, Zhao Yun had expected. Instantaneous body to hide. Not waiting for the hunchbacked old man to force him out, he came out on his own. The sword in his hand has been replaced with the dragon abyss. Both hands clenched. Lingtian split down. Pust. This sword was sour enough to smash the hunchbacked old man's figure for a moment, but he only stumbled for a moment as his true essence surged and shocked Zhao Yun over. Pust. With this mouthful of blood, Zhao Yun spewed a dominating spray, hitting the rock wall all the way. What else is there to rely on? The hunchbacked old man laughed maliciously, walking step by step. When he passed by the long yuan that was stuck diagonally on the ground, he even casually reached out and pulled it out. It was indeed a good sword, heavy enough and fierce enough. However, he didn't bother to take a closer look. At this moment, what he wanted to do most was still to take Zhao Yun down, and after that, to make his life worse than death. Depend on more. Zhao Yun had blood gushing out of his mouth, and his hand was holding onto the rock wall, staggering so much that he couldn't even stand. He smiled, with a touch of wryness. When the hunchbacked old man saw this, he had a bad feeling. He subconsciously lowered his eyes, only to see that under his feet, he stepped on an explosive talisman, and only looked at Zhao Yun, only to realize at this moment that he didn't know when Zhao Yun buried this explosive talisman. It didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that Zhao Yun had broken the explosive talisman ban. In an instant, the hunchbacked old man's eyes bulged and his pupils tightened, and then, he went up to the sky, accompanied by the sound of the explosion, was blown over out, the drooping arm, completely blown away. There is a rain of blood pouring, to be dropped, has not seen the human form, so many explosive talisman. It is this time to blow up the most board, from the bottom to the top, the proper full of the sky. Zhao Yun finally collapsed, panting violently, his face pale. The last explosive talisman drained the last strand of true essence from his dantian. Fortunately, he blew up the hunchbacked old man. Good. Very good. Just as he was relieved, a hideous little voice, from not far away rang out. Has no human nature of the hunchback old man? Actually ing stood up again, without an arm, covered with blood gully. The old face does not see the face. Flesh and blood, from where to look at, is like a rotting corpse, only that pair of old eyes, or that kind of ghoulish horrors. Zhao Yun wanted to get up, but he couldn't stand up, so he didn't take a breath and sprayed blood on the spot. So many explosive talismans for padding, and the last one is still blowing up the board, and it still didn't kill that old dog. Are all Xianyang realm martial arts practitioners this resistant to bombing? I will take you, refine you into a puppet, and prostrate you at my feet for the rest of your life. The hunchbacked old man smiled grimly, staggering step by step, nearly dead, but the bottom remains, strangling a true spirit realm with depleted true essence, and pinching an ant, no different. This time, really kneel. Zhao Yun was hoarse with a single word and wanted to get up and fight again, but nay, he no longer had the strength of that mind. The hunchbacked old man was injured miserably. He was also not lightly injured. I don't know how many tendons and veins were broken by the shock, and the repeated use of the explosive talisman has far exceeded his load, not to mention attacking, and he can't even stand up. Die! The hunchbacked old man walked up and raised the long yuan sword. This sword fall is a ghost gate. Clank! Right at this moment, the sound of a sword chirping rose abruptly, coming from behind him. Without waiting for the hunchbacked old man to react, a slender sword pierced from his back to his forehead. Looking at the person who struck again, it was actually the black-clothed female assassin from earlier. I don't know where it came from, but she did a really good job with this sword. The hunchbacked old man hissed and his true essence surged with him. Pust! The black-clothed female assassin spurted blood and tumbled out horizontally, already injured. And with this shock, she was hurt even worse. Look at the hunchbacked old man. Received a sword, but also staggered. The bloody hole in the chest, blood spraying thin. Very much want to stand stable, but not very stable. Give me. Poor. Zhao Yun clenched his teeth, forced his injured body to get up, and slammed his head into his arms. This time, the old man finally collapsed, the old torso writhing, mouth gushing blood, to the death of the dead. Dead than his family's young master, more suffocating, but also more than his family's young master, more regret. If the early shot to stop their own young master, more than fall into this situation today. Paul Xianyang realm was blown up, the body without skin. In the end, it was actually destroyed by two true spirit realms. Chapter 50, The Phantom Orchid. Thanks a lot. Zhao Yun gave a tired smile. The female assassin did not respond. Staggering up, still covering the blood dripping from her right arm, staggering one step at a time, to the hunchbacked old man's corpse, finally could not hold out, flopping to the ground with a sound. And then, it was a rummage on the old man's corpse. Poison? Only then did Zhao Yun realize that the female assassin's entire right arm was black, and the blood that flowed was also black. Without having to ask, he knew that the female assassin had been poisoned, or the kind that could not be forced out by true essence. This time, it was mostly to find the antidote on the old man. No wonder it saved me. Zhao Yun murmured softly. How can you lay down your life to mend without some kind of purpose? Antidote. 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 Over here. The female assassin was still searching, cloaked and flustered, as if bewitched. It's up to God to find it. Hunchbacked old man, how terrible. Even his Xianyang cultivation have been blown up without a human form. Even if there is an antidote, most likely has been blown up, or left behind in the Mountai, NS and forests elsewhere. Looking for is not good to find. It's you. When Zhao Yun looked at it, the female assassin smiled in surprise, and from the old man's corpse, she flipped out a small emerald green jade vial, which was cracked, but the pills were still there, and it was obviously the antidote, which was able to save his life. Unfortunately, she was hurt too badly, or, perhaps, it was so poisoned that the pill had just reached his mouth and he fainted. Zhao Yun saw this and stuffed it into her mouth for her. Up to this point, he could not stand, holding the rock to sit down, but also took the body scattered, extinguished the hunchbacked old man corpse. A dry cough, rather embarrassing, high opinion of their own, but also underestimated the hunchbacked old man. So much explosive talisman. Froze did not blow up his death. If not for the female assassin, he most likely has been killed in the Yellow Springs, but it was worth it to save so many people. I just don't know if Nyo Boom and the villagers of the Nyo family home have gotten out of danger. Soon the campfire was lit. Zhao Yun was sitting by the fire, trying his best to run his gongfu to heal his injuries, which were not generally grievous. The female assassin was there. After taking the pills, her poison was dissolved, but her cheeks were still that pale, and her breath was weak, as if she was having a nightmare, and in a deep sleep, with many pained colors on her brow, and from time to time, she talked in her sleep. What was even weirder was that her true essence was fading. The so-called fading is when the true essence decreases in strands until it disappears. What a bizarre gong method. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. The female assassin was not a ruptured dantian. It should be due to some sort of strange gongfu. No, don't. Sleeping female assassin. At first a hiss, sat up violently, the first time to tighten the grip on the killing sword. A guarded look at Zhao Yun, afraid that really have no strength. Holding the sword's hand is trembling. I look. Is that so scary? Zhao Yun did not say anything. A dry cough meant everything. Or maybe it's just too handsome. With a mutter, Zhao Yun got up and walked away, in no better shape to walk, and back again, ringed with a pile of wild fruit. The young master of the Zhao family, still very knowledgeable, handed one to the female assassin. Not hungry, the female assassin said lightly, without the slightest hint of emotion. Gollum. Apparently it wasn't coming from Zhao Yun's belly. The bastard was holding a peach and nibbling on it. The scene was, for a moment, awkward. The female assassin reached out anyway and took the wild fruit. Should she be starving? And devoured it. One more? You saved me, and I saved you, both for nothing. The female assassin's words were indifferent and cold. Good point. Zhao Yun nibbled on a peach and looked for a place to heal. What a strong true spirit realm, the female assassin muttered. The previous battle, she saw very clearly, really underestimated the true essence of the first weight. Not only the body arcane, will also be a recluse. There are thunder and lightning and also animal fire. There are so many explosive talismans. If not, Zhao Yun will be hunchbacked old man bombed to the body crippled. She would not dare to come out to make up for the knife. Nay, even after exhausting her eyesight, it was difficult for her to see Zhao Yun's true face, simply because Zhao Yun was wearing a human skin mask. Only when her eyes closed did she look at the stars. Tonight's moon is a perfect, flawless full moon. It was because of the full moon that her true essence disappeared. Zhao Yun's guess was not false. It was indeed due to her gong method, and every full moon, her true essence would be dissipated. Wow! Soon, there was the sound of chains clashing. It was the female assassin, who actually used chains and locked her hands and feet. What is the reasoning? Zhao Yun glanced sideways, his heart suspicious and uncertain. Young lord. Suddenly, a call came from the distance, followed by a whoosh of wind. Needless to say, there are martial arts cultivators toward this, and the number is not small. The cultivation is not low. Listen to the sound wave can be heard. The mouth of the young master, needless to say, is the previous was blown into ashes of the purple-robed youth. The netherworld is still alive. Zhao Yun openly stood up, turned around and ran, all the way to the wind and thunder hanging lightning. Not afraid, is really afraid. On this state, not to mention the Xin-Yang realm, even if it comes to a true spirit realm, can also kick him to death. Well, looking behind her, the female assassin also got up shakily, unable to stand, let alone escape. Is it hard to escape death? She murmured, helpless as never before, and even the light breeze seemed cold to the bone. Shivering, she was weak to the point of heartfelt pity. From her bosom, she fished out a black poison pill, which, as an assassin, every one of them had. Forgot about you. In a haze, a sharp voice broke through her thoughts. Since Zhao Yun, and all the way to the wind and thunder hanging lightning ran back, 2 words a sentence without saying much. Back up the female assassin will go. Don't say that when pushed to the limit, the potential is limitless. As with this one, when looking for fruit earlier, it wobbled 3 times a walk. But now, with a person on his back, he can not only run, but also run faster than a rabbit. Why save me? The female assassin let out a whisper. Looking pretty, Zhao Yun said back as he drove the recluse. Young lord, when I was talking, the shouts from the back started again, and the distance is getting closer and closer. The person who came is not weak in cultivation. The person should have smelled the true essence, and is coming towards this side. The sound of the wind is whistling, and the sound of the wind, and the whimpering is whimpering. Listening to it, someone's potential, again, is stimulated. In the mountains and forests, he was like a black shadow, scurrying past in an instant. Not to brag, even he didn't know that he could run so fast with a person on his back. Put me down, the female assassin muttered. Hold on tight. Before Zhao Yun finished a sentence, he stepped on his foot, or rather, there was a pit under his foot. No, not a pit. It should be a well. Or no, that is a pit. Which one kills 1,000? Zhao Yun cursed. How can there be traps in a deep forest where birds don't? After that, there was a cacophony of noise. The two fell all the way down for a while before they landed on their feet and fell on their heads. Shoo! Zhao Yun was the first to climb up and look upwards. This pit is shaped like a well, 100 feet deep, and can vaguely see the starry sky. The female assassin was silent, not looking at the cave entrance, looking towards Zhao Yun, reflecting a dim starlight. His angular side face could be seen, not too handsome to say, but with an ineffable perseverance. Whoosh, whoosh, several silhouettes swept past from the cave entrance, but in reality, they could not be seen, so they saw several black shadows. Sensing the breath, it is the Xianyang realm. Instead, he chased over, but disappeared, and was standing on the boulder mountain looking around in all directions. Find them separately. The voice could be faintly heard, followed by a whoosh of wind, and it was time to leave. My name is Spectre, a woman murmured softly in the darkness of the ground. Good name. Zhao Yun smiled, still looking at the cave, as if he did not realize. Yulan's hand is timidly grasping to his arm. In her case, a dependence in the darkness should be the warmest light. Gone? Zhao Yun pricked his ears and listened for a long time, but there was no more half a sound outside. Bang! Bang! The sound of his head hitting the wall rang out, and it was the young master of the Zhao family, who wanted to escape and penetrate the wall, but the rock wall was not light and hard, and the secret method became a pose, and his head hit the dangdwang. I'll go up first. Zhao Yun shook off his head, took his dagger, and climbed out with a single thrust of a hole in the cave wall. It was followed by a trailing vine that came down the rock wall. Tie it on and pull you up. Zhao Yun's call came from above. However, there was no reply from below. People Lu. Zhao Yun perked up his ears and called out once more. Wow! This time, there was an echo, but it was the clatter of chains clashing. In addition to this, there seemed to be the hissing of a woman in pain. Girl? Zhao Yun bent down, lying on the mouth of the hole, and exhausted his eyes to look down. As he looked around, he saw a dark shadow rushing up, reflecting the dim starlight. Can be seen is the orchid, not tied vines, actually out of thin air. Whoa! You can fly! Zhao Yun was shocked. Foot 100 feet deep hole, straight up out of the air. Not to mention Xianyang geocache. Even the Tianwu realm may not be able to do it. Legend has it, only beyond that Tianwu realm can truly fly in the air. This is so good. She's flying high in the sky. As he was looking at it, Yulan arrived instantly and carried a powerful aura. Zhao Yun was caught off guard and was knocked over on the spot. Settle down the body shape and look again. Yulan and earlier, some not very different. Her true essence actually in the mutation. Yes, in the mutation, become a bit violent, and also stained with blood general red color. Look at her brow. There is a light seems to be hidden. There is a strange pattern, is slowly carved out. Special bloodline? Zhao Yun stood still, his brows slightly furrowed. In his opinion, the Yulan and cattle bombardment belong to the same kind of people. There is a non-ordinary bloodline. Oh, non-ordinary power. The true essence of the breath of this berserk. Even he was doubly suppressed. Not the cultivation suppression, but the bloodline suppression. He is sure, if not he melted a drop of dragon blood, must be suppressed even more ruthlessly. Well, no wonder he chained himself up. I should have known about this turn of events. Zhao Yun murmured, and his eyes deepened, finally understanding and seeing more clearly. Earlier, it was due to feats. Now, it should be a problem with the bloodline. Similar to going crazy. In fact, it is the backlash of the bloodline. The power is too large, beyond the range of tolerance. And even, the heart, mind and spirit are all disordered. It is not wrong to say that going crazy, because today's female assassin, it really looks like a female devil. Chapter 51. Ah! Yulan let out a hiss and broke the chains. There was a halo of chi spreading. The killing swords at her waist were all shaken out, slanting into the earth. The terrifying chi implosion, crashing through the trees and hitting Zhao Yun so hard that he couldn't stand up. This is embarrassing. Zhao Yun's mouth spilled blood. After destroying the hunchbacked old man and dodging the chase, there's still a big show to come? Woohoo! The wind whistled, all because of the orchid. No longer hissing, is step by step towards Zhao Yun, passing by the killing sword, but also casually pulled out. Walking, her breath is even more berserk. Crimson blood gas, in her body raging, obviously is the peak of the true spirit, but her aura can be compared to the Xianyang realm. No waking consciousness. Zhao Yun subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, then go to look at the Yulan's eyes, or that beautiful, but more of a more terrible magic, for eyes against the eyes. Looking at his mind panic, the degree of bizarre, by no means in the soul-stirring bell below. Broken. Zhao Yun's heart rebuked and he silently recited his heart resolution before he forcefully regained his senses. Clank! Yulan opened the attack, stabbing at him with a sword that was powerful enough to exterminate him. So fast. Zhao Yun was surprised again. An all-round improvement? Not only strength, but also speed? In a flash of lightning, he cast Vanish. The next instant, it was out again, having been shaken out by a kick from Yulan. Clank! Before she could stabilize her stance, she killed like a ghost. That's really sick. Zhao Yun sighed and danced his purple heavenly sword extremely well. The sound of metal clashing followed. A man and a woman. One person and one sword. spelled out swordplay in the mountain forest. The 4 shooting sword chi pierced through the air. A big tree was cut off. Even on the rock wall, it was also scratched out a sword mark. Clang, pound, clang. Zhao Yun's sword method is superb. The sword has thunder and lightning tearing. Will be the sky thunder sword skill, used to the most extreme. Unconscious Yulan is not covered. Do not know which inheritance of the sword. Each sword is sword shadow quite a lot. Comes with your piercing clanging, is not the general subtlety, and the sword to go off the edge. Moves to kill people. If it is to do the general real spirit realm one, most likely to have been chopped up a few times. Wake up, Zhao Yun lightly shouted. His body shape was as strange as the wind, with constant residual shadows, dodging as he fought. Yulan was silent, mute, like a walking corpse, cold to the point of ruthlessness, especially those eyes. One more look, the mind is in a trance for it, and there is also the berserk chi in blood. It is even more palpitating. Okay, I'll wimp out. Zhao Yun a dry cough, turn around to escape, not to fight, is really cannot fight. The injury is not yet fully recovered, is still in a weak state. 60% of the combat power cannot make. On the other hand, but the Yulan, but alive and kicking, suffered a strange change, which is like a person with injuries, as if it is a god hanging. Clank, unrelenting, Yulan swept his sword chi all the way after him. Ka-ching, boom, this is a messy mountain forest, and suffered a great disaster. The trees are pieces of down, even the hard rock, are like a tofu, was easily cut by the sword. See Zhao Yun through the heart. This if you get on a, must be acidic. The orchid is not only weird, the war power is also terrible to the subversion of the routine. He was certain that if the hunchbacked old man was still there, she would more than likely have a fighting chance. Blame it on the fact that the sylph at the moment was too weird, and just going straight up out of thin air was scary enough. Said straight up out of thin air, and the girl came right up the road. From afar, she was floating in mid-air, carrying the killing sword and waving it all the way. You can fly, you boss. Zhao Yun was in a sorry state, fleeing and crawling, thanks to his body technique being arcane enough to take advantage of it to dodge, and thanks to Yulan only using her sword and not moving her other secret techniques, or else he would have been beaten halfway through his body. As he spoke, the phantom orchid floated in again, truly like a ghost. After that, there was a sky full of sword chi, pouring like rain in the sky, clanging loudly. Clank! Zhao Yun exempted himself from the fixation and playfully danced the purple heavenly sword. The sound of metal clashing added to the clutter. Rao Zhao Yun's bottom, but also not much to carry. That is sword gas, not only very harsh, but also very strong, not to mention get on one. Longitudinal was hit, all hit the 5 viscera all pain. As for the recluse, it seems to have become a pose. 1 foot disappeared into the ground, and the next second the sword chi arrived, an indiscriminate attack that the earth could pierce through. Wake up, Zhao Yun let out a loud curse. He should be cursed. It's still a ing bad year. Saving someone's life and getting hammered to lift his head. Clang, clang. It was fine if he didn't curse, but when he opened his mouth, the sword chi became even more overwhelming. How can this lineup be anything but appalling? He couldn't imagine how majestic and inexhaustible the true essence of the Yulan should be at this moment. Let him call out as much as he wants. The man should fight as much as he wants. When he escaped from that piece of heaven and earth, he was already covered with blood ravines, and God knows how many sword marks. Not that he was not strong enough, it was that Yulan was too scary, and the berserk aura was still increasing, and it was just like he had already overpowered the hunchbacked old man. Here, try this. Zhao Yun exempted the fixation, whisking a bell in his hand. It is the soul regenerating bell, the cow bombardment before leaving to give. Jingle bells. The sound of bells followed and was disorganized. Zhao Yun doesn't know how to use it very well. He just knows to shake it towards death and doesn't have much of an incantation. Well, do not say, it really works. Floating in mid-air orchid. A murmur from the air fell down. More painful color. Empty eyes are also a lot of light, proving that the soul ringing, she is effective. It is subconsciously in the confrontation, in the best efforts to suppress the tyrannical will, the raging tumbling of the berserker blood, but also a point of silence. The hair is also gradually returned to the original color. Good for you. Zhao Yun shook more cheerfully, running as he did so. Looking behind her, Yulan was in a panic, like a madman, carrying her sword while chasing and fighting. Boom, boom, boom. This dark mountain forest turned more lively, with patches of large trees toppling over. These two, were interesting enough to stay up in the middle of the night, scurrying all over the mountains and forests. On top of that, there were wild animals hissing. It should be due to the regal ringing. It's so damn magical. The sylphs are scourged, and they're bad enough. Equally tragic was the guy Zhao Yun. He, the one who was really on the up and up, is all septuagenarian because of the bells, and still rests there shaking. There are no more explosive talismans. If there are any left, blow you up. Zhao Yun burst into a dark curse, as if he no longer knew what pity was. Mostly, it's just too up. Human beings, they'll do anything if they're pushed. Unfortunately, we've run out of amulets. At some point, he stopped. It was the sylph that stopped chasing and, in a stagger, collapsed. See you at this moment. It is back to normal. Zhao Yun collected the soul regenerating bell and came staggering. Looking at his hands, he was still carrying the rope. Yeah, it's rope. If you are like Yulan, it's better to tie her up, so that she doesn't go crazy again. It's really not compassionate. This Xiao family's young master really give a beautiful woman tied to the tree. Finished, then squatted on the ground, hands clasping the head melon, such as a prisoner of labor, squatting there, but also a burst of muffled grunts. Ouch! Headache! It was also true that not knowing how to use the Dementor bell and shaking it indiscriminately was hurting him more than anything else. The night, at last, degenerated into tranquility, and that scene, but also really eye-catching, a big beauty, was tied to the tree, a boy, squatting under the tree. If someone passes by, will reveal the color of amazement? This ing what a combination ah. Chapter 52, tied up and safe. Early in the morning, warm sunshine flooded the mountains. Zhao Yun woke up, wilted, enough to spend most of the night, only to soothe the mental injuries. So far, the head is still dizzy. Is the soul regeneration bell is too weird. Do not know the use of methods to injure the enemy at the same time also in the self-inflicted injuries. The body surface of the sword marks have mostly healed, but the martial arts internal injuries, but it is not that easy to be good. Look at the orchid. It's still tied to the tree. A good beauty. Froze tied to the tree. Tied more than 20 circles. Obviously not a human being to do things. On this, someone still want to tie a few more circles. It's also true that when the girl is mad, she doesn't recognize her 6 parents. At the moment, she was sleeping soundly, not to mention making a mess. It was difficult to move. Zhao Yun tucked his hand in and mortared himself under the tree to look at it again and again. Yulan's domineering bloodline has been hidden in the body. At the moment cannot find half a trace, as if only at special times will burst out. As for when the outbreak, Yulan should be well aware of, such as last night, knowing that the bloodline will be reversed, before locking themselves in advance. It looks like, she used to do this often, only, last night was an accident, and the chains failed to hold her. This point, perhaps even her own did not think, and even he also followed the disaster, was chased for most of the night, fell all over the body scars, if not for the sick and desperate, used the cattle bombardment to give the soul regeneration bell, he more than half had been decapitated. Other than that, it's the feats. Yulan's bizarre gong method must be linked to its domineering bloodline, and when the moon is full, the true essence collapses, and then the bloodline recoils, after which the true essence is dispersed again. It is, as it should be, a process. At this moment, her dried-up true essence was coming back bit by bit, such as this strange martial cultivation. Zhao Yun was seeing it for the first time. As he looked, the sylph let out a whimper and slowly opened her eyes, wanting to move but unable to, and looking at herself, she realized that she was tied up, and tied solidly. Why, tie me up? Yulan frowned at Zhao Yun. Why tie you up? Heart has no point? Zhao Yun said. The corner of the mouth has blood flow overflow. Breath is also enough to wither. And then look at the face. Is not the general pale? A look no injured. And, suffered or internal injuries. I hit it? Psylocke said tentatively. I hit myself. Zhao Yun casually returned, still scanning Yulan up and down. If it wasn't for you going berserk in the middle of the night, I could have been beaten into despair. People are all dripping water. Springs of kindness. You are good. That night to give me a big surprise. If I had known that. Little cute. That's why I'm in this mess. Yulan fell silent, her pretty brows knitting slightly. That chain is cast with special iron. Even if the bloodline backfires, it will be difficult to break free. In the past days were like this over. Now it seems that last night's chain did not lock her at all. Look at the Zhao Yun form. It is known to have been beaten very badly. The bloodline has been enhanced again? Yulan murmured. It must be for this reason. So strong that he couldn't even be chained. Then, it's not your original bloodline, Zhao Yun said. This was the conclusion he had come to, that the Yulan's bloodline was by no means innate. It was mostly infused later in life, and whenever the Yulan was weak it would rebound. For example, when the true essence is dissipated, the sylph was silent, and in Zhao Yun's opinion, this was acquiescence. It was because of her acquiescence that Zhao Yun coughed dryly. If he knew there would be a full moon, he should have stayed at home and not come out. It's his fault for being so sympathetic and meddling. He deserves to be beaten up. Could you, please, untie the ropes? Yulan lowered her eyes and whispered softly, and then also added, I only get sick when the moon is full. The meaning is obvious. Let me go, and I won't go crazy in a short period of time. It's good to be tied up. It's safe to be tied up. Zhao Yun meaningfully wiped a nosebleed. Still too internally injured. Yulan Jade, mouth slightly open, cheeks buried deeper, said the words, but did not finish. Can see the cheeks more than a touch of light red. It is difficult to say. Urinating? Aha. I'll slip away somewhere else. Zhao Yun waved his hand and chopped the rope, carrying his sword in one hand and covering his old waist in the other, limping away, going to see it from afar. The back of that, how to look at it is amusing. If this were some great young man, he wouldn't leave without a set of whistles. Behind her, Yulan is quite a mess. Perhaps the body is weak. Walking cannot walk steadily, especially the cheeks, has been reflected full of red, seems to be a little shy. On this side, Zhao Yun has gone far enough to fight a wild wolf, find an open space, set up a campfire, and the aroma of roasted meat quickly drifted all over the surrounding mountains and forests. I'm not going to be able to keep up, so help yourself, Zhao Yun, a mutter, said, since the cattle bombing them, would like to join with the little fat man, but the body is seriously injured. Such a state, out of this mountain forest is difficult, as well as, more than once before coming to look at the terrain, all do not know where at this moment. Speaking of injuries, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth again. External injuries are good. It's the internal injuries that are disgusting, and they can't be recovered in a day or two. As we were talking, the sylph came. The girl, still walking unsteadily, staggered with her hand on a dead tree trunk. Zhao Yun was hurt badly. She was not hurt badly either. Her mind is still dizzy. The ringing of a Dementor bell is no joke. The main thing is that last night, Zhao Yun playful shaking a lose-lose, not to mention the Xianyang geocache. At the moment even come a true spirit, can destroy both of them. The sylph has sat down, her head buried and her eyes downcast, her cheeks still red. Can you fly in your normal state? Zhao Yun asked. The sylph was silent and shook her head gently. The backlash of the bloodline was beyond her control, and as for why she was flying, it was because the bloodline that was infused involved an ancient race with magical powers. Zhao Yun did not ask again and roasted the meat at ease. After the meal, the two went on their way, one limping, one staggering, but also to support each other, passing by the cave last night, but also did not forget to stop and look at it. Although the fall is not light, but it did save the lives of the two. So much for walking. It was only in the early morning of the second day that he came out of this mountain forest, still barren. Fortunately, there are villages. Zhao Yun searched for a carriage, carrying Yulan, and headed straight to the nearest ancient city. Whoever it was in dire need of healing medicine, which was not available in small villages. Thanks a lot. Suddenly, a whisper came out of the car from Yulan. Some kind of gratitude was heartfelt. If it wasn't for Zhao Yun, she would have died twice. This was a great favor. Just don't forget to return it. Zhao Yun raised his horsewhip. Yulan's light smile, slightly hazy, always inadvertently, through the curtains to look at Zhao Yun's back. This is the first time she scrutinized this carefully. Her world is dark, but this back seems like an inch of light. Well, looked at, she is a murmur. Already pale cheeks, even more white, probably very cold, shivering, cold to the body, curled up, even the breath out, are quite cold, and sometimes also painful groan. The first time I saw him, he was shivering, so cold that he curled up his body. It's not over yet. After the cold, the body is burning hot, so hot that it burns like a flame. Yes, she still has poison on her, but the antidote to her kind of poison is not available to everyone. Zhao Yun had looked back a few times. A criticism of the kung fu. Yulan gave a far-fetched smile, pulling off random fronts. As night fell, a city came into view. That was Qingfeng City. Zhao Yun recognized it. He had been here during his training that year, and it was also in Qingfeng City that he was assassinated by a mage, and his spiritual vein was broken for 3 years. The sylph came out, masked in a black robe. The two may share a tacit understanding, and Zhao Yun also masked a piece. See you later. Once he entered the city, Zhao Yun smiled slightly before turning into the bustling crowd. See you later. There's a time. Underneath the black robes, Yulan let out a soft murmur. It was a long time before she closed her eyes glumly, and once she was gone, she turned back 3 times. When he arrived, he didn't even know his last name. When they arrived, they didn't even know what he actually looked like. The night of Qingfeng City, quite prosperous, not weaker than the forgettable ancient city, is also bustling with people, big red lanterns hanging high, yelling and hawking sound one after another. Zhao Yun traveled through the crowd, stopping several times, bought medicinal pills to heal injuries and spirit liquid to replenish true essence, by the way, and purchased a set of lines to draw charms. Encountering a strong person, exploding charms is still very practical. See, the bounty has increased again. 50,000 taels, TSK, 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 It's still the government that's generous. Why can't you catch him? There were many murmurs on the streets, and many people were pointing around the reward notices. As for the wanted man, he is a lone wolf of the night. Zhao Yun looked, but also cannot help but sigh. In this can also see the wanted notice. Think about it, it must be the pressure of the great families, especially the Lu family, the recent bad year. Do not catch that guy. It is difficult to get rid of the heart of hate. Having seen it, he quickened his pace, then settled down. It was an inn, had dinner, and locked himself in his room. Click it, and then, it is this kind of sound. The two kinds of gongfu work together, with the medicinal power, with the spiritual liquid, soothing the wounds in the body. Recovery is only a matter of time. The words are split. Yulan was still in the city, and what she did, since she was similar to Zhao Yun, she bought medicine to heal her injuries, and then she searched for an inn, and her protective body's true essence recovered quite a bit. However, her poison got worse, the so-called two heavens of fire and ice. That is her state at the moment, standing outside the door to listen to the frequent whimpering of pain. Do not know that they thought that what? Suddenly, the candle flickered. In the next instant, a black shadow walked in like a ghost, coming from the window, both covered with a black robe, and a pair of eyes that were quite cold and eerie. Antidote. The sylph seemed to recognize it, and immediately reached out, her hand trembling. Good point. The black-robed man laughed in a phantom tone and casually threw out a red-colored pill. Yulan took it and was too busy scrambling to stuff it in her mouth. Only then did the toxins subside, and the pale cheeks, finally, became more flushed. This, then, is her life. Since becoming an assassin, she has basically been like this, needing to take the antidote on a regular basis. Completing the task is good. If not, she will not be able to get the antidote. She loathed blood and she loathed killing. How many years had passed, and too many of those who had died at her hands had been innocent. After all, they were able to complete the mission, and the top brass was pleased. The black-robed man smiled grimly, his morose eyes. It was hard to hide the greed and lust. Obscenity. Yulan was silent, standing like an ice sculpture. To this black-robed man, all she had was indifference and coolness. It's this one mission. The black-robed man brushed his hand, and there was a white paper that floated out from his sleeve. Forget the ancient city, Zhao Yun of the Zhao family. The sylph casually took it and read it softly. No portrait? After reading it, she burned the white paper and frowned at the black-robed man. A waste of time, too lazy to draw. Chapter 53, what a hoot! The sky is bright. Zhao Yun ate his meal hastily and went back to his room. The sitting was for another day, to the nightfall, only to see him open his eyes. A mouthful of turbid air was long exhaled. The injury has not recovered, but there is no major problem, but also needs some time to recuperate. He looked at the color of the sky and fetched the line for drawing the talisman. Explosive charms. It's a good thing to have some. It's always useful. If you can beat it, you can beat it. If you can't beat it, you can blow it up to death. Just before he put pen to paper, he heard the woman's ah, which came from the next room. The room was then filled with the sounds of clouds and rain. Is this so dedicated in the middle of the night? Zhao Yun muttered in his heart, while healing his wounds while putting up his ears to listen to. Third-rate inn. Sound insulation is indeed not very good. Even the next room of a tiny bit of sound are heard clearly. The martial arts cultivation well. He has good hearing. A gifted demon is a man with a sense of humor, such as this goods, healing wounds, refining the body, enlightenment, are not delayed him to eavesdrop, mainly because of curiosity, and Lu Ruyu that long, not even kissed the mouth, doesn't seem to have caved in yet. Zhao Yun let out a mutter, listening to the call. The sound of the bed was not to be imagined. He, too, has a daughter-in-law. It's hard not to want to do that when you're so fresh and new and you're in the middle of a story like this, but really talk about the one next door. The body is really good the whole 3 hours, Zhao Yun's explosive talisman have drawn a bunch. People are still there in motion? It should feel good. Zhao Yun took the time to raise his hand, probably overnourished, and even had a ing nosebleed. It. Still letting people sleep. Curses soon rang out. The room soundproofing is poor. He can hear it here. And over there, maybe it's also a martial arts cultivator. His voice is rough and cursing, but the voices still didn't stop. When I was done, I heard the door being kicked in. People who are not very good-tempered go everywhere and want to practice at the drop of a hat. Dare to spoil the master's fun. I still want to beat you up? At once the sound of the room was replaced by the sound of cursing, but also more dry fighting sound. Crackling, clanking, as if the robbers into the room. Set aside that rummage and smash. Zhao Yun only heard the sound. Can imagine the picture. The girl next door should be very embarrassed. Perhaps, is covering the quilt, resting there to see people fighting? It. Still letting people sleep. There were more curses, all over the inn, and it was the fault of those two next door who made too much noise, startling too many dreamers, and there were many people with bad tempers. At this moment, there were already people rushing up with their guys. The innkeeper also came to be angry, daring to cause trouble on his turf. Another pile. Zhao Yun wiped his nose blood. You fight your fights. I draw my explosive talismans, and with this amount, if he meets the hunchbacked old man again, he will still be able to blow up the sky for him. Bang, said the bomb. The bomb came. His side just put up the pen. Not yet waiting to open the painting, the wall collapsed. Was next door to the two goods collapsed. The cultivation of the same level. The strength of the battle is not comparable. Fighting, to the wall to dry out a big hole. Look at the combatants. A bald mangy man and a one-eyed old man. The old man is skinny and bony. All over, just a pair of fancy pants left. Needless to say, the talent that Fong just turned on the bed, is this one. And the one who kicked the door in must be the bald mangy man. Older is better. See the one-eyed old man's first eyes. Zhao Yun mind. Involuntarily popped out this sentence. A large age. 3 hours without stopping. Very long-lasting. Look at his shape of the bones. More than half is that too much. Through the large hole in the wall, he looked at the woman. As he expected, the woman did cover the quilt. Is resting there to watch the two men fight? Frightened not light. Cheeks also white. Should be a youth. The woman should be a woman from a youth center. With that, he backed up. The bald man and the one-eyed old man is still fighting? From that house right to this house. Perhaps too much fire. All want to knock each other down. As if they did not realize that the room is still a big living person? And face extremely embarrassed. Go out and fight. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort and stepped back once more. The commotion was too much. Bang! The words were followed by a rumble. The roof collapsed. That's right. Is the roof collapsed? Also broke out a big hole. A black man from the top fell down. Look, like a thief. Flying eaves walking kind of. Just happened to fall on the roof. Also in time the house has not been repaired for a long time. Not very strong. Was a foot to step on the collapse. The person also fell down. Only then did the reckless man and the old man stop, with strange eyes, looking at the man in black, carrying a bundle, with silver scattered, apparently having just stolen the property. Mother asterisk. The black man cursed, woefully climbed up. Did so many years of thieves, or the first time this, a foot down, the roof to step a big hole. When he got up, he had a strange look in his eyes, looking at the mangaka, at the old man, at Zhao Yun, and also at the women in the next room. One carrying a knife, one carrying a sword, one holding a pen, and one covering a quilt. This what a situation. The most embarrassing. Or Zhao Yun, just draw a charm. How so bird thing? The wall was punched through. The roof also broke a big hole. There are whoremongers, fighters, and thieves. Tonight, this room of his is lively enough. Go on. The man in black was the first to open his mouth, his toes pointing to the ground, wanting to follow the big hole in the roof to go out again. He is a thief, cannot see the light. He has to run away nimbly to be able to do so. The lone wolf of the night. Reckless man and the old man do not fight. Reached out in unison, jumped to the black man in mid-air. By both of them a person grabbed a leg, and dragged down again. Obviously, the two people put the man in black, recognized as a lone wolf in the night, that have to catch the bounty of 50,000 taels? You may not be able to earn this much silver in a lifetime. Lone you wolf. The man in black cursed, jumping up and down in the room. The old man is a small fight, stole only a few hundred taels. What I will be a lone wolf. Don't frame the good man, and dare to scold me. You can't run away. The bald mangy man and the one-eyed old man do not believe in themselves, or rather, have decided that it is a lone wolf, and there will be silver if they catch it. 50,000 taels of bounty, which can be piled up in a room. Asterisk off. Not me. How dare you argue when you've been caught with stolen goods? Eat a slap. Asterisk Q. The room was noisy, with two people fighting and becoming a three-person melee. Don't say that the man in black has some skill. It should be at the peak of true spirit, and the stance was extremely tricky. Being a thief has a few tricks up its sleeve. Looking at Zhao Yun, his hand was still in mid-air, still holding the rune pen, not knowing whether to put it down or tuck it away. Only he knew that the man in black wasn't that lone wolf. He knows, those two heirs don't. At this moment, the bald mangaka and the one-eyed old man were filled with silver. This place, it can't stay. Zhao Yun put away the pen. Exempt turned around. So a mess. Has become a place of wrongdoing. Bang! Just as he reached the door to the room was kicked in, and carried with it a powerful aura. Well, Zhao Yun didn't stand still for a step and was knocked sideways on the spot, simply because the door kicker was a Xianyang realm. Moreover, it was at least above the 5th level. thanks to the fact that his bottom was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Where's the lone wolf? More noises. The door was kicked open. The closed window was also smashed. A large number of people pouring in. This is only the third floor. The second floor and the first floor of the guests is also carrying a guy to rush up. The inn instantly exploded. Qingfeng ancient city also blew up. I do not know how many martial arts cultivators to kill over. Oh lone wolf. Oh silver. After catching them for so long, they have not been caught. But today there is finally news. Zhao Yun couldn't catch his breath and almost spat out blood. Mother asterisk. It was his room. Paid for. The walls were dried through 1 foot. The roof collapsed the next. And now, even the door and windows were big holes. A nice room. Just about to tear down the beams. It doesn't matter if it's torn down or not. Even the innkeeper, he's coming up with a knife. It's better to leave early. Zhao Yun through the wall, disappeared out of the room. The room did not stand his feet. God knows how many people came in. The black man was not caught, he did not know, but most likely cannot run away. Stepping on him can be stepped on. A lone wolf in the night? Before landing, we'll hear the street shouting, is rushed to the martial arts training, playing far. We'll see the third floor of the inn. There is a person ran out, and also masked black robes, so that people unconsciously thought, is the night walk lone wolf from the inside escaped. Bad. Zhao Yun heart thumped. The seal of the lone wolf, still resting in that pocket? This if caught in the right, jump into the yellow river also cannot be washed. Is he did not he did, will be deducted in his head, will die a terrible death. As he spoke, he had landed on the ground, and the attacks from the 4 directions arrived. Sword chi, blade awnings, palm prints, fist shadows. Zhao Yun was dazzled by the sight, and among them, there was no shortage of Xianyang realm ones. Through the wall, at the moment of crisis, he turned around and through the wall, disappeared into the first floor of the inn, and ran away. The shadow behind him, the speed of the open disappearance is quite nimble. Boom! Although he ran, but the attack did not stop. Behind the attack, a road, all hit the walls of the inn. A good inn, on the spot was bombed to collapse. Still in the third floor room of a room of people, including the black man thief, there is a count one. All the dam fell down. The scene, ton of confusion, and those who were there were sufficiently wretched to be covered with green brick tiles. Whoosh! To say that the man in black, also enough life, not dead, get up and run. Which goes? The bellowing voice rang out. However, the crowds of silhouettes were split into 2 groups. One set went straight to the man in black. One set went straight to Zhao Yun. Before leaving, the eyes of the 2 groups of people were still a bit depressed. Exactly how many nighttime lone wolves? This on my side. It's true. Stop it. I'm the real deal. It's another layer of symbolism for the eyes, each chasing the other for good measure. Bull asterisk. Escape Zhao Yun. Big face strange black. Fleeing the head are not back. Painting talisman can draw this lively. Listen to a call. Bed sound. Can hear a disaster. What else can I say? It's too much of a coincidence. Preferably someone doing battle. Preferably a thief passing by. Preferably recognized as a lone wolf. And he, being crooked. A series of coincidences led to this tragedy. Chapter 54, Qingfeng in disarray. Quick, get him. Good you bandit lone wolf. You won't be able to escape this night. Which goes? The ancient city of Qingfeng at night is not generally lively. Overlooking heaven and earth, 2 teams of people, one east and one west, are chasing each other in a frenzy, and there is an endless stream of shouting and yelling. God knows how many people were involved. God knows how many people woke up from their dreams. There are too many people, not even wearing shoes, and carry a guy out, such as that one-eyed old man. All that is left is a pair of fancy pants. Very eye-catching. It's still the same thing. Money nah. How about 50,000 taels? Damn. The man in black cursed and fled without looking back. Let's just say, tonight, the 8 characters do not match. Should not come out to steal. A foot did not step steadily. Alarmed the entire Qingfeng ancient city. Look at the back of that, a large number of talents. Each top strong. A look of not catching him. Not finish the frame. The thing is, he's not a lone wolf in the night. It's that kind of inch, and that kind of rabbit behind him identifies him as a lone wolf. It's still the silver that's the problem. If the bounty is only a few hundred taels, cootie. That's why we're here in the middle of the night. Damn. The same dark curses. There are bald mangy man and one-eyed old man. The 2 of them are the first to discover the lone wolf. So good opportunity. Froze to let the man in black run away. Now, so many people are chasing and killing. Xianyang realm, not a lack of peak realm. The city is in chaos. It is clear that there is no such thing as the 2 of them. 50,000 taels. It was clearly in his pocket, but he was defeated. Run. Where run? In the direction of the east of the city, there were also loud voices of drinking, and it was the group that was chasing Zhao Yun. The flow of the year. Zhao Yun disappeared without looking back. His face was even darker than the man in black. He was the one with the most egg on his face, honestly drawing a talisman and drawing a disaster. Stay. Drinking sound shocked the sky. Behind someone chased to, is a white-haired old man. So many people, belongs to him to chase the fierce, non-ordinary martial arts cultivation, said the peak of the Xianyang realm. Before the words fell, dozens of sword chi had already shot in. Zhao Yun did not look, but his complexion was austere. Not yet hit. The spine will be cold and tingling. This kind of sword chi, once hit, do not die but also have to lose half of his life. At the critical moment, his potential was stimulated. His feet stepped on the wind god steps, narrowly avoided, crossed the wall, and continued to flee. His legs and feet were still as numb as ever. Through the wall, the white-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly. What a bizarre stance. One person swept past from his side, a black-haired youth, also at the Xianyang realm, also at the peak of Xianyang. The reason why he appeared to be this young was mostly because he had taken a potion. The everlasting youth kind. Stay here for a few days and come pick you up when the wind blows over. When he passed a restaurant, Zhao Yun buried the lone wolf seal in his hand. Boom! And then, the restaurant collapsed. Was the back of the two-peak Xianyang hit collapse? Green brick tiles and tiles are flying all over the sky. Good, a restaurant on the spot was demolished. Ahead, the city gates were already visible. Zhao Yun wanted to go over and escape from the city, but from afar, he saw a line of people standing neatly under the city wall, all wearing armor and holding spears. No one may leave the city. Violators. Beheaded. The sound of the loud shout was overpowering, and it came from the city tower, which was a young man clad in armor. Just to catch a thief, do you need to mobilize an army? Zhao Yun sced his tongue. A splendid drift. Straight to the other side. Wanting to get out of the city is impossible, I'm afraid. Dare to get close to the city wall. Will be killed by the soldier guard's thunder and extermination. Instead, I tried to use the earth escape, but it didn't hang. With a pursuer behind and a blockade in front, even if you cast earth escape, you will be forced out. No one may leave the city. Violators. Beheaded. Loud shouts such as this one came from the other three city gates, one after another. Zhao Yun guessed well. The Qingfeng city master, mobilizing the army stationed outside the city, as many as 5,000, only mobilized in wartime, and now for catching thieves, actually came to such a big battle, really gave enough face to the night lone wolf. It's also true that so many clans exerted pressure. Among them, there is the Lu family, involving the heavenly sect. How dare the government not to pay attention? The army. The black-clothed man who was watching the recluse almost cried in fear when he saw the wall formation. What are you doing? Stealing a few hundred taels and bringing in the army. Not only him and Zhao Yun, but also the martial cultivators who were chasing after them. They were all shocked. How many years had it been? The first time I had seen Qingfeng ancient city, putting up such a big battle. Life or death. The reward for catching the lone wolf is $50,000. Qingfeng city lord's violent shout was the most majestic, and the army was mobilized by him. To catch a thief, there's really no need to make such a big fuss. But, it also depends on who this thief is and what he has stolen, which can be more than just property in gold and silver, but also an unearthly treasure. If not, how would he dare to mobilize his army in a rash manner? The higher-ups explained, and gave a death order, that the treasure must be recovered. Not only him, but also other ancient cities, including the forgotten ancient city. Several cities in a radius of tens of thousands of miles had also received such an order, and they were under pressure from more than just a few great clans. There were even more intimidating behemoths that pressed down on them. Now, it's rare to see a lone wolf, so how can you not get on board? Having recovered the treasure, he got a bounty that far exceeded 50,000 taels. What the hell did you steal? Zhao Yun is still running away. His eyes are quite deep, sure that what lone wolf stole is definitely not property. There must be other unknown. For example, a rare treasure. Guess so. That explains it. Even the army has been moved out, so it's obvious that there's a lot at stake. But I don't see any treasure. When you killed the lone wolf of the night that day, you took what you could. Is it hard to hide? Zhao Yun muttered in his mind that it wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, he could not help but a burst of meat pain. When it is true, that the lone wolf there must be hidden treasure place, stolen money, and even that rare treasures, are hidden in his place, the lone wolf is dead. For fear that no one cannot find the place of hidden treasure. If I knew there was a bridge, I should have asked before I killed. Then again, he didn't know it was the lone wolf of the night that night. Clang, clang. As he spoke, the sword chi shot again, not one or two, but a large area. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and walked through the wall again. To come out, the corner of the mouth has been blood trickle overflow. not by the sword directly hit, but by the sword aftermath of the injury. The left shoulder was cut out a blood gully. Where are the people? The crowd chased after them, but they were nowhere to be seen, only blood on the ground. A good true spirit realm. The white-haired old man let out a cold snort and chased after the blood trail, his mind that appalled. He was at the peak of the Xianyang realm, but he chased after a true spirit realm and failed to catch up. More people arrived and followed the blood trail. Looking for it, the blood disappeared. Everything vanished into thin air. A big living man. And this is gone? There aren't many people who know how to penetrate walls. I haven't heard of a true spirit realm. What don't you know? There's more? A black mass of people, looking left and right, trying their best to find the scent. Do you think it will go into the city lord's house? Someone whispered, pointing remotely not far away. There was an atmospheric mansion, reflecting the starlight. One could still see the words on the plaque, the Qingfeng City Lord's Mansion. As the name suggests, it was the residence of the Lord of Green Peak City. When the crowd looked, there were constant shadows of people coming in and out of the City Lord's Mansion, mostly guards with swords. Go take a look. The people looked at each other. All looked at the white-haired old man. The moral is obvious. Or not. You take the lead. We go over to ask. It is unlikely that it is really in there. 50,000 taels of bounty is not a small amount. The white-haired old man did not say anything, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally took a step. He moved, and so did the crowd of martial cultivators. In this way, the white-haired old man was in the front, and a large number of people were in the back. And from afar, looking at that picture, it was rather like a boss leading his little brother to go and smash someone else's field. Man, stop. The loud shout soon rang out, and they were the guards of the city lord's mansion, and they were majestic. The lone wolf seems to have run in. I don't know which talent, hiding in the crowd, whispered, we have been guarding this place, how come we have not seen it? It really went in. We followed the blood trail. That's a load of crap. Retreat quickly. The guards let out a cold shout and drew their official swords with a clang. The move represents everything. If you don't leave again, don't blame us for being impolite. This is the residence of the city lord. Excuse me. The white-haired old man took a deep breath, immediately turned around. His Xianyang realm is not false, but not anyone dare to mess with, such as the city lord. Touched the city lord mold. Custodian, you cannot get out of the Qingfeng city. The people fight with the government, looking for the rhythm of death. The peak of Xianyang, such as him, had been abashed, not to mention the others. A blacked-out crowd, coming and going as fast as they could, each one grayed out. If you can't catch this one, you'll catch another one. The crowd's mind, surprisingly the same, straight to the west of the city, that there is a lone wolf? Who cares if it's real or fake? Catch it and say it again. There might be a surprise. Sealed the mansion. Behind them, the city lord's guards let out a loud shout. For what? The other guards were confused. Close the door and catch the lone wolf. Really in the house? 80% in. The city lord's guards said, carrying their swords into the mansion. Where the is this? When Zhao Yun disappeared out of the ground, it was already a small private garden, planted with flowers and grasses, and you could hear the sound of gurgling water. And there were also rockeries, pavilions and attics. Vladimir, as he watched, he suddenly heard the melodious sound of the zither, coming from the gazebo. A careful look, only to see the gazebo there is a person. To be precise, is a woman, a green dress out of the dust, is resting there to play the guqin, delicate jade hand plucking, the piano sound delicate and melodious, moving as the immortal song. Listen to his heart relaxed and happy. Besides, the woman was born to be absolutely beautiful, reflecting the bright moonlight. It gives people a dreamlike feeling. Vladimir, when he looked at the piano, the music had not stopped, and there was a kind of magic, so that he did not realize that he raised his feet and walked over step by step, or the first time to listen to this kind of beautiful music. Just before he settled down, he heard the sound of the zither turn sharply. The previous moment, the sound of the piano was beautiful. This moment, the piano more killing intent, can see a layer of arc-shaped halo, from the pavilion flying out, and there is the sound of the sword. When Zhao Yun saw this, he exempted himself and drew his purple heavenly sword, and then, there was the sound of clanging and clashing, rubbing out snowy sparks. The woman flicked her hand to play the zither, and the sound of the zither went from layer to layer. Zhao Yun danced his sword extremely well, breaking a halo of light that spread out. What a bizarre secret technique. Zhao Yun murmured, I do not know the woman's cultivation, only know that this piano sound is a secret method. Playing the piano can be attacked. The piano sound is invisible, since it also kills people in the invisible. He blocked a lot, but also avoided a lot of people. Can clearly see the wall behind him, by the strange piano sound, cut out and extremely subtle sword traces. Chapter 55, Yao. Vladimir. The zither sound is an indiscriminate attack. There are always one or two, even he cannot avoid. Quite a lot of blood marks printed on the body. Look at the wounds. Thinner than a hair strand. Beyond that, it's a kind of magic. The sound of the zither is magical, as if it were a soul-sucking bell that can wreak havoc on the mind. Suddenly, the sound of the zither became beautiful again, and there was no more killing aura. True spirit realm first level, actually able to block my green lotus song. You, very not simple. The green-clothed woman's light lips slightly opened. A word is also like her zither sound. Wonderful and beautiful. Between words, but also gently strumming the strings of the zither, green sleeves fluttering. No intention to intrude. Zhao Yun arched his hand, turned around and left. This is too evil. When you enter the city lord's mansion, you think you can walk away. The woman in green whispered and smiled, playing the zither since the beginning. Miss? Sure enough, before Zhao Yun opened his mouth, he heard the sound of calling from outside the wall of the court. Listening to the sound of footsteps, the number of people should be quite a lot. And there is no lack of Xianyang realm. Nothing. The woman in green returned indifferently. Hearing this, the guards all left with their teams, and torches were lit everywhere in the mansion. This is the ING City Lord's mansion? Zhao Yun frowned and stood still. This if the woman in green called out so much, even if he had 10 lives, he couldn't kill his way out. There were too many strong people. The City Lord's mansion. It's not just any place. The green-clothed woman finally stopped, walked out from the pavilion. Lotus steps. People have not yet arrived. A touch of light women's fragrance will come to the face, refreshing the heart. At least the 7th level of true spirit. Zhao Yun murmured, can vaguely perceive the woman's cultivation, is by no means an ordinary true spirit realm. Really want to fight. Under the premise of not using the explosive talisman, he may not be able to fight. A lone wolf in the night? The woman in green laughed softly. No. Zhao Yun coughed dryly, his brain shaking like a rattle. Indeed not. He has a scent I recognize. The woman in green clothes laughed, sat down in front of the stone table, lifting the pot to pour 2 cups of ancient tea. The meaning is also obvious. You are tired enough in the middle of the night. Sit down and drink a cup of tea. You've met Lone Wolf? Zhao Yun then sat down. There was an encounter and he escaped. The woman in green smiled slightly. That's a shame, Zhao Yun said. Eyeballs up and down the left and right turn. Look around, seems to be a lot of organs. This other garden everywhere is the pit. If a footstep is not good, we'll fall off the pit death. With such strength. Which family? The woman in green looked at Zhao Yun with a smile. She could recognize Zhao Yun's cultivation, but she couldn't see his real face, simply because Zhao Yun was wearing a human skin mask, showing not his real dignified face. Scattered one. Zhao Yun laughed and got up to bolt again. Am I this scary? The woman in green rested her cheek with one hand and looked at Zhao Yun with a smile. Beautiful. Zhao Yun let out a dry laugh and sat back down again. This girl's smiling expression represented a lot of symbolism. If he dared to leave, she would shout molestation. It didn't matter if she shouted. He'd be beaten to dust by the city lord's guards. This mansion, not the Lu family money, can be compared. Into the may not be out of the way. God knows how he just came in. All the way unimpeded. Ah, you are a refiner, aren't you? The green-clothed woman took a sip of tea. Her timbre still as wonderful as ever. No, nonsense. I have smelled your thunder. And not just any thunder. If you want to put it that way, then I probably am. Zhao Yun let out a sarcastic laugh, but could not help but be alarmed. This has a very good nose. Help me refine one thing and I'll let you go. The green-clothed woman laughed, pouring her own wine, a strand of her hair moving without wind. How about another day? Zhao Yun smiled. Is really something? Originally the injury will be healed, will leave the city. Go to find the little black fat man. Coincidentally, the whole thing. If I had known, I should have left earlier. Father has sealed the city. Even if you can get out of the city lord's mansion, you can't get out of Green Peak City. The woman in green smiled. Piercing through walls and evading the ground is useless under the city walls. That's hard to say. Yang Q. When Zhao Yun's words fell, he heard the woman in green call out towards the outside. Whoosh! Immediately, he heard the sound of the wind whooshing outside the wall of the other court. It should be someone coming over. Refine, refine, refine. Zhao Yun was busy and panicked and gestured, knowing what the woman was going to do. A serious threat. If he dared to chirp again, the one called Yang Kuei would come in. That's more like it. The woman in green smiled. Miss? Outside the other garden, a tentative call came. Rest early. The woman coughed dryly back. The corner of Yang Kuei's mouth twitched and he walked away, scratching his head with a dumbfounded look on his face. It's embarrassing there. With your status, you can find stronger refiners. So why did you seek out me? A true spirit realm. Zhao Yun whispered. I'm just a half-wit. Identity is not important. What is important is the thunder. The woman said. I've seen a lot of thunder and lightning, but it's the first time I've seen one as domineering as you. Understood. Zhao Yun poured a mouthful of tea. It's late, tomorrow then refine. The green-clothed woman got up, and casually pointed to an attic. Live there is good. And, at night, do not come out to walk around. Also do not think of skipping into the city master's mansion. May not be out of it. Good point. Zhao Yun also got up, thinking to himself that he couldn't run out. This city lord's mansion was too weird, as if there was some kind of weird formation, and it was always shifting. Without much thought, he entered the attic. As for the little black fat man, as long as the cattle bomb a little longer brain, basically will not be anything. Looking for an ancient city to hide will be a very good method. Indeed, Bulboom is not stupid. The cavalcade traveled slowly, and was still far away from the forgotten ancient city, so it really found a city to rest for a while little fatty went to that mountain forest, and was searching for Zhao Yun all over the mountain. Run, why don't you run? While the city lord's mansion was tranquil, Qingfeng City was still bustling with curses. The man in black was caught, the same person who was identified as a lone wolf. He didn't seem to have the same luck as Zhao Yun, nor did he have the same cards as Zhao Yun. He didn't run slowly, but he was still taken down. Bounty witch! The martial cultivators wailed and surrounded the man in black. I'm really not a lone wolf. The man in black really cried in fear. Just stole a few hundred taels. How to become a lone wolf? That's a charge he can't afford. The army is mobilized, so obviously it's not that simple, and you can lose your life if you don't get it right. Take away. The Green Peak City Lord himself arrived with a cold snort like a thunderous tremor. Quite majestic. Where's the bounty? Someone asked in a whisper, looking like he should be the one to catch the man in black. Identified. Since quite a few, the Lord of Qingfeng City has not yet spoken. The opening is the guards of the Lord's house. Whether it is a lone wolf or not is not certain. I heard that there are 2 lone wolves. There is still one not caught. Lu. Search and find the other one. Qingfeng City Lord coldly grunted. The fire is not a general big, mainly these days, was forced by the upper hair, to that lone wolf. Hate that called in itchy teeth. Soon the army entered the city. Under the moon more noisy footsteps. Almost every street, there are armed guards with knives, but also really house-to-house search. Suspicious people, and take away. Tonight, Zhao Yun was extraordinarily busy. Look at the table, full of talisman paper. Play life drawing explosive talisman. If you help the woman in green, she did not let him go. Can only be hard. Explosive talisman is to rely on. The night was silent and turned to dawn. Early in the morning, Zhao Yun left his room early and stretched his back viciously. 2 black eyes and a board. The woman in green has been drinking tea in the gazebo. See him, this bear cannot help but raise a pretty eyebrow. How do you mean? Did not sleep well last night? Or did not dare to sleep all night? I still don't know the girl's name. Zhao Yun yawned and wilted as he sat there. Qing Yao. Good name. Zhao Yun opened his mouth and yawned again. Qing Yao only laughed. She also glanced at Zhao Yun's chest, bulging with something good. What could it be? Exploding charms. That night, the young master of the Zhao family drew a whole bunch of explosive talismans. Well, it's all in your arms? Thanks to Qing Yao did not know. If no, will be shocked. Hands cover jade mouth. Refine what? Zhao Yun asked. It's, Qing Yao pointed at the vegetarian sheen that was placed on the stone table. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. This zither, non-ordinary zither, simple and natural, not strumming the strings, all seem to be able to hear the sound of the zither. Moreover, each string, it seems to be flickering with luster, especially its engraved lines, from where to look, are extremely bizarre. There is a mark on the zither, the mark of its previous owner. Qing Yao leisurely said, use your thunderbolt and refine that mark, and the task is complete. A mark that the Green Peak City Lord can't erase? Zhao Yun said, while looking up and down the ancient zither, and sometimes also reached out to touch. The body of the zither is extremely cold. It is carved with extremely cold heavenly wood, as well as the zither strings, but also by no means a general object. To his eyes, actually did not see, since can erase, but will hurt the ancient sheen. Qing Yao said, I've searched for a lot of thunder, but the level is far from enough to shake that mark. Your thunder may work. What if I give you a bad refining? Zhao Yun coughed dryly. You're a refiner, aren't you? How can you refine it badly? Qing Yao was smiling again, looking at Zhao Yun as the cool wind swished. He wouldn't have to leave if he refined it badly. Miss Ru Yue is here. In the middle of talking, suddenly heard a word outside the garden. It was last night's Yang Kuei. Quick, please come in. Qing Yao smiled softly, and with that, she got up, also straightening her clothes. This zither, it's really good. Zhao Yun buried his head, still resting that research. The years of the ancient zither, at least thousands of years, absolutely old antique one, and then with the zither method, can indeed kill people in the invisible? Its power, he last night is to see, is very domineering. As for the mark on it, he could see it for himself. said mark, in fact, is an extremely ancient mark. It is its former owner, blood to raise the piano. The days are long, will evolve into a brand in the piano, such as his Dragon Abyss sword, daily blood nourishment, time enough to become the same brand, the master with okay, if others use, the power will be greatly reduced. This was the reason why Qing Yao asked him to refine the seal. With that mark in the zither, it is not her zither, and if you use it to perform zither techniques, you will be interfered by the mark, and frankly speaking, you will not be able to make the maximum power, and if there was no such mark last night, he most likely could not block that Green Lotus zither song. Qing Yao, I came to see you. Outside the other garden, a light shadow had walked in, white clothes fluttering, lotus steps dancing. When Zhao Yun heard this, he subconsciously glanced sideways. The person who came was a familiar person, too familiar to be familiar. Lu Ruyu. Chapter 56. What a weirdo. It's been a long time. Qing Yao's stance was graceful, and she had greeted him with a smile. It's only 6 months. Lu Ruyu smiled and subconsciously looked at Zhao Yun. For some reason, the first time she saw Zhao Yun, she had an extremely familiar feeling, especially Zhao Yun's eyes, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Nay, Zhao Yun was masked in human skin, making it difficult to look at his real face, only knowing that he was a true spirit realm, and by the look of his breath, he should be a true spirit one. Zhao Yun did not say anything, and with that, he closed his eyes and walked away, clutching his guqin. To be able to see Lu Ruyu here, he was still quite surprised to be old friends with the daughter of the Green Peak City Lord, which he had never heard her talk about before. Representing the forgotten ancient city? Zhao Yun muttered in his heart. In his opinion, Lu Ruyu visit can be more than just look at the old friend this simple, mostly due to the lone wolf, most likely also heard the news. To come here purpose is also very obvious, to recover stolen property. By the way, sanctioned the night-walking lone wolf. If so, that other ancient city will also send people, and the identity will not be simple. Can represent a city? How much face, such as Lu Ruyu, if not involved in the heavenly sect, forget the ancient city masters are not likely to send her to. He's. Lu Ruyu's pretty brows knitted slightly as she looked at Qing Yao. Old friends. Qing Yao a smile, slightly embarrassed. Mainly today Zhao Yun, indifferent a little bit let her caught off guard. At least is the day of the disciples of the zone. At least is her guest. Greetings also how to turn around and go Lu. Miss, the young city lord of Kangwolf City is here. In the middle of talking, there is another report from the other court. Words have not yet fallen. A young man in white has walked in, born of a dignified, perhaps in order to match the gradual improvement of the compulsion. The hands also hold a fan. Always in the other show a sentence. I am very handsome. Han Ming, goodbye. Sister Qing Yao, did you miss me? Han Ming laughed. Mo snark. Yo, eldest Miss Lu is also here. It's a real honor today. What a hoot. Laughter. Outside the garden walked into another person. Is also a young man, silver robe strong. Identity since the extraordinary, is the Red Sun City young city master, Yuan Hao. See, Zhao Yun's guess was right. The visitors are all big names. Visiting Qing Yao is real. For the Nightwalk Lonely Wolf is also real. Recovering the property is secondary. The main thing is to retrieve the treasure. Please. In the gazebo, Qing Yao had already set up a small banquet of wine. The atmosphere of the banquet, not very harmonious. The so-called disharmony referred to Han Ming and Yuan Hao, who appeared to have a beef, looking at each other in an odd way since they sat down. In fact, the two had a third purpose for their visit, to propose marriage. That's right, it's a marriage proposal, and coincidentally, both have their eyes on Qing Yao, or you could say, the family has their eyes on it. Wouldn't it be nice to have a political marriage? As a matter of fact, Lu Ruyu is also very beautiful, and is also the object of the family's desire to marry, but it is a pity. He is a disciple of the heavenly sect. This high branch is not good to climb. Compared to Qingfeng City's Qing Yao, the most suitable. I haven't seen you in many days. Would it be good to cut a deal? Han Ming glanced at Yuan Hao. Rare to catch the opportunity. That have to perform well. There is so a kind of fire. Has been held in the heart for many years. Good point. Yuan Hao smiled teasingly. Finish. Don't garden is very lively. Clanging sound endless. One such as playing chicken blood. One such as ate gunpowder. Dry is hot. Cultivation is not divided into, since also war is equal. Watching Qing Yao is a habit. These two young city masters, whenever they meet, they must be at each other's throats. What a weirdo. She is more concerned about, or Zhao Yun's attic. The heart cannot help but make muttering. If it were someone else, see so many big head of the people, and there are two beautiful women, rushed to bow to it? That is good. Into the attic and then did not take the head. Seems to be not much like the lively. Two young masters of the city to fight in full swing. Do not come out to see? So familiar. Lu Ruyu murmured, not really interested in Han Ming and Yuan Hao's dry spell, still thinking about Zhao Yun. Those eyes, the more she thought about them, the more familiar they became. The scene was, for a moment, awkward. This kind of embarrassment, since it refers to Han Ming and Yuan Hao, dry face and neck, just want to perform well performance. In fact, the two beautiful women pressed did not look. What are you looking at? Both of them were depressed and looked sideways from time to time during the fight. There's a treasure in there? It was also their fault for coming late. If they had come earlier, there would have been no such doubt. This hole, an inconspicuous small attic, froze their head of the wind robbed of fine light. At least is the young city master. Give some face good not Lu. What a tenacious mark. In the attic, Zhao Yun sighs, has sacrificed the thunder and lightning, but not the slightest shake engraved on the ancient Qin imprint, not erase, is extremely slow, a moment, but also really cannot be refined. Not the level of thunder and lightning is not enough, is too low in his cultivation realm, so that the real power of the thunder and lightning, boom, 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 outside the loft, the rumbling was unnoticeable as the two talents ed harder and harder. Zhao Yun had glanced sideways, and through the gap in the window, he could see Han Ming and Yuan Hao. The one who was the young city lord was not a generalized person, and his cultivation was not below Qing Yao. I don't know when the boom was obliterated. Look at the two. A blood spilled from the corner of the mouth, a bruised face, a draw not to mention, but also a whole mess, to the point of not knocking down each other. Not again. Afraid of you. 3 glasses of wine down and the two men were on pins and needles again. Okay. Qing Yao rubbed her eyebrows. Coming all the way to my house to fight? Only then did the two men rest. Zhao Yun was dedicated, but he also set aside to refine the seal, and left after refining. But he, still too underestimated the imprint. Too strong. Rather than the imprint is strong, it is better to say that his master is strong, have passed away for so many years, but her imprint is indestructible. It may be possible. It is a Tianwu realm. Results, still, the heavenly thunder tore, wrapped the ancient Qin, but against the seal, just refining some, but it was nothing more than a matter of time. In his opinion, at most 2 days. In the city, it was still noisy. In the past the prosperous street, today is slightly pale. Everywhere you can see with a knife military guards, one by one inventory, the whole of the people in fear, not to mention the true spirit realm. Even the Xianyang realm cannot stand this battle. No one dares to not cooperate, really touch the mold of the master of the city, come to a respect the realm of the earth's hidden, but also according to the extermination of the wrong. No matter how strong one person is, it is difficult to defeat 1,000 armies. They are still aware of this, and it's good to grow a brain. As for the nocturnal lone wolf, it has not been caught since. The man in black that was caught last night was obviously not a lone wolf, and the lord of Qingfeng City is not stupid. It was an ordinary thief who stole but a few hundred taels. Even if you're not a lone wolf, you won't be forgiven for stealing property. You'll be locked up for a month, and if you don't suffer, you won't remember. Search, keep searching. Qingfeng City Lord shouted violently, catching an imposter. It would be strange if he didn't get angry. The majestic Qingfeng ancient city is still closed, only in and out. Without his warrant, no one can leave the city, also including the 2 young city masters who are visiting. Pushed to the limit. This city lord was truly pushed to the limit. One can only imagine how big the person who pressurized him was. Night, creeping in. In the room, Zhao Yun is still that conscientious, refining this indestructible seal, too consuming mental energy, but also blame last night he was too crazy, drew too many explosive talismans. Up to this point the brain melon is still dizzy. Can be much more difficult than quenching weapons? Fortunately, he is tough enough. The seal of the majority of the refining has been done. Squeak! The door to the room opened. Oh no! The window opened. Before seeing the person, first smell the woman's fragrance. Qing Yao climbed the window and came in. What's wrong? Zhao Yun's eyes are strange. Although he did not say anything, his demeanor represents all. The daughter of the city lord of the hall. At least, there is a status. There is a door not to go and climb the window. Hard work. Qing Yao whispered a smile. Saw the mark on the zither. Eyes bright. Most of them have been refined. Really find the right person. This kid's thunder and lightning is extraordinary. It won't hold up, Zhao Yun said. Prepared it for you long ago. Qing Yao smiled and took a small money pouch. Heavy and heavy, containing not gold and silver treasures, but pills. It's pills to replenish mental energy. Hundreds of them at least. Zhao Yun looked at the sigh. Worthy of being the precious daughter of the city lord's family. Out of the blue is generous. The family's foundation is thick. The most important thing is the lack of cultivation resources. He was self-effacing, reaching out and grabbing a handful. Crunching sound, or very pleasant to the ear. See the Qing Yao, a burst of pulling the corners of the mouth. This kid is interesting. Eating pills are this savage? Could you, please, take off your mask? Qing Yao laughed, quite curious about what kind of appearance was under the human skin mask. It's good to wear. It's safe to wear, Zhao Yun meaningfully said. Go out. Have to be careful everywhere. Since out of the cattle house, he has been wearing a mask, not pretending, but do not want to cause trouble for the Zhao family. If you are alone, then feel free. Qing Yao smiled, did not force a last look, and climbed out again along the window. The form, how to look like a thief child. Coincidentally, Lu Ruyu from the opposite attic, out of the room door, coincidentally looked at this scene, cannot help but slightly knitted eyebrows. Qing Yao, this is what an operation. It wasn't just her who saw it, but also Han Ming, who had just entered the other garden. He came here at night, since he was looking for Qing Yao. In his hands he also carried a jade box, a gift for Qing Yao. Looking at the shape, it was worth a lot. Who's in the attic? Han Ming eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Zhao Yun's attic. There are candles flickering in the room. From the outside can see the human form. It is a youth. I do not know what to do. It doesn't matter. The important thing is Qing Yao, who climbed out of the window from inside. A man and a woman. Cheating? Han Ming brain open. Cannot help but think about it. In the middle of the night there is a door not to go climb the window, but also so sneaky. Who will think so? For a while, Han Ming's face was, well, hard to see. It felt as if my own daughter-in-law had run off at night to steal a man. Very good. Han Ming let out a cold snort and left angrily. A gift, and a gift from your sister. It was thanks to the fact that this was the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, he would most likely have already killed his way in. Shortly after he left, Yuan Hao also came. If not, how to say are all young city master. Do things are the same. This good's hands, also carrying a side of exquisite jade box, also ran to give Qing Yao, and is selected in the night, obviously want to talk to Qing Yao alone. He's late. If he had also seen the previous scene, he would most likely have suffered internal injuries. It was coming late. Qing Yao had already rested. Or, it was Qing Yao who didn't treat this one very well and didn't even let the door in. Chapter 57, Too Ugly. The night, again, fell into quiet. The ancient city of Qingfeng under the moon is still as lively as ever, with soldiers and guards with swords coming and going, with a thick aura of fury, and a stance of not stopping until they find out the lone wolf. Mainly, the city lord gave a death order. It couldn't be helped. One level was overpowering the other, and the Green Peak city lord was also forced to do so. The city lord's mansion. Zhao Yun in the room. Already do not know how many yawns, a left and a right, 2 black circles under the eyes. Absolutely bored. Not pay attention to fall asleep. Look at the seal. Only the last one remains. Step up and you'll be able to give it a refinement before dawn. Who is it? Lu Ruyu has not slept. Through the window gap, looked at a long time, from which can look at the opposite room of the blurred silhouette. The more you look at the more familiar. She did understand Qing Yao. Lord of the house is very strict. Never is the rules and regulations. The middle of the night to run people in the room, and is to climb out of the window. Really strange. It was for this reason that she was even more curious about the man's identity. Early in the morning, Zhao Yun held the guqin. Early out of the room. More stubble around the mouth. Wilting, like stepping on a sponge. A walk 3 shaking. The seal was refined. If Qing Yao did not go back on his word, he could leave today. Thanks a lot. Qing Yao smiled sweetly, without the mark of the ancient Qin. In order to really become her things, only need to daily drop blood nourishment. Sooner or later will be engraved with her mark. At that time, the power of the zither would be even more domineering. All of this was due to Zhao Yun. The fruit was her nobleman. See you later. Zhao Yun waved his hand, holding onto the wall the whole way. You're leaving? Going home for New Year's. Meeting each other is fate. At least allow me to offer some hospitality. Qing Yao laughed. Her lotus steps were like the wind, and she bypassed the gazebo, blocking Zhao Yun's way. I really have something. If you say that, I'm going to call out. Stop it. Miss, the banquet has been prepared, and the city lord has summoned you over. In the midst of talking, there was a sudden call from outside the court. This is coming, Qing Yao said, then took a step, walked out 2 steps, and then turned back, not caring if Zhao Yun was willing or not, pulled up and left. It's only a meal. It won't delay you for too long, so don't excuse yourself. Garden of the city lord's mansion. Facing the light of the morning sun, 3 silhouettes walked side by side. One of them is Qing Yao. The second is Zhao Yun. The third, since Lu Ruyu went to the direction of the banquet, is the Qingfeng city lord set up a banquet, obviously, is for the hospitality of the 3 cities of the guests. But don't run away. You can't run away. Qing Yao resided in the center and smiled sideways, addressing herself to Zhao Yun. Look out. Zhao Yun did not answer. A look that elaborated everything, still the same wilting, a walk 3 shaking, refining the seal, the spiritual consumption is too great. What Qing Yao said was true. Entering the city lord's mansion was not that easy to get out. There were too many pits, not to mention the organs, but the bizarre formations in the dark were enough to give him a headache. This gentleman, have you and I met somewhere before? Lu Ruyu leered. Not seen, Zhao Yun faintly said, deliberately changed the timbre. Horse, Qing Yao heard all a burst of side eyes. Eyes strange, how to also change the voice. I was the one who misremembered. Lu Ruyu's words were also indifferent and cold enough. Her bloodline. Zhao Yun eyes deep 1 point. This time the distance is closer. Can from Lu Ruyu body, smelled a strange breath, as if off the bone that, and, latent terrible power. It is from her bloodline. Needless to ask, she was also of a special bloodline. This, to his surprise, had once come close to becoming too, but were unaware of the secret, so that, more than likely, it had only recently awakened. As he spoke, he had arrived at the banquet, which was set in the garden. Qingfeng City Lord is since in, wearing a purple and gold python robe, a pair of sword eyebrow thief bluffing, eyes sharp, blood majestic, hands and feet, all show the majesty of the superior. In addition to that, is the fury, the is on the battlefield. There is also a brutal battlefield, in order to hone that into the bones of the fury. Apart from him, it was Han Ming and Yuan Hao. He two people side, are sitting two old man. Looks like, is a follower is also a guard. After all, is the young city master, to wear all the support enough face to do. They had guards, and Lu Ruyu had them since. It is also two old men. Zhao Yun see, actually still recognize, is forget the ancient city of people, more accurately, is forget the ancient city of the Lord of the House of People. Both Lu Ruyue on behalf of forget the ancient city of safety since the need to ensure that it is the owner of the city to personally send the guards, only because she is a disciple of the heavenly sect, even though the owner of the city, but also had to be attentive. That one is, red young city old man stroking his beard, saw Zhao Yun, swept up and down. Since I have not seen, it is difficult. In addition to the three cities, there are other ancient cities to people? His doubts are the doubts of all. Who is he? The Green Peak City Lord looked at the steward at his side. I don't know. The steward wondered too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Han Ming surface in a smile, but in the bottom of the heart, but gnashing teeth, not yet marriage, has Qing Yao as a daughter-in-law. See last night's bridge, how can tolerate, the middle of the night to climb the window, must be cheating, that's him. Yuan Hao playful smile, looking at the same Zhao Yun. I had known that Qing Yao farewell garden. There is another person living. Today's wine banquet, is the first time to see. His face, too, was grim enough. It's okay if it's a woman, but it's a man, and he's walking on Qing Yao's side, so it's time to talk about it. And who the hell gave you the face? Greetings father. Greetings, city lord. Greetings, elder. Qing Yao and Lu Ruyue knew how to be polite. Zhao Yun was the same since. The oppression that the Qingfeng city lord gave him was quite heavy, at least at the peak of the Xianyang realm. No need to be polite. Castle Peak City Lord smiled gently. Come, sit here. Qing Yao laughed and pulled Zhao Yun to sit down. Yaoer, this is, an old friend. Qing Yao whispered with a smile. She wanted to say Zhao Yun's name, but she didn't know it, as well as his real face, which she still didn't know. She didn't know, and neither did those present. Oddly enough, Zhao Yun wore a human skin mask, not just any mask. Hiding your head and not daring to show your true face? Han Mingyu laughed, a word that was said in an odd tone, aimed at Zhao Yun, too ugly looking, afraid of scaring the young city lord. Zhao Yun smiled slightly, killing himself and not removing his mask. Ugly people do ugly things, since the beginning of time. Han Ming held his wineglass, leisurely admiring the pattern carved on it, while the sentence remained eerie and full of deep meaning. Han Ming, watch your words, Qing Yao said lightly, looking quite unhappy. I don't know why Han Ming is targeting Zhao Yun like this, just because he is wearing a mask? It's too far-fetched. What has been done? You two know in your hearts. Han Ming let out a cold laugh, some sort of anger in his heart, still forcefully suppressed. At those words, even the Green Peak City Lord frowned. As long as it's not a little cutie, they can all hear that Han Ming has something in his words, not to mention them, even Zhao Yun. From the moment he sat down, the bastard kept staring at him. I don't owe you any money either, just because I wear a mask. I can't make it clear. Otherwise, there is no need to leave today. Qing Yao has risen, cheeks cold as frost. Look at the body surface, and the flow of true essence, sparingly targeting her best friend, would have been very upset. Now, but also Yin and Yang pointed at the samsara. The old lady beckons you to mess with you. Get the word out. Yuan Hao also a cold snort, a voice drinking a powerful, but also said the righteousness, a rare opportunity to perform well, which cannot be seized. How to say? I don't care if you curse that person. If even Qingyao also piggyback, I designated not to do. That is to be the daughter-in-law of the Yuan family. Mo hide. Qingfeng City Lord also spoke. His face was not very pleasant. Even Yuan Hao could hear it. He would not be able to hear it. This was obviously slapping his face, which, look at the others. Most of them have already put their hands on it. This wine banquet is really interesting. Before you start drinking, come to the foreplay. All do not know Han Minghole is which play. So, only more want to know the reason. Get it right. There's a surprise. Chapter 58, Going Up Against the Wind. Just say it. Han Ming let out a cold snort. Finally couldn't suppress his anger. Exempted stood up, laughing at Cheng Yao. Why did you go to his room last night? Even the door didn't go, but also climbed the window. So sneaky. Didn't you do something wrong? When these words came out, Cheng Yao instantly understood. Originally, this is the problem. No wonder Han Ming came up to target Zhao Yun. Words with thorns, even with her also piggybacked, most likely to see the scene. Suspect that the two of them in that. You can't even wash yourself off by jumping into the Yellow River. This is the words written on Zhao Yun's face. In the middle of the night, there is a door not to go climb the window, and the lone man and woman, anyone who sees it, will be suspicious of it. The play, brilliant. Forget the ancient city of the two old men. The heart size, a gesture of speculation to see the big show, really, did not let them disappoint. There is really a surprise. Looking at the two city elders, their faces had turned iron blue. This time he came, first to recover the stolen property, second for the lone wolf, and third to propose marriage, and on the front foot he just spoke with the lord of Qingfeng City. And then this? What do you mean? Letting our young master pick up broken shoes? The one with the most wonderful demeanor was still Yuan Hao, who was still complacent about his own performance in the last instant. In this instant, the joy turned into anger. In the middle of the night? Climbing through a window? Alone? Well, you've got everything you need to have a good time. You too. Yo. Qingfeng City Lord, a word of silence. Ignoring others, only look at their own daughter Qing Yao. Demeanor has been difficult to see the extreme. This thing, quietly say okay. Face still hang on. If it is a large public carry out to say, his old face, has obviously lost all. There really is this kind of sordid things? A mere old friend, nothing more. Qing Yao faintly said, not intending to explain, seemingly unable to explain. It's her fault too. What a window to climb. Senior is clear, absolutely innocent. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough. In all honesty, there's nothing between us. Good one is absolutely innocent. Han Mingyue laughed, climbing the window in the middle of the night. That's sneaky. If there's no illicit affair, the ghosts won't believe it. Han Ming. Qing Yao let out a light shout, her stern aura coming out at once. It's so hot. Obviously innocent, but was so upside down. Really hateful. In the city's main house dared to say this. This if he went out to spread wantonly, may be rumored into what kind of. The problem is, this is about what you do. Doing it all and not letting people talk? It is said that Lord Qingfeng City has a good family education, so today is an eye-opening experience. Cheating on your own family, TSK. Han Ming sighed continuously, a word after a word without stopping, mocking and sarcastic quite a lot, as if it has already torn the face, almost said that the adulteress, the man is a whore, the woman, and yes, what more face? This was in the city lord's mansion. If it was in his house, he would have killed someone long ago. You. Qing Yao waved her sword and pointed it remotely, her petite body trembling with anger. Young city lord, save your breath. Zhao Yun's demeanor, but also enough cold. Take a step back, even if it is cheating. With you have gross relationship. This kind of denigration. Mouth Haldisos Lu, unbridled. The two old men of Kangwolf City snorted coldly, both getting up, both blocking Han Ming's body, their auras surging and tumbling, pressuring Qing Yao and Zhao Yun to stop back. This is the Qingfeng City Lord's mansion. Qingfeng City Lord Light said. His momentum is really domineering. Forcibly suppressed the two old man, sharp eyes, full of cold intent. In front of my face, but also dare to my daughter shot. Who gave you capital? Even if she has a mistake. But also I come to discipline. Outside the city to come. You count which root onion. Boom. Song Wolf two old man cold snort. Even the two old man of Red Sun City, also out of the seat in unison. Four people joined hands, only barely blocked the aura of the Qingfeng City Lord. The same Xin Yang Peak. Qingfeng City Lord is really strong, really scary. The ones who hadn't moved were the two old men from the forgotten ancient city. Those two old farts, sitting steady, still in the posture of watching the big show. I told you, I didn't come here for nothing, and the big show was eye candy enough to be more than a surprise. Well, soothing, Yen Tianfeng, in this matter, you need to give us an explanation. Four old men, For peak Xianyangs, all hissed and bellowed, representing the city lords of their respective families. Offense was offense. The bottom line was still quite strong. Wanted he accounted for, Yen Tianfeng said indifferently, walking down the steps step by step. Although his words were plain, his aura was increasing step by step, oppressing the four old men to retreat collectively. Even they were like this, not to mention the two of them, Han Ming and Yuan Hao. Those two, they can't even stand up, especially Han Ming, who was awesome and coaxing earlier, was now pale. After all, this was Green Peak City. If Yen Tianfeng really wanted to exterminate them, none of them would be able to walk out of the city lord's mansion. Your daughter, so indiscreet, cold wolf old man cold scolding, said has been quite subtle, but also to Yen Tianfeng left some face. Did not scold on the spot broken shoes 2 words, it is very to the face. What does it matter to you what happens to my daughter? Yen Tianfeng's words were still flat, his aura was stronger, and there was already a gale. You and I have a marriage. Slip of the tongue, your two families' marriage proposal. Can I agree to it? The affairs of the Qingfeng family and the people of the Qingfeng family. It's not your turn to meddle. You, the four old men ton of speech, is not promised ha. I go to my Sunga's room and I need to report to you all? If Yen Tianfeng's aura was not shocking enough, then Xinyao's sentence was a self-inflicted blitz, and the people who were there listened to it with a collective sidelong glance. The word Sagittarius still stings. After looking at Xingyao, everyone looked at Zhao Yun, Xinyao's husband. He wanted to run away, but Xingyao dragged him in front of her. If so, there is nothing wrong with it. It's none of your business if a couple is having an affair in the middle of the night, whether it's through the door or the window. It's their pleasure. What do you care? I said, not like you. Zhao Yun grimaced, only because of Xinyao's death grip. His wrist bones crackled. God knows how much strength this girl actually used. He is not alone. He has a daughter-in-law. No, the sister-in-law is still sitting there? A faithful spectator. Please, help me. Xingyao to the secret art of voice transmission. The tone is quite pleading. Innocent or not is no longer important. The important thing is, has been placed on the moral grill, can only be on the top of the wind, or else spread out. Her old man's face to where to put it. So, she desperately needs a Sagittarius to save the day. What a coincidence. There's one right next to it. If you don't get on it, who will? The banquet, for a time, was quiet. As the city lord, Yen Tianfeng was caught off guard. How could he have an additional son-in-law? Look across the room and your face clears up. Indeed, a Sangha is better than anything else. So who is an outsider to say? Look at Han Ming. His face is no longer a face. This matter was initiated by him. The purpose is to humiliate, in order to vent his dissatisfaction. But this is good. To move a husband, he is just like a clown. If you have a son-in-law, why didn't you say so earlier? The four old men of the two cities all coldly scolded, staring at all of Yen Tianfeng. My family is looking for a son-in-law, and I need to ask for permission from you? Yen Tianfeng laughed coldly, not to mention you. The great Xia Emperor has no right to ask. You, the four old men, again, were disliked. The atmosphere, instantly frozen. For Peak Xianyangs and one Green Peak City Lord, their auras were tit for tat. So it's the aunt of the City Lord's family. Disrespectful. Sitting steadily on the stage of the old man forgetting the ancient city, arched his hand and smiled, breaking the deadlock. Watching the show well, there must also be a degree, otherwise all three cities will curse. His words were addressed to the opposite side. Until now, have not been whole understand. You actually in the mess what? People's family matters, seems to be not your turn to intervene, as well as, you and so we're the bottom of the air. Get it clear. This is the Qingfeng city. Want to be here on the road to the Yellow Springs? To put it bluntly, he's laying down the steps. As in the two cities, they must be given a leg up. It's true. A word to the wise. The two cities, all the ing lay down. Brain fever who will have. If things are clear, but also shelved this hard steel, that is looking for stimulation. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. The old man of Kangwolf City done smiling. His face became that fast. Many offenses. City Lord bear with me. The old man of Red Yang City also busily panicked and arched his hand, also goading without warning. Take your family and get out. Yen Tianfeng's words were unapologetic. He scolded my daughter and apologized? You still want to stay here and eat wine? Eat your sister's wine. Wait for it. When we get out of the City Lord's mansion, when we get out of Qingfeng City, we will teach you how to behave. And if we don't cripple you, I will take your name. How dare you touch my mold? Go, Speedy. This was what the four old men, at the moment, had in mind. Walking is definitely not in the cards, so we'll have to spread out. Still have to run faster. Can do a city master. Yen Tianfeng is not a good person. There are people with a face. The surface may not be too much, but privately, it is not good to say. cannot live back home. Is not Yen Tianfeng a sentence of the matter? Not more than send some manpower, can kill them to doubt their life. However, before he could turn around, the odd operation came. It was still Han Ming, who apparently hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. He has not left. Nonetheless, he also looked at Zhao Yun with a sly smile. Being able to be the son-in-law of the city lord, it should be 1 in 100. Can you please show your face and have a sparring session? The two old men of Kangwolf City didn't take a breath and almost choked to death. Young lord of the city, you're out of your mind. Messed up, kicked by a donkey. These words were what the two old men of Red Yang City wanted to say, and they turned around to leave. However, his family's young city lord was also a talented one. Han Ming brained quite a lot. Yuan Hao seems to be no better. Not only did not go, but also a step forward. This is so moody. I'll try. The two old men of Red Yang City failed to take a breath and almost spurted blood. These two teasers. Forget the two old men of the ancient city, the corners of the mouth straight twitching. We have just built a good step in front of us, and then you demolished the chant. This kind of brain, exactly how to be a young city master, has not yet seen? Yen Tianfeng is clearly going to clean you up. Why are you still whining about it? Do you think you'll live too long? In truth, the two goods were in a rage. Xing Yao topped the wind, pulled a phase. They also topped the wind to come. Do not ruthlessly humiliate some, which is willing to go. This face must be hit. No, I changed my mind. Yen Tianfeng took a deep breath. Did not say anything, but the demeanor represents everything. Originally wanted to come to the inn, halfway to intercept. Now it seems that some people cannot wait. In the city lord's mansion cleaned up. Seems to be more convenient. Chapter 59, husband and wife together. The aunt of the city lord's family. Dare you? Han Ming drank a clanging, and the depressed anger in his heart roared out. Dare? Yuan Hao laughed at a word of ghostly laughter and merged shoulders with Han Ming. Look at Yen Tianfeng, already sitting down. He did not have words, pouring himself, a demeanor, a good sign of words. Jump. You continue to jump. Jump after the death of you. He did not intervene. I just want to see how much weight my daughter's husband has, where he comes from, and what kind of face he has under the mask. As for packing up the two cities, he was in no hurry at all. In the city lord's mansion, just one order. 3 or 5 instantaneous can be taken down all. Go, don't go. Forget the two old men of the ancient city, and put up the hand, as if not ready to pipe. The steps are demolished, that also care about the wool. Feel free to watch the show, will be good, and good show. To be honest, they also want to see the city master's uncle. What exactly is the ability? A small true spirit of the first weight, even got Cheng Yao's favor. There must be superiority. The most important thing is, want to see Zhao Yun's origins. Once the war will be exposed moves, just look at a glance. You will know which one is the family. Also sharing this hope was Ru Yue Lu. From the beginning to the end, she was the most calm one, a theater watcher and observer. Where is the Sangong? Nothing more than Xing Yao pulled to cover the bag. None of this matters. The important thing was that the other party had already placed a challenge. So if they wanted to look after the face of the city lord's mansion, they had to answer the challenge. The one who was most on fire was still the old man of the two cities. Not afraid of God like rivals, afraid of pig like teammates. There is such a young city master. Really happy. This is toward the death pit them which. Look around the small garden. There has been a surge of true essence. God knows how many martial arts cultivators. Not to mention the two-peak Xianyang. Even if the realm of the earth hidden, the same was suppressed. Look at Zhao Yun. His eyes are swinging from side to side. Zhao family's young master. In finding out the way. Want to see from where to run. Can fly to the sky. One person to fight two true spirit 8. In the premise of not moving the explosive talisman, he is the battle but, can be a lesser city master? The brain is not very good. The strength of the bar. This point, he has seen yesterday. This mother didn't even have a glass of wine. Got pushed straight into the wind. Most of all, he didn't want to get into this mess. Still, he was not alone. Once he started the war, he would definitely reveal his moves, and he might be seen to be in trouble with his Zhao family. Please, help me. Xing Yao transmitted another voice, still clutching Zhao Yun's hand. The force was extraordinary. This challenge, Zhao Yun must answer. It was about the face of the city lord's house. Stop it. I can't fight. Nonsense. To be able to block my green lotus zither song. You are by no means an ordinary martial arts cultivator. Just help me hold back one. Leave the rest to me. Xing Yao whispered, listening to the meaning of these words. She would also be on the field later. The corner of Zhao Yun's mouth tugged. I'm here to eat. The meal didn't last. You've made it clear to me what's going on in the back. What are they muttering about? Seeing Zhao Yun and Xing Yao pulling and tugging, the two old men from forgotten ancient whispered. Yen Tianfeng only laughed. It was a battle that he had to see. Knowing that his daughter was innocent, and knowing that the boy had been dragged in by his daughter to take the fall, which was why he wanted to see it all the more. Young lord, go quickly. The old men of the two cities, who really couldn't stand it, tried their best to persuade them. Dare. Han Ming and Yuan Hao did not take care of it, and a voice drank a dominating voice. If you don't dare, you can just say so. Yuan Hao smiled slyly, his eyes flashed with all the eeriness and tyranny. Why not? Xing Yao Light rode a step out, not very willing young master of the Zhao family, but also was forced to pull on the front. No matter what, this play must help me finish, not only to save the face of the city master's residence, but also to the opposite side of the two goods to hit the half of the body. I was born from the birth of the family, and has never been this angry. What? Husband and wife together? Han Ming teased with a smile. If you don't dare, you can just say so. Xing Yao spoke softly, carrying Yuan Hao's words. Again, dare? Why not? Yuan Hao stepped forward, smiled quite playful. 2 against 2 well. 2 true spirit 8th weight. There is no reason not to be able to take Qing Yao and Zhao Yun. A true spirit 1st weight. A slap thing. As for Qing Yao, it is absolutely difficult to pick 2. May add some color. Han Ming lightly shook his folding fan and looked at the two with a smile. Feel free. If we win, we want your Guqin. If you win, this Dan is yours. Han Ming said, more than a jade box in his hand, although sealed, but there is a Dan incense overflowing. It is a not bad pills, and the grade is not low. I shall, Qing Yao faintly said. His demeanor did not change much. To Zhao Yun, she has absolute confidence. Do not expect him to contribute much force. Hold back one will be good. When he cleaned up the other, everything, it will be accomplished. Rushing the ducks? Zhao Yun let out a dry cough. The battle was set, and the crowd was busy backing away to make way for a battlefield. On one side, Zhao Yun and Qing Yao. On one side, Yuan Hao and Han Ming. 2 against 2. Come. Han Ming let out a loud shout. Straight to Zhao Yun. Has long been discussed. Soldiers divided into 2 ways. He first abolished Zhao Yun. Finished, and then a piece of packing Qing Yao. Clank. Yuan Hao did not distinguish between successive orders and instantly launched his sword, attacking Qing Yao directly. Vladimir. Qing Yao has set down the ancient zither, strumming the strings. Killing intent is extremely strong. Yuan Hao color change. A pirouette. Extreme dance long sword. Pound pound sound. Extremely harsh. Really want to fight alone. He is not Qing Yao opponent. However, he had the bottom line. If one person can't defeat Qing Yao, then it's 2 against 1. With that, he took the time to glance at Han Ming. Han Ming had already arrived in front of Zhao Yun and slashed down with a palm strike in the air. In the eyes of an outsider, it would be impossible for any true spirit 1st level to block this palm. Indeed, this guy had a few tricks up his sleeve and was strong enough to fight. Zhao Yun does not do hard work. Feet on the wind god step, easy to avoid, and then show up has disappeared to 3 or 5 feet away. It is just to hold back. This thing he is in the line. Underestimate you. Han Ming laughed coldly and swung his folding fan with an open hand, and a dozen or so sword chi shot out. Clank! Zhao Yun drew Zi Shao from his waist and danced the heavenly thunder sword technique, blocking as much as he could. Interesting. The corner of Han Ming's mouth slightly curled, like a ghost came. The folding fan in his hand has been replaced with a silver mace. There are bizarre runic inscriptions. It is cast by a special Xian iron. Not only is it very hard, the power is also overbearing, buzzing constantly when dancing. Clunk, pound, clang. The collision between the sword and the mace was crisp and incomparable, with sparks rubbing out. A competition between the sword skill and the mace method, with one sword skill being outstanding and the other mace method being exquisite. Zhao Yun still did not dare, and escaped after 2 moves, holding back this technical work. He did or very slippery, and even, the war more than a dozen rounds. Han Ming froze did not take him, not only did not take, but also nearly ate a big loss. Look at the body, even more woeful color. What a handsome stance. Yen Tianfeng muttered. He had been on the battlefield for decades. He had even been the city lord for 7 or 8 years. He had seen countless people, but he had never seen this kind of footwork before. Recognizable. The 2 old men of forgotten ancient looked at each other, neither of them coming up with an answer. Not seen. Lu Ruyu also murmured softly, whether it was Zhao Yun's stance or his sword technique. She had never heard of it, except for his back, which was somewhat familiar. She couldn't find any more clues. Our auntie is no ordinary person. The people of the city lord's mansion, all couldn't help but smile, not to mention the others. Only this body technique, it is a masterpiece. In the realm of the true spirit realm, I'm afraid that no one can compete with it. Good boy. The old men of the 2 cities, also slightly narrowed the old eyes, and then want to stop. Obviously cannot stop. More attention, or Zhao Yun, too damn mysterious. A true spirit 1st level. Can't you take it? Yuan Hao shouted. Against the 4 people, belongs to him the most lousy. It is difficult to defeat the Green Lotus Chu, but also cannot get close to the body. Robes and body has more than a hairline thin sword marks. There is blood overflow. Single combat. He is indeed not battle. Need people to play match. But what about his teammates? The delay in coming, so that he did not feel that he thought that it was Han Ming who was counting on him, letting him put aside this top bag, while he was pulling the strings with the true spirit one, waiting until the 2 were defeated, before they would really step in and clean up this mess. And at that time, Han Ming's halo would be much more dazzling than his. Only run away? Han Ming did not take care of Yuan Hao, is carrying a silver mace, full of battle platforms to chase Zhao Yun, not only to underestimate that true spirit one, simply beyond his expectations, treacherous stance, take the sky, so that he has the power to not make. You can't hit anyone, you say you're holding back, Zhao Yun ignored, let you how to scold, the how to hide or how to hide, from time to come back to the horse, hit Han Ming a surprise, hold it, sweetie pie, I'm not gonna fight you, thanks to this is in the main house, next to someone watching, if this is in the wilderness, I bomb you a flying, and then ing let you mouth cheap, I chose you, and I didn't make a mistake. Xingya laughed softly with a single word, her jade sleeves fluttering as she kept plucking the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither is more murderous, and can be described as offensive and defensive, and in the true spirit realm, in terms of solo combat, few people can get close to her, and she has the confidence to do so. However, there are exceptions, such as Lu Ruyu, certainly not in this list. She is extremely special bloodline, and has been awakened, really want to fight with it. She thinks she is not its opponent. Han Ming, Yuan Hao cursed, really being forced to be hairy, all over the body of the robe, already tattered and torn, the zither sound indiscriminate attack, so that he could not defend. Which goes, Han Ming's hissing, more angry, how to catch cannot catch each other. Most of the attack, have hit the empty space, the battle of dozens of rounds, but did not hurt each other. In turn, his body, more than 2 or 3 sword marks, soothing, the 2 old men of forgotten ancient stroked their beards. Honestly, looking at Zhao Yun and Xingya was much smoother than looking at Han Ming and Yuan Hao, and it was inexplicably soothing to see the 2 of them in a sorry state. Soothing. Yen Tianfeng's smile was also quite satisfying. At the moment, he looked at Zhao Yun's eyes, just like looking at his son-in-law, although the daughter pulled to the top of the bag, but if the 2 of them together a pair, but also good. One must know that Zhao Yun was only a true spirit first level. If you do this math, you're 7 small realms weaker than Han Ming? If he is cultivated, he will be famous in his own right. City Lord, found a good son-in-law. Old man Forget Gu laughed. All of them have a sharp eye, and it is clear who is strong and who is weak. If Zhao Yun was of the same rank as Han Ming would be defeated in less than 10 rounds. Not bad. Yen Tianfeng smiled. Being a father, while watching the Great War, has begun to float. We'll choose a good day and get married. If my daughter and son-in-law are fast enough, I'll be able to hold a little grandchild in the coming year. Chubby little guy. Chapter 60, Tyrannical Yuan Pill. In the garden of the city lord's residence, the clanging sound was unceasing. Xin Yao and Yuan Hao were fighting in full swing, and Zhao Yun and Han Ming were also in a heated battle. The 2-on-2 lineup is exciting enough. Look at the battlefield. Yuan Hao absolutely fell into the wind, was forced by a song of the Blue Lotus straight to madness. This elegant gentleman now, but the clothes are tattered. At first glance, thought it was a beggar who ran out of the house. God knows how many blood gullies printed on the body. Standing there, just like a living target. Look at Han Ming, he's so much better. I can't catch Zhao Yun, but at least the force is still there, chasing him all over the garden. Whoosh, whoosh, Zhao Yun's stance. It's weird enough. Feet on the wind god steps, body like the wind, and the remnants of the shadow. Not to mention Han Ming, even the Xianyang realm martial arts cultivators present are glittering, so the arcane stance, or the first time to see. Up to this point, none of them have been able to break Zhao Yun's identity. Also right, is Zhao Yun hide too secret? The so-called tricks, can less reveal never more reveal, especially his Zhao family's secret techniques, from the beginning to the end did not use half a trick. This if once recognized, Zhao family do not want to live in peace. Hidden strength. Forget the ancient old man murmured in his heart. Zhao Yun most of the time, are on the run to avoid, from the beginning of the fight to this moment, in addition to the footwork and bodywork, did not see the use of the third secret method. Little cute, all can see, he did not move full power. If he can see it, can't Yen Tianshang see it? Precisely because he can see, he was shocked. If you move the full force, most likely to be able to do hard work with Han Ming head on. Once it grows up, it is definitely a party giant. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. This son-in-law who was pulled to top the bag, more stunning than he imagined, worthy of his daughter. The cultivation is not a problem. Into the city master's mansion. But cultivation resources is not a problem. He valued or talent. Compared to this one, Yu Wenhao and Han Ming is too far away. Not only talent, and the disposition. Yesterday also smiling, a sentence of a senior. Today on the face of the flip-flop, especially Han Ming, that mouth it is not a general O. Clunk. As the crowd watched, Zhao Yun and Han Ming battled into the wigwam. Boom, boom, boom. After the picture, it is particularly eye-catching. See the two figures, see a wigwam collapsed, dust and smoke, but also the debris collapsed flying. This, the lord of the house of a dry cough. Those two will choose a place. This open space, this spacious, prefer to go there to fight. This whole, such as the demolition of the house, like, if I had known that, it should be stipulated that a war platform, so as not to run all over the garden. Not bad for a young city lord. Zhao Yun muttered. Still not hard war, war also war, can do less city master, is not general martial arts, more than his 7 small realms, the war is above him, such as Han Ming, such as, need to move the explosive talisman to get the death. You, just how many more secrets are you hiding? Lu Ruyue whispered, a faithful spectator, since the beginning of the time has been observing Zhao Yun, a sense of familiarity since there is, want to find clues from the moves, the battle to this point, she has not been out of the half a point of cracks, only to know that Zhao Yun, hiding the strength, or rather, it was Zhao Yun who deliberately concealed it. She was certain that if she moved her full strength, she would at least have the power to fight. As he was talking, another wigwam collapsed, in the flurry of debris, only to see Zhao Yun rolling and crawling out, covered in dust, face black, back and a clear 5 fingerprints. Looks like, it was a palm. The corner of the mouth has blood trickle overflow. Bang! After that is Han Ming, that guy, a step out. The body seems to be a lot heavier. Landing on the stepping on the green stone board exploded. Look at his form. Not better than Zhao Yun. More than a sword mark in front of the chest. Has become a cloak of hair. His aura was much stronger than earlier. In addition to this, it is the true essence. Turned tyrannical, swinging long hair flying in the sky. Scarlet eyes are the most frightening. From wherever you look, like a big devil. Tyrannical Yuan Dan. Forget the ancient old man's old eyes narrowed slightly. The reason why Han Ming's aura is so manic, must have swallowed the elixir. Moreover, is a kind of extremely overbearing elixir. It is called the tyrannical Yuan Dan. As the name implies, it will make the true essence into a berserk in a short period of time. Not only the strength of the flesh body, and even the speed will also be extremely enhanced. Seeing this, Yen Tianfeng showed a contemptuous color. Cultivation gap is so big, even 8 storm element Dan. This battle, even if Zhao Yun lost, also not shameful, forced Han Ming to eat pills. He is enough to be proud of himself. Playing true spirit 1, and even taking medicine. The young lord of Kangwolf City knows quite a few tricks. By this reckoning, he has been defeated. The people of the city lord's house, cold grunts quite a lot. When he spoke, he also did not forget to glance at the 2 old men of Kangwolf City. The people of your house, obviously do not want much face. Damn, some wolf 2 old man face green. Han Ming this wave of operation, even they did not expect. Storm element, damn that thing. Delusion eat will damage the foundation of the martial arts. So high on you. Qingyao let out a cold snort, obviously not expecting this either. Kill. Han Ming ignored Qingyao and only carried the silver mace after Zhao Yun. What a contest. It doesn't matter what kind of face you have. The important thing is to get Zhao Yun killed. I have to say, after using the tyrannical Yuan Dan, his speed is no longer below Zhao Yun. As for the power, it is absolutely crushed Zhao Yun. Previously could not catch people. Now, the attack is called a domineering. Moves to take a person's life. And with openers, Zhao Yun cursed. Recluse's head did not return. Slipped smoke disappeared out of the garden. Which goes? Han Ming roared, sweeping the berserk chi in hot pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. And then, it is this kind of sound. Wherever the two go, there will be a big commotion. Into the pavilion. The pavilion will be blown up. Into the wigwam. The wigwam will be collapsed. There are also flowers and plants. These is also made a mess. I say, did they both run away? The old man forgotten ancient stroked his beard and probed. You're full of, the other old man said, then got up and followed him. He was more eager to see Han Ming and Zhao Yun do battle than Chen Yao and Yuan Hao's great battle. Young city lord. The 2 old men of Kangwolf City were even faster. Whoosh, whoosh. The master of the city master's house of experts also followed the past. One to see the great battle. The second for the defense of the old city of Song Lao. 2 old men. Those 2 old things, are also shameless lord, may not be able to Zhao Yun shot, is not the master's house of the ant for the moment. Never let him make a mistake. which is the master of the city of the account of the city, if necessary, can be out of the way to stop. This stop is in the case of Zhao Yun's life is in danger. As for Han Ming, do not have to stay face to face towards the death of the Han Ming. Yuan Hao let out a furious curse and sprayed 2 mouthfuls of old blood one after another. Obviously, it won't hold up. Damn it, where's the promise 2 against 1? A true spirit is that hard to deal with? I'm almost wiped out, and you're still not finished? Vladimir. The sound of the zither didn't stop. It was even more murderous. A piece of a halo sweeping in. Clank. At the same time, Xing Yao got up, put away the guqin, a handheld sword to kill over. Nimbly deal with Yuan Hao. Finish the matter and then go to clean up Han Ming. Poof, poof, poof. Blood light shoots out in all directions. How can Yuan Hao be described as miserable? Whoosh. He also opened the recluse. Cannot be defeated in still hard work. That is the brain into the water. In fact, he was not weak in battle, but IQ well. I cannot praise. Still do not realize the seriousness of the problem. This is not his Red Sun City. This is Yen Tianfeng's Qingfeng City. Boom, boom, boom. The city lord's mansion added to the chaos. Zhao Yun and Han Ming were talented. Xing Yao and Yuan Hao were also rowdy enough, and wherever the 2 of them walked by, there was also a mess. It's not even that. It's mostly the secret organs. The city lord's mansion is not a general realm. Forbidden and organs, really is not a general more. Xing Yao no, but Yuan Hao is not very clear. Escape. More than once touched the dark forbidden, hit one after another. He was embarrassed, and so were Zhao Yun and Han Ming. Battled to a park. Both have been stained with blood. God knows how many organs. Not the most lousy, only more lousy. Most of the injuries on the body, not from each other, but from all parts of the band. As Zhao Yun had said, the city lord's mansion was full of pits, and the 2 of them, is all the way stepping on the pit over, such as this situation. Want to disappear in the premise of other people unaware of the lord of the city residence. Absolutely impossible. Not only impossible, but also may be killed by the pit. The authorities want to kill people. Luckily, the 2 of them were lucky to survive. To be precise, someone in the dark closed multiple organs. Whoosh! Zhao Yun's legs and feet were numb, dragging his injuries with him as he vanished out of the city lord's mansion. It was followed by Han Ming, with murderous intent. The rumble of the great battle continued from the city lord's mansion, to the streets of the city. Who's in the big fight? Such a big commotion. The lone wolf has been caught? Young lord of Kangwolf City? Street people were startled, all together tilted the eyes. The 2 talents are flying eaves and walls, a chase and escape, stop and go, dry hot. Many people recognize Han Ming, but wearing a mask of Zhao Yun, not very recognizable, only to know that he is the real spirit realm of the first, is being tyrannized by Han Ming, chasing and killing all over the city. I do not know how many attic eaves, was stepped out of the big holes. Boom, boom, boom. While looking at it, the other side also resounded with a rumble. Xing Yao and Yuan Hao also went out of the city lord's mansion, one after the other up to the eaves of the house. Unlike those 2, the one who was being chased on this side was Yuan Hao, who was cursing Han Ming all the way. Xing Yao, the young lord of Red Sun City? What the hell is this situation? The 2 young city lords are ing up. What happened? The spectators were dumbfounded. Even the soldiers and guards who searched for the lone wolf, all of them set their bodies in unison, raising their brains to see, how could they do it in a good way? Eye candy. Forget the ancient old man also came out, tucked hand on the roof, eyes glittering. Look at the east, look at the west, watch the big show. He is a professional. Old man, what's the situation? Who's that guy in the human skin mask? Someone below asked. City lord family's aunt. Forget the ancient old man, back to the casual. All as to the period story. He unspoken. Dare to blindly grin here. He does not need to go home. Yen Tian Summit invited him back to the city master's mansion. Continue to drink tea. Son-in-law? Amazing sound of the 4 rise. The eyes of the Snow Bright, the son-in-law daughter of the city master's family, against the other 2 cities' young city master. Really strange news which, it's time to prepare the portion. Quite a lot of martial arts cultivators meaningfully said that this happy wine has to be drunk. Look over there. Many people went up to the eaves of the house, and all became faithful spectators of the theater. That's quite a coincidence. Earlier chasing the lone wolf, are 2 groups of people, now the big battle is also 2 lineups, are quite exciting, also want to see. Nah, split up. Chapter 61, What for? The magnificent Qingfeng ancient city rumbled endlessly, standing in the center of the city, one east and one west, both drying out in a frenzy, and the spectators, too, were in the black, much more lively than when they caught the lone wolf. The main thing is that the people who are fighting are big time. 2 lesser city lords, 2 son-in-laws and daughters of city lords, all sound fresh. When did you get a son-in-law? What more people were concerned about was still Zhao Yun, but unfortunately that bastard was wearing a mask. Not to mention them, even Yen Tianfeng couldn't see Zhao Yun's real face. Which one? Many people muttered that after looking at it for so long, they did not see that it was Zhao Yunlu. It was Zhao Yun who deliberately hid it. If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't have been pressured by Han Ming. He's being cautious, rarely involved in the dispute. If the bottom is all out, little cute, they can all see which side of the force he comes from. He is nothing. The Zhao family can be miserable. When you're out and about, you can't be too careful. Speaking of Yen Tianfeng, he also came out, a step up to the roof of the restaurant, looking at the two sides. He is the city lord, but also a spectator, and his appearance, let the street people tsk. The city lord personally watched the battle, can be said to give enough face, let them make this mess? The head of the city was also there, and laughed dryly. Because of the Great War, the city master's mansion was already in a mess, and now that the battlefield was moved to the city, it also created a mess. There will be someone to pay for it. Yen Tianfeng faintly said, look at it, anyone who can be a city lord is not a cunning old man. Fight, and settle the score when you're done. He wouldn't be called Yen Tianfeng if he didn't let Kangwol City and Red Yang City bleed profusely. Pust. With all the people watching, a bloody light was quite blinding. Yuan Hao was defeated, not only lost, but also lost miserably, since the roof fell, but also blamed Qin Yao down too hard. If not the Red Sun City too old man to go forward, his family young city master more than half has been destroyed. Nothing to find excitement. All this end. Han Ming, before Yuan Hao fainted, there was such a hiss. This, negotiated, to all have not waited for Han Ming, the whole time is he in the single Qin Yao. Stop messing around, cannot fight, was cleaned up the service. It's not too heavy-handed. Both of the two old men of Red Yang City snorted coldly, looking at Qin Yao with eyes that were filled with a ferocious light. It's a great honor not to send him to the Yellow Springs. Qin Yao's light lips slightly opened, turned around and walked away, carrying the killing sword. His feet stepped on the eaves of the room, and went straight to Zhao Yun's side. Compared to Yuan Hao, he hated that Han Ming guy even more. Go! The two old men of Red Yang City snorted coldly and packed up Yuan Hao. Walking is the best strategy. Go! A large number of strong people from the city lord's mansion jumped out. For what? The lord of the city said it would be good to keep your breath. Before the words were finished, a large number of people, hooting and hollering, all pressed up. The ending is not hard to imagine. The two-peak Xian Yang, also cannot hold the crowd, was taken down on the spot. The city master's family, the hand is not light and heavy, and is very real, including Yuan Hao, are only a breath of life, lying there, at the moment, the body a burst of convulsions. There is also a blood froth spit straight out of the mouth. Soothing, Yen Tianfeng right is not seen. One side of the war fell, to see is the other side. Boom, boom, boom. In the direction of the east of the city, the battle was in full swing, and Han Ming, who had eaten the tyrannical Yuan Dan, was full of compulsion, and with his raging qi and blood, he fought all the way to the point where Zhao Yun couldn't even stand up. If this is outside the city, blow your ass up. Zhao Yun cursed, side battle and retreat. Just hold up the immobile bottom, lest it be recognized. Hold it. Qin Yao side is more than half finished. Kill. Han Ming hissed and lifted the roof with a palm, smashing it against Zhao Yun. Clank. Zhao Yun's true essence surged, and his sword split it open, sending tiles flying. Buzz. Not waiting to stand still, Han Ming has arrived. Silver mace covered with true essence, and there are strange runes flow, holding in the hand, buzzing straight trembling. The power is extremely strong. What a dominating silver mace. Among the spectators, there is no lack of Xin Yang realm martial arts cultivators. All of them have bright eyes, have heard that Han Ming has a not bad weapon, and now that I have seen it, it is indeed an eye-opener. The silver mace made of special Xian iron is not something that can be compared to garbage. Buzz! Zhao Yun exclaimed as he stood still, and Deng crossed his sword in front of him. Pounds! Sword and mace collision. Metal collision sound. There are sparks. Even if Zhao Yun tried his best to defend, or was Han Ming a mace split over, as hard as the purple sky sword, were chopped out of the cracks, the front of the hard steel. He is not a rival. Kill! Han Ming let out a loud bellow, and in his roar, he brought his own Kangwolf roar with him. It is the secret art of sound waves. Zhao Yun did not fall into the wind, and let out a dragon roar and tiger whistle, hyperactive and unparalleled. Pust! This mouth of blood, is he spit? Stirrups back. Is not the secret art is not enough to see, is his cultivation was absolutely suppressed. In addition, there is his spirit. Last night did not stop. The brain melon dizziness, suffered a terrible impulse. Waste. Han Ming laughed tyrannically. sweeping away the tiles in the sky with a mace. Clank! Zhao Yun swept back and disappeared. His purple heavenly sword danced extremely well and blocked as much as he could. That would be true spirit one? The watchers were shocked. This shock, since it was to Zhao Yun. You know, he was fighting against Han Ming, Kangwolf City's young city master, the real 8th realm of true spirit, and non-general 8th realm can be compared to see its true essence. That kind of tyranny obviously moved the forbidden art, or ate the opening of the potion. In this way, Zhao Yun was not even taken down on the spot. Not only did he not take it down, but he also fought for so long, which was enough to be proud of his realm. As expected, the aunt of the city lord's family was not a generalized person. Too many people were certain that if they were in the same realm, that Han Ming fellow was far from enough to look at. Roar! In the middle of the conversation, the wolf hissed and roared again. It was Han Ming moved the family ancestral secret art, a palm hit out of a pale wolf. Look at the head, foot 7 or 8 jang big, stepping on the eaves, all the way towards Zhao Yun. Roar, ferocious and horrible. Seal! Zhao Yun coldly shouted, hand pinched the seal, feet on the astral steps, a huge spell, in mid-air cohesion, and there are runes around, smashed down in the air. Sidekick? The watcher looked at it and raised an eyebrow, but he was even conversant with talismanic magic. Boom! Big talisman from the sky, covered the pale wolf, instantly sealed it cannot move. The so-called side door art, in the hands of Zhao Yun, or quite powerful. The bottom line is well, he is there, mainly gifted. Han Ming, accompanied by a soft shout, Qing Yao killed, asterisk. Han Ming gritted his teeth and swept in a berserk aura. Clank! Qing Yao moved, body posture. Body method is also mysterious enough. A sword through the sky, broken Han Ming berserk fury, although the attack is strong, failed to seriously hurt, unheavily wounded for good measure. Zhao Yun arrived right afterward. His sword, chopping the boards, split Han Ming over. Clang! Clang! The two moved in unison, one on the left and one on the right, in a joint attack. Don't tell me, what a couple, that brat. His underpinnings are not simple, worthy of being the aunt of the city lord's family. Why aren't we as lucky as this? There were quite a few sides, still quite favorable to Zhao Yun and Qing Yao. It's a good match, they're perfect for each other. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, they don't get tired of working. And nowadays, Zhao Yun and Qing Yao are a good indication of this famous saying, and their cooperation is not a general tacit understanding, and they are each other's main attackers as well as each other's assists, beating Han Ming to the point where he can't stand still. Ah! Han Ming hissed and howled. It was difficult to defeat the two attackers. Disgusting. The power of the tyrannical Yuan Dan has been extremely weakened. The battle cannot be Qing Yao, let alone have Zhao Yun to help the battle. That guy, with his tricky maneuvers, is good at making trouble. With a lineup of 2 against 1, he, the young city lord, routed frequently along the way. The ending, as always, is not hard to predict. Han Ming also knelt, until he fell to the eaves of the room, all filled with a hiss of unwillingness. But it's no use, he was put down, and the 2 old men from Kangwolf City, since they were also held down there. How to say, it's worse than Chiangchang's. TSK. Forget the 2 old men of the ancient city. TSK. But also thanks to their uninvolved. But also thanks to Lu Ruyue is honest enough, or else, he 6 is their downfall. Yen Tianfling's person, they are still very well understood. Typical of the calf protector. Scolded his family's daughter, but also want to go? Just wait, Kangwolf City and Xiang City are going to bleed a lot, without paying the corresponding price. Yen Tianfeng will never release people, running wild in Qingfeng City, not to mention you. Your old man Cain would not dare to be so reckless. Chapter 62, I have a wife. The Great War came to an end. A dilapidated eaves, only Zhao Yun and Qing Yao, reflecting the light of the morning sun, really a bright scenery, no matter from where to look at, is a man and a woman. The legend of the match made in heaven, perhaps is to describe them. Thanks a lot. Qing Yao smiled sweetly. Today, if it wasn't for Zhao Yun, the city lord's mansion's face would most likely have been lost. Thanks are not necessary. I'll see you later. Zhao Yun laughed, collected the sword, turned around and jumped off the eaves. The mission has been completed. It should also go. Perhaps the injury is quite heavy, or last night did not sleep, and even the spirit of laxity, and even landed on the ground. A step did not stand firm. When he stood still, a group of old guys had gathered around. All of them were from the city lord's mansion, and each of them was over half 100 years old at the Xianyang realm. Zhao Yun smiled sarcastically and wanted to leave but was blocked back. The so-called blocking back is to be blocked step by step to the foot of the wall, although the crowd of old people are laughing, but that kind of laughter, in his eyes, it is a little creepy. Fruit is a bone of wonder. Well, it's a good seedling for cultivation. Miss has a good eye. There's wedding wine to drink. The old guys were talking to each other, as if they were speaking comedy, and sometimes they even reached out, pinching Zhao Yun's little arms and legs, as if they were studying a treasure. All seniors. Zhao Yun laughed dryly, unable to retreat, only to feel a cold chill all over his body. Former what? Call the second Grand Master. Don't be afraid, little one. We are all good people. Well, all those present were your second grandparents. This scene is quite eye-catching. A group of old immodest, Will Zhao Yun surrounded by the water, not to mention walk, cannot climb out of the mouth of the good people, but how to see, are like a group of punks, surrounded by an elementary school student, in a good deal of protection money. People are good and courteous. There don't seem to be many decent ones in the city lord's house. The watchers of the long speech, more than has been speculated in the hand, especially the old guys, stroking the beard or stroking the meaning of the long, or Yen Tianfeng with a good such as these, basically with him on the battlefield, have life friendship, a bunch of old things, don't scare him. Qing Yao also leaped off the roof, knowing these old guys too well. The word scare is used quite accurately. Look at Zhao Yun, just like has been scared of the atmosphere, do not dare to breathe a word. These elders, casually pick out our Shenyang realm, the weakest are the fifth weight, not blowing, just like this around him, hiding are not hiding. See, the little girl is heartbroken. Hey, it's not even over yet, and your elbow is turned out. All those years of hurting you for nothing. The old guys were sighing and piling on the bowl asterisk. Don't be ridiculous. Qing Yao stomped her foot, her cheeks instantly scarlet. Excuse me, please. Zhao Yun was quite motivated and froze and squeezed out hard, crawling out, to be precise. There's no way around it. There's too many people. It's good to climb out. Where to? The two old guys stepped forward in unison and yanked him by one leg with one hand. I really have something. Don't be ridiculous. A spring night is worth $1,000. Go home. I want to go home. The scene on the street was more than lively. It was more eye candy than square. Look at Zhao Yun, lying on the ground, picking his hands back and forth. However, there is no use. 2 legs were pulled, was pulled all the way, playing a long way to see. Do not know thought that pulled a dead dog Lu. It's still not serious. Street people see it, one by one pull the corner of the mouth. At least is the city master family aunt, such as parade like pulling away, is not a little too much, but on second thought, it all came to rest. The oldest generation is the most calm, cannot help but remember the past. It seems that the Yen Tianfeng of that year, was also invited back to the city master's mansion like this. With today's this kid, really like the same. How to look at it is like history repeating itself again. Yen Tianfeng couldn't help but let out a dry cough as he watched. Back then, he also had such a time. The people of the old city lord's mansion, all of them were damn polite, and the way they invited people was also original. How to say, just a little bit of pain. Now, again, this scene, so he could not help but lament the years as a knife. If his daughter and this kid really come together as a pair, then his master's really too much. The folk style is so, the picture of history, but also amazingly similar. Put it down. The one who was most frantic was still Chang Yao, chasing and cursing all the way. It also doesn't seem to help. The old guy in front of him, with his nimble legs, pulls a person and can still trot. It hurts to look at it. Street people dry cough. This kind of close contact with the earth, this kind of being pulled all the way. Zhao family young master's 2 small arms, has been worn bald skin. That's it. The bastard still flopping around? When he returned to the city lord's mansion, Zhao Yun had already fainted, not knowing if he was injured or worn out, or perhaps he was too mentally exhausted and truly tired to the point of weakness. Anyway, it still didn't go. Not only did he not get away, but he also got a good reputation as the aunt of the city lord's family. That little girl, she hit so hard. Still that attic, a bunch of old guys each showing their teeth, put down Zhao Yun, and was driven out. Those who had beards, I do not know how many were gripped down by Qing Yao, as well as the hair, was also scratched like a chicken nest. Yen Tianfeng was also there. He was leisurely, and was sitting in the gazebo quietly drinking tea, and from time to time, he would glance sideways, at Zhao Yun's room, and was quite satisfied with that little guy. The people of the 2 cities, what to do with them? The city master in charge of the family laughed. At this moment is still in the dungeon locked up? Kill surely cannot kill. At least it is the young city master. The other 2 city masters will go crazy. Take the money. Ransom. Yen Tianfeng's words are colloquial and easy to understand, and they are also hard enough to tie up. So what? If they don't bleed out big time, they won't be able to go home. The city's head housekeeper gave a dry laugh and said no more. His family's city lord, who he still knew, was not a good person. In the room, Zhao Yun was sleeping soundly. Other than him, there was only Qing Yao left, hanging in midair with one hand, nourishing his body with true essence, always going to steal a glance at Zhao Yun without realizing it. In her opinion, the kid was still stunning. Whether it is talent or strength, are far beyond her expectations. The first level of the true spirit realm, can catch his Green Lotus song, can hold the Kangwolf Young City Lord, as far as she remembers, is definitely the first one, more than likely invincible at the same level. Most of all, he's a really nice guy. To close her hand, she called out softly, without response, to make sure that Zhao Yun was sleeping, before reaching out to touch Zhao Yun's face, wanting to uncover his human skin mask, wanting to see what kind of face was under that mask. She uncovered it, and Zhao Yun's real face also did not let her disappointment. Cannot be counted on the top of the beauty of the man, but also quite handsome. Look between the eyebrows, with a touch of coldness, there is also an ineffable perseverance. It seems to be engraved in the soul. In this instant, the woman was in love. Her beautiful eyes are a little hazy and confused, with a silly smile since, if this acquaintance also counts as fate, then this moment, more is a love affair. Love affairs. It's a strange thing. It doesn't take long, maybe just one look, and you're destined for 3 lifetimes. Ahem. Suddenly, a light cough came from outside the room. It's Yen Tianfeng. As a father, that have to greet. Hiding in broad daylight in the room of people do not come out. Obviously cannot be said. If you look on, come out to talk. Ahem. The old guys who were there followed suit. Serious people. No. Qing Yao heard, busy panic and put Zhao Yun's mask on again. Fled as if running out of the room. Look at the cheeks of a touch of redness. Cover cannot hide. There's drama. See the daughter of this little girl posture. Yen Tianfeng instantly understand. His own daughter. Do fathers which cannot understand also really look on the boy? Accidental top package. Really top out a love affair too. Night crept in. Sleeping Zhao Yun finally woke up, the pain of grimacing, to look at the 4 directions, only to realize that it is the lord of the city house. Well, turned around and came back. Bugger. Without giving it much thought, he cast through the wall and vanished out of the room. Auntie, where are you going in a hurry? Piss, pee, soon. These words were heard. When it was over, Zhao Yun was carried away like a little chicken. When he reappeared, he was already in the lobby of the city lord's mansion. Hearing about this, Qing Yao came running in a flash, but she didn't show up and sneakily hid behind the screen, and from time to time she also sneakily looked at the lobby. Coming, in the hall, Yen Tianfeng was already there, so to speak, sitting upright, still holding an ancient book in his hands, raising his hands and feet, quite the majesty of a city lord. Greetings, elder. Zhao Yun still knew how to be courteous and bowed as soon as he stood still. Still won't reveal which one? Yen Tianfeng laughed, his tone not imposing, kind and gentle. Zhao Yun didn't say anything, only a dry cough. Would you like to be the son-in-law of the city lord's mansion? Yen Tianfeng smiled faintly. With these words, Qing Yao exposed half of her little head when she heard them. Thank you for your love, senior. I'm sorry that I can't accept it. What? My daughter is still not worthy of you? Yen Tianfeng said faintly. Elder has misunderstood. It is the late generation who has a wife. Theirs. A wife? Yen Tianfeng listened to it, cannot help but frown slightly. This is what he did not expect. Look at Zhao Yun demeanor. Is not the general sincerity, absolutely not lying. You have a wife? Qing Yao muttered, retracting half of her small head, her beautiful eyes instantly dimmed. In the hall, the atmosphere was tonally oppressive and terribly quiet. Yen Tianfeng did not say anything for a long time, only his brows were slightly furrowed, and from time to time, he would also glance sideways, faintly and unnoticeably sweeping the screen, knowing that Qing Yao was hiding there. There's the wife. It was embarrassing. This surprise, it caught him off guard. Zhao Yun was also silent. He has a wife. No matter where he goes, he will remember. Although there is hatred for the Lu family, but for Lu Ruxin, but no longer have that mustache, waist or blind. For him Zhao Yun wore a wedding dress, is his wife, the blessing of the 9th reincarnation. He, for sure, will keep it until the end of time. With my warrant, you may leave the city. Yen Tianfeng finally brushed his hand, and a piece of white paper flew out of his sleeve. Thank you, senpai. Zhao Yun took it, gave another arching salute, and turned to leave the lobby. Girl, come out. Go see him off. Qing Yao came out instead, not daring to look at her father, burying her head and chasing out of the lobby. Hey, it was only after a long time that a sigh was heard from Yen Tianfeng. Without a wife, everything's fine. There's a wife, that's another story. Is it hard to force Zhao Yun to marry Qing Yao? Such things as these, others may be able to do, but he will never be able to do them. It is not uncommon for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, But this mysterious boy is clearly a dedicated master. May I see you again? At the door, Qingyao caught up with Zhao Yun, buried his head and hung his eyes, said the pale and powerless. Never that moment, such as this moment, this lonesome, lost and gloomy. Maybe. Zhao Yun smiled, arched his hand in farewell, and took a step to fade away. I don't even know your first name. Behind her, Qingyao murmured softly, holding onto the stone lion at the entrance for a long time. Chapter 63 can't be covered. At night, Zhao Yun was covered in a black robe. Before he left, he went to the tavern and took the lone wolf seal that was buried there. And then came the sound of horses' hooves. With Yen Tianfeng's warrant, the journey was unhindered. Out of the city, the sky is the limit. The head of the city looked at the departing Zhao Yun, and then looked back at the city lord Yen Tianfeng. The implication of his eyes extremely obvious. Just let him go like this? He is, after all, just a passerby. Yen Tianfeng let out a sigh. It's rare to meet a young junior who looks quite easy on the eyes, and it's also rare for his daughter to like it. But on the contrary, he is a person with a wife. The city supervisor's family also let out a sigh. This, perhaps, is the fabled fate. It's the fate of the world. Under the moon, Zhao Yun waved his whip and drove his horse at a gallop, recognizing the direction all the way, having to find Niu Boom and the villagers as soon as possible in the shortest possible time. Yen Tianfeng was right. He is in the Qingfeng city, is indeed just a passerby, if not injured here, if not sealed city, if not mistakenly into the city master's mansion, there will not be later. Everything is an accident. Also seems to have a predetermined number of the netherworld. Collecting his thoughts, he sped up quite a bit. If he expected correctly, Niu Boom would definitely land in an ancient town. Traveling to a valley. He slightly frowned, only because the small spirit bead in his bosom suddenly lit up. Behind should be someone to follow. Is the Xianyang realm? Is not one, but two. Cultivation are the peak of the Xianyang realm. Without much thought, he drove his horse into the mountains. Do not say. There are really two black shadows followed in, reflecting the dim moonlight, but also can see its true face. Is not exactly forget the two old man of the city? This follow, the purpose is clearly revealed, to clarify the identity of Zhao Yun. People are, shortly after entering the mountains and forests, the two stopped. You looked at me, I looked at you. I could see the horse tethered to a tree, but there was no sign of Zhao Yun. It's them. Zhao Yun, who had disappeared into the ground, narrowed his eyes slightly, had held his breath, and also converged his true essence, and was able to see the two men's dignified faces through the dirt. The deal was that no one could leave town. How did these two old farts get out of Qingfeng City and have Yen Tianfeng's warrant? Zhao Yun thought to himself, knowing what the two of them had come for. Good boy. Underestimated you. Both old men let out a dry cough and slipped around with their hands in their pockets. Do you think that lone wolf is really in Green Peak City? It doesn't matter if he's there or not. It's good that his seal is there. Honestly, I admire that boy. The two old men were quite affectionate. One carried a stick, poking around in the jungle, looking for someone while also chatting with a thief. Stamps? When Zhao Yun heard this, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The so-called seal, since it was Lone Wolf Seal, still in his arms? Can't it be that the seal is hiding a secret? Can't cover it. As he was saying this, he suddenly heard a wolf howl, with a rather high voice. Hood, can't? The two old men heard. The corner of the mouth cannot help but a twitch. All the damn cover cannot, but also howl this loud. Is afraid of people do not know? Or this is sick. The middle of the night does not sleep. In the wilderness howling what strength it. The moral is different when Zhao Yun stops. Listen to the tone. It is a small black fat. The so-called cover is not. In fact, Zhao not. Cattle Bombardment had asked him his name. He pulled such a name. I have to say, these three words out, indeed have enough domineering. It was a surprise to meet Bull Boom here. Most likely, Niu Boom had already settled the villagers and ran out to find him by himself. What a coincidence to find this mountain forest. Coincidentally, he was in these mountains. Go look. The two old men had moved on, heading straight for the depths of the mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a rumbling sound was heard. It was time for the two old men to strike. Sick, you've been invited to mess with you. Hey, how dare you scold me? There was quite a bit of yelling and cursing, both from the bull boomers and from the two old men. TSK, TSK, TSK. The rumbling was gone, and all that was left was the tisk 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 of the two old men. Have caught the bull boom. Just because caught, just TSK tongue. This goods ate what grew up. How so fatlo? Fat, not to mention, how also so black. Playing a look from a distance. See two rows of teeth, approaching a look, only to know is a person. This is awkward. Zhao Yun also arrived, looked at the two old guys, is carrying a cow boom up and down scanning it, while looking while sighing, it has never seen this species. What are you guys doing? Cow Boom screamed, was carried by one leg, feet up and head down, 2 hands arresting their fluttering? He was Ed in a confused manner. Carry it back for study. The 2 old men looked at a long time, did not see a reason, simply carry away. In the middle of the night, really cannot see, the goods grow too dark. However, just 2 steps out, he saw a sky full of paper money. Oh no, it should be roiling rune paper, clattering down with the wind. I say, it's an explosive charm, one of the old men asked, both eyes rolling up and down. Seems like it. Another old man swallowed a mouthful of water. Burst runes well, he has seen, but so many explosive talisman, or the first time to see, a glance like rain, which if detonated, they do not die also lost half of his life. It's him, Nyo Boom Si, 2 eyes bone straight turn. No is Zhao Yun, he knows the people. Only Zhao Yun know the method of painting explosive talisman. Also have Zhao Yun that force to shake the eye of the talent, can set up such a big battle. Forget the old city. Zhao Yun appeared, standing on a small hill, overlooking the bottom, ate the voice-changing pill. The voice is quite pale, fooling people. This is the necessary set. The 2 old men turned around with open arms, their old eyes narrowing slightly. That small hill, win more people, but did not even notice. Man down, Zhao Yun leisurely said. The meaning of the words is extremely obvious. The 2 of you carrying the little fat man, is my people, either let him go, or, small master to send you to the sky around. So many explosive talisman. I do not believe that the bomb does not fly you too. Your Excellency, you're from the Imperial clan, aren't you? Forget the ancient old man laughed, since he did not dare to move. The location of the explosive talisman sprinkled, quite sophisticated, not waiting to run out, will be blown up all over the sky. What do you say? Zhao Yun faintly said, the color of his voice still pale after the voice change. It's a skillful job to fool people. Even if there is no moon god to support the scene, he must stand firm, cannot have the slightest stage fright, not only can not be timid, but also have to be stronger, really be seen to be broken. The 2 old men really want a hard, he and the little fat man, have to be accounted for here. The 2-peak Xianyang realm, is not the humpbacked old man can be compared to. As for the royal family, it refers to the great Xia royal family since, imperial people, the status is not generally honored. Look at the 2 old man's demeanor will know. There is fear in the eyes, there is also awe, but where the royal family to come? Forget the ancient city master cannot afford to mess with, not to mention the 2 Xianyang realm. Why do you recognize me as a member of the royal family? Zhao Yun muttered, his brows furrowing slightly as his thoughts flew in a flash, mostly due to the explosive charms. Thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Explosive talismans were not common. Ordinary martial cultivators, even city lords, might not have this amount of explosive talismans. This is, perhaps, a status symbol. And this kind of symbol, the general public mostly do not know. Involving the royal family, his father Zhao Yuan, are rarely mentioned. That is not a small family cannot presume to comment on. As the city master's house, the 2 old men should be aware of some kind of secret, or else, when it comes to the royal family, will not reveal a humble posture. It's actually the royal family. Disrespectful. Both old men arched their hands and put down the little black fat man as well. As Zhao Yun expected, such a quantity of explosive talismans was impossible for the average person to have, and the status of the city lord, such as the city lord, was no exception, because many years ago, explosive talismans had gone extinct in the world, or rather, they were banned by the imperial family's order, and the real method of drawing explosive talismans had long been monopolized by the imperial family, a status symbol indeed, not blowing, even if the holder of this explosive talisman, just a small condensation realm, they do not dare to act rashly, messed with the royal family, then messed with the city to be much more frightening, light is to lose their lives, the heavy will be executed even 9 clans, not to mention, they couldn't see Zhao Yun's cultivation, this is a kind of invisible deterrent, the name of the royal family is too big, boy, you can take it easy, the little black fat man prayed in his heart, walked with fear and trembling, only because the ground is full of explosive talismans, for fear of stepping on it, which if Zhao Yun did not pay attention to the child open the ban, he will be blown to pieces in an instant. The dregs are not left. Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. The 2 old men let out a dry laugh and still didn't dare to move. Firstly, they were afraid that Zhao Yun would directly open fire, and secondly, they were afraid of angering this mysterious royal person, so it was better to be at peace. Really think I'm royalty? Zhao Yun muttered in his heart, looking at the 2 old men. They should be scared. Dare I ask you, are you also here to catch the lone wolf? The 2 old men laughed. It was rare to see a royal person. They had to get close. Otherwise, do you think the old man is here to swim in the mountains? Zhao Yun a word of silence. Quite majestic. Both opened the lull mode. that have to towards the death of the lull, have to take their own, as a real royal people. After all, he had a mysterious and unpredictable master. Earlier, even the old man in hemp clothes at the Kaiman Lu were fooled, let alone these two, really want to track down. They will be pushed to the master, not blowing. If the moon god awakened, if the moon god to fool, will be more bullish, can make these two old men, bluffing cannot distinguish between east and west, north and south. Good boy, you're good, little fat man heart sigh, a serious lull, bluffing the two peach yin yang, move do not dare to move. This line of work, a day or two cannot be practiced, much offense. The two old men laughed sardonically, as if they had said something they shouldn't have. I'm sorry to bother you with this, and hand it over to my disciple, Zhao Yun lightly said, and under his sleeve, an object floated down from mid-air. It is a piece of talisman paper. It doesn't matter what it is, that apprentice line is the point. Fooling around. We have to lead each other by the nose. The two old men have been busy panicked to take down the rune paper. Nothing. Empty. Just an ordinary rune paper. In their view, is the need for a special method to peek. At least, the two of them are not able to see the end of the story. Dare I ask you, your disciple is? After looking at it, the two old men looked tentatively at the small hill. Forget the ancient city, Zhao Yun faintly said. The purpose of this statement was obvious, to find a backer for the Zhao family. The name of the royal family was much better than the city lord. With such a backstage, the Zhao family's situation would be much better. Chapter 64 True or False? Zhao Yun? The two old men glanced at each other for a while, their heads spinning. How could they not expect to hear this name from the mouth of a royal family member? The wasteful young master of the Zhao family, the celebrity of the forgotten ancient city. The two of them have known since, beyond their expectations, Zhao Yun actually has a master of the royal family. At first glance, really shocking. It's difficult? Zhao Yun said faintly. No hard feelings, it's our honor. The two old men laughed. In that case, these explosive talismans, right as a reward, Zhao Yun said, pulling the little fat man away. Not blowing, legs are trembling, and the face under the black robe is pale enough to know that he snubbed the two peach yin yang, is always slipping in front of the ghost gate. As for the delivery of the explosive talisman, it is a self-expression of vigor. The imperial family's coming, which cannot have the vigor. So, it is easier to let people believe that he Zhao Yun has a royal master, and the outpouring is extremely generous. It's a costly move. However, in the long run, it's definitely worth it. No surprises. Tonight's matter, the two old men go back. Will certainly report to Forget the Ancient City Lord. As long as the Zhao family is still in Forget the Ancient City, the City Lord will give a few thin face. As it turns out, he did make a killer move. Look at the two old men. Has been stunned in place, staring blankly at the ground. Bursting charms. So much, just like that? Are the people of the Xia royal family all this bold? If it is said that the identity of Zhao Yun, in the last instant there is a trace of doubt, then this instant, there is no doubt. That damn is definitely the royal family. Or else, how will be so generous, to know that the explosive talisman is not a general object, money may not be able to buy. Mine, your sister, mine, asterisk off. Soon, the sound was heard in the deserted forest, and the two old men were picking up the explosive talisman. No, not picking up, that is robbing, more happy than picking up money. This matter needs to be reported to the city lord as soon as possible, to be picked up. The two old men turned around and disappeared. As for the reward of the explosive talisman, since it will be turned in, but will not be turned in full, God knows how many explosive talismans the royal family rewarded. The city master does not know. They will not be stupid to say out. And then there is to the Chiu family. In the future, can be treated carefully, not only to be careful, but also to do their best to pull together. A Zhao family is nothing. A Zhao Yun is nothing. Scary is his master. That is the royal family. The unfathomable royal family. Zhao Yun and Yo Boom had scurried deeper into the mountains. On this road, little Fatty was scanning Zhao Yun up and down. His eyes were strange, and the moral was obvious. This goods. It can't really be someone from the royal family. Or rather, he had a royal master. Tonight, it's just a pretense to fool those two old men in the name of the master. True or false? Zhao Yun laughed. Being in a chaotic world, everything was about survival. Taking the explosive talisman in exchange for decades of peace for the Zhao family. In his opinion, the deal was worth it. The more I can't see through you. Little fat man took a deep breath. See Zhao Yun, always feel that he body, more than a layer of mysterious coat, know the method of painting symbols, and can escape the Xian Yang realm pursuit, even if he is the people of the royal family, may not be so demonic. It, amazing as it was, the gratitude was still there. If Zhao Yun had not risked his life, he and the villagers would most likely have been buried. He hadn't asked, so Zhao Yun wouldn't say anything. During the story, it will be more bizarre than imagined, such as Yulan and Qing Yao. Who would have thought that the three very different people, but there will be a crossover. As the day dawned, the two stopped at an old town. The villagers of the Niu family's house were all arranged by Little Fatty. Soon, the horse caravan drove out of the old town, subsequently all the way. Surprisingly smooth, no robbers and no robbery. It was probably because Green Peak City had made too much noise. Even the army has been mobilized. No one dares to go against the wind again. A lone wolf, so that the big thieves have become birds of prey. If several city lords are riveted to get them, one by one, they can give you a mountain to step on. Speaking of lone wolves, Castle Peak City is still only in and out. Unfortunately, they were destined to find no one, much less the lone wolf seal. On the sixth day, the forgotten ancient city arrived. Zhao Yun, masked in black robes, rode in front, and the horsemen fishtailed in. Early in the morning, the forgotten ancient city was quite lively. Seeing such a large group of people, the street people cannot help but look sideways. To see a line of people in such a sorry state, and all dragging their families, obviously fleeing to the disaster. Bull Boom is still good and fairly calm. Look at the villagers. It is extraordinarily novel, or the first time to come back to this big city. These attics, these halls, in their villages are not. Zhao Yun used 500 taels and bought a small manor. It is for the villagers to live. Find a good place to settle down, and then talk about the rest. He will help the villagers to find a livelihood, such as opening a store to do business. After settling the crowd, he turned to leave, then into the street. He has taken off the black robe, has also removed the human skin mask. Pedestrians see more side-eye. There have been a number of days have not seen him. Seeing him again, it was hard not to remember Lu Tsenkong's big birthday. You say, so many characters present, the heavenly sects all here, and they got a night pot on the side, and it fell on the ground. Dang 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 dang. I still remember the day scene. I have to say, Zhao Yun did go overboard. That was a big birthday. After all, it's the old man. I don't like what you're saying, allowing his Lu family to trample on the Zhao family's dignity, but not allowing Zhao Yun to send him a night pot? Besides, the packaging was hidden. It was his house steward who failed to catch it, which made the night pot fall out. If it were me, the delivery would be a coffin. There are quite a few pedestrians on the street, and there are a lot of different opinions. Zhao Yun ignored it and walked all the way through. Have thought, well, next year also send a night pot over. Will be my Zhao family dignity, wantonly trampled on, but also put aside here over the big birthday. Over your sister's big birthday. As he was walking away, his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and he faintly and unnoticeably swept the slanting side of the restaurant. There were quite a number of people who looked at him, but there was a pair of eyes that carried a smear of murderous intent, and that person was on the second level of the restaurant, and it was leaning against the window. As he perceived it, the window seat on the second level of the tavern was indeed seated with a man. It's a youth, a woman, to be precise, only dressed as a man. If you look closely, it's the orchid, isn't it? Since receiving the task, that night left Qingfeng City, has been waiting for many days in the city of forgetting the ancient city. To all have not seen Zhao Yun of the Zhao family, today is the first time to see. What a familiar back, Yulan murmured softly, looking at Zhao Yun's back. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before, for a moment, but couldn't think of anything. That's right, when Zhao Yun went out, he basically wore a human skin mask, and now that he has taken off his mask, she wouldn't recognize him, but his back, the back of his face is very familiar. Guest, your wine. The store boy came up, holding a tray with a jug of wine. He's Zhao Yun, Yulan said faintly. Xiao took a look outside, instantly recognized, laughed. Zhao family's waste of young master. Forget the ancient city, all know. These days he can be very hot. The old father-in-law had a big birthday. He this dude's son-in-law, even gave a night pot. Ahem. Listening to the word night pot, Yulan choked for a moment. The state of mind is cold as she, but also inevitably lose their temper. This old husband, this son-in-law, but also really interesting. When you think about it, you are relieved. She came to forget the ancient city. There are some days, only rarely go out just, about Zhao Yun thing, since I heard a lot. Stealing the wedding, waste with blind, can be said to be popular? The Zhao family lost face. The Lu family will not be allowed to live in peace when they celebrate their big birthday. It was thanks to Zhao Yun. If it were her, what she sent would have been a coffin. All of this, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Zhao Yun of the Zhao family is back and ready to carry out his mission. Young master. On this side, Zhao Yun has already entered the military store. Yang de Wuer do a long way to welcome out. The young master is not in his family military store business, but the bar. You guys are busy. Zhao Yun smiled and casually glanced at him before entering the backyard. Entered the back hall. His front foot just stepped into the door of the room. The back foot will be back out. Looked at the opposite attic railing. There is a white girl, sitting against the railings, at the moment is buried in a small head. Do not know what to do. Whose girl? Zhao Yun muttered, walking down the corridor. When I look at it, I recognize it. That day, the purple-clothed immortal nun approached him to ask for directions, and on the back of that huge white crane, there was not only the immortal nun, but also a white-clothed young girl who was sleeping on her back. Well, that's the one in front of you. The purple-clothed immortal nun had gone to guard the tomb, but unexpectedly, the white-clothed girl was here. It's really something. When he looked, the white girl is holding her small bag of money, resting there buried in the counting of silver. Each piece of copper, each piece of broken silver, are counted very carefully, perhaps too fascinated, as if not realize that there is more than one person on his side. Little fortune hunter? Zhao Yun rubbed his chin. Who are you? The white girl raised her head and scanned Zhao Yun up and down, said the man, and hugged the little money bag. By the looks of it, she was afraid that Zhao Yun would snatch it for her and had a guarded face. This is my house. Get thee in here. Not waiting for Zhao Yun to finish his words, he was yanked into the room by the old man in hemp clothes. This old man got out of nowhere. The white girl did not notice Zhao Yun earlier, and Zhao Yun also did not notice him. One hand to carry in. Where have you been all this time? The old man in hemp clothes blew his beard and eyes, and his face was strangely black, so he could go and leave the gunfight to me. How do you mean? Tease me? Looking for my master. Zhao Yun laughed, and when he chatted with the old man, he had to talk about his master in 3 sentences. Can you find it? The old man asked in a busy panic. Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders helplessly. The divine dragon can't be seen. What else can you do? The hemp-clothed old man cursed. A small bag smashed on the table, loaded with all the essence of Dan. There must be more than a dozen. Needless to say, Zhao Yun is not in these days. He has not been idle. In order to get the complete method, had to be on the heart. Senpai is so open. Zhao Yun tucked in the elixir, and then put pen to paper, writing with a dragon's touch. Snappy. The old man just stood by, cursing and waiting for days? Old man, that white girl outside, who is she? Zhao Yun asked curiously as he wrote. When it comes to her name, almost everyone has done it. What? Meaning, daydreaming. It's a person's name? Her old man's name was White, and her mother's name was Dream. Daydream. The name, through and through. Chapter 65, The Secret of the Seal. Her origins are beyond your imagination, so ask less. The hemp-clothed old man tucked his hand in and glanced out of the room, his words lingering. I'm more curious about the purple-clad nun than her. What? You've seen Purple Ling? The hemp-clothed old man couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Had been in the mountains and approached me for directions. Once at the tomb. Saved my life. Ancient tomb? The old man frowned. You've been to the Inu King's grave mound? By mistake. Zhao Yun smiled sarcastically. Not a small amount of guts. The old man in hemp clothes glanced at him. Elder Purple Ling, isn't it the tomb keeper? Her family ancestry is to follow the king of the Een Moon. Since the day of the creation of the mausoleum, guarding the tomb is its vocation. Generations, that little girl outside, is considered her disciple, due to changes in the clan, only sent to forget the ancient city, handed over to the old man care. To put it bluntly, is to me this refuge. Got it. Zhao Yun smiled and continued writing feats. I haven't seen you in a few days, but you're already at the true spirit realm. I really underestimated you. It's the master who taught me well. Zhao Yun and the master carried out a circle, listening to the old man staggered. Said it, the disciple chosen by the old senior, is not a pool of things. After the feats were written, Zhao Yun left the room. Daydreaming little girl is still there, but also really a little money fan. On dozens of silver, already do not know how many times I buried my head and counted, and the color is extremely serious. Or maybe, she would have liked to count her money. Little sister, I'll give you a yuan bao. How about passing me a secret art? Zhao Yun grinned. That form, squeak, did not wait for daydreaming to speak, then see behind the room door opened. Do not see the old man in hemp clothes, but see a foot outstretched. A foot Zhao Yun kicked down from the second floor. A piece of yuan treasure. Want to learn the secret method? How do you face that big Lu? You old thing, wait for me. Zhao Yun got up, covered his old waist and walked away, secretly thinking that one day when he is strong, he will put a bunch of explosive talismans into the old man's pants. Crotch stuffed a bunch of explosive talisman. Fried you a broken son. Back in his room, he locked himself in. It was only then that he took out the exclusive seal of the lone wolf of the night. This thing, it's really mysterious? Zhao Yun held it, turning it over and scanning it without putting any details, during which he also tapped it with his hand, and after that, he put it in his ear and listened to it. As he knocked, his eyes narrowed slightly. As he listened, his eyes deepened. This seal, there is indeed a mystery. The inside should be hollow. The expectation is not bad. The seal must be hidden things. As for what, has not yet heard out. With this thought, he gently crushed it. As he thought, the seal was empty, and inside it hid a fingernail-sized ball of paper, to be unwrapped and looked at. Its multiple lines, should be a map. His eyes lit up. It is really, luck comes to block cannot stop. This must be the map of the hidden treasure. As long as in accordance with this map to find, we'll be able to find the lone wolf's hidden treasure. Steals so much, and rare treasures, most likely are hidden in that. Now the lone wolf is dead. He should be the only one in this world. Who knows the place where the treasure is hidden? With that, he spread out the map. Treasure map is only palm-sized. The lines on it are densely packed. Look at the terrain is a mountain. As for which one, but also need to go from one to another to screen to find. He studied the map before he sat down on his knees. The essence Dan given by the hemp-clothed old man, one by one was swallowed, not only nourishing the spirit, but also enhancing the spirit level. Used, the mind are quite empty. After that, it's time to draw explosive charms. In the near future, he would get up and go on a treasure hunt, and the explosive talisman would be a reliance. The speed of drawing talismans naturally increased as the mental power increased. He is very dedicated and has not been seen out of his room all day since he entered it. Night crept in, accompanied by a wisp of wind. The old man came, still not going through the door, but straight through the wall. Witty as I am, Zhao Yun's hands and feet were nimble enough to whisk his sleeve and collect the line of talisman drawing. Your master, he's from the royal family, isn't he? The old man was quite self-conscious and found himself a place to sit. Why yes, Zhao Yun buried his head and just wiped his long yuan sword. Exploding talisman, the old man said faintly. Zhao Yun sniffed and his eyes flashed. A certain speculation from earlier was confirmed at this moment. So many explosive talismans, and only people from the royal family would have them. Still haven't answered the old man's question. The old man asked again. Everyone understands, so why bother talking? Zhao Yun hailed at Long Yuan, flubbing his words in a way that was so natural. May I know the name? Resumed the name Dasha. You're full of crap. The old man blackened his face. But all the people of the royal family are surnamed Dasha. What the hell do you need to say? What I asked was the name. That I really don't know. Zhao Yun spread his hands. Would like to bull ********, but think or forget. This if crooked, there really is such a name. Is not bull ********. So, cloudy best. Mystery well, cannot be revealed. The old man in hemp clothes did not say anything. Looking at Zhao Yun's demeanor, it seemed like he wasn't lying. His eyes, then, were quite a bit deeper. At the very least, he was certain that Master Zhao Yun belonged to the Disya imperial clan. Young master, someone from the city lord's mansion is looking for you. As he was talking, he suddenly heard a call from outside the room, and listened to the sound. Color was Wu Air. The city lord's house? Zhao Yun pretended to be surprised, released the long yuan sword, and got up to go out. He said he was being looked for, but he had already entered the small garden. Wide-eyed look. It is forget the ancient old man, dressed in quite formal, his tucked hand pestle there, left and right to see. This back garden, the arrangement is quite chic. Are they really from the city lord's residence? Then there's still a lie. I've been to the city lord's mansion and seen this old man, Peak Xian Yang, to come in person. Mang's bunch of talent. They're all over the place, muttering. Elder looking for me? Zhao Yun came and remained pretending to be crazy, but in reality, he had expected it. Acting, he's a pro. There's no way. Everything is about survival, not fooling around. Young Master Zhao, let's borrow a step. The old man forgotten ancient arched his hand in pleasantries with a grin on his face. Senior, this way please. Young master please. Or perhaps it was a coincidence that in the moment when the old man forgotten ancient turned around, he glanced at the old man in hemp clothes, who was walking out from Zhao Yun's room, through the wall. It's him. Just this glance. Forget the ancient old man did not step steadily, almost planted that. What the hell? Why is he here too? Forget the ancient old man's heart was shocked, as if he recognized the hemp-clothed old man. Precisely because of recognition, only incredible, and even so out of sorts. It's as scary as that. This scene, Zhao Yun are in the eyes, subconsciously glanced at the hemp-clothed old man. Since the beginning, have not looked this way, but look at forget the old head of the demeanor. It is known that the identity of the hemp-clothed old man must be not simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given such a fright. Little friend, as an offense to ask, that old man from the party. I am a guest elder of the Zhao family. Guest, elder? Old man forgotten ancient swallowed hard. This guest elder was shocking enough. How could he not know if others did not know? It would be too shocking. Can it be that there is a friendship with Zhao Yun's master? Forget the ancient old man has stood firm, thinking a lot of thoughts, sure that he guessed well, if not a friendship, to the identity of the old man in hemp clothes. How would be the Zhao family guest elder, even if the city master saw him, but also have to be respectful it. Senior, please, Zhao Yun smiled, interrupting the old man forgotten ancient's thoughts. Good, good, forget the ancient old man dry smile, do not dare to have the slightest negligence, the so-called do not dare to be negligent, is into the elegant room. Zhao Yun did not sit, he froze did not dare to sit. I don't know what senior seeks me out for. Zhao Yun laughed, quite the junior courtesy, and poured tea for the old man. I have been asked by your master to deliver this. The old man laughed, handing over the empty rune. You've met my master? Zhao Yun pretended to be surprised. Fortunate to have met. Old man forgetting the ancient laughed. Truly old man's eyes are clumsy. You actually have a royal master. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Elder, don't say anything outwardly. Zhao Yun let out a dry laugh and acted it out. That I understand. Old man forgetting the ancients smiled. Much discourse thereafter. Forget the ancient old man asked. And the hemp-clothed old man is basically the same. Is only to ask the name and seal these. Zhao Yun's response. Also as previously. He came and went quickly. Before leaving, he also looked at the attic of the hemp-clothed old man. Coincidentally, looked at the daydreaming. Look at his old face brushed change. When he left, he was still wiping his sweat. What is this world? Forget the ancient city how so many bull characters. He had to hurry back. Report to the city master. The Zhao family is not simple. Ah, did I pick up a treasure? Zhao Yun muttered, looking at that attic as well. From forgetting the old man's demeanor, that old man and daydreaming, the status is by no means weak city lord. Whoosh! As he was looking at it, Daydream appeared in front of him like a ghost. So fast. Zhao Yun's state of mind was appalled. The 8th level of the true spirit had this kind of stance. The old man says you're good at fighting. Daydream raised her little head, her big eyes fluttering. Not bad, Zhao Yun responded. At least the same level. He has not lost. On the battle record, we are not bad. Before and after, has killed 2 Xianyang realm. I can fight too. Fight me no. The little girl was naive and innocent, and from wherever she looked, she was human and harmless. The 8th level of the true spirit, beating my 1st level? Zhao Yun swept Daydream up and down, peering at his bloodline, which was extraordinary. I don't move my true essence. This can be had. I win the fight. You pay me. The little girl said it very seriously, and when she said the word money, her 2 eyes were in a financial daze. What if I win the fight? Zhao Yun laughed. You can't beat that. Nonsense. I can fight. Daydream did not answer again, and gave her a little fistful of air and a harumph. Hey! Zhao Yun quit and his true essence surged. Boom! Boom! The 2 moved in unison, a small fist and a mighty dragon palm. Whoa! And then, the garden, full of people, raised their heads, the 2 eyeballs swinging from side to side, were witnessing Zhao Yun go out, from the small garden, flying out of the soldier store. Obviously, it was by Daydream, who sent him flying with a punch. Soothing. The old man in hemp clothes laughed happily, seeing Zhao Yun get hammered. He couldn't say how sour he felt. Boom! Soon, it will hear this sound. Flying backwards Zhao Yun, crashed into a restaurant. A good wall, bored a whole human-shaped hole. Well, following that, there was a cacophony of loud curses, from the owner of the restaurant, as well as from the restaurant guests, and when they were really excited about drinking, one of them smashed his way in from outside. Chapter 66. Wonderful, really wonderful. Under the moon, Zhao Yun limped, one hand covering his old waist and the other wiping his nosebleed. What a strong physical body. What a domineering brute force. This way, he was grinning and scared, really underestimated the bottom of the daydream. Do not move, the true essence are this strong. If the true essence, he has no chance of winning. Unless, of course, you use an explosive charm to blow it up. How to say it? A bunch of them, proper. Young master, Yang Dalaer came out and assisted with one left and one right. Be gentle. Back to the soldier's store, and then see Daydream. He only felt all the pain. This little girl, hand really ruthless witch, she almost crippled him. Give me the money. Daydream held out her small hand, willing to bet. Zhao Yun pulled out a piece of yuan bao. Secretly, but peeping, small fortune must be a special bloodline, but since the outside to see, did not have the slightest surprise, but her instantaneous explosive power, overbearing to unimaginable. Same special bloodline. This little girl. She's much more bullish than the little black fatty. I just don't know if it's stronger or weaker than Yulan. Thinking of Yulan, he felt unnatural. After that stormed out, she was flying. Her true essence was more than majestic. It was also very violent. It was a match with Daydream. Naturally, It was bloodline against bloodline. Still playing no. The little girl hemmed and hawed as she hugged her dollar bill. Wash up. Zhao Yun coughed up a mouthful of old blood and walked away holding the wall. Still fighting? Fight your sister ah. Fighting again will give me killed. Where the demon? Open hung it. Before leaving, he also glanced at the hemp-clothed old man. The old man. He's grinning with his hands in his pockets. It tickled him. Soothing. The old man in hemp clothes did not say anything, but that demeanor, it was a good indication of these two words, or that, as long as Zhao Yun was defeated, it was inexplicably sour. Daydreaming proved to be a long face. Zhao Yun closed his eyes, took a hard breath. The face of that big word of service, or very bored, playing daydreams of this number, cannot be hard. That small fortune 8 realm, most likely to be able to hard with the Xian Yang realm. You guys fight not. Below, Daydream's eyes fluttered wide as he looked over the garden full of people. Tonight, the sky is nice, full of people in the yard, the right to pretend not to hear, pugnacious as reckless, are goaded without warning, let alone others. No one can carry Daydream fists. That is obviously not a general martial arts cultivation. And she fights. You have to be prepared for half of the body. Look at Zhao Yun, is a bloody example. Hey, 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 Daydream ran away, clutching the dollar bill, upside down with joy. That's true, a little money grubber. This point, the soldiers' store people have a deep feeling. That little girl, in addition to eating and sleeping, most of the time, is to count the money. A count is a lot of times. This night, Zhao Yun had a hard enough time. God knows how many tendons were shattered and too many bones were broken. Luckily, he has the marrow cleansing sutra. The body was refined overnight, and when it woke up in the morning, it was alive and well again. Lumang and the others looked astonished when they saw it. I had known that Zhao Yun can cultivate, and the strength is not bad. Yesterday's injury was so tragic, but recovered so fast, so recovery power, not too Godspeed. Takeshi, young master, help me buy a map, the bigger the better, Zhao Yun said. So far, he did not know the Lone Wolf's treasure map, labeled exactly which mountain. No route, only topographic map, need to find the map one by one to compare. Got it. Wu Er is quite diligent, took the silver and ran all the way. After he left, Zhao Yun raised his sword and danced. His body style was ethereal, his sword moves were exquisite, and even more so, his sword chi shot out in all directions. A piece of fallen leaves was chopped into 2 halves by him, and each piece was chopped quite neatly. Squeak! The old man in sackcloth was out of the room at some point, leaning against the railing and looking down. What Zhao Yun used was the Heavenly Thundersword technique. This skill, which he had previously passed on to Zhao Yun, or rather lost to Zhao Yun, so a thick pile of explosive talismans. Whoever looked at it would commit a goad, right? It was his fault, too, for being careless. Only a few days ago, Zhao Yun was able to understand the sword skill so thoroughly. Even if he saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. The old senior's disciple is really gifted. Daydream also out of the room, perhaps not awake, is rubbing his eyes out. See Zhao Yun alive and kicking, cannot help but be surprised. So fast? Unusual indeed. The little girl murmured in her mind that at least the recovery was barren. And the stance, it's arcane. Defeat him and give you a yuan bao. The old man in hemp clothes laughed. Yuan bao? Hearing those 2 words, the little girl instantly lost her sleep and leapt out. The old man in hemp clothes reached out and carried him back again. Finished, then see a talisman, pasted on her back. This talisman is strange. Conceal the cultivation. 8th realm of daydreaming, suddenly become a realm. It's only fair to fight Zhao Yun. If the 8th realm went to fight the 1st realm, Zhao Yun would lose miserably. At the end of the day, he wants to see same level sparring. He also wanted to see whether Zhao Yun or Little Fortune was stronger in a same rank competition. Clank! Daydream does not care about. Carry the sword leaped down to the 2nd floor. Not much to say. On the spot to attack. A look will know. Zhao Yun used the Heavenly Thundersword technique. Come. Zhao Yun let out a loud laugh. Having someone to train with was more than he could ask for. Pounds. 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 The sound of the sword colliding with the sword was still pleasing to the ear. Rubbing out a spark. Using all swords and with the same realm of cultivation. Into a sword stance cut. Whoosh. Whoosh. Zhao Yun's stance was as tricky as the wind, and his sword technique was used with a pure fire. Look at the little fortune hunter, and it's not covered. Her sword skill seems to be more esoteric, with the lightness of the body, like a tiger to add wings. Dao sword shadow like her residual shadow, sometimes scattered, sometimes overlapping. What a handsome sword technique. Zhao Yun cannot help but marvel. The little fortune hunter is not only strong physical body, brute force overbearing, sword art is also superb. The children out of the big family, fruit is extraordinary. He is proud of the sword skill, but also in the competition everywhere subject to restraint. With the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, you can't win against her, the old man in hemp clothes leisurely said, since he was speaking to Zhao Yun. These words have their own deep meaning that you can change other routines. For example, your master taught you the secret art, also let me open my eyes. His mind, Zhao Yun knew himself. It was nothing more than wanting to find the source from his moves, and in this way, to deduce the identity of his master, which was the real purpose of the hemp-clothed old man. As for who loses and who wins, that old man doesn't care. Zhao Yun ignored it. Other than the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, he did no other sword techniques, that is, his Zhao family's ancestral ones. However, they were far inferior to the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, which couldn't even win, let alone his Zhao family's sword techniques. He would have liked to use what his master had taught him. The problem was that the moon god hadn't taught him swordsmanship even before he fell asleep. However, he may not lose. Sword moves are dead, people are alive. The Heavenly Thunder Sword technique is restrained to death, but after the change, it is not easy to say. It is nothing more than seeing the moves. Clank! The sound of the sword pierced the ears. His sword technique was quite a bit more marvelous. Looking at that move, it was as if there were more changes, deviating from the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique little by little. Out of this world, the hemp-clothed old man muttered, as a spectator of the battle, as an Earth Store realm. How high was his vision? How could he not see that Zhao Yun's quickness to change his ways made him sweat in amazement? And a smattering of sword light was as if it flickered with the Tao of the sword. It would be better to say that he is outstanding than to say that he has a demonic talent. Seeing the moves, there are thousands of changes. The sword technique of no moves comes with a mysterious meaning, and then with his mysterious stance, he was dazzled by the sight of it. What a creepy kid. The little fortune hunter let out a mutter. It was clearly her that was restraining the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique. And now, the sword moves were being dismantled by Zhao Yun, and there was no more advantage. As he fought, Zhao Yun came back with even more tawdry maneuvers. During the duel, he even closed his eyes, comprehending the sword while competing, either defending or attacking. Everything was methodical, and his moves were even more overwhelming. The hemp-clothed old man stood up straight, could not help but speculate on the hand, the young master of the Zhao family in his eyes. The talent is more than demonic, simply heavenly, and the small fortune fans duel, but also distracted too. Zhao Yun every sword, are blocked just right, every sword, are demolished invisible without traces, attacking and attacking away all partial sword, terrible as a daydream, are more panicked, frequently caught off guard. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zhao Yun smiled faintly. Enlightenment sword, enlightenment state of mind sublimation, as if he is the sword is him, so the resulting sword intent, really mysterious. The legendary human sword unification? Zhao Yun muttered, as if he had forgotten about the duel and was no longer sticking to his sword moves. What a freak! Small fortune fans' eyes strange. The initial restraint, into her all the way routed. This true spirit of a heavy kid. How to also play more and more strong it. When you meet the strong, you are strong. The old man in hemp clothes sighed. Talent. It's still a good thing. And Zhao Yun's fighting state of mind was far beyond his expectations. With only one level of true spirit realm, he had such resilience, and already possessed the wisdom to be a strong man. Clang, clang, along with Zhao Yun open eyes, his attack is a lot more powerful. The sword with thunder and lightning tearing, the sword sound and thunder intertwined. The sword and the sword will dance together. Obviously ordinary sword, but it is unpredictable. The small fortune teller are showing a horrified color. Routed, she routed all the way. It was not that her sword skills were not exquisite enough, it was that the opposite party was too demonic. On the contrary, she was the one who was sticking to the rules, and her moves were all broken, and her sword was all inferior. Pounds! A strike collided and Daydream swept back. Clank! Zhao Yun will be strong. The body is like a shock, fast to no shadow. The thunder helps the wind helps the thunder power. The tip of the sword pierces the air, and the power destroys the world. The little fortune hunter frowned. This sword, she seems to be unable to block. The sword power is too strong to her mind for a moment of trance. Seems to have looked away from Zhao Yun. See a blinding sword light. There is an invisible sword intent, so that her body inexplicably tingling. The old man in hemp clothes also frowned. Zhao Yun, this sword, obviously is a kill. The power is extraordinary. Small fortune fans have lost their minds. Such a situation, if you do not react, if Zhao Yun cannot collect, there is a real possibility that a sword second daydreaming is not a joke. Clank! The sound of the sword was piercing, and when the tip of the sword was only an inch away from Daydream's eyebrow, Zhao Yun's sword stopped. The sword light converged, and the sword intent was instantly gone. He was the one who put away the sword. Daydream's little face paled quite a bit, and it was thanks to Zhao Yun that he put it away. Old me still underestimated you. The hemp-clothed old man secretly tisk-tongue. So strong sword might, so strong sword intent, that kid actually can collect. And, pinpointed this precise, if not for the sword of the understanding of extremely high, is definitely not due. Chapter 67, Two Jokers. The small garden. Silent. The two people who were fighting each other, both still stood there, and the little fortune hunter was terrified. Up to this point, the tip of that sword was still an inch away from her brow. It was thanks to Zhao Yun's timely retraction. Otherwise, she would have been killed by a sword. Pust. Zhao Yun put away his sword. A mouthful of blood wildly sprayed out. Forcibly put away the sword. The so-called sword might and sword intent, all backfired into his body. Suffered an internal injury. Said pinpoint precision. In fact, not enough to be perfect. If the peak of excellence, it can be instantly put, and will not be the sword backfire. I lost. Daydream puffed out her small mouth. Losing at the same rank was a first. Xiling, you made an excellent decision in bringing her here. The hemp-clothed old man laughed in his heart. The little fortune hunter is too strong. The same rank has never been defeated. All the way smooth, it will need to be struck, in order to let her precipitate the state of mind. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, is a good whetstone. To be more precise, the two were grinding stones for each other as a way to polish each other. And if it wasn't for the little fortune hunter, Zhao Yun wouldn't have been able to have a nirvana metamorphosis in the sword path. As he spoke, Zhao Yun spurted blood again. The wind and thunder sword that was realized, underestimated its power. In the future, this move is better to use less. Once the sword is offered, it cannot be retracted. Talent. The hemp-clothed old man sighed and had fallen from the second floor. Placing one hand on Zhao Yun's shoulder, there was a gentle influx of true essence, helping Zhao Yun to soothe out the backlash. Breaking. Zhao Yun let out a light shout. His body trembled, shaking away the sword chi that remained in his body. It was sword might as well as sword intent. Although it was invisible, it was stern enough. After a long time, Zhao Yun's face only gradually became red. Look at the small fortune hunter. Look at his eyes. Is no longer as casual as before. There is a mountain outside the mountain. People outside the people. Today to see. It is not false. The human sword is one. Zhao Yun well. It seems to be a bit bewildered. Put his hand on the rest of the pacing back and forth, but also in the silent enlightenment. Compared to the sword moves, he is more important to the meaning of the sword. Soon, Wu Er came, still holding a map in his arms. Only then did Zhao Yun collect his thoughts and went back to his room, locking the door to his room since he was done. This time, he melted steel plates. That's right, it is a steel plate, set in the wall. The main defense against the old man in hemp clothes. Back and forth. Do not go through the door. This kind of want to go through the wall. Then go through it. Only after doing so did he spread out the map. This map is not small. There must be 3 or 5 zhang, encompassing a radius of 10,000 miles. Forgetting the ancient city, Qingfeng City, Red Yang City, Kangwolf City, basically all within. Here, it doesn't seem to be. The terrain doesn't look like it. That's not easy to find. In the room, quite a lot of muttering from him, with a magnifying glass in one hand and a treasure map in the other, comparing one place to another on the large map. This search was a day long. It was not until nightfall that he sat on his butt, looking depressed. Not in this frontier? His mutterings, somewhat inexplicable, froze and were not sought. It shouldn't, both is the treasure place. Then the distance is not very far. How to find not Lu, Zhao Yun. As he was looking at it, a call rang out of the door, quite loud. Zhao Yun sniffed and got up to go out of the room. When he entered, he saw a figure below him, a chubby little girl. There were quite a few people in the garden, basically looking at her. The old man in hemp clothes who only tucked his hand in, had a pair of eyes that were a bit strange. Who's this? Zhao Yun down the stairs, but also look up and down, certain that have not seen this chubby little girl. Named him, we know each other? You negative man, leaving without her? The little girl came along, her every word a sob, and with a sultry look on her face. Negative. Heartbreaker? The people present listened with a raised eyebrow, listening to the meaning of her words. Between the two of them, it seems that there was an affair. Or Zhao Yun dumped someone else's little girl. Zhao Yun was silent, still scanning up and down. He looked at it for a long time before he breathed into the palm of his hand. And then, a slap was called up. The slaps, still loud, stunned a small crowd. Whoa! Then look at the little girl, beaten back by his palm. Where is a girl? Is clearly a little fat, black and not a little fat. Well, Bull Boom is too. Obviously, the technique used was the transformation technique, only that it wasn't learned very well. Otherwise, Zhao Yun's slap wouldn't have been as dominating as it was. Compared to Zhao Yun, the hemp-clothed old man had long since seen it. What a blindfold law. In the eyes of the realm of the earth is not good. Just because of the sea, The eyes of the child is very strange. Previously see the cattle bombardment pampering, but also suddenly have a burst of want to vomit impulse. This little black fat, really interesting, black and unkempt. I've never even seen anyone this dark. What to eat growing up? Garden more sighing sound, sighing cattle bombardment appearance and skin color. Apparently a rare species, but also tsk ton little fat man just now action. Change what is not good. Bias change a little girl, a mouth of a negative man. Evil is not disgusting. Your grandma's. Look at Nyo Boom. Received a slap. Face are disliked crooked. Is resting there staggering? Standing cannot stand. Originally thought that can deceive Zhao Yun, only to run to play tricks. Who had thought to be recognized? A palm hit him by surprise. It hurts not. Ouch. It hurts just fine. Zhao Yun's conversation with him was more than concise. It was understandable. The meal, quickly set out, said the atmosphere of this banquet. Some weird. Cattle bombardment is still good. Sit down to eat. Do not take themselves as outsiders. Zhao Yun is also okay. Just focus on eating. Others, there is not much appetite. Staring at the little black fat, such as Lu Mang and the head of the old Sunday, still entangled in the little fat is what species? Such as hemp clothes old man. The old eyes of the light on the deep quite a lot. Special bloodlines. This is his judgment of the cattle bombing. Long black is not son. Must be innate. Must be related to its bloodline. Only, has not been completely awakened to his experience. Froze did not see what kind of inheritance. Equally deep-eyed was the little fortune hunter. That girl, since sitting down, on the two underhand child dragged cheeks, flashing look at cattle bombing, the same as the special bloodline. There is some kind of strange induction, such as the little black fat man, is by no means ordinary people. The origin is not small. I heard that you gave your old man a night jug for his birthday. Nyo Boom, one hand grasping the chicken leg, a hand holding the wine pot, each shamelessly, on this, still cannot plug his mouth. To forget the ancient city, only to know Zhao not real name Zhao Yun. Is the Zhao family once the young master? Quite a lot of popular rumors. He listened to a not pull, which includes Lu Tsungkong big birthday. So many big shots, belong to the most eye-catching that night jug. Son-in-law, that's the way it should be. Zhao Yun spoke in a deep, serious tone. If you ask me, it's time for a coffin. Stop it, people will curse. The two of them have become the most ear-raising bridge at the dinner table. Two teasers. The symbolism represented by the old man's demeanor in hemp clothes is most pertinent, whether it is Zhao Yun, or cattle bombing. In the bones, they are not good babies. After the meal, the little fat black guy got his ass kicked. Beat him, since the small fortune, said good practice, a palm to the people to cry. To the point, the little black fat man are still holding his soul-sucking bell, but for daydreaming, but there is no hanging, a punch of half a body. Seeing that, Zhao Yun ran as fast as a thief. The same level of sparring sword. He won the small fortune fan is not true, but really want to pull the field dry. Daydream can also give him a fight cry, a brute force, neat body domineering. Bloodline is also enough to frighten. Clean up his. 3 or 5 rounds is enough. As a matter of fact, it was Zhao Yun that the little fortune hunter wanted to beat up the most. He has never been defeated at the same level, so he can't be convinced and is looking for another fight. Click. Zhao Yun locked the door of the room, and then pounced on the map. A heart to find the treasure, said the treasure map. Not much of a route, only the terrain. So much so that it is indeed hard to find. These 2 days, Wu Air constantly sent maps, territory one more than one extensive, from the initial 10,000 miles square, has been to today's 80,000 miles, 80,000 miles of maps, spread over the entire room, one by one, compared to the eyes of his eyes, but, unfortunately, up to this point have not been found. It shouldn't. Zhao Yun once again scratched his head and sat there on his butt. He couldn't find it with a map, let alone without a map, which is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Duong. As he was looking at it, he suddenly heard a clunking sound. Whoa. And then, it is the old man in hemp clothes grimacing sound, not sleeping in the middle of the night, and then come to find Zhao Yun chatting. Still do not go through the door. Want to come in through the wall. Embarrassed. The wall inlaid with steel plate. A head banging pound ring. Soothing. Zhao Yun laughed like a thief. Let you wear it again, and crash your ass. Boom. The hemp-clothed old man kicked open the door of the room. His old face was dim and black, his old eyes were on fire, and he knew that Zhao Yun was intentional, which buzzed his brain. Elder, looking for me for something? Zhao Yun was holding an ancient book as if it was nothing, reading it with style, leisurely flipping the pages. His compulsion was already getting better. Feats, the hemp-clothed old man said with a black face, whisking a jade box on one side of his hand. Well. Zhao Yun laughed, nimbly put down the ancient books, also nimbly tucked into the jade box. and then put pen to paper, and some of the dragon flying. Gongfa since not for nothing. What are you looking for in such a big battle? The old man glanced at the ground, laying a huge map. In addition to this, there were also beds and tables. There were also more or less scattered maps, large and small. Those who did not know thought that Zhao Yun was selling maps. Looking for my master, Zhao Yun casually said. The corners of the old man's mouth and hemp clothes pulled. Really ing fresh. Looking for the master on the map. You are also a strange one. A big living person. The map can be found? Soon. The feats were written. The old man took the turn. The door does not take away. A foot in the wall kicked a big hole in the wall. Set in the wall of the steel plate, but also from the second floor flew down. It's a coincidence. Still lying on the ground below. Nyo boom. Just woke up from fainting. Only just climbed up. Not yet waiting to stand firm. It was a large steel plate to be smashed on the ground again. Don't be so rude. Zhao Yun coughed dryly. This would be a pile if he kicked him in the face. Young master. Here comes old Sun Leader, clutching a stack of ledgers. Grandpa's son, do you know where this is? Zhao Yun took out the treasure map. The map cannot be found. It can only find someone to ask, but also cannot ask the old man in hemp. That old man. Fine, Udon Abyss. Old man's son saw it and gave the answer on the spot. Oolong. Abyss? Zhao Yun was stunned. Look at the grain of the treasure map terrain. Obviously a mountain. How to become an abyss? There can be no mistake. The old Sun Leader laughed. Back then, the old immortal had accompanied the old family master there. But this, clearly, is a mountain. Young master, you're holding the map upside down. When you look backwards it's a mountain. When you look forwards it's an abyss. Chapter 68, Intelligence Error. At night, the room was lit by candlelight, with the treasure map in one hand and the lampstand in the other. Zhao Yun searched the map again, and unlike the previous times, this time the treasure map was held squarely. Thinking about it at the moment, I can't help but let out a dry cough. No wonder we couldn't find it earlier. The map was reversed, so it would be strange if we could find it. Udon Abyss. At some point, his eyes bloomed with light. See, the map took the right. Really found it. Not far from the forgotten ancient city. About 500 miles. Make me look good. Zhao Yun smiled and recognized it before tucking away the treasure map. The decision has been made. I will go tomorrow. Before you go, you have to bring along a big sack of, well, silver. Click. As he was watching, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, coming from the roof of the house. Obviously, there's someone up there. Zhao Yun carried the wine pot unnoticeably, and, by the way, glanced at the small spirit bead in his arms, which was flooded with a greenish-colored light. It should be a true spirit realm. Soon, a tile was seen to be uncovered. Then, there is a wisp of green smoke, from the outside in and out, exudes a charming aroma. Is a poisonous fog, or a very domineering poison? Smell of the mind dizziness. This is going to kill now, Zhao Yun said in his heart, as if nothing had happened. He poured a mouthful of wine, and the beast fire in his body flowed and overflowed, pouring into all the major meridians, and burning out the poisonous mist that he had inhaled, as much as he could. For that matter, the poisonous mist continued to blow inward in wisps. The man on the roof, looking again, was dressed in night clothes and had his face covered. Looking at the slender figure, it should be a woman. To be precise, it is the female assassin Yulan, waiting for many days, did not see Zhao Yun go out, only to come to the door to assassinate. A broken vein and waste body. Poisonous fog is enough. Zhao Yun covered his forehead and pretended to stagger. It was also at that instant that he turned around with an open hand and struck the roof with his palm. Martial arts? Yulan saw it, caught off guard, dizzy panic flying back to escape. Boom! The roof of the house was broken open with a big hole, and green bricks and rubble were flying all over the place. Whoosh! Zhao Yun's body was like a ghost as he leaped up through the large hole in the roof. The intelligence was wrong. Yulan heart. In Zhao Yun rushed to the roof of the previous moment. Will turn away. Assassin well. To be a hit and kill. If the assassination fails, it is necessary to disappear at the first time. After all, they are not good at the head-on confrontation. Which goes? Zhao Yun snorted coldly, his feet stepping on the wind god steps and chasing after him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two were not slow, like two black shadows, flying one after the other. It's the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? Curses erupted and too many people were awakened in their sleep. What a familiar back. Zhao Yun murmured softly, sure that the assassination of him is a woman, and how to look familiar, as if and where I have seen, but, for a moment but cannot think of. What a fast stance. Ahead. Yulan Recluse's head is not to return. The state of mind is not calm. More than intelligence is wrong. This ing difference is also too far. Zhao Yun is not only not a waste, but also a superb martial arts cultivator. The whole of her caught off guard. Sword chirps pierced the ears as 3 sword chi shot from behind. Without looking, She swept off the roof and into the deep dark alley. People, when Zhao Yun chased to, has disappeared Yulan figure, standing alone on the roof of the room frowned. True spirit realms still assassinate him, obviously does not know that he has been able to cultivate the secret. The main thing is that he looked at that back, indeed familiar. The same feeling was shared by the sylph. It's a good thing he didn't catch up. How embarrassing it would have been if he had recognized the other side. Young master, Lu Mang they also chased after. The party moved quite a lot, since they were awakened. But, the speed is not as fast as Zhao Yun, chased all the way. Which caught up, the most calm, or the old man in hemp clothes. The bastard slept the best, knew there was an assassin, and was too lazy to bother. Nothing, rest. Zhao Yun smiled, gently waved his hand, and was the first to turn around. The crowd followed, going back to the room again. It was a mess. The wall was kicked by the old man in hemp clothes, the roof was blown out by him, and you could still look at the stars when you stood in the room. It's late at night. Zhao Yun prepared the traveling bag. What a bursting talisman. What a pill. Everything. Found the place of hidden treasure. That has to pick up the babies. Early in the morning, warm sunshine poured in. Zhao Yun got up quite early and carried his packages out of his room. Head on, and you'll see Daydream. This little fortune hunter, who had risen earlier than him, saw him with big fluttering eyes, a look that perfectly signaled 3 words, fight. Something's come up, some other time, Zhao Yun casually said they will go out, anxious to find the treasure Lu. If you win me at the same rank, I'll pass on a secret art to you. Oh, come. Zhao Yun, who had already walked to the door, turned back. The face change caught even the little fortune hunter off guard. The sound of swords chiming followed. Another great competition of swordsmanship, and the sword chi that shot out in all directions, cut out a path of sword marks on the old trees in the garden and on the surrounding walls. This sword technique, it's quite a bit more refined than earlier. Zhao Yun let out a mutter. The girl who came out of the big family, really is not covered, but also realized the sword skill, and also not stick to the sword moves, is to see the moves. What an uptight little guy. The old man in hemp clothes went out, stretching and yawning, and leaned on the railing, on the talent of daydreaming, never questioned. These 2 days have not been idle, although most of the time in the counting of money, however, has not deserted the martial arts. 2 demons. The little black fat man scat his tongue, covered his old waist, and walked with a limp. On the recovery power, far less than Zhao Yun. This is 2 days, or injured. Little fatty. The old man in hemp clothes hooked his hand. Cao Boom looked left and right for a moment to make sure he was being called, and ran over upside down. When it was over, he was bled. This old guy is also an upwardly mobile master. Early in the morning not looking to eat, on the spot to the people to hold down that, nothing more than want to study the bloodline of the cattle bombardment. It's time to find Zhao Yun and ask for an explosive talisman. Bull Boom wiped a handful of nosebleeds. A word of caution, thanks to his non-explosive talisman. Otherwise, we'll call the old man's face, blow up your girl. Bloodline. How mysterious. The hemp-clothed old man ignored it, looking at the drop of blood as it hung in his palm. To this day, I don't know what it's all about. That's right, how big the world is, how many special bloodlines, not all have seen. If Bull Boom bloodline awakening, maybe can see some clues from it. Clunk, pound, clang. When the 2 men were bull ting, the fight below had not stopped, and the battle was in full swing. The same rank against the same rank, and the little fortune hunter loses again. It wasn't that she wasn't talented, it was that there were people outside of people, far less demonic than Zhao Yun. Clang, clang, though the fight came to an end. The small fortune fans are out of the way, but Zhao Yun did not stop. Hand held purple sky, closed his eyes resting on that dancing in the air, clanking sound piercing ears. Really, another epiphany? The old man in hemp clothes tucked his hand, looking at the Sai also sked. What an arcane sword technique. The crowd had also gathered around, their eyes glittering as they piled in to watch Zhao Yun juggle his sword. The old man in hemp clothes was right, and Zhao Yun had another epiphany. Even so, the bout was over, and he danced out of thin air for more than 3 hours. His sword moves were sometimes messy, sometimes concise, but every move was versatile, and the main thing was the meaning. What he had realized was the sword's sword intent. At some point, he stopped. When he opened his eyes, they were quite deep, and there was actually a flash of sword light. In addition to this, there was blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, dancing the sword out of thin air. He is not without rivals. It should be the self is fighting the sword with the self, by the sword intention of self-injury. The way he comprehends the sword, is indeed surprising enough. Transfiguration, pass it on. The little fortune hunter puffed her little mouth and waved her hand, an ancient scroll flying through the air. Zhao Yun smiled and raised his hand to receive it, and then, he is very good to show the crowd what is against the sky. A step down, his form changed, into a pugilistic man, 2 steps out. The form changed again. The man looks like an old man, to the 3rd step, and from the old man, metamorphosed into a woman with a graceful body. This one, it's on. The little black fat man scat his tongue. But an incense burner, learn this kind of skillful? Not too demonic. Lumong and the others grinned inside, even the little fortune hunter. A gift? It's a good one. The hemp-clothed old man stroked his beard and spoke long and hard, and his demeanor was surprised and embarrassed. And when he was Zhao Yun's age, he learned the art of transformation for several days. This is good, actually a step of form, like a magic trick. Good secret technique. Zhao Yun heatedly smiled. The secret method of the big family. The fruit is extraordinary. There is this secret art evening, but also what masks. Direct transformation on the good. Young master, young grandmother is here. In the middle of talking, Yang Di came in at a trot. That, in turn, was a surprise. When Zhao Yun looked, Lu Ruxin had already come in, and there was also that little jade maid, who was well behaved, holding on all the way, for fear that her master would fall. Another one. Sackcloth old man heart surprised. Look some strange. This small forget the ancient city. Where is this much special bloodline? Small fortune one. Small black fat one. Lu Ruyue one. Now, blind Lu Ruxin is actually also. Only, the bloodline so far has not been awakened, and cannot see what bloodline. How did you get here? Zhao Yun has walked up, took Lu Ruxin's hand, as if it was his daughter-in-law. There have been many days have not seen. He remembered the yellow face and skinny little girl. Goodbye has been a big change, gentle and quiet, but also small and lovely, with a plain-colored dress, really like the green lotus in the pond. Come on, look at you, Lu Ruxin whispered, buried her head and also lowered her eyes, spoke and said carefully, an inch of light in the darkness, is her husband, and blind her. Since the beginning, all feel humble, all feel unworthy of the Zhao family young master. Don't you have something to do? Go and get busy. Nyo Boom upside down ran over, pushed Zhao Yun a hand. The moral is very obvious. Busy you. Sister-in-law I help you take care of. Guarantee to raise the fat. A dominating leg kick lands there for Zhao Yun. If your daughter-in-law is here, then you should stay. The treasure hunt will be postponed. In the backyard, a small loft was packed out. Lu Ruxin stayed. Your little maid also stayed. Compared to in Zhao's house, here seems to be more peaceful. At the very least, the ears are clear. Only after asking did he realize that Zhao Yuan was still in seclusion. This, Zhao Yun had expected. Closed his cultivation, since it is also hide quiet. Small a family, I cheat, the whole day a lot of annoyance. The old man in sackcloth is here. This old man, today seems to be very idle. Since he came, he tucked his hand back and forth, most of the time, are looking at Lu Ruxin. Of course, in looking at her bloodline, if not Zhao Yun here, he most likely will also take out a drop of her blood. Lu Tsongkong, you are truly talented. His sighs were only audible to himself. Both of his daughters were of special bloodlines. Lu Ruyu was of the heavenly spirit bloodline, while Lu Ruxin, so far, was unknown. Chapter 69, Crouching in the Corner. Early in the morning, the forgotten ancient city is quite busy. This bustle, because the two people walked by, at a touch of noise. It was Zhao Yun and Lu Ruxin, did not go to the treasure hunt. Today Zhao Yun, also did not cultivate, holding his wife's hand, wandering in the street, walking around, many days of rare peace and quiet. Look at Lu Ruxin, burying her head and drooping her eyes all the way. This little girl, walk were all trembling, every step is walking carefully, and tightly grasped Zhao Yun's hand, for fear that another person was abandoned. This, could it be Ruxin Lu? After dressing up, she's actually a beauty queen. Unfortunately, it's a blind one. Isn't that just right? A loser with a blind man. What a match made in heaven. Kid, save your breath. Street pedestrians, not only yelling and hawking, but also gossip, blessing of nature. Ridicule is also quite a lot, mainly fresh, since the marriage, or the first time to see Zhao Yun and Lu Ruxin appeared at the same time. Look at Zhao Yun with a smile on his face, apparently no longer have a problem with Lu Ruxin. Amidst the chatter, the two men drifted away. Not to mention, it's a beautiful sight, and it's a perfect match from every angle. What made the eyes light up was another person. Coincidentally, Lu Ruyu is also in the street, has returned from the Qingfeng city, or that cold and lonely, Shizhou side of the 10 feet. No one. It's also true that she's a proud daughter of heaven. Among her peers, whoever stood piece by piece with her was eclipsed. What was a wife became a sister-in-law. What was a sister-in-law turned into a wife. That's nifty. It's a steal. Perfect match. Or the murmurs, which accompanied them all the way, mostly in a hurry. Zhao Yun ignored it and stopped at a stall. It is a stall selling jewelry. What a bracelet and jade hairpin. A wide range. Treat my sister well. Lu Ruyu also arrived, her tone still as indifferent and cold. Miss Lu is so interesting. My wife. I will love her well. What else do you need to say? Zhao Yun said, inserting a jade hairpin into Lu Ruxin's hairbun. Feeling that it didn't look very good, he continued picking at the stall again. Lu Ruyu's pretty brows were slightly knitted. Honestly, Zhao Yun's tone made her extremely upset. It's right to be upset. Zhao Yun only focused on choosing jewelry. Lazy, not Lu Ruxin as a sister. And why should she take the status of sister? Pointing fingers, it is really ridiculous. However, he had to thank Ruyue Lu. This word of thanks must be heartfelt. If not Lu Ruyue stealing the beam, Lu Ruxin will not be his wife. Then there is no later moon god, blind or not, the waste of firewood. He will be that 9 blessings, keep to the end of the world. This love affair, is Lu Ruyue given. Look at Lu Ruxin, her body trembling. I did not expect to run into my sister here, and I was afraid from the bottom of my bones, that I had been humble for too long, and wherever I went, I felt that I was a lowly person. Look at the stall holder, just a dry smile. The 3 hottest people in this city have all come together to get to him. You call that a coincidence? That's it. Zhao Yun chose the jade hairpin, put down the silver, and took his wife away. At the end of the day, he didn't even look at Lu Ruyu. The proud daughter of heaven also left, out of a long way, but also quite want to look back. For some reason, see Zhao Yun and Lu Ruxin's back. There is a kind of inexplicable loss. Is standing too high, and longing for the world? Night crept in. The image of the young couple returning to the soldier's store was still very cozy. The young master of the Zhao family, carrying his wife on his back, talking and laughing all the way. Kid, exclusive recipe. Nyoboom scurried out of nowhere and sneakily slipped Zhao Yun a packet of something in the form of a powder. And with a gentle sniff, there was a strange aroma. Springtime is worth $1,000. The little fat man smiled, with so much lewdness. Here, you come here. Zhao Yun wrapped his arms around the little fat man's neck and walked away, finding a place where no one was, and stuffed a whole packet of the medicine for that, all into the little black fat man's mouth. During the night, Zhao Yun hit the ground again. I would like to go to bed to sleep, afraid that I cannot help. Moon god that said, cannot be that, although I do not know what reason, but for Lu Ruxin good. The little girl couldn't help but think more about this move of his. I heard my mother say that when you get married, you will sleep in the same bed. Why does her husband sleep on the floor? Does he still have a grudge against her? Or does he dislike the fact that she is a blind woman? What a lot of people who can't sleep. Zhao Yun hugged the little spirit bead and took a breath, wiping it off again and again. This little bead, it's dedicated tonight. The so-called dedication, is lit again and again. A moment of green light, a moment of purple light. Purple, but also flashed a silver light. On the shelves of that color change, it's that there are people outside the door, and quite a few of them, in the middle of the night, indeed cannot sleep. Run this squatting corner of the wall. The juniors also let it go. Even the old man in hemp clothes, that guy, even is also shameless. The funniest of all, or the little fortune hunter. People come and she comes. The problem is, they don't know what they're doing here. Why don't you make a sound? The little fat black man let out a mutter, his ears pressed to the wall. I'm afraid I'm asleep. Can't be. Can a young couple not have ideas when they're on fire? What's the hurry? Wait a little longer. People, still a little pursuit of good. In order to listen to that, sleep or not sleeping, in the middle of the night, in the people outside the window, squatting a whole row. Sure, in the room, Zhao Yun didn't sleep much either, calling out to the moon god again and again. No hands? The moon god did not open the eyes, but there is a response. Words, said is still very subtle, earlier also said, cannot help, can be used to solve the hand off. Pretend I didn't say that. Zhao Yun coughed dryly, masked the quilt, and used his refined body to suppress the evil fire. To the moon god, there is just one word, convince. Serving after serving, the internal injuries were there since, experiencing what it meant to be on fire with desire. Luckily, the refining body was painful enough to forcefully suppress a certain kind of desire. The moon god had had his eyes opened, sighing, so many people with a daughter-in-law. It seems that this one is the most difficult. The daughter-in-law is there, but cannot be that, but also blame her. Nothing always scares Zhao Yun. The night is quiet. The moonlight, still as bright as ever, gave the night a peaceful veneer. Early in the morning, Zhao Yun left his room early. Look at the little fat man, then one by one yawning, one person topped with a pair of black circles under the eyes. The old man in hemp clothes is no exception. And look at Zhao Yun's face, are blackened. You are not, your kidneys cannot face, it's a good thing. Zhao Yun carried the purple sky sword, dancing, dashing and floating, knowing that these talents, slipping and squatting outside the window all night, arrived, and did not see any movement. After the meal, Zhao Yun went out of the soldier store. Someone invites you to dinner. That person is not small, is the lord of forgotten ancient city. If someone gives you a face, you have to take it. Such as Qingfeng, forget the ancient city of the city lord's mansion, but also enough mysterious, too many organs, forget the ancient old man to lead the way, all the way to caution, do not walk. Why did he need him to say that Zhao Yun didn't dare to wander off? Pavilion, there are already people waiting, is a middle-aged, and Yen Tianfeng years similar, the same as the peak of Xianyang, the same not angry from the authority, raise their hands and feet, show the majesty of the superior, the majestic gas, let a person feel quite depressing. He, the lord of forgotten ancient city, Yang Xiong, greetings city lord. Zhao Yun still knew how to be polite and bent down to arch his hand. No need to be polite. Yang Xiong gentle smile. At the moment look at Zhao Yun, how deep the eyes, waist young master, is a talent, otherwise, will not be accepted by the royal family as a disciple. The funny thing is that the world is still in the dark. Before that, he was one of them. If he hadn't forgotten the old man Gu's report, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Yun really gave him a big surprise. What he talked about afterward was not about the royal family in 3 sentences. Zhao family young master's acting skills is also not generally superb. Fooled the head. Froze a city's lord. Bluffed. Chapter 70, Murderer. Help. At night, the gazebo smells of wine. Said to be a wine banquet, but also only Zhao Yun and forget the ancient city Yang Xiong 2 people, serving dishes of maidservants and the guards of the city lord's mansion. More than a strange look. Zhao family's waist young master. What virtue and ability can actually drink with the city master at the same table? If replaced with his old son Zhao Yuan, perhaps have that qualification. He is by what Lu Zhao Yun well. Since there is a self-awareness, the master of the city feast is not him, not to see the face of the master. He was a meal of fooling around. Borrowed also the master's bottom, the royal family, the name of the big one. Yang Xiong was then embarrassed. The only reason I invited Zhao Yun here tonight was to get some information about his master. Naiha, this kid's mouth is very strict, not to mention, maybe really do not know. This whole, to the end have not asked Zhao Yun's master is who. However, he was always convinced that Zhao Yun's master was by no means an ordinary royal family. For that, just look at the old man in sackcloth. That old man. But the people of the heavenly sect, in terms of seniority, even if Lu Ruyu's teacher, Yun Feng, is here, also have to call his uncle, in many years ago, has been in the forgetful ancient city. Few people know his identity. As a forgetful ancient city owner, he is aware of it, and know that the old man's terrible, but it was such a terrifying existence that had become the Zhao family's guest elder, which was clearly not due to Zhao Yuan's face, but mostly due to Zhao Yun's master. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Yun's master, whether it was his cultivation or his status, was most likely above the hemp-clothed old man, and even the hemp-clothed old man was like this, not to mention him. Therefore, he forgot that the ancient city is not simple. There is a heavenly sect disciple. There is a heavenly sect old generation. There is a royal family disciple. There is also a great family heritage, a large part of which are in the Zhao family. That small soldier store. Do not look at the facade is not big, but the actual crouching tigers and hidden dragons. So all these things, this du's city master, also dare not cautious treatment. Banquet Zhao Yun is a must, is to give face to the Zhao family, most importantly, to give face to Zhao Yun master. The banquet broke up at some point. Before leaving, Yang Xiong sent a side of the jade box, quite exquisite, sealed intact. Spare Zhao Yun, do not know what is loaded inside. This is not for him, but for his master, both as the master of the city to send, since it is not a general object. Reflecting the moonlight, Zhao Yun arched his hand in resignation. Yang Xiong is to send him away, stroking his beard, eyes deep. The heart is still a burst of pain, that the jade box contain things, indeed extraordinary, since they are not willing to use. First time I've seen you bleed like this. The city's head housekeeper let out a sigh, as if he knew what was contained in the jade box. It wasn't generally precious. That depends on who it's given to. Yang Xiong smiled. Master Zhao Yun sent so many explosive talismans. It is considered a heavy gift. To come but not to go is not a gift. He did this as the city master, since he can not be petty. One family has a heavenly sect disciple. One family has a royal family disciple. The Lu family and Zhao family of the forgotten ancient city. It's really too interesting. The city headmaster shook his head and laughed. The two families coexisted in one city. It would be strange if they could live peacefully. The open and secret fights were inevitable since, not to mention him, the city master didn't dare to intervene. One side was the heavenly sect and the other side was the royal family, which one couldn't afford to mess with them. This side, Zhao Yun has arrived at the door of the residence. The door guards more side eyes, look at his eyes, but also quite strange. All know that the lord of the city feasts Zhao Yun. This is what a reason. This waste of young masters. Where is such a big face? Ah. Zhao Yun smiled and descended the steps. Coincidentally, a carriage stopped, quite luxurious. A large Lu on the curtain, or very eye-catching. Needless to say, is the Lu family. The one who walked out from within was none other than Lu Tsungkong. Well, the guards at the entrance of the city lord's mansion all stood up straight for a minute, a posture of watching a big show. Some time ago, Lu Tsungkong's big birthday is not a general hot, a night pot, incomparably eye-catching. Afterwards, Lu Tsungkong was enraged and had vowed to clean up Zhao Yun, and now that the old husband and son-in-law had met again, it would be strange if they didn't rub out sparks. Zhao Yun, down the carriage. Lu Tsungkong will see his family's baby son-in-law. This is a smile on his face. Face of the iron green. Did not expect to meet in this. Stifled for many days of anger. Ultimately cannot be suppressed. Think of that night jug. Cannot help but to curse his mother. Lu Tsungkong face. The face of the Lu family. In that day, lost a fine light. Everything, thanks to Zhao Yun. Lu Tsungkong body side. Lu family butler is also in. Face also oddly terrible. That day as he missed. Did not catch the good Wu air offer that jade box. This whole incomparable embarrassment. For that, there was no shortage of scolding afterward. This account, since it is to be counted in Zhao Yun's head, you send what is not good, but send a urine jar. Auntie, what a coincidence. Without waiting for Lu Tsungkong's words, the Lu family's butler let out a cold laugh. Also a Xianyang realm martial cultivator. When he spoke, he didn't internalize his chi in the slightest, and all of it was added to Zhao Yun's body. It's quite a coincidence. Zhao Yun light road, some breathless, thanks to the martial arts cultivation. This if it is still ordinary people, only the pressure of this chi will be able to crush him to hurt his muscles and bones. And then look at Lu Tsungkong, without the slightest move, obviously acquiescence. If not at the door of the city's main house, if not for fear of falling into a reputation for bullying the small, he will be more ruthless than the housekeeper. A good big birthday, buy you a night jug's a whole mess. How to swallow this breath? Pust. Zhao Yun sprayed blood, not really injured, but forcibly forced out a mouthful of blood. Xianyang realm has destroyed too. Will be afraid of Xianyang realm pressure? It was nothing more than trying to hide the identity of a martial arts cultivator. This is not important. The important thing is that this mouth of his blood is toward Lu Tsungkong's face, a mouthful of blood, not only sprayed bored, but also sprayed overbearing. The butler was caught off guard. I didn't push too hard. Why did you spray blood? Why did it spray in the master's face? The aim was too good. Zhao Yun, Lu Tsungkong shocked, really be sprayed with a face of confusion. You mother asterisk. There are housekeepers do not spray you spray me? Help! Murder! Zhao Yun's next operation. There is enough. A butt on that, really like a shrew. While staggering, two hands are still patting the ground. That voice, absolutely ancestral. As for face, you don't need to be ashamed. Gotta show the neighborhood that these two faceless old men are bullying their way to the top. Don't say, after he made such a mess, he really gathered a lot of people. And when he saw Zhao Yun, he saw Lu Tsungkong, and raised more than one eyebrow. An ant, an old man, really nasty interesting, one sitting on the ground flopping, a face full of blood. This bridge, 800 years may not be able to see once. Look, Lu Tsungkong won't spare Zhao Yun. He's spitting blood on a human child. You really know how to pick a place where not to go, but in front of the city lord's mansion. If it were me, I'd find a nook in the hills, beat the out of you, and then make you deliver the nightcap. The people who were watching were not too big, gathered in a big circle, pointing and talking. Help! Murder! Zhao Yun is still resting there fluttering. People less nothing. This is more people. He howled as more and more loud. Blood is a mouthful of spray after a mouthful of. Anyone who saw, all know suffered a very heavy injuries. Zhao Yun, Lu Tsungkong let out a cold snort. The blood on his face hadn't been wiped yet, and with that demeanor, it had become increasingly hideous. He's a man of honor. Stealing the beam on that day did not see him show up, but tonight has become the object of attention, but also fell a big bully small reputation. In other places okay, the key is in the doorway of the city master's residence. Really bad attack. He wants face. Zhao Yun is not so much. Absolute theater A. What a cheek. What an old man. All go to the mother. Get up. Lu family housekeeper let out a rebuke. One hand grabbed at Zhao Yun, is aware of Zhao Yun nature. Before gentle and elegant, all do absolutely decent. Tonight, really impressed him. Spit blood on the spit. How to also come to a shrew scolding it. Whoosh. Without waiting for the butler to grab Zhao Yun, a silhouette arrived like a ghost and blocked Zhao Yun. A careful look. It is forget the ancient old man. This is in the study of explosive talisman. Heard the door matter. Nam on the rush. Did not think Zhao Yun will meet Lu Tsunkong here. In his place is nothing. The problem is in the doorway of the city master's mansion. This must be managed. The royal family's disciple. If something happened here, then Zhao Yun's master would not have lifted the city lord's mansion. Brother Lu, what's with the fire? Forget the ancient old man said. Helped up Zhao Yun, fingers still in Zhao Yun wrist pulse, only to know Zhao Yun. Hanging things. Zhao Yun doesn't care about this, still resting there to act. Holding up the old man forgetting the ancient man, resting there to shake, wobbling, fell headlong into the housekeeper's arms, but also spit a mouthful of blood in the arms. The moral is clear, without a few thousand taels, I cannot get up. This bumper sticker? Forget the ancient old man's mouth tugged. You little brat, you know quite a lot. Still acting? The butler let out a loud shout, rather wanting to slap Zhao Yun to death. After spilling his guts, it was time to touch the porcelain? Lu Tsunkong did not say anything, but the face has not been the face. Are old oily? Since I can see Zhao Yun whole as which one? Touching the porcelain are encountered on the body of the old man. My Lu family aunt, out of the obvious did not bring the face of which. I don't care, you have to pay me. Zhao Yun acted into the wood, still rooting into the housekeeper's arms, the kind that can't be pushed away, bullying the small with the big. You have to let you bleed. Ahem. Forget the ancient old man tucked his hand, lightly coughed, was coughed to Lu Tsunkong here. The meaning seems to be to say, break the money to eliminate disasters. If the city lord to provoke out, then the impact is not good. Lu Tsunkong let out a cold snort, casually threw out a silver ticket. Take the money, numbly give me a roll. Zhao Yun took the time to glance back, glanced at the silver ticket, finished, and zipped it back into the housekeeper's arms. Too little money to get up. Lu Tsunkong did not catch his breath, choking lightly. Never that moment, such as this moment, want to slap Zhao Yun to death. Forgetting that the ancient old man was just as chipper, he glanced at the silver ticket and then glanced at the stars. Well, tonight the weather is good, suitable for bumping into the porcelain. At least the head of the family, at least give a little more. People children do not even want to face. Earn a little money is not easy. Give. Lu Tsunkong since to give. Black with an old face. Foot scattered a dozen silver tickets. The people on the street look at the sigh. The Lu family's head of the family. The fruit is rich and generous. Counting there must be 3,000 taels. And that's all that's left on the floor? A clear-eyed person will know that Lu Tsunkong's grievances, today's bad luck, not suitable for going out, but in the gate of the city lord's mansion, but the one who bumped into Zhao Yun, but this son-in-law of his family, is not very face master. This dumb loss, he has to eat, really messed up the city lord, really not a good ending. Ahem, old man forgetting the ancients coughed lightly again. This time, it is coughing to Zhao Yun to listen to, meaning to get, cannot catch a person towards the death pit. Chapter 71, The Holy Law of Battle. Dizzy, Zhao Yun shook, finally got up, but not too hard. See the good. Otherwise, people will curse. The young master of the Zhao family. What a good actor. It's still a quick buck. Well, the acting is good and the appearance is expensive. This is the symbolism represented by the looker's eyes. Secretly searching for, one day free. Also come more to the door of the city master's mansion to sneak around. Forget the ancient city of rich masters. More to go. Hey! Zhao Yun let out a sigh and covered his head with one hand, pretending to limp away. This sigh, listen to the corners of the mouth of the crowd a twitch. What? White pit a few thousand taels, still not very happy? The whole thing is like how much of a loss you have suffered. Look at Lu Tsunkong, on the extraordinarily angry, a trip out, a few thousand taels gone. Is the head of the family is not false, but the silver is not a gale of wind, was pitched really suffocated. In the end, it was still underestimating Zhao Yun. It was really a waste of time and caught him off guard. I say, did that one get away? Many people old man stroking his beard. Zhao Yun been limping, walking, scattering, which is like a person with injuries. The whole alive and kicking awesome. Forget the ancient old man size, the disciple of the royal family. Really extraordinary. See who pits who. The old man is not spared. But then again, it was all Lu Tsunkong's own fault. Bullying the small with the big and deserved to be punked. Forget the ancient city at night. It's quite busy. Zhao Yun is light on his feet. Mostly, one is refreshed by the joy of the day. And looking at the thick pile of silver bills in one's arms, it's soothing. Returning to the soldier's bunk again, Lu Ruxin was already asleep. Zhao Yun quietly stood at the head of the bed and sacrificed his true essence to warm up Lu Ruxin's body. This carefully look. His family's daughter-in-law, look still quite beautiful. Look at the long, cannot help but ape, an evil fire, and suddenly came up. Still, he forced it down. Only after warming up did he sneak out of the room and take out the jade box Yang Xiong had given him. When he opened the seal, he realized that it was an elixir. A purple elixir that reflected the moonlight, and the two Dan lines on it were extremely piercing. That's right, it's a two-stripe purple Dan. Good stuff. Zhao Yun flicked the elixir and placed it under the moonlight to look at it again and again. Crystal clear, and the Dan fragrance is rampant, so when you take a sniff, you feel relaxed and happy. Growing up, it was the first time I saw a two-stripe Dan. It should be a longevity Dan. I have seen it in the secret scrolls. As the name suggests, is to supplement the longevity of the elixir. Such as this type of Dan, the old guys are the most favorite, can live a few more years than what is real. Yang Xiong's sincerity is evident by sending this Dan. I wonder, if Yang Xiong learns the truth, will he vomit blood on the spot? Put it in the zucchini. Suddenly, a soft whisper rang out. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up as he looked towards the realization that it was the lunar god who had woken up and was resting there stretching hard. This sleeping long enough, the soul power seemed to be quite a bit more refined than before, and it was even more dreamlike. Put it in the zucchini. Luna yawned and said the same thing. A second time. What's the point? Zhao Yun took the small purple gold gourd and stuffed the second lifespan pill into it. The gourd was filled with spirit liquid, and after stuffing it in, he didn't forget to shake it. Then go to see. The elixir has been integrated into the liquid. There are dazzling Dan Qi from the gourd mouth overflow. Refreshing, to be filled with a mouthful. Just feel a spring, flowing all over the body. The body for a revitalization of the spirit is also gloriously refreshed. Can be much more than the liquid purity, which swallowed the dragon's blood. The moon god asked as she tended to her hair while holding an illusory small mirror in one hand. The bull. Zhao Yun casually returned, still shaking the zucchini, shaking it twice, and then looking inside. Luck, shower, can you teach me alchemy? Zhao Yun tucked in his zucchini and looked at the moon god with a smile. When you find the heavenly flame, when will you be taught? The moon god spoke languidly. Skyfire. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough and looked at the beast fire in the Sea of Dan. It was indeed not bad, but compared to the heavenly flame, it was far from good. When he muttered, a piece of gold characters sprinkled in the consciousness. Each one, the golden light is bright. Since it is the secret technique passed down by the moon god, the soul power to recover quite a lot of magical powers. Since it can also remember the holy law of battle. Zhao Yun tilted his eyes and read it out word for word. A close combat immortal technique. Having seen it, his eyes glittered. This method, the human body of the limbs and bones, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the 8 meridians, all have very detailed description. How to make the maximum power. How to attack the vitals in order to kill in one blow, which are introduced. As for the moves, since also varied, including palms, fists, legs, can be described as all-encompassing, and many are extremely anti-conventional. If not to see, he did not know can also be this way to fight. Never tried before. And that's just the basics. Moon God's transmission, only the tip of the iceberg, but it comes with an illusion. Quite a lot of moves evolution, can clearly see. As for how much can be realized, depends on his enlightenment. This method requires an extremely high level of physical body strength, so don't be overly ambitious lest you injure your own foundation. The moon god faintly said. No need for her to say. Zhao Yun since also understand, not to mention the other. Say those anti-conventional moves. It is not the average martial arts cultivator can make out. A use is not good, is to injure the muscles and bones. However, it was precisely because it was beyond the norm that it could be taken by surprise, and the battle sacred law was indeed infinite in its wonders, with a domineering intent throughout. It was 3 hours before he got up and practiced the holy method under the moonlight. The overbearing moves made his muscles, bones and flesh, all in severe pain. The strength of his flesh was not up to par. Presuming to use this method was tantamount to cutting himself. Roar, roar, under the moon. The sound of the dragon's roar is unceasing. Zhao Yun's moves and styles are all characterized by the sound of the dragon's roar, and the power is not generally domineering. The main attack of the holy law is to have a kind of invincible aura and state of mind. These, he has gradually come to possess. Dawn, creeping in, he did not stop, and was still evolving extremely, having practiced from the initial imitation of moves to the later fusion of meanings. But, it's still skin deep. Want to get the essence, want to the extreme, still need quite a few days of refinement, and, cannot be alone behind closed doors, have to be in the fight in the enlightenment. So, in order to get twice the result with half the effort. What a fight! The hemp-clothed old man didn't know when he was out of the room, and leaned on the railing again to look down, looking astonished. Zhao Yun's moves, they weren't generally bizarre, and moreover, they weren't generally overbearing. The master taught me. Zhao Yun did not say anything. His demeanor represented everything. That had to fool the old man. Even if he did not say, the old man in hemp clothes also thinks so. At least, this method he has never seen. Not master taught. Ghosts do not believe. Zhao Yun finally stopped, sweating profusely, the intense pain of the sinews and bones and flesh, all catching up with the marrow cleansing and refining of the body. It is true that ordinary people cannot be practiced, but with the refining of the body, really complement each other, and can be extremely polished flesh. And at this moment, after filling another mouthful of the spiritual liquid fused with the longevity elixir, the feeling was even more wonderful, and his body's exhaustion dispersed quite a bit. I heard that last night you went to touch the porcelain. The old man in hemp clothes surmounted his hand and laughed, looking like he already knew about last night's events, precisely because he knew that. He sighed. So, there is still a playwright living in this garden? It's not often that one can make Lu Tsangkong suffer. Poor. Zhao Yun returned. Cultivation is too resource intensive. The silver is basically spent. Last night's thousands of taels has been the last of his family's treasure. No money, not to find a place to get some silver. Speaking of silver, he packed his bag, delayed 2 or 3 days. Should also go to explore the treasure? Quite want to see the night walking lone wolf. How many treasures, but also want to see that treasure. In the end, what is it? Chapter 72, Assassination. Early in the morning, the sound of firecrackers echoed through the streets. There are stores opening and the sound of gongs and drums is so loud. He is from the Niu family, come to the ancient city for some time, finally settled down. In Zhao Yun help, looking for a lot of facade, mostly in the Zhao family store not far away. There are tea houses, restaurants, noodle stalls, fleeing from the outside. Can't always rely on Zhao Yun to receive help, have to earn their own living, as well as Zhao Yun's kindness, but also to be repaid. Bulboom was there. This little fat man, but a business savvy, full of thoughts, is how to earn money. No way. The whole village of the old and young have to live, cannot starve, which also have to thank Zhao Yun. If not for him, it is not possible to get a foothold in this. Speaking of Zhao Yun, he had already galloped out of forgotten ancient city. Wulong Yuan is 500 miles away from here, and with a fast horse, we can reach it in 2 days at most. After him, there was a fast horse. On the back of the horse is amassed black robes of people, cannot see the face, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. Quite airy tyranny. A look will know. Is the main blade licking blood? Xiaoer, do you know how to tame spirit beasts? Zhao Yun grinning, has more than once called out to the moon god, then running on the ground. He is more treat to see the sky flying, such as Zi Ling Senior's earlier the great white crane. If you have a flying spirit animal, it is always much faster than riding a horse. It's mostly high. Imagine how refreshing it would be to fly in the sky overlooking the great rivers and mountains. No, after a long time, only then did he hear the moon god respond, all in a lazy and leisurely posture. And then, nothing more. Zhao Yun was still waiting for her to pass on the beast taming technique. She's good. She's not saying anything, or rather, not bothering to talk to someone. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough, resentfully closing his eyes, and continued to rush, the talent that was gifted against the heavens, not idle wherever he went, refining his body while realizing the holy law. There are quite a few pedestrians on the official road, mostly dark walkers, but also dusty tourists and martial arts practitioners. When we are far away from the old city of forgetfulness, the pedestrians gradually become less and less. There are many mountain passes ahead, as well as wild forests, making it a good place to kill people. Speaking of killing people, Zhao Yun glanced back. Since out of the forgotten ancient city, there has been someone following him, masked black robe in broad daylight. Always feel that it is not like a good person. It cannot be guaranteed, is rushing to him. Clank! The next sound of a sword. Very good proof of his guess. The black-robed man's sleeve. There is a red light flying out. A careful look, only to know is a red-colored sword. Is shot at him. Look at the power of the sword. Is to kill him. Without much thought, he made a sideways turn and avoided the flying sword. Clank! The killing sword that missed, flew backward and chopped at his head. Swordsmanship? Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed. At this stage, the sword is not possible to attack on their own. There must be someone to control the sword, when it is a long-lost method of the royal sword. This method is cultivated to the great success. 100 zhang and 1,000 zhang away, can be decapitated, cannot be defended against. With that, he sidestepped again, and then, it was a fast horse galloping and scampering into the mountains in a puff of smoke. Clank! The red flying sword was quite dedicated, buzzing all the way and chasing him into the mountains as well. Good boy. The black-robed man laughed slyly, and then said, in his heart, there is surprise, obviously a scrapper, but can twice avoid his flying sword. This point, really beyond expectations. When he entered the mountain forest, there was no sign of Zhao Yun. There was also his flying sword, which was actually gone and disconnected from him. How could it be? The black-robed man could not help but frown. Look around the 4 directions. Zhao Yun disappeared. He understands why even the flying sword is gone. It is hard not to Flying lost? What are you looking for? Zhao Yun then appeared. The hand is still carrying the black-robed man's flying sword, has been broken by him. The sword art is good, but not cultivated to the home. Just based on this line of work, cannot destroy him, because of masked black robes. He could not see the other side of the face, only know was the real spirit realm. Look at the light of the small spirit beads flashing, at least the sixth weight. Zhao Yun, really underestimated you. The black-robed man laughed eerily, and 3 more swords flew out from his sleeves, hanging at his side. Indeed, it was the royal sword technique. With the spell and hand technique, he could control the sword. Which one? Zhao Yun was quite calm. He had destroyed the Xianyang realm. Would he be afraid of a true spirit 6th level? Not to mention him, even if the 8th realm's Lu Ruyu came, he wouldn't be a wimp just the same. Want to know? The black-robed man's eyes were cold, and he immediately pinched his sword, and 3 flying swords shot in unison. Whoosh! Zhao Yun also moved. His feet stepped on the wind god steps. His body was treacherous, like a stunning sword, and the 3 flying swords that shot at him all flew past his body. What a fast speed! The black-robed man's complexion changed drastically. Before he could react, Zhao Yun had already killed him and chopped him off his horse with a sword. Pust! The man in black spewed blood and rolled over horizontally, and there was a sword mark on his chest, and the blood flowed continuously. But this was still Zhao Yun's hand, so he had to ask something from his mouth. If not, a single sword would have been enough to kill him in seconds. Sword cultivation martial arts, similar to the previous evil mage, playing auxiliary is a great. As for the physical body and fighting ability, on the rotten mess, such as these people, once they are close to the body, waiting to be abused on the good, you have clearly broken your spirit vein. The black-robed man spurted blood again and stumbled over his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. Where's the promised scrap? This Zhao Yun is obviously a martial arts cultivator. Looking at the previous stance and speed, it wasn't an ordinary martial arts cultivator, and he was taken down in a single shot. Whoosh! Zhao Yun didn't bother to reply and swept out a sword chi, uncovering the black cloth covering the black-robed man's face. He had to see which family's talent he had to talk about later. Saw it and didn't recognize it. That's right, with so many people in the forgotten ancient city, he hadn't seen everyone. Don't kill me. Lu Shiyuan sent me. The black-robed man retreated step by step, his eyes full of fear and his face white as a sheet, finally spitting out the gold master behind him, expecting Zhao Yun to spare his life. 3,000 taels really aren't for nothing. Hearing the name Lu Shiyuan, Zhao Yun let out a sigh. Obviously know who that is the Lu family's housekeeper, but also Lu Tsungkong's beloved. Last night just pitted 3,000 taels, and today sent someone to assassinate, and also the 6th weight of the true spirit. It's just that I'm not sure if Lu Tsungkong knows about it. However, in his opinion, Lu Tsungkong is absolutely due out. What an aunt and what a son-in-law, who do not care about, are not worth the face of their own. Unfortunately, the other side underestimated him. Look at the black-robed man, retreating and turning to run, fleeing shakily. Dark moon, windy night, good time to kill. Zhao Yun withered his words and sent him back to his old home with a sword. After that, it's time to sweep up the loot. This is a technical job. The young master of the Zhao family is very good at it. In the black-robed man's body, a rummage, such as gold and silver hangings, can take away. He will never be soft. Apart from money, it is an ancient scroll. It was the black-robed man's royal sword technique, and he was actually carrying it with him. It's mine. Zhao Yun hemmed and laughed, since he was not polite, and was still quite interested in the sword control method. Clank! As he was looking at it, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound, and there was a dark arrow that came down from the sky. And Zhao Yun instantly backed up, and in the same instant, tilted his head to look at the sky. When you enter, you see a bird. To be precise, it was a large bird, black and unkempt, with wings spread out a full 3 feet. On its back stood a young man in purple. A long way away, can be seen on the forehead of the youth in purple, there is a scar, one hand holding a bow, one hand holding an arrow, and just now that arrow, is he shot, thanks to duck in time enough, otherwise, will be killed by an arrow. It shouldn't be all the way. Zhao Yun muttered, to exterminate a scum like him, let alone the true spirit realm, a condensed Yuan realm would be enough. In Lu Shiyuan's opinion, sending out a true spirit realm 6th level would be a big deal. How could he possibly send a second assassin? That's interesting. Why are so many people trying to kill him on a rare trip? Clang, clang, clang. The purple-clothed youth had drawn his bow like a full moon, and the arrow was like a dark light, turning into a rain of arrows as it shot down from the sky. A single attacking arrow into a group attacking secret technique. Clank! Zhao Yun swung his sword and danced extremely well. The sound of metal clashing was messy. Before one wave was blocked, the second wave arrived, just like the following rain of arrows that covered the sky. Get down here. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort and chopped up with a sword against the sky. No hits. The big bird flew so high that it was just out of his attack range. This is awkward. The other guy's on top. He's on the bottom. It's a proper live target. Change places. Zhao Yun turned and scurried into the jungle. The purple-clothed youth is dedicated enough. All the way like a shadow, but also do not come down. Standing on the back of the big bird, a hand holding a bow and a hand with an arrow to play with the shooting. The rain of arrows in the sky. There is always so a can hit. Consume also have to consume death your girl. Due to the rain of arrows, the barren forest was beaten up. The main thing was that all of the powerful arrows of the Ling Tian were powerful enough to carry weight. It's nice to have a flying spirit animal. Zhao Yun Tsk tongue, such as a black shadow traveling through the dense forest, is really a living target. Running to where the other side hit where, bias, is attack beyond the range. See that there is a person. Froze cannot be hit. All the body strength nowhere to make use of. Fortunately, his stance is arcane enough and resistant enough to be hit by 1 or 2 arrows. No big deal. As long as they don't hit the vitals, it's fine. Barely covered. Definition. As he was fleeing, a light shout was suddenly heard in the darkness. Say it's fixed. Zhao Yun, who had evaded, was as petrified as a stone, and his feet that had stepped out were also fixed in midair. Fixation spell. Zhao Yun frowned. No, why so? Must be someone in the dark. Cast a fixation spell on him, which is a very disgusting secret art. Were fixed, but not just disgusting. Really underestimated the other side. Only focus on preventing the sky that actually do not know that there are other people in the dark. God knows how many. In just an instant, the rain of arrows in the sky fell again. Unsurprisingly, the young master of the Zhao family would be shot into a sieve. Give me, open. Zhao Yun let out a cold shout. His body was fixed. It didn't mean that his true essence was also fixed. His true essence surged and rolled, and he strongly broke through the confinement, and entered the ground in an instant. What a recluse! A phantom laugh followed, and then a rumble was heard. It was someone in the shadows, stomping the ground violently, with not a small amount of force, forcing Zhao Yun out. 3. Zhao Yun looked around and had determined that there were a few people on the other side. There was one standing on the big bird in the sky. The one who had cast the fixation spell counted as one. The one who had forced him out of the ground was yet another, and none of them were at a low cultivation level. One at the peak of the true spirit, and 2 at the 8th level. Obviously, the other party knew that he was a martial arts cultivator. Otherwise, it will not send 3 people, mostly a combination. 1 person in the upper attack, 2 people in the lower sneak attack. The square move. The cooperation is still very tacit understanding. Thanks to his bottom is strong enough. Otherwise, will be killed. Set. The cold scolding sound in the darkness started again. Or the weird fixing spell. Chapter 73, Which gang? Set your sister. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort. Having suffered a loss once, he wouldn't fall for it twice. Though the fixation spell was disgusting, it was not unbreakable. Such as this spell, forcibly running true energy, protect the body around the body will be good. Or it may be that the other party's fixation spell has not yet been practiced to the end, and it is not very good for him. Clank. Speaking, the sky-killing arrow shot again. Not a rain of arrows in the sky, but a single attack and arrow, reflecting the dark starlight, flooded with icy cold aura. Extremely powerful. Zhao Yun toed the ground and instantly avoided it. Face to face, we'll see a black shadow rushed out. Is a one-eyed man, body type majestic, and the breath of the domineering, holding a gilt hammer. A look will know. Is the strength of the type of cultivator? Only his hammer. At least a few hundred pounds. Just now, a foot stomping will be forced out of the ground. It is this goods. Buzz. The one-eyed man swung his hammer, and the sledgehammer struck the air with a buzzing sound. Clunk. Fighting with his strength, Zhao Yun was clearly no match and was swung over with a hammer. Clank. Not yet wait to stabilize the form. The third person killed out is a black-haired old man. Thin bones, eye sockets have been extremely sunken. The old eyes flash full of eerie light. Make is a slender sword. Straight attack door is a sword to kill. What a match. Zhao Yun sked his tongue. This sword cannot be avoided. The other side of the calculation of the precise, the sky of an arrow and the big man's hammer, are all fronts, are for this strike to kill. At the moment of crisis, he forced himself sideways. Blood flashed as he avoided the vitals, but his shoulder was pierced. Roar. Received a sword, since it will be returned. A palm way long hit the old man's stirrups back. Look at the old man demeanor. Apparently not very well received. And the eyes are also more than the color of surprise. A true spirit of a heavy. Where is this heavy palm power? His true spirit peak, have been hit by spitting blood. No wonder the above sent the 3 of them a piece of it. Only then did the sylvan forest fall into tranquility. Sky night. The big bird was still there. The one-eyed man was there, carrying his gilt sledgehammer. looking all bluff, and the old man was there, his long thin sword buzzing and trembling in his hand. Only then did Zhao Yun stabilize his position. There was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was black blood, the sword of the old man just now. The sword must have been smeared with poison. The whole arm was spreading with black color, a terrible poison. It was invading his body. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary martial arts cultivator, and he had beast fire to protect his body, forcibly protecting his heart and veins, but the poison couldn't be forced out for a while, and the other party wouldn't give it a chance. A small one wait, but it's a tough one. The corners of the one-eyed man's mouth curled slightly, and his aura became even more tyrannical. Which road? Zhao Yun looked at the old man and also at the big man. Buzz. In response to him, is the big man's hammer? Is Ling Tian smashed down? Not yet, wait for the hit. Zhao Yun will feel the domineering intention. In his opinion, the true spirit realm field, afraid that no one dares to resist this hammer, even if the small fortune, most likely also have to weigh, presumptuous hard to catch, or perhaps, will be smashed on the spot into a pile. Strength is enough. Speed is almost interesting. Zhao Yun is not stupid. Cannot be spelled, can be avoided. Feet on the wind, God step. An instant to avoid. Perish. Black-haired old man, a sword to kill. He and one-eyed big man. Into a stark contrast. The big man power domineering. Speed cannot, and he. Speed is enough tricky. Power but weak, and the sky that, so far, do not dare to come down to sneak around. Apparently to play the auxiliary. The meaning of the obvious. You damn easy. There is one above it? Dare to show a break. I arrow seconds you. Roar. Zhao Yun's figure was like the wind, spelling speed. The black-haired old man was still close. The desperate sword, again, was easily avoided, and also received a strike of his Weilong palm. Pust. This mouth of old blood. The old man sprayed overbearing, and is swept away. During the period, one-handed seal, mouth spit the black gas, is a raging poisonous mist. Zhao Yun cast wind escape and blew away the poisonous mist. Some poison. Beast fire can prevent, some poison, is the beast fire cannot prevent, such as the old man spit poisonous mist, is after a special sacrifice, or, the old man himself is a poisonous person, such as this type of martial arts cultivator. All over the body is the pit. Eat my hammer. The big man bellowed and swung over with his gilt hammer. Transportation. Zhao Yun still didn't dare to fight hard, avoiding with arcane stances, and before he could settle, the one in the sky wasn't willing to be left alone, and another arrow shot through the long sky. Clean you up later. Zhao Yun blocked a sword and went straight for the black-haired old man. With that guy standing by, he didn't want to be at peace. If he didn't pay attention, he would be killed by one of his strikes. When the old man saw this, he once again fled back. He is at the moment. The front of the hard battle has no bottom. To be a hit, if not the big man and the purple-clothed youth is still there. Otherwise, he early ing open recluse. Go. Zhao Yun's sword, wind and thunder, was overwhelming. Out of the sword in an instant. He also one-handed seal, behind the old man, gathered out a pool of mud, belongs to the water disappearance, also belongs to the method of the side door, is learned from the runic record. This art is not lethal, hit the auxiliary, but it is very good to use. Indeed, the retreating old man, just like not to worry about the back, a foot stepped in, because of the mud pool suction binding, the speed of the rear recluse, suddenly dropped a point. It didn't matter that he dropped a point. Zhao Yun arrived, the old man's eyes protruded. His pupils also tightened. This sword was too strong. He could not avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, then the subsequent scene. It was extraordinarily hard to bear. Being pierced through the chest by a sword to death was depressing. His Hall of True Spirit Pinnacle, specializing in assassins who killed with extinction, was actually seconded from the front by a one-weight. Damn. When the big man arrived, Ling Tian's hammer was still as dangling as ever. Your turn. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort and stuck Zi Shao on the ground. Also unloading his long yuan sword, he came with his bare hands, avoiding a hammer and bullying his way to the front of the big man. Boom! Poof! Ka-ching! Since this moment, he seems to no longer be a person, but a tyrannical beast. Sinews, bones, flesh, true essence, force, perfect match. Out of the extreme counter-conventional, a move are bizarre to the extreme, as if every joint on the body had become a ferocious weapon, really punching to the flesh, and moves domineering. Froze all the way to hit the big man cannot stand. Bone cracking sound frequently out of the constant. It's impossible. The big man on the boring force, known for his strength in close combat, but was the true spirit of a heavy, in their own best areas to play the head up, since being bullied close to the front, and even the opportunity to take a breath, into the eye dazzling, not a fist is a slap, chopping a hammer, hit him are unable to distinguish between east and west and south and north, only feel the brain buzzing, limbs and bones, organs, meridians and veins, every part of his body a place, are as painful as the flames burning. God knows how many times he received heavy blows. How could it be? In the sky of the purple-clothed youth, also showed the color of disbelief, the ferocity of the big man. He is aware of the same level dares to fight with him in close combat, really cannot find a few. Now, on a true spirit of the first weight, even the opportunity to counterattack are not. The young master of the Zhao family, not to avoid the terrifyingly too heavenly. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Two people shocked. Zhao Yun is not the general exuberance, the body blood like fire burning, such as a mad lion. In the fight, enlightenment of the holy law, there were so many moments, but also fit the state of mind and intention, straight into a state of self-forgetfulness, forgetting who the other side is, but also forgetting who they are, and there is only a domineering attack, a punch more than a punch fierce. If you give it enough time, he can give the big man, all the way to a puddle. Rotten meat. Ah, the one-eyed man went berserk, his howl majestic and tyrannical, but it doesn't work. Zhao Yun should be how to fight or how to fight. He should be attacked, but also the same or not less. The chest bone exploded. The meridian also broke a lot. I do not know how much blood coughed up. Damn. The one in the sky couldn't stand to watch and immediately bent his bow and arrow. Clank. This arrow, not a single attack but a group attack, and into the sky arrow rain. Looks like, do not know to kill Zhao Yun, but also will also be the big man and also destroyed. Dry assassin line. Complete the task is the most important. Otherwise, there is no antidote to eat. Collect the arrows. The big man howled with rage, a loud cry filled with blood foam, being hammered too badly. Clang, clang, clang. This, then, was the response of the youth in purple. You're tough enough. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort, instantly disappeared, avoiding the rain of arrows in the sky, and then instantly came out, and the one-eyed man who had just stood still, was grabbed by one of his arms on the spot, and whirled the whole thing around, and after that, he fell hard onto a huge rock. Boom! Rock collapse. The ground was hard smashed out of a human-shaped pit. The big man, a mouthful of old blood, foot sprayed at 10 feet high, 5 viscera and 6 bowels were dropped to move the position. More than 80% of the bones of the body have been broken. Has not known what is the pain. Know that in a daze, there is a person in the beckoning him, eyes flooded with eyes. Jejje's smile, eerie and unbearable. That's right, it's the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper waves his hand at whoever dies. It's a sure thing. Have a good trip. Zhao Yun's slap directly ended the big man's life. Another person dies. This death is more depressing than the black-haired old man. This body has all the strength, can fight also can resist, but was a heavy true spirit, all the way into the ghost gate. Clank! Arrow rain again. The sky of the purple-clothed youth obviously do not intend to go, even if the old man and the big man has been buried, also do not intend to go, have their own dependence. The old man in the sky, you are on the ground, you can't hit me, but I am able to attack and destroy you. The main thing is that Zhao Yun in the body of the poison. The longer the drag the easier it is to facilitate him, the more favorable. Your turn. Zhao Yun, a cold snort, speed as fast as the wind, avoided the rain of arrows. A step on a stone, the force leaped up, in the same instant, threw out a flying dagger, flying knife, hanging 3 explosive talisman. Why not use earlier, since it is to the purple-clothed youths to keep it? If previously used, the boy will be prepared. Explosive talisman, this thing, playing is a surprise. It couldn't be helped. Who let the youth in purple stand too high? Such as this number of talent, if you want to escape, he cannot stop. Either do not fight, or it's hit down. The sky cannot be hit. Down is not good to say. He has calculated. Cannot hit the youth does not matter. As long as you can hurt that big bird is good. Give it to blow down. The rest is very good to do. Hurt me? The purple-clothed youth had a disdainful look on his face, and flying daggers were out of range. As he said, it's true that you can't hit it. The flying dagger lost its force when it was still half a foot away from the big bird. That's still hitting the fan. However, when he saw the explosive talisman hanging on the flying dagger, the youth suddenly changed color again. You still have this operation? Chapter 74, The Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive charms exploded in no particular order, resounding through the vastness of the night. Pust, that big bird on the spot blood, mainly to avoid the less than, was blown blood and bones. Explosive talisman 80% of the power. Are it to withstand, fluttering wings, or blown out such as a broken kite, from the air down? Look at its back on the purple-clothed youth, or no better. Playing auxiliary is a good hand. Flesh and resistance to bombing ability, not to be complimented. The bird blood and bone, he also blood and flesh. Due to the bird chatter, he also planted down from the sky, counted everything, froze unanticipated Zhao Yun explosive talisman, bombing him by surprise. standing too high, he is also a living target. Boom, boom, accompanied by a rumble. The big bird was the first to land, smashing a small mountain into collapse, and then it was the purple-clothed youth. A huge rock was smashed by him and crumbled. In the debris flying, do not see them get up. I'm afraid they cannot get up, was bombed all over the blood, and now this fall, on the spot half paralyzed, at this moment can still breathe, has been a blessing. Zhao Yun then arrived, carrying the blood-dripping purple heavenly sword. Purple-clothed young man wants to get up, but no matter how much effort, all the bones are broken, no more meridians are intact. On the spot fell into the waste man. Who sent you? Zhao Yun said indifferently, taking a step with his sword. The purple-clothed youth had blood gushing out of his mouth, but he actually had no fear. Instead, he revealed an inexplicable smile to Zhao Yun, with a touch of strangeness, as if he also had a touch of gratitude, and Zhao Yun frowned as he watched, not knowing what the significance of this smile was. As he watched, the blood that flowed from the mouth of the purple-clothed youth turned black. Damn it! Zhao Yun came in an instant. Unfortunately, he came too late. The purple youth has swallowed the poison hidden in the teeth, killed on the spot. Before dying, the look without the slightest pain, but more is relief, such as a late old man, walking that peaceful. Assassin, Zhao Yun murmured softly. Killer mission failed, or fell into the hands of the enemy. Most of the time there are such operations as self-cutting, perhaps professional ethics, or perhaps, go back to die even worse. He searched the young man's body, did not see the identity card. In addition to these clothes and bow and arrows, there is nothing else, and the big man and the old man, also the same, cannot find half of the things that can prove their identity, and even more do not know who sent him. Quack, quack, the big bird is still alive, lying in the rubble wailing. I do not know whether it is for the master, or for itself, soaring in the 9 heavens, not one day, this fall into the 9 ghosts. Rashomon, the moon god suddenly a word, seems to be able to read the wailing of the big bird, since the wailing, read out such a secret, she does not know, Zhao Yun may know. Rashomon? Zhao Yun frowned, how could he not know? That is an extremely mysterious assassin organization, as early as the ancient Warring States era, the door of the masters, and the network of the world. Rumor has it that successive generations of Rashomon masters are real Tianwu realm. No one has really seen, but mentioned the name of the Rashomon, but all the fear, as long as the money given enough, whether it's the heavenly clans or the royal family, it seems that no they do not dare to assassinate. For thousands of years, this example is not infrequent. In this instant, Zhao Yun thought a lot. That night, the ones who blew the poisonous mist into his room were most likely also assassins from the Rashomon sect. He even suspected that the earlier evil mage, too, belonged to Roshan. This assassination organization, so mysterious, lurks in the world in various capacities. Exactly who? Zhao Yun muttered, rather wondering how much the gold master behind him, who actually held a grudge against him, had invited assassins from the Rashomon sect, which was not good news. It's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Being targeted by Rashomon, in his whole life, he would never be able to live in peace again. Didn't think much of it. He took the body transformer, destroyed the corpse, collected the weapons and belongings of the 3 assassins, and disappeared into the darkness, during which time, had coughed up blood more than once. This battle was vicious enough. Against a killer, any moment is a chance of perishing. Up to this point, there was still severe poison in his body. Look at the left arm, has been all black, has no sense, weak drooped down, thanks to the 3 real spirit realm. If it is the Xianyang realm, really maybe a sword second him. That level of killers, explosive talisman may not be blown to. Late at night, he sought out a cave. It took most of the night for him to force the toxin out, his face still pale. Only after doing so did he take the weapons of the 3. The 3 weapons were indeed not bad, especially the big man's gilt sledgehammer. It was actually made of gold basalt, at least 800 pounds, as well as the old man's fine sword and the young man's bow and arrows. All of them were also made of special basalt. Even the true spirit realm assassin had such equipment. One could imagine how terrifying the higher level assassin should be. He sacrificed beast fire and heavenly thunder, melting them extremely well. The essence of the 3 weapons, all refined, is the essence of the soldiers, all refined into the dragon abyss sword. Some polishing, the dragon abyss is even heavier, buzzing sound with a dragon's roar. Taking a sip of the spirit liquid, he looked over at the moon god. The implication of his eyes is still obvious. Sure, I've been targeted by a killer organization, so you're not going to show it? For example, pass me the secret technique to save my life. The moon god didn't say anything and slanted a glance at Zhao Yun. Has my old lady passed on less? You're not good at hiding? Not good enough to penetrate walls? Wind god steps not fast enough? Or is the holy law of battle not domineering enough? a small martial arts cultivator, learned so much to use over? When I'm exterminated one day, you'll be happy. Zhao Yun skimmed his mouth. A grasshopper on a rope. How can you be so unintelligent? The moon god did not take any more chances. As a master, then you have to let your disciples suffer a little bit. The training between life and death. In order to transform nirvana, to be that state of mind, slowly simmering it. Zhao Yun was unimpressed and took the royal sword technique. This method is not difficult to learn. In the sword branding ban, and then with the hand trick is good. As for how far it can fly, how powerful it can be, it depends on the sword controller's Tao. The bottom is strong enough. The ordinary sword, the distance between the thousands of feet will be able to split the mountains and break the stone. If the bottom is not home, I'm afraid that even a sapling cannot be chopped. Under the moon, he started a campfire and set up a roast. He, on the other hand, was holding the ancient scroll of the imperial sword art, burying his head and looking fascinated, and from time to time, he would also raise his hand, rehearsing his hand techniques, such as casting the art of pinching the seal, which was a great deal of care. The seal, the true essence, and the hand techniques, had to be perfectly coordinated to do so. Also, this method involves spiritual power. The higher the spirit level, the easier it would be to control the sword, and to put it bluntly, it was all about the bottom line. In his opinion, this sword royalty was crippled, or rather, it was a modified version, never a true method of sword control. Seeing this, he glanced at Luna. The moon god knows that he looks allegorical, but did not reply. Zhao Yun thought, and not bad. This method is indeed incomplete. The real art of the sword, the requirements of the extremely harsh, the spiritual power at least must be metamorphosed into a martial soul, can barely control the sword with the soul, to surpass the days of the martial arts, to the martial arts soul metamorphosis into the spirit, can defend the sky and the earth, all things, everything here since including flying swords. If your spirit is strong enough, you can sacrifice your sword and kill a man in 100 miles. When the gods are sealed, one thought will become 10,000 swords, which will destroy the sky and the earth. This was also the reason why she didn't pass on Zhao Yun's true sword royal art. It was useless to pass it on. He couldn't even make it work. His martial soul wasn't even there, let alone his Yuan Shun, a modified version of the imperial sword art. Make do, a small true spirit realm, presumptuously cultivating great aptitude, looking for excitement for nothing. Clank! Zhao Yun had taken the purple heavenly sword, and his fingertips were haunted by lightning, inscribing branding, and after that, there was a drop of blood stained on the brand. Only then did he stick his sword on the ground, his fingers together, also silently reciting the spell, continuing to pinch his hand, waving his arm with an open hand, pointing remotely at the large tree 5 feet away. Clank! The purple sky that was stuck in the ground, clanked and pierced through the tree with a sword. He crossed his arms and changed his gesture again, and the purple sky suddenly rushed into the sky. However, flying swords have limits, and beyond a set distance, the connection will be broken. This he had prepared for. However, he did master the royal sword technique, and if he had known the royal sword technique earlier, why would he need to use the explosive talisman? And he would be able to chop down that big bird with a poke of his sword. Therefore, learning the method of sword control, in the future, if you then face the flying in the sky, it will not seem that passive. Flying low, a sword chopped down. As for the distance limitation, it's only temporary. As the cultivation level rises, as the underlying strength strengthens, the distance sense will also be added to the limit. Clang, clang, clang. In the mountains, the sound of the sword constantly. Zhao Yun again rested there to play the sword, playing the flying sword. Broken sword art, this goods. With that called a smooth nice. Zhao Yun put away his sword, wiped his sweat, and hemmed and hawed. Rubbish, the eyes of the moon god, and a little slant, half a hangman's imperial sword. Look to you can. If you really pass on your immortal law, you are not going to go to heaven. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. As the words left his mouth, a wolf howl was heard, quite dominating in the night. When he was done, Zhao Yun tilted his eyes. Into the eyes, they see a light. Straight to the sky, a closer look, only to realize that it is a person. A fat old man, fat head, big waist, can fly. Heavenly martial realm? Zhao Yun's expression was stunned as he looked at the two round eyes. Visually, it's going to be a bad fall. The moon god has a deep word for it. And a flight. Is that a flight? That's jumping. Fruity. A flying old man, to fly to a certain limit, will begin to fall down, towards the upward rush. Full of force, fall down. Posture is not very harmonious, such as a drowning man, in midair flopping back and forth, nowhere to borrow strength. It becomes a beautiful arc, all the way down. Boom! This rumbling, or very loud. The old man should have smashed a mountain. There are broken rocks crashing. There is also an invisible halo. spreading out in all directions, and wherever it passes, the ancient trees tumble down in pieces, and the boulders are crumbled by the impact. Pust. Zhao Yun also followed the disaster. On the spot was hit by flying out. There is blood spitting wildly, thanks to the distance is still very far. If close, more than half have been crushed into a pile. Peak earth hidden. The moon god said leisurely. Why need her to say? Zhao Yun Kai disappeared. Not yet stood still. Will escape rolling with crawling? Can destroy the real spirit realm? Can fry Xin Yam realm? The earth hidden realm of martial arts on the other side of the conversation. And is the pinnacle of the realm. Sacrificed to protect the body of the true essence of his level of explosive talisman is far from being able to blow up. Want to destroy him? A finger will be enough. Light eek then rang. Listen to the timbre. Is that fat old man? Has covered the old waste, has climbed out of the rubble, sensing that there is a martial arts cultivation, then came towards this. Chapter 75 Oolong Abyss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the mountains and forests, Zhao Yun was as fast as a ghost, and he didn't dare to return to his head. A tiny true spirit, to fight with the peak of the earth store for speed? The moon god leisurely said, lazily lying on the moon, as if nothing had happened. You think I want to? Zhao Yun glanced at it. That is a peak of the earth sign. In this wild mountains, a good place to kill people, the so-called recluse. In the eyes of this level of martial arts cultivator, it is a pose. Do not run? I don't want to be killed, but I'm not going to. The moon god was unimpressed, and casually flicked his sleeve, and a piece of golden characters spilled down, arranging and combining on their own, the words shimmering with golden light, clearly a secret art. Mighty. Zhao Yun's eyes glittered. Read out word for word. Big eyes a sweep. They know what a divine ability is to forge the pressure and momentum of the law. Sure, this law, this true spirit realm, may be able to create a heavenly martial realm of pressure and momentum. Only, non-real pressure and momentum. Feudal table only. To put it bluntly, it's just a bluff to be used. If you have this good stuff, don't bring it out earlier. Zhao Yun he smiled. Extraordinarily progressive. Whenever there is a crisis, the potential will be super strong excavation. I do not know run snappy, but also learn anything fast, such as that day to go to the Lu family money. Temporary learning to wear a wall. A learning one accurate. Dead or alive. It's up to you. The moon god said casually. I knew that the peak of the earth hidden peak to come here. The reason why I did not tell Zhao Yun, just want to give him some fun. The state of mind still need to refine. Do not force this kid. He will not metamorphosis nirvana. Zhao Yun didn't say anything and was extremely senile. He didn't have much time. He had to penetrate this method within the limited time. Facts have once again proved his talent. How heaven-defying. The potential for extreme discovery. Really realized quite a lot of true meaning. The essence has been engraved in the heart. Nice legs, little guy. Behind him came the fat old man's laughter. The guy's stance. Enough arcane. From so high down, but also smashed a mountain. But nothing. And the soles of the feet wind. The soles of the feet from the ground. There are 3 or 5 inches. Just as if it was stepping on the ground in midair and walking, not flying, is due to the secret method. Master, help! Zhao Yun let out a wolf howl and dove headfirst into a cave. Master? The fat old man raised his eyebrows and glanced around, not sensing anyone else. Where is the master? As he spoke, he had stopped and settled in front of the cave. Fong just now was seeing Zhao Yun scurrying headlong into this cave. Master, someone is chasing me. In the cave, Zhao Yun's voice could be faintly heard, as if he was talking to someone. In reality, it was just him talking to himself and making a fool of himself. Tiny Jizo, how dare you chase after my disciple? This word, Zhao Yun ate the voice change pill, voice withered and old, since the fat old man outside and said, Zhao family young master's acting skills, or very superb. A person to play 2 roles, face without redness, not breathless. Tiny Jizo? These words fell in the ears of the fat old man. It is extraordinarily shocking. The old man is the peak of the earth hidden. Only half a step away is the realm of heavenly martial arts. To you this will become a junior. There's no denying that the pussy is still going strong. The fat old man skimmed his mouth. Is about to enter the cave. Have to see which old man actually have such a big mouth. Say big words. Also not afraid of flashing the waist. Boom. He was just moving when he heard a rumble. And then, there was an extremely terrifying aura that surged out from the cave. However, this aura was only a shock. Zhao Yun would like to hold out for a while longer, but the force is not enough. This bluffing method, the depletion of spiritual power, only a moment, will let his spirit overload depletion. If not, he is strong enough. Otherwise, more than half on the spot fainting. Heavenly martial realm. Do not say, really, to the fat old man bluffed, stepped out of the foot, and shrink back, eyes almost narrowed into a line. Desire to wear the cave, but look through. 1 because too dark, 2 is too deep. The third, there is a bizarre method to cover up his peep. Even so, since the beginning, he perceived only one person. As for that little martial cultivator's master, he couldn't even smell half of his breath, so much so that it scares him. If one was in the heavenly martial realm, if one wanted to conceal oneself, the earth-hidden realm would not be able to perceive it. He was still aware of that, but he was surprised this bird not place. There is a Tianwu realm, Daxia Dragon Dynasty's Tianwu realm. There are only a few, most of them he has seen. Maybe, is one of them. Look at the previous momentum and pressure. Is the Tianwu realm undoubtedly? Manhwa shocked, cannot recognize who is. Can't bluff? Seeing no movement outside, the fat old man did not say anything. Zhao Yun a burst of urine. That old man, if his mind is hot, then he really accounted for in this. Which one? The fat old man pinching the mustache, but also rested there muttering, goat is certainly a little goat. Tianwu realm not the peak of the earth can be compared to. Pissed off that old man, get a beating our light, not paying attention, will lose their lives. With this thought, he carefully moved a step forward. Roll. In the cave, only one word came out. No joy, no worry, no anger, flat to no emotion. The tone is slight, but with a touch of heavenly martial pressure. And this touch of pressure, Zhao Yun almost took his life. Lacks spirit, so that the head wants to explode. His word nothing, to the fat old man scared not light, moved out of a small step, and put back, very instinctive thought, and then dare to move forward, will be heavenly martial arts realm of thunder attack. No intention to intrude, no intention to intrude. The fat old man laughed and laughed while backing up. This time is a real wimp, the one inside. The temper is obviously not very good, cannot mess with him again. Backing away, the guy turned his head and ran. It had to be said that the posture of the Jizo realm's open recluse was still very domineering. Phew! Seeing that the old man was far away, Zhao Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief and fainted on the spot. The secret technique of Mighty 8 is indeed a good aptitude for bluffing, but the consumption and repercussions are also overbearing enough that the pain is so painful that he can no longer distinguish between the real and the illusory. Barely passed. The moon god smiled and stretched her waist comfortably, still very satisfied with this little drama queen, just as if it had exceeded her expectations. A good seedling. Zhao Yun slept through the night. Only at dawn did he rise with his head covered, his face white and bloodless, also wilting, with no light in his eyes, so tired that his eyelids were fluttering. Now he knows why the moon god did not pass the secret art earlier. This is playing with life, only forged Tianwu instantaneous pressure, almost buried. Luckily, he bluffed the fat old man. This encounter would become a rather heavy splash on his cultivation path. Taking a moment, he glanced at Luna. That is not ordinary leisure. Lying on the moon fake sleep, seemingly since the beginning. Do not know what is the crisis. God's state of mind. Fruit is not ordinary. Shower, have you married yet? I don't know why, but Zhao Yun asked so sparingly, mainly out of curiosity, rather wanting to know what kind of god it was that could subdue this shower. What? Fancy me? The moon god opened her eyes slightly, a phrase that was spoken rather casually and without reserve or subtlety. I have a wife. Zhao Yun casually replied back while burying his head in search of pills. Wouldn't it be good to have another daughter-in-law? If I marry you, I won't come home every day and die of loneliness. Cluck cluck cluck. This comment gave the moon god amused. Nothing to flirt with the juniors, but also good, such as Zhao Yun this number. Instead of joking, all have to be serious. A few lines of dialogue and Zhao Yun jumped out of the cave. To be out of the mountains and forests, obviously cannot find his horse, as well as the black-robed man's horse, are also gone, most likely by the passing talent. To take away, there's no choice but to rely on footwork. With the wind god's steps to play hard to drive, the speed was still not slow. There are villages ahead. Find a fast horse, whip and gallop, all the way is smooth. He stopped again, and night had fallen. It was a cluster of mountains, with great mountains standing on top of each other, layers upon layers of mountains, many precipitous peaks, and many ancient trees in the sky. Standing outside the mountains, one could still hear the hissing of the demonic beasts, and the oolong abyss, which he had painstakingly searched for, was located in the depths, and it was rare to be found by human beings. There is a legend of the oolong fuchi. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there was a dragon that fell here. A black dragon, froze a mountain, smashed into an abyss. The name of the abyss of the dragon. From this, as for whether or not it is true, so far no one to prove it. Mostly this. I don't know when. He stopped, climbed up a cliff. From here to look down, is the Wulong Yuan. Throw a stone down, can't hear the echo of. Look long, there is a sense of vertigo. God knows how deep this abyss is. Even if the Xin Yang realm fall down, more than half can also fall into the mud. You're really good at finding places. Zhao Yun sked his tongue, casually pulled out the treasure map. There is a red dot on the map is extremely eye-catching. Most likely is the place where the treasure is hidden, not at the bottom of the abyss, but in the middle of the mountain. The lone wolf most likely chiseled a cave there, and you can only go down with a rope. With this thought, he fetched the rope. The further down, the darker it is, and the wind gusts, whimpering like a ghost crying, general martial arts cultivation, will not run this sunless abyss. He stopped again. A protruding rock. The rock was no more than 3 or 5 feet, and at the end of it was a stone gate. Just you. Zhao Yun laughed, and had reached the bottom of the stone door, and then he could not help but sigh. What a unique place for a lone wolf to hide his treasure. Fei so vigorously. Run this chiseled a big hole. Look at this stone door, sealed tightly. It must be a hole inside, and not small. On such a bird not place, if no treasure map guide, Tianwu realm may not find. What a treasure. Zhao Yun rubbed his hands together, cast through walls, and crashed headfirst. Bang! This sound, or very pleasant to the ear. The stone door did not go through, but hit the head. It is clear that this barricade of the stone door, non-ordinary stone material. Buzz! As he grimaced, the stone door actually opened on its own, and then, there was a terrifying suction force. Zhao Yun was caught off guard and also took a step without standing still, and was sucked in on the spot. It was then that he saw the scene around him. There was a cave, clearly a small underground palace, 180 feet in circumference, many wooden boxes filled with gold and silver treasures, and a round stone platform. It's nothing. The main thing was that on the stone platform, there was a man sitting. Chapter 76, do you recognize it? There's actually someone else? Zhao Yun suddenly changed color. That is a one-armed old man, thin a number of firewood, the shape of the bones, such as being pumped blood, dry, scattered hair, covering half of the face. No, that is a person. Do not know. Thought that is a hungry ghosted? What pure chi and blood. The old man opened his eyes and sucked comfortably, and when he looked at Zhao Yun, he even licked his scarlet tongue, his cloudy eyes, still glowing with a greenish, eerie light. Xian Yang realm. Zhao Yun lightly murmured. The old man did not hide his breath. Without the need to look at the small spirit bead, he could vaguely sense it. However, the chi was slightly insufficient. It was the body that had a dark injury. Having studied the Xianmen heavenly book, he also knew a little bit about face reading and the art of reading the doctor. His guess was not bad at all. The one-armed old man does have a secret injury, and has been criticized for many years, as if he had consumption, speaking in a lack of breath. From time to time, there will be a violent cough a few throat. Senior, no intention to intrude. Zhao Yun step by step back, ready to retreat on the open recluse. Although the old man has a secret injury, although it is one-armed, but not the general martial arts cultivation, far from yen old ghosts can be compared. At least the 8th weight, destroy him or in the matter of words, with the explosive bomb is not work, but he also have to lose a small life. This is not the above. This is in the middle of the mountainside chiseled caves, and the underground palace is quite narrow, simply cannot spread. Once the opening of the bomb will be collapsed, the point of the realization, he is still aware of this. Buzz, before he could open the recluse, the stone door of the cave closed with a buzz. Apparently, the one-armed old man was going to close the door. That's something. How do you know this place? The one-armed old man smiled slyly, still as morose as ever. By mistake, Zhao Yun dryly laughed, but in fact, his heart was cursing. God knows that the lone wolf's hidden treasures. There is also a Xianyang realm. If I knew that, the ghosts ran here to find excitement. That's good. It's blocked. Entered by mistake? The one-armed old man sneered. The only one who knows this place is my disciple. What a misstep. What's with this disobedience? The corners of the old man's mouth curled slightly. One moment he was still sitting on the stone platform. The next moment he arrived like a ghost. His dry palm, with a strong palm wind grabbed over. Whoosh! Zhao Yun reacted quickly enough, stepping on the wind god steps and retreating in an instant. What a handsome stance. The old man laughed grimly and did not chase after him, but raised his arm and opened his dry 5 fingers towards Zhao Yun. His palm's true essence dripped and overflowed, and there was a vortex evolving. Zhao Yun, who was hiding, felt a horrible suction force, so strong that he couldn't resist it, and was retreating backwards. Because of this suction force, he was sucked towards the old man again. Clank! At the moment of crisis, he was bold enough to use his sword, a sword of wind and thunder through the rainbow. Out of your depth. The one-armed old man was full of contempt, and only stretched out 2 fingers, impartially clamping the tip of the purple heavenly sword, so that no matter how much Zhao Yun pushed his true essence, it would be difficult to stab in half a point. Buzz! The old man flicked a finger, shot Zhao Yun flying, purple sky sword violently buzzing, quite a precursor to the explosion. He is not good either, was shocked by the 5 viscera severe pain. especially the arm holding the sword. Arm bone has been cracked. There is a flow of blood. In addition to this, the transformation technique was shattered, revealing his true form on the spot. Seeing his honorable face, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao Yun was quite similar to a person he remembered, especially those eyes, which were equally deep and were equally wise. Pust. Zhao Yun finally stood still, and a mouthful of blood spurted out furiously. It's not a bad injury. This is the gap between the true spirit realm and the Xianyang realm, not to mention the difference of a large realm more. Really want to do it head on. He can't even hold up around. Zhao Yuan is who you are. The one-armed old man laughed at Zhao Yun. Don't recognize it. Zhao Yun back to the dry, slightly unnoticeable sweeping look at the four sides. Have to think of escaping, but looked around. This underground palace seems to be only a stone door and exit. As for the relationship with the Zhao family, it had been denied since. Still, he was not alone. No matter when or where, he had to hide his identity, but he could not cause trouble for the Zhao family. A family that was targeted by an 8th level of the Xianyang realm would never want to live in peace again in this life. This, then, you recognize. The one-armed old man laughed slyly, and there was an extra object in his hand, a scented capsule. Zhao Yun frowned when he saw this. That scent bag, he recognized, because that is his, has been lost for many years. Is his mother embroidered for him? The reason why I can recognize it once, is that the scent bag on the word cloud, with a single phoenix embroidery, is her mother's unique needlework. Seems simple, but actually very complex. Not to mention forget the ancient city, even the whole of the great summer dynasty, but also cannot find the second. No one can imitate. He wondered why the old man this. No one can imitate. He was very puzzled. His mother gave him to weave the bomb. Why in the old man this? Go as Zhao Yuan's precious son. The one-armed old man laughed morosely. The corner of his mouth also lifted up a ferocious arc. The pair of cloudy old eyes, also scarlet 1 point. The light of the eyes is more than just bloodthirsty, but also more tyrannical. There is no need to ask again. From the look on Zhao Yun's face, the answer has been derived. Zhao Yun did not say anything, and his brows furrowed even deeper. This creepy one-armed old man, recognizing his father? Recognize. Since I recognize. The old man laughed, seemed to be able to read Zhao Yun's heart language, precisely because he could read it, only to show his white teeth, smiling grimly. His wife, your mother, is the old man's shattered heart veins? Boom! Zhao Yun's body trembled, like being struck by lightning. This deep eyes, instantly covered with a line of blood, the eyes dyed scarlet, handheld purple heavenly sword buzzing and moving, raging anger, cold killing machine, flooded his mind and soul. A blood debt. It's a monstrous blood debt. To his mother. His memory can only be traced back to the year he was 7 years old. It was that cold night. The family was revenged by the enemy. His mother, to protect him, received a black-clothed man's palm, heart vein broken. When his father rushed to his mother has been dying. Cloud. It should have been his mother's last call to him before she died, the gentlest and most feeble. And with reluctance and tears, she fell into her father's arms. He also remembered the moment when his mother closed her eyes. His father's hissing up to the sky. How hoarse and sad it was. And that night, his father went white for the night. 7 years old. He did not know the world. Thought his mother asleep, but did not know that this sleep is the eternal farewell. How many years? He did not dare to mention his mother in front of his father, only to know that his father in the countless nights, wandering alone under the moon, holding his mother's spiritual seat, gloomy sadness, is the longing for, but also the guilt, in order to find the murderer, poured all the financial resources, but no matter, so far, has not been found. God had the good sense to let him run into it. Perhaps, there was a destiny, and he hadn't come this trip in vain. Vengeance for the killing of his mother is not shared. Interesting, really interesting. The old man laughed in a ghostly manner, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, his face as hideous as an evil ghost. Zhao Yuan, 9 years ago, he killed your wife. I can't imagine that 9 years later, your son sent himself to the door. In this life, you are destined to be a loner. Kill. Zhao Yun. This roar is from the soul of the roar, by the hatred-blinded mind, just like forgetting that the other party is the 8th weight of Xianyang, actually attacked from the front, or wind and thunder a sword, fire breath lingering, covered with thunder and lightning. The old man laughed coldly and reached out again, clutching the violet sky sword. However, before he could open the shock, Zhao Yun abandoned his sword and bullied his way into a physical fight with the holy law of battle. Still with that bizarre attack, every move was fierce and dominant. Nice close combat. The old man was slightly surprised and caught off guard for a moment. But, only for a moment. Zhao Yun's attack, although fierce, but far from hurting him, the so-called skills, in front of the absolute power, with the pendulum is no different. The difference of a large realm is more, not to mention injuring him, Even his defense cannot be blown through. It is no more than scratching an itch. Xianyang eighth weight of the protection of the body of the true essence, is not a true spirit can be broken open. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderstorm, Zhao Yun tumbled out horizontally again. The old man hadn't even put up a fight, and with just the raging true essence, he had shocked him nearly to the point of falling apart. Pust! With this mouthful of blood, Zhao Yun spat and staggered. He couldn't even stand up. God knows how many bones were shattered, and his body hurt like flames burning. Refining you into a puppet should be good. The old man smiled grimly, his white teeth showing. He had long been looking for a way to refine Zhao Yun into a puppet, so he ordered him to assassinate Zhao Yuan. That scene must be eye candy. As he walked, he suddenly realized something was wrong and subconsciously lowered his eyes. When he entered, he saw 3 yellow talismans, or to be precise, explosive talismans, affixed to his body. This is a bit of a surprise. It should be the one that Zhao Yun had affixed to him during the close combat earlier. It doesn't matter. Importantly, 3 explosive talisman has opened the bomb. Spare him, or bombed stirrups back. The so-called body protection true essence, were bombed out of the opening. Hall Xianyang eighth weight, was also bombed by the chatter of blood. A layer of flesh in front of the chest are lifted. Bloody neat, the ghastly, but also thanks to him the bottom of the strong enough. If replaced with the general Xianyang realm of martial arts cultivators, most likely to have been bombed to the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Before he could react, more than a dozen flying daggers shot at him from the front, all of which were hung with explosive talismans. Little bastard, what an underestimate. The old man gritted his teeth, looking at the flying nice explosive symbol. The true essence then surged into a gale, wanting to roll away the flying knife. Love to go where to blow up. Unfortunately, he had once again underestimated Zhao Yun. Before the gust of wind swept the flying dagger changed its trajectory and rushed straight into the sky. Imperial sword art? The old man marveled. That's right, it's the royal sword technique. On each flying dagger, it's engraved with Zhao Yun's brand, and with the seal in his hand, he was able to avoid the gusts of wind, and at this moment, more than a dozen flying daggers, which had already descended from the sky, exploded en masse when they touched the old man's body. Boom, boom, boom. The power of a dozen explosive talismans, or very strong, fried this small underground palace, are buzzing and rumbling and shaking. There are rubble falling, quite a sign of collapse. Look at the old man, the form is enough woeful. Body protection of the true essence, just healed, just wrapped full body, will be a burst of symbols fried full of devastation. The shape of the bones of the body, many parts of the collapse, 1 or 2 can see the blood and bone. Pust, this mouth of blood, the old man sprayed overbearingly, because of the explosive talisman, touched the dark wound in his body. In this instant seizure, a terrible backlash, so that he had severe pain all over his body. Blood for blood, Zhao Yun hissed, not giving him a chance to catch his breath, and fired another series of flying daggers. Seek death. The old man let out a sardonic laugh. This time he learned to be smart, such as a black shadow attack, not waiting for the flying daggers to explode talisman to open the explosion, has killed to Zhao Yun's body in front of the dry palms, probing through the air. Whoosh! Zhao Yun had anticipated this, and the moment the old man probed his hand, he had already risen and disappeared. During that time, he also choked with one hand. Explosive talisman. Well, there must be more, hidden under the ground, buried by the party, one on the left and one on the right. The old man stepped on one of them, and there were 2 mines on the board. Chapter 77, Blood is paid in blood. Boom, boom, 2 explosive talismans exploded with lightning. Pust. This time, the 8th weight of Xianyang was also blown over. The palms of his feet were drenched in blood, the blood and bones of his legs were soaked, and he touched the dark wounds in his body, and he sprayed a mouthful of old blood in a domineering manner. Mostly, the stepping was too accurate. At this instant, he was not only angry, but also shocked. A small true spirit realm. Where did he get so many explosive talismans? And each of them was fused with overbearing thunderbolts. Also, this kid is way too calculating. You've been planning this since the beginning of the war? You're so meticulous? Apparently, yes. Although Zhao Yun was blinded by hatred, he was sober. The other party was in the Xianyang realm. Brute force was certain death. Not only would he not be able to take revenge, but he would also be killed in return. This state of mind, even the moon god sighs. It's true, there are too many coincidences. The world is so big, but we'll meet the enemy here. Perhaps, there is really that fate. Good, very good. The one-armed old man laughed hideously and staggered a bit to stabilize himself. Being blown up one after another was indeed not very pleasant, especially the dark injuries that were always backfiring on him. Blood for blood. Zhao Yun hissed and came with his long yuan sword, slashing down with Ling Tian. Good sword. The old man laughed, barehanded hard regret. Even people with the sword and swung flying, not yet waiting to land. The horror of the suction again. The same instant, he also spit out of the mouth of a black mango. This situation, no accident. Zhao Yun will be black mango piercing. Come. Zhao Yun clenched his teeth, pinched his sword with one hand, and imperiously moved the purple heavenly sword that was diagonally inserted behind the old man, using the self-same technique of the imperial sword, and stabbed at the old man with a sword from behind. Poof, poof, 2 streaks of bloodlight appeared. Zhao Yun was pierced by the aurora, while the old man was pierced by the purple heavenly sword, both unsteady, one staggering and the other staggering. Ah! The old man hissed and his true essence surged, shocking the violet sky sword out of his body. Kill! Zhao Yun stabilized his stance and came with his feet on the wind god steps, slamming headfirst into the old man's arms. And even though the old man was the 8th level of Xianyang, he was also knocked into a stumble. And then, the dragon's roar continued. Zhao Yun and moved the battle sacred law, previously not very good, but now, the old man's body protection true essence, has been explosive talisman bombed all over the place, is not an absolute defense. He hit the hood door. The most important thing is that the old man's dark injuries, all the time and the poison, the situation, the other side had to be distracted suppression. Poof, poof, bloodlight frequently appeared. Even if the old man Xianyang realm was also hammered all the way to the big cough blood, Zhao Yun's close combat, more than ghosts and illusions, but also fierce and overbearing. Roll. After all, it is the 8th level of Xianyang. The bottom is terrifying since, or the surge of true essence. Will Zhao Yun shocked all the way across the flip? There is an arm, on the spot collapse. Fry. In the midst of the horizontal flight, Zhao Yun let out a clang. Close combat was fake. Using the explosive talisman was real, such as the old man's level of martial arts cultivator. He had to stick the explosive talisman on his body in order to maximize its power. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive talismans opened in unison, one after the other, blowing the old man back 3 steps. Look at his form. Has been enough to scare. Many blood and bone exposure. More blood splatter. From a distance to see, just like has become a bloody man. The horror. Pust. Compared to him, Zhao Yun is no better. Has been unsteady. The left arm has drooped down. Blood flowing down the arm. Violent gasping for breath. The body's injuries, so that his consciousness is blurred. If not refining the body, the physical body is enough to resist, or else it will be shocked to fall apart. The 8th level of the Xianyang realm. It is too scary. How many more explosive charms are there? The old man finally stood firm, and when he spoke, there was a wisp of blood dripping from his mouth, like a very stern ghost, and, moreover, a stern ghost that had just eaten a person. Boom! The rumble came from above the underground palace. The old man raised his eyes in an open manner, up to this point, only to see the rock wall of the underground palace, plastered with explosive talisman. There are dozens of channels, which is obviously to this underground palace. Bombing collapse. Boom, boom, boom. When he looked, dozens of explosive talisman has been blown up one after another. The palace of the earth done shaking, a piece of debris, smashed down from the sky. There is already going to be collapsed situation. To bury me? Ridiculous. The old man closed his eyes and took a step in, like a black shadow attacking and killing. Explode. Zhao Yun hissed. The explosions lined the landscape in response. Still one after another, not coming from above the ground, but underground, and God knows how many explosive charms he had buried. Poof, poof, the old man suffered a big seedling, attacking and killing all the way, frequently bombed. Not yet wait to kill Zhao Yun body, will be bombed all the way stirrups back, or too underestimated Zhao Yun. Bursting? You've got a lot of explosive charms. He's a technical streamer. This was the moon god's judgment of Zhao Yun. This kid's calculations. She saw it clearly, whether it was burying the explosive talisman, or the imperial flying sword. Every step was calculated quite accurately. The Tang Xianyang realm was led by him all the way. Buzz. Before the smoke cleared, before the old man could stand still, Zhao Yun had already attacked, and as he passed the long yuan that was slanted on the ground, he casually lifted it up, still with a sword of wind and thunder. Pust. The old man again chattered blood, by Zhao Yun a sword into the chest, however, did not penetrate, only because, he is the Xianyang realm. The flesh is strong enough, only because, Zhao Yun also wasted a hand, and the successive use of explosive talisman. The true essence has been extremely depleted. This sword seems to be overbearing, but in fact, the power is greatly reduced. Good boy. The old man laughed. One hand clutched the body of the dragon abyss sword. Deadlock. And then dare not move delusional true essence. All the energy are used in the suppression of the body of the dark wound backlash. If not the dark wound poison let him distracted. And why this miserable? Blood for blood. Zhao Yun clenched his teeth, with only a mouthful of true essence left to hold onto, holding the hilt of the Dragon Abyss sword in his death grip, stabbing an inch by inch. As long as he could pierce through, he would be accomplishing his mission. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it anymore. The injury was so severe that even the last of his true power was exhausted on the spot. You cannot kill me. The old man laughed hideously as his body shook violently, once again shocking Zhao Yun over. The long Yuan sword flew across the room, and Zhao Yun's arm flew across the room. That's right, one of his arms was shaken off, and the blood that spewed out into a blood-colored arc of light was more than just stinging the eyes. It was simply tragic to the extreme. This scene silenced even the moon god as he watched. Since entering the Master Zhao Yun consciousness, it was the first time I saw him injured this badly. One arm was wasted, one arm was shaken off, and I don't know how many tendons in his body were broken. It's the obsession that should be at work. He is a person with obsession. In order to repay the blood debt of his mother, he is on the fight for his life. His strategy is correct, and every step is also calculated to the most accurate. Nay, the 8th level of Xianyan was too strong. However, to be able to fight to this point, he was proud enough to look down on the world. Boom! Accompanied by a rumble, Zhao Yun, who was flying backwards, slammed the stone door of the cave entrance and collapsed, skimming over 3 to 5 feet of rock and falling all the way into the bottomless abyss. Cheap! The old man staggered and glanced downwards. Such a deep spectral abyss, even if he fell, he would be reduced to mush, let alone a half-dead true spirit realm. Pust, looked, a mouthful of blood spray wildly, a step did not stand firm, also nearly planted down the ghost abyss. His chest is dripping blood, all over the body is dripping blood, finally cannot suppress the dark injury. The 8th realm of the cultivation, all the way down, straight down to the 3rd level. Zhao Yuan, his low growl was filled with anger. Back then, when he sneaked into the Zhao family, although he killed Zhao Yuan's wife, he also paid a terrible price. An arm was chopped off, and the dark wounds in his body also came from Zhao Yuan. 9 years. 9 years of poisoning him. If not, he would have broken through the earth-hidden realm long ago. Why would he be hiding in this spectral abyss? But, he still earned it. A wife and a son. That's enough. As he said, Zhao Yuan was destined to be a loner for the rest of his life. The thought of it drove him wild with excitement. Chapter 78, Living Immortal Do. At the bottom of the Oolong abyss, it was deep and silent. It was a quiet night, pitch black, so dark that there was not the slightest bit of light. Click. Suddenly, a sound like this rang out. Should a branch break? And then, there was a bang. It was Zhao Yun who landed. Talent against the heavens. Luck also seems to be against the heavens. Previously fell down from the top. Coincidentally, hanging on the rock wall protruding branches, if it is directly to the ground, will fall into a puddle of mud? How to say? Life should not be extinct. However, although there is life, he is not far from death. Landing is already a piece of blood. An arm is wasted. An arm was shot down. I do not know how many sinews fracture. More than one place there is blood and bone exposure. Has become a blood hula people. The injury was so severe that he had fainted. Look at his breath. It's so weak that it could be cut off at any moment. Just this time it's thrilling. The moon god let out a sigh. Thanks to Zhao Yun hung on the branch. Otherwise, it is all the way to fall into the ghost gate. And she, since the soul also flew away, the state of mind of the gods, has long been seen through life and death. But this time, she was really scared. This, I can't blame Zhao Yun for. Since the moment Zhao Yun was sucked into the underground palace, the situation has gone beyond his control. That situation, Zhao Yun cannot escape. Even if he escaped from the underground palace, but also cannot escape from the abyss. The only way to have a chance of survival is to fight to the death. As it turns out, Zhao Yun did a great job. There are obsessive people, launched crazy really terrible, such as this true spirit of a heavy small martial arts cultivator. Step-by-step calculations, playing dead, nearly kill the 8 Xianyang realm. If the last blow, lending him a strong true essence, will be able to penetrate the sword that the old man, so, indeed, the merits of the round. Nay, the strongest of all, and ultimately the most successful of all. Now, it was as bad as it could get, but at least Zhao Yun still had a life. Wake up, the lunar god called out softly. If he slept like this, he would never wake up again. Still alive? Zhao Yun slowly opened his eyes and wanted to get up, but he had the heart to move. It hurt all over his body. It hurt so much that he could no longer tell the difference between real and unreal. Alive. Luna laughed. This simple dialogue of one word, dark and becoming serene again. Zhao Yun lay there quietly, unable to move. Earlier, it was hurting like hell. Now, the body seems to be gradually losing consciousness, as if it has become a waste of man, limbs and bones, organs and bowels, 8 veins, broken, cracked. As of this moment, blood is still flowing from the wound. Water. I don't know when, only to hear him breathlessly open his mouth. It should be blood loss. The skin of the mouth is dry and cracked. The ruined arm is moving with difficulty. Want to take his purple gold zucchini. Also want to look for healing pills. Don't bother for nothing. The moon god spoke softly, and as she said that, she also glanced at the broken branch of the rock wall, where Zhao Yun's bag containing the pills, as well as the purple and gold zucchini, were hanging from. Zhao Yun let out a bitter laugh. At this instant, not only hungry and thirsty, but cold through and through, his eyelids fluttered again and again, and, in his drowsiness, were quite on the verge of closing, as if he, too, looked out upon death, beckoning to him with a horrible smile, like a morose ghost. Tick, there was the sound of dripping water. Zhao Yun, whose eyes were about to close, opened them again. Water, there's water not far away. There's hope for him. 3 feet, the moon god leisurely said, giving a definite distance. The moral is also obvious. If you can climb over, you can drink water. If you can't climb over, you will be killed in the yellow springs. Water. Zhao Yun rolled over with difficulty and crawled that way, inch by inch. Sand. Sand. It was a harsh sound, as if something was rubbing against it. It's Zhao Yun's bear, the bones of the exposed body. It was the sound of bones rubbing against the ground. He grunted in pain until he stifled it, clinging to the earth, crawling every inch of the way with immense difficulty. The distance of 3 feet seemed like a heavenly moat. His consciousness, disoriented, always felt that half of his body had fallen into hell, and at the moment, it's crawling out of hell. The lunar god didn't say anything, only watched quietly. A distance of only 3 feet is not really that far. However, to Zhao Yun at this moment, it was like 1,000 miles. He's hurt too much. At this rate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to drink the water before my soul returns to heaven and earth. Water. Zhao Yun's voice was hoarse and breathless, still squirming as hard as he could, dragging his bloody body, bones grinding against the ground, inch by inch. His will, tenacious enough, perhaps. There is also Soa obsession. In the bitter support him, he cannot die, has not yet returned the blood debt for his mother, which can be like this to die. 1 inch, 2 inches, 1 fathom, 2 fathoms. He this way, wiping out a bloody road, the darkness of the light of a little grain of rice. In the dark flickering, perhaps one day, it will burn more dazzling than the sun. There will also be so a touch of light, sprinkled all over the earth. And, 3 inches, Luna whispered. Zhao Yun or no response, eyes have nearly closed, and then cannot make half a bit of strength. In addition to the head, his entire body, have no consciousness. The man who killed your mother is still up there, the moon god faintly said, although he knew that the words were pale and powerless, but he always had to try. He, who has only 1 breath left, if you can't hold your breath, you'll die on the spot, but if you can hold out, it's Jedi Nirvana. 3 inches away from the drop, not water, is the immortal dew? A drop can be born dead flesh and bones. She is down to no. After all, she is only a trace of residual consciousness. Perception is really limited. If I had known that there is immortal dew, we'll tell Zhao Yun first down to take. Zhao Yun did not disappoint her. With his last breath, he held on hard. In that instant, he finally closed his eyes. In that instant, there was a drop of shiny water in the darkness, dripping down from mid-air, dripping onto his body, with infinite divine power and magic in the midst of decay. Click it, bone collision sound, followed by ringing, a blood gully on his body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, one after another to recover, a broken tendon, one after another to continue, a cracked bone, also one after another to remodel. A blood hulk, rekindled by a drop of fairy dew, rekindles the fire of life. Phew! Only then did the moon god let out a fierce sigh of relief. Zhao Yun had strolled through the ghost gate, and she was no different. After melting the immortal dew, at least there is no fear of life. As long as there was life, anything was possible, and the god she wasn't just for show. Zhao Yun is still fainting, pale face, but there has been more than a touch of redness, the breath that had been annihilated, and with the breath, gradually become proportional. Look at the immortal dew, is still dropping down. Every drop into Zhao Yun's breath will be 1 point thick. In addition to being shocked down the arm, body, there is no longer half a scar. Not only are there no scars, but there's a build-up. Immortal dew into nourish his body, limbs and bones, organs, internal organs, 8 veins, all stained with luster, a wisp of spiritual chi, wandering in the body within the body, whisking away his exhaustion and dark wounds, to be flowed into the dantian, self-generated true essence, obviously in the fainting, but the chi and blood surging, the raw spiritual power exuberant. Wake up, the moon god casually flicked his hand and knocked Zhao Yun's consciousness. Well, in the slumber, Zhao Yun let out a murmur. Open up the eyes, eyes no longer muddy in disorientation, become clear and bright, and deeper than the original also a lot. Still alive? As the words were, he muttered them once more, staring blankly at his body. No more pain, and no more half-scars. When he was looking at it, a drop of immortal dew landed in his hand, flashing with crystalline immortal light, and when it entered his hand, it merged into his palm, and then it was transformed into his body, such as a clear spring, flowing all over his body, making the spirit vibrate. This, Zhao Yun subconsciously looked up. This immortal dew, it was dripping down from above. When he entered, he saw a withered flower, shaped like a lotus flower, but with a flower and no leaves, or rather, the leaves had completely withered and had been weathered by the years. The lotus of life. The moon god spoke softly, saying the name of that flower. This thing, the mortal world is not the reason why it will grow here. It should be that there is a seed left behind on earth, but the spiritual power of the mortal world can't help it to grow, and that's why it withers away. The so-called immortal dew is nothing but the dew that dyes the petals of the flower. Mere dew has such divine power? Zhao Yun was shocked. If it was a true living lotus, how heaven-defying it would be. Its use to the immortal is not great, except that you are immortal, and even if dyed with just a trace of immortal power, you can turn decay into magic. Encountering this immortal object, it's really a bad fate. Zhao Yun took a deep breath. He should be glad that no one ran down to sneak around. Otherwise, there would be no way to swallow it. Quickly fetch the zucchini and receive the immortal dew. The moon god spoke languidly. Come. Zhao Yun let out a light shout and pinched his knuckles with one hand, knowing where the purple and gold zucchini was, simply because on the zucchini, it was engraved with his royal sword brand. The sword art was not only able to control the sword, but also the zucchini. It was good to have the branding to go along with the hand technique, and it was the same reason why he was able to control each flying sword when he fought against the old man earlier. The small gourd flew and fell into his hands. Unfortunately, the immortal dew, only 3 drops, was carefully accessed by him in the gourd. To the gourd in a look, the cloud is more apparent, dazzling. The raw spiritual power is more surging. Pour a mouthful. There will be a healing effect. Only, the immortal dew was dissolved. The divine power is greatly reduced. Far less than a drop of the affordable. No? Zhao Yun tilted his eyes. Withered on the lotus of sentient life. No more immortal dew. Withered flowers. Lost the last trace of immortal power. One by one defeat. With a gust of breeze fluttering, before falling to the ground, it has been turned into a wisp of flying ash. Zhao Yun got up and looked at the ground. When he didn't come, a drop of fairy dew that was dripping on the ground. Get it right and collect it. The oolong abyss is cold and een. It is extremely een, and immortal dew is invisible when it enters the ground. The moon god leisurely said, if I knew there was this immortal item, I should have come to the Wulong abyss earlier. Zhao Yun had a flesh ache, but on second thought, if he had come earlier, it was still uncertain whether he would have lived or died. Maybe, after entering that underground palace, he would have been second-guessed by the one-armed old man. Thinking of the one-armed old man, he tilted his head, deep eyes, flashing a cold aura, and also stained with a touch of blood, with which, will not die, will definitely take the old man's head, sacrificing his mother's spirit in heaven. And at this moment, it was time for the identity of the one-armed old man to be revealed. The one he exterminated that day was by no means the lone wolf of the night. The real lone wolf of the night must be the one-armed old man in the underground palace. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult to catch, and it would not be possible to steal so many belongings, and the lost rare treasure, but also definitely the handiwork of the one-armed old man. Speaking of one arm, he glanced over his left shoulder. Only one arm remains. Nowadays, it seems that he has also become a one-armed man, and the legendary lack of arms and legs is something he has personally tested. Can it grow back? Zhao Yun glanced at the moon god. Chapter 79, What are you running for? Can. The response given by the moon god had a rather affirmative tone, and Zhao Yun's eyes flashed as he listened. When the 5th level of the true spirit is reached, grant you an even more domineering arm. Luna stretched hard. Having been in shock, she needed to slow down. Even she said that she was overbearing, so Zhao Yun believed it. Without delay, he went to the branch of the tree to get the small bag containing the pills, and then the scattered things, one by one, to retrieve. As for Lan Yuan and Zixio, they were still in the underground palace, and only then did he climb up the rock wall. It was not to go to the underground palace to settle the score with the one-armed old man. Vengeance must be avenged, but before that, something must be prepared. For example, the explosive talisman has run out. Earlier, he was injured near death. That guy is not much better. He has immortal dew to heal his wounds, but the other party does not. To take advantage of the other party's injuries have not yet recovered before, to kill him back, the matter should be fast. In case the goods ran away, he won't be looking for help. Since it was his mother's revenge, he would behead the other side with his own hands. The dark wounds have backfired, and he has dropped to the 3rd level. Oh no, it's the 2nd weight. The moon god added another sentence, because in the previous instant, the cultivation level of the old man was sensed to have dropped another damn weight. Very good. Zhao Yun's eyes are shining, full of energy, all the way up. According to his speed, at most a few hours will be able to climb out of the abyss, ready to explode the talisman. Come back to kill that old thing. The one-armed old man did not know. That guy, the state is not very good. The hair has been white, and there is a strand of shedding. The shape of the bones, now, more dry and thin as firewood, like a skeleton, covered with a layer of meat skin. Overnight, 6 heavens fell in a row. How many years would it take to repair it back? And the dark wounds in his body were really driving him crazy. Zhao Yuan, the more he thinks, the more angry, his eyes scarlet red unbearable, clenched teeth, with that bloody face, hideous as evil spirits. Su is too angry. A breath did not gasp smooth, and even urgent fire, another mouthful of blood. Breath is not only atrophied, but also very chaotic, trying his best to suppress the dark injuries, and even the body of the blood gully, are powerless to go to the healing. In the gibbets to a few bursting charms, must be incomparably acidic. How nice it would be to have a flying mount. This side, Zhao Yun while climbing while muttering, if there is no need to be so laborious. A command, is a flying sky. Think of all feel wind. At some point, he climbed out of the phantom abyss, into the eyes. They see a scruffy youth, is carrying a wine gourd toward this side. Drink dizzy, a walk 3 shaking, a little debauchery, hands and feet, but also with some spontaneity, such as a stray swordsman. Looks like, is passing by this place, ran to see the legendary Wulong Yuan, looked at Zhao Yun, cannot help but stare. Is the eye to see Zhao Yun climbed up from below. The little spirit bead didn't even respond. Zhao Yun took a look at his arms, and the spirit bead did not light up, meaning that he could not perceive the cultivation of the scruffy youth. Obviously, that youth had a secret treasure to conceal his cultivation. Without much thought, he turned around and scurried into the jungle. Time is urgent. He has no time to delay. Need to find a place as soon as possible to buy talisman line. As soon as possible. Ton burst talisman. When the scruffy youth took a look, he casually threw away his wine gourd and chased straight after Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun did not look. His feet stepped on the wind god steps, and his body was like a swift wind. Oops, the scruffy youth raised an eyebrow, also on his feet. Embarrassingly, it still hasn't caught up. Force me to move the talisman. The scruffy youth carried a yellow talisman and casually stuck it on his leg. Well, this item's speed soared all the way up, like a black shadow traveling through the forest. It was as fast as it could be, and it quickly caught up with Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun glanced sideways at the yellow talisman on the scruffy young man's leg, which was engraved with lines, and in the center of the talisman, there was also an ancient character 4 line. If you do not see wrong, that is the speed-walking talisman, as the name suggests, can be in a short period of time, so that their own speed increased dramatically, such as the explosive talisman, but also a one-time charm, with a time will be scrapped, since the sublevels, but also depends on who is engraved. This talisman is very practical. Only a very small amount of true essence can be increased to the extreme speed. However, this kind of talisman is rare in the world. The market is also rarely sold, mostly in the hands of the royal family and big families. Look at the youth bones, amazing, handsome appearance, and the bloodline is not bad. The origin must be not small. I said, what are you running for? The scruffy youth also looked sideways, while sprinting like the wind. He scanned Zhao Yun up and down. He could see that Zhao Yun had used the transformation technique. He couldn't see his real face. He only knew that Zhao Yun's chi and blood were majestic. His body techniques were mysterious, and he was by no means an ordinary true spirit realm. Urinating, Zhao Yun closed his eyes. Back to the casual. If not in a hurry to go out, or else, we'll certainly have a good chat with this goods. I run my tube, you hang things, waste a speed travel charm to chase me. Idle it. Let's see. You're in a hurry to get home to your wife. Ragged young man skimmed his mouth, looking for reasons not to find a refreshingly simple, but also urgent urination. Urinary urgency still runs so fast. Not afraid of peeing on the pants? Zhao Yun ignored it, and his speed increased violently. However, the speed-walking talisman wasn't too slow, and it was able to catch up with the wind god steps all the way. It's the middle of nowhere. Can I make a robbery? The scruffy youth was alongside Zhao Yun and tugged at the corner of Zhao Yun's coat. This word, listen to the moon god, are happy. Nowadays robbing, are so good to discuss? Zhao Yun didn't say anything, and for the second time, his sideways glance was slanted. I didn't take a good look at it, but now I have to take a good look at it. This cargo is really extraordinary, permeated with a progressive force, are so direct, but also said this subtle, really learned. Thanks to this moment he did not burst the talisman, or else, we'll certainly call this bastard face a 1. Okay? The scruffy youth asked tentatively. Okay, Zhao Yun said, and with a piercing wall, he went through the boulder in front of him. Bang! Zhao Yun is crossing the past, but the scruffy young man, he didn't have much time to break, or rather, he was still looking at Zhao Yun the moment before, asking if he could rob him, and then he looked back and crashed headlong into the boulder. Oops, I'll go. Zhao Yun ran out of a long way. Can still hear the pain of the good screams? No need to look. Know that guy is covering the brain. Shells that shake, shells that grimace it? It's hard to feel good when you hit your head on a rock. Right, the distance is so close. The time is so short. It is extremely difficult to stop and change direction, but also blame the speed charm. The speed is too fast. Do not know its mystery. It is difficult to master. After all, that is an external force. Can keep up with the wind god step is not true, but the two are fundamentally different. And the battle with the people. The wind god step is very practical, but on the escape, the speed charm seems to be better to use, because of consumption of the true essence of the extremely limited. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun took a look at the moon god. This look, the meaning is still very clear. Can you pass me the method of drawing speed walking talisman? In the future to meet the dry, but also more a life-saving magic. Well said. The moon god did not give a reply. Is considered to be the default. After last night, it is necessary to pass more Zhao Yun some life-saving method. A grasshopper on the rope. Zhao Yun died. She also buried. Last night's disaster. Still remember there is fear. With a flick of her sleeve, a piece of gold spilled out. Since it is the spell of the speedy traveling talisman, the list of boards and boards is absolutely authentic. Wide-eyed. It's no easier than drawing explosive charms. Zhao Yun two minds. While looking at the door of the charm, while stepping on the wind god step wild soaring. No more scruffy youth chirping. His ears quiet a lot. Really want a fight. He is not afraid of that guy. At most. But the peak of the true spirit. Even if you cannot fight, to save his life is still not in the question. The main thing is that he does not have the time. It was half an hour before he stopped. Ahead, there is a small, not too big, small ancient town, which I had seen before I came. Although it is not too prosperous. Although it is not as good as forgetting the ancient city. But the line of drawing charms is complete. Zhao Yun bought a lot of them. When he was done, he went all the way straight to that mountain forest again, to draw the explosive talisman, but also to go to the deserted forest to draw, but also can keep an eye on the one-armed old man. If that guy really run out, even if he has no explosive talisman, he will go up to do hard work, or else, really run out of shadow. Where to find him to go? Must not let him escape. On the way back, he meets the scruffy youth again, playing far away. I saw the goods limping, all the way to cover the head. I do not know whether it is drunk, or hit too hard, walking like stepping on sponges, staggering. Zhao Yun changed direction and bypassed it, not afraid of the scruffy youth. He didn't want to cause more trouble, and he was also afraid that the scruffy youth would follow him over again. The one-armed old man was involved in a wide range of things, and it would be good for fewer people to know about it. Shortly after he left, a dozen fast horses stopped in front of the scruffy youth. No, it was not a fast horse, but a demonic beast shaped like a white tiger, with a huge body, burning with flames, and a pair of huge tiger eyes that looked bluffing. It should be the flaming fierce tiger beast, an ancient mount. There is this mount, none of them is a general generation, either noble status, or backed by a large family. The general family cannot have this blessing, because the folk simply do not have. That is the exclusive of the big forces, not sold outwardly, is a symbol of the status. Young lord. On the back of each flaming bear tiger beast, one person jumped down, and surrounded the scruffy youth with a top, a young master, shouting that called a headache in the blink of an eye, the person is nowhere to be found. Seeing the scruffy youth all in a mess, the crowd more looks strange, a look will know, and presumptuous use of speed charm, the direction has not mastered the good, and ing hit the wall. Young lord, don't go wandering off again, we can't afford to lose you, as a favor, God willing. Thankfully nothing happened. The people were all talking, mostly old guys, all clear of the Xianyang realm. Go around everywhere. Don't make a fuss. The scruffy youth waved his hand, his brain still dizzy from this point. You can't be careless. The Rashomon have been very restless lately. That's something that you've chattered about 800 times. Ragged youth shook his head, just because he couldn't stand the nagging. Only one person ran out to let off steam, a carelessness, and that huge stone, came into a very close contact. Let's go. Get on the road before it's too late. We can get to Forgotten Ancient City before nightfall. I heard that Lu Sankong is a good-faced person. The young lord to that, cannot be so hangdog. We are going to propose marriage, on behalf of the Tianyang clan, but you can't lose your identity. Honestly, I don't really treat Lu Ruyu well. The scruffy youth coughed dryly. That stolen wedding was played really high. Who let her be the body of heavenly spirit Lu? Tian Yang with Tian Ling, a perfect match. You're the young master. You have to think about the future generations. Converting the Tian Yang clan depends on you. Chapter 80, Killing the Enemy. Deep in the dense forest, Zhao Yun settled. From here, you can clearly see the Yulong abyss. If the old man really runs out, the first time we'll be able to detect, even without the explosive talisman, we'll go up and do hard work, no matter what. Cannot let it run. He took the line for drawing the talisman. Only one arm left. Much inconvenience, but the speed of drawing talismans is extremely fast, thanks to his talent, coupled with the gradual enhancement of the spiritual power, can be at the fingertips. If there are still 2 arms, maybe he can carve 2 talismans at the same time. The mountains are quiet and no one is disturbed. Zhao Yun oddly fast, bursting runes frequently out constantly, during the period, but also took the time to hold 2 speedwalking runes. The talent is still that hanging, a breath of fresh air. The abyssal palace. The one-armed old man was still there, looking pale, matching the blood-hued face, like a severe ghost. Waste, his voice cursed, full of resentment, cursed that he is not very competitive disciple, afraid that has long been extinguished, dead on the death, but also invited a Zhao Yun, favoring that small martial arts cultivation of the bottom strong, forcing him to have to delusion of true essence, had to perform secret methods. So all of these things are in the deterioration of the dark injury, coupled with explosive talisman bombardment, only to fall into such a miserable situation. The 8th Xian Yang froze and fell to the first realm. Maybe he can repair back, but because of the dark injury in his body, he has no chance of the earth hidden realm for the rest of his life. Only when he had stabilized his mind did he close his eyes. The palace is cold, so far a mess. From time to time there are 3 or 2 pieces of debris, falling from the top, are bombed by the explosive talisman, thanks to the dark stone pillars to support. Otherwise, will collapse. The color of the sky gradually dimmed. In the dark underground palace, a candle flame was lit, and the candlelight reflected on the old man's face, which was eerie. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of a sword chime was heard. One-armed old man frowned, slowly opened his eyes. The sound of the sword from the dragon abyss and the purple sky, diagonally inserted not far away. Really 2 good swords. Why he had no time for him to care. So far are still resting there inserted it? As he watched, the 2 swords were trembling slightly, buzzing constantly, quite literally pulling out of the ground. Sure enough, accompanied by a clanging sound, the 2 swords moved in unison, like 2 ghostly lights, shooting straight at him, one stabbing at his chest, the other chopping at his head. The old man's color changed in disbelief. 2 swords? It is impossible to attack on their own. Must be someone in the dark control sword, with the sword or the royal sword art, both Zhao Yun's sword, that the royal sword attacker. It will be clear, must be Zhao Yun, but how is it possible? The injury is so serious, all the way down, but there is still life in. For a moment, he thought too much. In this instant, he also raised his hand and swung out with a palm, sweeping away Long Yuan and Zi Xiao. Clang, clang. The 2 swords flipped horizontally all the way to mid-air before stopping, and then, both flew to the entrance of the cave. There had been an additional figure. It was Zhao Yun, the one-armed Zhao Yun. Both swords were hanging at his side. It was indeed him who was attacking with the imperial sword. The explosive talisman had been prepared, and he had come to find the old man to settle the score. It's impossible. The one-armed old man saw it, a breath and did not gasp smoothly. Old blood sprayed domineering. Accidental. So accidental. How exactly did Zhao Yun survive? And, after only one night, recovered from his injuries? At the bottom of the abyss, is it possible that there is some kind of creation hidden there? Pay what you owe. Kill what you kill. Zhao Yun faintly said, a word cold and withered. By you. The old man gritted his teeth, exempted to raise his hand. Palm true essence float overflow, the terrible suction force in show. At the same time, he also opened his mouth and spat out a black mango. Want to use this to kill Zhao Yun. However, perhaps due to dark injuries, his suction power, greatly reduced, as well as the mouth spit out the black mango, also slightly mottled. For that matter, he had still forced himself to make it, and before recovering from his injuries, he had presumed to use his secret techniques in true essence, which meant that his injuries were compounded by his injuries. Whoosh! Zhao Yun instantaneous body like a rainbow, to avoid suction, suffered a loss, fell for 2 times, the 3rd time own response. As long as his speed is fast enough, suction is a setup, such as shooting arrows, cannot hit the target. How can hurt? Clang, clang, the sound of swords piercing the ears. Zhao Yun again imperialized the Long Yuan sword and purple heavenly sword, slashing at Ling Tian. Roll, The old man bellowed and flicked his hand to fan the fly. There's no hurry, there's more. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort, and a dozen flying daggers followed, all of which were hung with an explosive talisman. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically. Since Zhao Yun came back, he had not left the stone platform up to this point. Not that he did not go, but he was unwilling to use up his chi. But nowadays, it's impossible not to go. If you don't leave, you'll get bombed. Unfortunately, he is still 1 point slower. A dozen or so of the explosive talisman has already blown up, although there is still some distance, but the aftermath is also enough to make it difficult for him. This is just an appetizer. There was a rumbling sound, and there were rambling paper money had drifted down. To be precise, it was a diffuse burst of charms. This is Zhao Yun's one-day results. Almost all of the explosive talisman were sacrificed, not ready to give the old man the slightest opportunity to breathe. 1 is not enough will be 2. 2 is not enough will be 3. Has not considered what a technology is to use explosive talisman towards the death of the smashing, bombing, also bombing your girl. The old man's eyes bulged and his pupils tightened. In the past, even if the explosive talisman is so much, he can rely on the body of the true essence of hard resistance. But tonight, he seems to not have that bottom. The cultivation has dropped 7 small realms, and covered with injuries. Dark injuries have been recoiled, not to mention the hard resistance. And even stand firm is a problem. How to hold up so many explosive talisman? Boom, 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 boom sound. Since the first explosive talisman exploded, will be out of control. One after another fried, straight fried him all the way across the flip, but also fried his blood and bone collapse fly. It hurts to look at it. The moon god sighed. Such a weak Yin-Yang realm could not carry the bombardment of so many explosive talismans. The external force would cause him to suffer from internal injuries and extreme backlash. This alone was enough to make him nauseous. The boom annihilated. The old man was no longer in human form. His blood and bones exposed by the blast. In place, staggering, clank. Before the smoke cleared, Zhao Yun had already killed and pierced his chest with a sword of wind and thunder. Pust. The bloodlight still stung. Ah! The old man hissed and forcefully shook Zhao Yun back while he, step by step, stomped back. Zhao Yun's hand-held blood-dripping purple shao, pressed step by step. The killing chance in his eyes had already evolved into a cold aura. This sword is for father. This sword is for mother. This sword is for the Zhao family. Zhao Yun seems to be crazy. 1 step a big drink. A drink chopping a sword. Unloaded the old man's arm, but also destroyed its dantian. Will be a Yin-Yang martial arts cultivator. Raw chopped into the waist. There is blood splash. Stained his clothes, but cannot extinguish his monstrous anger. It is this devil. Killed his mother. Pust. The old man sprayed blood. Finally fell down on his back. Tendons broken. Bones clicking sound, but also endless. A mouthful of blood spit in midair to draw a beautiful arc. To be collapsed. Only see the remnants of the body squirming. Only to see blood gushing out of the mouth. Want to get up, but no longer have that mind power. Blood debt. Blood pays. Zhao Yun set his body, and his words were cold to the bone. Pust. The old man wanted to say, but the mouth gushed blood constantly. Only eyes highlighted looking at Zhao Yun. Life and death of the dying. Really unwilling. He Hall Yin-Yang realm, actually planted in the hands of a real spirit realm. It is really. A payback is also a payback. Clank. Zhao Yun raised his hand, chopped off his head with a sword, sealed it in ice with a special method, and would bring it back and place it in front of his mother's tablets in order to pay tribute to her spirit in heaven. And as for the headless corpse, it was extinguished cleanly by him with the body transformation dispersion. Only after doing so did he put away his sword. Up to this point, Zhao Yun just looked around the 4 directions, full of property, gold, silver and jewelry, quite a lot, plus the old man's silver tickets. There must be more than 100,000. Therefore, this trip was not in vain. Not only did he kill his enemy, but he also gained a considerable amount of wealth. Cultivation extremely consuming resources, enough for him to use for a long time. However, he had searched for a long time and had not seen the so-called rare treasure. Left rock wall, Moon God said lazily. On hearing this, Zhao Yun went straight to that side, listening to the Moon God's allegory. This small underground palace. There is another world, to be under the rock wall. He looked around, before turning the stone lamp in the alcove, accompanied by a buzz. There is a stone door rising upwards. Inside, dense and hazy, cloudy and foggy. To be cloudy and foggy, to see, is a 3 square feet of water springs. Water springs in the center. There is a purple vines, hanging above. There is a green fruit, rich fruit, refreshing, and raw spiritual power surging. This is, purple elf fruit? Zhao Yun murmured. His eyes flashed a brilliant light. This is definitely a rare treasure. Can be alchemized into medicine, to nourish and quench the essence of the spirit. There is an extremely magical effect. can be immortal fruit of the name. Rumor has it that this fruit has long been extinct. Unexpectedly, birds do not in the abyss, but also raised a plant. No wonder that day Qingfeng City that big movement. No wonder the upper face of a few big city masters to pressure lost this kind of treasure. Not anxious to be strange, to say that the one-armed old man is indeed a character, even managed to steal this thing, most likely stolen to heal the injury. Unfortunately, for him to do the graft, so rich, Zhao Yun sighed. Purple elf fruit is a rare treasure, and planted purple elf fruit water spring, also enough money, not ordinary water. That is the spirit of liquid poured into the, called it spirit spring seems more appropriate. Take out to sell, to say the least, also have to be tens of thousands of taels. At the moment, was actually used to do the purple elf fruit of the nutrients. The fruit is capricious. From this, we can see how precious the purple elf fruit is. The essence of the spiritual spring, it was sucked like a piece of clear water, which is the crystallization of the spirit. Ah, wasteful, the moon god said faintly. There's still something to be said about this? Zhao Yun said as he moved closer and took a hard sniff. A wisp of fragrant fruity flavor entered from his nostrils and trickled all over his body. Both the immortal fruit of the name, the general place since it is difficult to grow, raised in this dark cave, sooner or later all withered and fell. The moon god leisurely said, look at its color, the essence has already lost a lot. At most 3 or 5 days, it will wither. Then transplant it somewhere else. Zhao Yun said, he is going to uproot it. This place cannot grow. Then find the immortal land that can grow. Such a rare spirit, cannot be spoiled. Luna did not say anything, only slanted a glance at him. Zhao Yun understood the meaning of this look and could not help but let out a dry laugh. Transplanting? I don't think so. Outside looking for it or looking for crazy. Dare to carry it all over the world. How to die do not know. 2. Will also be rewarded a night lone wolf name. The essence is still being lost. Eat it quickly. The moon god stretched hard. Why did he need her to say? Zhao Yun had already probed his hand, picked the purple elf fruit, and first placed it in his hand to survey it before he nibbled on it. Taste well. Indeed did not let him disappointed. Incomparably sweet, is not the general fruit can be compared to the entrance into the birth of the aura. Flow full of limbs and bones, organs and bowels are affected by its benefits. The 8 veins are also nourished because of it, especially the spirit, but also dabbing to the usual scurrying of his eyes watery, so-called spirit. There has never been a moment, such as at this moment, so clear, look at the world, than before, a lot of open light. Chapter 81, the Qiankuan bag. Not bad. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed, ate the purple elf fruit in one gulp. The whole body turned hot. It was the exodus of spiritual energy, but also the qi in blood was too majestic. The cultivation of the first level of the true spirit realm instantly broke through the barrier, and immediately advanced to the second level. That, in turn, was a surprise. Cultivation is secondary. The metamorphosis of the spirit is what he is most pleased with. His eyesight has opened up quite a bit, and his perception has greatly improved. Nowadays, he is far beyond his peers, and is resistant enough to fight. It took 3 full days for him to stabilize his cultivation. On the 4th day, he collected full of property, silver tickets directly into the arms. As for the gold and silver treasures, well, a box was moved out. This is a physical work, only one arm left. It seems to do anything is not convenient, such as a box of treasure. Are brute force to move out, and also have to climb the rock. Really do not know the lone wolf. Why choose this bird place? To dawn, he left the forest, driving a carriage, carrying boxes of gold and silver treasures, straight to the nearest ancient city, that is, Kangwu City. Previously met Han Ming in Qingfeng City. Is the young master of Kangwu City? Is not to know. Yen Tianfeng has released, even if it is released, but also must have gained a lot of benefits. Their own daughters were scolded, which can be so easy to let go of the killing may not be, so that the Kangwu City Lord blood is a must. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was so happy. Kangwolf City at night, very prosperous, which, in no way weaker than the ancient city, is also big red lanterns hanging high, people bustling. In the city, wanted posters are everywhere, such as Forgotten Ancient City and Green Peak City. The bounty announcements for Lone Wolf were truly posted everywhere. On this matter, Zhao Yun has also bemoaned the fact that the location where the spectral abyss is located, the distance from the Kangwolf City is only 100 miles. So many bounty hunters who specialize in catching wanted people. Froza did not find that. Now that the lone wolf of the night is dead, if you want to catch him again, you'll have to go to the netherworld. South of the city, Zhao Yun sought a small garden. Living in an inn is really not safe. After all, carrying a huge treasure, a careless, will cause trouble to kill. Into the small garden, he will cast a recluse. Will be a large wooden box, all stuffed into the ground. The next step is to sell the stolen goods. the so-called gold and silver, directly take to the money changer, exchange into paper silver tickets, so easy to carry. As for the pearl treasure, can only go to the black market. Kangwoo City, ancient city. Well, there is also a black market, and then forget the ancient city is also a lot bigger. Is the gathering place of the gangsters? The same mixed fish and dragons. People here basically don't ask where they come from and don't care where you come from. Just do business. A day's worth of stolen goods, all into silver checks. Zhao Yun is happy to be happy. Foot more than 100,000. This is not a small fortune. Has been a landlord. Stop. As he was walking away, he suddenly heard a whisper from the moon god. There's a baby? Zhao Yunduan's eyes lit up. Whenever the moon god took this tone, it seemed that something good came to his door. 5 furlongs southeast. Small ground stall. Moon god faintly said, the big treasure, since there is no useful small objects, but there is that one, in the case of Zhao Yun, is still very practical. Zhao Yun is leggy enough. The stall wasn't too big, and there wasn't a lot of stuff for sale, mostly jade and porcelain and all that. Numb nuts. It's closing time. Stall master lazy road. Voice tender. Also with a few milky voice. Zhao Yun look at the time. The goods are resting that yawn. Is a 5 or 6-year-old child. Meat, only. Ragged clothes. How to look like a beggar. But Zhao Yun knows that this child can be more than the bright side of that simple. Is definitely an old man. The light of the small spirit bead. Flashing purple. That is to say, this is a Xianyang realm. Look at the depth of the purple light. At least the 6th weight or more. It should be the problem of the gong method, or it may be the taking of the eternal youth elixir. In addition, is the child's hair, not black, not white, but even purple? Looks like, does not seem to dye the color. Special bloodline. Moon god said, look out. Zhao Yun rubbed his chin. Shenmen Tianshu has a saying, where the hair color is not normal, absolutely special bloodline, but in turn, it is not absolute, such as the little fat man, such as Lu Ruyue, hair color are normal. Buy it or not. Close the booth if you don't. Zhao Yun muttered when the purple-haired child ruthlessly stretched out, and urged a sound, doing business to do his part. It seems that there is no one else. No wonder the business is so dismal. Just punch the sentence, but also have to dislike all half of the guests. Bye. Zhao Yun said lightly, picking and choosing. The pouch. Luna lay back on the moon, speaking casually. This is gonna be the baby? Zhao Yun casually picked up, is a silver bag, at first glance. And the money bag is no difference, or rather, that is a money bag, only, an ordinary money bag is slightly different, on which, engraved with the yin and yang gossip totem, in addition to this, is that some cannot understand the pattern, 500 taels. The purple-haired child held out 5 fingers, 5 taels, deal. This sale, surprisingly fast enough to catch Zhao Yun off guard, cut the price hundreds of times. The other side is so dry, hurry up. The purple-haired child stretched out his chubby little hand rather impatiently, as if he was in a hurry. Zhao Yun laughed dryly and casually handed over silver. Next time, the purple-haired child was quite rude, and as soon as he had rolled away the carpet and finished, he turned his head and ran away. You little brat, where to go? Curses ensued, and when he heard it, Zhao Yun couldn't help but look sideways, simply because, that voice sounded a bit familiar. To look back, really recognize, is not precisely that night. Was he pretending Tianwu realm scared away that fat old man? He even came to Kangwolf City. Whoosh! The fat old man's fire is not small, and big face strange black, such as a black shadow, from Zhao Yun's side scurrying past, maybe too strong momentum, comes with a gust of wind. Scraping Zhao Yun froze did not stand still. Run! Where run? You old fart! I didn't take it. How dare you be stubborn? By the time Zhao Yun stood still, the fat old man had already caught up with the purple-haired little waif, and at the moment, was carrying a spanking in one hand. From a long distance, one could hear the sound of snapping, which straight away made the purple-haired little waif cry. The corner of Zhao Yun's mouth tugged. My ass, that's the Xianyang realm. It's so embarrassing, but thinking about it, it was a relief. The fat old man was terrifying, but he was at the peak of the earth hidden. Maybe he would advance to the heavenly martial realm one day when he hit the creation. In front of him, the Xianyang realm would have to be at peace. Have the balls to find my master. He's here, and I'll fight him as he is. Blow, keep blowing. The sound of cursing and swearing, from far and near. The fat old man is overbearing, carrying the purple-haired child in one hand, while cursing and forcing his way through. Passing Zhao Yun, the fat old man also looked sideways. Eyes strange, feel quite familiar, only, cannot recall where I have seen, only know Zhao Yun, is a one-armed martial arts cultivator, and, the cultivation is weak poor. I don't know, if let him know Zhao Yun, is that Tianwu realm? I don't know how to feel, scolding or not scolding for the time being, Zhao Yun get a beating is sure. Sure, What's this, baby? Zhao Yun carried the silver pouch, burying his head in it as he walked along, turning it over and over to study it. Dry bag. What's a dry bag? A kind of bag with space inside. Yushin spoke leisurely. Such as this one in your hand, stuffing in a cow will not be a problem. Is this amazing? Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows, has torn open the rope, looked inside and looked again. His hand also reached in and touched it. With the ordinary money bag, the capacity is about the same. So small, can be stuffed into a cow? There is a prohibition on it. The moon god yawned. Moreover, this bag is broken and needs to be repaired before it can be used. It is the lowest level storage bag in the immortal realm, and when it is repaired, it will barely be enough to use. Picked up another treasure. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed, and numbly tucked away. Not to mention 500 taels, 5,000 taels also by. Chapter 82. In the dead of night, Zhao Yun locked the door of his room tightly and carried out the Qiankuan bag, first turning it over and over and surveying it before glancing at the moon god. Show her how to break the prohibition. Melt a drop of blood and refine it with heavenly thunder. The moon god said, the prohibition is flawed. With your cultivation and the addition of heavenly thunder, it will be broken in 2 days at most. Gotta go. Zhao Yun responded and immediately cut his finger, dripping blood into it and wrapping the Qiankuan bag with heavenly lightning. This bag seems to have a spirit, was wrapped by the thunder, but also lightly trembled a bit. Can clearly see the patterns on its vivid a point, especially the yin and yang gossip, but also flashed a bright light. Built-in space. Zhao Yun murmured softly and looked at the zucchini. It seems that it is also a built-in space, but in his opinion, the level of the zucchini can be much higher than the Qiankuan bag, and since he got it, he has been calcined with thunder almost every day. But so far he has not broken the prohibition. To close his eyes, he continued his workout. The Qiankuan bag trembled even more, and the patterns on it, too, became more and more vivid. The night quietly dispersed. Early in the morning, warm sunlight sprinkled Kangwolf City. Looking at Zhao Yun, his eyes were already bloodshot. Foot one night without stopping, quite consuming mental strength, to be instilled a mouthful of spiritual liquid. The spirit of the moment refreshed. The spiritual liquid is not only fused with longevity dan, also fused with immortal dew. The effect is still very magical. Not only replenish the spirit, but also replenish the true essence. To nightfall again, he only stopped. The Qiankuan bag has been refined, faster than expected. At this moment and then look inside. There has been a thin cloud. The space is indeed a lot bigger. Can easily stuffed into a cow? If it is complete, afraid of 2 cows can be stuffed in. Nice. Zhao Yunhei smile, ripped open the Qiankuan bag. What a silver ticket. Pills, charms, all stuffed in, hanging on the waist, not much weight. Clank, accompanied by a sword sound. He held the sword out, dancing under the moon. The sword is still as exquisite, but why only one arm? And the previous cannot be compared to their own strength, since also greatly reduced. At some point, he withdrew his sword, and then, it was a speed-walking talisman, pasted on the leg, unlocked the ban, injected a strand of true essence, and suddenly felt a strange power, instantly attacked the whole body. Whoosh! He was like the wind, he was gone in a whoosh, so fast. Zhao Yun sked his tongue, and only after personal experience did he realize that this talisman is so fast that it is unimaginable, at least faster than the wind god's step, as if, since he is a gust of wind, in 3 or 2 moments, he was already in front of the wall. Seeing that he was about to crash into it, Zhao Yun gritted his teeth, forced a change of direction, and narrowly avoided it. Good boy. The lunar god let out a sigh. The first time she used the speedwalking charm, she didn't hit the wall, which surprised her quite a bit. Thinking back to her years ago, the first time she used a divine traveling talisman, God knows how many big mountains she hit. Only this point, she is not as good as Zhao Yun. On the talent, she remembered, can be compared to Zhao Yun, seems to be not a few, such as this number of talent, if the god, absolutely shocked the world. Whoosh, 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 the moon god sighs. Zhao Yun did not stop, really like a black shadow, shelved that scurrying around. The courtyard has trees, flower pools, stone tables, he did not hit one, all skillfully avoided. Thanks to his talent, reaction is too fast. With this, he could still have 2 minds, chatting with the moon god, asking about his arm, and missing his arm. He really wasn't used to it. The moon god's response was only 3 words, the 5th weight, as previously stated, would help Zhao Yun remodel his arm, and it was of a very domineering kind. The more so, the more curious Zhao Yun became. In the garden, the whooshing sound of the wind is uninterrupted. Zhao Yun adapted to the speed of this talisman. Both disposable talisman, has its own power to dissipate, but also the blame for the speed of the talisman he drew. The level is too low, only 1 hour. It became a piece of waste paper. Even the lines on it are dissipated. Therefore, such as these talismans, it is better to stock up a little more, really encounter a crisis, really be chased by a strong person. One talisman is exhausted, cannot fall off the chain, have to use the second one to catch up. Reflecting the moonlight, he set up a table in the garden, with all the lines for drawing charms. In this case, the drawing was a speedwalking charm. Tune. He has to be more tune a little bit, in the future to open the escape. All rely on it. If you can't beat it, bombing can't run. The means of life-saving, a little bit too much. For a moment, he raised his eyes to the sky. Into the eye will see a white cloud. Under the starry sky, to be precise, is a white bird, belongs to the bird mount. Although the distance is very far, but still can see that the big bird on the back, sitting on an old man, is resting with his eyes closed. Have a flying mount, really good. Such as this, Zhao Yun has not known how many times to mutter, how to say Lu, quite want to go up to the sky and turn around. Buzz. As he was looking at it, he heard a sudden shudder of realization. When Zhao Yun went to look, the moon god had already whisked his sleeve, and had spilled a golden light, or a golden character, and in the mist, it had gathered into a secret law. Psionics. Zhao Yun read out word for word. The light of the eyes of the snow bright. This art he was in the Shinmen Tianshu, had seen just a word, is a kind of esoteric art, involving the spirit world. This art show, can be summoned from the spirit world of the spirit beasts, in this way, can be contracted with them. As for the kind of beasts that can be summoned, all depends on the skill of the caster. Even if it can be summoned, beasts may not be contracted with you. The beasts are also divided into the weak and the strong, but also the arrogant people. The beast is also divided into strong and weak, and there is no lack of arrogant people, who do not see eye to eye. People are lazy to take care of. Such an art, also belongs to the lost method. The people of the royal family may know, but may not be complete. Whether or not you can summon it depends on your ability. The moon god casually said, falling into a false sleep when she was done. In her opinion, it was impossible to summon Zhao Yun. Psychic art, not anyone can use. There are quite a few restrictions. The cultivation realm is one aspect. This point, Zhao Yun is not up to standard. At least the fourth true spirit. There is the bloodline. There is a special bloodline involving the spirit of the world. Innate communication with the spiritual world of talent. And Zhao Yun is obviously not this bloodline. Neither. That communication is extremely difficult. The reason why the art of transmission of Zhao Yun, nothing more than a figure of the ears of a clean. To save is the reason why I passed this art to Zhao Yun is just to have a clean ear. Saving him from chirping the whole day. Come on a flying one. Zhao Yun had put down the talismanic brush and had sat cross-legged on the ground, resting there to study the psychic. Having seen it, he couldn't help but let out a dry cough. There were conditions for psychic arts, and regardless of bloodline or cultivation, it seemed that he was not qualified. And then there's the sealing. Psychic magic requires both hands to make a seal. His one-armed, really embarrassing. Psychic sure, is there anything simpler? Zhao Yun laughed dryly and looked at the moon god. This is the simplest one. The moon god shrugged his shoulders. The moral obvious, just look at it. Don't think too much, do what you need to do. Zhao Yun took a deep breath. His face was still a little dark. In the middle of the night, are you kidding me? No, I have to try. Zhao Yun buried his head. Is an unbelieving lord, need to hands to seal. He did the same with one hand, but more time consuming. As for the cultivation, that will be hard. His own background is not weak true spirit fourth. Bloodline problem. This secret art in the words, ordinary bloodline as well as the possibility of psychic, but it is difficult. He sat down on a platter and closed his eyes to meditate. Luna glanced away and went back to her sleep. The night is quiet. Under the moon, Zhao Yun rested there muttering, supposedly meditating on the psychic heart decision, as well as that one hand, which was not idle, practicing hand seals over and over again, in order to try to turn two-handed sealing into one-handed. These, he is able to overcome. The difficult thing is the spirit. Need to communicate the spirit world to do, after all, does not belong to a world, is not that easy to communicate. If this is a path, then there is darkness ahead, and he needs to feel his way through it. His mind was empty and clear, like an old monk sitting in meditation, with no external objects in his mind, as he silently recited his heart's decision and felt the spirit while trying to communicate with the spirit realm. Bathed in starlight, his body was quite radiant, and from time to time, there would be an extra dash of dreaminess. If someone is here, will be very surprised, because from behind him to see, as if there is another backmapping, only, shocking, these, the moon god does not know. That beautiful god, with his mind in a state of indolence, was probably envisioning the great Tao. Over here, Zhao Yun was still chattering. The psychic heart decision is very esoteric. As he meditated, a second back reflection was reflected on him. making his consciousness, at once, go blank and his mind become a blur. To restore clarity, he seemed to see a vast world, such as a misty fairyland, vaguely, can see the birds and beasts, and vaguely hear the dragon roar and tiger whine. Shocked, the mind trembled. There was a moment, but also nearly collapsed. The spirit world? He muttered, taking a look at the lunar god. The seemed to be really asleep and didn't react. Subsequently, as in that vast world, he looked at it more than once, and more clearly than once. Just say it. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed, and immediately opened his eyes, bit his fingers, and also pinched the ceiling handprints, and silently recited the heart decision in his heart. Psychic. After a set of movements, he pressed his palm on the ground, that posture, domineering to say the least. Buzz. The earth shuddered with a sound, and with his palm as the center, there was a strange pattern that was carved out, and there was even an aura that didn't belong to this world, wandering in the pattern. Well, Zhao Yun let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. The so-called psychic, is the depletion of true essence? He had prepared, but did not know that the depletion of this horrible, only a moment, will be drained of all the true power, even the chi and blood, also withered to the extreme, thanks to the fact that he was strong enough. Otherwise, he would most likely have been smoked into a dry corpse. Grass. In the underworld, it seemed like someone was bursting at the seams. Whoosh! In the same instant, a foreign beast manifested in the psychic's graphic pattern array. It was really a bird, about 2 zhang in size. Its body was black, like a large-sized crow. Its fur was not even very smooth, and strangely enough, its body was still stained with blood. It's done. Zhao Yun, eyes full of surprise, but also full of curiosity. Long so big, demonic beasts, spirit beasts have seen a lot. The spirit world of the beasts, or the first time to see. You, another foul mouth, listening to Zhao Yun inexplicably. I do not know who was cursing. Looked around for a while, before his eyes fell on this big black and unattractive bird. When he looked, the eyes of this bird, seems to have a fire burning. Temperament seems not good. Really will be some kind of anger. Interpreted to the extreme. Do not know. Thought there is a father's revenge? Sure. Is it cursing me? Zhao Yun coughed dryly and called out. The moon god opened his eyes and glanced at them. It was this glance that made her, who had been reclining on the moon, sit up. Chapter 83, The Golden Winged Rock. How could it be? The moon god's complexion, extremely wonderful, looked at the mongrel bird and glanced at Zhao Yun. You're awesome. It's really for you to summon it. Old mother really underestimated you. It cursed me. Cursing you is right. Luna got up, sighing and scanning the weedy bird up and down. This, not just any bird. This is a real golden winged rock. The reason why this bird, most likely in the spirit world, out of some kind of change, such as, in the robbery, for example, in their own metamorphosis, coincidentally, so that Zhao Yun caught up with, not paying attention, was made to this, and on the way, it seems to be not very smooth, and even a golden winged rock, changed with a crow-like, look at the body also stained with fresh blood, is obviously nirvana is not completed, not only unfinished, but also because of this accidental psychic, was knocked into the lowest valley. Body cultivation, nearly scattered a clean. So all these things, cursing Zhao Yun is light. If it still has the power of God, most likely it will tear Zhao Yun into pieces. Early to come, late to come, but this time to come, this is very difficult. You, this psychic. The whole old man was caught off guard. Ah, can you fly? No? Zhao Yun has squatted down, took a stick, poked and prodded the weedy bird. To be precise, it is the golden winged rock. He has limited eyesight, since he does not know what kind of species this is, only to know that this goods, the sale is not very good looking, moreover, quite hostile to him, just in the square, but also scolded him for the comber. Roll, don't curse, I still want to kill people, inviting you to mess with you, one person and one bird, shelved that dislike, rockfire is not small, if not cultivation nearly dispersed, most likely to have swallowed Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was then a bit confused, and after receiving a scathing scolding and confusion, he could not help but be angry. You, what a talent! The moon god size, really underestimated the young master of the Zhao family. Psychic all kinds of not up to standard, actually really to summon over a, pulling or a golden winged rock, a scene that made him even more astonished than played out. But he saw that in Zhao Yun's brow, there was an additional ancient rune, and at the same time, in the golden winged rock's eyes, there was also a similar rune. Make a contract on your own. The moon god raised an eyebrow. Such as this kind of thing, she is also the first time to see, to the golden winged rock's high pride. How would be a small martial arts cultivator's contractual spirit beasts? By no means it is the initiative to sign the contract. It should be passive. How? The golden winged rock coldly grunted. It did not agree. Ah, where is the contract? Signed or a small martial arts cultivator of the true spirit realm? Who is it? It is the golden winged rock. Is the existence of the divine beasts on a par with the divine beasts? Come to a fairy. He does not take care of it, let alone a mortal. That's a contract? Zhao Yun touched his brow and muttered. Signing a contract with a spirit beast requires both parties to agree. And he hadn't agreed to it yet? Untie. The golden winged rock roared in anger, his eyes blazing with fire. How to solve? Zhao Yun looked at the moon god. Honestly, do not really see this hairy bird. Came out to give him a good scolding. It is better to find an obedient better. The psychic art also said, do not like can be changed. He had to change a little more domineering. Can fly to the sky and look at the kind of bluffing. Solve it? The moon god was amused. Get it clear. That is the golden winged rock. How many immortals scramble to sign a contract with it? People do not even look at it, and now sign a contract on their own. Stealing the joy is still too late. You still want to unravel. However, the point of making a contract on her own, she was still amazed, and after thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Zhao Yun used a psychic technique that was not very different from others, and the psychic would be making a contract. Untie me. Golden winged rock fluttering wings, fluttered to Zhao Yun, two claws resting on that a burst of scratching and scratching. The contract needs to be agreed by both sides to sign. Naturally, also need to be agreed by both sides. Can be unlocked. It does not want to get involved with this little thing, which if you go back to the same kind of people do not die laughing at him. He still not mixing. Scratch. I'll let you scratch. Zhao Yun did not do it. Went forward and gave it to hold down that. Fong cursed me, are not rare with you, but also came to force. The foreign beasts from the spirit world didn't seem to be very strong, and they were cleaned up in 3 tries. After finishing, Zhao Yun also found a rope, gave it 5 flowers tied, and directly hung on the tree. TSK, TSK, TSK. Spare the moon god's state of mind. Cannot help but TSK tongue. Golden winged rock clan how proud. Divine beasts see. Also have to give a few points of face. Now, actually was a true spirit realm of the small martial arts cultivator. Hanging on the tree. End of the world of shock and horror. Think about it. This golden winged rock. The cultivation is almost dispersed. On the realm, not as high as Zhao Yun. In terms of fighting, it is far worse. And the rock this body skin. Obviously not its physical body. This psychic. Really interesting. Little brat. When the old man recovered. Kill you. Golden winged rock is still cursing. Are tied up. But also cursed quite joyful. Since its own spiritual wisdom. Or never so disgraced. On the other hand, the other party is still a small martial arts cultivation. This contract, it go back to have no face to say. If you say that, I'll have to stew you. Zhao Yun carried the sword, pulled out the hair, chopped, and was able to stew a big pot. Well, did not wait for him to open the chop, then heard the rock a murmur. If there is a look, that should be the color of pain. The eyes of this fire, was shrouded in confusion, until the end, simply turned into a somewhat stagnant. Gotta, the memories are locked too. The moon god sighed. Rock this nirvana metamorphosis, indeed because of Zhao Yun, into a disaster, was locked memory, cannot come back still to say it? The rock is different from other beasts. This clan's nirvana, most of the 9 deaths. From this point of view, Zhao Yun this psychic, but also saved the rock. Otherwise, it is not the memory is locked. The cultivation is swept away this simple. Must be destroyed god. Sure, can you change it? Zhao Yun said with a smile. Still looking for a solution to the contract? Really don't treat this bird well. It is the golden winged rock. The moon god slanted a glance and finally revealed the secret. Really unraveling the contract, it would not be a loss. Golden wings. Rock? Zhao Yun opened his mouth and swallowed hard. Even if he is more ignorant, he has heard of this kind of beast, and the Shenmen Heavenly Book has also introduced it. That can be compared to the divine beasts, and it is rumored that the rock spreads its wings. That is, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. It'll be rock? Zhao Yun subconsciously side-eye, up and down scanning the bird hanging on the tree. Not golden hair he endured. How also black? The whole a miscellaneous hair bird, no matter from where to look at. With the golden winged rock did not have half a penny to do with. And, just now also staggering, at this moment how to change this kind of dull. Is not a brain out of the problem? Or maybe he's had a revelation of conscience? Something has changed. Moonmyth language leisurely, did not explain, even if the explanation. Zhao Yun also do not understand. Just let Zhao Yun know. That is the real gold-winged rock will be good. Uing picked up the treasure. Her words, Zhao Yun believed. Because of the letter, the hands and feet are extraordinarily nimble. To the rock untied, but also did not forget to use the true essence of its healing. The meaning is very obvious. We do not fight. Do not bear grudges. Quack, quack. Rock open mouth. The sound is quite strange, but also really not ashamed to look like a crow. Cawing is also extremely like. At first glance, anyone who looks at the crow, said the rock, the ghosts do not believe. So gracious. Zhao Yun muttered that it was mostly because of the contract that there was telepathy. Memory locked. The moon god faintly said, at this moment, the rock, the memory is a blank. The first time I see who it is, to whom it is the most affectionate. Coincidentally, in this garden, just Zhao Yun, a big living person. 84. Air combat. The night sky is deep and broken stars are like dust. The rock spreads its wings and flies high, soaring in the sky, and Zhao Yun will be on its back, and finally reached its wish. Finally a fly. Is greedy overlooking the bottom, long so big, or the first time to stand so high? Read all the mountains and rivers, see all the valley of the pale plains. The state of mind opened up a lot. Quack, quack, the rock is quite jumpy, all the way in the call, voice but some hoarse, because of nirvana metamorphosis, to the distress change, and then Zhao Yun through the spirit, the cultivation is swept away, the memory into a blank. The first look at Zhao Yun, extraordinarily cordial, their minds are connected, Zhao Yun comfortable, it is also joyful, interesting, the moon god sighs, look cannot help but speculate on the hand, the world more mischievous, Zhao Yun really hit quite a lot, so far all for his psychic and emotional, nice, Zhao Yun laughed, sitting on the back of the rock, gently caressing, such as a senior caressing juniors, quite spoiled, people cannot look like this bird well, nature is the same, there will be a day, the appearance of the hairy bird, will once again soar into the sky, that's when it really hangs, suddenly heard the wind behind him, causing Zhao Yun to look back, into the eyes to see a bloody cloud, to be precise, is a bloody bird, it is a big eagle, belongs to the blood eagle, the whole body is red, about 5 or 6 yang big, compared to the blood eagle, his seat under the rock, like a small chicken, whoosh, the blood eagle was quite fast, like a gust of wind, 3 or 2 instantaneous breaths to the sky, slowed down, on its back, there is still standing a person, a young man in white, holding a folding fan, elegant, but feminine face, can smell the rouge scent, with the pair of Danfang eyes, at first glance, I thought it was a woman, at this moment, the blood eagle slanted a glance at the rock, full of contempt, and eyes fierce, a look will know is not a good man, obviously a mount, but it all body, are emitting a terrifying fury and blood gas, let a person do not think, it is a murderous big devil, blood eagle look at the rock, the youth look at Zhao Yun, is also a glance squinting, laughing playful, see Zhao Yun caressing the rock, but also a face of disdain, on a stray bird, even this kind of coddling, even as a baby, obviously a bumpkin, waist of the master, with the waist of the mount, is really a match made in heaven, I'm a rock, Zhao Yun did not say anything, still stroking, have to make a good relationship, when which year the rock recovered memory, also good to set close, cultivate feelings, look at the rock, the look of fear of the blood eagle's eyes, full of malice, after all, it has no memory and no bloodline, any slightly cultivated mount, will make it doubly depressing, the youth closed his eyes, the blood eagle accelerated speed, Su is intentional, or rather, is intentional, that pair of wings fluttering, the force is quite large, into a piece of wind, scraping the rock did not fly steadily, but also scraping the Zhao Yun nearly fell down, you're awesome, Zhao Yun cursed, if not the blood eagle is too fast, if not the rock cannot catch up, or else, will be fright him a full sky, inviting you to mess with you, it's okay if you can't catch up, not long, the blood eagle and back, separated by a long distance, can see its fierce eyes, flashing tyranny and bloodthirsty light, and, is straight to them, there have been 2 blood mango, from the blood eagle eyes shot out, the obvious bridge, killing people to get away with it, good boy, Zhao Yun rose up with an open hand, while the rock, narrowly avoiding the blood awnings, fled towards one side, you, walk away, the white-clothed youth phantom smile, also very leisurely, standing on the back of the blood eagle, lightly shaking the folding fan, can be said to be full of force, dealing with a true spirit realm of martial arts cultivators and an extremely ugly miscellaneous hairbirds, he was lazy to make a move of his mount blood eagle, completely capable of destroying the 2 of them, in fact, it is not that he wants to kill, it is his family's blood eagle, a little hungry, want to find something to eat, and do not like dead things, specializing in flying birds and human flesh, so many years, he is raised in this way, or else, the blood eagle will not have so thick fury and blood, whoosh, the blood eagle was as swift as lightning, and his eyes shot blood-ons, quack, the rock was quite humane, its wings fluttered, avoiding the blood awnings for the second time, and its speed surged, whoosh, whoosh, 2 big birds, circling in the air, one chasing and one escaping, from the bottom to sea, just like a bloody and black clouds, chasing back and forth, interesting, The white-clothed youth smiled grimly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. When the words fell, the blood eagle spread its wings and flew away, its height surpassing that of the rock, and if it swooped down from this direction, it would be able to tear that mongrel bird apart with a single claw. I was afraid you wouldn't come. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort. One hand pinch, inserted in the waist of the purple sky, such as a phantom shootout. If you can hit, will be a sword piercing the abdomen of the blood eagle. He does not attack the youth in white. Hit him on the mount will be good. Fall to death your girl. Swordsmanship? Youth raised eyebrows, obviously did not expect. Flying too high, may not be a good thing. The other side threw the sword art, that he and the blood eagle, just like a living target. Whoosh! The blood eagle did not react slowly, easily avoided. Swooping down from the sky, the blood ons constantly. There are also youths, also bending their bows and arrows, aiming at Zhao Yun and the rock, to shoot through them both, one after the other. Clank! Zhao Yun controlled his sword, attacking with the purple heavenly sword and blocking with the imperial dragon abyss sword, breaking one of the blood eagle's blood awnings, as well as chopping away the white-clothed youth's arrows. Clunk! Pound! Clang! The sound of metal collision. Endless. Two people and two birds. In the sky night pull open an air war. Mutual attack. Touch a spark. Zhao Yun's fire is not small. The first time he went to the sky, he ran into the Lord of murdering people. It would be strange not to be angry. Quack! Quack! The rock hissed more than once, and it was also hyperactive enough to share the same mind as Zhao Yun. And Zhao Yun was angry, it was also angry. The same anger. There is that blood eagle. Eyes more violent. Bloodthirsty intent is more thick. Speed cultivation are crushed. Actually cannot take. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. The youth snorted coldly and bent his bow again. Clang! Clang! Zhao Yun was even faster, and already had flying daggers flung out, each of them hanging an explosive talisman against the sky. The blood eagle is full of contempt. Not even look, such as this attack, can easily avoid, even if it can hit, cannot hurt it, it is very resistant to beatings. However, to look at the flying knife on the explosive symbols, it double eyes suddenly highlighted. The same color change. There is that youth. This mother asterisk 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 there is this operation? Where are so many explosive symbols? It doesn't matter. The important thing is, a road of explosive symbols has blown up. This toward the downward swoop of the blood eagle, was all the way up to the sky. Blood and bone collapse, is really enough to resist, actually did not give it to blow up, however, but blew off one of its wings. There is a rain of blood pouring, and then cannot fly steadily, only a wing, resting there flap haphazardly, and then look at the youth, or no better. Although the blood sculpture to withstand the power of the explosive talisman, he was also affected by the waves, nearly blown down. This white snow, now, the whole body was dyed red. There is the blood of the blood sculpture, there is also his blood, people in mounts, or explosive talisman bombed by the face of the days. Go quickly. The youth coldly grunted, his left hand covered his right arm, and hysterically shouted, really underestimated Zhao Yun, was killed by surprise, and today the blood sculpture is crippled. If he is still fighting in the air, it is really a living target. Go! Zhao Yun laughed coldly, all the way in hot pursuit. The rock is cooperative enough. The blood eagle only has one wing left, not only can't fly steadily, but its speed is also a drop in the bucket. If it can't even catch up with this, then it doesn't need to mix. Clang! Clang! Zhao Yun color and froze, hand royal two swords, the side of the chase, ignoring the white youth, hit his mount, on land, shoot people first shoot horse, in the sky well, hit people will have to hit the bird first, on this height, Shenyang realm all the way down, can also fall into the mud, is it really going to be immortal? Youth shouted, angry 5 viscera severe pain, since the day of the blood sculpture, fighting in the air, he has not lost the wind, today, or the unprecedented first time. The peak of the Hall of True Spirit, was actually a true spirit too chased after the fight. Keep you for New Year's? Zhao Yun drank a clang, and his imperial sword chopped at the body of the blood eagle, splitting a blood ravine again. Poof, poof, after the scene, it is extraordinarily bloody. Blood eagle all the way to escape, rock all the way to chase. Zhao Yun a sword after a sword, chopping the blood eagle screams again and again. A good mount, has become a blood hula. Damn. Youth gritted his teeth and seethed with anger. But he did not pass the sword art, difficult to attack remotely, coupled with the blood sculpture has been crippled, everywhere subject to constraints, since the beginning of the road has not eaten such a big loss. Clank! The sound of the sword piercing the ears, the purple heavenly sword came again, the body of the sword had a cold light that shot out in all directions, hitting the blood eagle with a single blow. Ah! The blood eagle can spit human speech, a scream, and then cannot hold out, from the empty head down, from a distance, That is a bloody light. Cut out a touch of a very beautiful arc, crashed into the head of a mountain. No accident, the blood eagle will be crushed to pieces, and the young man in white, most likely will be half of the body. Kill it. Zhao Yun let out a staccato and chased after him. He still understood the reasoning of taking advantage of his illness. However, the rock flew no more than 2 or 3 feet, and then swished out of sight without warning. It is gone. Zhao Yun is embarrassed. No mount, also planted, but forgot. The rock is not more than tamed demonic beasts and spirit beasts. It belongs to the psychic beasts, psychic to this world. There is a time limit. The time limit is reached. It will return to the spirit world. However, he was luckier than the youth. The bottom was a lake. The fall could not kill him. Said that the lake, really clear and clean. The lake water ripples, sparkling, careful gaze. The lake also put a few pieces of clothing, women's clothing, neatly placed, beautiful purple and red. Needless to say, there were people bathing in the lake. These, falling Zhao Yun since I do not know, such as a meteorite from the sky, smashed down from the air. A moment before entering the water, the lake rippled and one person emerged from the lake. A woman with wet hair and beads of water on her cheeks. Poof! This is so coincidental. The woman who has just risen, don't know which with which, was smashed back by Zhao Yun. That water splash the splash swing of the strange high, and the sound of plopping, but also extremely pleasant to the ear. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luna sighed, staggered. There are thousands of coincidences in the world. The young master of the Zhao family takes half. It's really strange. This little Wu Xiao, is it open? How come he can hit peach blossom luck wherever he goes? Pust. In 3 or 2 instantaneous moments, Zhao Yun was the first to venture out. And then, there was the woman. 4 eyes met, and the whole world went quiet. Chapter 85, I didn't see anything. I'll kill you. The mountains were quite quiet on a moonlit night, but it was broken by a piercing hiss. It is the woman. Taking advantage of the moonlight, running this lake bathing, is just cozy, confused on the smashed, the sky to come. Do not need to aim so accurate. Is a woman okay? But it is a man. I don't see anything. Zhao Yun disappeared out of the lake, turned his head and ran, fleeing even rolled and crawled. Heaven and earth, that conscience witch. This is really an accident. God knows there is someone bathing in the lake. Or a woman. Which goes? Behind her, a woman in red clothes carrying a sword. In hot pursuit. A head of hair is still wet. Clothes and skirts close to the petite body, lining out the exquisite body. Absolutely beautiful cheeks. A red haze. Clear beautiful eyes. Blooming with delicate sparks. She cannot care whether it is a coincidence or an accident. Looking at her body, must die. I don't see anything. A head. Zhao Yun fled. The head is not back. Su is weak, but also Su is due to the woman's cultivation. Not the real spirit realm, is the real Xin Yang realm, although only a heavy, but not he can match. A palm is enough for him to suffer. Stay. Zhao Yun didn't say anything, but as soon as these words came out, the red-clothed woman chased after him even more fiercely, chasing and fighting all the way. The sword chi was a piece of cake, and too many ancient trees were cut off at the waist. Boom, boom, boom. The quiet mountain forest, because of his 2 people, turned into a mess, alarmed the demonic beasts hissing, but also alarmed the birds scurrying. Run, where run? The woman's instantaneous body was like the wind, forcing her to chase after her, and her powerful red-colored sword she easily sliced through a huge boulder. Zhao Yun narrowly escaped being hit by the splits, looking at the spine, but more than one morose blood gully suffered from the aftermath. I really didn't see it. And sophistry, leave your dog's life behind. Have a word. Zhao Yun was in a sorry state, or even rolled and crawled. With the wind god stepped to hide, narrowly avoided a sword. Finished, put a speedy traveling talisman on the leg. Whoosh, this person which, if you open up the plugin, then run fast, such as this one. Whoosh, no shadow. The charm speed is still very powerful, throwing the woman out of a big cut. What a speedwalker. The woman let out a cold snort, and with a flick of her hand, there was also an additional talisman in her palm, also a speed-walking talisman. Whoosh, whoosh. Now, one black shadow turned into 2, and the 2 of them traveled through the dense forest, one after the other. Boom, ka-ching, boom. There is a cacophony of sound, unceasingly. It is a woman in red, speedy traveling talisman with not very familiar. The pursuit of the way. I do not know how many trees broken. I do not know how many rocks broken. This is a fluttering gesture. Woeful. Compared to him, Zhao Yun is too good. Speedy traveling talisman to play very slippery. Really see a needle. Not to see him, it's hit the mountain and hit the tree. Everything, can skillfully avoid. The more so, the more furious the woman became. Annoyed at the same time, but also cannot help but be surprised. In her memory, Can be speedline charm play like this slip? Zhao Yun is definitely the first, more so that she was surprised. Zhao Yun's speedline charm, but also quite a lot. Before and after 100 miles, the goods have been replaced no less than 3 spells, and she, only 1 spell, has been consumed, by virtue of the speed of their own. Thanks for being prepared. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough, and with a flick of his hand, another speed-walking talisman, scurried into a valley. Whoosh! The woman in red then arrived, but, no longer see his figure. God knows where to go. Ah, the woman was furious. Frantic stomping feet, chasing and killing for a day. Frozen did not catch up with that true spirit realm. Non-speed cannot be. Is the speed-walking talisman is not as much as that kid. Don't let me see you again. Under the moonlight, the woman in red coldly said, her scarlet cheeks. I don't know whether it was anger or shame. Late at night, Zhao Yun emerged from the ground, looked around, and saw no one before jumping out of the ground with an embarrassed look on his face. Under the moon, he played his way back again, having escaped the chase, and had to clean up the young man in white. To be in that mountain forest, only to see the blood eagle, really crashed into a powder. As for the youth, and not here, you can't run away. Zhao Yun snorted coldly and followed the trail of blood, chasing towards one side, without needing to look. He knew that the cargo was not badly injured. That's exactly what happened. Deep in the dense forest, he found the youth, was coiled on a rock to heal his wounds. His face was white. It should have fallen out of internal injuries. The corners of his mouth overflowed with blood constantly, and his body was also in a mess. Damn. On this, he still has the heart to curse. Do not know in cursing Zhao Yun, or cursing his blood eagle. This is really miserable. In the past by virtue of the mount, can be said to be out of the limelight, today, but by the blood eagle pit, if it does not want to eat Zhao Yun and that miscellaneous hairbird, how could he end up in such a tragic end? The mount is not to say, but also to get a body injury. Pit the master, his family's blood eagle is definitely a good hand. Who? I don't know which moment, he got up, perhaps because of the heavy injury, a step did not stand firm, almost fell off the boulder, and finished, also coughed up a mouthful of blood. What do you say? Zhao Yun raised his sword and stepped out from the darkness. You, see, the youth stirrups a step back. If in the past, will not be afraid of a true spirit of the second weight, but at the moment, he really did not have that bottom, has been injured to half disabled, the war power greatly discounted. To put it bluntly, cannot make a lot of war power. I am a son of the Tang clan, the white-clothed youth stormed, but also not stupid, at the critical moment, but also know to move backstage. Zhao Yun didn't say anything and took a step forward. The so-called Tang clan, he has heard of, is a line of ancient heritage, heard in the Warring States period, or a small dynasty, because of the war and the destruction of the country, and then retreated from the civil world, into the hidden family. This family, few walk in the world, outsiders but all see, will avoid, because they, each are good at using hidden weapons, defenseless, a not paying attention will be in. However, if you want to use this to scare him, it seems that there is not much use. In this deep forest, killing people often things, he did not say, no one knows. Buzz, is walking, suddenly heard buzzing, and then, is around, like a ball of iron, from the white youth. In mid-air explosion, there is a piece of flying needle shot. Fruit is good at using hidden weapons, or preemptive sneak attack. Look at the flying needles flooded with ghostly light, most likely tainted with poison. Zhao Yun ignored it and muddled into the ground. Transportation? The white-clothed youth changed color. Guess right. Zhao Yun a word of withering silence, avoiding flying needles, and disappeared out of the ground, instantly sacrificing his sword. Long Yuan with a dragon's roar. Ling Tian cleaved. Purple heaven followed, attacking the youth's brow straight away. Damn. The youth came out with his sword, chopping away Long Yuan and avoiding the purple sky, and before he could settle down, Zhao Yun had already killed him like a ghost, with a Weilong palm overwhelming, which solidly struck him in the chest. Pust. The youth spurted blood and tumbled all the way across the room. Whoosh. Zhao Yun was even faster and grabbed his arm, which, in turn, was slammed hard against a rock. Bang. Poof. The rock exploded. The youth's mouth of blood, but also sprayed the old high. All the bones of the body, was smashed as much as possible. Sinews also do not know how many broken. Was dropped on the spot into the invalid. Want to get up. Already have the heart to not be able to do so. Want to speak. The mouth of the gushing blood constantly. Only the eyes highlighted looking at Zhao Yun. In his eyes, that has not been a person, but a god of death. Have a good trip. Zhao Yun faintly said, chopping down with a sword. No. No no. Youth fear, life and death of the dying, only to know what is regret. A lapse of time. Honestly go. He wanted to come back for the excitement, but he failed to rob and was destroyed. Pust. the bloodlight pierced the eyes, and the youth was killed on the spot. Zhao Yun withdrew his sword. Next, is to collect the spoils of war. This work pressure in the line, can take away, never polite. The youth is indeed the people of the Tang clan. Look at the bag. More than concealed weapons, such as the iron pimples, there are several. In addition, there is also the fog smoke, concealed weapons of all kinds. It was a pity that the youth met him, and with so many hidden weapons, he was put down before he could make use of them, and was depressed until his death. Go home. Sweeping up the loot, he destroyed the corpse and disappeared into the mountains with a pat on the back, heading straight for the forgotten ancient city. Early in the morning, warm sunshine poured in. On the official road today, there are quite a few silhouettes, and most of them are seen masked in black robes, galloping past on horseback. Zhao Yun is also one of them. He looked at the Kangwolf City young city master Han Ming, did not mask black robe. Look at his mount. Enough bluffing. Is the Kangwolf beast, a wolf-shaped demonic beasts, has been tamed. Into the mount. The speed can be faster than the horse much. In addition to him, there are more than a dozen old men. Clear Xinyan realm. Most of them are the guards. Is not a general arrogance. All the way across the road. I do not know how many people suffered, but dared to be angry and did not dare to say anything. It seems to be all aware of who he is. A city of young master. Not to mention the Xinyang realm. The realm of the earth Tibetan realm do not dare to mess with. His old man's hands, is holding the army. One person's power is strong, but also cannot beat the army. Even if the peak of the earth Tibetan to come, but also have to weigh the weight. The compulsion is so wobbly. Zhao Yun sighed, glanced below, and tilted his eyes up to look at the sky. The air more flying birds, white cranes, big eagles, all are tamed spirit beasts, thousands of strange, each on the back, stood a person, heaven and earth. They all had one thing in common. They were all heading towards the forgotten ancient city, or more accurately, they were all going to participate in the forgotten ancient city auction. This was something that Zhao Yun had anticipated. Forget the ancient city auction, once every 3 years, is known far and wide. Rumor has it, the proprietor of the auction pavilion, involving the royal family, the items auctioned, whether it is pills and elixir, or the secret books of Gongfa, each are extraordinary, or else, would not have caused the four sides to come. The white-clothed young man he killed earlier, more than likely to come to the hustle and bustle. Nay, halfway on the road to the Yellow Springs, the money for the auction preparation, a full 30,000 taels, but also into his the money prepared for the auction, a total of 30,000 taels, also into his waist pocket. This auction, there's really a 3-grain silver pill? Inside information, never wrong. I've lived for half 100 years, and I've yet to see a triple-striped Dan. The official road pedestrians quite a lot, talk quite a lot, pile up on that chatting, talking about it. 3-stripe pills. Zhao Yun mutter, cannot help but sigh. The auction cabinet fruit is a big bold. No wonder it will cause so many people. If it really involves the royal family, that explains it. More than 90% of the alchemist, either in the days of the clan, either in the royal family, this kind of brought to auction, most likely to converge on the money to prepare for the military. The land can be more than just the great summer dragon dynasty, the four sides of the powerful dynasties, the war for many years, but also extremely consuming of the financial resources. Chapter 86, Group Fighting. Today's forgotten ancient city was extraordinarily lively, or rather, it was the city gates that were bustling with people dry humping. When Zhao Yun came, the front of the city gate was already filled with people, black and pressurized, and even on the city wall, there were also crowds of people. Look at the fighters, they are 2 youths, one in black and one in white. It's him. Zhao Yun wide-eyed look, recognized that dressed in white, is not at that day with speed-walking talisman to chase him, but accidentally hit the stone of that scruffy youth. Today, wearing the right week, at least does not look so unkempt, and no drunkenness, that kind of unrestrained temperament. In the fight, interpretation of the best, the stance is esoteric enough, floating as the wind, the use of the secret art, but also unheard of, with a special bloodline, the attack is extremely overbearing. Since the scruffy youth's eyes were withdrawn, he glanced at the black-clothed youth again, and in terms of cultivation, chi, and bloodline, none of them were below the scruffy youth. The two fought indistinguishably, watching the eyes of the spectators glittered, and the sound of hooting and hollering also a burst of pressure over a burst. Whose son is this? Why haven't I seen it before? The later one wondered, tiptoeing and probing again, lonely and uninformed. Right. An elder stroked his beard and pointed at the two people fighting. The one in white is the young lord of the Tianyang clan, Lin Xia. The one in black is the young lord of the Black Flame clan, Yin Sol. These two, whenever they meet, they must be at each other's throats. Too many people sigh. The two families have their own grudges and fight wherever they go. I heard that the two clans came to our forgotten ancient city, not to participate in the auction, but to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Miss Lu family. Knowledgeable person speculated. Han said, 1,000 years of rare body of heavenly spirit, or the disciple of the heavenly sect. Where is the meat and potatoes? The big families all have young children to come. The surface auction, in fact, is to propose marriage. In my old man's opinion, it's a better match with that boy Lin Xie. Heavenly yang with heavenly spirit, a match made in heaven. No matter which one, it's enough for Lu Tsungkong to be happy. He's already a good face. This time he's not going to heaven. There was quite a lot of talk. The fight was in full swing, and the spectators were chatting feverishly. Zhao Yun is silent. Is a spectator? Is also a listener. There is no special expression. Compared to Lu Ruyu, he is more interested in Lin Xie and Yin Sol. Those two are all special bloodline. Is not the general true spirit realm 8th? Really want to do it the hard way. Do not move the explosive talisman under the premise of the battle. It is very difficult to fight through. Not to mention, he only has one arm left. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Zhao Yun murmured. Looked around the four directions. The young sons and daughters are quite a lot. He looked at the Kangwolf City Young City Master Han Ming and the Red Young City Master Yuan Hao. The breath is more subtle than Lin Evil and Yin Sol. There are also a lot of people. Most of them are also here to propose marriage. Take the time to run to see a show. There are so many not very restful, and also eager to try. Quite want to go up to practice. In addition to them, there are daydreams. That little girl, or that kind of money. People are resting there to see the war. She is holding a small bag of money resting there to count the silver. Zhao Yun understands that the small fortune is really ruthless. What a Lin Xie, what a Yin Sol, are not her opponent. Natural brute force, and physical dominance. In the realm of the true spirit realm, there are not a few who can carry her pink little fists. Daydream side, there is a more eye-catching, small fat puree. The body is not black. Well, Bull Boom is also, the little black fat man, then, was extraordinarily focused, a devoted watcher. This one, what it ate to grow up. Many people look at him, the eyes of the strange, the old guys, the old eyes are extraordinarily deep, long so dark, not the sun, must also be a special bloodline, only, has not been awakened just, overall, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. This was also shown by the small spirit bead. The various colors of light flashed in various colors. There were quite a few Xin Yang realms, and there was no shortage of earth hidden realms. What a rowdy bunch of little brats. As he was watching, he suddenly heard childish words. Something sounds familiar. Zhao Yun subconsciously looked back, and then subconsciously looked down. There was an additional child on his side, about 5 or 6 years old, fleshy, and holding a wine gourd in his arms. How funny it looked. This person, he recognized, is not precisely in the Kangwolf City black market saw the purple-haired child? His Qiankuan bag, it is from this goods that buy away. Do not look at his child appearance. In fact, is a Xin Yang realm of the old man. He had asked the moon god. It is to take the eternal youth pills, and even the medicine is too strong. Directly back to the old man. This bag, how so familiar Lu. The purple-haired child stroked his chin, looked at the Qiankuan bag hanging on Zhao Yun's waist, and then tilted his head to look at Zhao Yun. Nay, Zhao Yun was covered in a black robe, so it was impossible to see his honorable face. Only knowing that Zhao Yun only had one arm. Looking at it, he slumped there. To be precise, it was a foot stomped on and slumped there. Slayed a whole doggy. If you're not big enough, don't go to a crowded place. See, I stepped on you. Slurping sounds followed. Zhao Yun side-eye. Actually is still a familiar person. It is that night was he pretending to be Tianwu realm scared away fat old man. The real truth is the peak of the earth Tibetan. But the domineering side, a foot to the purple-haired small child stepped on that. I do not know whether it is intentional, or intentional. The force on the foot is not small, such as like stepping on the head of a cigarette like that. He is from the nearest distance, and also can hear the bones click bar sound. You old fart. Purple-haired child cursed, the whole are set in the mud. See Zhao Yun and the surrounding people. A grin tsk, not to mention the body, looking at the ing pain. It's not punch resistant. It's boring. The fat old man skimmed his mouth, tucked his hand away, not in the mood to see the juniors fighting, crossing the crowd, into the forgettable ancient city. Looks like, to find a resistant to beat up the practice. I do not know which one is going to be unlucky. The true value of the peak of the earth Tibetan, in addition to the Tianwu realm, who came to be not good at all. Here, hold me up. Over here, the purple-haired child climbed up, gray head, small hand still holding Zhao Yun's leg, old blood mouthful after mouthful. Look at his nose and face. God knows how many times by the fat old man punched. It's amazing that it's still standing. Zhao Yun secretly sked his tongue. If he was the one who was stepped on, he would most likely have become a puddle of flesh. Bang! His words fell, the purple-haired child in lying there, or a paw, to him to step on the ground. Look at the paw size, it is a woman. The feet are quite beautiful, this one's tougher. Zhao Yun coughed dryly and glanced sideways again. When I saw it, I almost ran away. Yes, it's still an acquaintance. It is the woman in red who chased him last night. The world is really small. You can bump into her anywhere. Oops, there's someone else here. The woman in red was surprised, and moved her feet away in a busy panic, hearing a dry cough from the people around her. You stepped on it and you're still playing dumb, but we're watching it with our own eyes. A foot straight to the human child came. So many people, how can you aim so accurate, Lu? Not a good boy at heart. Zhao Yun did not say anything, but that look was a good indication that the words were a judgment on the woman in red. More than likely violent, and more than likely acquainted with the purple-haired child. Boring. The woman in red skimmed her lips and took a lotus step, and before she left, she glanced at Zhao Yun, always feeling a sense of familiarity. Unfortunately, it is also impossible to see Zhao Yun's honorable face. To close his eyes, disappeared into the crowd, and entered the forgotten ancient city. Qi Yan, Laozi invited you to mess with you. The purple-haired child climbed up for the second time, covered his old waist and chased after him, limping, while wiping the nosebleed. While cursing, the fat old man stepped on me just. The person is the peak of the earth's hidden. I can't beat it. The two of us are the same level. Why are you stepping on me? Just because I'm a low head? It's because you're small. All around the people. Each language. Thanks to the previous long eyes. Otherwise you will also step on you. People, fat old man said, not false. On this head. Just do not go to the place where there are many people to get together. Not pay attention to be stepped on. Qi Yan. Good name. Zhao Yun muttered. Cannot help but remember yesterday's events. The scene of the water. Or very fragrant. The scene in the water is still very colorful. Said what also did not see. The ghost does not believe. He really didn't mean it. Though. Coincidence. Absolute coincidence. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? If you don't like it, let's do it. Hey. In front of the city gate. It is still very lively. More people. Cursing since also more. Mainly to participate in the auction to propose marriage to many people. There is no lack of private grudges, such as Lin Xiaonin Soul. A word. Want to practice. Boom. 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 Accompanied by the sound of abuse. More people to start the war. All juniors, all young and frivolous. Each has a rival. The war is hot. Looking down from the city wall. Well, there's just a bunch of people down there. Fighting in a group. Looked at the city wall. There are many people like above the city wall. More a beautiful silhouette. Indifferent and calm. Such as a fairy standing in the clouds. Unique, cool and lonely. It is Lu Ruyu. She was also a spectator. Standing on the city wall. And the most visible one. Just like all the others. She does not come okay. She came those in the battle of the great clan children. Each like playing chicken blood. War more fierce. Participate in the auction is true. Running to propose marriage is also true. The heroine came. That have to perform well performance. But also let Lu Ruyu see. I fight very hanging. Not blowing. Each of them are overplayed. One by one. The war of the bottom of the full out. Boom. 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 The fluctuation of the fight. Or a great deal. This is not a large standing circle. Once and for all to expand. The whole of the spectators. But also once and for all to retreat. It's the Great War. And there's been bloodshed since. For that matter, the crowd was still fighting ferociously. And those who didn't know, really thought there was a father-killing feud? TSK, TSK, TSK. The viewer looks on with a TSK. Man, what a strange breed. All of them have become gods of war in order to flirt with girls. But then again, Lu Ruyu's life really did not live in vain. So many big clan children, because of her and play life dry fight. This face is not a general big. As it turns out, it does. That lonely and cold heavens pride girl, at this moment really had a unprecedented sense of accomplishment. And this feeling of being in the limelight is really wonderful. Little fortune hunter, beat her or not. Bulboom poked the daydreamer at his side with his little hand. It should. It could. The little fortune hunter buried his head back. This should. Listen to the cattle bombardment, heart a thump. Daydreaming of the powerful. He is aware of. Listen to this tone. It seems that there is no certainty of victory. This alone proved that Lu Ruyu was powerful. And the heavenly spirit body that was rare in 1,000 years was really no joke. Below, Zhao Yun has closed his eyes, coming unchallenged and leaving silently. Chapter 87, The Playwright's Possession. Boom, boom, boom. The front of the city gate is bustling with activity, with crowds of people, more people running to see the show, and the cries are overwhelming. Compared to the outside of the city, forget the streets of the ancient city, it is quite empty. more have run outside the city to get busy. Zhao Yun walked slowly through, although only a few days, and then come back to the state of mind is different. In front of the ghost gate walked a few times, has been grinding his sharpness inward. He did not show his true face, still masked black robes, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. But a clear-eyed person will know that he is a one-armed man. No one cares. The streets are full of people with missing arms and legs. Zhao Yun walked all the way to see. The streets are full of soldiers with swords. Almost every street is on patrol. He looked at the old man forgetting the ancient is tucked in his hand, slipping in the street. Look at this, look at that. Seems to be very leisurely, and now and then there will be a voice, prohibit fights and brawls. In this regard, Zhao Yunwu not the slightest bit not surprised. Must be forget the ancient city Lord Yang Xiong sent. This is only the surface. There must be more in the dark. In recent days, coinciding with the Forget the Ancient City auction, the 4 directions to too many people, there is no lack of big family children. Each identity is not bad. Involved is also very big. Cannot be in the Forget the Ancient City mistakes. So many years. Basically this is over. No way. Big families and big families. There are many grudges. A word of advice. Will be on the spot to start the dry. So the auction period, only to prohibit the private fight, so as to avoid deaths and injuries. If you really want to fight, it's not impossible. Go to the outside of the city to fight. No matter if it's a fight to the death or not. No matter if it's a fight with no arms or legs. It has nothing to do with forgetting the ancient city. Nowadays, Forget the Ancient City is bustling just outside. All know the rules, and no one dares to make trouble in the city. Not to mention them, even if they were at the peak of earth hidden, they wouldn't dare to mess around. As the city lord, Yang Xiong had the right to mobilize the army. 1,000 armies. Today's soldier store, cold and quiet, by weapons, also ran to see the fun. And Yang Det and Wu Erthe, most of them also went, leaving only the old Sun leader a guard store. Young master, your hand. See Zhao Yun, the old Sun leader busy panic out of the counter. Zhao Yun has a right hand, but the left sleeve, but it is empty. A glance can be seen. No harm done. Zhao Yun smiled in relief. An arm. It was only temporary. The moon god had said that up to the 5th level of the true spirit, there would be an even more dominating left arm. And this, he unconditionally believed. Old Sun head of speech, pale face, treat Zhao Yun as his own grandson. How can not heartache a no harm, said simply, most likely hiding quite a lot of stories. Zhao Yun this time to leave these days, must have suffered a life and death calamity. No harm done. Zhao Yun smiled again and went into the back room. Into the eyes. They saw a man hanging above the old tree in the garden, tied up and hanging from the tree. Who is it? Since the old man in hemp clothes, and more footprints all over the body, but also bruised and swollen. A look will know, was beaten up, but also was beaten up not light. Honestly speaking, since meeting this old man, it was the first time Zhao Yun had seen him in such a sorry state. Under the old tree, there was another person, and when I looked at him with my big eyes, it was the fat old man, wasn't it? Obviously. The one who violently beat up the hemp-clothed old man was this fat old man, who really looked for a resistant one. What a connection to you, Zhao Yun thought. This is only after a few days. The mountain forest has seen a time. Kangwolf City Black Market has seen a time. The city gate has seen a time. Came to his own soldier's store, but actually bumped into again. You're ing sick. The old man in hemp clothes cursed. His old face was pitch black, cursing spittle all over the sky, and when he was sleeping early in the morning, he was carried out and hammered. Finished, was hung on this tree. Since becoming famous, has never lost such a big face. It was his fault. His cultivation realm had plummeted and he was no longer an earth store. So how could he over the peak of the earth store? Zhuge Xiandao, you two have today. Below, the fat old man laughed comfortably. Look at that demeanor. Is not a general bloating? If I had known that this good's cultivation plummeted, he would have killed over. Want to beat him has not been a day or two. Zhao Yun was the most embarrassed. He was thinking, should I go over there? Or turn my head and run away? That fat old man, obviously is a not very face of the Lord. In case he also give him hanging on the tree what to do. You, come here. The fat old man raised his hand, hooked to Zhao Yun. Long ago came to forget the ancient city of the city. Also long heard about Zhao Yun. Are said to be a broken vein waste body. Now get to see. Obviously not Junior Zhao Yun. Meet Senior. Zhao Yun stepped forward and smiled. Fruit is gifted. The fat old man got up and circled around Zhao Yun, and from time to time, he even reached out and pinched Zhao Yun's small arms and legs. The muscles and bones are excellent. A good seedling for cultivation. However, the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. How to say? Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Where's your left hand? Still hung on the tree. Zhuge Xiandao, frowning at Zhao Yun, left well, back how to be disabled. When I was searching for my master, I was killed by the Rashomon sect. Zhao Yun laughed, having already thought of something to say. Rashomon? The fat old man frowned. Zhuge Xiandao also frowned. This organization. They have heard too much. The existence of the absolute hanging, the inheritance is also quite ancient, as long as the money is enough, not to mention a royal disciple. Even the emperor of Daxia and the heavenly sect leader dared to go to assassinate, for thousands of years, can be called a murderous reputation. Spare the two of them to listen to it, but also cannot help but palpitate. It's a good thing that master teacher arrived in time, otherwise, my little life would be gone. Zhao Yun sat down and started the lulling mode again, not leaving his master teacher behind in 3 sentences. Your master is here too? Zhuge Xiandao struggled a bit, resting there swaying back and forth, waiting for Zhao Yun's master. Going to settle a score with Rashomon. Looking for Rashomon. Settle the score? When the fat old man heard this, he couldn't help but scan Zhao Yun up and down. Your master. What a name. Royalty. Zhuge Xiandao returned. Royalty. The fat old man raised his eyebrows. Not very believable. Always feel Zhuge Xiandao and Zhao Yun in partnership to swindle him. This time, it was really treacherous. Zhao Yun slowly said, when I was passing through the mountains on my way back, a peak earth storekeeper chased after me, and I almost lost my life. Blow, keep blowing. The fat old man had a disbelieving look on his face. A true spirit realm that could escape the pursuit of a peak earth hidden. Lying to ghosts. Stop it. Really, Zhao Yun said in a serious manner. If it wasn't for my master's honor scaring him off, I really wouldn't have been able to come back. Scared. Back off? The fat old man froze for a moment, and his eyes rolled straight up. This bridge, how to listen to this familiar Lu self is not experienced. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhao Yun tentatively. Which mountain forest? Northeast, about 300 miles from here. A cave. Zhao Yun back to the casual, said the 2 words cave, the tone of voice also unexpectedly heavy a point. Understand the people. Basically understand. Do not understand the people well. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. Do not say, this cave, his words, killing power is still very big. Listening to the fat old man, a breath did not much gasp smooth. Hardly. The old man had a wonderful expression. The words now listen again. Not only familiar, but also very familiar Lu. Isn't he the peak of the earth hidden? Zhao Yun is not that true spirit junior. His master is not the cave in the sky martial arts realm. How coincidental in the world. This dam can collide. You say magical is not magical. The master is kind-hearted and does not bother with him. It's a good thing he didn't do anything to me. Otherwise, with my master's temper, he would have killed him. My master loves me. Zhao Yun playwright attached, but also put aside that spray. Really a master. That has to give the fat old man to a downward spiral. Save the old man has something to do, nothing always scare him. I'm addicted to acting. The moon god oblique Zhao Yun a glance. Do not look at this kid people like a dog. In fact, the bones are not what a good baby, but also my master is very painful to me. Pain you. You tell me. That one owes a beating. Over here, the young master of the Zhao family finally finished spraying, and afterward, he didn't forget to poke the fat old man with his hand. Oh, a beating. The fat old man took a deep breath. A sentence owes a beating, said the language. Always feel the back of the cool. Thanks to that night did not do it the hard way. Otherwise, it can be cool. Bluffing. Zhao Yun heatedly smiled, finally assured. Fooling one is one. Look at the fat old man demeanor. This ton of fooling, or very useful. The main thing is that what he said is true. By the fat old man do not believe. The imperial clan's heavenly martial realm. Zhuge Xiandao muttered. The party's conversation, listening to every word, is right on the money. The imperial clan's heavenly martial realm. The fat old man was also muttering, and couldn't help but tuck his hands in, and his eyes were extraordinarily deep. Daxia Han Yuan? 3 or 5 instantaneous. The two looked at each other, and in unison, the royal family on the 2 Tianwu realm, a man and a woman. Zhao Yun's master, obviously a man, must be Hong Yuan. As for Daxia, where the royal family of the people, before the name have this compound surname. When did it come out? That's an old ancestor level royal family. Both of us would have to call out master ancestor when we see them. That's scary. The 2 old men, one hanging in the tree, one sitting under the tree. You a word I a word. Chattering and muttering endless. Especially Zhuge Xiandao, said Hong Yuan's name, just like forgetting their own embarrassing situation at the moment. There is a fat old man, behind the back of the still cool wind gusts of children, that night, is walking in front of the door of the ghost. Even if there are injuries, Tianwu realm to destroy him is also easy. It's not blowing up. Zhao Yun hearted dry cough. The 2 old guys to the right. That is good to find. This if really Hong Yuan came, is not it awkward. Thinking of this, he glanced at the lunar god, who was cozy, reclining on the moon as if nothing had happened. Seeing it gave him a point of peace. In his consciousness, he is a god. Even if Hong Yuan comes, he is not afraid. The big thing is to continue to fool. With the moon god, the bottom line is sufficient. As he pondered, the gazes of the fat old man and Zhuge Xiandao both landed on him, and the implication of the eyes was still obvious. You melon child, how many blessings did you cultivate in your last life to climb up to a master of the royal family? And, moreover, it was still an old ancestor-level heavenly martial realm. This means that I still have to call you a little uncle. You're not a big guy, but you're a big guy. Zhao Yun was stared at unnaturally. Look at the moon god. Look at the two old man's eyes. Just a little slant. The old lady's disciple. You two called uncle appropriate? That's what it should be called. Division 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 division. Ancestor. Chapter 88. Frequent visitors. Being two old men staring, Zhao Yun finally could not hold out. A dry cough. Got up and walked away. Went not far away from the pavilion. Lu Ruxin is where the quiet sitting. Did not see the little girl you were? It is running to prepare refreshments. How come I don't have such a good life? The fat old man sighed continuously. Heavenly martial realms master Na. Just this layer of relationship alone was enough to walk horizontally in Disya, right? Zhao Yun wasn't scary. What was scary was his master teacher, and he was afraid that no one would dare to mess with him. With the exception of those crazy people at Rashomon, who could have been destroyed by their own parents for the money. I said, can you put me down? Zhuge Xiandao's old face dim black, forcefully suppressed the urge to curse, nay by the fat old man with a talisman, and the rope that binds him, is also a special sacrifice. The true essence is sealed, but also really struggling constantly. Such a talented person with only one arm left, it affects the aesthetics. His daughter-in-law, blind in both eyes? That little girl, however, is still quite watery looking. It should be a special bloodline. The fat old man put his hand, muttering, just like Zhuge Xiandao words, as a fart. Rare to catch such a great opportunity. Which can be put, have to give you hang to the dark. Okay, just wait. Zhuge Xiandao's face, instantly black through the top, urgently want to seek Zhao Yun. All the gongfa to come over. Will fall down the realm repair back. Finish the matter. Put this old undead. Chop 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 stewed. Over here. Zhao Yun had already arrived at the gazebo. Feel Zhao Yun arrived. Lu Ruxin busy panic up. As early as the party, will know Zhao Yun back. Can vaguely hear their conversation, but not too clear. But it's still customary. Zhao Yun smiled, and helped Lu Ruxin to sit down again. His tone was soft, for fear of scaring this little girl, living in the darkness since childhood. Her world, it should be cold and withered. To the outside world things, too sensitive. But also blame it on the Lu family, bullied and used to being bullied. Any wind and grass may cause a shock. Habit. Lu Ruxin whispered softly, not daring to say a single word more. As Zhao Yun thought, indeed being bullied and accustomed to being bullied in the Lu family, but if you say one more word, you cannot avoid being scolded. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhao Yun smiled, gently touched her little head, treating her as a wife, but also treating her as a sister. The long-cherished wish of the 9 reincarnations, earlier perhaps gratitude, but now, has gradually evolved into a word of love? This is his wife, he will keep it until he grows old. Click. When he was talking, he suddenly heard the sound of the jade plate breaking. It was the maid Yuer who came, and the moment she saw Zhao Yun, the plate that she was holding in her hand, accidentally fell, frightening Lu Ruxin's body to tremble. Young master, where's your left hand? Jade asked in a small voice. Left-handed? Hearing this, Lu Ruxin suddenly raised her hand and groped in the darkness, feeling Zhao Yun's right hand, and when she touched the left side, it was an empty sleeve, and her small face instantly turned white. The president will come out. Zhao Yun laughed and casually took the fruit, peeled it into pieces and gently brought it to his wife's mouth. He fed a piece of peas, Lu Ruxin a piece of food, small mouth stuffed full. Since the beginning, the two small hands are tugging Zhao Yun that empty sleeve, eyes still hanging. There is a mist lingering. It is the tears of heartache. Jade retreated silently. This small gazebo became the exclusive of the young couple. The picture as well. It's still very cozy. It's quite a match. The fat old man watched with amusement. He, Zhuge Xiandao's face, not so much his face, was hanging from a tree and not so honest. When he was done, the fat old man took off his stinky socks, kneaded them into a ball, and shoved them hard into his mouth. Zhuge, let's get you Zhuge again. Aha. Zhuge Xiandao's old eyes had tears leaking out of them, and he didn't know if it was from disgust or from being smoked. Now the whole world was quiet. It's calm here, and still bustling outside the city. A fight group fight. The more hot, afraid of the children of the big families. Basically all went up. One side such as ate gunpowder. One side such as playing chicken blood. The war is in full swing. A redhead? Many old guys stroking their beards, glancing at the city wall. Forget the ancient city of heaven's proud daughter, but it is a steady stand. Is a spectator of the great war, but also as the Xianxiao of the nine heavens. At this moment, an embroidery ball toss would be more seasonal to set the scene. Kaoboom let out a sigh. Honestly, not much to see Lu Ruyu, but also because of the stolen wedding. Do not want to marry, just do not marry. The first thing you need to do is to say that no one is forcing you to push your sister over to the other side, which is a different nature, and that is to hit the Zhao family in the face one by one. Thanks to Zhao Yun, if it were him, he would be blocked in front of the Lu family every day cursing. Not this kind of bullying. One day, she'll regret it. The little fortune hunter muttered and continued to count her money. She was still very optimistic about Zhao Yun. That kid's talent was not an ordinary demon. It was enough to make up for the weakness of the bloodline. She dared to say this. In the entire Great Xia Dragon Dynasty, in terms of same-rank sparring, no one would be Zhao Yun's opponent. The young master of the Zhao family was by no means a pool animal. Boom, boom, boom. When the two said, the war became more and more violent. Some people were injured, some people retired, but also some people to participate in the war. Look at the observers, are dazzled. As for the hooting and hollering, or mountains and mountains of people to come, watch the show. Only the world in chaos. If we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid something will happen. In a corner of the city wall, the city head family dryly coughed, using the disguise technique so that no one would recognize it. When he was there, Yang Xiong, the city lord of forgotten ancient city, was there since, similarly disguising himself and also running to watch the show. Just don't fight in the city. Yang Xiong laughed. If something happens in the city, it is his poor protection. Outside the city, it is casual. The major clans ask about it, but not his responsibility. The city supervisor family shook his head and smiled, continuing to watch the battle. It was not that he had not seen the children of large clans fighting in a group, but this was the first time that he had seen such a vast one like this one today. Thinking of this, he glanced sideways at Lu Ruyu not far away. The reason why the battle is so big, most likely also because of her, running to propose marriage to many people, a rare opportunity to perform, but also not to give up their lives on Lu Tsunkong is afraid to be happy. Yang Xiong stroked his beard and looked the other way. That's right, Lu Tsunkong is also there. Whoever doesn't come he will come. His waist is not normally straight. So many young talents. Which one to choose? Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling, the great battle outside the city gates, once again escalated. The great battlers were not only the juniors, but also the elders of the various clans. All of them opened their pinches. Face? What face? Not to mention the head of the city family. Even Yang Xiong cannot help but pull the corner of the mouth into a pot of hodgepodge. In his opinion, this group of little brats, this group of old undead, not to participate in the auction, not to propose marriage, is a ing pile of running here to fight, a farce that didn't end until dark. Look at the ticket, no matter how old or small, not the most lousy, only more lousy, limping quite a lot of people, cursing also quite a lot of people, if not for someone to stop, but also have to practice again. The play was dispersed, the spectators also dispersed, fish line into the city, sighing, tut-tu-tang, feeling quite a lot of sound. Looks like, not much fun. When we entered the city, everyone was honest. They all know the rules. If they dare to fight and brawl in the city, they will be invited by the city lord to have tea. It's still the same thing. Go out and fight. Forget the ancient city at night, or that prosperous, big red lanterns hanging high, a delicate as flowers, because there are outsiders. This night's stores, so far, have not closed, especially restaurants and teahouses, and the Zhao family soldiers store is also one of them. After watching the big show, run to slip a lot of people. By the way, choose 2 pieces of hand weapons. Whoa, where's your hand? Soldier store backyard. Soon sounded a wolf howl. Is cattle bombing that guy? Go out for a few days. How also missing an armlet? The little fortune hunter's eyes also fluttered. All people have 2 hands. You're missing one. It's aesthetically pleasing? No harm done. Zhao Yun smiled. There is not much of an explanation. Wait for the 5th weight of the true spirit. It will always grow. As the words fell, there was a visitor to the soldier's store. It was a woman. Zhao Yun looked at it and spread his legs and tried to run. That's right, it's that red-clothed woman called Shi Yen, who is an acquaintance with the fat old man, and also with Zhuge Xiandao, and in terms of seniority, that's all a senior uncle. She came, the purple-haired child also came, still covering the old waist, still bruised and swollen. It seems that since the return of the old man, there has been no peace. 3 days and 2 days to be beaten. TSK, TSK, TSK. See Zhuge Xiandao. 2 people that demeanor awe. It is not the usual wonderful. How also downgrade. How also be hung on the tree. And, in the mouth of this stinking socks. Must have a month did not wash it. I stuffed it. The fat old man did not say anything, but the awesome coaxing demeanor elaborated the words well. Look out. Qi Yan and the purple-haired child look serious. Present, except you who have the courage. Zhuge Xiandao was finally put down. Didn't have time to curse? Holding the old tree and vomiting. This is hilarious. Zhao Yun dry cough. He went out for a trip. The acquaintances he bumped into, basically all came together to his home. Each of them are self-conscious. The door does not go. Are jumping over the wall to come in. Young master, the Zhao family has sealed their clan. The old Sun chief whispered. Seal the clan? Zhao Yun frowned. Why would you want to seal the clan for a good reason? I don't know. Old Sun head said. I heard that it was the family head's order before he closed his eyes. Until the entire Zhao family was closed during the forgotten ancient city auction. Zhao Yun did not say a word. Not the slightest doubt. Is his father's style. Fong forget the ancient city auction. Are eventful. Zhao family these days. The wind is too strong. Save the trouble. Come on, let's eat. With a howl, Lumine came over, clutching the wine jar. Tonight's dinner. There are quite a few people. The guards at table. Zhao Yun and their table. Only one person is missing. That is, Zhuge Xiandao. But also put aside where to vomit. It's said that the young master of the Zhao family is a broken vein body. Now that I've seen it, those people are all blind. Purple-haired small child grinning TSK tongue. Since Zhao Yun sat down, has been measuring unknown how many times. Sinews and bones excellent. And gifted. In addition to the lack of an arm. Fully in line with the standards of the world's wonders. This little bag, from my place. The purple-haired child touched his chin. Has been looking at Zhao Yun's Qiankuan bag. Looked for a while. Selling Zhao Yun. Is a small rag. How to Zhao Yun. But also change the way it? Here, eat this. Zhao Yun quite understand things. To Lu Ruxin clip dishes. And after that, will Qiankuan bag move to place? This if not pay attention to the purple-haired child snatched. That would be a big loss. Why is it like defense against thieves? Purple-haired child skimmed his mouth. Looked at Lu Ruxin. Obviously, this blind little girl is a special bloodline, the same as the special bloodline. He vaguely sensed, this girl and that little black fat man, bloodline are not awakened. The little fat man because of the bloodline and the whole body is black. This well, mostly because of the bloodline and blindness. This is evil. Lu Tsangkong is really a talent. 2 daughters, both special bloodline. In this regard, Zhao Yun has also been surprised. The Lu family's bloodline, the fruit is not general. Ridiculous, until Lu Ruxin was pushed on the sedan chair. The Lu family do not know Lu Ruxin is a special bloodline. If you know, will not let her marry to the Zhao family, but also blame the Lu Ruyue at that time. The bloodline is not awakened. If awakened, the two will be aware of. As for whether Lu Tsangkong knows at this moment, that will have to ask Lu Ruyue. Not every special bloodline has a sense, such as the body of the heavenly spirit. The bloodline is overbearing, but there is no talent in this area. On the sensing, with the cattle bombardment and the purple-haired child is still almost. You and I, have we met somewhere before? Qi Yan was also like a purple-haired child, studying Zhao Yun through and through, and was becoming more and more familiar the more she looked at him. See you in the head. Zhao Yun laughed dryly, but he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, with this temperament, it would be weird if she didn't lift the table. Don't mess with him, he has a hard backstage. The fat old man used a secret technique to transmit a voice to Qi Yan and the purple-haired child. How hard? Both of them looked at the fat old man in unison. In terms of seniority, you two have to call him Master Ancestor. The fat old man was unspoken, and in his opinion, this analogy would have been quite graphic. Master, Ancestor? The two of them looked sideways in unison again, and swept Zhao Yun up and down again with a different look in their eyes. Shocked, too shocked. This were to pop up a Master Ancestor. Zhao Yun became quite unnatural. The bullskin is blown big. The festivals also have to send red packets to the juniors. Lu. Yo, dinner? The quiet of the scene was broken by a laugh. Another visitor. I forget the ancient old man. The door of the soldier store is closed. People are climbing the wall in. A smiling face. Mainly present. No one is a generalized generation. Not to mention Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man. Only Zhao Yun one. The name is big enough. Sit down and have a drink? No. The old immortal is here to deliver the invitation. The old man of forgotten ancient laughed. An invitation had been pulled out, and it was Zhao Yun who handed it over. Tomorrow, the city lord will host a banquet at the Moonwatch Tower, in order to entertain guests from the great clans. there is no older generation. They are all young sons and daughters. At that time, Lu Ruyue will be attending on behalf of the city lord, and wherever the clans in the forgotten ancient city are located, one person from each family will be sent out to go to the banquet, limited to the younger generation only. Bother Senior. Zhao Yun took it with a smile. Needless to say, the city lord was asking him to represent the Zhao family. As for Lu Ruyuel, on behalf of the city, that is, on behalf of the forgotten city, she does have that qualification. According to reason, this matter should be forgotten by the ancient city of the young city master to do. But, Yang Xion life has not married, no children in the knee, so only in the forgotten city of the young generation to choose a person. Lu Ruyue is very suitable. Itself is the body of the spirit of the heavens, or heavenly sect disciple. She does not go to who will go. As a matter of fact, the people that Yang Xiong had handpicked, besides Lu Ruyue, there was also him, Zhao Yun. Lu Ruyue was a son of the heavenly clan. Zhao Yun's status was not bad, being a disciple of the imperial clan. Both of them, no matter who they were, had the qualifications to represent the forgotten ancient city. However, after thinking about it, Lu Ruyue was appointed, and if Zhao Yun presided over it, he would become a target. Knowing that those are young sons, many of them came to propose marriage. Coupled with Zhao Yun's relationship with Lu Ruyu, it would be strange if they could live in peace. People standing too conspicuously will be a living target. Anyway, the invitation was sent. To go or not to go, it's all up to Zhao Yun. Chapter 89 Fate. It's all fate. Farewell. Forget the old head left. Climbed the wall in. Also climbed the wall out. Before leaving, but also did not forget to look at Zhuge Xiandao. Drink high? What is still vomiting? All young sons, TSK. We just had a group fight today, so tomorrow we'll gather at a tavern and fight again? In the city, no one dares to mess around. The table was full of people talking. Just one. The little black fat man skimmed his mouth. The city lord is so stingy. Want to go? No money, no food for nothing. Here, you're sent, Zhao Yun said, and shoved the invitation to the little fatty, having no intention of going, and was too lazy to get into that mess. It's, how nice, Cow Boom Hand and Hod, since you are not polite, has thought about it, go in and find a place where no one is, eat and leave. I'll go too. The little fortune hunter came out of nowhere. You're even. The fat old man pinched his beard. This little girl, who had come to take refuge, was not fit to show her face. No energy. Daydream puffed out his mouth and buried his head in his food again. After the meal, Zhao Yun locked himself out of the room. Only after Lu Ruxin fell asleep did he sacrifice his true essence and quietly nourish his wife's body. It's late at night. The little girl sneaked out of bed and groped in the darkness until she reached Zhao Yun. Unfortunately, she was blind and could only gently caress the outline of his face in the darkness. Zhao Yun was awake and did not move. This is, perhaps, a tacit understanding between husband and wife. He nourishes the body for Lu Ruxin. That girl is awake. Lu Ruxin caresses his face. He is also awake. Have not broken the warmth of this silence. That's a funny little couple. The fat old man TSK tongue, sitting on the opposite side of the railing, put his hands, two eyes round, not only can penetrate the wall, the goods can also see through it. The middle of the night do not sleep, just want to see the fragrance. The first thing I want to do is to get a good look at the picture. I have counted on my fingers that his kidneys are not working. The purple-haired kid was there, too. He waited for half the night, but he didn't wait for anything, but he saw those two showing their love, and they were all in the prime of their lives, and they were all on fire, and they didn't even think about it. This is not scientific. The night, gradually getting deeper and deeper, and the less facetious people couldn't stay up much longer. Squeak! Zhao Yun went out of the room. In the garden, it was quiet as he cast the psychic technique and summoned the golden-winged rock again. Quack! The rock flapped its wings, rather cheerfully. Shoo! Zhao Yun made a gesture and jumped up. The rock spread its wings and carried Zhao Yun out of the small garden, going all the way straight to the Zhao family, trying to sneak a peek. The Zhao family at night, a quiet piece of Ning, but also really sealed the family. In addition to the guards patrolling back and forth, do not see half of the Zhao family. This is his since out of the Zhao family. The first time to come back is not to go down. Just in the air overlooking the father most likely has not yet come out of the gate. The door of the room is tightly locked. He wandered around for a while before returning to the soldier's store. Early in the morning, warm sunshine poured in. A new day. Forget the ancient city reappeared prosperous. The street more fluttering gentlemen, basically holding a folding fan. One of the jade tree, also more fair ladies. Style and movement, each beauty such as flowers. There are big clan children, but also forget the ancient city of the various families. Gathered are looking at the moon building. The lord of the city set up a banquet, the body of the heavenly spirit on behalf of the lord of the city to attend. This face must be given. today's moonrise, but also the whole extra solemn, far from the red silk and red carpet. Do not know, thought who married a daughter-in-law it, I want to go in too. You forget it, those who are qualified to go. Which one is not the young master? Which one is not the pearl of the clan? That's not something we can participate in. Fate, it's all fate. Street people more sigh, but also only look at the part. No background, really cannot enter, even if there is a background. Without the invitation of the master of the city is useless. I need to eat more. The little black fat man also set out. For this reason, also changed a new dress. However, because of the skin color problem, no matter how to change, no matter where you go, is the more eye-catching one. Zhao Yun did not go, and after the meal, he sat at the counter. The shopkeeper, I still have to go through the motions. There are a lot of people in the city. There are to go to the banquet. Since there are also wandering, come to buy weapons since a lot of, how to become one-armed. The young master of the Zhao family, what an ill-fated life. It's just a matter of breaking his vein, but he even broke another arm. Look at the people Lu Ruyu the golden children of the past, really a day where there are people, since there will be gossip, such as to buy weapons, pick weapons, mouth is not idle, and, also 3 or 5 piles of finger-pointing. Zhao Yun pretended that he hadn't heard, taking an ancient book and quietly flipping through it, but in reality, he was secretly enlightening himself. There had been a moment when he raised his eyes unnoticeably, and also swept the soldier's store unnoticeably. Someone was spying on him, with a touch of hidden murderous aura, which he could clearly perceive due to his rather high spiritual level. After looking around, his eyes only fell on a corner. There was a black-clothed youth, who was secretly peeping, looking at the youth's back, slightly frail, petite and thin. A woman dressed as a man. Zhao Yun murmured softly. It coincided with the black-clothed youth looking back, and the two of them had a split second to stare at each other. Phantom? Zhao Yun is very natural to close the eyes. Is definitely Yulan, even if the woman dressed as a man cannot hide that pair of beautiful eyes. To that pair of eyes, he remembered quite deeply. Do not think, we'll meet Yulan in this? That party kills the gas. And how many meanings? They seem to have no hatred. So familiar. Yulan also had enough naturalness to choose a weapon in style. Having seen Zhao Yun's eyes, the sense of familiarity was even stronger, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Other than that, it was shock. Since that night's assassination attempt, the higher-ups had sent people again, 2 peak true spirits and 1/8 true spirit, and it was a trio that carried out missions and had never failed. And now, with the young master of the Zhao family sitting here peacefully and steadily, it proved that the mission had failed. Do we, have a grudge? Zhao Yun also shelved that muttering, and did not go forward to recognize each other. This is a passerby. Yulan did not know his identity. Forgetting the rivers and lakes will be good. Suddenly, there was a touch of woman's scent, and when he looked up, there was already a silhouette standing in front of the counter. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Qing Yao, the daughter of Qingfeng City Lord Yin Tianfeng. These days, it's popular for women to dress up as men. Zhao Yun's eyes were strange. The Qing Yao in front of him, also like the Yulan over there, was not a daughter's dress up. They all dressed up as fluttering dudes, and at first glance, they were all handsome. Qing Yao came to forget the ancient city. He was not surprised, most likely to participate in the auction. Later, most likely will also go to the Moonwatch Tower for the banquet. The difference was that in Green Peak City, it was her home turf. When she came to forgotten ancient city, it was Lu Ruyu's home turf. Qing Yao stood in a graceful manner, just like that quietly look at Zhao Yun. In the Qingfeng City, secretly saw Zhao Yun honored face, although he knew that he had a wife, but still cannot help but look for. Many days to no avail, came to forget the ancient city, accidentally looked at the portrait of Zhao Yun, which came here to have a look. No need to ask, you know it's him. This, outside of her expectations. Why had she ever thought that the person she was searching for so hard would be a household name in the forgotten ancient city? A broken vein and wasted body, and moreover, still Lu Ruyu's brother-in-law. This joke, it seems to be opened a little big. The world is in the dark. He is not a waste, is a world-class talent. She can recognize me? Zhao Yun thought to himself. It can't be. Since that day out of the Nyo village, has been wearing a human skin mask. It is difficult to not, when he fainted, sneak a peek at the real face? Feel free to look. Zhao Yun laughed and did not break the news. Where's your hand? Qing Yao spoke softly, and with a glance, she saw Zhao Yun's left sleeve, which was empty, and her heart suddenly ached. Lost? Zhao Yun smiled. There's a favor to ask, but there's no harm in saying it. Can I see your wife? In the back garden. Thanks a lot. Qing Yao smiled softly and went to the back hall, entering the backyard of the soldier store, playing a long way. We'll see Lu Ruxin, sitting quietly in the pavilion, a small maid resting there to guard. to be close, only to know Lu Ruxin in embroidery. Due to blindness, embroidery messy, but vaguely can see the word Zhao Yun. You are looked at Chang Yao. Lu Ruxin also raised her eyes, her spiritually clear eyes, and no gaze, showing a wooden and empty. Old friends. Xing Yao smiled, handing over a spiritual jade that had the divine effect of nourishing the body and was given to Lu Ruxin. I could see that this little girl loved Zhao Yun so much that her little hands bled from needles in order to embroider his name. She could see since that Zhao Yun loved her wife. She came and went quietly, and her eyes were bleary, hard to hide from self-deprecation and envy. What a strange youth, Jade whispered, running in the middle of the day to deliver a gift. A woman dressed as a man, Lu Ruxin murmured, although his eyes were blind. His sense of smell was extremely sharp. That should be a woman. Your wife, beautiful. Come back to the counter. Xing Yao one word light smile. You're handsome when you're dressed as a man. Zhao Yun smiled back. Poor mouth. Xing Yao smiled, then whisked his sleeve and left. Also like Zhao Yun that day, also a passerby. That chick is nice. The purple-haired kid had appeared out of nowhere and sat down on the counter in its entirety with a wine gourd in his arms. You don't have a bad eye. Zhao Yun buried his head again and continued to flip through the ancient books. Talk to sis, your family's master. Which one is it? It wasn't just the purple-haired child who came. There was also Qi Yan, who appeared out of nowhere, leaning on the counter and standing in a rather graceful manner. Unspeakable. Zhao Yun took a deep breath. A word of words, a certain kind of compulsion, but also gradually into a good place. The bullskin has blown big. Will not be all over the world blindly talk. Really the big god to provoke, not how to end up. Why don't we beat him up? It's not good to hit people in this broad daylight. Go easy on him. Heroes see eye to eye. The two Xian Yang realms were quite affectionate, and you made a pleasant decision. When he said that, he held that down for Zhao Yun. Don't mess with me. My master doesn't have a good temper. Like anyone has a temper. If you say so, I'll curse. Young master, it's not good. Before the fight started, the sound of shouting was heard. Wu Er ran in from outside in a hurry. What is it? Zhao Yun struggled to get up. Fatty Black Jr. was beaten up, and I heard from the people at the Moonwatch house that it was a terrible beating. Whoosh! Zhao Yun was like the wind, whooshing out of the soldier store. Moonwatch Tower, it's going to be lively. Qi Yan said meaningfully. I heard old man Zhuge say that kid has a lot of treasure talismans, the kind with thunder. The child in purple turned to the wine gourd, took a breath, and didn't forget to wipe it with his sleeve. Chapter 90. Moonwatch Tower. Forget the largest restaurant in the ancient city, with carved railings and green silk mantles. The building is buzzing. All young talents, men are elegant, women are as delicate as a flower. The head are all top big, either the young master of the family, is the pearl of the clan, more than a man and a woman, by the railing and stand, resting there talking and laughing. The scene, by all accounts, looks like a blind date convention. Not all of the foreign sons and daughters were running towards Lu Ruyu. There were also quite a few other forces that were involved in the interests, and the clans expected political marriages. This, a tacit understanding. Kangwolf Young City Lord Han Ming and Red Sun Young City Lord Yuan Hao were both there as well, also running towards the marriage union, previously going to Qingfeng City to propose marriage. Now, with a mission to come to Forgotten Ancient City, they also wanted to seek to marry the body of the heavenly spirit, even though they knew that there was not much hope, but they had to try it out, in case it worked out. Their background is not too small. During this time, the two looked around many times, as if they were looking for someone. Who is looking for? Since it is looking for Qing Yao, remembering her, cannot help but gnash their teeth. That day in the Qingfeng City lost face. In order to ransom, the two city fathers and mothers also paid a great price. This revenge, the two can always remember it? Unfortunately, it was not found. Or rather, Qing Yao didn't come at all. After leaving the soldier store, she disappeared. She wasn't very interested in this occasion. As for the invitation, she gave it away. Sister Ru Yue, getting prettier and prettier. As a wine banquet protagonist of the body of the celestial spirit, since there is no shortage of people around, not only no shortage, but also a huge piece of youth, mostly the young masters of the hermit clan, manpower a folding fan, gently shaking, with its own gradual compulsion to get into a good place. The cool and indifferent Lu Ruyu is smiling like a flower today. It was also right. So many people adored it, greatly satisfying vanity. In her thought, she had this capital, the body of the heavenly spirit also plus the heavenly sect disciple. The fruit is delicious. A corner of the restaurant, the small black fat man holding a wine pot in one hand, a hand grasping a chicken leg, eating a mouthful of grease. Present belongs to his most dedicated. People are here to matchmaking, each looking for each object, and he, it seems, is here to eat. At his table, there was one other person. A careful look. It is the young master of Tianyan Lin Evil. That day with the speed runes chasing Zhao Yun. It is him, or that scruffy, at the moment is putting his hand to look at the cattle bombing. The eyes of the child is very strange. Strange cattle bombing the tonnage, but also strange his skin color. This child ate what grew up. How so fat Lu? How this black Lu? I say, why don't you go? Cao Boom raised his eyes, glanced at Lin Xie. Yesterday saw Lin Xie dry battle. Bloodline strange. Strength is not bad. Is not the general family young master. Such a big power. It is to propose marriage to the Lu family. Can come to the moon house. They will find a corner to sit down. On the shelves to watch him eat. People are running to go with Lu Ruyu that are shelved there to do their best to show that this one is good, and nothing like a person. Not interested, Lin Xie casually said. Before he came, he also said long ago that he didn't treat the body of the heavenly spirit very well. If it wasn't for the old guys forcing him to come, the ghosts would be willing to run here and sneak around. I love that. Nyo Boom grinned, not treating Lu Ruyu either. They were the same on that point. When he said that, he took another shot. Finished, then eat a lot of food. To an invitation is not easy. So many delicious food. Outside is not eaten. That have to eat enough money. Lin Xia was quite sentimental and looked serious. Because of these two talents. This small table, just like a bright scenery, a pair of young masters and young ladies pass by, will cast a different gaze toward this. The forest is big what birds have. A set aside to eat. A set aside to see. Vladimir. Suddenly, there is the sound of the piano. From the center of the building of a stage, bleachers, there is a woman in the dance. Not foreign children, is to forget that the ancient city of a family miss, also invited to the feast, special on stage to offer dance, not mandatory, all by voluntary, can be appreciated, it will depend on their own skills. Her dancing, as usual, is fabulous. There were hoots and hollers from all directions, and God knows how many young talents gleamed. This girl, I like. Cao Boom side I looked at, 2 eyes round, where the woman who can dance, have a different kind of charm, with that body, beautiful. Honestly, you two don't make a good match. Lin Xia returned, just say the head. You still know one girl grows taller? Cao Boom was not impressed, continued to eat and drink, and ate and slipped away. On the other side, the dancers have come down. Followed on stage is a young man, but also the young master of a large family, has been to the Lu family to propose marriage. The crowd look. He has taken a jade cock from his waist, looks like, to give the people present, show a section of his blowjob skills, nothing more than to show off to cause Lu Ruyu attention, which is a rare and good opportunity. Maybe, you can really hold a beauty. Have to say, his Xiao sound is still very pleasant to the ear, cause too many people's eyes, even Lu Ruyu, cannot help but side-eye, listen to it, seem to see mountains and rivers, all eyes on the world. The drift of the youthful ton, a certain compulsion, had gradually reached its consummation. What else do you know besides blowing? Some people appreciated, and some people cursed. All of them were the young masters of the families that were hostile to the youth, and when they saw that cargo showing off there, they all revealed extremely unhappy looks. In the middle of the building, it's such a sight to behold. Everyone present is an actor. Certain personal grudges are hidden in the dark, such as Lin Xie and In Sol. If it is not forbidden to fight privately, early ing dry. So, this wine dinner is not easy. Put a group of people who have just fought a group fight. Hard to pull together, but also not allowed to fight. Really hard for everyone. A laugh to end the enmity? It seems unrealistic. As he spoke, the sound of the blowjob had dissipated. Quite a few people couldn't get enough of it, and their minds were still wandering in the aftermath. A sudden soft eek broke the silence, causing those present to look back. When you enter, you see a familiar face. That's right, it's Zhao Yun, who heard that Fatty was beaten and killed all the way over here. It's his arrival that really gets all the attention. The young master of the Zhao family was a celebrity. The people of the forgotten ancient city recognized it, and the children of outsiders, who had heard about it slightly over the past few days, were the former fiancé of the heavenly spirit body. That's interesting. Don't even look at what kind of place this is, and you dare to come shamelessly. There's a show. The children of the forgotten ancient city were all energized, in a posture of watching a big show, not expecting Zhao Yun to come. With him here, the place would be incomparably lively. There's no way around it. Who made him special? And then look at Lu Ruyu. Has a pretty eyebrow slightly knitted, the smile of the sweet, to see Zhao Yun, ton of cold, do a trace of contempt and displeasure. She is the proud daughter of the sky, but with Zhao Yun has a period of unforgivable past, but also from time to time was mentioned by the world. In her case, that is a piece of a lifelong difficult to erase the stains. If you can, she would like to erase, even if it is to pay a terrible price. In this way, she is flawless. What she hadn't expected was that Zhao Yun would come running here. sincerely adding to the problem? That's Zhao Yun? As false. You say broken veins waist body also just, how also become crippled one-armed? The body of the heavenly spirit once fiancé. On this virtue? He's bad enough. 2. Where there are people, there is no lack of gossip and discussion. There is ridicule. There is also regret. I don't know whether it is pity for the young master of the Zhao family, or regret for that proud daughter of heaven. Waste 1. Most of the foreign descendants of the great clans were ugly. In their opinion, the body of the heavenly spirit that was rare in 1,000 years was a holy and flawless fairy, but it was tainted, and that taint was the one-armed Zhao Yun. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but be annoyed. It felt like a piece of artwork that had been engraved with an extremely unsightly blemish, which had broken the perfection of that part of the artwork. Zhao Yun was silent and searched extremely hard with his eyes. I did find Nyo Boom, but that guy was eating and drinking with his head buried in his hands. Didn't take a beating. Zhao Yun's murmur, only he heard. See the little black fat man's appetite that good, and alive, which like beaten, and Wu Er said does not match. I'm afraid Wu is mistaken. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough, then closed his eyes and turned around. Whoosh! Just before he lifted his foot, he saw a ghostly silhouette attacking and blocking his way, the one who had previously gone up to the stage to blow his cock. The young master of the Blood Eagle clan, Yan Kong. This clan, known for taming blood eagles, Zhao Yun has heard of. Each of the family has a blood eagle mount. The general forces, not as a last resort, is not with the Blood Eagle family on, are flying in the sky. Once the war will have no air rights, the ground are living targets. You, are Zhao Yun? Yan Kong ghostly smile. A paper folding fan has opened. Standing sideways, chin lifted oddly high. Speaking look have not looked at Zhao Yun. Accurately said is ignored. Eyes cannot hide his contempt. Earlier show the shao sound. Seems to be not enough, but also have to show a little bit. Look at Lu Ruyu, a playful eyebrow knitted. Obviously not very good to see Zhao Yun. You've come and gone in such a hurry? Eager to show. Can not only Yan Kong one? There are a lot of children gathered over, and very understanding. Closed the door, blocking the way Zhao Yun, each corner of the mouth slightly curved, and not wistful, ridicule and contempt exposed. Zhao Yun frowned slightly. So far, he seems to understand. It is being counted. It is someone in the dark, borrowing Wu Er revealed false news, in order to attract him over. Its purpose is not difficult to guess, to make fun of him. Who let Lu Ruyu Was his Zhao Yun's fiancé it? The only chaos in the world is too much. Want to see the big show is also abound. Embarrassingly, he's only responded so far. It was really not appropriate for him to be present in this situation today. His suspicions were not at all untrue. Indeed, is someone to pass false news? As for who present each may be, is to forget the ancient city of people's chances, especially hostile families, such as the Wang family, such as the Wang family's young master Wang Yang, cannot wait for Zhao Yun to make a fool of it. There is no need for him to take action. The foreign children of the great clans will never let Zhao Yun live in peace. To put it bluntly, is a borrowed knife to kill people. Kill people may not be, but today, Zhao Yun has come, but not so easy to go. It's okay to go, kowtow and apologize. Yan Kong lightly shook his folding fan and smiled in a teasingly playful manner. Dare I ask, what mistake have I made? Zhao Yun said lightly. Just because he didn't cause trouble didn't mean he was afraid of it. What kind of virtue do you have in your heart? Yan Kong laughed coldly. It is your fault for wanting to taint the body of the heavenly spirit. Kneel down and say to Sister Ruyu, it is me who is a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I will then let you go. Chapter 91, can't hide it anymore. Bow down and admit your mistake. Yan Kong, a word, caused a lot of resonance. Want to offer attentiveness? Really quite a lot of people. Look at that one's demeanor. Are righteous, do not know. Really think that the young master of the Zhao family committed what monstrous mistakes it? Nothing but humiliation. As long as Zhao Yun did as he was told, then the piece of stain printed on Lu Ruyue's body was erased, and all the faults would be attributed to Zhao Yun, and Lu Ruyue, the innocent victim, so that it could be flawless. As a matter of fact, Lu Ruyu actually thought so in her heart. Look at her standing there, speechless, which means she's going to stop it. So high on you. Lin Shi leaned against the fence and stood, carrying a wine pot skimmed the mouth. The mouth of you, since you are referring to Lu Ruyue. Stealing beams and changing columns is not so bad. His own brother-in-law was so upside down bullying, but also indifferent. This ing, what a mentality. Get it clear. You are now on behalf of the whole forget the ancient city. So the pressure on the field of the scene? How do you mean? In order to perfect, even want to sacrifice Zhao Yun's dignity? Such a proud daughter of heaven. What a moralizing. Therefore, he still made the right decision. Compared to looks, bloodline and power, he valued character more. Even if he wanted to take a wife, it would never be Lu Ruyu. Bow down and admit your mistake. The sound of drinking did not stop. One after another. One more than one righteous indignation. It's going to be a scene. The children of forgotten ancient city who were present, all loyal spectators, showed more playful smiles, especially the one who passed on the false news to lure Zhao Yun. Well, that is, Wang Yang, secretly laughed the most openly. He is the mastermind of this conspiracy. If you're not going to fight in the city, you have to have some fun. Look at the great theater these days. It's a lot more fun than a song and dance. This, then, is the human world? Some people, they can't stand the sight of people being lowly, and they always want to step on them. However, not everyone is like Wang Yang. Also do not know the reason, but dared not say. Each are not alone, behind the family, less involved in the good. That is, the legendary neutrals, the strongest world, the weak or more honestly safer. What's going on in there? Street, a lot of people passing by the street people side-eye, the building in the big drink, outside to hear clearly, howling this loud. Who made a big mistake? Fang just saw Zhao Yun go in. Someone speculated, patting and probing to look in. This, too many people raised their eyebrows. Really, it would be too interesting. This is a situation. A loser. Just stay home honestly. He's looking for excitement here. Bow down and admit your mistake. Yen Kang's loud voice, the most powerful, unconsciously, above his head. It seems to be more a circle of light called the highest point of moral righteousness, as if receiving the assignment of the gods, to punish the guilty. With this cry, he sent out another 1,000 waves. There are really people everywhere who are following the chaos of the world. Admit your ass is wrong. They're all sick. Bull Boom cursed, a howl of dominance that made his ears perk up. Pissed off. So pissed off. In this world, when did those who pervert right and wrong become so righteous? This is the territory of Forgotten City. So arrogant? Zhao Yun did not say anything, looked at the left side, and then looked at the right side. This is to provoke the anger of the public? There is also this reason for kneeling, which is really novel. Kneel or not. Yen Kong smiled at Zhao Yun. People in the Zhao family only kneel to their parents. Zhao Yun's words were flat. It's not often that one is as hard-headed as you are. Yen Kong smiled slyly, looking at his eyes. They flashed with a bizarre light. In this instant, Zhao Yun was in a trance. That's right, it was Yen Kong who had used an illusion on him. His eyes, non-ordinary pupils, came with a talent that would drag him into an illusion if he met his eyes eye to eye. Just wait, Zhao Yun is going to kneel. The children of the great clans, more than eager to wait, as if they also know the mystery of Yen Kang's eyes, not to mention a broken vein waste body, even if it is a martial arts cultivator, most likely will also be hit. Eye in the sky, Zhao Yun murmured in his heart. In the illusion is not false, but only a moment will be out of the illusion. The so-called heavenly eye, he is heard of, is a special eye pupil, comes with a special ability, such as Yen Kongness, with the eyes can be used to cast illusions, and do not need to seal, cannot be prevented, the ability to be still very practical. However, Yen Kong was looking for the wrong person, use pupil power to perform illusion, is involved in the spirit of the level if not home, not to mention a pair of heavenly eyes, even if you give you immortal eyes, the same cannot make the power. Obviously, his spirit level was above Yen Kong. This, all thanks to that purple elf fruit, to help his spirit to metamorphosis nirvana. Only this point, Yen Kang's heavenly eye illusion, on him not very effective, unless the spirit is higher than him. As such, in order to maximize the pupil power, good boy, Yen Kong could not help but raise his eyebrows, and the people present were also quite surprised that a martial arts cultivator, who possessed a pair of heavenly eyes, was useless in casting illusions on a broken vein and ruined body. No, he's a martial arts cultivator. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. See really, ordinary people cannot break the sky eye illusion. There is only one possibility, that one-armed Zhao Yun is not a broken vein waste body. This is interesting. Forget about the ancient city of people. It seems that they do not know below, Zhao Yun has already stepped away, has bypassed Yen Kong, and is too lazy to theorize with him, and most of all, does not want to expose the identity of the martial arts cultivator, which if outside, if in the wilderness of the mountains, does not blow up this bare child, he does not have the surname Zhao, which goes. Yen Kong let out a cold snort. Since it is not willing, the illusion was broken, obviously cannot hang face, that have to find a field back, that have to be in front of Lu Ruyue to offer earnestness before the line. He is both said, that today, must let Zhao Yun kneel down. A strong wind whistled as he grabbed Zhao Yun with one hand. Zhao Yun frowned slightly and moved a step away, easily avoiding it. Why don't you kowtow and apologize? Those who struck out, not only Yen Kong, the sons and daughters who blocked the doorway, also surged up, since Zhao Yun himself did not kneel. Then they did not mind helping Zhao Yun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Yun saw a gap and traveled through the gaps between people in a treacherous manner. This stance. When Lin Xie saw this, he couldn't help but stand up straight, his eyebrows slightly raised, as if he recognized Zhao Yun, both equally one-armed. And looking at this stance, it was equally arcane. He's a martial arts cultivator. Many people's eyes narrowed slightly, although they did not see Zhao Yun do real yuan, but from Zhao Yun's body, can smell the breath of real yuan. This body, ordinary people absolutely cannot make. This look, Zhao Yun can break the sky eye illusion. It makes sense. It's you. Lu Ruyu murmured softly and frowned her pretty eyebrows. Zhao Yun can cultivate now. She only knew it recently. Looking at his subtle stance, she has seen it before. Isn't he the one who was in the Qingfeng City Lord's mansion on that day, being pulled away by Cheng Yao? Is he the one who was pulled away by Qing Yao to be her husband? No wonder it feels so familiar. It turns out to be her brother-in-law. Unexpected. Really unexpected. It was she who underestimated Zhao Yun. However, it was only a small look. In the eyes of her heavenly spirit body, Zhao Yun was still weak. She was quite surprised at how Zhao Yun cultivated the spirit vein, and how, in such a short period of time to the true spirit realm, the advancement was not too fast. What a familiar stance. Compared to Lu Ruyu, compared to Lin Qi, Han Ming and Yuan Hao is not so sure. The cultivation of the strong and weak points, the eye of this well, since there is also a difference between high and low. Damn, when was the spirit vein repaired? Wang Yang cold snort. Eyes have been cold in the flash. The heart cannot help but gnash his teeth. This is calculated. Zhao Yun would like to see Zhao Yun out of the ugly, but even the whole so a surprise, so that he was caught off guard, as well as Zhao Yun's cultivation. Open hung? As he was, too many people didn't look so good. These people, mostly those who were hostile to the Zhao family in forgotten ancient city, could not see Zhao Yun as good, obviously a waste. But now that he had changed, he had become a martial arts cultivator again, and it was ridiculous that they had been kept in the dark since the beginning. The feeling of being lied to was really upsetting, since before today, it appeared that they were not high up in front of Zhao Yun. Get him. Loud and noisy. The spectators are in amazement. Yen Kong, they are catching people. Martial arts cultivator or not, waste or not, at this moment must Zhao Yun caught. So many people chasing, really don't believe it. You can still run out of it? Can't hide it. Zhao Yun foot wind god step, recluse to recluse, said cannot be hidden, is not accurate, should be forced out, cannot be this group of people hold down that kneeling, who's counting on me? His heartfelt words, with a touch of coldness. If he had not been led to this moonwatch tower, he would not have been used to make fun of him, and he was to blame. His heart was too anxious and even careless. Now that the identity of the martial arts cultivator is publicized, trouble is bound to be rare. Not to mention the others, let's say Han Ming and Yuan Hao. Those two are not oil lamps. If they are determined to retaliate against him and the Zhao family, the family will be difficult. Click, bang, clunk. Moonwatch tower is bustling, clanging and banging, endless. The chase, many tables and chairs. Coffee table was broken. A good restaurant turned into a lot of mess. The image is eye-catching when you look up to see it. Enough dozens of big clan children, full of buildings chasing Zhao Yun. Froze did not catch up, or rather, Zhao Yun figure too slippery, not to mention other people, even In Sol and other masters, cannot help but show a marvel. Zhao Yun's figure, too bizarre. The play, too, is wonderful. Lin Xie poured a mouthful of wine, during which he also looked at Lu Ruyue, seems to remain indifferent, not ready to intervene, which makes Lin Xie cannot help but shake his head. As a host, also represents the city's master, even in vain to forget the face of the ancient city. Zhao Yun again, or your brother-in-law, or forget the ancient city of the people. You press the field. So far, even have not acted to make people disappointed. Just wait, it's gonna be a farce, and the protagonist of this farce would not be Zhao Yun, but her, Lu Ruyu. Stop right there. Yen Kong let out a roar and slapped out a palm, unable to catch up with someone, annoyed and angry, directly opened the attack. Palm with true essence flowing overflow. A palm is quite powerful. Zhao Yun ignored it and instantly avoided it. Although he avoided it, the stairs of the restaurant were shattered by a slap. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds were frequent. Yen Kong struck out, and the ones chasing Zhao Yun also struck out, each with ugly faces. They couldn't even catch anyone, so they were still mixed up. If you like to make a fuss like this, then make a fuss. Zhao Yun let out a cold laugh. This bunch of rabbits, it is not owed to be beaten. This is owed to be blown up. Drinking is drinking. Matchmaking is matchmaking, and if you want to make a scene, make a big ing scene. Explosive talisman. He's got them. He's got plenty of them in his Qiankuan bag. Chapter 92, House Demolition. Boom, boom, boom. the Moonwatch Tower was unsettled, roaring and noisy. What's going on in there? This time, the street is more than just a side eye. Simply stopped, gathered in front of the moonrise, always feel that there are robbers in the building. In the rummage and smash, and even the tables and chairs and benches, coffee table and wine cups, shattered on the ground. But the discerning person to listen to, we know that some people in the dry fight, and fighting or group fights, let's just say, put a bunch of restless people in a restaurant, can be peaceful only strange? The city prohibits private fights. People should fight or fight. All the children of large families, backstage hard. The city may be punished by the master, but not to lose their lives. Shouldn't be fighting Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun is an ordinary man with a broken vein, but he can't afford to build like this. Today's forgotten ancient city will be very lively. Building in full swing, outside the building chatting in full swing. I do not know how many people gathered. Even shopkeepers, stall vendors, have run to join in the fun. A glance, or the silhouette of the crows, watching the show is not too big. Boom! In the sound of discussion, a window of the Moonwatch Tower collapsed. A silhouette from the inside of the horizontal tumbled out. Accurately said, was beaten out. More accurately said, was blown out by the explosive talisman, covered with black, and also stained with blood. The young lord of Nightless City, the old man, who had seen a lot of things, spilled the beans on who the man was. Boom, boom, boom. The words fell, the rumbling sound again. Every rumbling, there will be a window collapsed. Every window collapsed, there will be a silhouette from the inside of the horizontal out. And then it is the wall, the humanoid hole, really one after another. And then is the roof of the building, one after another. A big clan children were blown up to the sky. The spectators were amazed for a while. Some sideways eyes, some tilted their heads. The picture was really too eye-pleasing. I don't know who was making a big show in it. So many children of the great clans, flying horizontally and going up to the sky. Their postures were all very domineering. How many explosive charms does that take? The old generation of martial arts practitioners shocked. Can see, these people are bombed out. That is, someone in the building to move the explosive talisman. Look at the number. Not one or two explosive talisman. That must be a thick pile. It is not bombing, is to burn silver. That's it, it's not over. Under the public's attention, a rumble exploded louder and louder. The walls of the Moonwatch building collapsed. The beams collapsed. The roof was also lifted out. Tables, chairs, benches, coffee tables and wine cups, bricks, tiles, and youthful talents. All of them flew horizontally across the sky. What the hell? House demolition? The corners of the street people's mouths pulled straight up. It was the eye that saw the Moonwatch Tower blow up in one place. Yes, it's house demolition. This is a technical job, tearing down a house. The young master of the Zhao family is still a professional. Boom! Under the world's attention, the largest restaurant in the forgotten ancient city collapsed. Zhao Yun, accompanied by the sound of angry shouts, a woeful silhouette, from the ruins rushed out. The children of the great clans are no longer elegant. The pearl in the palm is no longer as delicate as a flower, including Lu Ruyue, each dusty face. There is not the most woeful, only the more woeful, can come out or good. And a lot of people were smashed in the inside. Eat your heart out. Cursing and swearing sound, full of streets are, building people in a mess. The theater is no better. Sue is too close to the distance. God knows how many people suffer. A good restaurant, a good banquet, the whole is a mess. Awesome. Lin Xia is a talent. The fastest, in the collapse of the Moonwatch Tower before the moment, will be in advance to disappear out, disappear to the opposite eaves, is now resting on that sighing in TSK Tunget? This farce, he is from the beginning to see the end. Since Zhao Yun carry out the burst runes of the moment, he also look at a not fall, is to watch a big family children, was blown over out, not to mention Zhao Yun how hanging, said that a road of the burst runes, is not a general eye-catching. Nice job. Lin Xia wasn't the only one with numb legs, there was also fatty little black. Knowing that Zhao Yun had an explosive talisman, he didn't run slow. As for the rest, it's not very harmonious. Was exploding runes fright face confused? Do not know Zhao Yun. Were so many explosive runes, all do not want money? Look at Zhao Yun. He's also in a sorry state. On top of the ruins, he was at least able to stand still. His face was white, and his breath was shriveled. The explosive talisman that he had tuned in had basically blown up, and his true essence was exhausted. There's no way around it. It's all forced. That gang of brats, bully too much. One or two okay, he can still cope with. In favor of a large group, fight designated to fight, can only use the explosive talisman bomb. As he said, if you want to make a scene, make a scene. I have to say, this movement is indeed big enough. So huge a restaurant, froze by him to blow up the collapse, and the people in the building, are all hanging all the color, not the weakest yesterday's group fight. The difference is that yesterday is outside the city, today is in the city, and is a busy place. Too many people suffered a bad day. He's martial cultivator? Too many of the older generation looked astonished, and the he in his mouth was referring to Zhao Yun, when the spiritual vein was succeeded. And cultivation, how many days has it been? Just the second level of true spirit? It's so hard to fool us, after the chaos, and then talk a lot. The look of the spectators, each wonderful. Whoever thought? The world after dinner talk about the broken vein waste body, today turned into a martial arts cultivator. Look at the Chi Yun, is not a general martial arts cultivator. This surprised people caught off guard. The first time to expose the identity of the martial arts cultivator. On the whole, out of this kind of scene, wherever he goes, all the attention. Zhao Yun, big family children have all stood firm, from the four sides around. Angry voice has been connected into a piece, each are true energy surge, each also filled with righteous indignation. Hideous, how many years, since into the martial arts cultivation, or the first time to eat this kind of big loss. Zhao Yun, Lu Ruyu's light scolding, also extra cold. Today is her host this banquet, even whole this ugly, all because of Zhao Yun, not only in the smashing scene, or in the face of her witch, she is the proud daughter of heaven, how can she endure? Zhao Yun didn't say anything and only looked at the children of the big clans. As for Lu Ruyu, he is directly ignored, as previously said by Lin Qi, if this is a farce, the protagonist will not be his Zhao Yun, but her Lu Ruyu, as the host, on behalf of the city's owner, also represents the forget the ancient city. Someone chaotic you do not care. Something happened to come to reprimand. This is what kind of reasoning? Both cannot suppress the scene. Then we will be a piece of lively and lively. I'll kill you. Big clan children face fierce, gritted teeth, has been from the four sides of a surge up, especially Yen Kong. Today no matter what, will be Zhao Yun to death, even if the city master to punish him, but also have to give the Blood Eagle clan a few points of thin face, not to lose their lives. He thought so. Other big clan children, basically all this mind. Strike that. Before the battle started, he saw a person attack like a ghost, standing on Zhao Yun's side, and there was a powerful aura surging, shocking a group of sons and daughters into stomping back. The visitor was a middle-aged man. It is the Yang of the city lord's house, clad in armor, with a saber on his waist. It should have been on the battlefield, and its body has a kind of terrifying fury, which can only be sharpened on the battlefield. The Real Xian Yang at its peak, and the aura is not generally powerful. Seeing him, the children of the great clans instantly subsided. Yang Ying's fame, have heard of, and Yang Xiong, the same, had jumped on the frontiers, are from the pile of dead people, climbed out of the madman. Their fame, all are killed. The enemy is scared. They are the same. He's here, who dares to make a scene. Therefore, when it comes to suppressing the scene, it has to be Yang Ying and other people who are pleasing to the heart. Whoever hurt my young master? The loud shouts rose up, all spread from one side. The juniors were defeated. The old generation came, all in the city master's mansion as a guest, heard about this matter, all the damn kill over. In addition to them, there are the families of the forgotten city. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Tsungkong, and also saw the Wang family head. All of them had ugly faces, not caring about Zhao Yun becoming a martial cultivator again, only caring about their own family. There are too many people coming. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, had a slightly thinner figure, and if he was to be destroyed, he couldn't leave. Good Zhao Yun, when really deserved to die. The Blood Eagle clan elder was enraged, and his icy aura came straight at Zhao Yun. This is forgotten ancient city. Yang Eagle is not a setup. A cold snort, shocked scattered Blood Eagle elders forced to come the momentum. The old man shelved this stand, but also dare to be so unscrupulous. Hit me in the face? Yang Ying, this matter needs to be explained to us. Blood Eagle elder shouted. The other great clans of the elders, also all step forward in unison, and the momentum is connected. Even if Yang Eagle Xian Yang the most pinnacle, cannot be carried, but I don't know what the house, what account is to be given. Faint words, followed by ringing, forget the ancient city master came. If Yang Ying cannot suppress the scene, then he is the lord of a city. Talk is still very weighty. He used explosive talismans and bombarded us indiscriminately. The city lord is wise to recognize that people with a ruthless heart such as this are guilty of crimes that should be punished. Your old man can't take sides. The children of the great clans all jumped out. You a word and I a word, said the righteousness. Previously outside the city had fought a group fight, private grudges. Now it is actually a united front, or the same sentence. Do not get Zhao Yun to death. Will never stop. So many great clans to bully pressure. Do not believe that Yang Xiong can carry the pressure. Zhao Yun, what do you say? Yang Xiong said lightly, forgetting the ancient city lord, will never listen to the words of a family. the evening is a legitimate defense. For a good reason. I was asked to kneel and admit my faults, or else I would be beaten up in a group. I can't stand to be beaten. Zhao Yun also spoke one word after another. His words flat. Nonsense, it's obvious that you started the mess, and you still have the nerve to backpedal. You say we started it, who can testify to that? Seeing that you have one arm, I don't see eye to eye with you, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious, and how dare you turn it upside down. The children of the big clans like playing chicken blood, also like eating gunpowder, scolded with righteous indignation, sure that no one will jump out to testify. Who dares to do this prick? That is, with all the big clan's grudges, and its consequences. Little cute, the consequences of this can be thought out. Indeed, no one dare to testify, dare to be angry, too much, not to mention forget the ancient clans, even the Tianyang big clan, also dare not interfere. No way, the other side is too many people. As they say, it is difficult to beat the four hands. If it is the joint target of all the clans, do not want to live in peace, there is also the possibility of being wiped out. The consequences are very serious. That's going to be hard to do. Yang Xiong is a little bit difficult to ride the tiger. One side is the multitude of clans, one side is the royal family disciple. Which side is not very good to be messed with? A little bit of carelessness will be offended by both sides. I testify. Bull Boom jumped out and stood out in the pile for his tonnage and skin color. Come city lord. Here's a treasure for you. Little Fatty came running upside down and stuffed a crystal stone to Yang Xiong. Chapter 93, aren't you going to say anything? Memory crystals. When Yang Xiong saw it, his eyes lit up. This crystal stone, it was more than a treasure. It was simply a rare treasure that was not sold on the market and had a price without a market. Memory crystals. Zhao Yun muttered something that Yang Xiong recognized, and he seemed to recognize it as well. That's good stuff. Recognize, can not only he too. The presence of a little experience. Basically familiar. This is not important. What is important is the ability of this crystal. Memory crystals, as the name suggests, is the memory, can be engraved with what has happened. For example, the previous scene in the Moonrise building. The two sides have their own reasoning. It is difficult to judge, but there is this crystal. You do not have to listen to people blindly talk about it. What a little fatso, to have this treasure. Yang Xiong looked at Niu Boom's color, cannot help but deepen one point, and there is gratitude in his heart. He is the city lord riding a tiger. Niu Boom sends crystals, is considered to be a relief. The little fat man only grinned. It wasn't his, it was given to him by Lin Chi, who was concerned about the interests of the clan and was not convenient to come forward, and only then gave him the memory crystals to use as testimony. Since they are all here, let's see them together. Yang Xiong faintly said. One finger unlocked the prohibition of the memory crystal. Of the ton, a curtain of water was reflected in mid-air. What was presented in the water screen? Since the previous scene of the Moonwatch Tower, singing and dancing, drumming and pianoforte, from Zhao Yun's arrival, to the Moonwatch restaurant being flattened by the explosive talisman, any detail was recorded. The picture quality was extremely clear. It's still Lin Evil who has the mood. Ragged people, but also do serious things. Every place, always remember some souvenirs. Today's drama, enough wonderful. There is no reason not to engraved. It's only evidence when it's engraved by him. Mainly, cannot see people reversing right and wrong, see those up and down the children, but also extremely unhappy. This favor he has to help. Zhao Yun is also worthy of deep friendship. There is such a number of explosive talisman. If you say that there is no huge backstage behind Zhao Yun, the ghosts do not believe it. More than half of them are involved in the royal family. Only then there will be so many explosive talisman. At the scene, no one made a sound. There is no need to judge who is right and who is wrong. Cootie. All could see who was picking a fight. So many children of the great clans, arrogant and domineering, bullying a one-armed man. The young master of the Zhao family was also forced to fling out a bursting talisman. Boy, does this crystal give it away? The little fatty hemmed and hawed, and even poked Zhao Yun with his hand. Give and take. Zhao Yun smiled, secretly gave a thumbs up to Niu Boom. Even if there are no crystals, he is not afraid of. Really think he Zhao Yun? Is this easy to pin down? Earlier is to cover up the identity of the martial arts cultivator. Everywhere forbearance, now has been exposed. Do not mind crazy, every day to draw explosive talisman. One by one to blow up your girl. The replay of the image quickly dissipated. Yang Xiong's waist straightened a lot. Just no evidence. Riding a tiger. Not good to attack. Not good favoritism. Now well, the truth is clear. The fire rubbed upward. He mother, in the old man's forget the ancient city, are so arrogant? You are not hitting Zhao Yun, is to hit my face which, he did not speak, but only looked at the children of the great clans. Look at the gang of brats. Each face hot. Each previously swore. This time all lay down. The facts speak louder than words. The picture replayed said nothing hangs with who first moved the hand. Now there is an answer. Look at all the clan elders. They are also a bit hungover. I wanted to confuse the audience. Who had thought that a memory crystal stone emerged? Said the wine banquet. Said the blind date. Which ing talent? In the shooting of memory to remember. This picture came out. Snap the face which, or has no face. It's so ing annoying. The spectator's more speculation hand. Sigh tsk tongue. In fact, the heart has been cursed for 1,000 years. Hidden great family great? How dare you run to us forget the ancient city to bully people. On this, still have the face to reverse the right and wrong. A face not red not gasping. What a heavenly daughter. The world to see the most. Or Lu Ruyue. Crystal stone image presented clearly. As the host of the banquet, from the beginning to the end, she is in the cold eyes. Nothing to do. Let the children of the great clan, wantonly bullying people Zhao Yun. That's it. How dare you criticize him? If we really want to ask for the crime, she can hardly be blamed. As Zhao Yun and Lin Xie thought, she was the main character in this farce. As a matter of fact, Yang Xiong was also disappointed in her. You're asked to represent the city lord, to represent forgotten ancient city, and this is how you press the issue? Compared to him, Yang Xiong and the world sympathized more with Zhao Yun, the human child who invites who? Just because of a piece of paper marriage contract. This is so with the people over? What toad wants to eat swan meat? Get it clear. Is the Lu family remorse? Is Lu Ruyu steal the beam for a pillar? Not married to their own, but even pushed his sister out, so that Zhao Yun dignity lost. Now, even have the face to let people kneel down? Look at Lu Ruyue. Her cheeks reddened. No one knows. Her blush is actually ashamed or annoyed. Most likely have, but now she should be more annoyed than ashamed. This a good banquet, because Zhao Yun made this embarrassing, causing her to be so humiliated under the public. The pride of God's daughter has never been high up. However, this has lost face. Gentlemen, are you not prepared to say a few words? Yang Xiong smiled at the crowd and finally broke the peaceful silence of the scene with a single word. Compensation. We'll pay for the damage to the restaurant. All of the great clan elders have been egged on, laughed in unison, the mess made by the young master. They still have to clean it up. The truth is revealed. There is no way for them not to be egged on. Compensation is natural. What the rules say. Yang Xiong laughs leisurely, in the old man's turf rebellion, but also hit the old man's face. Pay compensation on the end of the matter. I hall of the city master. In the future still mixed not mixed. Opened this precedent. All run forget the ancient city to dry fights. I have to be more difficult. City lords say a method, and we will do as we are told. The elders of all the clans, all of them have a smile on their faces. Don't wimp out? How can they not? See, the army has entered the city. Yang Xiong is not bluffing. Good discussion okay, and then dare to chirp. They have a count one. No one can get out of this ancient city. People have reason. They are not afraid. The background of the clan is hard. Yang Xiong backstage is even harder. And the Summer Dragon dynasty than the heritage? These, cannon fodder are not counted. In that case, a trip to the city lord's mansion is in order. Yang Xiong's slight smile, a word quite authoritative. The implication is obvious. Go to drink a cup of tea, and then talk about compensation. Are honest. I temper is not very good. Quiet some okay. Dare to chirp. Don't go today. He's giving the great clan a leg up. Relationships. Can't be too stiff. Compensation. We have to talk about it in private. City lord please. The clans burst into laughter. Without the need for them to say anything. Yang Xiong had already taken a mighty step. As for the rest, it's embarrassing. Anyone involved in the brawl, or, rather, anyone going to the banquet, all lined up. No one dared to make a scene, because the army had come, 2 neat rows, pestle and mortar in the street. The meaning is obvious. Follow. All follow, do not want to run, and cannot run away. The city master said to go to tea. Then go to tea. That image, it's still eye candy. The sons and daughters of large families, both male and female, are peaceful, escorted by soldiers and guards, all the way across the street. From where to look, are like a group of prisoners? Oh no, more like sweeping. The yellow was caught, and is the kind of stolen goods. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are prisoners parading in the street, since there are people watching the spectators, each sighing. This, however, is a big scene, on the compulsion, or the lord of the city's wobbly eyes. A word, all honest, have to let the outsiders, a long memory is good, come to this have to know the rules. Zhao Yun did a great job with this one. More people look at, or Zhao Yun, TSK tongue also emotion, once broken vein waste body, now has nirvana rebirth, or the world memory of the world's wonders. We're human beings, you can't be unlucky all your life, like Zhao Yun. After the ups and downs, you will definitely see the rainbow after the rain. I say, where did you get so many explosive charms? Zhao Yun walked at the end, and Lin Xia also tucked his hand in and asked curiously, pick it up. Zhao Yun intoned, pick up good, pick up no money. Lin Xia had a meaningful look on his face. You say, what will the city lord do with us? Fatty was there, too, with a chicken leg stashed away, gnawing away facelessly. Tea. Zhao Yun and Lin Xia's response was surprisingly consistent. The city lord said, drink tea, but some people, there's tea money to be paid. This certain person refers to the sons and daughters of the big clans that were in rebellion in front of them. You have to pay for the tea, and you can't pay less. Understand Yang Xiong's people. Basically this sentence, do not look at the city lord style decent, but the truth is that the heart is quite a lot. Came to so many big clans, not to bleed how to do, not towards the dead mooching. He is not Yang Xiong, and Yen Tianfeng have a spell. Speaking of Yen Tian Peak, one had to mention Qingfeng City. When it comes to Qingfeng City, we have to mention Han Ming and Yuan Hao. Just at the Moonwatch Tower, the two of them also have a part to play. At this moment, walking side by side, is thinking of cursing? The ones who wanted to curse the most were the older generations of his two families. Young master, what to do? Go to the Qingfeng to propose marriage. You two are not very peaceful. Was Yen Tianfeng detained a time? Came to forget the ancient city. Why not honest Lu? Drinking is drinking, matchmaking is matchmaking, and you've got the brains to fight? Just wait. Yang Xiong would never want less than Yen Tianfeng. These two lords of the city are known far and wide. On the battlefield, each top madman. If we talk about extortion, both of them to ask for money, but also one more than one ruthless. Damn, the children of the great clans, gnashing their teeth with a sufficiently hideous demeanor. Especially Yen Kong, a serious miscalculation. I thought I could easily take it down. God knows Zhao Yun is a martial arts cultivator. Not only did he not take it down, but he was also injured by the explosion, and the matter has become a big deal. Tea, drink your sister's tea. If you want money, just say so. Settle down. The clan elders are rubbing their eyebrows. Really, accompanied by their own young master out to sneak around, is not a worrying job, a bad look. It's a damn mess. We are here to participate in the auction, is to propose marriage, not to send money. In front, Lu Ruyu covered her cheeks with a veil. Shame and annoyance, such as this scene, really unprecedented first encounter, all because of Zhao Yun, the proud daughter of heaven who doesn't eat the fire of the world, seems to never find fault from herself, and puts all the hate on Zhao Yun. It's all because of him. You said you wouldn't go to the banquet. Why are you here again? At the end, Nyobun threw away the chicken bones and looked at Zhao Yun with a sideways glance. Today's matter, to say that it is complicated is not complicated. Zhao Yun does not go. Most likely no one will make a fuss. Passing through, Zhao Yun took a deep breath, still thinking about the person who counted on him. It doesn't matter if he passes on false news. He makes a mess. He's all going to be invited to tea. Chapter 94, The City Lord's Tea Money. The forgotten ancient city lord's mansion was quite lively. The sons and daughters who had gone to the Moonwatch Tower for the banquet, both male and female, had been invited to tea, and had been divided into two groups. One group of foreign sons and daughters, and one group of forgotten ancient sons and daughters. It is often said that rewards are given on merit. Only, this time it is the other way around. On over-punishment, Yang Xiong has plenty of time, chatting from one to another. The children of the big families are very rich. Do not slaughter for nothing. Do not give you a little blood. You do not remember. Dare to do battle in the city. The appearance of the fee is still very high, and it is rare to catch such a big piece of fat meat. Moreover, or he forgets to account for the ancient city, then he is not towards the death to be. Yang Xiong, you have guts. It is not difficult to see that when each family's senior generation led away their own young masters, they all cursed secretly. Their old faces were extraordinarily dark. Looking at this situation, they had not been blackmailed by Yang Xiong. Soothing, not far away from the gazebo, the little fat man sat with his hands tucked in, smiling happily. Zhao Yun was there. He wasn't much on the matter and was thinking about the people who were counting on him. Do you think the city lord will share some of our compensation with us? Nyo Boom said. It would be nice not to ask you for money. Zhao Yun let out a mutter. Yang Xiong's nature. He knew. Zhao Yun, you wait for me. On the other hand, Yen Khan out of the city hall, separated from a long way, will be on this side of the storm, full of fierce eyes, how to look like a vicious dog. If it is not the elders in the clan to stop, more than half have been killed over. If not Zhao Yun, why he is so wretched. Lose money is small. Lose people on the very annoying. Look at him like this on the fire. Needless to say, the city to find his family, to be quite a lot of compensation. Who let him be the first to move the hand, the gun to hit the head of the son? Yang Xiong is not afraid of the first time I saw him. He was so angry. Zhao Yun ignored it and didn't bother. You asked for it. The little black fat man sneered. So many people belong to Yin Kong jumped cheerfully. Offer attentiveness to that part. Afraid there is no one. This is good. Not only did not take Zhao Yun, but also touched a nose. Not only lose money but also lose people. The object of your heart. And pit the dusty face. Speaking of Lu Ruyue, Niu Boon looked not far away. Over there is also a pavilion. Lu Ruyue is there, as well as Lu Tsankong and Lu family steward Lu Shiwan. Since sitting there will be coldly watched, whether it is Lu Ruyue or Lu Tsankong. The color is ugly. Hate the teeth itchy. I'm so not treating her well. Niu Boon skimmed his mouth. This family, what the hell kind of people are they? Zhao Yun is at least the Lu family's son-in-law. And one of them wants him dead? One wants his sister to be a widow? Not to mention the other. Just say today's moonrise. If Zhao Yun really kneel, then your Lu family will be the same as Zhao Yun, will be disgraced to the maternal grandmother's home. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, only looked at Lu Shiwan. He still remembers the incident when he was intercepted by someone halfway out of the forgotten ancient city. That assassin, who knew the art of sword control, was sent by Lu Shiwan. It's actually a martial cultivator. Lu Shiwan gritted his teeth. That's right, he sent the people. Thought he could easily solve Zhao Yun. Who had thought? Zhao Yun came back alive. For this matter, he was really surprised. A broken vein waste body can escape the martial arts cultivator chasing. To today, he just realized. Originally was Zhao Yun to cheat. If he knew that, then he sent not true spirit realm, but a Xianyan realm. Zhao Yun, you wait for me. Cursing again, is Han Ming and Yuan Hao, has been led back by their own elders, but also from a distance, cursing ferocious violence, face hideous. At this moment, Zhao Yun's identity was known. It's really fate. In Qingfeng City due to Zhao Yun and lost, was Yen Tianfeng ruthless pit, came to forget the ancient city, and again Zhao Yun, was pitched even worse. Yang Xiong, the murderer of 1,000 knives, more than Yen Tianfeng ever. Young lord, the oldest of the two towns, tugging one on each side, can't afford to make any more noise, accompanied by curses and grunts. A few people walked away. Walking a set, there is a next set, but all the blackmail, before leaving will be on Zhao Yun intimidation. That is not to scare Zhao Yun, they really will target the Zhao family. Lost so much money, lost such a big person, which cannot find a field back, will make him Zhao family, pay the same price as blood. These, Zhao Yun had expected. This is also the reason why he, trying his best to hide his identity, non-loner, behind the family, but do not want to drag, now, or the family pulled down the water. Both so, the set has to change, a forbearance. The other side will be more unscrupulous. The strongest world, want to live in peace, you need to be stronger than the other side. Strong enough to make them afraid, strong enough to make them not dare to mess with. That's why the identity of the royal family's apprentice had to be utilized properly, and the masters he has programmed will have to be pulled out and slipped in due course. As he spoke, Lin Xia wandered out. His family, it's not necessary to lose money. Memory crystals, presented clearly, the wine banquet Lin Xia honestly, since the beginning, is a spectator? So, Yang Xiong is not good to find him to ask for money, and there is no that reason. The ones who lost money were the sons of those who did the fighting. For example, Yan Kong, but also for example, Han Ming and Yuan Hao. Those two, where are all pricks? Holding himself as a young city master, arrogant and domineering. In Qingfeng City, give people Changyao a good scolding, and now come to forget about the ancient, but also unruly lord. Legendary pitiful goods, that's what they say. Some other time, have a drink. Lin Shi squeezed his eyes at Zhao Yun as he left. Good point. Zhao Yun smiled. Look at Lin Xie, or very smooth eyes. The little fat man also said, that person is still good, as the young master of the Tianyang clan, and the bloodline is overbearing, but there is not much of a frame. This time, to send out memory crystals is him, not only to the city master to relieve the siege, but also to help them ruthlessly face the crowd of big clans. At some point, the foreign children walked out. When you are invited to tea, you do have to pay for the tea, which is really not expensive. There was no way around it. His own young master was too powerful. The rest were the sons and daughters of the city, except for Zhao Yun and Lu Ruyu who were all called in. Yang Xiong would not give a good face since Zhao Yun is at least from our forgotten ancient city, but when black and white was turned upside down, none of you came out to testify. My forgotten ancient cities people, are they all such wimps? But thinking about it, Yang Xiong was relieved. In order to a Zhao Yun, to offend the large families, obviously not a wise move. After all, our small families, one by one cannot stand the toss. He didn't make things difficult, so all of them stayed wherever they were cool. After that, it was Lu Ruyu, and along with her was Lu Tsungkong. What to do? Want to curse? To this, Yang Xiong bright face and the smile, the bottom of the heart but want to curse. Good day Zong disciple, good day spirit of the body, empty world talent, empty domineering bloodline, you this melon, how this is not good Lu. If I had known that you can't suppress the scene, I should change Zhao Yun on. No, Zhao Yun can't, he will make more noise on. That being said, he also had to thank Ruyue Lu. He pitched so much money because she couldn't hold down the field. However, these are two different things. On as in disposition, he is more optimistic about Zhao Yun, the disciple of the royal family. The fruit is pissing, not to mention the other. Let us say that this vote today, Zhao Yun did a damn good job. It should be bombed that gang of rabbit cubs, and then let you arrogant and domineering. But it hurts. Yang Xiong pretended to care. Want to scold, a certain scene or to go. Who let Lu Ruyu's identity is not simple Lu. Face is still to give. No harm done. Lu Ruyu smiled gently. How does City Lord intend to deal with Zhao Yun? Lu Tsungkong stroked his beard. Brother Lu thought. What should be done? Yang Xiong smiled and looked at Lu Tsungkong, rather wanting to hear Lu Tsungkong's high opinion. Wasted. Without even thinking about it, Lu Tsungkong let out a cold snort resoundingly. He's your son-in-law. Yang Xiong tucked his hand. The Lu family's head of the family cannot help but look high. This goods really is not the general ruthlessness. Their own son-in-law, do not plead for mercy on the contrary, how to also towards the death of the Harma, just because he defeated the Lu family soldiers store, sent you a night pot, pitch you 3,000 taels of silver? I can't. You know, in life, there are always consequences. If the Lu family hadn't stolen the beam and replaced the pillars first, and disgraced the Zhao family, who would have given you the night pot? If it wasn't for Lu Tsanghai's desire to monopolize the Zhao family's military stores, would Zhao Yun have defeated you? If you hadn't bullied me in front of the city hall, would anyone have come to you? People, it can't be like this. Also, it seems that Zhao Yun isn't to blame for what happened today. If you want to blame, also blame your daughter. Laozi gave her the power to represent the city lord and forget the ancient city. How to give face. On the contrary, she did not suppress the scene, the whole out of hand. At the end of the day, what kind of sense is it to try to waste someone? The Ryu family doesn't have a son-in-law like that. Lu Tsungkong let out a cold snort. From the beginning to the end, did not regard Lu Ruxin as a daughter. From the beginning to the end, also never regarded Zhao Yun of the Zhao family as the aunt of the Lu family. I will judge this matter. So return first. Yang Xiong's skin smiles but not his flesh. Abolish Zhao Yun? Give him 10 guts also dare not which. Zhao Yun isn't scary. What's scary is his master. That's a member of the royal family. Lu Tsungkong left, and so did Lu Ruyue. Before leaving, he also cast an extremely icy gaze at Zhao Yun. Such a genius, and you don't even know how to cherish it. Looking at Lu Tsungkong's back, Yang Xiong sigh, such as this number of people, is how to do on the head of the family. But also right, Lu Tsungkong enough ruthless, suitable for doing the head of the family, but also only suitable for doing the head of the family. As for the father, well, he did a very failure, let alone do father-in-law. A good son-in-law, froze to be pushed to the opposite side. More than a world of talent of the uncle is not fragrant? Why can not think of Lu? One day, he'll regret it. The butler laughed. This word, Yang Xiong unconditionally believe, can be the royal family disciple, Zhao family's young master. By no means as simple as the surface, can in such a time, cultivate to the second level of the true spirit. Only this point, deserve the name of the world's wonders. Greetings, city lord. Zhao Yun had come in, and should have been the last to be invited to tea. Where's your hand, little one? Yang Xiong got out of his seat and smiled a gentle smile that wasn't feigned. His tone was sincere. Still, he looked at Zhao Yun, much more smoothly than Lu Ruyu, suffered the Rashomon killer. Zhao Yun laughed, carrying over the words he had previously snubbed Zhuge Xiandao. Rashomon? Also as Zhuge Xiandao. Yang Xiong's brows also frowned. That is a dark organization that is not very good to be messed with. As long as the money is enough, the Daxia Emperor dares to assassinate. Luckily master arrived in time. What? Your master is also in forgotten ancient city? Yang Xiong asked tentatively. Maybe in, maybe not. Zhao Yun smiled faintly, answered ambiguously. Acted realistically enough. Listening to Yang Xiong without any doubt. That level of people. Never a dragon. He wanted to hide, afraid that there are not many to find. In that case, give my regards to his old man. Yang Xiong gentle smile, handed a stack of silver tickets. The moral is well, it is very obvious. You bombed the Moonwatch Tower. I extorted money. We see the people have a share. Chapter 95, Low Profile. It's, how nice. Zhao Yun laughingly, mouth this said, hand but not idle. said well, forget the ancient city master is very on the road. I for the bombing of the Moonwatch Tower. Explosive talisman are exhausted, but also almost buried in it. Always have to give me a little compensation. How much does not matter. He understands. Yang Xiong to give him a silver ticket. Look at his master's face. Out of the indeed broad enough. Enough 50,000 taels. The whole of a thick pile. He left, too, with a silver check in his pocket. Behind him, Yang Xiong smiled and stroked his beard. Looking at Zhao Yun is more and more I. One-armed is not a problem, such as this world-class talent. He will be a party of giants in the year. He did forget the ancient city master for so many years. This point of vision is still there. You may go to the auction tomorrow. The butler asked. Auction list I have read. No interested treasures. Yang Xiong said, got up and walked away. The moral is obvious. Who love to go who go. I designated not to go. Have this free time. Might as well find a clean place to count the money. No one knows how much he actually extorted. About estimate. 200,000 taels is there. The big clan is not like the small clan. Each is rich. Coincidentally, he caught the handle. Over here, Zhao Yun didn't stop the whole way. Look at his form at the moment. With the previous slightly different. The body stained with a lot of blood. Even the corners of the mouth and nostrils. There are blood trickle overflow, but also walking into a limp. Anyone who looks, are unconsciously thought that Zhao Yun was beaten. Naturally, this was all pretense on Zhao Yun's part. For outsiders, today's movement is too big. Yang Xiong is also ruthless enough. Too many big clans have blood. Now, if he walks out alive, will be considered by the big clans that the treatment is unfair. A little punishment is not, since it is impossible to say. To put it bluntly, he is giving Yang Xiong to reduce the pressure, but also let the big clans see that the city lord treats everyone equally, and punishes those who should be punished, and beats those who should be beaten. Therefore, Yang Xiong looked at Zhao Yun very smoothly, because this kid is very good at things. Without having to say anything, he understands everything. It was already dark, and there were many guards in the city. When they saw Zhao Yun, the crowd looked more in awe. This kid, very hanging, the Moonwatch house bombed. Bombing a restaurant nothing, mainly restaurants and the people. Each head is not small, froze to the people bombed all over the sky, and even the lord of the city are alarmed. This day, the lord of the city did not do anything. Focus on inviting the tribe to drink tea. I do not know how many silver pit. This, all thanks to Zhao Yun. There were people in the city lord's mansion, and there were many people outside the city lord's mansion. Watchers of the theater old morning came. Is the eye to see a big clan children out of the city master's residence? A grimace, an old face dim black. No need to go to ask. The price of tea money is not expensive. They were the ones who wanted to know more about how the city lord had dealt with Zhao Yun. Out. I don't know who stomped out. Far away. We'll see Zhao Yun figure, only one arm left, covering the old waist, walking a limp, covered with more blood stains. A look will know, was beaten. Look at this form. The beating is not light. See, the city lord is still fair, punishing the great clan and Zhao Yun. The thing is, it's not the people Zhao Yun who are to blame. It's that gang of rabbits that bullied us too much. Then again, he did blow up the Moonwatch Tower. It's better to take a beating than to lose money. What I'm more curious about is how Zhao Yun received his spirit vein, and how he managed to cultivate to the second level of true spirit in such a short period of time. The genius of yesteryear. Back, there were quite a lot of silhouettes, and there was quite a lot of talk, chatter, and sighing and tisk-sking, sighing about Zhao Yun's experience and tisk-sking about his talent. More than a few. It was rather embarrassing. God knows Zhao Yun is when to continue the spiritual veins. Present one counts one. To today only no. Especially in the past days to Zhao Yun show contempt for the color of the people. This has really hit the face. Some are not Zhao Yun cultivation high. What capital to ridicule people. Boy, Nyo Boom is also in. Has numbly run forward. See Zhao Yun was hammered this miserable. Almost cursed on the spot. However, to help Zhao Yun, the boy cannot help but raise an eyebrow. Cannot help but slant Zhao Yun a glance. This goods. And the playwright possessed. Low profile. Zhao Yun wiped a nosebleed and grimaced. Acting realistically as a thief. Not to mention Cow Boom. Even the moon god couldn't help but sigh when he looked at it. Certain people, acting, 6 relatives, in various fields, are talented master, to cultivate, absolute movie star level talent. Zhao Yun limped and disappeared into the crowd. The street has become a little more noisy because of him, just like the day of his marriage. There are people pointing, only, no longer sneer and ridicule, but tsk and emotion. Unfortunately, the Zhao family sealed their clan and cut off contact with the outside world. It was also a pity that Zhao Yuan was in seclusion. Otherwise, upon hearing about this, he would have rushed here at the first opportunity. His son, Zhao Yun, the Jedi Nirvana. Since then, The ruined body with broken veins was no longer unrelated to Zhao Yun. Young master, no harm done. When he returned to the soldier's bunk, Zhao Yun came to life and ripped off his bloody clothes as soon as he could. In this regard, the fat old man, purple-haired children, Zhuge Xiandao, Qi Yan, are no surprise to Yang Xiong 10 gallons, but also dare not hit Zhao Yun, as they say, hit the dog to see the master. Although Zhao Yun is not a dog, but his master, but his powerful coaxing of the Tianwu realm, who dare to mess with, it's nothing more than an act. I have to say, Zhao Yun, this vote, dry indeed beautiful. Not only Yang Xiong think so, they are the same. Today, they are also the spectators. Look at that one gray face of the great clan. It is extraordinarily comfortable. The imperial family's disciple. The fruit is not a song. A song shocked the world. Split how much you got. The fat old man poked Zhao Yun, squeezing his eyebrows and smiling. What? Pretend. Keep pretending. Yang Xiong screwed up so much. Didn't he give you some? Really no. Here, you come here. Zhuge Xiandao was the most direct and pulled Zhao Yun away. Finished, but also locked the door. Stuffed to Zhao Yun a small bag, loaded with all the pills, a line of the essence of the Dan. There are more than a dozen. There are his own find, but also from the purple-haired children that robbed. As for the rest, is to spend a lot of money, from the fat old man that bought. The purpose is obvious, to change feats. He also desperately needed the complete technique to help him regain his peak cultivation, and after that, beat the fat old man to a pulp. He, however, was a very vindictive master. Senpai is so open. Zhao Yunhei smile, nimbly collected, take the paper and pen, and some dragon flying. When Zhuge Xiandao saw this, his old face darkened a bit. Zhao Yun wrote the technique, still incomplete. We have known for so long, cannot open a back door to write a little more? I'm still counting on him to act like a pussy. The feats are there, take the elixir in exchange. Zhao Yun did not say anything. The demeanor shows everything, and not to give you. Take pills for it. In the past at least is the realm of the earth hidden. From where can not get some pills? Besides, with a line of Dan for such a complete and mysterious technique, you are earning a lot. This, Zhuge Xiandao did not deny. Repair the new gong method. The waist is not sore, legs do not hurt. The whole person is spiritual. Physical fitness is far from the year can be compared. Years of criticism, is gradually fading, although it is downgrade, but a nirvana metamorphosis process. Because of this, he was in awe and grateful to Zhao Yun's master. Fruit was a great magical power. Also fruit was a great cultivation. To be able to take the crippled gongfu and repair it so completely. Too many people couldn't eat this night, such as the children of the great clans that were pitted, such as the Lu family, and also the other clans in the forgotten ancient city. All had one thing in common, Zhao Yun. The foreigners were annoyed and hated it. The Hanzhou family, on the other hand, felt doubly threatened. Zhao Yun's talent was just too intimidating. There was another common denominator, which was also tacitly agreed upon by each, targeting the Zhao family. This tacit understanding, the great clans have, the city's families also have, to take advantage of Zhao Yun has not risen before. Extremely suppressed, there are already a lot of people, such as the Wang family. Wang Yang has risen to kill, want to the genius once again strangled, to save the future to become a scourge again. After the meal, Zhao Yun retreated to his room. When Lu Ruxin went to sleep, nourishing the body with true essence, to the middle of the night, only to sneak out of the door of the room, looking for an empty room. The line of painting talismans is complete. The explosive talisman is not blown up. Continue to stock up. Tomorrow is the auction, and he will be there. There is the moon god, this god level hanging. There really is a treasure. It is difficult to escape her eyes. If the silver is not enough, then take the explosive talisman to make up. In fact, as a last resort, he will not take the explosive talisman as silver. God knows he sold the explosive talisman. Will circulate where, perhaps, will be used in his body. After all, the explosive talisman power is not bad. He true spirit realm designation cannot carry. In the same way, the speedy traveling talisman is the same. This kind of talisman, keep yourself for good. Except for special close people such as the little fat man, he will never outside to others. Phew, shoo, shoo. As he was drawing, he suddenly heard the sound of a harsh wind. It is a channel of arrows. I do not know who shot. In all directions, from the outside into the soldier's store, each arrow, there is a black iron egg hanging. Into the soldier's store, it will explode. Boom, boom, boom. Quiet night, the explosion is still very loud. Half of the soldier's store were bombed, collapsed. There are flames burning, a good row of houses, more into ruins. It's the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? The Zhao family's soldier store. Who blew it up? With the ass think also no. Must be a big family children. Daytime aid so big loss. How can not wait for the opportunity to retaliate? The open cannot. Out of the dark trick. What recklessness. The quiet night became not so quiet. Because of the series of explosions, too many people were awakened. Many windows opened, looking through the mid-air to see the Zhao family soldiers' store. Noisy discussion, one after another. Besides, the guards on patrol had gathered around. Unfortunately, the scene was too chaotic to catch the killer. It's okay if you don't get caught. It's good to know who it is. Zhao Yun knew it. To be precise, the moon god knew it. This is a planned action. A long way away, they shot arrows, before the explosion, has been disappeared, although his speed is not slow, but on the eaves of the house, those people have long disappeared. Catch is designated to catch. Luckily, no one was hurt, and this is the beginning of the retaliation? Zhuge Xian doubts at his tongue. Zhao Yun did not react. He is the same. The open gun is easy to avoid. Dark arrows are difficult to prevent. The other party strikes too quickly, really cannot react. Yan Kong, Han Ming, Yuan Hao, Wang Yang. With one word and one stroke, Zhao Yun carved a personal name in his heart. Tonight, it was these people who stole the attack. Later on, they'll all be made to pay them back one by one. Chapter 96, Forgotten Ancient Auction. The next day, the sky is bright. Forget the ancient city will be lively. The flow of people gathered to the center of the city. The auction pavilion is located there. Is the city's largest attic, at a glance, magnificent. Such as this attic, weekdays are not open, but also only in the period of the auction, will be the largest facade. Once every 3 years, it's extraordinarily grand. Far away, we'll see the guards with swords, pestle in the auction pavilion on both sides. In previous years or like this whole, dare someone to cause trouble, will be invited to sit in jail for a while. Want to do battle will go outside the city. After yesterday's incident, I am afraid that no one dares to brazenly fight again. The lord of the city's tea money is still very expensive. This has been seen by the great tribes. When passing by the Moonwatch Tower, many people sigh. A good restaurant, Zhao Yun said, to blow up, but there will be people to compensate. Nothing more than time-consuming and laborious. Also being rebuilt is the Zhou family Bing shop. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Zhao clan to do business in the future. It's a wonder you can live in peace when you mess with a big clan. It's Zhao Yun who's too ostentatious. With so many great clans, he really dares to bomb. Now that's even the family. You brain into the water? Is Zhao Yun flamboyant, or the great clan is too arrogant and domineering? Yesterday's memory crystal in the picture. The old man but see a little bit. Who is right and who is wrong at a glance visible. Change my. The same bomb him all over the sky. That's true, but the great clan is really not to be messed with. There was much talk in the streets. Some sighs, some indignation, some ridicule and derision. But fortunately there were no casualties and there was enough manpower to rebuild quickly. To close his eyes, the street person couldn't help but quicken his pace. There are so many people attending the auction. You have to get there early to get a good spot. What could be so hilarious without Zhao Yun? Early in the morning he went out of the soldier's store, looking for a no one's place. The first disguise change, after masking the black robe. This black robe is not a general black robe. From the enemy of the night lone wolf, is sewn by a special material. The ability is to cover. No matter the appearance or cultivation, can be covered by watertight. Do these? He also pressed a fake hand, lest he be recognized. Really want to shoot the baby, really want to make grudges with other people, but also suspected that he's Zhao Yun. I'm not going to be able to do that. The auction pavilion has opened its doors, and the shadows are crowding. Zhao Yun is also in it, with the flow of people and enter. This place, he is not the first time to come. Forget the largest attic in the ancient city, then forget the largest restaurant in the ancient city of luxury. Is also carved jade masonry, is also the green silk mantle, planted a lot of exotic flowers and exotic grasses, flooded with a faint aroma, sniffing, refreshing the heart. Find your own seats. The auction pavilion is divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 layers. The first layer is the largest, the second layer is for the city's various clans prepared, are elegant rooms. As for the third layer, is the exclusive of the large clans, such as Han Ming, Yuan Hao, Yan Kong and Lin Evil, will be in the third layer. This is a status symbol. However, it does not mean that the first layer is weaker than the third layer. There are too many hidden seniors. There are too many realm of the hidden realm of martial arts cultivators. Are hidden in the first layer? No sin of the horseman, the crime of the bosom, both the auction, or a little lower profile for the good. It is not guaranteed to be stared at by whoever is alone. If the family behind the family, it is necessary to converge, unless particularly strong. Even if the identity of the knowledge of the identity is also not very dare to mess with. Zhao Yun then became self-conscious and sought out the far corner. Fellow Daoist, how very unfamiliar. Accompanied by leisurely words, a person sitting on the side of Zhao Yun. A closer look, it is Zhuge Xian Dao, or the rough linen clothes. Only, easy appearance. Zhao Yun may not see, but in the eyes of the moon god, but nothing to hide. His sentence was so facetious, it made Zhao Yun want to laugh. Present, most of them are covered with black robes. Most of them are easy to look. What kind of long cannot see? Not face strange. God knows who is whose family. Zhuge Xiandao was not very restful, and since he sat down, he had been peering at Zhao Yun. Unfortunately, his eyesight was limited. Or rather, this black robe of Zhao Yun's was too bizarre, isolating it from prying eyes, so he couldn't see his honor or his cultivation. Old Tao, this low profile is not your style. Fat old man also came, very self-conscious, but plugged Zhao Yun and Zhuge Xiandao in the middle, also disguised, but that fat body, or that thick, eyesight is not low, can recognize Zhuge, but not recognize Zhao Yun. Quite a few acquaintances, after the fat old man, that is, the purple-haired child in Qian, so many seats do not go, are running to this, especially the purple-haired child, is not a general really, since sit down and even eat with take. The table refreshments were swept away by him alone most of the time. What are you doing? Zhao Yun heart cannot help but rub eyebrows. In the soldier's store pile up, came to the auction also pile up. This is a coincidence? Or intentionally? How to aim so accurate Lu? That Zhao Yun kid didn't come? The fat old man tucked in his hand and stroked his beard as he looked left and right. If he doesn't come, I'll eat upside down. The purple-haired child's words are not shocking. Listening to a table of people, including Zhao Yun, cannot help but side-eye, such as Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man, are touching the chin, secretly thinking, want to put this goods, stuffed into the pit. No food for nothing. The little fat man also came, sitting in the front seat. Together with him there is a small fortune, is sneaking out. The two people also really, not to participate in the auction, is to eat, sit over there to eat, while eating while taking, crouching tiger, hidden dragon, Zhao Yun secretly sigh, only this first layer, a lot of geocache realm, there is no lack of peak level, each dress strange, just to hide people's ears, if not the moon god told him, he did not know that there are so many cultivation deep martial arts cultivation, it is no wonder that Yang Xiong will send the army into the city, and, a lot of them are gathered around the auction pavilion, is a kind of insurance, if the geocache realm dry fights, the noise will not be small. As they spoke, the Hanzhou family made their appearance one after another. Zhao Yun looked at the head of the Wang family and went straight to the second floor. As for the young master of the Wang family, Wang Yang, he was masked in a black robe and entered the first floor, hiding it quite well. Such a big scene, since there is no lack of loot Songkong. That guy, with his dragon walk and his old man's worldly demeanor, too many people skimmed. Honestly, see he is not very smooth. The family out of a body of heavenly spirit, do the heavenly sect disciple, see to you can, don't not pay attention to the child ascension. Speaking of Lu Ruyu, naturally, also, on the second level, after that, it is the big family, are not hidden. Yan Kong, Han Ming and Yuan Hao, are among them, the corners of the mouth slightly curved, smiling playfully, each elegant, but see them, the world will always think of yesterday's events, was invited to tea, each grey face, compared with today. A really stark contrast. In Seoul, the young lord of the Black Flame clan, had also arrived, only, into the first floor. The young master of the Tianyang clan, Lin Xie, had also arrived, but the one who had entered was also on the first floor. Coincidentally, the two were still sitting at the same table. Both hide their identities, each other do not know who the other is. I do not know. If you know each other's identities, these two already have a grudge against the talent, will not start a war on the spot. A table not far away was quite charming. The ones sitting there are Qingyao and Yulan, both dressed as men, quietly drinking tea, sometimes raising their eyes to look around, mostly looking for the same person. Silence. In the noise, an old man boarded the stage, known as Huang Yan, are called him Huang Old Man. Is the auction pavilion of the steward? I heard. His background involves the heavenly sect, and this auction pavilion is involved in the royal family. As for the truth or falsehood, are not allowed to seek confirmation. Although he was in the Xianyang realm, his words were still quite good. The noisy auction pavilion, ton of tranquility. The rules are known. Without further ado, the auction begins. Huang Yan is a thunder and lightning lord. Not much nonsense. Directly on the auction is a long wooden box, is carried by two boys up. A look will know. The box put things are very heavy, not the general heavy. With all eyes on him, the wooden box opened. The buzzing sound followed. There was sword chi chaotically. There was even more golden light blooming, and there was even a blazing flame burning. The so-called blazing flame, it should be the casting, the residual fire breath, the golden dagger. Patrons' eyes light up, especially specializing in the cultivation of the physical body of the martial arts cultivator. The eyes of the most bright, The knife, not the general ferocity. Look at the knife, gas is very bluffing. Physical strength is not enough. Cannot afford to take that knife. Is the favorite of the strength of the martial arts cultivator? A knife to cut, even if the splitting is not dead, but also will be smashed to death. Fruit is the opening color, and the first lot is this eye-catching. Quite a few size, but early in the anticipation. This is the auction pavilion's usual style. Pick up a not bad treasure to start, but also just for a good luck. Indeed, the atmosphere is already hot-caged before shooting even begins. There have been too many people to be open to do a fight, not a fight but bidding, into the auction pavilion. Then who is not strong, but who has more money? Flaming golden sword, made of golden flame steel, weighing 800 pounds. Huang Yan, old man leisurely said. A simple introduction. Still not much to repeat. The presence of the open people, the eyes are not low. There is no need for him to say more. The reserve price is 10,000 taels, and whenever the price is raised, it shall not be less than 1,000 taels. Huang Yan waist and back straight, a word quite flooding, infinitely resounding auction pavilion, 11,000. This sword, I like it very much. Old man offer 15,000, 20,000. Once the base price was reported, the auction pavilion turned lively. The price of the flaming golden knife is all the way to fly. 3 or 5 instantaneous, will kill to 20,000. Only this price, on the death of a large number of people, not to mention the casual cultivator, and even the city's many families, but also cannot be arbitrarily taken out. Good knife. Zhao Yun is also 2 eyes light, and the flames of the golden sword then, his purple sky sword, is a rag, but with the dragon abyss then well, the level of the golden sword, far from enough to see, a gold steel, a meteorite iron, casting material is not a level. Good knife. Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man also spoke casually, but in their opinion, it was just barely in the eye of the beholder, and the material was far inferior to Zhao Yun's long yuan sword. 30,000. I'll pay $35,000, if you have the guts to raise it again. 35,000 called so loudly? I'll make it up to 40,000 with you. You rest too. 50,000. The auction of the flaming golden sword, incomparably intense, not only the atmosphere lively, the smell of gunpowder is also thick. A lot of bidders show real yuan, quite a dry battle posture. 50,000 taels. Can there be an increase in price? Huang Yin said lightly, glanced at the few talents who showed their true essence. The implication of the eyes was obvious. Auction on auction. Want to fight, roll to fight outside the city. That's still a very intimidating thing for him to say. Yellow Rock is not scary. Scary is the auction pavilion. Want to put aside this trouble, unless the heavenly martial realm, as for the ground in Xianyang, or peacefully sit for the best. But there's still an upcharge. Huang Yan closed his eyes and asked again, looking around the entire venue. For a long time, no one made a sound. 50,000 taels of silver, not a small amount. The average martial arts cultivator may not have seen so much money in his life, placed in the family, but also a huge fortune. The big families can participate. However, they do not lack weapons. And the target is not this knife. There are more solid treasures behind. At this point, the auction of the flaming golden sword finally came to an end. The person who got the knife, Zhao Yun recognized, is forgetting the ancient old man. That old man also hid in the first layer, dressed up as a youth, got the golden knife. Happy. It's fun, but it's also painful. Half a lifetime's savings for a knife. It's all gone to silence. On the stage, the 2 boys have lifted away the golden knife, and then set up a side of the jade box, although sealed, but cannot hide the fragrance of the potion flying, sniffing the presence of the people's eyes and bright. It is clear that it is placed inside, is a potion. 1 strike bone shaping pill, base price 5,000 taels. Huang Yan faintly said, the ability of this elixir. A little bit of common sense of the martial arts cultivators clearly understand. He is also lazy to introduce. No nonsense. Directly start auction. 6,000, 8,000. This dan I aim to win. 10,000. Pills, no matter how many lines, are good things, even if there are few sellers. Auction pavilion to get pills. It is one of the few ways. Things are expensive because they are rare. Alchemists are rare, and pills have been rare since, and have never had a price without a market. Most of the people present were basically running for the pills. Because of this Dan not Shao 3 or 5 instantaneous, has been raised to 30,000 taels. That's all, and it rubbed off. Zhao Yun closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. A line of bone-shaping dan, as the name suggests, is the exercise of the bones of the elixir, innate open spirit veins, the most need for this kind of elixir to tamping the foundation. This time the bidders, more than the old generation, is shot to the younger generation with this dan. He wants it for nothing. The marrow cleansing and elasticity scripture could be much more domineering than the bone-shaping pill. 40,000. The last caller, is Lin Xie, said flatly. Looks like, is for the clan juniors to buy, the young master of the big clan, but also enough big boldness. 50,000. After Lin Chi, In Sol also opened his mouth. Finished, the two people will cause the four sides of the eyes, sitting at the same table, but the same stage competition. The two people from this close, will not be a word to start a war. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. The two men are interesting. One lightly shakes a folding fan, the other leisurely drinks tea, one comes with the wind at his back, the other with the wind at his back, and the price is shouted plainly. Definitely a great clan. Too many elders stroked their beards, more people's little hearts are pounding. Their money, are on 2, the big family's money, are on 10,000. The unit of measurement seems to be just a world away. By the way, a great clan should have an alchemist. Quite a few people muttered that the one-striped Dan was so fiercely contested. It's not too easy to think. The words of the old generation is quite meaningful. More than 80% of the alchemist, either in the royal family, or in the heavenly clan, and scattered folk, basically is the ninth-rate goods. If you look for them to alchemy, the commission is not the general expensive, but also may not be able to refine, such as this example, has been commonplace. So, it's a lucrative career. Alchemist, the prerequisite is fire, even if there is, may not be able to become an alchemist. The real alchemy, folk are not, but also monopolized by the royal family and the heavenly zone. This is the reason why the pills have a price. Alchemy materials are not expensive, but the pills are not available in the world. And even the Dan are expensive. Ditto for refiners. The royal family in the sky is very hegemonic, whether it is alchemy or refining. Basically monopoly. The world's circulation of weapons, such as the world's circulation of a variety of pills, are 9 streams of goods. Pills cannot be called elixir. 9 streams of goods of weapons, since they also cannot be called a weapon, because it is not the alchemy of the casting of the art. Sure, when will you teach me to refine pills? Zhao Yun muttered in his heart and eyed the moon god. There shall be a heavenly fire. Lunar god's lethargic way. Finished and closed his eyes again. Chapter 97. Pill bidding. In Sol laid down. The bone-shaping Dan belongs to Lin Xie. Don't look at him on the surface nothing. In fact, secretly has In Sol cursed 1,000 times. Because of this goods, he spent tens of thousands of taels more. 90,000 taels. The sound of quite a lot of tongue. A small potion. The base price is not as good as the golden knife. The price of the transaction actually exceeded the golden knife. It is true, the more rare objects, the more valuable. Silence. On the stage, Huang Yan had already collected a line of bone-shaping Dan, and the third item was then placed on the table. It is an ancient book, or rather, it was a secret book, of the sword technique type of secret book, the level of which was not low. The auction house is a fine product. Secret bidding, but also hot enough. One by one, howling face red neck thick, not paying attention to the head, into a collective cursing the scene. It's not even close to the heavenly thunder sword technique. Zhao Yun opened his eyes for an instant, and closed his eyes for an instant. He did not lack the sword method, not to mention the secret books. There is a god in his consciousness. What aptitude does not have? No need to buy with money. The secret book has an owner. Sold for 70,000 taels. The one who got the secret book of swordsmanship was In Sol, the young master of the Black Flame, and Lin Xie didn't mess up much. After that, it was a spirit fruit, the material needed for alchemy. But even so, or bidding hot fire, can be used for alchemy, since it can also be used to nourish the body. The price as well, not too high, not too low. 30,000 taels sold. You say, whether Hong Yuan can fight over the Rashomon sect master. The fat old man tucked his hand in and muttered something in a low voice that was addressed to Zhuge. No one has seen the Lord of the Roshan sect. Who knows? Zhuge Xiandao shrugged his shoulders. Heard that name, cannot help but be covered with a cool breeze? As long as the money is enough. The Emperor of Xia dare to assassinate. Visible this Rashomon, is how crazy, and each mysterious, it may be present in the people. There is the Rashomon, the ubiquitous assassins, the most difficult to prevent. 80,000. As he was talking, Zhuge Xiandao unexpectedly raised his sign and auctioned off an essence pill. You, are very short of essence pills? The fat old man glanced at this old Zhuge, who seemed to favor the essence Dan. Lacking, very much so. Zhuge Xiandao. A word means a lot. No way. Zhao Yun that goods want essence Dan. He is still waiting for this Dan for the technique? When the cultivation realm back to the peak, the first to clean up the fat old man. Dare to hold me in the mouth of the stinking socks. There's another one. Zhao Yun was laughing in his heart. When he went back, Zhuge Xiandao would look for him to exchange his feats. Look at the purple-haired kid in Chian. It's just fun. These two, as if they are more interested in Zhao Yun. One on one side, her left hand resting on her cheek, his right hand resting on his face. Looking at that is called a taste. This goods, since the arrival of the mouth has not opened, most of the time, are in the closed eyes, let a person extremely doubt. This is not to participate in the Wangu auction. Zhao Yun didn't say anything and continued to fake sleep. If not for the fact that there were no more seats available, it would be better to change places than to be watched. Silence, the old man Huang Yan said lightly, flicking his hand down, not knowing how many lots were set out. This object was put there and the patrons had some strange expressions. I say, that's a surplus, isn't it? Well, the abbot of the monastery is most fond of such objects. Old man, you have a shiny brain. Are you a monk? No? Bah, off. The patrons tucked in their hands. The chatting ones were very kind. Most of them were looking around the venue. There were quite a few bald heads. As to whether they were monks or not, it's hard to say. This robe, what a power, someone asked. Huang Yan took a deep breath and said, wear it to ward off evil spirits. Warding off evil is good. Warding off evil is safe. The reserve price is 3,000 taels. Start the auction. Embarrassingly, Huang Yan words fell. No one below to respond. Drink tea. Tease the girl tease. Just like his words as fart. A picture of the demeanor. A good indication of the words, don't take these fool us. Our martial arts training, will be afraid of demons and ghosts, and also ward off evil. Ward off your sister's evil. We are not monks, and not a monk. Brain into the water wearing a robe? Huang Yan let out a dry cough. Just say it, not a monk. Who buys this stuff? If not for the owner of the auction pavilion, who had to stuff this robe in, the ghost would be willing to auction this stuff. It proved awkward. The auction pavilion has never had any aborted items, and this robe, more than likely, will be the first one. Snappy, get another one. Change the elixir, the kind that can replenish longevity. Only doesn't have a few years to live. Feats are fine, we're not picky. There was quite a bit of table tapping and a cacophony of words, none of which treated the surplus well. Huang Yan laughed dryly and raised his hand slightly. Honestly, he didn't treat the robe, or rather, the monk, either. 3,000 taels. I'll take it. Suddenly, a pale voice came from the corner, causing many people to turn around and look. The person who made the offer was none other than Zhao Yun. Having taken voice-altering pills, one would be forgiven for thinking that he was just an old guy. It should be a monk. Monks don't lie. Keep your voice down. Isn't it bald? The few talents at the same table were scanning Zhao Yun up and down, but unfortunately, this one was hidden so airtight that the peak of the earth sighing, like the fat old man, couldn't see the end of it. Zhao Yun was calm and relaxed, without much change in expression. He is not a monk, but that robe, it is indeed a good item. The robe is also tattered. This is what the moon god wants to say. However, the swastika engraved on the robe, but it is a real treasure. In the world of immortals and gods, called that kind of ancient characters. In the immortal and divine realms, they call that ancient character that transported armor heavenly character. No one knows where it comes from, but it's not a bad arcane character. 3,000 taels. May there be an increase in price. Huang Yan laughed, and glanced at Zhao Yun in a slightly unnoticeable manner. Master likes it, so give it to someone else. The little black fat man patted his belly. I do not know that is Zhao Yun, nothing more than a tease, has eaten enough, but also propped up panic. So, that have to practice voice. No need for him to say it and no one to grab it. In terms of martial arts cultivation, the evil robe is really a chicken rib thing. Not much use. 3 or 5 to buy okay? 3,002 even if. Money is a good thing. Since no one has raised the price, then this robe, 3,100 taels, this young master wants it. Did not wait for Huang Yan to finish his words, was interrupted. The sound of words from the third floor, to be precise, from the Blood Eagle clan's elegant room. The speaker is Yen Kong, is reclining on a couch, look leisurely. A word said quite casually, don't know, really think that the robe is in his bag. However, in the eyes of the auctioneers, even if it is not in the bag, it is basically almost the same. Who would be stupid to grab the treasure with the big clans, and cannot afford to fight that financial strength? Just say it. There's restlessness. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough. Earlier don't. I made a bid. You ran out to grab it, not yet waiting for the old man to pitch you. You jumped out first to find discomfort. 3,500 taels. Zhao Yun said lightly. Interesting. Yen Kong laughed in a hushed tone. 5,000 taels. 10,000. Zhao Yun end of the teacup, gently sip a mouthful of tea. Both his family sure said, must be a treasure. Spelled out the family, but also will snatch the robe. Even if he couldn't grab it, he couldn't let Yen Kong have a good time. Good. Very good. The corner of Yen Kang's mouth curled up slightly. I'll offer 20,000 taels. 30,000. 40,000. 50,000. 60,000. The bridge between Lin Xie and Yin Sol's bidding just now is now coming back again. Zhao Yun had quoted the price. Yen Kong came on top of the wind. When Yen Kong increased the price, Zhao Yun also came on top of the wind. One word after another, giving people no time to react. This robe, is it really a treasure? Listening to the price, the presence of the auctioneer, cannot help but raise his eyebrows. The party no one wants. At the moment the two people fighting that called the real, froze auction to 60,000 taels. However, after measuring the robe again for a long time, he didn't see the mystery. Not to mention the patrons, even Huang Yan, are not aware of the side eye. More look at the robe a few eyes. But unfortunately, the eye is also limited. Cannot see what is strange, is a slightly colorful robe. If hard to say that it is extraordinary, that is, the fabric of the robe, is a special silk, but not to shout to 60,000 taels. Ah, money burns. The patrons rubbed their chins, glanced at Zhao Yun, and also looked at the third floor. Screw it, it's all monks. As the phrase goes, I don't know how many people muttered. All this in favor of the surplus. Add. Keep adding. Yen Kong coldly laughed. Sparring with my Blood Eagle clan for financial strength, you damn well count as that onion. This fellow Daoist, may I still raise the price? Huang Yan laughed and looked toward Zhao Yun in the far corner. 80,000. Big you 10,000. 90,000. Yen Kong, a cold snort, has been very angry. Since coming to forget the ancient city will be all things are not good. Quite want to find a place to vent. Now, the auction can hit the prick, but also really not afraid of death, that he has to use silver. Smashed that goods. 100,000. Zhao Yun finally opened his eyes. When these words came out, the whole room turned back collectively. Even the clans on the second and third floors seemed to be. This goods is really rich which dare to fight with the big clans. Also, that robe, sure it is worth 100,000 taels of silver? You too, the fight is too hot. An accident. A real accident. Zhuge Xiandao at the same table. They all tsk tongue, did not think around this, or a big tycoon 100,000 taels, shouted out. Young master of the Yin family, may I still raise the price? Huang Yan smiled with pleasure. The price of the robe has greatly exceeded expectations. Damn old thing. Yen Kong goat, resting on that gnashing of teeth. Look at the eyes. There are cold ons at first glance. I thought I could easily take. Who had thought? The other side is not to take the silver as money to see which. His Hall of Great Clan's young master actually was all the way to the pressure to beat 100,000 taels of silver. Just like has exceeded the advance. Not goat also cannot. This robe auction, he Yen Kong, doomed to lose a face again. Yen Kong, this is not your style. Big family, still lack of money? If the silver is not enough, old brother lend you? Don't be a wimp. Use the money. Yin and Yang strange tone of voice. Frequent ringing, more from the third floor, more than a large clan children, are hostile to the Blood Eagle clan. Rare to catch such a good opportunity, but not towards the death of the sarcasm. This is so powerful. Then go on to smash the money witch. Look at Yen Kong. His face is livid. He seems to have become a laughingstock. Young lord, don't forget the purpose of our visit. The Blood Eagle elder is busy panicking, but in his heart, he is cursing. You are right. You are not a monk. To have a robe to hang, really see through the red dust? Pretend to have a limit. Our family money, not the wind blowing, may still raise the price. Huang Yan looked to the third floor. Chapter 98, Opportunity Knocks. Doesn't add up. Yen Kong let out a cold snort and finally held back. In that case, the robe goes to that fellow Daoist. Huang Yan sealed the deal. TSK, TSK, TSK. There was a lot of tisk 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 at the scene. There are so many people with money. Damn old thing. Yen Kong face fierce, ferocious. I wanted to play a good pussy, who had thought that the pose of pussy, not how to pose well, but in turn lost a big face. Your grandma's. Yen Kong was cursing, and so was Zhao Yun. 3,000 taels of robe. Froze to fight to 100,000 taels. Heart that pain No, I'll make him bleed too. An unexpected pleasure. Huang Yan joyful. The most unpopular robe, but actually auctioned the highest price. Well, it's still the courtier who has the foresight. There's your sister's vision. If the master of the court here will certainly say so. Chicken rib auction. Just want to change to money. How much does not matter. God knows halfway to such a surprise. The storm quickly dissipated. The auction continues. A boy has held a jade box on the stage. The object in the box was a piece of ink jade. Eyes of venomous generation. Has looked at the ink jade ability to wear on the body can nourish the body. People feed jade, jade feed people. Such as these objects. Basically this effect. The reserve price is 3,000 taels. Start the auction. Huang Yan yawned. A moderate lot. Not much of power. 5,000. 8,000. 10,000. the bidding is still hot, but compared to that robe, it is still almost hot. Not only this piece of inkjade, the next few lots, whether it is exotic flowers and herbs, Gongfu secret books, basically small, the highest is not more than 50,000 taels. Zhao Yun sat peacefully, his eyes closed as he pretended to sleep. 100,000 taels gone. Heartache. He had to react for a while, but also in the energy. Last night the soldier's store was blown up. That have to think to ask for some interest back. It's a chance. It comes when it comes. On the stage, a woman's neon dress has been hanging high. There are clouds. There are colorful mist, such as a fairy clothes, not stained with mortal dust. The first look will feel like a dream, whether it is workmanship or fabrics, are extremely perfect. If you wear a woman, must be holy and flawless, but also must be beautiful. What a great piece of immortal clothing. The patrons couldn't help but let out a cry of appreciation when they saw it. It shall come from the Peach Fairy. Who else but she could weave such splendor of neon? Honestly, there's no hang-ups, discussions quite a lot. More people are to appreciate the neon dress as a work of art. Look at the women, such as Qi Yan, such as the orchid, such as Qingyao, eyes glittering. The immortal clothes are really too beautiful. Look at them, cannot help but be infatuated. The same way, there is Lu Ruyue. Heard the Peach Fairy's great name, really skillful work of art. Who's Peach Fairy? Cao Boom poked the little fortune teller. Royal family embroiderer. Daydream casually said. Back then, a hand of double phoenix peach blossom, stabbing lifelike. Peach Fairy then came because of it, famous all over the world. What's the use of looking good? It's not food. The little black fat man skimmed his lips. In his opinion, it was still chicken legs that were real. Without a word, the little fortune hunter slanted a glance at Bull Boom. Think about it, he is a male, which knows the mind of the daughter. A fairy clothes, more than a symbol of identity, but also the beauty of the fluttering. Ask which woman is not moved. Small fortune fans such as her, but also look at the mind mesmerized. Double phoenix embroidery. Zhao Yun muttered, his brows slightly wrinkled. The needlework of the immortal clothes, and his mother's quite similar, only, one is a double needle single phoenix, a double phoenix single needle, so that he did not feel that he thought that his mother and that legendary Peach Fairy is the same teacher, such as this kind of needlework that captures the heavens, is never a lineage of single transmission. The name of this garment is Falling Haze, from the Peach Fairy. Huang Yan laughed. There can be seen, there cannot be seen, that have to throw a big name. Bidding well, hanging a Peach Fairy's name, it is very meaningful. Indeed, the name was instantly elevated. The base price is 10,000, and whenever the price is raised, it shall not be less than 1,000 taels. Huang Yan words leisurely. Only this bottom price, killed a piece. Awkwardly, basically no one responded. This is in his expectations. At the moment the sunset immortal clothes, and the previous Buddhist robe, can be categorized as chicken ribs objects, in addition to wearing a beautiful body, basically useless. In terms of martial arts cultivators, dispensable, far less than the real potion. But, a sunset is not like a surplus. Wait for it, there will be a rush for this immortal garment, and the price won't be low. 10,000. I'll take it. As Huang Yan expected, someone else made a bid, and it was Kangwolf City's young city lord Han Ming. 11,000. After Han Ming, there is Yuan Hao, smiling playfully and playfully. 15,000. Han Ming let out a cold laugh. 20,000. Not waiting for Yuan Hao open mouth, will hear other elegant room children pass out words, since also is a big family children. Money does not matter. The main thing is to like that piece of fairy clothes. To be precise, is Lu Ruyue like? If you take this fairy clothes to the Lu family to propose marriage, he will be doubly dignified, or maybe, can hold the return of the beauty. 25,000. This young lord will make up the whole amount with you. 30,000. 31,000. This immortal garment, which I love so much. 40,000. Bigger you by 5,000. Bidding sounds rise and fall. More spread from the third floor. Is the big clan and big clan bidding? Are not little cute. The woman is a favorite of the falling cloud immortal clothes, including Lu Ruyue, that has to be photographed, and that has to be taken to the Lu family to propose marriage. Asterisk 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 ing rich. Ruyue Lu likes it, that means something different. That makes sense. Too many people sked. In the past, 100 taels to buy a piece of clothing. It is enough luxury. Now, a neon dress tens of thousands. I have to say, the Peach Fairy's name, indeed, there is big enough. If not for the family has a gold mine, who dares to build so, getting better at business. Zhuge Xian Dao let out a sigh of relief. How would not know the intention of the auction pavilion? Know that the big family is to do what? The whole out of such a neon dress. The big family children do not crazy grab only strange. Wrestle Lu Ruyue favor. That proposition of the odds must be more than a lot. He could tell. And the people in the room basically had a good idea. Listening to the bidding, most people look at the Lu family's elegant room. No need to go inside to see. Will know that Lu Tsankong has drifted. So many big clan children. For his daughter bidding for the immortal clothes, do not drift to be strange. The fact is exactly the same. The Lu family's head of the family, the waist plate straight, not only drifted, not pay attention to the child can also fly up. 100,000. Amidst the clamor, the bidding between the great clans came to a close. The winner is Yen Kong. Great vigor indeed. At least that's what the people in the room and the Ryu family thought. Keep adding. Yen Kong coldly laughed that called us smooth. This word, since the words to the crowd of great clans to say, previously was a crowd of sarcasm. This time, he is finally back in the city. You've got balls. The big clan more cold grunt. The face is ugly enough. Not shoot. Not no money, is to save the strength. Too much consumption. The back will certainly fall behind. Cool. Yen Kong looked cozy. Since the forgettable ancient city, there has never been a moment, such as this moment this comfortable, finally pretending to be successful, finally a good performance, but also let Lu Ryu see, the old man in order to you, killed the four sides, that's still a good pussy. Zhuge Xiandao a word of caution said, people children are not easy, the city gate was beaten once, looking at the moon building was blown up once, the city master's mansion was pitted once again, this time, it's finally a raised eyebrow. $100,000, may there be an increase. Huang Yan glanced around at the bottom, his eyes finally landing on the third floor. Stop yelling and move on to the next piece. Yen Kong light bang, gave him a ladder. Will make efforts to climb up? This language, really forced full, really have the allegory of pointing to the mountains. Just to inform the people present, the old man is very rich, do not serve to do which. I see he's upset. Bull Boom said. The little fortune hunter buried his head in his silver count and casually interjected. Me too. Not only them, but most of the people in the room were upset, since no one has raised the bid. Then, 1,100,000. Zhao Yun leaps over the words, interrupting old man Huang's words, and again, the eyes present, and attracted to the corner, the same table, but also all side eyes. Interesting, quite a few people sat upright. Previously, the robe, but also the two of them fighting auction. A robe, froze to fight to 100,000 taels, and now, Yen Kong shot the sunset immortal clothes, the man jumped out again, dare to fight with the big clan, must come from a small, perhaps, is also hidden below the big clan children. This is not important, the important thing is that the price has been bid, another unexpected pleasure. Huang Yin cheerfully, thought 100,000 has been capped, has long exceeded his expectations, did not think, there is still room for improvement. Thought of this, he could not help but look at Zhao Yun, such as the majority of people, but also do not see through Zhao Yun's identity, only to know that the goods are not hidden, and, is a thief rich lord. Zhao Yun sat steadily on Taishan, not even opening his eyes. How can I say this? Finally waited for the opportunity, not towards the death of Pit Yin Kong a time, he is not surnamed Zhao, the main thing is that he has a divine hanging, the moon god can detect Yin Kang's bottom line, so, that is still afraid of a bird, as long as it does not exceed the bottom line, as long as he how to wave. Dare to blow up my family soldier's store will have to pay the price of blood. Old thing, looking for death. Yen Kong coldly grunted and rose with an open hand, gritting his teeth again. Young man, fire hurts. Zhao Yun said lightly, the tone of voice well, it was that old. Good, very good. Yen Kong let out a sardonic laugh. I'll offer $120,000. Bigger you by 1,000. Zhao Yun went up against the wind. 130,000. Bigger you by 1,000. 140,000. Bigger you by 1,000. This is a very bizarre bidding. Yen Kong won more than one howl of exuberance. Zhao Yun is thunderous. Just add 1,000. More 1-2 are not. Just 1,000 taels bigger for you. Zhao Yun's closed-eye demeanor signaled these words well. 200,000. Yen Kong let out a bellowing cry. His face already grim enough. Hiss. The sound of cold air into a piece. I do not know how many people tilted their heads and gave a thumbs up to Yen Kong. 200,000 taels. Ah, you are really daring to shout which. He's a tough guy, too. After watching Yen Kong, the patrons watched Zhao Yun again. 100,000 froze and he fought to 200,000. Bottom line, great job. There were many happy people present, and it was extraordinarily enjoyable to see the great clan suffer. May still raise the price. Huang Yan looked at Zhao Yun. Along with them, there were all the people present. Add more if you dare. Howling the loudest. Or Yen Kong that guy, gnashing his teeth. The Blood Eagle elders have been unable to pull. His young master seems to be a bit on fire today. Chapter 99, It's Not Easy to Pretend. Bigger you by 1,000. Zhao Yun's words lived up to his reputation and added another 1,000. You seek death. Young lord, don't be impulsive. Roll. And then heard the elegant room noisy sound. Listen to the sound, should be Yen Kong. That guy is furious. Also must be furious. Quite want to jump down from the top. Looking for Zhao Yun to do a fight, but was pulled by their own elders. This is the Vanguard Auction Pavilion. Mo is reckless. Huang Yan, a word of silence. Multi-party dark place, all have real yuan revealed. All Xianyang peak. The meaning is very obvious. And then ing dare to show killing. You don't have to go. His word is still good. Look at the people present. Each one of them is eagerly awaiting. A posture of watching a big show. Young master of the Yin family, may I still raise the price? Plus, I'll pay $250,000. As soon as Huang Yan's words fell, then Yen Kong let out a furious howl, and his eyes had turned scarlet. Hiss, and is the sound of cold air. This number, not to mention the auctioneer, railing Huang Yan heard, cannot help but a shiver. This mother is not playing a big 200,000 to buy a piece of clothing? I do not know, the Peach Fairy here will not be quite honored. She produced the Sunset Fairy clothes, can shoot to this price. How many years? This in the whole Xiaolong dynasty. It is the first time. Just mean it, don't be too hard on yourself. Zhuge Xiandao speculated hand road. Since it is said to Zhao Yun, this should be a kind reminder. Do not you raise the price again. People simply do not want. That is really embarrassing. If you want immortal clothes, look for me. I know Peach Fairy. It doesn't have to be much. Just 100,000, $80,000. Give you a discount. The purple-haired child rubbed his small hands together and laughed. Also at Zhao Yun. Bigger you by 1,000. Zhao Yun said, patting the shoulder dust, said flatly, the moon god has long been probed. The bottom line of that goods is 300,000. He still has the space to wave. 300,000. Yen Kong big howl. This number fell in the ears of the auctioneer, really like a thunderbolt. Since the auction to this point, or the first time to hear this number, so much silver can smash a small family? The big families come to the fruit is urine. That's like it. Take it. Zhao Yun simply closed his eyes, but his heart was happy. Lunar prospectors not bad at all. Godly hanging ah. A pit is a pit. Congratulations to brother Yen. Happy to have received a piece of immortal clothing. 300,000 taels. It's still the Blood Eagle clan that's rich. We are ashamed of ourselves. Fire hurts. Take it easy. The children of the big families. And damn restless. You a word and I a word. As if to say comedy, compared to Yen Kong, they ate earlier defeat. Are nothing. Pust. In the elegant room, Yen Kong didn't take a breath and literally spat out blood. His scarlet eyes, hideous, icy cold killing intent, was towards Zhao Yun as well as the Great Clan. The patrons were not impressed. Who can blame him? He deserved it. You came out to play the fool at the auction, and spent over 90,000 taels for no reason. So you're allowed to mess up, but not others? It's not easy for a human child to pretend to be a man. The fat old man stroked his beard and let out a sigh. Such as Yen Kong, several attempts to pretend, this time finally succeeded. Only, the price is a little bit tragic. Spending an extra $200,000 obviously hurts. Wait for it. To the final potion auction, he Blood Eagle clan, destined to have no chance. Many large clans with silver are almost the same, which still have the ability to fight. Since there is no increase in price, this falling cloud immortal clothes goes to little friend Yen Kong. Huang Yan this sentence said a resounding 300,000 taels. Really quite a lot. He reacted for a while. It placed so many trust are not as good as a troublemaker to give power. Since the opening of the auction belongs to this most powerful. Check for me. In the elegant room, Yen Kang's eyes were scarlet and his gritted teeth were already hideous. Look at Zhao Yun. He's so calm. This is just the beginning. Anyone who beat him up yesterday at the Moonwatch Tower, or anyone who blew up his family's soldiers' store last night won't be able to run away. And if you dare to bid on the auction, you will be pitted against each other. Just delight in this scene. Today's moon god seems to be very leisurely, and does not sleep, just sitting on the moon, hands resting on her cheeks, eyes glittering. Pit people. She is very good at it. After the storm, the auction continued. On the stage, Huang Yan old man has taken an object, is a boxing secret book. There have been quite a few bidders since. Price, with the sunset immortal clothes since cannot be compared. The big wind and big waves have seen. Now these are small gutter, a secret book, 30,002 transactions, subsequent lots, 2, having seen a lot, they are all quite cautious, mainly because they are afraid of getting screwed. This fellow Taoist, how unfamiliar. In the corner, Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man, one on the left and one on the right. both resting their faces and scanning Zhao Yun up and down. This kind of great vigor must come from a very small place. Maybe it's still a reclusive old man. It's not possible to recognize it. Just passing through. Zhao Yun casually returned a sentence. Do not stare at me? Staring at me hair. Want to talk? Let's go back to chat. The auction, well, don't get caught up in it. I really recognize Fairy Peach. The purple-haired kid was still whining with his hands in his pockets. This, Zhao Yun did not deny. This table people, except him, are not idle generation. Most of them are related to the heavenly sect. And that Peach Fairy, and is the royal family embroidery. Recognize is not surprising. 50,000. Before the bidding stopped, a pale voice rang through the venue. This auction was for a red-colored sword. That sword is indeed very extraordinary. The whole body of the red light flashes. Red sword chi is quite harsh. Is cast by the red cold basalt iron. Is not a soldier store, those can be compared. 60,000. Zhao Yun closed his eyes. Suddenly a word. Only because the bidder is the Wang family. Wang Yang. Tone. Although old, although the cover of the watertight, but it is difficult to escape the moon god peeping. Both Wang Yang wants that have to make it more blood. Yesterday, the bombing of the soldiers' store people. Wang Yang also have a share. Thought no one knows. In fact, it has long been exposed. He made a bid, drawing the attention of those present. It couldn't be helped. Who let that earlier fight with Yen Kong get too hot? 70,000. Wang Yang glanced at it and continued to raise the price. He really liked that sword. 80,000. Zhao Yun spoke flatly. 90,000. Wang Yang's tone cannot help but cold a point, or said the fire. So many auctions, so many weapons. Why just grab this? Why did you do it? Don't you have any idea? Zhao Yun sneered in his heart and opened his mouth to add another 1,000. The other party's bottom line, he knew. That sword, it's worth that much? 80% of them are messing around again. That one is a restless one. It's possible that they really want it. The venue whispers quite a lot. Has given up bidding, but actually watched the two fight for the price. 100,000. Wang Yang coldly grunted. Zhao Yun opened his eyes and faintly said, 1,100,000. 120,000. Without waiting for Wang Yang to open his mouth, words could be heard coming from an elegant room on the third floor. The room raised a collective eyebrow at that statement, not to mention the auctioneer. Even Zhao Yun could not help but glance, only because the bidder is Yen Kong, which is interesting. He gave Wang Yang messed up, 80% to Yen Kong, whole illusion. Very instinctive thought. It is he who wants that red-colored sword. So much so that the bastard jumped out to make trouble. The purpose as well. It's also obvious that making him consume more silver is nothing more than a pit. You're the one looking for excitement. Zhao Yun let out a sneer in his heart and casually raised his sign, adding 10,000. 150,000. Yen Kong let out a loud shout, his tone rather unkind. In reality, he was acting only to create an illusion for Zhao Yun. 160,000. Zhao Yun's timbre, too, could not help but chill for a minute. It was all an act. Only, he's a little more skilled at acting. It doesn't matter. What matters is that he knows Yen Kang's bottom line. So let's pit it. The most embarrassed, or Wang Yang. It's weird. The first time I bid, two popped up. Interesting. The patrons of the most profound meaning of God want the sword of the people. By the two then down. Do not want the sword of the two people, but put aside that spell acting. Play hard to raise the price. This is going to be two? Huan Yan stroked his beard and looked at Zhao Yun in a much stranger way. Can't it be? The pavilion master arranged it? You can't. I'm the host. You didn't tell me beforehand? 200,000. Yen Kong, this word, shouting is domineering, has thought well, Zhao Yun plus. He will abandon the auction. Pit people well. Can't be too hard. Can't fold in. In fact, he folded in. For a long time, I didn't see Zhao Yun say anything, and he sat there with his eyes closed. Chapter 100, The Pit God. Got it. Pawned again. Seeing Zhao Yun close his eyes, Zhuge Xiandao stroked his beard. The scene, on the other hand, was quiet. Most of the people were looking at the young master of the Zhao family. Even Yen Kong was looking. Add it. Keep adding. Just once. Add one more time, and I'll let you have it. Add your sister. No money. This would be Zhao Yun's response. It's not like my little master's brain is in the water. Congratulations to brother Yen. Happy to receive a precious sword. Yen Kong did not wait for Zhao Yun to raise the price, but waited for the big clans to be sarcastic. Whenever this bridge, the clans are extraordinarily united. Over the mouth. And the heart is also comfortable. Sticking your nose in with a deadbeat. Get punked. Patrons more tsk tongue. No one sympathizes with Yen Kong. At least wait for people to finish fighting with Wang Yang and then participate. This kind of impatient to raise the price. Little cute. I can see that you're messing up. Both messing up. That was pitched purely deserved. Damn old thing. Yan Kang's eyes were scarlet and his face was hideous again. Damn. Wang Yang is also cursing. 2. This kind of want to fight. Go outside to dry fight to go ah. So many treasures do not fight, preferring to choose the red-colored sword that I see. A fire in the city gates is also a calamity for the fish in the pond. And he, being the fish, a big wave slapped that for him. In fact, both he and Yen Kong are fish, as Zhao Yun said. All those who beat him up in the group at the Moonwatch Tower yesterday, and all those who blew up the soldiers' store last night, none of them can run away. And don't look at the sons of the big clans who are digging at Yen Kong, they are all gloating, and if they bid on the auction, Zhao Yun will also be pitched one by one. There's no way. Who let him have a god-level hanging Lu? There was one in the room that counted, each with their own bottom line, and the moon god knew them all. Young lord, keep a low profile, the Blood Eagle elders said. The brain is not good, you don't rush up. I've been involved 3 times, and I've been punked twice, so where's the silver coming from? I have a point. Yen Kong gritted his teeth and said, saying with his mouth that he had a sense of proportion, but in his heart, how could he be willing to do so? Just wait, he'll still be looking for Zhao Yun to fight. It's not over until you've screwed that bastard once. I can't believe I can't catch you. Ahem. Huang Yan let out a light cough, and then collected the red-colored sword, privately sighing. This sword, too, is worth $200,000. This is all attributed to Zhao Yun, not a trust, but more dedicated than the trust. Just these two, so that he auctioned Pavilion more income of 300,000. He this host, but also has a commission, inside and outside, more than a few thousand taels. Shu Tan, as he spoke, he had taken an object. This auction, is a red-colored fruit, placed in the jade box carved jade, rich fruit fragrance, refreshing, and raw spiritual power is extremely surging. Fruit of the spirit of life, accompanied by a cry of surprise. The closed eyes of Zhao Yun open eyes, also exempt from the rise, perhaps came too abruptly, scared the same table could not help but a jolt. He moved so much that quite a few people looked over, and has been staring at Zhao Yun's Yen Kong, since also looked at, but is observing carefully, both thinking about the pit, that Zhao Yun's every word and action, he is all in his eyes. Fruit of the spirit, as the name suggests, the fruit of life, such as this fruit, with which you can add longevity, 3 or 5 years or so. Old men who are at the end of their lifespan like these objects the most. When you're old, nothing is worth as much as your life. Listening to Zhao Yun's pale speech and this kind of excitement, whoever heard it, instinctively thought that he was an old man, most likely still an old man with little life expectancy, and even saw the fruit of the spirit of life. So excited to the point of losing his temper. Here's your chance. Yen Kong let out a sardonic smile. Want to use the life fruit to renew life? It depends on whether your money is enough or not. Dare to pit the old man. You also have to have a big bloodletting. Fruit of the spirit of life. Zhao Yun stared at the red-colored fruit. The light in his eyes is hot. His breath cannot help but rush a point. Look at that demeanor. Quite have to go up to grab the situation. It's just a fruit. Cow Boom bristled. What do you know? Eating that fruit is going to add to your lifespan. The little fortune hunter leisurely said, vaguely remembered, when her grandfather at the end of his life saw the fruit of the spirit of life, was also this excited. And even more so nowadays this one. It's still true that when you're old, nothing is worth as much as your life. I say, hasn't the auction started yet? The purple-haired kid tugged at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun took a deep breath before sitting down. Look at those eyes of his. From the beginning to the end, they were staring at that birth spirit fruit. Acting. He's a professional. How can you catch a big fish if you're not a drama queen? And Yen Kong, is that big fish? Is looking to pit him? That have to create an opportunity for him. The pit has been dug. Just waiting for that goods to jump into it? In fact, Yen Kong is already in the pit. Blame it on Zhao Yun's acting skills. Not to mention Yen Kong, even Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man at the same table. They have been convinced, certain that this, no longer have a few days to live. So, in desperate need of living beings to replenish their life. I almost believed it. The moon god slanted a glance at Zhao Yun. This bastard, indeed, was very talented, not only in cultivation, but also in acting. It's so deep in the drama that anyone takes it seriously. The reserve price is 10,000 taels, and whenever the price is raised, it shall not be less than 1,000 taels. Yellowrock's words rang through the meeting. I'm out. 50,000 taels. Without waiting for the auctioneer to finish his sentence, Zhao Yun spoke up. This statement is, indeed, domineering enough. This statement, there are also too many people embarrassed. To all the words of the mouth, froze by Zhao Yun to block back. A breath of 40,000 taels. You damn powerful. 50,000 taels. Can there be an increase in price? Huang Yan looked around in all directions. No one has raised the price. Just move on to the next piece. Zhao Yun couldn't wait to say, Still acting and always acting, the playwright was already possessed. 50,000 taels and you want the fruit of life? Who gave you the bottom line? Yen Kong let out a sneer. Zhao Yun cannot wait. He seems to be even more impatient. The more anxious Zhao Yun is, the more he wants it, the more excited he is. The opportunity for the pit has come. Bigger you by 1,000. 80,000. Zhao Yun's tone, gloomy for a minute. Bigger you by 1,000. 100,000. Bigger you by 1,000. The scene, a little familiar. Fong shot immortal clothes. No matter how Yen Kong increased the price, Zhao Yun is a big 1,000 taels. Now, the roles seem to have switched. It's that he's too eager. Even if he wants to, don't show it. This is great. Yen Kong caught the opportunity. Not towards the death pit. You always walk by the river. You never get your shoes wet. There was quite a bit of sighing, and the patrons tucked in their hands and watched the show. 110,000. Zhao Yun let out a cold snort. 1,000 greater than you. Yen Kong smiled teasingly. 150,000. Bigger you by 1,000. Yen Kong cozy twisted his neck. Quite enjoy this feeling. Suffocated breath. Just point to this to vent it? Feelings. Can't tell you how sour and refreshing. Junior, do you really want to tear your face off? Zhao Yun coldly said, looking at the third floor with a fierce light in his eyes. Bidding. The highest bidder gets it. And if you don't have the money, you go wherever you come from. Yen Kang's words were so forced that he laughed so freely. Good. Very good. Zhao Yun laughed angrily. 200,000. Hiss. The sound of backward gasps from the scene connected again. The fruit is precious, but far from being worth the price. There is this money, can buy a longevity dan, on the life-sustaining efficacy, can be much stronger than the fruit. Add more if you dare. Zhao Yun cold look at Yen Kong. Anyone who looks at it will not feel that he has reached the edge of anger, but also blame him for acting too good, playing the people fooled, and still do not know. 1,000 greater than you. Yen Kong smiled playfully. 250,000. Zhao Yun slapped the table and stood up with an open hand. Bigger you by another 1,000. The corners of Yen Kang's mouth quirked. 300,000. Zhao Yun ferocious light is even more victorious. This word is from the teeth collapse out. The scene of the people, clearly heard the sound of grinding teeth. It should be his gnashing of teeth. $300,000. This one's crazy. I'm afraid that I really don't have a few days left to live. I need the living spirit fruit to replenish my lifespan too much. This is awkward. There's quite a bit of tisksking. Just inches. You want it and someone won't give it to you. 1,000 more big ones for you. Amidst the noise, Yen Kong smiled again, having already thought about it. Zhao Yun added one more time and numbly withdrew his hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't wait. Under the attention of all the people, Zhao Yun took a deep breath, just exempt from standing up. Now, slowly sit down, and become a statue, and closed his eyes to recuperate. Enough, has reached the bottom line of the Yen Kong, and then fall into the pit is their own. The scene, once again, was one of peaceful silence. Everyone, looking at Zhao Yun, plus or not to give a sentence look at Yen Kong, his brow furrowed for a minute. How to say, always feel there is a very bad feeling. Fellow Daoist, may I still raise the price? It was only after a long time that he heard Huang Yan open his mouth and look at Zhao Yun tentatively. Not enough money, Zhao Yun casually said, finding this reason. It was also a very legitimate one to say. There's no silver left, so there's no bidding. However, a discerning person, this is obviously not a problem of money. This is a problem of the pit. This pit, digging is not small. Burying the human blood eagle young master. There's really nothing to say about this acting. Old Tao, did you see the top of his head? There are two more words. Well, pit gods. Zhuge Shandao and the fat old man's words were always that learned. It's not appropriate to catch one person toward the death pit. The patrons stroked their beards more and looked at Zhao Yun with awe. When the pit god strikes, he knows whether there is one or not. Honestly, I can't blame Zhao Yun for this. It was Yen Kong who had to charge upwards. Damn. Yen Kang's demeanor, no longer so playful, and into the face of a grimace. In the heart, but also slapped his own 2 slaps. Said that early hand, he was too greedy, the whole to the end, even smashed in the hands of their own. Congratulations to brother Yen. 300,000 happy to win a fruit of the spirit of life. Again to this bridge, the sons and daughters of the big families, and collectively send blessings, especially the 300,000. That 3 words. The tone is particularly heavy. That gloating pust. Yen Kong failed to take a breath and sprayed blood once again. Pitted. He's been pitted again. At this moment, even if there are 1,000 reluctance, but also have to recognize this cruel fact, Yen Kong has become the biggest laughingstock of the auction. No one, accompanied by him vomiting blood, the auction of the fruit of the spirit of life finally came to an end. The people present, all of whom were not finished, would always, without realizing it, looked back at Zhao Yun, and at this moment, the more they felt that the two words on top of his head, the more eye-catching they were. Pitfalls, it's a skilled job, such as Zhao Yun, the proportion is well mastered. Moreover, the acting skills are not covered. Round and round, it is for Yen Kong to wind in, the whole 300,000 which, re-auction, gotta watch out for him, too many people language loan. The scene has a pit, where there is a pit god involved, cannot be stupid to rush up, otherwise, the consequences are very serious. The one on the third floor, is a bloody example, before and after the 800,000 went in. Soothing, Zhao Yun, who has closed his eyes to rest his mind, has been happy to open flowers. Group beating me, bombing my family's soldiers store, is to pay a price, before and after the hundreds of thousands of taels, enough to be a child. If I bid, you pit me against it. The purple-haired child poked Zhao Yun, and by the looks of it, it was time for a shadow. We are, by the way, ethical. Zhao Yun took a deep breath and spoke in one word. Hell no. Zhuge Xian Dao and the fat old man, just this moment of effort, has been up and down scanning Zhao Yun a dozen times. In order to pit Yen Kong, you are also enough to go to the heart. The auction continues. I don't know why. After the auction more a very strange phenomenon. There are always so two prick, jumping very happy, one for the pit god and one for Yen Kong. Zhao Yun was casual, but Yen Kong was not so honest. Whenever Zhao Yun bids, he's always the first one to jump out and mess things up, finish up and get pawned without knowing what's going on. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, is also very on board and will be present whenever Yen Kong is involved. Come on, get on with your act. Full of patrons, have become a spectator, each speculative hand. Static look at the two bidding, the price is high and low, but the end, is surprisingly the same, was pitched. Are the talent called Yen Kong? God knows how many back to the blood, that's all, and people are still dead set on going up, not to mention the older members of his family. Even the patsies couldn't look away. Zhao Yun is the most calm. A pit of one. I have a godly hang. I'm not afraid of anyone. Today's moon god, but also enough leisure. More than Zhao Yun also on the heart. Who wants to bid? Who is the bottom line is how much? She has a clear idea. Will be the first time to tell Zhao Yun. From this god, the bone is not a good boy. Such as that day to steal the Lu family money. To be a stimulus. That, and Zhao Yun should stink. The division of labor between the two is also very clear. One is responsible for peeping. One is responsible for the pit. Cooperation. Still very tacit understanding. Yen Kong is a typical example. Pust. For the umpteenth time, Yen Kong spurted blood and fell headfirst there. Check for me. It was his last low howl before he fainted. Full of anger and murder. His brain buzzing, so many times, truly pitted against him. Serves you right. Blood Eagle Elder cursed. Early with you said, IQ is not enough. Do not go up. This is good. Silver are pitted out. UING honest it. TSK. Lin Xia let out a sigh. This auction, he is from the beginning to see the end. The Blood Eagle clan's young master, but also miserable enough. Messed with a pit god. Not to mention the loss of money is also a disgrace. This time to bring the silver, more than half has been he ho clean. Or that old-timer pit. Cow boom sits upright. A word that means a lot. That was a statement that no one refuted. Where the pit gods are on the field, they don't seem to miss a beat. Settle for one. Seeing Yen Kong faint, the young master of the Zhao family was finally relieved. He was relieved. The patrons were not. Called him the god of the pit, and deservedly so. Catching a person towards the death pit the people to lose all their money, but not have to guard against him? I don't want to be the second Yen Kong, the most joyful. It should be Yellowstone. Once every 3 years of forgetting the ancient auction. Only this time is lively. Also only this time is a lot of surprises. Because of a disruptor. His commission more tens of thousands of dollars. Chapter 101, beautiful, so beautiful. Ahem. Huang Yan let out a light cough. The auction continues. This time, it is a painting. To be precise, is a woman portrait. The painter is quite intentional. The pen is God, will be the woman. Portrayed vividly, beautiful to the breathtaking, such as an exiled fairy. Do not eat earthly fire, do not dye the dust of the mortal world. Beautiful. Most of the people present, all murmured a sound. Male cultivators look at the mine intoxicated. Female cultivators look at the color of the gloomy. The woman in the painting is too beautiful. Compared to her, all the world's fengshui are dim. Really is a perfect female immortal. Such a masterpiece. Painted by the flower fairy? Who else but she has such a subtle hand? I better wonder who the woman in the painting is. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known there were such beautiful people in the world. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see it in this life. There were quite a lot of discussions, such as the previous Sunset Immortal clothes, but also the painting as a work of art. Only because the woman in the painting is too beautiful. Too many people are looking at the infatuation. Zhao Yun was looking too, with a strange look in his eyes, simply because the woman in that painting was born exactly like the moon god. Show, that's you not. Zhao Yun looked sideways and tentatively at the moon god. The moon god was silent, and her eyes were strange. The old lady had come to this hellhole? It was obvious that the woman in the painting was her. The reserve price is $10,000. Start the auction. Huang Yan's single word resounded through the venue. 10,000? Too many people pulled at the corners of their mouths. But think about it, the Flower Fairy's heirloom masterpiece is not much, or things are rare as expensive. However, scrolls and other objects, is the favorite of the literati, in terms of martial arts repair, really useless. In addition to hanging there to look at the mood of comfort, other really nothing, let alone, the price is still so expensive. Beautiful, so beautiful. No one bidding, all resting there to enjoy the scroll? The whole Huang Yan is very embarrassing. Like this so much, buy it. What should be revealed is not revealed at all. Why is the Flower Fairy so unintelligent? The old man thought it was more beautiful without clothes. This should feel good if you shoot it and cuddle and sleep with it daily. It's a guarantee that you'll still be able to dream about the man in the painting. Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man. One on the left and one on the right. One stroking his beard and the other stroking his chin. You and I were chatting, not generally happy. Those two old farts. Zhao Yun tucked his hand in, looked at the fat old man, and then looked at Zhuge old Xiandao. Look at their lewd eyes. They may be resting there and lusting. They might be looking at each other with dirty eyes. Maybe they are having a good time. Not just the two of them. Most of the male compatriots present, basically this mind. The children of the great clans are no exception. Basically are running to the body of the celestial spirit. But now, look at the portrait of the moon god. Are a little bit of the impulse to move away from love? Really want to compare who is more beautiful? If his family Shoer can throw off Lu Ruyue 108,000 miles. Shoer, you're on fire. Zhao Yun took a deep breath and looked serious. Shoot it, moon god said faintly, the beautiful cheeks, but also a little black. Beautiful eyes also lit a small flame. She is God, but now this bunch of little brats. How to look at monkeys like, especially those filthy language. Listen to the real fire, but also the do did not show. The old lady do. You damn dare to look at it? No money. Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders. What about the base price of 10,000 taels? Shoot it. The moon god scolded. Dare to say there is no money. I have seen it. A thick pile of it? Good. Zhao Yun rubbed his eyes, both of them shaken by the moon god's words. The reserve price is $10,000. Start the auction. See, full of people are resting there to enjoy the scroll. No one pay attention to him. Huang Yan and a dry cough. At least respond to it. Otherwise, I host this very embarrassing. 11,000. It was Zhao Yun who knew better and raised his hand slightly. Whenever he opens his mouth, he will be noticed. This price is not expensive. Why don't you follow Lu? Afraid of the pits? Well, no money. He's taking aim at someone's pocketbook again. Many people looked at Zhao Yun, but also did not forget to glance at the third floor of the Blood Eagle clan's elegance child. The moral is obvious. Your enemy bid. Jump out with him to do which? For a long time, there was no response. People Yen Kong, sleeping soundly? I do not know whether it is really dizzy, or put there pretending to sleep, even if awake. I'm afraid not to go up. Silver are pitched. That's it? Huang Yan muttered in his mind and looked around the venue again and again. It would be weird to have one. First of all, this scroll is not useful, and then say the pit god is out, who has nothing to do with him to find excitement. Grab not nothing. If the goods are staring at the auction, there is nothing you do. In addition to being pit, can only dry watch. Pit god is a vengeful. Yen Kong is a bloody example. In that case, the scroll belongs to that fellow Taoist. Huang Yan hammered. This back, really not good account. A Peach Fairy Sunset Fairy clothes, shot a high price of 300,000 taels, while the Flower Fairy scroll, but only 10,000 taels. 2 compared to, how an embarrassment. Heartburn. Zhao Yun covered his chest. How easy is it to save money? Beep again and I'll kick your ass. The moon god glared at him. Money, 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 money. Thunder light explosion talisman, starting at 3,000 taels. On the stage, Huang Yan's hands, has more than one golden charm, also belongs to a kind of explosive talisman. As the name suggests, once exploded, there will be lightning shooting. When it came to exploding charms, those present couldn't help but think of Zhao Yun. That goods. Yesterday is the use of explosive talisman fried lookout building. So far, most people are puzzled. Puzzled where he's so much explosive talisman. said pick up the ghosts do not believe. What a domineering charm. Zhao Yunxi cannot help but sigh. The same explosive talisman. His explosive talisman and that lightning explosive talisman? Obviously not a level. The power is not the same. The reason the person who draws the talisman has a high level of cultivation. If he was also at the Earth Hidden Realm, the explosive talisman he drew would surely be powerful as well. That thing can be vicious. Purple-haired child grinned. Look at his demeanor. More than half by the lightning explosion RuneScape gold fried. As for the feeling, it is great. Look, Zhuge Xiandao and fat old man. Color is not very natural. Young, there are always so many old guys. With them to test the power of the explosive runes. So far, there are still shadows. Those years, the brain is not bright, are fried by the explosive runes. 5,000. The old man offers 8,000. This talisman, I am determined to win. You want it for 8,000? I'll give you 10,000. Between the words, the lightning burst talisman has opened auction. The price is steadily rising. The auction pavilion is also lively enough. Every piece of treasure bidding. The scene is like a quarrel. One more than a howling loud, shouting. The back becomes cursing, one by one, such as drinking, such as losing money, red in the face and thick in the neck. To this, Huan Yan is used to, hosted so many auctions, which does not curse. There are always some pricks. The price cannot keep up, on the pile of abuse. Thanks to this is the auction pavilion. Prohibit private fights, or else, here will become the scene of the group fight. It's a bidding war, and there are winners. The one who got the Thunderbolt Explosion Talisman is actually Yulan. 50,000 Tales of Power over the group. Thanks to the children of the big clans did not participate. Otherwise, she could not get the Thunderbolt Explosion Talisman. Also thanks to the big clans did not participate. Otherwise, the pit god will certainly find them to practice a little bit. 1,000-mile speed charm. Huang Yan's words attracted everyone's attention to his side again. It was still a talisman. Silver in color. The so-called thousands of miles of fast travel talisman. Is the literal meaning? With this talisman, as long as the true energy is not depleted, feasible thousands of miles, it is necessary to escape talisman. In a certain sense, this kind of talisman can be much more practical than the thunder and light explosion talisman, and the war, but not to run. Life is important, most likely not a few people to catch up with. Good talisman. Zhao Yun raised his eyes and looked at it. It was quite a bit higher in level than the speedy traveling talisman he drew. In his opinion, the person who drew this talisman was definitely an Earth Hidden Realm martial arts cultivator. If it was inscribed by the heavenly martial realm, it would have been possible to do so for tens of thousands of miles, not to mention thousands of miles. The reserve price is 5,000. Please raise 50,000. Not waiting for the old man Huan Yan to finish his words, it was interrupted by one person. Kangwolfyang City Master Han Ming struck out, and did not bother to talk nonsense. First killed a piece of it. The patrons were embarrassed. It was all ready to go up, and it was swamped by this one big wave. Huan Yan was also embarrassed. You let me finish my sentence first. What is this? So do not understand the child Lu, but this is good. Also save listening to people cursing. Directly on the duel. Who's home? Look at their own skills. Not enough money, such as casual repair. IQ is not enough, such as Yen Kong. Do not go up to the punch. Save the blow again. 60,000. Someone raised the price, and the whole Zhao Yun had raised his hand, and lowered it again. The bidder was Tian Yang Young Lord Lin Evil. That bastard, it seems, is obsessed with speed-walking charms. 70,000. Een Sol, who was at the same table as him, then raised his sign. Fellow Daoist looks at me. Is it very unpleasant? Lin Xia looked at Een Sol with a smile. Previously because of this goods, has suffered a loss. Did not think, again to mess up. We are sitting at the same table. Give a face cannot? Where? Just bidding. Een Sol faintly let out a cry. Simply do not know that the other party is Lin Xia, and did not want to make trouble. Is really wanting to 1,000 miles fast travel talisman. Life-saving objects who do not want. 80,000. As the two spoke, Han Ning raised the price again. He also aspires to do so. Now, Lin Xia and Een Sol both kept quiet and moved in unison, twisting their heads to look at the elegant room where Han Ning was. Kid, you're outstanding. Han Ning did not show any weakness, and his eyes were quite provocative. I have plenty of money. If you don't want to do it, come and do it. I'll smash you all to death. 90,000. Before Lin Evil and Een Sol could look back, Zhao Yun opened his mouth. The whole Han Ming was caught off guard, staring at Lin Xia and Een Sol, and had also regarded the two of them as opponents, who had thought that there was someone else who wasn't quite at peace. And then look, oops, god of the pit. Yes, it's the pit god, still quite popular, just delights in watching him strike. Here, have some tea. Lin Xia lifted the pot and poured a cup of tea for Een Sol. You're welcome. In Seoul is also a word of pleasantries, just tit for tat. This time, actually brother and sister, a whole set of actions, all seem to show a sentence. Han Ming is it? Uing great. I too goat. You fight with the goods to go. Why did he need to be told that Han Ming also had his eyes on Zhao Yun? Look at his eyes. Not very kind. You old bastard. Today, you jump very happy whoever is bidding, you have to intervene. I still want to kick your ass? Zhao Yun did not say anything. The demeanor represents everything. Anyway, the battle has been set up. Waiting for the pit. Want to thousands of miles of speedy travel talisman. You have to have silver to pile up. 100,000. Han Ming let out a cold snort. 110,000. Zhao Yun's words were flat, and the top wind went up. 150,000. Hey! Zhao Yun let out a sigh and caved in again, having reached Han Ming's bottom line. Fine water. The auction is long? It's coming up later. Chapter 102, this is a good move. See, the pit god has switched partners. Seeing Zhao Yun abandon the auction, I don't know which talent muttered. However, this statement is profoundly true. The god of the pit was as fierce as a tiger with a single operation, pitted Yen Kong miserably, and then took aim at Han Ming. Here, have some tea. You're welcome. Lin Evil and In Seoul, really good brother and sister, or they are smart. See, the situation is not right. Immediately go away. Let Han Ming and Zhao Yun one-on-one. That cargo is obviously not the pit god's opponent. 150,000 is not a small amount of money, enough to Han Ming heartache a time. Damn old thing. Han Ming let out a cold snort. Spending tens of thousands of taels more for no reason. It would be strange to be comfortable. Congratulations, brother Han, for being pleased to receive a talisman. It's time for the children of the great clans to send their blessings again, and it's timely as well as scenic. Han Ming's face instantly turned iron blue, just a short time ago, but also sarcastic Yen Kong. At the moment, he became the object of ridicule, but also thanks to Yen Kong has fainted. If you see this bridge, the heart must be balanced quite a lot. Said it. I'm so handsome, so why am I the only one who is pitched? Boom! In the sound of discussion, Huang Yan took another lot. Is a silver flame, hanging in the palm, burning, bright silver light, looking at the eye, inferno lion beast fire. Zhao Yun let out a cry of surprise, and exempted eyes, exempted up, eyes glittering. I say, this set of movements, how so familiar, Lu? Well, earlier when pitting Yen Kong, there was such a set of foreplay. The whole Yen Kong mistakenly thought it was true, all the way to the end of the bar with him, and when it was over, he was pitted. Fishing, he's fishing. Too many elders stroked their beards and looked at Zhao Yun with slanted eyes. This Taoist friend, you are addicted to acting. In order to trap people, you've really gone all out. In fact, Zhao Yun was not acting. For the Inferno Lion Beast Fire, he really wanted it. There is the secret of melting fire passed down by the moon god. The beast fire melted more, can become the earth fire. The earth fire nirvana, is the heavenly fire. Then he, can become an alchemist. It's an auction, true or false. Mainly, the silver in his bag was, truthfully, running low. In that case, that's got to move a little bit, when necessary, but also have to play the essence of the body, but also have to make a mystery. For example, the square pit Yen Kang's foreplay, slipped once again. The moral is obvious, want to do a second Yen Kong. Despite the forward rush, I do not pit you to death, with your last name. This wave of his operation was indeed tawdry enough. Look at the patrons, was bluffing a rash. Cannot tell which is true which is false. God knows what he sold in the gourd. God knows he stared at which money bag. Someone who, more than a pit god, is a movie star. The reserve price is 10,000 taels. Start the auction. Huang Yan's words rang out all over the venue. 11,000. As earlier, Zhao Yun was the first to open his mouth. The foreplay is there, and the afterplay must follow. That is, as previously acted. Only to inform the patrons, I desperately need a supporting role. Yen Kong like a supporting role. Pit 1 is 1. He's making this play, doing it all, and laying down below. The presence of account 1, stroking the beard of stroking the beard. Speculative hand, just like not to participate in the frame. Your girl pit are dug up, not just waiting for people to jump. We are not stupid, who love on Huan. Be pit money does not matter. If the pit god stared at, that would be great. There is a lesson to be learned from the past. No, Master Bloodhawk is still pretending to be asleep in his room. Seeing this situation, Huang Yan raised his eyebrows. The Inferno Lion Beast Fire in his expectation, it would be auctioned to at least 50,000 taels. This is 11,000 and no one will grab it? And yes, it's the pit gods who have struck, all scared by the pit. Thinking of this, Huang Yan tucked his hand and looked at Zhao Yun in the corner. Zhao Yun would have a field day with it. squeezing a few glances at him. The eyes of this well, he thought Huang Yin could see. I helped you earn so much silver. I secretly shoot away a beast fire, but not too much. Huang Yin, old man, a dry cough. Really understand. Also returned a look. 11,000. This is too little. You at least add some. Zhao Yun also tucked in his hand, still with a wink. 20,000 at most. There you go. A deal that was so happily decided. Huang Yin is also afraid of afraid to anger Zhao Yun. If to the back of the auction, this pit god put all the disruption, then he still do this business not do. As Zhao Yun said, to help the auction house earn so much silver, always have to give some pay. The legendary win-win cooperation is this way. Sure, that's a great move. Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed. This routine, all taught by the moon god. Come here, man. Moon god ruffled her hair. Once upon a time in a certain year and month, she was also a regular visitor to the auction, and also the main pitcher of whoever she saw. Nowadays, these, all of them, she played with the rest. 15,000. The auction's trustees went out. When no one bids, they have to be on. Will not raise too high. Nothing more than going through the motions, so that Zhao Yun will raise the price to 20,000. Oops, there really are those who are not afraid of death. Many people glanced at the trustee, who was also sitting in the corner and was resting there with a fruit to nibble on. 20,000. Zhao Yun followed. $20,000. May there be an increase. Huang Yan looked around the four directions, took the time, but also glanced at the third floor. The good thoughts, or to have. The auction pavilion does not rob with Zhao Yun, but if the big clan robbed, then do not blame him. Unfortunately, no one raised the price. The big clans are also afraid. The main thing is that Zhao Yun, this foreplay, did too much. So, deal. Huang Yan was also dry, and with a single hammer blow, the Inferno Lion Beast Fire went to Zhao Yun. A pit god is a pit god. A mere 20,000 taels and you've auctioned away a notable beast fire. TSK. If you had his pitiful Tao, no one would rob you. Sai stagger sound quite a lot. So a beast fire. It should be this auction since the opening. The lowest piece of auction. Bland, a little uncomfortable. Wasn't this one set up? Zhuge Xian Dao slanted a glance at Zhao Yun. This matter always feel confused. The inflammatory lion beast fire. $20,000 on the deal? The auction house's trustees. What are they doing? You, being a trustee, no. It was the purple-haired kid who was direct, poking Zhao Yun with his hand. Have you ever seen a trustee? Who goes up on the first hand? Zhao Yun did not say anything. The demeanor represents everything. If the old man is a trustee, today this auction, it will be lively. There will be a lot of people who will break their mouths. And rightly so. The purple-haired kid rubbed his chin. Reason still understood. The auction continues. No pit gods were involved and the bidding was still hot. From this, it can be seen that the god of the pit still has a bit of work ethic, not pitting everyone, and only targeting certain people. For example, Yen Kang's kind of ungrateful ones. For a long time, Zhao Yun was honest enough. There was nothing he wanted and no major clans involved. So let's just leave it at that. Buzz, accompanied by a tremor of consciousness. A piece of gold characters had been sprinkled down. Waiting, the moon god was also bored and passed down a secret method. To be precise, it was the complete version of the secret of melting fire. What was previously passed down was only skin deep. Great Desolate Inferno Technique. Zhao Yun read it. Just by looking at the name it was domineering enough. The amount of information was still great. An introduction to the flames, the division of levels, the types and names of the inflammatory flames, the method of fusion, this Great Desolate Inferno Technique, all of them were elaborated in extreme detail. To his surprise, this skill could also perform divine abilities, both offensive and defensive. Only, his cultivation level was too low and he was still far from being qualified to cast it. This spell, likewise, is adapted to thunder. The moon god leisurely said, during the period has some discrepancies. However, by virtue of Zhao Yun's talent, there is no need for her words, since they will be able to understand a thorough. The flame melts the flame, the thunder melts the thunder. The reason is not difficult to understand, and not so esoteric. At least, in the Zhao Yun this is a piece of cake. His qualification is too heavenly. Sure, are gods such as yourself divided into levels? Zhao Yun asked, intentionally or unintentionally, while comprehending the Great Desolate Inferno Technique. It's natural. And what kind of god is the highest in rank? The Desolate God seals the top, and all the paths are aligned. Mundo, Desolate God, Zhao Yun muttered. Just hearing the name of the god didn't even stop his mind from being shaken. And looking at the expression on the moon god's face, it was clear that she hadn't reached that realm. Fellow Daoist, the great clan has struck. The purple-haired child spoke, interrupting Zhao Yun's thoughts. Zhao Yun collected himself and glanced to the third floor, and then, will continue to comprehend the Great Desert Inflammation skill. is a big family. Children bidding is not false, but not his enemies. At least, did not look at the Moon Restaurant Group beat him. Last night did not go to blow up the soldiers' store. No grievances and no hatred, since it will not go to make trouble. Still, he has a work ethic. This auction was hot enough to kill the lot straight to 80,000 taels. However, compared to the one he had previously pitted Yin Kong in, it was nothing. So far, there has not been a single lot that has exceeded $300,000. That's why the auction pavilion would give Zhao Yun a break. This is a more dedicated pit god than a trustee. Which auction pavilion doesn't like it? 100,000. Accompanied by a whisper. The bidding for a treasure truly came to a close. The one who struck out was Qing Yao. What she had auctioned away was a zither score. With such great vigor, it looked like that score was even more domineering than her green lotus zone. Here we go, to the second stripe earth hidden pill. The fat old man sat upright as if he had known the auction list. As he expected, Huang Yan took the auction. Is a purple pill? It is the 2 lines of the earth hidden Dan, placed in the jade box carved jade. On the 2 Dan lines extremely eye-catching, rich medicinal aroma, smell the refreshing heart. Earth hidden pill, its name will know its role. Xianyang peak of the martial arts cultivators most like, impact on the earth hidden realm. If you take a earth hidden pill, the chances of advancement will be in more than 80%. As for the other 2%, depends on chance. Zhao Yun closed his eyes and glanced at Zhuge Xiandao. This old man wanted the earth hidden pill. Some sort of desire that he could vaguely capture. Right, Zhuge Xiandao was previously at the earth hidden realm, downgraded to the Xianyang realm, and is now at the peak of the Xianyang realm. Under the premise of having the Gong method, if he takes another earth hidden Dan, the possibility of his returning to the earth hidden realm will be a nail in the coffin. I'm afraid it's difficult. Zhao Yun muttered in a small voice. The moon god has informed that the martial arts cultivators present who want the earth hidden Dan can be not a few. Want to auction to the earth hidden Dan cannot be that easy. In his opinion, without a 100,000 taels of silver, even the threshold cannot enter. Naturally, if Zhuge Xiandao had money, it would be a different story. However, looking at Zhuge Xiandao's stifled demeanor, it was clear that the silver was not enough. Just waiting for you. The eyes of too many people looking at the earth hidden Dan were scorching hot, all of them at the peak of Xianyang. Earth hidden pill, starting at 30,000 taels, every time the price increases. 50,000. Without waiting for Huang Yan to finish his sentence, someone else made a bid and added 20,000 in one breath. Chapter 103, well, the merit is complete. 60,000. The old man offers $70,000. This Dan, I am determined to win. $70,000 and you want the earth hidden pill? I'll ing outshine you by 10,000. You rest too. 100,000. Bidding is not generally fierce. Just 3 or 5 instantaneous. 2 lines of the earth hidden Dan. It soared to 100,000 taels. Just say it. Previously one honest and peaceful. Original is to hold big move it? A pill. Fried out too many tycoons. Zhao Yun scared his tongue as he watched. 2 lines of Dan are so expensive. No wonder the alchemist will become the meat and potatoes. The royal family in the heavenly zone is not stupid. More than 80% of the alchemist have been caged, straight into the private sector. More than the unimpressive, which is also the reason for the scarcity of pills. Rare things are precious. Today is a good example. Crazy, all crazy. The purple-haired child sighed and said that, but he did not forget to look at Zhao Yun. Not blowing, at the moment even pit god down, also seems to have no hang, in order to hide the Dan. Are anxious to fire. What a pit god, what a playwright. All go to his mother. 1,100,000. Zhuge Xiandao struck out, a sentence to kill a piece, and this price, but also all his family's treasure. After all, alone, no family strong support, really want to fight with the family hard, he is still far from it. 120,000. Another person, is the Wang family's head of the family, that is, Wang Yang's father, is also the peak of the Xianyang realm, but also to the bottleneck, in urgent need of the earth hidden Dan breakthrough. At that price, the room fell quite flat and silent. Too many people secretly sigh, not that they don't want to shoot, but they are shy. Come on, smash him. The fat old man took a stack of silver checks. It had to be $20,000 to $30,000. I borrowed it from you and will have to pay it back someday. The purple-haired child also contributed silver, usually not very reliable, but at the critical moment, it is still very righteous. That's all. Qi Yan carried the money bag. The silver is but 10,000 taels. The heart is here. 150,000. With external help, Zhuge Xiandao instantly came to his senses. Not enough. Zhao Yun gently shook his head. According to the bottom line given by the moon god, without a 200,000, not to shoot away the earth hidden Dan, even if he has the intention to help Zhuge Xiandao, may not be able to take down the earth hidden Dan. The presence of the landlord is too much. 160,000. As he expected, the Wang family increased the price again. Only, it is from the mouth of Wang Yang, hidden in the first layer. Obviously want a fish in troubled waters, only because his father is in the open. And there are a lot of rival families. There will certainly be a family out to make trouble. Hey, Zhuge Xian Dao let out a sigh. Maximum limit. Can't rush up. This old man, very self-conscious. The earth-hidden Dan did not shoot. Red yen they borrowed silver, but very consciously tucked away. Apparently not to return the momentum. Have some face. The purple-haired child's forehead darkened. Little brat. No big deal. Zhuge Xian Dao righteously said. Money, it's gone when you say it's gone. Qi Yan let out a sigh. Self-contained. Go back and discuss it. The fat old man stroked his beard. Still he was calm. The so-called go back to discuss is to use fists to solve. This is the most direct. Return the money okay, if not, beat you a ghost, but also to rob all your silver. 170,000. After Wang Yang, an unknown elder killed up. 180,000. Wang Yang said faintly, the top wind is on. Add 10,000, and beat that old generation down. 1900,000. The blocker is still there, also from the first level, with a wide-eyed look. It was none other than the steward of the Lu family, Lu Shiwan. Seeing this, Zhao Yun sat upright. He wasn't sure if Lu Shiwan wanted it or if Lu Tsunkong authorized it. It doesn't matter. Something important that must be bled before you send someone to assassinate me. 200,000. Wang Yang let out a cold snort. 210,000. Lu Shiwan's words were ghostly. In Zhao Yun's opinion, if he really wanted to compare his financial strength with the Lu family, the Wang family was still far from it. For a moment, he was rather tempted to announce the identity of the duo, forgetting that the ancient city knew that the Lu family and the Wang family had the strongest relationship. If they knew that the bidders were the strongest buddies, it would have been hilarious. The Wang family has been abashed, and 200,000 is the bottom line. Look at the Wang family head of the face, is not generally ugly, quite have the urge to curse the mother. In order to this auction, in order to this earth-hidden Dan, he did not know how long to prepare, do not know how much silver mobilized privately, but still not enough to look at. At the moment, quite would like to know who the other party is. Too damn add to the blockage. $211,000. May there be an increase. Huan Yen opened his mouth, looked around the four directions, and also glanced at the second and third floors. For a long time, no one raised the price. Steady. Lu Tsunkong straightened his waist and stroked his beard comfortably. Neither the price increase. 220,000. Zhao Yin moved, a faint phrase that resounded throughout the entire room. The pit god has finally struck. The whole room collectively looked back. Careful calculation. That has been silent for a long time. If not for his voice, almost forgot the corner. There is also a pit god? Here comes the silver. Huan Yin times come to the spirit. Pit god is not willing to be lonely. This fellow Daoist, old man has no grudge against you, right? Lu Shiwan let out a cold snort, and a fierce light was already visible in his eyes. What a thing to say. Since it's a bidding process, the highest bidder gets it. Zhao Yun's words are not salty. Sending someone to assassinate me, you call that no grudge? I haven't settled my score with you yet. How dare you find me first to interrogate? Even if it is Lu Tsunkong authorized you to bid, I also dislike it, so that the Zhao family's dignity is swept to the ground, time and time again to suppress, but also want the earth-hidden Dan? You have to pay the price in blood. Damn. Lu Tsunkong cold snort, the last moment of the smile of the cozy. This moment, the face of the iron green, but also in the eyes of the ferocious light revealed. The potion is almost in hand, but someone out to mess, or that let people hate the teeth of the pit god, inviting you to mess with you. You run out of the ing rap mess. 250,000. Lu Shiwan droned. 300,000. Lu Shiwan's great vigor. Zhao Yun is not a wimp, and the pit is you. Hiss. The scene more cold air sound. See, if you want the price to go up, you still need the pit god to make a move. And this is the second $300,000 since the auction started. You're awesome. Zhuge Xian Dao let out a dry cough. The money that he had tucked away, covered more tightly, compared to Zhao Yun's 300,000, his 100,000 or so, obviously not quite enough. Ryu Shiwan was in trouble. Lu Tsunkong gave him a bottom line of $300,000, which is the bottom line. He glanced at the third floor in a faintly unnoticeable moment. Lu Tsunkong did not say anything, but a look was the answer. 311,000. With the agreement of the family head, Lu Tsunkong added another 10,000. Well, meritocracy. Zhao Yun subsided, tucked his hand, and closed his eyes to sleep. The Lu family is big, but there is a limit. 300,000 is Lu Shiwan's bottom line. 311,000 is Lu Tsunkong's bottom line. Cannot be added. Check. check for me. Lu Tsungkong gritted his teeth and said, not only is the heart aches, the stomach also hurts, the liver also hurts, all over the body is ing pain. Spent 100,000 taels more. Does not hurt the strange? Lu Ruyu's pretty brows were slightly knitted, and her eyes, looking at Zhao Yun, also had a cold light. Zhao Yun knew she was watching and simply ignored it. Keep coming if you don't want to. In terms of vigor, it's still the pit god. 300,000 taels. Since the auction started, this is the highest price, isn't it? The second and third ranked prices are also from the pit gods. Slurping sounds filled the room. The pit god does not pit. A pit will be a big price. Nice work. The most enjoyable, still, is Yellowstone, an auction with many surprises. Why don't we go somewhere else? The purple-haired child let out a dry laugh, looked at the fat old man, also looked at Zhuge Xiandao. Just this moment of effort, God knows how many gazes he received. Looking at his body chilled, blame it on the fact that they are at the same table as the pit god, and the pit god has pitted so many people. How could he not arouse resentment? And after the auction, if they look for the pit god to settle the score, they may be able to piggyback on them. That's cool. Get your ass over there and squat. The fat old man casually pointed to one side. Look at you wimp out. The purple-haired kid was not impressed. If you damn well are also the first level of Xianyang, you will be even more wimpy than Lao Zi. You are the peak of the earth song. You are ing awesome. Buzz. As he was saying this, a sudden buzzing rumble was heard. Is on the stage. Another lot has been set up. Is a war halberd, inscribed with thunder runes. Halberd sound buzzing and moving. From time to time, there are thunder and lightning in the tearing. What a domineering weapon. The patron's eyes are glittering. The eyes of the venomous, since many can see that the halberd is extraordinary, by the special Xian iron casting. Moreover, is still particularly rare Xian iron. Should be the lightning has been refined. So far, the halberd is still tainted with the thunder breath. Thunder Sky War Halberd. Reserve price $20,000. Starting bid. Huang Yan no nonsense. Also lazy to introduce. No people understand. Do not know pretend to understand also line. This is a fierce weapon. If not attributes do not fit. He left himself. 21,000. The old man offers 40,000. 50,000. The halberd is extraordinary. The price since also rubbing upward. Bidding is in full swing. Shoot. The moon god said indifferently. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Yun dry cough. If early to be told, will certainly come again to a set of foreplay. This whole, the price has been on 50,000, but also shoot the wool witch, not so much silver. Shoot. Moonmouth language leisurely, she also just saw, halberd does not enter her eyes, but the halberd, but dying a trace of immortal power, in the silent state, spare her or nearly look away, both a trace of immortal power, that's not silver can be measured, pouring money also have to buy, really precious? Zhao Yun said tentatively, it can help you spiritually metamorphose into a martial soul, do you think it's a treasure? 80,000. Before Yushin finished speaking, Zhao Yun exempted himself and stood up, the move was very abrupt. A voice also howled domineering. Martial soul which, only the heavenly martial realm can metamorphose the martial soul. That is what kind of existence scare the old man. Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man glanced at Zhao Yun, while the purple-haired child was wiping the wine on his face. Just in the last moment, those two old things a mouthful of wine sprayed him in the face, but also blamed Zhao Yun, sitting properly, and a shock. Changing sets? When the pit god bidding will be noticed, the whole field of people more look back. The previous bidding, basically is the foreplay to do enough, after the drama to follow, this time halfway to kill out to do the drama. A little bit bizarre, the playwright attached to the person, may be in the fishing again. Zhao Yun didn't say anything and sat there peacefully again. This time, it really is not an act, perhaps too excited, so out of character. However, true or false, his series of moves, fell in the eyes of the patrons, not so much, very instinctively thought that he was preparing for the pit god's handiwork and acting skills, the presence of all are witnessed. $80,000, may there be an increase. Huang Yan let out a dry cough, and Zhao Yun's voice scared him as well. On the scene, serenity reigned. Want to raise the price, since there are, such as Wang Yang, such as Lu Shiwan, but also those previously pitted children of large families, all want to use silver to smash Zhao Yun, but no one dares to rush up. In case of the head, will be pitted cannot even lift their heads. The main thing is that the pit gods pit the set, so that people cannot be defended. Deal. Huang Yan hammered away, and frankly, couldn't see past Zhao Yun. Sure, say it earlier next time. Zhao Yun rubbed his brow, just 3 or 5 instantaneous breaths short. This would cost tens of thousands more. The silver he brought with him was not enough. He could only make do with explosive charms and speedwalking charms. However, Remembering the martial soul, this was all a non-issue. Chapter 104, 3 Stripes Lifespan Pill. The Thunder Sky Battle Halberd was removed and the auction continued. This lot is a scepter. Not an ordinary scepter with which spells can be cast. Older generation to see. Simply close the eyes. Obviously not much to see the side road. Spells are gorgeous, but the attack on the almost meaning, far less than the fists to the real. With this thing with people to do battle. Playing auxiliary okay, once the people close, waiting to be beaten on the line. The reserve price is $10,000. Start the auction. Huang Yen yawned. 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. Not all people have a high eye, want the scepter, or not a few people, mainly that scepter. No matter where to look at the high, carved with a unicorn totem, and also inlaid beads, the whole body flowing colorful. Such an object is by no means an idle thing. Looking good doesn't always work. Zhuge Xiandao said faintly, put his hand on that snooze, before closing his eyes, but also glanced at Zhao Yun. This pit god seems to be a lot of peace and quiet. There's no money. This would be Zhao Yun's response on that scepter. Also a little interested. If there is free money, most likely will shoot down the research study. Nowadays, well, take a look at it. The enemy is not bidding. He will not make a move. The auction of the scepter lasted not long before it came to an end. Price, not too high, not too low. 60,000 taels was auctioned off by the young master of a family. Subsequent auctions were held in a lively atmosphere. Auction well, not only hot, but also very disturbing, shouting quite a lot of people, cursing since there are also many people, most of them hide their identity, but also have to fight over the mouth. The sons of the great clans have been known to strike from time to time, and Zhao Yun is also god out of nowhere. Whenever there is a big family children, there will be his figure, a pitta accurate. Of course, here said the big family children, all have a grudge, either group beat him, or last night bombed the soldier's store, such as Yuan Hao and Han Ming that number. Dozens of games were played, and many sons of great clans were pitted. At the moment, they are just piling up and cursing at each other. Each look fierce, eyes evil glare, gnashing teeth looking at Zhao Yun. You a stick, don't let me catch you, pit you to death. Wishes are nice, reality is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Counting on the pit gods? There's no such thing, but all with Zhao Yun strokes. None of the winners, there is no most miserable, only more miserable, time and time again, once more than once lost embarrassment. God knows how many silver was pitched. The pit gods don't seem to treat the great clan very well. You just saw it? When the great clan strikes, he strikes, and it's obviously very purposeful. 2 words, comfort. Patrons are also spectators. Every pit god pit people. There will be a big show, can be more exciting than the auction. See the big clan one by one nesting and cursing. It's extraordinarily smooth, and then let you arrogant and domineering. See, be dry it. This one, what a god. The purple-haired child grinned and sked. Looking at Zhao Yun's eyes, there has been worship and awe. So many times pit people, no one misses, grasping just the right amount, which is not good to grasp, not paying attention, will be folded into their own, a blatant pit. The fat old man stroked his beard, also sighing. For that matter, there are still some people who don't believe in evil, such as the gang of children from the big clans, who are not very convinced after being pitched, and always want to find the pit god to practice on. When you're done, you have all the silver in your pocket to pay for tuition. We have a divine hang. We are not afraid of anyone. Zhao Yun sat on the board, had known the bottom line, not to mention a bunch of little brats, even if the Tianwu realm came, but also the pit. The moon god is not a pose. Gotta give someone a big red envelope. Huang Yan a word of caution. The scene of the most joyful. It is him. Every auction, there will be commission, because Zhao Yun, he earned at least a few tens of thousands of taels. Forget the ancient city, so many auctions, belong to this time the most forceful. But it's a good thing. Look at the gang of big family children. Was pit by the pit, spit blood, fainting, by the pit god a person, killed a Yuanchi greatly injured, not yet to the end, has been defeated first. The pocket of silver, really not much. Well, go on. The little black fat man a stagger. This auction are over. Also do not see the yellow rock on the other baby, mortar and pestle on the stage stroking beard. Stroking on stroking, but also stroking that kind of meaningful. I do not know in the shelves of that searching for what. Huan Yan let out a dry cough and gestured to the side. Immediately, there is a boy on the stage, hands holding a side of the jade box, quite cautious, even walking carefully. Look at that behavior, as if afraid of falling in the hands of the jade box. It can be seen that the jade box of things is a precious object. Since the auction to this, the first time to see him so solemn. It must be a potion. Nyo Boom Nose shrugged. Although the jade box is sealed, He can smell the faint aroma of medicine, like the fragrance of fruit, like the wine aroma mellow. Smell, all body spirit refreshed, such as a wisp of warm and cool springs, wandering in the spleen and lungs, for a long time not to be dispersed. He could smell it, and quite a few of the dog's talents smelled it too. Huan Yan took over the jade box, first sold the secret, and then, before gently opened the jade box, there are light overflowing. There is a Dan fragrance, but also the surging of raw spiritual power. Sniffing the presence of the people are bright eyes. It was a green-colored Dan. The lifespan Dan, to be precise, is a 3-grain lifespan Dan. As the name suggests, is to supplement the lifespan of the elixir. The potency is extremely pure. Whether it is the old generation of juniors, or mortal martial arts cultivator, food will be added to 10 years of longevity. Then the fruit of the spirit of life, I do not know how much stronger. The fruit of the spirit of life continues to life depends on the character of the people, but the lifespan Dan is indeed 10 years. The ancestors have long tried countless times. There will be no falsehoods. After living for half 100 years, I finally got to see the 3 stripes Dan. It must be expensive. A single life spirit fruit is that expensive. Not to mention the 3 stripes lifespan pill. If you don't have the money, don't rush up there, lest you take a hit. Discussions are quite a lot, especially the old guys. Look at the eyes of the lifespan Dan. The light is hot. The breath is a little sharp asthma, and even more, still licking their lips. A lifespan Dan, better than all the delicacies in the world. There's really no comparison between a 2nd stripe and a 3rd stripe. Zhao Yan murmured softly, also eyes glittering, long so big, is also the first time to see the 3 lines of Dan. Previously Yang Xiong had gifted a longevity Dan, but it is the 2 lines of, the same as a life supplement. The difference is 1 stripe. The medicinal power is incomparable, such as the 3 lines of the Dan. The chances of alchemists who stray into the folklore to refine it are almost zero. Not to mention the alchemy, but the alchemy materials. It is extremely difficult to find. Even if you can find it, you may not be able to refine it. This is also the reason why the 3 stripes Dan is extremely rare, and has basically been monopolized by the royal family and the heavenly sect, to be put into the private sector to amass wealth for military needs when the time is right. I won't say much about the ability of this Dan, so I'll start the auction. Huan Yan said leisurely. How much is the reserve price? No reserve price. Huan Yan laughed. 100,000. The words fell, then heard a faint word, although the sound is not high, but resounded through the auction house. Indeed, there is no reserve price is not very different, such as these pills, in the folk, belongs to the heavenly price of the object. Looking at the bidder again, it was an old man whose face could not be seen. There is no need to ask. There is not much life left, and ate the fruit of life, and then eat useless. Only have to wrestle 3 lines of life Dan. Although I know that there is not much hope, but always have to try. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. As expected, there was little hope, and after the old man, the price soared. The bidders were In Sol and Lin Xie, the 2 table of good friends, or a lightly shaken fan, a quiet tea, shouting price or shouting flat, but listen to the presence of people's small heart thumping. Their family, they have a gold mine, don't they? 100,000 and 100,000 plus. If it wasn't for the great clans, the ghosts wouldn't believe it. We're out of luck. The sound of sighing and slurring filled the room. In Sol and Lin Xie instantly became the focus of attention. Not a sound is already, a sound which is amazing. This price alone will kill a large area, except for the big clan. Who will compete with great vigor? Zhao Yun also sighs. Rich is the bottom. Shouting prices are shouted as if nothing happened. Learn. Fat old man speculated the hand, but also glanced at the 3rd floor. Looking at the children of large families, look at these 2 bidding. A mouth plus 100, 0002, are calm and peaceful, and then look at you, one by one, such as eating gunpowder, a little bit of bad, open-mouthed cursing, the same as a big family. The difference between the nature of how so big Lu underestimate you, In Sol fade, is to say to Lin evil. He thought he would be big enough bold. Do not think that the table with this is also the family has a gold mountain of the Lord, 500,000 tops on the wind. You're welcome. Lin Xie smiled. It won't work without a lot of vigor. His family is waiting for this potion to save their lives. There are no more days to live. Money is nothing. There is no more to earn. But the 3 lines of the lifespan of the Dan is rare, not easy to come across. There is no reason to let go. Damn. Too many sons of great clans, all with scarlet eyes, also wanted the 3 stripes longevity pill. But since they were cleaned up all the way by the pit god, their pockets were too shy and they were no longer capable of competing for the title. Young lord, wake up. It's time for the 3rd lifespan Dan. There was quite a lot of this kind of talk in the 3rd floor elegant room. All of them were elders from various clans. All of them were resting there calling out to their own young masters. It's embarrassing to scream and not even wake up. Right, people who pretend to be asleep usually can't be woken up, such as Yen Kong and other talents. The silver is gone, so what's the use of calling me sincere to give me more trouble? That's why it's better to pretend to be asleep. Out of sight, out of mind. $500,000, may there be an increase. Huang Yan let out a whisper, and glanced at Zhao Yun in a slightly unnoticeable manner. The implication of the eyes is obvious. It's still obvious, why don't you raise the price even higher? No money. Zhao Yun returned the look. People forest evil and I have no grudges, and also helped. Pit him no reason he is the pit is not false, but there is also professional ethics. There is a head of the wrongdoer, only pit those who do not long for the eyes, such as Yen Kong that number, but there's still an upcharge. Huang Yan let out a dry cough, since Zhao Yun closed his eyes, looking at his own soul. The eyes of the moral is also very obvious. Add, continue to add, use silver to smash your table, add your sister, Een Soul's demeanor, a good indication of the 3 words, my family's silver, not a gale, 500,000 taels, the heart is still very painful. Hey! Huang Yan let out a sigh in his heart and sealed the deal with a hammer blow, the 3-stripe lifespan pill. Phew! Lin Xia ruthlessly breathed a sigh of relief, during which, he also did not forget to look at Zhao Yun in the corner. Thanks to that pit god did not participate, otherwise, 500,000 taels will never be able to take. We have a work ethic. Zhao Yun glanced sideways and returned a bright smile. Chapter 105, the grand finale. This bidding came and went quickly. Withdrawing the 3 stripes lifespan pill, the boy held another jade box onto the stage. Or the potion. It was a tacit agreement shared by the patrons in the room. Indeed, it was pills, with a strong medicinal fragrance that wafted throughout the venue. 3-stripe martial soul pill? It's it, the grand finale elixir. It's extraordinary. The auction house is big and bold. As soon as the elixir was revealed, the scene was hot. Or the gang of old guys, each bright eyes, perhaps watching too fascinated, and even sent to the mouth of the wine, are fixed in mid-air. A moment later, are licking their lips, but also in the hard swallowing. Not to brag, it's more exciting than seeing a beautiful woman with no clothes on. I'm more excited than seeing a beautiful woman with no clothes on. Good stuff, Zhao Yun murmured softly. Those who had never heard of the martial soul pill would know its ability by looking at its name. This kind of dan was the favorite of the Peak of the Earth store. Rumor had it that if a Peak Earth hidden martial cultivator ate a martial soul pill, he would have the chance to spiritually metamorphose into a martial soul, which was equivalent to having 1 foot. Having stepped into the heavenly martial realm, with the Peak Earth hidden cultivation, it can fully be called the quasi-heavenly realm. Such examples are not unheard of. Since the beginning of the Xia dynasty, the Peak of the Earth will be out of the martial soul, or a large number of people, of which more than 90%, have used the martial soul of the Dan. See the significance of the existence of this Dan, the true fusion out of the martial soul, then ask Ding Tianwu realm. The opportunity will be a lot bigger. However, this is not absolute. There were also many Peak Earth Sangs who had eaten the martial soul pill and had not condensed their martial souls. So, it also depends on chance. Great stuff. On their sides, the fat old man and Zhuge Xiandao both had hot eyes. You two just don't think about it. Purple hair children speculate hand. The potion is good, but also have to have silver to fight only, such as Zhuge Xiandao. Even a ground hidden Dan cannot fight, let alone the martial spirit Dan. In his view, not a 300,002. Even the threshold cannot enter, not a 500,000 too. Also cannot shoot the martial spirit Dan. He guessed correctly. The truth, and that was exactly what happened, was that the moon god had informed that this Dan would be incredibly expensive. 3-stripe martial soul pill. No reserve price. Starting bid. Huang Yan's words rang out, pulling back the curtain on the bidding of this Dan. 100,000. Auction. There is no lack of big bold person. A breath will be added to 100,000. Is the old generation undoubtedly, the body masked black robe, cannot see through the real face, can be sure that he is the Peak of the Earth Tibetan, want to use the martial spirit Dan, take a chance, 100,000 and you want the martial soul pill? The sound of laughter, the second geocache peek out, but also rich lord, but also enough large sums of money, directly to the top of the 200,000 tails, finished, but also to the first geocache peak. Through a provocative look, the two looked at each other across the air, tit for tat. I do not know whether to see each other is very upset, or rubbed out the sparks of love. Looked at so, there will be a murderous spirit overflowing, quite on the spot to start the momentum. Well, the little black fat man let out a staccato. The killing gas is too cold, too many people have suffered. The face is instantly white, and he, too, is one of them, nearly into internal injuries. 2 of you, looking for death. Huang Yin said lightly, although the cultivation is not high, but the existence of the significance of both the host of this auction, that here, is his biggest, dare to look for stimulation, even if the peak of the ground hidden, but also out of this auction pavilion. If you can't, you'll pull the army in and slip it in. In this point, forget the ancient city Lord Yang Xiong, is unconditional cooperation, into the forget the ancient city, not afraid of the prick, want to drink tea, go to the city lord's mansion not to mention, his words worked, the two Jizo realms, who were ready to start the fight, collectively wimped out and settled down. 300,000. The small episode in the past, the big clan shot, passed from the third floor, and was not pitted by Zhao Yun, and also did not have a grudge with Zhao Yun, which avoided a robbery. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. The bidding for the martial soul pill was a competition between the great clans, each with great wealth. Looking at the venue, most people were covering their chests. A big clan is a big clan. Every time there is a price increase, auctioneers are small heart, will follow the beating a little, just listen to the price. Feel dizzy, life have not seen so much money, if piled up, can be piled into a small mountain. Ahem, cough, just ready to fight the two old men, all a dry cough, how an embarrassment. 200,000 on the shelf there to fight the face red neck thick, not to reveal the killing machine. This seems like the time to throw in the towel, and the two of them, they were the bricks that, without looking, blew up a bunch of big dirtbags, 2 by 2. They're more like clowns who are done bouncing around and looking for a place to cool off. Hey, the older generations, who were ready to bid, each sighed and shook their heads. The big family dug hard, or very scary. Only this price is enough to shoot a large number of them. They are all small waves. Individual strength is strong, but with the family hard bar, is still far from it. 800,000. Ian's soul jumped out again and capped it with a single word, which was his bottom line. Now the great clan lay down, or rather, hunkered down again, saving their strength for the last lot. Underestimate you. This time, it was Lin Xie's turn to sigh. You're welcome. Ian's soul smiled. The auction of the 3 lines of lifespan Dan is only confusing. What he really wants is the martial soul Dan. 800,000 tales of power to suppress the group. It's not often that one is as polite as the two of them. Patron sigh, sitting at a table and not seeing people curse. If you publish the identities of both of you. Zhao Yun stroked his chin. This idea is quite strong. Really want to let Ian's soul and Lin Xie know each other's identity, then the auction will be lively. Cursing the matter of small, open arms to fight, that will hurt feelings, but there's still an upcharge. Huang Yan laughed, ignoring the first and second layers and only looking at the third. With a price of 800,000 taels, only the big clans had the ability to compete. Unfortunately, the previous pitted big clan, unable to compete, other big clan they're not competing, they're waiting for the last lot. So, deal. Yellow Rock hammered away, the last lot is up. Most people are sitting upright. Can cover over the martial spirit Dan into the finale of the thing? With the but think all know is very extraordinary. Absolutely is the elixir. Most people, also has guessed what is. Look at the boy, already holding the jade box on the stage. This time, most cautiously. Each step was taken with care for fear of falling. The jade box was placed on the table. Not seeing Huang Yan's words, that guy, is really moody, end of a cup of tea, is resting there blowing the tea leaves floating on the tea, leisurely manner, just like nothing. Yes, he's selling out, the last lot, that have to maintain a little mystery. In this way, pulling up the interest and desire of the auctioneer, which is the bidding, there is an unexpected effect. The old man has a curse to say, and I don't know if I should say it or not. The fat old man stroked his beard. A word of words, not only want a curse, there is the urge to hit you. There's a whole room full of people waiting for you to start shooting, and you're just talking nonsense. One such as this would have been killed long ago if he were outside the city. Zhuge Xiandao took a deep breath. Killing was light, had to be kicked into a pile. Why don't we dislike him? It's not good. We are all civilized people. We know how to be polite. What should I do? I want to send him to the palace. Huang Yin sells. The patrons are not idle. Blowing his beard and eyes, old face blackened, fist rubbing, privately, are greeting his 18 generations of ancestors. The atmosphere of this auction was quite cordial. Proly, let's hold a bellyful of fire. Action. It was a long time before I saw Huang Yin get up, rinse his mouth with tea, and when he was finished, he swallowed. The jade box opened. At the same time, the aroma of the elixir floated all over the attic. It was a silver-colored elixir, crystal clear and bright, with 3 elixir patterns on it, as if it was even more piercing than the sunlight. Gosh, heavenly martial pill? At that instant, I don't know how many people got up, especially the old guys at the peak of the earth's Tibet, scorching old eyes, almost on fire, each like a lack of oxygen. violently gasping for air. Desire blinded their minds. Quite a momentum to open robbery. It was no wonder that they were so, simply because the heavenly martial pill was too significant. If the martial soul pill might be able to help the peak of the earth hidden soul come out of the martial soul, then this heavenly martial pill will hopefully help the peak of the earth hidden soul to ask for the heavenly martial realm, in exchange for any old man. Will be crazy, right? Great vigor. Fruit is great vigor. The forgotten ancient city's auction truly surprised old me. Is this even for sale? Slurps became a chorus of voices that swept across the room, and too many hearts, pounding. Just look. The fat old man gave a dry cough. Just look. Zhuge Xian Dao also let out a dry cough. Just look. The same dry cough. There is Zhao Yun, a martial spirit Dan, are auctioned out 800,000, let alone Tianwu Dan. If the auction does not 1 million, he inverted to eat, even if he is this pit god on the battlefield, but also cannot suppress the scene of the Tianwu Dan which, the four sides of the surprised sound, but not annihilated, but more and more hot fire, a face red, such as drinking on the head. Tianwu Dan is too precious, a small pill, may be on the top of the peak. To know, this land, can ask the tripod that level, only a few, once out of that step, even if the heavenly clan and the royal family, also have to be afraid of 3 times, completely in the great summer horizontal walk. How wobbly that compulsion should be. No reserve, starting bid. Yellowrock gave a resounding bang, and from the auction to this point, it was the most dominating, 100,000. When the words fell, the bidding was heard, and it lived up to its name and spread from the 3rd floor. Been waiting for you a long time. Zhao Yun sneered and glanced at the far corner of the 3rd floor. That is the elegant room of the Dark Knight clan. Can look at a feminine-looking youth, is reclining on the reclining couch, is leisurely turning the trigger finger on the thumb, the corner of the mouth is slightly curved, smiling playfully, eyes, from time to time, there is also a smudge of ghostly light flashes. He was Huadu, the young lord of the Darkness clan. Last night, the one who went to blow up the Zhao family soldiers' store also had his share. He thought it was well hidden. He thought he was fast, but it was hard to escape the moon god's prying eyes. The reason why I said that I waited for him for a long time is because that guy has never participated in any of the lots since the auction started, and is also Zhao Yun's enemy, the only son of a great clan who has not yet been pitted, and now he is killing out of nowhere, obviously aspiring to win the Tianwu Dan. In that case, how could the pit gods leave him in peace? Hello to me and everyone. You make me uncomfortable. Then old me, I have to disgust you too. Chapter 106, the family has a mine, $100,000, may there be an increase. Huang Yan's words rang out all over the room, nothing more than irritating the big clans. There is no one else who can fight. Huadu Yui laughed, still as teasing as ever. His side, put an abacus, which participate in the bidding, which was pitched silver, a sum of money. Remember clearly, the hands of each family left how much money. There are also about the estimate, most of the injured bones, many of the vitality of the great injury. He was different. Auctioned to this point, he has never participated in any of the bidding. The silver has not moved in the slightest. The financial strength is not ordinary strong. Hibernation so far. For the Tianwu Dan, fight a bunch of crippled soldiers and he will be alone. At that thought, he glanced at Zhao Yun. It was that pit god who crippled the major clans, and he had Zhao Yun to thank for it. $100,000. Is there a bidding increase? Huang Yan's eyebrows jumped straight up as his words resounded through the room once more. Tianwu Dan which? How precious. Only 100,000 taels. How I'll lay down. Should not be sell it. This would be the unanimous answer of the great clan. Let you whet our appetites again, and we'll have to make fun of you for once. It's not about keeping the mystery alive. You, then, just wait there. We're in no hurry. Soothing. The patrons laughed with joy. The first time I felt that the big clan this cute, but also the first time I saw the big clan this unity. It should be shabu shabu Huang Yan old man, and then let you sell. What a bunch of little brats. They know a lot. Look at Huang Yan. The old face is not much clear. There are black lines running around. Know that the big clan in the cell, which is obviously posed to him to see. 2ing disturbing. Naturally, the great clan symbolizes more than that. In Zhao Yun's opinion, the clans were mostly searching for what price to offer in order to hit the ground running in one breath. After all, it's the last lot. It's really time to put your family's best foot forward, and it's all on hold. 200,000. After all, after Huadu, Lin Xia was the first to raise his sign, although he knew there was no hope, but he had to try. 300,000. The third bidder, even the fat old man, caused Zhuge Xiandao they all side eyes, especially Zhuge Xiandao. The old face is somewhat black. You still hide the silver? Low profile. The fat old man stroked his beard with a meaningful look. Who doesn't have some family money? I am the peak of the earth song. Bite your teeth. 300,000 is still there. Tianwu Dan which? What if we get it? 400,000. After the fat old man, the price was increased by another 100,000, and the bidder was actually Qing Yao. 500,000. In Seoul top win child on. Si Lin Xie a sigh of relief. Your girl's money quite a lot of it. You're welcome. 600,000. In Seoul couldn't stand up either, and was crushed by Yulan's one bite price. 700,000. 800,000. 900,000. The price of the orchid, but also cannot be capped. The third floor of the big clan of each top of the tycoon. Silver are not 10,000,000 to add up, is into 100,000 to turn up. Every time the shouting price, are listening to the patron's little heart thumping. There are gold mines all over the house. You think the big clan is called for nothing? Let's just take a look. Don't think too much. It's useless to think. Just wait. Without $1 million, you can't shoot. The grand finale is a treasure, and the fruit is astounding. Sai Tsk tongue sound quite a lot. Previously coveted Tianwu Dan old generation are wilted. Silver is there, but not enough big clan stuff teeth. A big wave over. No one can stand steady. In the end, this is a battle between the great clans and the great clans. There was no way around it. A heavenly martial pill with 3 lines was too significant. Damn. The great clans that had been pitted earlier were mostly gnashing their teeth. They were also supposed to be one of the main characters in the final Armageddon, but the god of the pit, he crippled them early. Nowadays, one can only be a spectator. Thinking of this, they also glanced at Zhao Yun. Each of their faces were hideous. If it wasn't for him, how could they be so miserable, to the point where they weren't even qualified to participate? Check for me. Too many yaoer. There were these words ringing out. At all costs, we must find out Zhao Yun's identity. No matter who it is, they will have to bear the wrath of the great clans. 1 million. Amidst the murmurs, Wardo smiled slyly as he wrapped it up. Don't say, he this 1 million, really put all the big clans, collective beat down. As he said, no one can compete with him for financial resources anymore. 1 million of them, it would make a mountain. The little fat black man grinned and sked, never having seen so much silver. Not only him, there were never 5 people present who had seen that much silver. That's the price. Too many old guys took a deep breath and no one had the wherewithal to go any further up the ladder. This impotent demeanor is truly pleasing to the eye. The corner of Huadu's mouth, again lifted up a touch of playful arc, being on the 3rd floor, playfully looking at the whole scene, just like a king, overlooking the subjects. This kind of feeling of being on top is also really wonderful to the extreme. $1 million, may there be an increase. Huang Yan faintly let out a cry, such as 800,000 auction away the martial spirit Dan. 1 million Tianwu Dan, also in his mind estimated price, afraid that no one has the financial strength to hardbar. Indeed, there was silence, since no one has raised the price. Then, bigger him by 1,000. Without waiting for Huang Yan to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhao Yun. Whoa, forgot about the pit gods. The whole scene collectively looked back. The previous fight hot fire, just like forgetting the corner. There is a playwright it? He's been at peace for so long, but he's just waiting for the Tianwu Dan. Here it comes, the main event. Too many people were sitting upright, their eyes glittering, already poised for the big show. That's a pit god. Since the opening of the auction, all the bids he participated in, a pit, never missed, disliking even 1 million. The pit god fruit is a great boldness. That's also an old guy, maybe, or a peak earth Zen master. In that case, it's justifiable to ask for the heavenly martial pill. That's hard to say. It's not guaranteed to be another pit stop, as is his wont. Huadu wants the heavenly martial pill. He'll have to bleed a lot to get it. There were whispers, one after another, and the whole room was full of theatergoers. Dislike him. Huang Yan didn't have anything on the surface, and his heart was extremely exuberant. Honestly, he looks at Huadu as not very cool, mainly because of the price. If he can lift up again, then his commission will be exponentially upward. Told you, the pit god is not to be trifled with. That drama queen in the corner always kills it when it counts. Zhao Yun sat steadily, as if nothing had happened. He's calm and collected, and a couple of the people at the table, their eyes aren't quite so normal. Does he really have that much money? Including Zhuge Xiandao. They were all muttering, thinking it was a pit god, but in the end, it was a big tycoon. 1 million taels. What kind of amount is that? I don't have any money. Zhao Yun tucked his hand, without words. Who said that no silver cannot be pitched? He has a god level hanging. Know the bottom line of Huadu. Do not wave a hand. Sorry for the old ancestors. Looking at Wardo, the phantom smile has dissipated and has become somber. Just now, I was still grateful to Zhao Yun, but now I'm greeting him. At this moment, but in greeting his 18 generations of children ancestor. A million also to rush up. Pit people are so dedicated? Besides, I invited you to mess with you. Zhao Yun let out a sneer in his heart. There is a price to pay for blowing up my family's soldier store. Young Lord Darkness, may I still raise the price? It was only after the silence that Huang Yan looked at the elegant room where Huadu was. Plus, 1,100,000. Huadu let out a cold snort. 2 million, Zhao Yun said indifferently. Put. Cough. Cough. It didn't matter what he said. The whole room collectively sprayed their drinks. I don't know how many people choked. I don't know how many people were sprayed in the face. At this moment, even the children of the great clans who pretended to be asleep woke up without screaming. This is obviously a big show. The old man didn't hear right. $2 million? Raising $900,000 in one breath. The pit god is trying to pit toward death. No, I have to go bye-bye. The scene was like an exploding pot. Slurping, shocked, and staggering sounds melted into one. And some people actually got up and put their hands together as if they were worshipping Buddha. Bowing to Zhao Yun in the corner. It's a lot of words. Huang Yan mouth corners straight pull. No, Zhao Yun restless. Actually do not know that goods this kind of big shot. A 2 million. Shouting his mind dizzy. Since the auction pavilion in the forgettable ancient city foothold. This is he. Heard the most hanging most domineering sentence. Has refreshed the auction pavilion record. Over here. Zhao Yun wiped his face as if nothing had happened. His 2 million. Too scary. A few talents at the same table. Were also shocked. Was sprayed in the same instant of the drink. And are sprayed towards his face. Aiming is really not generally accurate. God. This is a god. A few people tsk tongue. Look at Zhao Yun's eyes have changed. Has confused Zhao Yun. Is really want to Tianwu Dan. Or run to pit people to go. Even to pit people? You this sub-pole is too big. Really want to pit people? The pit is him. Zhao Yun cursed in his heart. Cursed since Huadu. Can hide the first day. Can hide the 15th? Earlier hibernation. Not involved in bidding. I cannot catch you. The last lot. I caught it. I think. This is good. A hand toward the end of the death pit. But also save the trouble. You tricked me? Huadu bellowed. This price are out. Not on the head is strange. Then a pair of deep eyes. Carved out a line of blood. The eyes stained scarlet. Look at the face. Is no longer a face. Ferocious and tyrannical. It's a bidding war. The highest bidder gets it. Zhao Yun spoke flatly. Yelling at me? It's no good yelling at me. I suspect he doesn't have that much silver and is deliberately messing with me. Huadu grunted coldly. And the one he looked toward was Huang Yan. Then what does young Lord Darkness want? Huang Yan glanced at Huadu and, check his money bag. Huadu coldly said, if there are no 2 million taels of silver, then it is a trick, and it is wantonly disturbing the rules. What does this fellow Taoist mean? Huang Yan tucked his hand and looked at Zhao Yun. Since it is possible. Zhao Yun laughed, but old me has one condition. But there's no harm in saying it. As long as he abandons the auction for the heavenly martial pill, the old man will hand over $2 million on the spot. Zhao Yun said leisurely. The god of the pit. Not only is he a drama queen, he's got a good brain too. If you say watch it, I'm not going to mix with you anymore. Mostly, there's no money. All the silver in his body, adding up to just over $100,000. In that case, it's going to take some brain power. To an outsider, he's taking a gamble that Waldorf won't abandon the shoot. If you don't abandon the camera, you won't see the truth. But, that bastard was running towards the heavenly martial pill, so how could he give it up so easily? As far as Zhao Yun was concerned, this was no gamble. I knew the bottom line of Huadu. 2 million has not yet reached the bottom line. How could I abandon the auction? I have to say, he hit the nail directly on the head with this condition. This, too, was taught by the moon god. God well, it is not just to see, will be the set. Then Huadu walk more than the road, and the gods fight. Pit not dead your girl, my mother is not called Shior. Chapter 107, The Wasted Water Leads to the East. With Zhao Yun's words, the entire room fell silent. Too many people rubbing their chins and too many people stroking their beards. That's an offer that's not excessive. Have not yet finished shooting. Want to see people money bag. Face how this big Lou. You say look. This if spread out. People old timers still mixed not mixed. Besides, the auction doesn't have that rule. There was a constant murmur of comment, not only on the drama but also on the reasoning. If you want to see it, you can. You abstain from shooting. People have said, if you give up the auction, you will take out 2 million on the spot. The truth will come to light. There is no as the matter of others. No, if not, do not need to say, the auction house will find him to liquidate. At least, today is not to go. What about the meaning of the dark young lord? Huang Yan's words were leisurely, and he looked at the elegant room where Huadu was. Want to see it? It's easy, you abstain from shooting. Wardo gritted his teeth and, for such a moment, had quite an impulse, abandon the shot. He was certain that Zhao Yun didn't have that much silver. In that case, the auction house will surely get that bastard killed. However, certainty to certainty, not sure. If that guy really have 2 million, he gave up. Is not a big loss. That is the Tianwu Dan witch. Young master, money is nothing. The Dark Knight Elder's busy panic was pitched on the pit. Shot to the Tianwu Dan most important. The patriarch is still waiting for it. Impact Tianwu realm it? If you can really enter the Tianwu realm, not 2 million silver can be measured. Weigh the pros and cons of the good. As for the pit god, save the reckoning for later. I would not understand? Huadu let out a cold snort. He was unconvinced. Who would be willing to be pitched? $2 million? May there be an increase. Huang Yan faintly said, but there is no time to wait for Huadu. Love to shoot. 2,000,001. Huadu gritted his teeth and said, this sentence is from the teeth out of the avalanche. The demeanor has been sufficiently hideous. Since the cultivation of the road, he Huadu has never eaten such a big loss, knowing that the pit, but also have to harden their heads to the charge. It's like this. It's yours. Zhao Yun was sprightly and abandoned the shot on the spot, having gone to the bottom of the line. Awesome. This is a pit of $900,000? The pit god's Dao is not low. Look, the highest price in the house. Or from the hand of the pit gods. Do you think he really has 2 million? Heaven knows. It doesn't matter if there is or isn't. The heavenly martial pill has been sold. Sighs and TSKS filled the room again. Zhao Yun is still the object of attention. Look at his eyes. Are in awe. So far do not know. Zhao Yun why pinpointed so precise. Really know each other's bottom line? If that's true, it's horrible. Congratulations to Brother Hua. Happy to receive a heavenly martial pill. Every time this time of year, there is a group of talented people who send their blessings en masse. Without a word, Wardo swept his eyes. At this instant, he rather wanted to laugh. It was fine for others to taunt. Han Ming, Yan Kong, Yuan Hao, where did you guys get the face to talk about me? Told you. What the hell? A few people are also tough enough. Earlier you taunted us. We also have to go through the mouth. Are being pitched. The silver is gone. But also what face? Congratulations to Brother Hua. Happy to receive a heavenly martial pill. Since it is the highest price in the house, the blessing is given one more time. Damn. Huadu's eyes were not the usual scarlet. From start to finish, he was a spectator, and it was a real eye-opener to see more people get screwed. Unbelievably, he did not escape his fate. Proly, he was the biggest laughingstock in the room. Check for me. Huadu grimly said that all of them were victimized by the pit god, and that once they were found out, they would not rest until they were dead. Sent this time. Huadu fossilized. Pitted people are fossilized. On the Huang Yan is smiling, not to mention the other. Say this last one. The commission. Enough for him to eat for a long time. This, all thanks to the pit gods. Fellow Daoist, are you free? Looking for a place to have a cup? The fat old man stroked his beard and said to Zhao Yun since he had to learn his skill of pitting people, such as this kind of Taoist skill, which can never be practiced in a day or two. Good point. Zhao Yun returned casually, and when he returned to the soldier's store, he drank a few more cups. Those who have won the lot, take their own silver and go to the back room to get their treasures. Huang Yan's words rang out across the room. It signaled that the triennial Forgotten Ancient City auction had completely come to a close. Good show. Break it up. The patrons rose. The phrase good show is apt. This auction, the treasure to see a lot, and the most eye-catching, or pit god a series of operations, on this matter, can blow several hundred years? Gone. Many had already gone to the back room, taking their treasures and slipping away. Gone. It's up to you to get the shot of the baby, and it's up to you to get home safely with the baby. After the auction, there will be a bloodbath. This time will not be an exception. Life expectancy Dan, martial spirit Dan, Tianwu Dan, any one of them, are enough to make people crazy. Shoot not nothing, can snatch over the line. Zhao Yun did not leave, still resting there quietly drinking tea. He had to line up at the end of the line. There is no way. The silver is not enough. You have to take the charm to make up for it. This matter cannot be known. It will expose the identity. Give me a break. Too many people were showing fierce glares at him, such as Yan Kong, and also Huadu, gritting his teeth, and had long since ordered down that no matter what, he would find out where the pit god came from, and once he did, he would be prepared to bear the wrath of the great clans. We'll go first. Fat old man, Zhuge Xian Dao, Qi Yan and purple-haired children, legs and feet are numb. Know that the pit god messed with too many people, cannot get too close to him, which if the big clan retaliation up, may piggyback on them, who let them be the same table Lu. It's not just them. Anyone present, deliberately kept a distance from him, only far back to look at him in awe. Quite a look at him. That goods. Perhaps martial arts cultivation is not high, but this pit of Taoism is truly shocking. Gotta thank the pit gods for treating us to a great show. Most of them were not yet finished, and they are still dizzy, especially the 2 million, like a burst of thunder in the world, ringing in their respective ears. Go home. Under the attention of all the people, Zhao Yun finally got up and stretched his back fiercely. It coincided with the Wang family head coming down to the second floor. The bastard then got on board and winked at the Wang family head from a long distance away. This small action was clearly seen by those who were secretly watching him. The whole thing is so mysterious. This bridge, anyone who looks at it, will not think that Zhao Yun and the Wang family master have an unspoken relationship. Perhaps they are a gang. Well, it wasn't just Zhao Yun who was being watched by millions of people. Adding another Wang family head. This operation is the legendary Scourge of the East. This is also taught by the moon god. You don't have to make it too obvious. A small gesture is good. As it turns out, this little gesture can be a big deal. In that instant, the Wang family master felt countless icy cold eyes shooting at him. Eyes fierce and tyrannical, like a person who saw his father's murderer and enemy, and his anger was sky high. Damn! The Wang family lord coldly grunted. This damn is obviously a pitfall for him. The pit is you. Zhao Yun didn't have anything on the surface, but there was a cold scolding in his heart. And then, he winked at the Wang family and sent a charming little look. The implication is obvious. We are good brothers. Finish a drink. When he was done, he turned and walked away. The trouble is not without reason. And then let Wang Yang count me. And then let you Wang family suppress my Zhao family. How many years? Finally out of a mouthful of stifled air. Gentleman revenge. 10 years is not too late. He finally waited. Behind them, too many people were staring at the Wang family lord. Guys, I don't really recognize him. Wang family mastered busy panic. This pot he does not back. A coincidence will be extinguished. Blame only. Zhao Yun messed with too many people, and 90% of the big clan. No one responded to him, and the demeanor meant everything. No more sophistry. Indeed, because of Zhao Yun a look, the Wang family jumped into the Yellow River cannot be washed, but also blamed the crowd of big families, are on fire, in urgent need of finding a person to vent, cannot find Zhao Yun's identity, to find out the accomplices will also be fine. Someone has to bear the wrath of the fire. Coincidentally, there was one on the scene. Yes or no? It doesn't matter. It's just you. Naturally, it won't be done here. With a goal in mind, it's a fine line that will be cleaned up later. Wang Liao, you have guts. Lu Tsongkong passed by, his face turning blue, a cold snort mixed with endless anger. Really don't recognize it. The lord of the Wang family was speechless. Unfortunately, it's no use. They're all sure it's him, so it's no use saying anything. When Zhao Yun arrived at the back hall, it was largely deserted. Seeing him, Huang Yan numbly got up, a smiling face. To help the auction pavilion earn so much money, to help him earn so much commission, but not to be well entertained? There is such a picture of Taoism. If not a few brushes, ghosts do not believe it. People such as these should never be messed with. Otherwise, every time there is an auction, the god of the pit will come and mess up the business. Fellow Daoist surplus, the Inferno Lion Beast Fire, and the Thunder Sky Battle Halberd. Huang Yan laughed. The 3 things that Zhao Yun shot this time have been packed up and finished. Aha! Zhao Yun let out a soft hum and casually handed over the money pouch. Fruit is an open man. Huang Yan, since you are not polite, busy panic to take, not a small amount, on the spot inventory. However, after ripping open the money bag, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In the money bag, in addition to silver tickets, there was actually a thick pile of speedy traveling talismans. This, Huang Yan let out a dry cough. He understands the moral. Silver is not enough, the charm to make up for it, but he was puzzled as to where he got so many speedwalking talismans. Also, this guy is really empty-handed. No money at all. That's scary. No money and he's still poking his head in. He's not afraid of being planted? No fear. Zhao Yun is light-hearted. My family's sure, but she is a god. Dare I ask your name? Huang Yan collected the money bag and tentatively looked at Zhao Yun. The name? It's just a marker, Zhao Yun faintly said, whisking his sleeve to collect the 3 objects, his timbre still as pale as ever. So, no more questions. See you later. Zhao Yun waved his hand and turned around and walked away. A sentence, see you later, quite a deep meaning that I will come back to the next auction, and if there are those who are not long-sighted, they will continue to pit. When he left, there was one more person in the back room. It is a white-haired old man, immortal style, Qi Yun Tan Cheng. It is the auction pavilion's pavilion master. The world called it, the old Shenkong, the true value of the peak of the earth song, master of the court. Huang Yan took Zhao Yun's money bag and handed it over. So many speedwalkers. The old Shenkong stroked his beard, wise old eyes, full of deep meaning. Speed walking talisman is also like the explosive talisman. Its drawing method, folk is not. This is a secret. Few people know. This alone proves that the pit god is not simple. Have sent someone to check. Huan Yan whispered. Remember your words and deeds, and never provoke him. Understood. Chapter 108, Poking and Prodding. The ancient city of forgetfulness at night is bustling with smoke and fire. Tonight, it was especially lively. The auction that lasted for one day, finally came to an end. The people who came out from the auction pavilion, all flooded into the street. But it was not only the flow of people, there were also legends. This auction, it really wasn't for nothing. What? There's a big baby for sale? There's been a lot of babies since, but the one with the shakiest pussy is the pit god. Pit god? You didn't see it. A pit god cleaned up the children of the big clans. The last lot froze to $2 million by him. $2 million? Holy, the great clan is also miserable enough. Thousands of miles to come over. The Moonwatch Tower was bombed. The city lord's mansion was slaughtered. And the auction pavilion was pitted. The average person can't top this blow. If you pretend too much, you will always be struck by lightning. The streets and alleys, tea stalls and restaurants, are more than the sound of discussion. There are always three or two nagging feet on the bench, hands and feet, spraying spittle flying all over the sky. Around, there are always so many listeners. Listen to the eyes glittering. The most talked about thing is the pit god. So far, no one knows his identity. Only know that Goods is a real playwright. Acting is a movie star level. Where he shot will be hand to hand. God knows how many people were pit. God knows how many people pile up to curse the king's house. When it comes to the pit god, it will unconsciously piggyback on the Wang family. Most people, for the most part, had decided that the pit god and the Wang family were in cahoots. At this moment, many people have already gone to Wang's house for tea. Only the Wang family knew that it was the god of the pit who had deliberately pitted them for the sake of the scourge. Don't want to hear about the king's family. Move on to the pit god. So this drink, today? Just talk, just drink, and I'll pay for your damn drinks. That said, pit god, the city of forgetfulness under the moon is bustling with extraordinary activity. Sure, we're on fire. Zhao Yun had already left the auction pavilion, masked in a black robe, and was leisurely walking down the street, which was bustling with people and shadows. And wherever he went, he could hear the name of the pit god. How to say it? He was embarrassed to hear it. At this moment, if he uncovered his black robe, the noisy street would be even more lively. Watch your back. The lunar god lay comfortably on the moon, lying down all day, really tired. I understand. Zhao Yun smiled. Since leaving the auction pavilion, there were people following him in the dark. Some of the city's clans, some of the auction pavilion. Naturally, the most numerous were still the major clans. And the city lord's mansion, not knowing where it heard the news, also sent people to follow. They all wanted to see what he was all about. If it wasn't for the fact that private fights were forbidden in the city. Otherwise, it would have been a ing rush. Turning the corner ahead, he entered a street. In the darkness, there was an extreme amount of whooshing wind, and dozens of black shadows scurried in. Where are the people? People are coming in, but there is no sign of Zhao Yun, as if he disappeared out of thin air. Damn, the old men of the great clans, gnashing their teeth. How the hell can they lose them? Witty me. Zhao Yun reappeared, has faded out of the black robe, has been restored to the dignity, even pressed on the false arm, was also broken down, not tightly walking in the street, ears, or pit god's legend, and, even, he forgot the ancient city of celebrities, no one to preach, are too lazy to take care of him. Apparently, the pit gods have overshadowed him. It was so good that he was happy to be free. When he passed by Wang's house, he glanced at it from a distance. That silhouette, there were so many of them. More than 80% of them were the elders of the major clans. The beauty of it is, come and have some tea. By the way, find the head of the Wang family again and cut through the ideals of life. The Lu family's residence was also lively enough. The auction has come to an end. The sons and daughters of the great clans have all run to propose marriage. Basically not empty-handed, such as Yen Kong, carrying a drop of Xiaxian immortal clothes. In order to shoot this thing, Bai Zhaoyan pitched a dozen good tens of thousands of dollars. It's up to each of them as to who gets to hold the beauty. In response, Zhao Yun didn't care in the slightest. Who it was had nothing to do with him. Sure, the Thunder Sky Battle Halberd was brought. How to spiritually metamorphose a martial soul. Zhao Yun laughed, his eyes shining brightly. The war halberd has a prohibition, and today's you can't awaken that trace of immortal power. The moon god leisurely said, wait for a thunderstorm day and borrow the thunder that falls from the sky to activate the immortal power. I have heavenly thunder. Your cultivation level is too low, suppressing the power of the heavenly thunder. Understood. Zhao Yun smiled and quickened his pace, and then back to the soldier's store. Not yet into the back garden. Will hear the small black fat man's ruckus, said Since also the auction, since the pit god, listening to a group of guards froze. When I walked into the back garden, the bastard was squirting away. Lu Mang, the old Sun leader, Yang de Wuer, Zhuge Xian Dao they, basically, were present, sitting under the old tree, eating watermelon, stoned melon seeds, there is a small fortune hunter, is holding the money bag, resting there counting silver. I say, where have you been? Seeing Zhao Yun back, the little black fat man came running upside down and dragged Zhao Yun over as well, and after that, continued to spray, and added oil and vinegar to the sky. Come on, drink. Zhao Yun quite understand things, carry a wine pot. Zhuge Xian Dao them a person handed out of the auction pavilion said good, take the time to have a good drink, it is only that the people do not know his identity. $2 million, it's not blowing, one by one, the children of the great clans don't even dare to fart. Fatty, over, don't blow it too hard, stop it, I say it's all true, rest on one side, don't interrupt. Cow Boom was carrying a jug of wine, still resting there and spraying. Loyal listeners, full of garden are, not to mention the guards, even the fat old man and Zhuge Xian Dao they, but also sit in peace, although see with their own eyes, but still want to listen to another time. The little black fat man is willing to speak, they are willing to listen, but also listen to the taste, and from time to time, will also be inserted into the mouth, show the sense of existence. I say, why aren't you surprised? The purple-haired kid poked Zhao Yun, who acted like nothing was wrong. It has been listened to properly all the way through before coming here. Zhao Yun coughed dryly and pulled a random excuse, really not wanting to hit the crowd. Honestly, the pit god's acting skills are a match for yours. Zhuge Xian Dao sighed. At the auction, he was the one closest to Zhao Yun, and once that guy was possessed by the playwright, his 6 relatives were really not on par with the young master of the Zhao family. From what I hear, you've shot a lot of treasure, Zhao Yun said meaningfully. I forgot if you didn't tell me. Come here. Zhuge Xian Dao casually threw the wine pot and pulled Zhao Yun back to his room. At the auction, he did have a harvest, which was a essence stand. How could Zhao Yun not know? But also afraid that this old guy forgot. Specially reminded a bit. With an elixir to collect, Zhao Yun was happy. Gong Fa well. Since not stingy, Su is happy today. Right, so many strokes, however, is still incomplete. See Zhuge Xian Dao old face in dim black. Any more potions? Look for me. Roll. Got it. Zhao Yun grinned and rolled away numbly with the elixir in his pocket. The night, gradually deepening. Go to the Wang family tea. There are still a lot of people. The night simply live. Some people pass by, but also can hear inside the sound of cursing. Very noisy. The people who went to the Lu family to propose marriage also went back to their respective homes. The Lu family has not given a clear answer. There are too many people proposing marriage. There is always a choice. This still depends on Lu Ruyue's meaning. The noisy street was thinning out. All is silent. It was a dark night, but outside the forgotten city was bustling, with occasional rumblings. Listening to the commotion, there should be a big fight, and it's a group fight. There is no way. There are too many treasures out of the auction. There are always so many that are targeted. In the forgettable ancient city dare not make a move out of the city gates, since it will be staged to kill the bridge. As for whether it can be snatched, but also depends on their respective douching. Soldier shop. Zhao Yun has locked the door to his room, has stood at the head of the bed, in the use of true essence to Lu Ruxin nourishing body, but wherever he is, this is the daily must do. For a certain moment, the creature looked around. When he was done, he looked at Luna again. Seeing it sleeping quietly, he only stretched out his fingers, secretly poked Lu Ruxin's jade peak, one after another, gently poking, 2 eyes also round. It's mostly curiosity, long so big, or the first time to touch the woman this part. When with Lu Ruyue or lovers, even the mouth has not kissed, let alone that. It feels amazing and bouncy when you poke it that way, soft or not. The moon god leered and spoke without even opening his eyes. Her words scared Zhao Yun a jolt. Dizzy panicked to close his hand, really like a thief, caught on the spot, cannot help but panic. The playwright as he was, his face reddened considerably. Soft, Zhao Yun let out a dry cough, during which he glanced at the moon god. Aren't you asleep? Scare me in the middle of the night. Besides, this is my daughter-in-law. What's wrong with me touching her? I didn't say I wouldn't let you touch it. The moon god did not say anything. The demeanor represents everything. Just touch. And also sneaky. How to look like a thief. The kind of thief. You're shameless on weekdays. But when it comes to the moment of truth, how can you still be a wimp? Zhao Yun didn't think it was a good idea. He was caught in the act and was really embarrassed to touch it again. It was unnatural to have someone staring at him at all times. How awkward would it be to go to bed one day? He turned and tiptoed out of the room. I have to say. It still feels good in the hand. Pokes and bounces. The door to the room closed, but Lu Ruxin slowly opened her eyes. As usual, she did not sleep. Her little face flushed in the moonlight. The next room, Zhao Yun was already sitting on his knees, the crimson beast fire hanging in his left hand and the inferno lion beast fire hanging in his right hand. His mind silently reciting the great desolate inferno technique, causing the two fires to slowly intermingle. There are fire melting spells that still go well. Only, a red, a gold, even melted out of the black beast fire. He did not know this beast fire color is to what judgment, but this new black beast fire, than the previous red beast fire, overbearing much, black flames, burning air or slightly see distortion. Nice, Zhao Yun hemmed and hawed, hanging in his palm, looking up and down, and only then into the body. In conjunction with the heavenly thunder, coupled with the marrow cleansing and easy tendon technique and the Taichu heavenly thunder technique, fiercely quenched the body, and suddenly felt a great spirit. After that, there was the Buddhist robe. In front of the candlelight, Zhao Yun hugged the robe and turned it over and over. Arrived, did not see the end of this robe. In addition to the fabric and workmanship can be called the best of the best. The other well, there's nothing special about it. For this, he spent a full 100,000 taels to get the shot. Burn it, Moon God said faintly. Burned? Zhao Yun raised his eyebrows. Where's the ing 100,000 taels? Oh crap. Chapter 109 Challenge of the Great Clan. Burn burn burn. Zhao Yun listened to the Moon God's words and sacrificed beast fire to wrap the robe. The fabric of the surplice is, indeed, exotic, overbearing as the pitch-black beast fire. It had not even set it ablaze for a while. It looks like it not only wards off evil spirits, but also protects against fire? It took a quarter of an hour to ignite. Under his eyes, the robe inch by inch into ashes. Every inch burned. The goods will be a heartache. 3,000 or 5,000 taels would be fine. This ing 100,000 which, in order to shoot it, all the family's treasures have been piled up. The robe burns out, but one thing remains. It is a swastika, flooded with golden light, bright radiance. The robe burned away, but it hangs in mid-air. At first glance is very ordinary. A closer look, only to realize that it is extraordinary. Vaguely, it seems to be able to hear the subtle sound of the Taoist, such as the ancient sacred music. Let him mind trance. This is the word transported heaven. The Moon God said leisurely. Transported armor heavenly character? Zhao Yun scratched his head with a curious expression. What kind of origin? The transported armor heavenly characters come from the transported armor heavenly book, and by collecting all the transported armor heavenly characters, one can conjure up the transported armor heavenly book. An ancient rumor has it that the heavenly book can see the past, present, and future. The Moon God leisurely said. Unfortunately, from ancient times to the present day, including the 10,000 paths desolate God, no one has ever collected all of them, and even more so, no one has actually seen the transported armor heavenly book. Sounds evil, Zhao Yun said dully. The recluse swastika, engraved on the sword, will be of great use in the future. Understood. Without asking any more questions, Zhao Yun pulled the swastika and carved it into the long yuan sword. Buzz. With this word engraved into it, the dragon abyss sword let out a humming sound. At this moment, the entire body of the sword are covered with a layer of light golden glory. There is a dragon breath lingering. There is even a faint dragon roar resounded, more extraordinary than before. It really is arcane. Zhao Yun's eyes gleamed as he sacrificed heavenly thunder and beast fire, wrapping the dragon abyss sword, quenching it with beast fire, and polishing it with heavenly thunder, so that the sword and the word heavenly were completely fused into one. The beauty of it all, the shape of the dragon abyss. It has been so long. The dragon abyss is still slightly clumsy, cast by the meteorite iron in the sky, extremely hard, very difficult to polish. So far, have not seen this sword was sharpened, and he, basically, smashed people with it. Don't say, using it to smash people, it is still very good. The same level of martial arts cultivators, few can carry it. The meteorite iron is heavy, and the dragon abyss is also heavy, extremely overbearing. Putting away his sword, he fetched the line for drawing charms. Explosive talisman tuned a lot, speed charm are gone, have made up the difference in silver. Life-saving spells well. I'll have to prepare more of them when I have time. The next day, it was just after dawn when the legend of the pit gods was heard. Do not think of monastic nagging, there are everywhere. Every tea stalls and wine shops, there will always be one. Resting overnight, refreshing, and then pile up to rest their open spray. Zhao Yun, go out of the city and fight. Before long, a loud, howling, domineering cry was heard. The roar came from the city gates. A closer look. It is the Blood Eagle clan young master Yen Kong. Yesterday's auction was Pit of Blood. Is he? Cannot find Pit God. That finds someone to spread the fire. Zhao family's Zhao Yun is quite suitable. The moon tower was bombed by the wimpy things. He can remember it all? The city may not fight. That have to find a field outside the city back. I told you, it won't end well. It's strange to be willing to make trouble at the Moonwatch Tower and be invited to tea by the city lord. Zhao Yun is afraid he won't go. Yan Kong is at the peak of true spirit. Zhao Yun is at the second level of true spirit. A difference of 7 small realms? And Zhao Yun is still one-armed. This kind of situation. Little cutie. Only then will he go. It's not easy to say. Zhao Yun is not simple. There was quite a lot of talk in the early morning on the streets of forgotten ancient city. Even the legend of the pit god was silenced by the matter. At that moment, there were already people leaving the city. From afar, one can see a huge blood eagle, soaring in the air, and Yan Kong, standing on the back of the blood eagle, condescending, is overlooking the forgotten ancient city, can be described as full of force. This is the blood eagle. I've grown up so much, but this is the first time I've seen such a flying type of mount. The Blood Eagle clan. It is true to its name. Too many people climbed the city wall, on this, but also have to look up. Compared to Yan Kong, the world on the Blood Eagle, more interested in, wings spread, there must be 3 or 5 feet, and the eagle's eyes are quite sharp, ferocious like closed eyes. The body, there is also the fury wrapped around the body. A look no, domestication of such flying spirit beasts, fed or living things, so that's stained with a rather thick blood. Just look at it, it's extra bluffing. Zhao Yun, go out of the city and fight. See onlookers quite a lot. Yan Kong again roar, a drink clanging, some kind of force, has been gradually complete. Look at the top of its head, but also seems to be more of a circle of light. Since I came to forget the ancient city, I've been holding back everywhere. Today, then he has to find a good field back, but also let the Lu family see. The old man is very hanging, said to seek Zhao Yun liquidation, is nothing more than want to show performance again. The Lu family is happy, the guaranteed consent. So, the merit is complete. He was not the only one who wanted to settle the score with Zhao Yun, such as Han Ming, such as Yuan Hao, such as the children of the pitted great clans. Basically all were present. Only, having been robbed by that Yan Kong guy, they had to wait a little longer. They weren't the only ones who came. There were a lot of familiar faces. Naturally not missing Lin Evil, is carrying a wine pot, leaning on the city wall drinking, wearing or that kind of sloppy, hanging, debauchery. He should be so many big clan children. The only one did not go to the marriage proposal. Not much to see the Lu family, but also not much to see Lu Ruyue. Then will not go there to join in the fun. Not far away, Yin Sol was also there. That guy, more than anything else, was staring at Lin Xie, rather wanting to find him for another fight. The sons and daughters of this city have come since. Can see Wang Yang. The face is not very good. Pit god wave of woe to the east. The whole of his Wang family was caught off guard. Just last night, the Wang family really said all the good words. His heart, since there is a stifled gas, quite want to find someone to diarrhea fire gas. It's disturbing that there's even an after show. Forget the old man also came. Tucked in his hand pestle board square, is to see the play. Or rather, the lord of the city sent him, knowing that Zhao Yun is a disciple of the royal family. So far, are still not aware of how much caddy Zhao Yun has. The royal family trained disciples, should have a few brushes. Mo Lei, Xinyao dressed as a man, hidden in a corner of the crowd, is resting there muttering. No, Zhao Yun is very capable of fighting, but Yan Kong is not compared to Han Ming. Martial arts cultivation is one level higher. The combat power is a lot higher, and Zhao Yun is a one-armed, and Yan Kong has a flying blood eagle. Once the war begins, Zhao Yun is a living target. Also dressed as a man, was Yulan. That's right, she hasn't left yet. The mission explained above is to assassinate Zhao Yun of the Zhao family, which has not yet been accomplished, and so far she hasn't found an opportunity to do so, and she came to watch the battle this time, just because she wants to look at Zhao Yun's underpinnings, so that she can make a good start in the future. Look, Ruyue Lu is here. I don't know who said something that drew all eyes to one side of the citadel. She's the pride and joy of the world. She's in the limelight everywhere she goes. Today, since there is no exception, standing on top of the city wall, cold and indifferent, like a cloud fairy, unique, holy and lonely. Let a person look at the mind intoxicated. Young lord, are you sure you don't want to consider it? The Tianyang clan's elders, again, were chattering away at Lin Xia. No electricity. Lin Xia poured a mouthful of wine. Although the age is not big, to see people still very accurate, such as Lu Ruyue's nature. These days, he has seen very thorough. The paths are different, not the same. He doesn't come to the electricity. The other children of the big clans, they are extra hot, especially Yan Kong. See Lu Ruyue, tons come to the spirit, standing on the blood eagle. waist plate straight and thief straight, the opportunity to perform well. This time, must pretend to be successful. Zhao Yun, go out of the city and fight. Yen Kong the stormy drink, not only exuberant, but also very righteous, so that people do not feel that he thought that this battle is to do justice to heaven, but also very consciously put himself, placed in the moral supremacy, to put it bluntly, on behalf of justice. An arrow from this direction will bring down that big bird. Well, it can't be stewed in one pot. The old man thought it would taste better grilled, with extra cumin and chile. I'm hungry to hear you say that. Zhuge Xian Dao, the fat old man, Qi Yan and the purple-haired child have also come, as well as the little black fat man and the little fortune hunter, who have also gone up to the city wall and are piling on the bull ********. If they came, how could Zhao Yun not come? The world is looking at. One-armed he has slowly walked out of the city gates. This battle is inevitable. Scold him Zhao Yun can. If even his Zhao family also piggyback, then we have to have a good chat. The identity of the martial arts cultivator has been announced. There is no that need to hide. He does not mess with things. Does not mean that he is afraid of things. Zhao family are fearless of a battle. Still coming. It's been pointed at my nose and called an ancestor. I'd come too if it were me. Isn't this a death wish? A man lives for one breath. Zhao Yun is a fierce lord. That I believe. Discussions in a row. Zhao Yun's arrival. Let the outside of the city more lively. More people out of the city. All know Zhao Yun is a martial arts cultivator. Most have not seen him really out of the hand. Naturally, look at the moon building was blown up. The gang is not included. Have seen Zhao Yun's stance. Really is not the general mystery. New grudges, old grudges, all at once. Yen Kong let out a cold laugh and came from the world, landing on the battle stage. Outside the city, there was a battle platform. This battle stage, especially built for Zhao Yun, hit a true spirit second level, lazy to use the blood eagle. On the stage, the same can beat it to tears. That's really thoughtful. When Zhao Yun saw this, he suddenly stopped and did not go up. What? Don't dare? Yen Kong smiled slyly, and the corner of his mouth even lifted up in a playful arc. You are at the peak of the true spirit and I am at the second level of the true spirit, so it's obviously not fair. Zhao Yun skimmed his lips. His brain was still good at critical moments. Even if you want to fight, it's a battle of the same rank. Seconds versus peaks. That was nothing to find excitement. He wasn't going to do it. I should have known you'd say that. The corner of Yen Kang's mouth curled up slightly, and with a casual charm, he carved it into his body. The tons, his aura plummeted. And then, it is the martial arts cultivation. From the peak all the way down to the second level, the moral is obvious, but also only to tell the world, I Blood Eagle clan, do not bully the scraps. Naturally, this was to show off his drive. I just have one arm, Zhao Yun said lightly, still not going up. Good point. Yen Kong laughed coldly, prepared enough to have a charm that sealed his left arm. In his opinion, a one-armed man of the same rank could suppress Zhao Yun just as easily. Got it. Zhao Yun finally got on stage and craned his neck viciously. Might as well add some color. Yen Kong looked at Zhao Yun with a smile. His eyes were quite provocative. It wasn't really challenging to clean up a second-level true spirit, so while he was performing, he could also get some trophies. Chapter 110 Zhao Yun vs Yen Kong. Might as well add some color. How to add? Zhao Yun also looked at Yen Kong with a smile. He also had the same idea, but he didn't realize that the other party had said first, to get some loot. This job he was happy to do. If I win, you will kowtow to me in front of the entire city and apologize. Yen Kong smiled in a theatrical and playful manner. In addition, your Zhao family's soldier store will belong to the Lu family. What if I win? Zhao Yun laughed. You win. This fruit goes to you. Yen Kong said, flicked his sleeve of fruit. It was yesterday in the auction. Auction to the living spirit fruit. The fruit aroma is rich and fragrant. Not good. So what do you mean? If I win, I'll want all the belongings you have on you. Zhao Yun said indifferently. Kid, you've got a big appetite. My family is poor, so I don't think young Lord Bloodhawk would object to earning some extra money. Feel free. The corner of Yen Kang's mouth curled up. He wins at everything he bets on, and in his mind, there's no reason for him to lose. Why don't you say it's a son from a big clan? The fruit is refreshing. Zhao Yun said, casually drew out the purple heavenly sword, but also to the sword ha breath. Finished, but also wiped on the body. Yen Kong casual, he is more casual, betting on what he does not matter, because no matter what to bet, Yen Kong are destined to lose. That bit of confidence, he still had. Being undefeated at the same level was his invincible belief, and no one was good enough. This is true even if there is only one arm left. Today, you will be scrapped. Yen Kong let out a cold smile. Exempted from moving, is flying backward, revitalized arm wave. A dozen sword chi shot over, stabbing the air are clanking. It's gorgeous. Zhao Yun faintly a sound, said the sword gas. At first glance is indeed very good looking. As for the power, it is not to be complimented. Non-trivial Yen Kong. Even his protective body true element cannot be broken. Water transportation, mud and water. But heard the Yen Kong quietly a word. The hands of the seal has been fixed. The light of the battlefield. The mud. The whole become mud. Suction and pulling force is not small. And even as the wind attacked Zhao Yun, feet step on the mud. The speed of the big drop. This was Yen Kang's true purpose. Earlier a dozen sword gas is nothing more than a front. Early to see Zhao Yun body law. That have to think of a method. Slow down its speed. This water to escape the mud and Zay will be very good to make, but also belongs to the side door. Is an auxiliary class of secret arts, but very practical. That's a lot. Zhao Yun sighed. It seemed that the Blood Eagle clan's young master was not brainless. Clank. In this instant, Yen Kong had already attacked, holding a silver sword. Attacking. It's still very powerful. Besides, this mud zephyr, which was sacrificed by him, had no speed limitation, and his stance was sufficiently tricky, so if it were an ordinary second level of the true spirit, he would be pierced through by a sword. Unfortunately, he's barking up the wrong tree. Zhao Yun was not of the normal true spirit realm, and before he could hit, he was easily avoided. Very good. Yen Kong sneered and flew sideways. Whoosh! Zhao Yun was like a shadow, and there was a sword shadow in the purple sky that clanged and moved. Pound! Dang! Pounds! Subsequently, it is the sound of metal collision. All one-armed, two-armed spell swordsmanship. Every time there is a collision, there will be a handful of sparks. Clanging sound endless. It's not hard to see that Yen Kong has completely lost the wind. He's not even close to being able to fight with a sword. Zhao Yun's sword skill of esoteric, treacherous and unpredictable. Look at a move. As if there are endless changes. The sword shadow is quite a lot, divided and combined. The sword sound is extremely piercing, and a sword is more than a sword domineering. All the way to fight Yen Kong cannot stand. How could it be? Yen Kong was appalled in his heart. He used the sword know-how, but the family's secret biography, in Daxia, is able to rank on the name. In Zhao Yun this, actually is everywhere constrained, and the other side of the sword, really weird, actually cannot find the slightest bloom. Fighting is also only 10 rounds. He was on the body of the sword marks Blood Gully, has been no less than dozens of, the young master of a small family. The cultivation level was only the second level of the true spirit. This cargo called Zhao Yun, where did he learn such a subtle sword technique? What an arcane sword technique. What Zhao Yun used, is definitely not the Zhao family sword technique. This kid, fruit is extraordinary. In front of the city gate, the silhouettes were unharmed. On the city wall, it was also a dark and heavy one. And there were quite a lot of astonished voices looking at the real thing. And even the old generation was praised by Zhao Yun's swordsmanship, which was marveled by the old generation. Heavenly Thunder sword technique? The fat old man let out a mutter and also looked sideways at Zhuge Xiandao. Zhuge Xiandao only laughed. Zhao Yun's sword stance. Indeed there is the shadow of his Heavenly Thunder sword technique. Only, it has long since not been the Heavenly Thunder sword technique. The young master of the Zhao family, his talent is not an ordinary demon. He has already created his own sword technique. Looking at that sword stance, it is obvious that there are people who have the connotation of the sword unity. Earlier on, the little fortune hunter was defeated in this way. Unexpectedly, when I saw you again a few days later, it was much more subtle. That's quite something. The purple-haired child sket his tongue and Shi Yen sighed. Truly an eye-opener. An apprentice from a royal family is really something. Forget the ancient old man smiled and stroked his beard. Not to mention other things. Let's just say that sword technique. The true spirit realm he has seen. There has never been anyone who can make it. Zhao Yun is the first. Good boy. A deep hide. Lin Xia poured a mouthful of strong wine and marveled at Zhao Yun's swordsmanship, while Lin Sol, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing this kind of bizarre sword move for the first time, no wonder you can't be killed. The Lu family steward was also there, gritting his teeth. Zhao Yun actually hid this deep, an unparalleled genius who carries the name of a wastrel? Qing Yao smiled softly. Second level of true spirit. Underestimated you. Yulan murmured. In her opinion, Zhao Yun's Daoxing, absolutely more than this, must hide more cards. As for the sword, but also just one of the many cards, even so, is enough Yen Kong difficult. That guy did not stand firm. Good Zhao Yun. Most of the children of the big families coldly smiled, the heart of many surprised. The children of the city family, but also eye-opening, such as Wang Yang, eyebrows have been tightly wrinkled. Today, if not personally see, how can believe? That is still forgetting the ancient waste? Obviously is the genius of the world. What have you been through all these times? Indifferent as Lu Ruyu, also pretty eyebrows slightly knitted, since that wedding to today. Not too long, Zhao Yun from the invalid repair to the second level of the true spirit, has shocked her. There are so many bursting talisman. As surprised. This time, she was surprised again. There was a moment when she looked lost. It should be the memory of Zhao Yun, came back, or that unprecedented genius, the same self-confidence, the same conviction, since she sought the light, that is endless potential, proud as her heavenly spirit body, are scorned. Wonderful, truly wonderful. According to this situation, Yen Kong is afraid to lose. He can't block the attack in the slightest. That's hard to say. This is true. Yen Kong has flying mounts, and that blood eagle is ferocious. Once in the sky, Zhao Yun is a living target. There was quite a lot of talk under the city walls, some sighing, some commenting on the battle. In most people's opinion, Zhao Yun had no chance of winning, because Yen Kong had a flying mount. Zhao Yun is unrivaled in the world. Beat Yen Kong into a dog. There was chatter and shouts of support. Nice small fat and small fortune. Very on the road. One person holding a small flag, pestle on the city wall, while shaking while shouting, is to Zhao Yun cheer. The voice is not the general flood. A black and white, just like has become a bright landscape. These two teasers. The purple-haired kid let out a dry cough, and they were the only ones in the room who stood out. Poof, poof, poof. While the shouting was hot off the field, it was extraordinarily bloody on the field. This bloody refers to Yen Kong. How a miserable word. Covered with blood gully quite a lot. Woeful has been Zhao Yun's sword law, playing the indistinguishable southeast and west and north. The brain is also buzzing. This is the old man is dried? Obviously, he's Ed. Moreover, it was Ed up pretty badly, fighting at the same level and losing. Damn. The faces of the Blood Eagle clan's elders were quite gloomy. Mostly, I underestimated Zhao Yun. His family's young master is not weak. Why did he get beaten up? Pust. Speaking, Yen Kong in blood. Was Zhao Yun a sword chopped over? If not for the bottom, most likely has been a sword raw split. Yen Kong still has a few points of the road. Good. Very good. Yen Kong staggered a step, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he laughed hideously. Zhao Yun did not say anything and came with his sword. The so-called water recluse Mud Zephyr has been broken by him. No speed limit. His pace, extremely arcane, step by step, although slow, but there are residual shadows behind him. So much so that the world is amazed once again. Sword skill is exquisite. The body method is also this treacherous. That bastard got what creation? Blow it up with an explosive charm. The little black fat man was staggering and more hyper than Zhao Yun. A popping charm is better than anything. If it works, would Zhao Yun not use it? The purple-haired child said leisurely. What do you mean? Yen Kong has a ban engraved on his body. The explosive talisman is ineffective against him. And this operation? The little fat black man raised an eyebrow. Nay, he had exhausted his sight, but he had not seen the end of it. The Blood Eagle clan also specializes in sideways. The depth of the many? The little fortune hunter said. I've suffered a big loss from the explosive talisman. How can Yen Kong be unprepared? Bull Boom seemed to understand. However, Zhao Yun on the door clear, as early as the moment he went on stage, has seen the end of the clues. Explosive talisman has a covered door. There is so a kind of side road, specializing in explosive talisman. If not so, early ing bombing the goods flying all over the sky. The eye of heaven is forbidden. However, Yen Kong was heard to let out a cold shout, and there was a strange light flickering in his eyes. The target is Zhao Yun. His heavenly eyes could not only cast illusions, but could also cast seals out of thin air. However, there is a price to pay. Zhao Yun's body was stagnant, always felt that there was a strange power, locking his body, and even the raised paws, were fixed in mid-air. Yen Kong the secret technique of the heavenly eye, like a fixation spell, except, it was cast with the eyes, without the need to form a seal. That's why Yen Kong is a master at playing assisted set. As for frontal hard work, that guy is still almost Taoist. Close combat is far worse. Move. Why don't you move? Yen Kong laughed harshly and came with his sword, his white teeth showing. Tired. Take a break. Zhao Yun said that the confining power of the heavens I could be much stronger than the fixation curse. Told you couldn't win. Yen Kong smiled morosely. Before the words fell, this guy has already a sword chop. See the sword power. Obviously want to kill. That's hard to say. Zhao Yun faint sound. The eye of heaven seal ban although strong, but cannot seal him. Before and after only 3 or 2 instant, will be forced to rush away, coinciding with the Yen Kong a sword chopping over. Was he instantly avoided? And then, the knot rewarded the Yen Kong a foot. The force of the kick was quite substantial. You deserve to die. Yen Kong was shocked and furious, so furious that he wanted to unlock the talisman that sealed his left arm in cultivation. However, the talisman had a time limit. Once carved, it could not be unlocked in a short period of time, which is ing disgusting. He was the one who underestimated Zhao Yun, and was caught off guard by the dryness of the situation. Even the Heaven's Eye seal was ineffective. That guy would be the second highest level of the true spirit? At that instant, an eagle's hiss filled the sky. The blood eagle hovering in the air, like a bloody light, swooped down from above. You shall be cut down. Yen Kong let out a bellowing cry and instantly leapt onto the blood eagle's spine. The blood eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Chapter 111 Blood Eagle controls the air. Come on, it's over. One in the sky, one on the ground. Zhao Yun is a living target. Blood eagles fly too high. Seeing Yen Kong soar into the sky, the spectators tilted their eyes in unison. The spreading wings of the bloody eagle, still piercing, like a bloody cloud, drifting around in the firmament. The hissing of the eagle resounds through the sky. The look of the spectators was mostly envious, wanting to have a flying mount as well. The bloodhawk is just fine. It's a bluff to look at. Zhao Yun also tilted his eyes. Yen Kong, although the brain is not good, but after all, belongs to a large family, or the young master. The bottom is there. That guy wants to go to heaven. He cannot stop. Zhao Yun, take your life. Yen Kang's violent shout had resounded in the air, having waved his sword and pointed it remotely downwards. At the same time, sword shadows poured from the sky, but cacophony of swords still stung. The main thing is the number of sword light, more than enough to make people's scalp numb, such as Ling Tian sword rain, Dao Dao flash cold light. Is the Blood Eagle tribe's secret sword array? There is the right to control the air, and then with the power of the sword array, can be said to complement each other? If not for the fact that he only has an arm can move, hit down the cannot be a sword array but a killing arrow, a single attack to exterminate the kind of arrows, so that it is a real perfect match. Clank! Zhao Yun held his sword and danced extremely well, defending against the dense wind. The distance, he had calculated it. It was a pity that the Blood Eagle flew too high and had exceeded the limits of his attack. Even the sword art could not reach it, and Yen Kong was also tricky enough to aim extremely well. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Yen Kong laughed fiercely and stuffed an elixir into his mouth as the sword shadows spread across the sky. Come on, it's still a living target. The indiscriminate attacking Ling Tian sword formation will consume Zhao Yun sooner or later. No air control is just this nasty. The spectators much sigh. On the battle stage, Yen Kong was hammered to lift his head. Up in the sky, that guy is not generally domineering, can fly or very powerful. So, steady. The Blood Eagle clan of the elders. More in stroking the beard. This is the advantage of the Blood Eagle clan. Cannot fight, can go to the sky. They attack effectively. The other party is not. Nowadays, this is a very good example. His young master was in the sky, and Zhao Yun was on the battlements, only defending. Wait, I'll lend you my mount, the little fortune hunter said, and was about to summon her family's white crane. There's no rush. Zhuge Xiandao stopped her with a smile. Also blocking the way were the fat old man, the purple-haired child, and Qi Yan, a rare and great opportunity. They wanted to see how many cards Zhao Yun had. Quack, quack, say the bottom card, and the bottom card comes, and the croak has sounded. It was Zhao Yun who cast the psychic spell. The mounts are well. He also has, do not look bad, but the golden-winged rock. He's actually psychic. Zhuge Xiandao raised his eyebrows for a moment, something he had not expected. Non that special bloodline that can also be psychic? The purple-haired child froze. Not absolutely, it all depends on the individual. The fat old man leisurely said, blame it on Zhao Yun, who is gifted, the lost art of psionics, the young master of the Zhao family. His methods are indeed strange. How it's done. Surprised sound rang full of the scene. Young children stunned. The old man old eyes deep, but also really underestimated Zhao Yun. Non that special bloodline. How to psychic. I say, that's a crow, isn't it? Well, a big crow can't be stewed in one pot. Why do you always want to eat? The watchers raised their eyes again, and the rock had spread its wings, and had also taken flight. What a mongrel bird. I'm a golden-winged rock. Below the discussion, Zhao Yun seems to hear, said, but also stroked the rock, such as a grandfather, touching their own grandchildren. That is called a doting. Can be compared with the divine beasts of the golden-winged rock, that have to cultivate a good relationship. It's all about pretending in the future. Quack, quack. The rock was quite cozy, croaking with merriment and excitement. The heart is in the same place, and it is intimate. Nice psionics. Yen Kong let out a sardonic laugh and, frankly, was quite surprised. However, there was only amazement. So what if you know psionics? With a large-sized crow, you're comparing yourself to me, the Blood Eagle? Ridiculous. He didn't attack, so he waited for Zhao Yun to come up. Now, it is a big scene, that has to show the world. Show some of his Blood Eagle clan's air rights. Come to an air battle, crippling Zhao Yun. It is very eye-catching. Looking at his mount, the Blood Eagle, he was even more disdainful. compared to its size. That stray bird is far worse, compared to its speed. That crow is also far from enough. If not for the master's stop, it would most likely have rushed down to tear it apart. That's interesting. Spectators have been tucked into the hand. The collective eye up. This is a competition. Playing. Our damn heaven. Air war is not common. Today open eyes. Quack, quack. The golden-winged rock hissed, and even though it knew it was inferior to the blood eagle, it had no fear. As a psychic beast, he and Zhao Yun shared the same mind. This point is Yen Kong and the blood eagle does not have. Zhao Yun war spirit is high. The rock, since also not a wimp, infected by the master's conviction, is also boiling blood. You die first, or it does. Yen Kong smiled slyly, teasing and playful. Not really looking at rock. Talk big. Watch out for flashing your back. Zhao Yun craned his neck fiercely. I'm a rock. Sharp-tongued. Yen Kong let out a cold shout and opened his attack on the spot. Blood eagle hissing, such as a blood light swooping. Speed is extremely fast, and comes with a hurricane. Not yet killed. Will feel the blood gas face to face, with tyrannical fury. Clang, clang. Zhao Yun choked with one hand, controlling two swords with one hand. The Dragon Abyss sword buzzed and the purple heavenly sword clanked, shooting out in the same instant. Swordsmanship? Too many people raise their eyebrows, which also seems to be lost. Only the Lu family steward Lu Shiwan. Face grimace. He is aware of Zhao Yun's imperial sword art. From where to learn. Sent the assassin. Was killed by its counter. The task is not completed, not to mention, but also be learned the law of the imperial sword. This business is too bad. Pound. Clang. When. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the air, and sparks exploded all over the sky. Looking up to see, the blood eagle and the rock were like two clouds, one red and one black, floating around in the air, roaming the sky, sometimes swooping, sometimes soaring. Look at the two mount owners. Yen Kong cast sword formation. Zhao Yun royal two swords, each other's offense and defense. Fight difficult to distinguish. It's not hard to see that Zhao Yun fell, or rather, it was his mount that was falling behind, not as fast as the blood eagle. How about having the royal sword technique? It's just as inadequate. Yen Kong laughed unscrupulously. Air-to-air combat. The blood eagle clan has never lost the wind. A black and unattractive miscellaneous hairy bird. Also dare to compete with the blood eagle? Zhao Yun was silent, ignoring Yen Kong. He looked at, from the beginning to the end is the blood eagle. Secretly thought, how to give its down. Shoot people first, shoot the horse. Not down the blood eagle. Yen Kong is a pose. Nay, the blood eagle was as fast as the wind. Too damn fast. Compared to the blood eagle that was put to death. It wasn't even on the same level as the blood eagle. The blood eagle clan controls the air, and it really lives up to its name. A raven, a blood eagle. Mounts are not supposed to be comparable. Zhao Yun is afraid to kneel. Too many old guys stroking their beards. Since I can see, fighting in the air. Zhao Yun fell down. Is his mount hairy bird, to not give strength? This if Yen Kong shot down, from so high in the sky smashed down, do not fall into a puddle of mud is strange. Zhao Yun is defeated. I don't know who staggered. No need for him to say. All looked to see that the rock took a sword light and fell from the air. In fact, it was not injured and dodged in time. Falling to a low altitude, the rock made another brilliant drift and soared into the sky. Scratch it for me. Yen Kong coldly grunted, waving his sword and pointing it remotely downwards as the blood eagle swooped down like a bloody light. Zhao Yun then faded and waved his hand with two talismans. It is a fast-traveling talisman, pasted on the left and right wings of the rock. Fast-traveling talisman. Not only can martial arts practitioners use, psychic beasts can also, even if the speed is not as good as the blood eagle. Then open a hang. I do not believe that you can be faster than the speed of the talisman. Whoosh! With the speed-walking talisman, the rock's speed soared, like a black shadow. Yen Kong froze, open and shut. The blood eagle also froze. A good mongrel bird, very nimble legs. The speed-walking talisman can still be used like this? Lin Xie, who was on the city wall, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Wasted. The fat old man scat his tongue. Two speedy traveling talismans. You loser. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. The little black fat man was quite hyper and howled with a voice that jolted people. Whoosh! As he expected, the rock flew up into the sky, all the way up into the clouds. Which goes? Yen Kong grimaced and chased all the way up. He was unconvinced. His blood eagle, the same unconvinced. You a mongrel bird, why do you fly higher than the old man? I not only fly high, but also fast. This time it was the response of the rock, and Zhao Yun's mind quickly adapted to the speedy traveling talisman. Or perhaps its potential is too counterintuitive. Even if it becomes ugly, it is still a rock. Even if the memory is blank, some kind of qualification is still there. The battle, in an instant, was reversed. With the crushing speed, the blood eagle was restrained at every turn. and the bloodlight continued to shine. I don't believe it. Yen Kong was again shaken with anger. The Blood Eagle clan controlled the air, and how had they ever been defeated? The Blood Eagle was equally unconvinced. Because of the disbelief, only extraordinarily exuberant, stirred up the potential ferocious, play life chase, and even, ignored the back of a person, scurrying too fast. Yen Kong a few times nearly fell, standing on the back. Stand cannot stand. Just say it. There's a turnaround. Old man, your Blood Eagle clan's aerial combat doesn't seem to work well anymore. Don't jump to conclusions before you've won or lost. Sighing sound again. Tisk tsk sound is also quite a lot. Earlier are not very optimistic about Zhao Yun, now into a one-sided. Look at the face of the Blood Eagle elders. Is no longer the face? Yen Kong disgrace is not a problem. He Blood Eagle clan. Also face loss. Kill for me. Yen Kang's howl of rage once again resounded through the heavens, tightly tugging the Blood Eagle towards the sky. I was afraid you wouldn't come. Zhao Yun let out a cold laugh, and under his sleeve, he scattered a piece of flying daggers. That's right, a piece. On each flying knife, there is an explosive talisman hanging. Explosive talisman is useless to Yen Kong, but useful to the Blood Eagle. Only need to blow up the guy disabled. What all good to say. There's an explosive talisman. Duck. Yen Kong was not stupid, and from afar, he saw the explosive talisman hanging on the flying dagger. The Blood Eagle would understand and wanted to spread its wings to avoid it. Nay, Zhao Yun had an even more tawdry maneuver. Each flying dagger was engraved with the royal sword rune. He could control the dragon abyss and the purple sky, since he could also control the flying daggers. Bloodhawk ducked, and the flying dagger turned a corner. You still have this operation? The Blood Eagle's ferocious eyes, tons tightened. The flying dagger has arrived. Can't be avoided. The unbelieving young master of the Yin family also had his eyes protruding, perhaps too angry, lost some kind of wisdom, looked at the flying dagger, looked at the explosive talisman, but ignored the imperial sword art. Coincidentally, on the spot collided with a full embrace. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that the explosive charms are already on. Chapter 112, back to the city to talk. Boom, boom, boom. Under the public's attention, a dozen explosive talismans, one after another, exploded. Blood glows and wails pierce the ears. Yen Kong can prevent the explosion. The Blood Eagle but suffered a great disaster. An explosive bomb flying unstable, not waiting for a breath. The second explosive bomb has arrived. The blood and bone crash flying, followed by an explosive bomb again and again. Blood flying all over the sky. To be smoke dispersed, one of its wings was blown away. Half of the body are black, such as being burned. Across a long way can smell the aroma of roasted meat. The taste should be good. It hurts to look at it. It's still better to pop charms. Hitting mounts is more straightforward than anything else. This battle is, indeed, exquisite. The lower part was quite astonished. It was the eye that saw the Blood Eagle fall, like a kite with a broken string, in the vast sky, drawing a rather splendid arc. Soothing. Zhuge Xiandao stroked his beard. Too many people's hearts also popped out these two words. Mainly to see Yen Kong are not very cool, such as the little black fat man, also such as the little financial fan, all eyes glittering, hands holding a small flag, shouting is still that loud. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Xie lamented and sket his tongue. The Blood Eagle clan air combat, in the Great Summer can be called one of the best. He has long seen many times, even with the regular army to fight, but also have the power of a fight. Now, it was actually defeated by Zhao Yun's fight. Throughout history, this should be an unprecedented first. Fighting an air battle, the Bloodhawks actually lost. Old man Forgetful Ancient took a deep breath and was also wide-eyed. Told you, the disciple of the royal family, is he not a thing of the pool? He is fierce in doing battle on the battle stage, and is just as domineering once he flies into the sky. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Hostile such as Han Ming and Yuan Hao they, each of them are bright and dark eyes. Really too underestimated Zhao Yun. Empty battle defeat Yen Kong. This point alone is enough to hang. He, who must die. The eyes of the sons of the great clans flashed with a cold light. Zhao Yun's potential was too terrifying. The most difficult to bear. It should be the Blood Eagle clan elders. The old face is no longer a face. The disgraceful. That a burst of runes, but also blew them up. Hold it steady for me. Yen Kang's hissing roar resounded all over the void. The Blood Eagle couldn't fly steadily, and he couldn't stand steadily since so high. If you fall headfirst, it will be incredibly sour. The Blood Eagle only wailed. The master's order. It has been deaf. Or rather, the brain was blown buzzing. The whole are confused state. And besides, were bombed crippled, can still be stable? You stand and talk without waste pain. Whoosh! The rock swooped down like a black shadow. Clang! Clang! Zhao Yun has not been idle. one-handed control of two swords, a sword purple sky, chopped the other wing of the blood eagle, a sword dragon abyss, solidly smashed the blood eagle cerebral melon. This is a fatal blow. The blood eagle wailed, fainted on the spot, let Yen Kong how to call, and then no response. Young lord, the blood eagle clan elders, all leaped out of the city wall, all have blood eagles to receive. There are more than a dozen, one only rushed to the sky, have to catch the young master of his family, but cannot be smashed down, that high in the void, will be dropped into the mud. I say, this is cheating. The human-blooded eagle clan has no face left. Cheating is nothing. And yeah, what a face to have. There was much talk among the watchers that the Bloodhawks were pissed off. It had to be said that the Yen Kong family's backup group was still very powerful. A dozen or so blood eagles, spreading their wings, like a piece of crimson clouds, in the void, outlining a wonderful picture. But this wonderful image was not so harmonious to Zhao Yun. The ones who killed up here were more than just a single blood eagle. There were also one blood eagle elder after another. Each of them was at the peak of Xianyang. He could fight Yen Kong, but he couldn't fight them. Tackle! Zhao Yun let out a cold snort. The rock is also still swooping, to see whether you first save Yen Kong, or I first captured him, with Yen Kong in hand. Is the talisman? Do not believe that you do not give in. Whoosh! The rock that had a speed-walking talisman attached to it was still very fast. Seeing Zhao Yun, Yen Kong didn't even think about it. He turned around and jumped off his mount. That scene, the people who watched it were shocked, mainly because it was too high. It would really be thrown into a pile. In fact, Yen Kong was not stupid. The elders of the clan had come to the rescue, and would not wait for him to hit the ground to be picked up. Which goes, Yen Kong thought it was still too good. Although the dozen or so blood eagles were fast, the rock was even faster, such as a dark light paddling, and Zhao Yun, also imperial movement of the purple heavenly sword. Pust! Yen Kong, who had lost his balance in midair, was hit by a sword. You deserve to die. Yen Kong roared again, blood sprayed wildly, thanks to the body protection true essence. Otherwise, will be a sword raw split. Even so, he is not much better, almost no longer combat power. Come on, brother, save you. Zhao Yun killed, and with that big hand, he yanked Yen Kong onto the back of the rock. That's all. Yen Kong is still not honest, always looking for someone to practice on. Zhao Yun didn't have time for him and knocked him out with a slap. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, a dozen or so blood eagles killed and surrounded Rock and Zhao Yun. Release my young master. The Blood Eagle clan elders bellowed, each with a murderous aura. If not for Yen Kong being in Zhao Yun's hands, they would have damn well surged on, solving a true spirit realm and a mongrel bird in an instant. Seniors, take it easy. The sword of the late generation is not long for the eyes, Zhao Yun said lightly, and with the violet sky sword in his hand, he crossed over Yen Kang's shoulder. That's still a good thing, he said. The Blood Eagle clan elders do not dare to move. Nothing is as tight as his family's major. Awesome. Seeing the scene in the void, the spectators scared their tongues again. Surrounded by a dozen blood eagles, blocked by a dozen peak Xianyangs, any instant could result in the loss of one's life. I have to say, Zhao Yun is really bold. That's right, he had a life preserver in his hand, and the fainting Yen Kong was the life preserver. Hello to me and everyone. Zhao Yun tightly hold the purple sky. Do not dare to be careless and inattentive. Will be seconds. These old guys go out as if they did not take the face, but wherever he has a break, will certainly offer a thunderbolt. Release. The crowd of Blood Eagle elders shouted. Never is the Blood Eagle clan to blackmail others. How has it ever been blackmailed by others? This kind of feeling, really very upset. Upset to kill. How about a chat back in town? Zhao Yun laughed, but also not stupid. The city prohibits private fights. Into the city is both safe, outside the city well, and still void. Forget the ancient city owners have no right to intervene. So much so, that one can lose one's life at any moment. Release my young master and be at peace with each other. Let him go. I'll die faster. Zhao Yun laughed coldly. He didn't even want his human face. If he really handed over the life preservation talisman, he would be surrounded and killed in the next instant. You seek death. The Blood Eagle elder, who did not have a good temper, was shaken on the spot. The late generation only wants to live. Zhao Yun coldly said, make a path and let me return to the city, and I will release your young master. And also, there is a limit to the patience of the late generation. Saying that, Zhao Yun's purple heavenly sword clangs in his hand. The cold sword has cut through Yen Kang's neck, and also only a shallow sword mark. The moral is obvious. Dare to chirp again. I don't mind taking off his head. This move is, indeed, a deterrent. A dozen or so peak Xianyang, really scared. That is the young master. If he has a slip, they don't need to go back. Going back is also death. Back off. The first Blood Eagle elder grunted coldly. and was also the first to get out of the way. At this moment, nothing was as important as Yen Kang's life. To save the young master was to save their lives. As he did, the other elders also retreated, still staring at Zhao Yun, just waiting for this little thing to show a break. And in just a split second, Zhao Yun could be exterminated. A path gives way and the rock spreads its wings. With Zhao Yun heart to heart, this mount, also know very well, first fly very slowly, and then, the speed gradually become faster. Fast, fast, whoosh, a moment is gone. Which goes, the Blood Eagle's elders were murderous and chased them all the way. Whoosh, whoosh, the two sides, one after the other, swept across the long sky, and under the attention of millions of people, they crossed the city wall and entered the forgotten ancient city. Come on, come on. The spectators all turned around and went down the wall in front and behind. It was obvious that there was no more big show outside the city, and a smoke-free battlefield was going to be staged in the city. Whoosh! Zhao Yun also got on board and didn't go anywhere, going straight to the city lord's mansion. When the Blood Eagle elders catch up, he has landed in front of the gate of the city's main house, but would like to enter the city's main house, for fear of going in and out. The city's main house is an important place for the military. There are restrictions everywhere, since there is also anti-aircraft, and dare to fly privately into the sky above the city's main house. A moment will be killed by the crossbows and arrows. Release. A dozen peak Xian Yang stormed. Fong surrounded in the air, fell to the ground. The same is surrounded. On this situation, not to mention running, Zhao Yun climb may not climb out. Unbridled. Before Zhao Yun opened his mouth, he heard the guards of the city lord's mansion shouting, "Dare to make trouble in front of the city lord's mansion. Not small guts. What's wrong with you? Don't you think we're just for show? See, I told you to come to the city lord's house. That Zhao Yun kid is shrewd? This is a good place to pick. Once we enter the city, the Blood Eagle clan won't dare to be reckless." The watchers arrived as well, and there was quite a bit of chatter. In order to see the big show, each are nimble legs. Without 3 or 5 moments, will be a black pressure, will be in front of the Lord's house, piled up the shadow of the crowd. Water, even the nearby eaves, trees, walls, are squatting full of people. Still not releasing them? Elder Blood Eagle shouted angrily. Release, release later. Zhao Yun laughed. Waiting for one person. Waiting for who? Waiting for Yang Xiong to come out. Only he could calm down such a big scene. Looking for death. Don't you scare me. My sword is not long. What a racket. In the midst of the curses, faint words, unexpectedly rang out, carrying their own majesty. Say Yang Xiong, and Yang Xiong arrives. Forget the ancient city of the city, is to forget the ancient city of the king. No matter where you go, have their own style, but also quite a deterrent. I knew that outside the city is not peaceful, but also heard the old man forget the old man message. Nimbly came out, or perhaps also earn some tea money. Blood Eagle clan rich very. It's a talent. See Zhao Yun holding the fainting Yen Kong. Yang Xiong heart smile. The general situation also listened to forget the ancient old man said. Really a hanging sky. Air battle actually defeated the Blood Eagle clan, but also captured the Blood Eagle young master alive. How to say? Really ing give forget the ancient city master face. Brother Yang, I still hope to make a decision for my Blood Eagle clan. The Blood Eagle elders immediately said, and casually also pointed at Zhao Yun. Capturing my family's young master and blackmailing us, forgetting that the regulations of the ancient city are strict. The city lord can't condone this guy. There is such a thing? Yang Xiong stood as steady as a pine, tucking his hand to look at Zhao Yun. Chapter 113 All-Round Talent. Castle Master Ming Jian. The two of us are sparring in martial arts. As they fought, they came charging at me and tried to kill me at the drop of a hat. The latecomer had to hold Yen Kong hostage to save his life. Zhao Yun also started spraying, not stopping with one word after another. At first glance, he is harmless. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be something else. Talking and crying and sitting on the floor, wiping away snot and tears. What an actor this one is. Zhuge Xian doubts get his tongue. Last moment, it was like nothing. This moment, it's a drama queen possessed? Your tears, said to come TSK, TSK, TSK. The onlookers, too, sighed. I have to say, the young master of the Zhao family is really a ing all-round talent. He can fight, resist, cry and make a scene. Not to mention other things, this acting skill is a match for the pit god. If Lu Tsunkon was also here, he would definitely have a black face. That's how his aunt, earlier, had touched the porcelain. There's the style of my generation. It was the moon god's words that really meant something. Acting, this is a necessary skill for the pit, and Zhao Yun should be untutored. This was a great comfort to her heart. Look at Lu Ruyu, eyes full of contempt. She remembered Zhao Yun is not like this. How also learn to splash, completely disregard for the image? I don't know what is shame. Her perfect, Fruit is because of Zhao Yun, stained with a touch of a stain. I almost lost my life. What's the use of having a face? If he had known Lu Ruyu's heartfelt words, Zhao Yun would have taken the time to return such a sentence. Looking at the Blood Eagle elders, their faces had darkened. You are talking about things. Why are you still crying? Just cry. Still clutching the sword. Still across my young master's shoulder. You do not pay attention. My young master head cut off. This one. It's got promise. Yang Xiong took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Yun's eyes slanted. Worthy of being the precious disciple taught by the royal family. Fierce in battle. Crying. Also a second into the drama. City Lord. You have to make a decision for me. Zhao Yun choked out a sob. Not even knowing where all the tears came from. There is such a thing? Yang Xiong reacted for a moment. A drink clanging. Previously said the line. And carry again. But this time he looked at the Blood Eagle clan elders. Curse words I will not say. Eyes mean everything, all ing face it. The younger generation to cut. The older generation also have the nerve to rush up? What do you mean? You want to kill them? By this look from him, the old faces of the Blood Eagle clan's elders immediately reddened, not knowing whether it was anger or shame. By Yang Xiong, his face was on fire. The contest is over. Release them. The first Blood Eagle elder coldly said. The face does not matter. To pick up the young master back is the right way. As well as this, forget the ancient city. Early to go for the best. Stay longer. The more ing shame. Release. Since Zhao Yun stopped crying and finally put down the purple heavenly sword. Finished. This goods will be in Yen Kong body a rummage. What a silver tickets, jewelry, weapons, including the fruit of the spirit, can take away. Never polite. All around talent. Look at Zhao Yun's skillful technique. Not to mention the spectators. Even Yang Xiong are meaningful strokes the beard. This kid. Stealing chickens and dogs' hooks, must not be less dry. The technique of this kind of snappy, 3 or 2 days is not out of practice. Earlier, it hurt to cry like that. This time, grab this smooth. How this guy did switch at will. You, unbridled, elder Blood Eagle is furious. How dare he be reckless in front of us? It was said before the fight that if I won, all his belongings would go to me. Zhao Yun spoke with his mouth. His hands were not idle, and he took what he could, one by one. This is true. This is your young master's bet with Zhao Yun. Yen Kong was defeated, and as the winner, Zhao Yun has the right to collect the spoils of war. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Zhao Yun's words fell, then heard the words of the four sides. Purple-haired children, small black fat man, small fortune. These are the main force, and the Blood Eagle hostile family also jumped out to cheer. 7 mouths, the pre-war agreement to carry a clear. Ergo, the Blood Eagle elders took a breath and almost spat out blood. There was no choice but to look at Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong tweaked his hand again and pestled the board. The lord of the city, even if he doesn't speak, just by looking at his demeanor, you can tell everything. Look at me? What's the use of looking at me? I'm willing to bet and accept defeat. If you lose, you still want to renege on the debt, forgetting that the ancient city is so easy to bully? Now, the Blood Eagle elders caved in. The faces of several old guys, not generally ugly, only to know the moral of Zhao Yun's visit here, which is obviously borrowing Yang Xiong's power to suppress them. The point was, the Blood Hawks, were not in charge. This, all thanks to his family's precious young master, boasts of being powerful, set such a bull ***** bet, and now caught not let go. What can be done? This is forget the ancient city, but also hard to do. Don't make a fuss, not to mention them, even if he is the Blood Eagle clan chief came. Also dare not be too reckless, dare to use force in the city, who damn don't want to go out alive. Soothing, Zhuge Xiandao laughed with joy, delighting in watching the great clan suffer. The fat old man is also only interested in the world. The Blood Eagle clan's hostile clans and the clans that were friendly with the Zhao clan also showed smiles, and if the scenario wasn't out of place, most likely they would have also gone up to help Zhao Yun with a piece of the search. Over here, Zhao Yun is done, really robbed clean. He is still to the Blood Eagle clan. To Yen Kong left a little face. Otherwise, the body of this garment will also be stripped of a child left. It's harder than hell for this kid to pretend to be something he's not. Looking at the fainted and robbed Yen Kong, old man forgetting the ancients sked. This is a statement that is deeply meaningful to all. At the Moonwatch Tower, trying to play hard to get, got blown up. Auction bidding, trying to play hard to get, and getting screwed. A fight outside the city, trying to play hard to get, was robbed. Overall, it's all about the attempted pretenses and getting worse one at a time. Perhaps, he and forgotten ancient city, really don't get along. Zhuge Xiandao's words, always be that learned. This words, also deep to the crowd's meaning. Since came to this forget the ancient city, this goods seem to have no peace of mind. Go. The Blood Eagle elder coldly snorted, packed up Yen Kong, summoned the blood eagle, spread his wings and flew away. Before leaving, he also coldly glanced at Zhao Yun. Good Zhao Yun, good young master of the Zhao family, today's disgrace, he will return it 100 times in his years. I'll wait. Zhao Yun did not look, but the heart has such a word. Even if there is no today's fight, the Blood Eagle clan will not let go of the Zhao family. Both do not let go. That is not towards the death of the robberies. He is not no dependence. To fight that will come. Still playing no. I don't know who muttered out, said, and glanced at the big clan's children, especially those of Han Ming and Yuan Hao, who also wanted to seek Zhao Yun for practice. However, to see Zhao Yun's psychic beast, and then suppress the mind, that guy has a flying mount, and he will definitely lose. Forget the ancient city master's demeanor, determined to protect him, at this juncture, to avoid the front for the better, to clean up Zhao Yun, to clean up the Zhao family. They have ways to do it. It's easy to hide, but it's hard to guard against arrows in the dark. Good show. Breaks up. The spectators are not finished. There is Yen Kong forewarned, afraid that no one is looking for excitement again. Foreign martial arts cultivators, sighing quite a lot, this time to forget the ancient city auction, really did not come in vain. The auction, there is a pit god, forget the ancient city, there is also a playwright, to them to direct, a big play. Go. One by one, the children of the great clans left the field, and before they left, they also coldly glanced at Zhao Yun, having suffered a great loss. They will never count it as finished. Just wait, definitely make the Zhao family look good. Lu Ruyu was silent and turned around indifferently. Her demeanor, still the same contempt. Despise Zhao Yun this move. Despise to despise. But Zhao Yun show strength, or let her quite shocked. The same level of fight defeat Yen Kong, and the Blood Eagle young master to fight in the air, actually can also win. Little friend, your birth spirit fruit, sell it or not. Some people go, since some people stay. A lot of old guys have come to Zhao Yun in front of, each smiling, are not much longevity of the person, buy a fruit of the spirit to make up for life. 50,000. Zhao Yun laughed, throwing out a price. 80,000. 90,000. I'll take it. 100,000. Many old guys and reproduce the auction scene, bidding on the spot, such as drunkenness, howling red face and neck. The auction did not grab, privately have to make an effort. Life is no more. The urgent need for this one fruit of the spirit, the continuation of longevity. 100,000 capped. Zhao Yun took the fruit of life on the spot. Deal. Still some people are happy, since there are also some people worry. Get the fruit of the spirit of life from the happy. Not get the fruit of the spirit of life, is cursing. If not, this is in the city, most likely already open robbery. City lord. Filial honor. Zhao Yun laughed, stuffed a pile of silver tickets to Yangxiong. There must be several thousand taels. Forget about the ancient city owner. It is rare to come out once in a while. You have to give the appearance fee to be able to do so. See you later. And then the bastard ran out of sight. Know what's going on? Yang Xiong received it as if it was nothing. Just like the upwardly mobile junior. Self-gained benefits. But also do not forget to filial piety him. In the future, still have to work together well to be able to do so. It's good to be the lord of the city. You can collect money while you're standing. Hey. These old bones have been standing for so long and no one has brought a cup of tea. The older I get, the worse I get. Zhuge Shendao and the fat old man are tucked into the hand, a left and a right, sighing and sighing. I do not know to whom it is said, listening to the purple-haired children and Chi Yana slanting eyes. These two old clergymen piled up. In addition to bull ting, there is nothing else to do. Two court elders, inside please. Yang Xiong smiles and laughs. The last moment was majestic. But this moment is like a shopkeeper. Well, that's more like it. The two old guys had the decency to be invited to tea, so they were not polite. Who are those two? Heaven knows. The city lord is actually respectful to the duo. Must be a big deal. Many people looked back and were shocked to see that scene. Forget the ancient city. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Zhao Yun had a great time hugging and counting silver tickets all the way home. Little Wealthy and Little Fatty were also there. One on the left and one on the right, looking at the silver with glowing eyes. Seeing is believing. Zhao Yun doesn't mince words. The two of you were cheering in the battle just now. TSK, TSK, TSK. The three of them, in the hustle and bustle of the street, just like a bright landscape. Or rather, it was Zhao Yun who was too solid. The battle outside the city, defeated the Blood Eagle young master. Really to forget the ancient city long face. And then no one underestimated him. The year's ridicule and mockery are as a number of recovery, but Zhao Yun knew that there were too many people watching him in the dark. There are big clans and rival clans in the city, and the killings are all naked. Naked, want to take revenge there, want to kill it in the cradle there. just do not know, which hides how many Rashomon's killers. An assassination failed to mission. He does not think the other side will rest. Wait, will continue to assassinate. Chapter 114 Dark Knight Rumors. After a few storms, the forgotten ancient city finally returned to peace. Where there are people, there are legends. One for the pit god, one for Zhao Yun. These two people will be the talk of the world after dinner. I just don't know what their expressions would be if they were to learn that the pit god and Zhao Yun were the same person. On this side, Zhao Yun has returned to the soldier's store and locked the door of his room again. Yen Kong in the auction. Although the pit was very bad, but there are still a lot of belongings. In addition to silver tickets, he was in the auction proceeds, basically with the body. This he did not know before the battle. He didn't know, but the moon god knew, and because of that, that bet was set. Slaughtering him alone will feed him for years. This silver sword, which is really good, is refined into the purple sky. This jade pendant, wisdom jade, a good Tianlan platinum bead. This weight, it has to be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Zhao family's young master, the eye is still good. Since Yen Kong that robbed the treasures, what kind of origin, what kind of name, are carried by him a clear. Overall, it was quite rewarding. I say young master, after making such a big deal, you don't treat us to a good meal? Outside the pavilion, came the voice of Lu Mang Ruff. A group of guards also followed the coaxing. The fight outside the city. See really, when Zhao Yun swept Yen Kong, but also see a little bit, or how to say it is the former young master of the Zhao family. Not a sound, but a sound. Squeak. The window door opened and a silver bill floated out, 1,000 taels. Then, there was Zhao Yun's laughter that came out. Good wine and good food. Serve. Got it. Reckless stepped forward, took the silver ticket, greeted a group of guards out of the garden. Is driving a carriage away? There are silver, that have to eat a little bit of usually do not want to eat, but also have to drink a little bit of usually do not want to drink. Just say it. With an open shopkeeper, the treatment is still very good. Today, the people from the Zhao family soldier store were particularly eye-catching. Walking through the whole street, there are too many people privately pointing and talking. Not about them, it's about Zhao Yun. A few days ago he was still a broken vain loser. It's only been a few days. He transformed into a world-class genius. Even the Blood Eagle's young master was defeated. Who would dare to underestimate him? Because of him, the people of the soldier's store, they also follow the light. The world looks at them in the eyes. They are not quite the same anymore. Night, soon to fall. The soldier's store closes early, and the back garden smells of wine and meat. Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man came back, happy, joined to go to the city master's house to fight the autumn wind. It is a lot of benefits, but the purple-haired child, back, nose, face and swelling, it is not harmonious with Yang Xiong chat. Was Yang Xiong a good beating? Thanks to Qi Yan is female, otherwise, will be a piece of packing. Here, to the talents of our family, a toast. Little black fat man with a staccato. With this two words to describe Zhao Yun, the most appropriate, fighting in dry war, demolishing houses and blowing up buildings, splashing and cursing, pitting people and touching porcelain. People are all well versed in everything, living and breathing all-round talent. Low profile. Zhao Yun took a deep breath, a word that was long and forced. Yo, all in? As he was talking, a man came in over the wall, dressed in a scruffy, hangdog outfit. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Xia of the Tianyang clan. After him, figure after figure came in, none of them going through the door, all of them climbing the walls. They're all sons of big families. Moreover, they were all from the same camp as the Tianyang clan, and the reason why they hadn't left was that they wanted to come and ask for a drink, and they also wanted to take a closer look at the talent called Zhao Yun. There were people outside who did not come in. It was Qingyao, the young master of Qingfeng City, who silently watched for 3 to 5 fleeting moments before disappearing into the moonlight. Fatty, why are you so dark? Are you in charge? This girl, what a little fortune hunter. The legendary daydreamer? Roll. The small garden was already bustling with activity, and the addition of a bunch of talented people made it even more so. There was a lot of laughter and a lot of cursing. Did you hear that the Dark Clan was robbed on their way back? Lin Evil Dao was speaking to Zhao Yun. In truth, no one present was an ordinary person and basically heard it. Speaking of the Dark Knight Clan, we have to mention Huadu, domineering at the auction, with 2 million taels to win the Tianwu Dan. To be precise, it was topped by the pit god to 2 million. On the night of the auction, quietly left the forgotten ancient city. He was mugged, completely expected. In the auction cannot rob the Dark Knight Clan. Out of the forgotten ancient city, it is not easy to say, killing people to get rid of goods is a common thing, let alone a Tianwu Dan. Those who were secretly staring at the Dark Knight race were afraid that there were not a few. Can you tell which family robbed it? Zhao Yun asked in a small voice. Heaven knows. Lin Xia poured a mouthful of wine. My family elders went to sea. TSK, how a miserable word. Only the Earth Hidden Realm martial arts cultivator's body, no less than a dozen. Other peak Xian Yang, no less than hundreds. That piece of mountain forest, all become a piece of rubble, stained with blood. Is the fight that bad? Zhao Yun sighed. There were no less than 100 Xian Yang peaks alone, and there were also Earth Hidden Realm martial cultivators. That melee, the commotion should not be small. Unfortunately, I didn't see the corpse of that bastard from Huadu. Another great clan son said. That bastard should have escaped, or, perhaps, had his body destroyed. I wonder whose family is this lucky. The purple-haired child stroked his chin, and his eyes glittered when he remembered the heavenly martial pill, a small pill that existed with great significance. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The fat old man stroked his beard meaningfully, knowing that the heavenly martial pill was auctioned off. How could the Dark Knight clan not receive it? Zhuge Xiandao leisurely said. When he was done, the bastard added, we were both there that night. Well, the words were met with a collective sideways glance from the entire room. That's right, the fat old man was also at the Earth Hidden Realm, or at the peak, although Zhuge Xiandao is Xianyang Realm, but it is also the peak of the General Geocache. Absolutely cannot take him. These two old guys, a look will know that it is not a peaceful master. That kind of lively, how can they be less? The heavenly martial pill, still in the hands of the Dark Knight clan? Lin Chi asked tentatively. The chances of that are 60%, the fat old man said indifferently. With a quasi-heaven realm making a move, in the old man's opinion, it should be that old fellow Dark Knight. Darkness? The children of the great clans collectively frowned again, having heard of this name since. Dark Knight, not a person's name, is a title, can be called Dark Knight, must be the strongest Dark Knight tribe. Even the fat old man or called its old man, must be the Dark Knight tribe's old ancestor, the real quasi-heaven realm. Rumor has it that he once ate a heavenly martial pill. Embarrassingly, only half a step. Only flesh into the Tianwu realm, such as this example. There have been, or flesh into the Tianwu, or spirit into the martial soul. This type of martial cultivation can be called quasi-heavenly realm. Now that Huadu had auctioned off another heavenly martial pill, there was no reason for him not to come and receive it, and if he ate another heavenly martial pill, he would more than likely be able to take the remaining half step, that is, the spirit becoming a martial soul. In this way, it was the real heavenly martial realm. If it's really him, it's a sure thing. Lin Xie stroked his chin. This statement, no one refuted. The quasi-heavenly realm had come, except for the heavenly martial realm who could be suppressed. A quasi-heavenly realm, sweeping through a few peak earth treasures, was still not a matter of concern. It can't be ruled out. It's a quasi-heaven realm from another clan. Zhuge Xiandao stroked his beard. Saying that, he also glanced around at the children of the great clans present. His eyes were quite deep. The Dark Knight clan had a quasi-heavenly realm, such as the Tian Yang clan and these, naturally, also, perhaps, taking advantage of the darkness of the moon and the wind, they did the killing of people to get rid of their goods. My old ancestor, he still wants a face. Lin Xie slanted a glance at Zhuge Xiandao, as did the other great clans. Zhuge Xiandao only laughed. The fat old man only smiled back. You guys, still too young. Most of them do not know what the face is. If not the scene out of place, they will be with the younger generation, chattering about the old man's past. For example, the old ancestor of the Tian Yang clan, said he wants to face, I am afraid will be struck by lightning. That old thing young, almost killed by our day's zone all-female elders. Why hit him? Their own brain on the good, picking people female elders to go sneaking around in the shower. Do not hit him to hit who? This, too, is just one of many. Only, Tian Yang old ancestor was one of the more outstanding ones, and the old ancestors of the other several families were not much better. As early as a few decades ago, they already did not know what a face was. That's normal. Who hasn't been young and foolish? When you get older, you're all honest, and you always have to set a good example for your offspring. If this is said, these little buggers, more than likely, will blow up. Say less to save people from lifting the table. A Zhuge Xiandao and a fat old man muttering endlessly. The atmosphere at the table remained hot and caged. Zhao Yun silent, only quietly drinking wine. Eyebrows are slightly wrinkled. No matter which family got Tianwu Dan, is not a good news. Later, will seek Zhao family liquidation, such as Huadu. That number, will not let go of the Zhao family. His family is even worse. They can't get out of the heavenly martial realm. The moon myths are long, really fake. Zhao Yun looked sideways with a disbelieving face. You can still be unpredictable? Luck, the moon god faintly said. Looking at Huadu, we can see that the Dark Knight race's chi is in decline, and there are no signs of recovery, so it's impossible to produce a heavenly martial. Zhao Yun didn't say anything. The so-called chi is a mysterious and mysterious things? Xianmen Tianshu. There are only words of introduction. so far have not figured out, but both the moon god said, he is since he believes that the face is also only a small fight. Look at the chi, is really a great success, and this kind of eyesight, he does not have. To say that Lu Sankong is also a talent. Lin Xia looked at Lu Ruxin, sighing, sensing a long time, only to know Zhao Yun's wife, but also a special bloodline, since childhood blindness, most likely due to the bloodline. Only, he so far did not see what is what bloodline. Not only him, Zhuge Xindao and the fat old man also do not know. So, Lu Sankong is a talented person. His eldest daughter Lu Ruyue is a body of heavenly spirit, and his youngest daughter Lu Ruxin is also an extremely mysterious bloodline. His family's lineage is extraordinary. Ridiculous, this poor little girl, since childhood was treated as a waste body, suffered a lot of bullying, and the Lu family, so far, are still kept in the dark. If you know, the color of the gods must be wonderful. You, too, are a talent. After looking at Lu Ruxin, Lin Xia looked at Zhao Yun again and also scat his tongue. What was a brother-in-law became a sister-in-law, and Lu Ruyu, who was a fiancé, became a sister-in-law. The relationship between the three of them could be a blueprint for a story. I have counted on my fingers, and I am still more compatible with my sister. Well, the heroes see eye to eye. Have a little doll in the coming year, pink and fleshy. His kidneys don't work. Roll. Talking about it, the topic ran off the rails. Zhao Yun has a thick skin. How to say it is alright. Lu Ruxin's little face is flushed, and her little head is buried extremely low. Boom! The weather was unsettling, a thunderous boom of dominance. It's going to rain. Or maybe, it's someone who's too good for God to see. Chapter 115, True Spirit Grade Martial Soul. Boom! Boom! The ancient city of Oblivion at night is in full bloom. Nay, the vast starry sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning tore through the clouds. Indeed, it's going to rain. The people on the street, a mess, closing the stalls of the stalls, running the running, good end. Under your sister's reign, but also really the sky has unpredictable winds and clouds. There's no place like. The Zhao family's soldier store was the most noisy. Lin Xia and the others each paid their respects, and before they could finish their words, they were thrown out. Honestly, I hate sensationalism. Well, so is the old man. Zhuge Xindao and the fat old man clapped his hands. Go chanting, just go chanting. Incite your sister's love. This person this man is getting old. Why is his temper still short-tempered? Ahem. Little fat man a light cough. This drunken, instant sober, for fear that these two old things, by hand, also threw him out. Well, at least let people finish their words. The banquet, which was brought to a close by a thunderstorm, the noisy little courtyard, instantly became empty, each to his own home, each looking for his own mother. However, as far as Zhao Yun was concerned, this night would be a feast. Late at night, he massed a black robe, cloaked in a straw raincoat, a fast horse galloped, straight to the outside of the city. The moon god said long ago, the thunder and lightning can break the war halberd ban, can activate the trace of immortal power, and he, too, can be due to the immortal power, spirit metamorphosis into a martial spirit. In the midst of lightning and thunder, pouring rain had fallen. Forgetting that the ancient city was surrounded by mountains on all sides, he chose the nearest side and scurried into the mountains. A small hill. He carried out his war halberd. Show how to do it. Zhao Yun smiled, his little heart thumping, about to metamorphose his martial soul. Run your mind and just stand still. Luna's response, rather terse and with an obvious moral, stood there and let the lightning strike. There you go. Zhao Yun mortared his board and raised his war halberd. As for the heart decision, since it was the Tai Chu Heavenly Thunder technique, he had already run it without the moon god's words, and if he didn't run this technique, he would be instantly cleaved into dregs by the thunderbolt. Boom! Boom! As he spoke, a thunderbolt had descended, and due to the pull of the Tai Chu Heavenly Thunder skill, it split straight onto the halberd, which buzzed, and Zhao Yun could not help but let out a muffled grunt. The moon god, on the other hand, stared at the battle halberd. A thunderbolt might not be able to activate the immortal power, and it was up to Zhao Yun to create it. Jab! Prickle! Zhao Yun's body has been a thunder and lightning tear. From a distance, is a cage bathed in thunder silhouette, and cannot see the face, is a human prototype. Lightning raged and struck down one after another, as hard as the thunder sky war halberd. It was also split with cracks, but a trace of immortal power lurking within it remained dead silent, clearly present, but with no sign of recovery. Still not enough lightning. Zhao Yun stumbled and kept stumbling, staggered by the thunder, extremely running his heart resolution. The lightning was pulled into his body, the already domineering heavenly thunder, even more domineering. Click! I don't know how many thunderbolts split the thunder sky battle halberd, and at this instant, the moon god's beautiful eyes flashed with divine light. That trace of dead immortal power was gradually reviving. and it was only a matter of time before it was completely activated. Zhao Yun's creation is not weak, or is it due to luck? This little true spirit realm, luck is against the sky, spare her to see, there is an impulse to snatch it. Luck is mysterious, luck against the sky, will always be accompanied by a series of magical things. Click, the war halberd exploded again, this time, exploded that called a complete, born by the lightning split into ashes, spare Zhao Yun, were split all over the body black, boom, instantaneous color change in heaven and earth, a ray of fairy light than hair, floating into mid-air, although only a trace, but the color of the spray, contains a majestic power, and even the dim dome of the sky, are full of light, cloudy, dense and hazy. That's immortal power? Zhao Yun tilted his eyes and looked stunned. A trace of immortal light, it seems to be more piercing than the blazing sun, the immortal that does not exist in the mortal world, that kind of power, endless surging. Quickly, swallow it, the moon god immediately said. Zhao Yun was busy in panic to collect his mind, and immediately sat down on his knees, once again running the heart decision. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth stirred and was sucked into the body. A trace of the wandering immortal power, accompanied by spiritual power, entered his body. Together with the infiltration, there are also rampant thunder and lightning, one after another carved into his body. Boo! In an instant, he immediately broke through the barrier and became the third level of the true spirit. It's not over yet. The trace of immortal power entered his body and dissolved into nothingness. To be precise, it was incorporated into his spirit. Zhao Yun only feel the spirit of a shock, such as a thunderbolt in the mind to explode. Before the eyes of a black, the whole head is straight to explode, and even the body, are collapsed open the gap. There is blood trickle overflow, has become a blood hollister outlet. Stick to the heart table. The moon god let out a light scolding, only because Zhao Yun is mortal, only because the immortal power is immortal power. It is extremely difficult for the mortal body to withstand it, and the powerful power poured into it. It is likely to collapse Zhao Yun's spirit, and even with his body, he may also be blown up on the spot. Well, Zhao Yun stifled a low growl. At this moment how a miserable word, has 7 bleeding, has been covered with blood, originally a pair of wise eyes, muddy, difficult to see the light of clarity. Indeed, the immortal power was too majestic, his spirit is extremely difficult to bear, as if he is being a piece of darkness, inch by inch devouring his sanity, so that he cannot distinguish between the real and the unreal. There are only muffled grunts and low howls. Boo! In the underworld, there was this sound again. It's a sound to remember. Little true spirit realm, spiritual metamorphosis, in pain, nirvana into a martial spirit. However, it remains unfinished. As the moon god said earlier, the martial soul is too powerful. Without a strong enough flesh, it is very difficult to withstand. The martial soul is not equal to the flesh. Nearly burst Zhao Yun's body, already dripping with blood. At this moment, even the blood and bones are exposed. Alchemy. The moon god faintly said that she was aware of the perilousness of this trip. Suffice it to say, any moment of wavering in Zhao Yun could be buried. However, she trusted this little martial arts practitioner. In the end, she was gambling, not only on her fortune, but also on her godhood, because if Zhao Yun died, she would also be buried with him, the kind that would be completely buried. Zhao Yun is honored. What an honor for a hallowed deity to gamble his chi and godhood to accompany him in his madness. Well, Zhao Yun grunted. A low roar. Are from the teeth collapse out? He is tough enough to hold on to a trace of clarity. Crazy operation of the marrow cleansing in Tendon scripture. His body, because the martial spirit has been no different from a cripple, need to use this refining, to reshape his body. This, too, was the magic of the marrow cleansing and elasticity sutra. Due to his refining of his body, the broken body, recovering from the disintegration and blowing up from the recovery, still formed a weird cycle that repeated over and over again. The process of transforming into nirvana is extremely treacherous. What the moon god said was true. Any moment of compassion could lead to death. Luckily, Zhao Yun is capable enough to carry it. Collapse and remodeling of the confrontation. He held up long enough. Subtle. Slowly there are changes. The speed of physical body remodeling gradually suppressed the speed of the collapse. Restless martial soul is with his physical body into a counterbalance situation. The eyes of the illusory balance, but also in the gradual formation of his refining body. Holding up, Zhao Yun heart murmured lightly, still do not dare to slacken, for fear that the martial soul and counterattack. The reason is not difficult to understand. He since also understand, therefore, will play the body refining. Steady. The lunar god breathed a sigh of relief that Zhao Yun had passed the most difficult stage. The sound of bones clashing, unceasing, exercise physical Zhao Yun, gradually no low roar, broken flesh remodeling, to this point, and then did not blow up. Always feel that the body, there is a watery spring in the flow. nourishing the limbs and bones, organs and bowels, the strange meridians and veins. Such a feeling. Very wonderful. Wonderful to the sublimation of the state of mind. It seems to look at another piece of heaven and earth. Creation continues, accompanied by a boing sound. He advanced again, becoming the fourth level of the true spirit. That's all, and the cultivation has skyrocketed all the way. Unfortunately, it stopped at the peak of the fourth level of true spirit and failed to kill the fifth level. The moon god laughed softly, a witness to this nirvana. As for Zhao Yun's martial soul, it had become balanced with his physical body and was somewhat different from that of the heavenly martial realm. Calling it a true spirit level martial soul seemed more accurate. It was also Zhao Yun's fault that his cultivation was too low. Realm is a limitation. Just as his cultivation suppressed the heavenly thunder, the new metamorphosis of the martial spirit, also by his cultivation suppression, cannot make its true power. But that's all fine. Already having a martial soul, Zhao Yun's future achievement would be at least the quasi-heavenly realm. And when his cultivation rises to the peak of the earth-hidden realm, he will be at the quasi-heavenly realm. And if his physical body advances as well, he will be at the true heavenly martial realm. This creation is, indeed, against all odds. This small martial cultivator of the true spirit realm, ahead of time, went to the heights that even the peak of the earth hidden may not be able to go to in a lifetime. And although the level of the martial soul was low, it was, after all, a martial soul. If this matter was heard by the peak of the earth store, it would definitely be shocked, because this metamorphosis, from the very beginning, was against the norm. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zhao Yun, who had his knees and eyes closed, muttered, spirit and martial soul, really is not a level. Metamorphosis into a martial soul, quite a sense of heaven and earth are intimate a lot. Perception is also nirvana. Within a radius of a few thousand feet, even the sound of insects are clearly audible, which small insects have a few legs. He saw the door. At the moment, the thunder and lightning had stopped, the dusky vault of the sky was clear again, and the stars dotted the starry sky. That feels good. Luna laughed. Good, great. Zhao Yun grinned. A wisp of breeze, are much cooler than before. Intuition body penetrating, has been able to clearly capture the power of heaven and earth. As for how to go to use, but also need quite a few days of enlightenment. Clang, clang. The sound of swords suddenly rang out as purple sky and long yuan flew out one after another. Unlike earlier, this time Zhao Yun did not pinch his knuckles. He was controlling the sword with his martial spirit, which was more precise and powerful, and the distance of the attack increased exponentially. In this case, is the best. With a thought, you can attack with a sword, and if you are a little careless, you will be decapitated. Clang, clang, sword sound more. In addition to the purple sky and the dragon abyss, a handle of flying knives also flew out one after another. The same no need to pinch the knives. To the martial spirit control, the number is far from the previous comparable to where to hit. Have the martial spirit as the foundation, can be extremely pinch precision. It's okay to be missing an arm. The martial spirit can totally make up for it, such as the defense of the sword. There is no longer any need to pinch the knuckles. To martial spirit branding, more direct than anything else. Luna smiled and closed her eyes with it. In a certain sense, she and Zhao Yun is one. Zhao Yun metamorphosis out of the martial soul, she also benefited from. Almost transparent, a trace of the soul body, suddenly solidified a point. More dreamy light. Cage Mu soul body, she is more like a dream. Chapter 116, Night Ghosts and Souls, Uncanny Demands for Life. It was late at night before Zhao Yun opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes had light shooting out, quite sharp, a cut of the ancient tree, all cut off. Spiritual metamorphosis of the martial spirit, the eyes are quite deep. Nice. Zhao Yun got up and stretched his waist fiercely. His body crackled. He advanced 2 steps in a row, and with the thunder quenching, his body was much stronger, and he felt that every drop of blood was full of explosive power. The body is filled with majestic power. This was his nirvana, the depth and creation that he has gained. Shower, teach me the secret techniques of the martial soul attack category. Zhao Yun collected the dragon abyss and purple sky and looked at the moon god with a smile. Luna did not respond, or rather, she was still nourishing her soul body and didn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Yun. You've even metamorphosed as well. Zhao Yun's eyes glittered, and he could tell that the lunar god was changing. That's a good sign. They were grasshoppers on the same rope, and if the moon god was powerful, it would be beneficial to him, and perhaps, it would even revive his divine power, and if he didn't pay attention to it, he would be able to soar to the heavens. He did not harangue and turn to go down the hill, however, just stepped out a step. Will feel a sharp pain in the heart, like being hammered by an iron drill. Pain into the bone marrow, is really injured. The corner of the mouth has been blood trickle overflow. Well, before he could react, he felt another stabbing pain in his brow, as if he had been stabbed by a needle. How? Zhao Yun's step did not stand firm, half kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood constantly, the 3 or 2 instantaneous, limbs and bones, organs and bowels, the 8 veins, are painful, such as flames calcined, such as by the thunder and lightning cleaved and shot, such as being held with a steel needle, one after another poked and prodded. Bizarrely, there is no one around which, the pain, it came for no reason, the art of aversion to victory, the moon god said faintly, already opening her eyes and knowing what the problem was. Aversion to victory? Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and roared low, since I have heard of this spell, it is also a kind of witchcraft, extremely evil, and is a good witchcraft. This method, the reasoning is not difficult to understand. It is nothing more than to build a small puppet, write the name of the person, and then carve down the person's birth date, supplemented by incantation. Can hurt people? With needles, with fire, with knives, all depends on the caster. As for how to go to the show, few people know. I've heard from old-timers that this sorcery has long been lost. He'd only heard of it, too. Tonight was the first time I'd seen it. And, well, the one that got shaded. Well, injury again. The whole body severe pain unbearable. Seems to have countless parasites. In the gnawing of his flesh and bones, the pain of his body huge trembling. The pain is even more refining body. Who is it? Zhao Yun snorted coldly, his eyes covered in blood and scarlet. Southeast, Luna reminded. Whoosh, Zhao Yun heard, such as a black shadow leap down the hill, hard against the pain. Scurrying in the forest, really want to see, who is in the backstabbing him. Uncover it and don't stop until you're dead. The mountains were dark at night, and the cool wind had turned quite eerie. During that time, Zhao Yun coughed up blood. Spellcaster. It is very hate him, hate the teeth, to be tortured to death. This is only a little while of work. I do not know how many ferocious means. The man in the hands of the small puppet, more than half has been poked and prodded all over the place. I don't know which moment he exempted himself from the fixation. Not far away, is a cave, the so-called caster, is inside. Here, the little spirit beads have glowed. Zhao Yun used his martial soul to sense. He could smell the martial cultivation breath, seemingly hidden. It was a mage who practiced sorcery type, the peak realm of true spirit. Most likely sorcery has not been cultivated to the home. So far it has not killed him. And then there is distance. A person who has achieved great success in the art of aversion to victory can kill people invisibly from thousands of miles away. This person's moral skill is almost as good, and he needs to be within a certain range in order to use the art of aversion to victory. If not, he would not have been able to seek it out so easily. Get out! Zhao Yun shouted violently, using his soul to control his sword, and Zi Xiao shot into the cave like a purple mane. Pounds! The sound of metal clashing came from the hole, crisp and pleasant. Good boy. A phantom laugh followed. It's timber horse and old. Zhao Yun looked down as the man exited the cave. Is a hunchbacked old man, skinny bones, and crutches, but also hanging a fist-sized skull. Looking creepy. It is indeed the art of aversion to victory. Look at the old man's hands, holding a small puppet. The puppet represents Zhao Yun, on which, there is also engraved Zhao Yun's name and birth date. Not seen. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, making sure he didn't recognize the guy. To be able to seek out the old man, you are quite something. The corners of the hunchbacked old man's mouth curled up slightly, like a stern ghost crawling out of hell, with a greenish light in his eyes. Who sent you? Zhao Yun said coldly. Nightly ghosts hooking souls, impermanent demands for life. Not waiting for the hunchbacked old man to open his mouth, we'll hear Jie Jie laugh, and then it is the clattering sound of the chain, such as 2 swimming snakes, from the darkness to come, above the chain, but also engraved with strange runes. Clattering sound can confuse the mind. There are others. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, flew away to escape, flew and entangled the chain. Not a general chain. Once locked, will certainly be devoured. True essence? The sound are confusing people's minds, most likely also against the spirit and the martial soul. To be able to avoid the perception of the little spirit bead and his martial soul, the other party definitely had a concealment type of secret treasure on their body. This was obviously planned early. This was a premeditated assassination. During that time, he had glanced at the moon god. The lunar god was as if nothing had happened, looking as if she had known about it, only that she hadn't reminded him of it. Like this bridge, he was used to it, but where it was within his response range, the moon god wouldn't alert, and if it came from the earth-hidden realm, that was more aggressive than anyone else. Clank! Before Zhao Yun landed on the ground, there was another sound of a sword. In the darkness, there was a slender and black long sword stabbing out. The tip of the sword was glowing with an icy cold ghostly light. It was a sword of absolute death. Really look up to me. Zhao Yun grunted coldly and wanted to dodge. Definition. Another light shout. There is still someone in the dark, casting a fixation spell. Open. Zhao Yun's true essence surged, forcibly broke through the fixation spell, And this instant, the killing sword has arrived, only 2 or 3 inches from his brow. Not yet hit, the sword power has pierced his flesh, which if stabbed, will be killed on the spot. Roll. Lightning flashes. He broke his mouth and shouted, cast the soundwave secret art of the dragon and tiger roar. The sound of the dragon's roar, very domineering, mainly because the spirit of the metamorphosis into a martial spirit. This method is also considered to be a martial spirit attack class of the secret. Roar out of the power is not bad. A piece of grass and trees on the spot toppled over, was roaring, broken and flying. Well, there were muffled grunts in the darkness, and he was going to pierce through with his sword, but because of Zhao Yun's voice, he was shaken back on the spot, and was also forced out of his true form. It is a youth wearing blood clothes, received a dragon tiger tsunami, do not feel very good, a step staggered, only to stabilize the body, the mind buzzing constantly, the corner of the mouth and blood trickle overflow. He is an assassin, to be a hit and kill, not good at melee, and high attack and defense is low, which was injured. Good strong sound wave secret technique. The blood-clothed youth laughed coldly. It wasn't that he hadn't received a sonic attack, but in the true spirit realm, to be able to make such a powerful move, Zhao Yun was definitely the first one, and the spirit level must have been quite high, sparing him the peak of the true spirit. He was roared into a dizziness. It's still a tough master. The other two showed up as well. It is not ashamed of the ghost's hook souls, the changeless life. It is really a white and black, called its black and white changeless, but also not two. Spare Zhao Yun's state of mind. See the two, but also cannot help but behind the back of the cool wind children a burst of their selling. Too damn eerie, so that he did not think that the two people. It is really the hell of the life of the changeless. Whoever is dead will be to run to whoever is home. There's no rush. There's a fifth. It is an old crone, also leaning on a walking stick. It is she who cast the fixing spell just now. It is the master of playing auxiliary. Because of her, Zhao Yun was nearly killed by a sword. Rash omens? Zhao Yun faintly said. Mainly because of that fixation spell. Last time was assassinated by the Rashoman. Also had been hit by the fixation spell. This time again. Most likely not a coincidence. Look at these 5 people. In their respective fields have attainments. Obviously a 5-member team assassination team. On the lineup, than last time most of the time. Each of them are the peak of the true spirit. Especially the white impermanence. Has half a foot into the Xianyang realm. Kid, you know a lot. The hunchbacked old man smiled grimly, recognizing that Zhao Yun could not escape. Before he did not hide it. A dead man is not going to go out and talk nonsense. 5 against 1. There is no reason why you cannot get rid of the one-armed Zhao Yun. With such a lineup, it cost a lot of silver to hire you guys. Zhao Yun laughed. It would be good to find out the mastermind behind it. It would be good to know who was backstabbing him. Who did you mess with? And you don't know in your heart? Black Impermanence smiled coldly. I've messed with a lot of people. Zhao Yun gave a faint cry. Any hostile great clan is possible. Taking people's money and taking their lives. Rashoman is doing this business. As long as the silver is enough, the Emperor of Daxia dare to assassinate. As such, see how crazy this killer organization. Cut the crap and kill. The hunchbacked old man said faintly. It should be the leader of this group of killers. When the words fell, he took the steel needle and ruthlessly inserted it into the little puppet's brow. Well, Zhao Yun let out a whimper and felt his eyebrows poking and stabbing like iron drills. Clank! The blood-clothed youth instantly launched his sword, a sword that slammed through the rainbow. Zhao Yun's instantaneous body was like the wind, easily avoiding it, and then he saw the black and white irregulars, one on the left and the other on the right, holding chains that were like swimming snakes, wrapping around towards him. Zhao Yun wanted to hide, but the crone's fixing spell came again. At this instant, the chain was on his body, locking his right hand and left foot, really as he expected. There is a devouring true essence of the tricky ability. Moreover, by the chain, the mind is still a little bit of a trance. Indeed, also against the spirit, thanks to the spirit of his metamorphosis into a martial spirit. Otherwise, this blow will be enough to drink a pot. It's over. The black and white irregulars laughed in a ghostly manner, tugging on the chains tightly, wanting to tear Zhao Yun in half. By you? Zhao Yun laughed coldly, using his soul to control his sword. The dragon abyss and purple sky came out in unison. The purple sky cut the chains. The dragon abyss slammed into the black impermanence. This sword was so heavy that it hit the air and buzzed. You can control a sword even before you pinch it? Black Impermanence amazed. Is locked Zhao Yun right hand. Also did not see him pinch hand trick. These two swords. How to attack over. Is the self-attack? Did not think much. He disappeared on the spot. He is playing auxiliary. Can fight but cannot resist. Look at this sword is so fierce. Get one. Will be smashed half of the body. Clank. The purple heavenly sword reversed and severed white impermanence's chain again. Set your sister. The crone casts the fixing spell again. Unfortunately, It doesn't work very well anymore. The moment before the fixation, Zhao Yun evaded it with his wind god steps, and his body was also covered in body-protecting true element around his body. In this way, the fixation spell is ineffective. Chapter 117, The Destruction of the Rashong Reunion. Where to go? The blood-haired youth attacked, a sort of ghostly light shooting out. His speed was not weak, but Zhao Yun was faster, and he only caught a remnant of Zhao Yun's shadow. Old undead, take your life, Zhao Yun bellowed, ignoring the blood-clothed youth, the crone, and the black and white invincibles, and attacked the hunchbacked old man straight on. The guy had a small puppet in his hand, and had been using the aversion of victory technique since the beginning, and with him around, he was injured at all times, and the fights weren't even peaceful. The hunchbacked old man sneered and retreated back into the cave. Zhao Yun's kill coincided with the black mist surging out of the cave. It is a poisonous mist. Moreover, within the poisonous mist, there was also a parasite like a fly coiled in it. Very good. Zhao Yun flew back and protected his body with beast fire. In the same instant, 3 flying daggers shot out, traversing the black mist and shooting into the hole. Strangely, the explosive talisman did not blow up. Well prepared, Zhao Yun let out a cold laugh. Obviously, the hunchbacked old man also trespassed on the sidelines, specializing in the sidelines against the explosive talisman. Explosive talisman power, although strong, ineffective against it. Not only the hunchbacked old man, there are 4 other people. The body is also engraved with a ban. That's why it says well prepared. Before he came, most likely he had already studied him thoroughly before engraving the prohibition in advance. What else is there to rely on? The old woman laughed quietly. One hand pinched the seal. With the water escape, a black river suddenly rose. There are horrifying waves surging. On the spot submerged Zhao Yun. The black river is not ordinary water. Fused with poisonous, even the body protection true essence can be corroded. Roar! Without waiting for the blood-clothed youth to come forward to attack, there was another dragon roar. It's still a dragon chant. The hyperactive sound wave shattered the black river, and even the crone stomped back. There was also a startled look in the old eyes. This goods is true spirit realm? Only ordinary sound wave secret art. How can make this kind of power, Lu? His spirit level, not to mention high, a little scary. Water recluse, I can do that too. Zhao Yun coldly smiled. One-handed pinch, there are water waves surging, and body-burning beast fire collision, into a piece of water vapor. Hazy, he hid in it, to the water mist to cover the real body. Outside a few people, for a time were obscured from view. In addition to that, he dropped a thunderbolt. This black iron egg is a good thing, a must-have item for hiding. Boom! Thunderbolts exploded, and thunderon shot out in all directions, shaking the crowd's eyes. Quack, quack. Following that, there was the sound of a crow cawing. To be precise, it was the rock, like a black shadow, rushing away from the water mist, extremely fast. Mostly, it has speedwalkers attached to its wings. And then there was the fact that the crowd was so dazzled by the thunderbolts that they didn't see them clearly. Stay! The blood-clothed youth let out a bellowing cry and immediately bent his bow and arrow. It was precisely because he didn't see it clearly that he very instinctively thought Zhao Yun was on the back of that mongrel bird and was going to use this method to escape the encirclement. Not to mention him, the black and white irregulars and the old crone also thought so. The 4 of them executed their attacks at the same time, either with chains or with sword awnings. And even the hunchbacked old man hidden in the cave popped out a ghostly light just to strike down the rock that was charging into the sky. In truth, Zhao Yun was not up there, but under the ground. Flying up, just the rock, is just to attract the attention of the crowd. Previously condensed to create water vapor, blurring the crowd's vision, with lightning bombs to shake the eyes of the crowd, is to prepare for this. There is a saying in the art of war, sound the east and strike the west. This method still works well in critical moments. As it turned out, he did have a tart enough for this one. A couple of knife-edge killers really got fooled. This, too, is psychological warfare, with a lineup of 5 against 1. Anyone would think about escaping, right? On the contrary, Zhao Yun did the opposite, letting the rock ascend to the sky while he hid in the ground, waiting for an opportunity to move. Run away? I'm not running away. If I don't kill you all, I won't be called Zhao. Stop it. The hunchbacked old man stormed out of the cave again, hissing at the sky. Of a sudden, an eagle hissed in the vault of the sky, and Zhao Yun in the ground, subconsciously tilted his eyes. Into the eyes we'll see 2 big birds, to be precise, is 2 eagles, wings open, have 3 or 5 feet huge, in the air, such as 2 pieces of black clouds, each eagle on the back, are standing a man in black. It was also true that he had psychic beasts, and the world knew it. If he knew that, then how could this assassination not be aided by the air, just to prevent him from escaping? Unfortunately, the organs are not as well thought out as they should be. Clank! The sound of the sword suddenly rose. Zhao Yun had already killed from the ground. His body was like a ghost, and the wind and thunder sword became a ghostly mane, domineering and overpowering, locking on the blood-clothed youth. The blood-clothed youth's eyes bulged out, and his pupils tightened, already unable to hide. Pust. Bloodlight pierced the eyes. An assassin who was good at assassination was killed by Zhao Yun with a single sword. The old woman had suddenly changed color. Wasn't it up there? Elder, have a good trip. Accompanied by the words of the withered silence, the Dragon Abyss sword had arrived, sending the old crone away with a single stroke. It was all in a flash, also only for a moment. The two assassins perished, and both died a depressing death. Good boy, really. Black and white impermanent cold snort, flying back to escape, and the humpbacked old man also retracted back to the cave. The expression that a wonderful expression that a shocked Zhao Yun's meticulous mind, but also shocked at his boldness. Do not think of escaping, but even hide in the ground. 1 against 5. You're not scared? Zhao Yun is not here. There was a hissing sound coming down from the air. It was hard to see from below, but when it came to the air, it was clear to see that it was a mongrel bird, which had Zhao Yun on its back. What are you talking about? Below, the black and white irregulars and the hunchbacked old man are all cursing in secret. Both of them were destroyed. And you just saw it? Old dog, take your life. Zhao Yun ignored the black and white invincibles and attacked the cave. The old guy was very restless, poking and prodding the little puppet with steel needles at all times, hurting him so much he wanted to wail. Boom, boom, boom. When I entered the cave, I could no longer see Zhao Yun, only the rumbling sound. There was no need to go and look to see that Zhao Yun and the hunchbacked old man were at war in the cave. The battlefield. It's not hard to imagine. The hunchbacked old man was not defeated, and was Zhao Yun bullied close to the front, and received a whole set of the holy law of fighting, and he was very good at using the art of loathsome victory, and he was very close to the Taoist line with the Wushu amendment to face the battle. Moreover, it was against Zhao Yun, who was unrivaled in melee combat. The ghosts and gods are unpredictable, and moves domineering battle holy laws, hit him stirrups back, stand all unsteady, not blowing, even the opportunity to catch his breath are not. You say a one-armed true spirit realm. Where is this kind of domineering close combat? Such a fighting state of mind had to be at least at the Xianyang realm. Boom! The cave collapsed and debris crumbled. For a long time, did not see any movement. Black and white impermanents looked at each other, and went forward in unison. Clang! Clang! They had just gotten close when two swords shot out, one for Dragon Abyss and the other for Purple Sky. The two of them changed color. That was Zhao Yun's sword. That bastard wasn't dead. Zhao Yun didn't die. So the one who was destroyed was the hunchbacked old man. In a flash of lightning, the two men stepped back. Where are you two? In a hurry. Behind him came the words of withered silence. Since it was Zhao Yun, it was not true that the sword flew out of the cave, but he, as early as the previous instant, had been diving in the ground. How can? A chill ran down Black and White's spine, and he turned around with a huff. Have a good trip, Zhao Yun said lightly. 2 flying daggers had arrived, and whenever he said this, he would definitely send one person away. Poof, poof. The flying daggers were not bad, one for each man, inserted into the chest and killed on the spot. The impermanence of a claimed life, the life is claimed. 2 people to death, is also extremely depressed. 5 people group cooperate with how tacit understanding. They used to be assassinated Xianyang realm, was actually a true spirit realm. 1 by 1 anti-kill, 5 to 1. This rich battle, how to fight into this kind of hanging. Quack, quack. The great battle below has ended, but the air is still in the war. 2 killers of the Rashomon sect, urging 2 eagles, one on the left and one on the right, are chasing after the rock? Zhao Yun looked away and scurried into the mountains. The psychic beasts were connected to their master's mind and ran to one side. Zhao Yun was quite fast and had already climbed up a mountain peak and hid under an old tree, just waiting for rock to lure the 2 killers over. He, on the other hand, was ready to just take a hit. Quack! The rock came, with a speed-walking talisman attached to its wings, extremely fast, like a black shadow, passing by the small mountain peak. It came, and the 2 eagles that were chasing it also arrived. It is now. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed as he used his soul to control his sword, and his Purple Sky and Dragon Abyss came out in unison. Clang! Buzz! The sound of swords chiming still stung. Up to this point, the 2 killers only looked at Zhao Yun. Why say only? Only because the 2 attention are in the rock body, but also due to fly too high. Just ignore the following. Poof, poof. The 2 bloody lights were extremely gorgeous. An eagle was pierced through the lower abdomen. An eagle was chopped off a wing, accompanied by the sound of wailing. From the void planted down, standing on the 2 killers, or not to any good. A step did not how to stand firm. also fell down. There is no footing. The two is a dry duck into the sea, flopping in the air randomly. In your next life, don't mess with the wrong ones. Zhao Yun a soul control 2 swords, not waiting for the 2 killers fell to the ground. Will be a sword to seal the throat. Also died extremely depressed said. This battle is so bull. Meritocracy. Zhao Yun laughed, staggered a bit, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. 1 against 5. It's a lie if you're not hurt. Reflecting the moonlight, he turned slowly, having to clean up the battlefield. Clank. In the face, he saw a flying knife shooting at him. The power of the flying knife was not enough to see, but a talisman hanging on the flying knife was extraordinarily eye-catching. That's the explosive charm. The Thunderbolt explosive charm. Apparently, in addition to the 7 assassins who were exterminated, there was an 8th. This, all no longer mattered. What mattered was that the Thunderbolt explosion talisman had blown up. Pust. Zhao Yun sprayed blood, was blown over on the spot. Thunderlight explosive talisman is not more than the general explosive talisman. Its power, incomparably strong, raging tempered body of Zhao Yun, flesh and body strong enough, but also was blown blood and bones. Clank. Before the smoke cleared, a crimson killing sword was seen stabbing in. Zhao Yun set himself, raised his bleeding hand, and clutched the tip of the sword tightly. Up to this point, he had looked at the assassin's honor. It is a woman dressed as a man, with a black cloth veil, leaving only a pair of beautiful eyes outside. Those eyes, although cold, but also clear, very beautiful. Yulan, this is how you repay your benefactor? Zhao Yun said lightly. To this pair of beautiful eyes, the memory is quite deep. No need to uncover the other side of the veil. He knows who the other side is. Definitely the woman called Yulan, with a special bloodline. Once she storms out, she is able to fly. Chapter 118, An Awkward Reunion. Yulan's expression was stunned. It seemed that from the words, he had heard Zhao Yun's identity. His eyes, still as deep and wise as that night, this instant, looked incomparably clear. Clank. Zhao Yun's true essence surged and shook her back, also shaking off her veil. As he had seen, it was indeed Sylvan. I told you, it's hard to find 2 pairs of beautiful eyes like that in the world. You are Zhao Yun. Yulan's jade mouth opened slightly in disbelief. Because of that day, Zhao Yun has been wearing a human skin mask, not his real face, and not his real name, and even, from receiving the mission to date, only to know that the person she is haunted by, and the Zhao Yun she wants to assassinate, are perfectly overlapping. No wonder looking at his back was so familiar. Nowadays it's understood. I should have known. You're the Rashomon killer. Zhao Yun staggered, stood unsteadily, bent over and coughed up blood constantly. That night to blow poisonous fog in his room. Must be Yulan. Took the task is to assassinate him, which is why Yulan, why several times to him to show the reason for killing. A surprise, a real surprise. Surprise, but also caught off guard. The auction obtained in the lightning explosion talisman, really is not a waste. Turned back to use on him, fried his blood and bones flying. If you always walk by the river, there is no such thing as a wet shoe. He, an expert in playing with explosive talismans, even had a day when he was blown up, and the one who blew him up was the same Yulan he had saved. It's really true that things don't change. Seeing each other again is such bull asterisk. A simple dialogue, and the mountain peaks were suddenly serene and silent. Zhao Yun was injured very badly. This is a one-armed. Because of this overbearing lightning explosion talisman, nearly blown crippled, many blood and bone exposure. Each wound is haunted by lightning, all over the body are dripping blood more than, reflecting the starlight, has become a bloody man. Even so, he still has something to fall back on. In his normal state, Yulan couldn't kill him, even if he was severely injured. This, then, is his bottom line. Yulan's cheeks were quite pale, had hypothesized countless scenes of meeting again, but only did not expect this situation. She was the assassin. He was the person that the Gold Master named to be killed. Their status nowadays was really more dramatic than a drama. Who sent you? The long silence was finally broken by Zhao Yun's words. No, I don't know. Yulan buried her head and hung her eyes. The clanging killing sword, also since the hands of the inadvertent dislodgement, should have forgotten her mission, also should have forgotten that she is an assassin. Sins, if she put her best foot forward, she might really be able to destroy Zhao Yun, but she couldn't get down. Not because Zhao Yun had saved her, but because Zhao Yun is her dark world, the only inch of light, lived for nearly 20 years, the most valuable memory. Is that dark well? Even though he wore a human skin mask, but that side face, but as early as that night, will be dead engraved into her soul, that is a pathetic warmth, was regarded by her as the most precious treasure. It was he who pulled her back from hell. Zhao Yun did not force to pursue the question. Yulan is afraid that he really does not know. Even if he knows, Most likely he will not say. The rules of the Rashomon sect, he heard about it in his childhood. I'll be back. Yulan left a word and disappeared into the darkness with her sword. Pust. Behind him, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of Zhao Yun. Finally could not hold on, half kneeling on the ground. The power of the Thunderbolt Explosion Talisman, really enough weight, nearly blew him to dust. That girl is good. The moon god laughed. When she goes berserk, she's a six-pack. Zhao Yun had sat down on his knees and tried his best to run the body refining technique as a way to heal his injuries. His words were not a compliment to the sylph. That girl, once the bloodline storm, really like a madman. See who do who. That night if he did not run fast, if not thick skin and flesh is very resistant to beating, most likely already dead. This is an awkward situation today. Indeed, it's the second time he's been assassinated by the Rashomon, and it's getting scarier every time. Just wait, next time you come back, you might be in the Xianyang realm. The sound of bones clicking, unceasingly, washing the marrow and tendon scripture is still very overbearing. Really have the magical power to restore the body. Blasted bones, in the forging body, one by one to continue, collapsed tendons and veins, but also a road to remodeling. Quack, the rock fell from the void, just guarding his side. It also has injuries. It should be previously chased by the two eagles hit, but there is no big problem. As previously said, even though there is no memory, but the golden-winged rock potential still exists, the recovery power is still very domineering. The body of a few blood ravines has been healed. Time passes slowly. It was near dawn before Zhao Yun got up and cleaned up the battlefield at the first opportunity. Sure, you may know the art of aversion to victory. Zhao Yun searched for the cave, during which he also glanced at the moon god, the hunchbacked old man's sorcery. He also liked it very much. To build so a small puppet, it can be if you learn this method. You can kill people invisibly. The main thing is to be safe which, gods, omnipotent. This statement of the moon god can be described as forced. Teach me. No teaching. For what? Evil sorcery, own grievances gathered. Mortals are not obvious. When you become immortal, that is, karma sins. Loss of foundation is small, defeat is big. The moon myth language leisurely, said quite evil, to Zhao Yun bluff is a rash. Listen to her deep tone. It is involved in quite a lot. It's okay to teach me the fixing spell. Zhao Yun laughed, and immediately changed the topic. After a deadly robbery, you have to give some benefits. Previously, it was like this. A secret method was rewarded for a beating. Good point. The lunar god did not mince words. A piece of golden light sprinkled down, arranging itself into combinations. At every moment, Zhao Yun's eyes were extraordinarily snowy. Moon god's transmission. Not only is the fixation spell, and fixation talisman drawing method, the ability to since it is the same, are fixed, and is quite authentic fixed. On the effect, never the crone kind of half-assed fixed spell can be compared. Naturally, there are levels. Whether it is a fixation talisman, or this fixation spell, depends on who to use. On the real spirit realm may be good, but on the Xian Yang realm such as Zhuge Xian Dao kind of, not very good. In a word, or his martial arts cultivation is too low. He sought out a cave where he should take inventory of his treasures. 7 killers, harvested a lot. Money is outside the body. Eye-catching objects, such as the black and white invincible soul locking chain, is due to a special iron material, can be refined into the purple sky, also such as the hunchbacked old man's compulsion, are very practical treasure. Collecting these, he fetched the lines for drawing the talisman. Talented generation. Learn what are very nimble. A fixation talisman without pause, a breath, have to be a little more. The critical moment is able to save their lives, but also such as the speed of travel talisman and explosive talisman. To open the ban, need to consume real energy. As for the fixation spell, it could not be learned at this moment. Why can't you learn? Is therefore fixed spell law? Need to dip the finger in blood, in the palm of the carving fixed word. To put it bluntly, this is a need for 2 hands to complete the technical work. He is a hand of people, certainly cannot do. It's okay if you can't do it. The spell is memorized. He was already at the 4th level of the true spirit, and when he reached the 5th level, he would have 2 hands. Sure. Do you know about Yulan's bloodline? Zhao Yun asked curiously again while drawing the talisman. Her bloodline is not natural. It was infused afterward, and it is the bloodline of the Winged Clan. The moon god said faintly. The Winged Nation. Zhao Yun let out a murmur. In the Shenmen heavenly book, had seen only a few words. This clan, the bloodline is not bad. If the bloodline is awakened, is able to skate in the sky. That's right. When Yulan stormed out, he was able to go up out of the air, mostly thanks to his bloodline. And with such a bloodline, if he could master it freely, he would be able to soar into the sky without the need for a flying mount. Mo paint, go up to the top of the mountain. The moon god said faintly. Gotta go. Zhao Yun immediately collected his lines, scurried out of the cave, and climbed up the mountain peak in one bite. It was the middle of the day and it was dry and hot. Zhao Yun was drenched in sweat and casually pulled his shirt, his muscles showing their explosive power. Look at the sun with your bright eyes, Luna said. Look, the sun? The corner of Zhao Yun's mouth tugged. When it was noon, the sun was poisonous. Staring at it like this for a long time, one's eyes would surely burn blind. From this day forward, refine the eyes of heaven. Heaven's eye. It can still be refined? Zhao Yun froze. Heavenly eyes. He has already seen it. Yen Kong has heavenly eyes. Those eyes are indeed extraordinary. If not for his extremely high spirit, he would have been trapped. Rumor has it that all heavenly eyes are born. Listen to the allegory in the moon myth that the eye of heaven can still be made later. That's interesting. As he muttered, the moon god had brushed his hand and scattered another piece of gold lettering. Heavenly, eye, divine, and divine. Zhao Yun saw this and read it out word for word. Roughly read, subvert the cognition. The eye of heaven can really be built, and this eye of heaven, it elaborates on the method. Bright eyes look directly at the sun. With the operation of this method, with time, it can become the eye of heaven. Then the pupil will be similar to the sun. Good secret technique. Zhao Yun licked his tongue. When the moon god produces a product, it will be of the highest quality, and the gods are indeed omnipotent. Without giving it much thought, he immediately closed his eyes in enlightenment. Heavenly eye na. If it is cultivated, it must be full of compulsion. Supplemented by heavenly eye type secret art, can also kill people invisibly, such as the illusion of heavenly eye. With his martial soul, it will be a miraculous effect. In his opinion, no one in the field of the true spirit realm can avoid it. Today's sure, why is she so good at talking? Zhao Yun muttered in his heart. For good reason. This is passing him the secret method. You love me that much? I'm hurting you. The moon god did not say anything, slanting a glance at Zhao Yun. If not for the fact that you are being targeted by the Lohas Gate, this god would not care about you. If you don't do something to save your life, God knows that one day you will be destroyed. It doesn't matter if you die. This god, will have to accompany you in the funeral. Don't be tough. You just hurt me. What Zhao Yun thought would be extremely nice. This female master was so open. It was a quarter of an hour before he opened his eyes. The dharma of the heavenly eye's divine power was clear to him, so he raised his eyes to look directly at the sun. The sun today is, indeed, poisonous. Look up at the eyes. Extremely difficult to open both eyes. Only to use two small stick to support. Forced to stare. Two eyes instantly a black. Really is blind that way. And both eyes hot. Burning pain. Inch by inch attacked full of eyes. Luckily, he has the secret sauce. Mind meditation heavenly eyes divine principle. The feeling of fire and hot suddenly dispersed most of the time. Only to feel that there is a clear spring. Wandering in the eyes. Warm, cool and refreshing. Listen carefully. The eyes also more pricking sound. Can see a ray of sunlight? Did not enter the eyes. Melted into the invisible. That is it's a very strange power. Shower, how long will it take to get out of the eye of heaven? Zhao Yun asked. What a freak. Just this and still distracted from the conversation. 100 years fast. The moon god lay down on the moon, having closed her eyes in a false sleep. Chapter 119. A visit from a female senior. Gulp. Hearing the moon god's words, Zhao Yun secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. As fast as 100 years? This time as well. Seems a little long. Afraid not to wait for him to repair the eye of heaven. Will be in the ground. Thus showing that the latter day to create the eye of heaven is extremely difficult. But if the repair, will be shocking. The eye of heaven is so said. In truth, the moon god was fooling him. With Zhao Yun's talent, why would he need 100 years? At her guess, a few months at most. Dharma doors are Dharma doors, and comprehension is extremely important. Obviously, Zhao Yun in the epiphany of this piece, is the Antipodean level. She saw a lifetime of mortals. This kid is the highest talent. Even the descendants of the inheritance of the gods, may not be better than him. Qualifications may be able to change. Talent is born. Zhao Yun was born as a different kind. Or, with his origin. This one, not just anyone. At least, it seemed unusual to her, simply because of the familiar back. By the time it arrived, she hadn't even recalled which talent it was. Shower. I observe that the heavenly book has the saying of 100 years of extreme young. Does it really exist? Zhao Yun asked again. The so-called 100 years of extreme sun, that is, the day of pure sun, the world of Yin and evil are avoided, but, only once in 100 years, and that day of the sun, the most poisonous, if the day to repair the eye of heaven. I do not know if there are magical things happen. A glimpse of his little mind was all the lunar god needed. Just say it. This kid's not stupid. He's smart. He'll use what he's learned. There is indeed 100 years of extreme sunshine. As Zhao Yun see, 100 years only once, not man-made, is natural, in that day to repair the eye of heaven, twice the effort. And Zhao Yun luck is also very good. 100 years of extreme sun will be in the near future. Whether it can become the eye of heaven, that day is the key. Because of this, she passed on this secret art, is to do for the extreme sun to prepare. 3 hours later, Zhao Yun closed his eyes. For a dozen or so instantaneous moments, his eyes went black, and only then did it clear up. With the sun against the eyes, with the heavenly eye aptitude, the eyes have been subtle changes, more profound. Carefully look at the pupil, but also see the illusory sun, only seemingly hidden. If the real repair out of the heavenly eye, only really solid. Even so, the benefits are many. At this moment to see the world, then the original clear a lot. If then a few days, the so-called disguise art, the so-called transformation art, in his this will be a setup. Repair more than just the eyes of the sky, there is also the world of vision. He has been enlightened through. It was getting late before he packed up and headed down the mountain. I have to say, this thunderstorm, indeed the creation is infinite. The spirit metamorphosis martial soul, but also collected a lot of loot. The moon god is also open enough to pass on 2 secret techniques. The fixation spell and fixation talisman are very practical, and the heavenly eye aptitude is also more domineering. Back again to forget the ancient city. Night has fallen. As in the past, the old city is full of flowers and yells at night. As he passed by the Liu family's soldier store, he stopped unexpectedly. Has been closed for a long time of the Liu family soldier store, is actually open again. It is today's opening. The plaque is still hanging on the red silk. Look at the front, but also expanded a lot. Even if the night fell, there are still people in and out, mostly to buy weapons. The Liu family made a big move to find another refiner. From what I've heard, that's still a refiner who possesses Earth's thunderbolt. Not to mention, the quality of the weapon is still good. There are many buyers coming and going, walking and chatting in groups of 3 or 5, and all of them are holding weapons, which are newly purchased and loved, and they are wiping them with a rag. Zhao Yun closed his eyes and walked in with the flow of people. How many days since the spirit vein was broken? This is his first time to the Liu family soldiers store. Indeed than the Zhao family broad. The facade is huge. The soldiers store is also extremely spacious. Look at the shelves, a wide range of 18 kinds of weapons. Have everything. Nice. Zhao Yun took a golden sword, swept the quantity. The quality is absolutely excellent. Then the comparison of his family, not similar. The main thing is that this is sold cheap. The refiner that the Great Clan found is truly extraordinary. The Great Clan? The Liu family's refiner is the one introduced by the Big Clan. As for which Big Clan, it's not known yet. It's only known that it's here to help the Liu family deal with the Zhao family. It's not just the weapons business. There are other industries that the big clans are more or less involved in, and the goal is extremely obvious, to beat the Zhao family into submission. That's right, Zhao Yun has messed with too many people. Those who came to buy weapons were not above gossiping and whispering as they picked out their weapons. Is this a start? Zhao Yun muttered. With so many big clans involved, it would be strange if they didn't overwhelm the Zhao family. After all, they were hidden clans. All of them had strong heritage, and there were more than just 3 or 2 of them. His Zhao family was just a small family. It couldn't stand up to this kind of fuss from them. Gotta find a way to deter that. Zhao Yun put back the golden sword, muttering as he walked. The so-called deterrent is to scare, have to be at the right time. The master of his dubious, pull out to slip. There is a Tianwu realm town field. Afraid of the big clan also dare not be too disruptive. Before leaving the door, it coincided with a silhouette walking in. It is Lu Ruyue. I don't know why I have the free time to run here to sneak around, cold and indifferent. And when Zhao Yun brushed past, her pretty eyebrows were slightly knitted, as if she smelled a trace of familiarity, but Zhao Yun was wearing a cloak, so she couldn't see her real face. The body of the heavenly spirit, fruit is overbearing. Zhao Yun heartsigh, Lu Ruyue's cultivation, and 1 point of refinement, has been to the most peak of the true spirit realm. If the chance is enough, more than half of the Xin Yang can be advanced, and her heavenly spirit bloodline, the true power surging. The true element is also extremely majestic, such as her number of people in the Xin Yang realm, more than half of the existence of the invincible. Shower, can the bloodline be built or not? Zhao Yun glanced sideways, curiously at the fake sleeping lunar god. The acquired bloodline needs to be passed on and cannot be built. The moon god said faintly. This method is said to be difficult. Said simple, it is not simple. First of all, you have to look for a special bloodline, so that it will inherit the bloodline origin over. If not idle egg pain, who will pass over the bloodline? The protection is still too late? Even if there is a legacy, it will take endless years of wear and tear. After all, there was a gap between the Hotian and the innate, and one could not make the full power. Back to the soldier's store again, with a visitor. At a closer look, It was that Purple Ling Sr., the tombkeeper of the Inu King's tomb. When he arrived, Purple Ling was standing under the old tree in the garden, looking up at the starry sky in silence. Look at Zhuge Xiandao with a smiling face. Look at the fat old man, but also not generally warm, serving tea and water. Well, those two old guys, they both like that female senior. This is the judgment given by Zhao Yun? This kind of attentiveness, that has to be much like the tale of two pigs and a cabbage. The little black fat man is also in. Say what Zhao Yun wants to say, or how can I say that it is a brother? This can think of a piece of it. This if you say it, iron sure to be beaten. Here we go. The kid's back. Seeing Zhao Yun, Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man were stumped for a while and came running nimbly, tugging at Zhao Yun with one left and one right, looking as if they were afraid that Zhao Yun would run away. Little friend, hello again. Ziling whispered and smiled. Her timbre was still as melodious as a throbbing note. The word again is just right. The first time, it was looking for Zhao Yun to ask for directions. The second time, it was at the Inu King's tomb. This should be the third time. How could she not have imagined that the little martial arts cultivator that she saved that day was actually the Zhao family's waste of the young masters? Saying waste is not exact anymore. It should be the world's wonders. And the background was not too small. Even worshipped a master of the royal family. Greetings, elder. Zhao Yun knew quite a bit about etiquette and gave a one-handed salute. This was a lifesaver. Little friend, can you meet your master? Purple Ling whispered. No senior shelf. Not only no, the tone is also quite humble. Looks like, most likely something to ask, which ran out of the ancient tomb. Learned that the great Xia Hongyuan is Zhao Yun's master, only to wait here. His old man, the godly dragon. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough and glanced at the moon god as he spoke. How can we find him? Ziling asked again in a busy panic. I don't know. Zhao Yun lightly shook his head. Seniors can say first. If master returns from his cloud travels any day, seniors will definitely bring the word over, and save seniors the trouble of waiting. Ancient tomb. Ziling didn't hide it and took a deep breath before slowly saying, there is a mysterious force that is summoning the corpse of the Inu King. Summoning? Since they are summoned, they must have an ulterior motive. Zhuge Xiandao took over. It's nothing more than to be a killing tool, or to be refined into a puppet. Fortunately, the other party doesn't know where the Inu Moon King's tomb is. The fat old man speculated. If he knew, he wouldn't be summoning, but directly robbing in the open. That place is indeed hard to find. Zhao Yun let out a dry laugh. Who would have thought that the Inu King, who had once shaken the 8 wastelands, would be buried in that bird-like mountain cranny, which was obviously not equal to its status. The heavenly sect is full of experts. Get some help, the little fat man interjected. The few people present, most of them had connections with the heavenly sect, especially Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man. Their status must not be low yet. You're out of your mind. Little Wealthy poked Fatty's head with his finger. It's all about the mysterious forces, and it's also highly likely that it's someone from the heavenly sect. Whoa, a family member still digs his own grave. The internal forces of the heavenly sect, intricate and complex, not as simple as you think. Besides, the heavenly sect is not a family with the king of the Inu. As early as in the Warring States era, the Great Summer Dragon Dynasty and the Inu Dynasty, or hostile kingdoms. Senior is looking for my master. Zhao Yun looked towards Ziling. May his old man mediate from it. Ziling immediately said, or, the body of the Inu King is destroyed, dust to dust. If the Inu King is present in the world, if it is used as a killing tool, it will be a monstrous catastrophe. Senior trusts me like this. Zhao Yun laughed. I'm not afraid that I'll shake things up. Senior, his old man, is also an expert in refining puppets. Great Xia's Hongyuan, the hallowed heavenly martial realm, doesn't care to do such sordid things. Ziling smiled. If little friend intended to spread the news, he wouldn't have waited until today. Senior's compliments are truly flattering. Zhao Yun smiled, and during that time, had looked at the lunar god several times. Not available. This, then, is the response of the moon god. It's not necessary for you to go. Just give a method. Zhao Yun was all smiles, such as isolating the summoning. People are in the ground. How bad to disturb the undead. Give its reply tomorrow. The moon god said indifferently. Gotta go, senior, and wait for tomorrow first. Zhao Yun looked at Ziling. Senior will try to find my master, and if there is any news, I will be the first to inform. In that case, thank you in advance. Little friend. Chapter 120, The Talisman of the Living. During the night, the people went to their rooms. All is silent, like the little fortune hunter, like the little black fat man, sleeping since, such as Zhuge Xiandao, the fat old man, Ziling, Qi Yan, and the purple-haired child. They didn't sleep much, and even though the lights in the room were extinguished, these few people, however, were all staring at Zhao Yun's room. The kid said he'd try to contact the master. Perhaps, the great summer Hong Yuan would really come, and they might be fortunate enough to see it. This was something that Zhao Yun was aware of. Or rather, it was the moon god who knew that little bit of mind couldn't escape the god's eyes. Who let Zhao Yun pull too much fame? Anyone else would want to meet their seniors, right? Sure, isn't that a lot of fun? Zhao Yun let out a dry cough. The cowhide blew too loudly, and he was afraid that he could not suppress the scene. Buzz, the moon god did not reply, but only brushed his hand and sprinkled a golden light. It was still patches of gold characters that arranged themselves in Zhao Yun's consciousness. The talisman of the afterlife. Zhao Yun tilted his head, muttered read out. Read to know, is a kind of charm painting method, compared to the explosive charm, speedline charm and fixed body charm. This extremely complicated. Just look, are dazzling, charm and the lines really too much. With this talisman, you can isolate the summoning, the moon god faintly said. Look out, Zhao Yun whispered, looking at it with glowing eyes. The method of drawing the talisman of the afterlife has been described in considerable detail. Such talisman, the living did not have much use, but for the dead is very good, can shield the yin chi, can also isolate the summoning, and the greatest ability is the seal, is for the dead seal. 981 channels. Draw. The moon god let out a lazy cry. Got it. Zhao Yun immediately whisked his hand, and the lines for drawing talismans were all ready to go. I told you, the moon god won't see death. As for why 981 channels, it is to take the number of the pole. This point, he in the Xianmen heavenly book, has seen the esoteric exposition. The pole has its own magical power. The moon god said, it is 9 symbols of a burst of a total of 9 formations to seal the king of the Yin moon. It couldn't be helped. Who made the Yin Yu king a heavenly martial realm? That level of existence, even if buried, is still a supreme existence, not to mention the place where the corpse, buried for thousands of years, the more ancient the corpse, the more terrible, he if the corpse, really will be the world chaos. The talisman of the afterlife is extremely difficult to draw. Spare Zhao Yun talent, but also failed many times. As previously seen, charm on the lines, really is not the general more dense, only look at all dizzy. Non-explosive charm and speedline charm that can be compared to the spiritual power requirements are extremely high. Fortunately, he had spiritually morphed his martial soul. By the 5th time, he had barely drawn his first past life symbol. What an arcane charm! Zhao Yun's eyes were radiant. After the first talisman was drawn, he gradually gained the true meaning, and the subsequent drawings did not seem so difficult, and the talisman drawing techniques were also improved a lot. What a talent! The moon god sighs. She tried dozens of times when she drew the talisman of the past life back then. It seems that talent is really a good thing. Spelling this field, she is not as good as Zhao Yun. Why not just seal it? Wouldn't it be more direct to melt and destroy his corpse? Zhao Yun was again in two minds. Compared to sealing, he was more inclined to just melt away. So it was also safe, saving people from thinking about it all the time, and the dead could truly rest in peace. Well, dependable. With your cultivation, you can transform and destroy a heavenly martial realm corpse? Yushin spoke languidly. Even if you stand and let you fight, you may not be able to beat it up in 3 to 5 years. That's a metaphor. That's graphic. Zhao Yun let out a dry cough and continued to draw talismans at ease. Indeed, Tianwu realm's flesh. He can't break it. Pulling a car of explosive talisman also can't be destroyed. The true spirit in Tianwu realm is not at all a dimension. According to the Xianmen Tianshu introduction, those who advanced into the Tianwu realm will be equivalent to the quasi-immortals. With mortal hands, one cannot shake the body of a quasi-immortal. This, he had seen long ago, the last time he and Little Black Fatty mistakenly entered the grave. So many explosive talismans, dumped on the Yin Moon King, not even scratching an itch. In a word, it's still too low in his rank. The two of them had no more words, and the moon god didn't bother with Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun would be quite dedicated. Against all odds, the speed of drawing talismans was still awesome. Naturally, the consumption is quite high. If he didn't have a true spirit realm martial soul, he was afraid that he would have been exhausted and weak. Do you think Hong Yuan will come? Look at this. It's a bit of a long shot. God knows where the old man is. I'm more curious about which power it is that's summoning the Yin Moon King. Tranquil night. Zhuge Xian Dao They, still not sleeping, in the secret symbols to talk, since the beginning, are staring at Zhao Yun room. No, Zhao Yun has not yet slept, only because the candle in his room is bright, mostly waiting for the master. Xiling was silent, only looking on in silence, out of the ancient tomb to seek help, but also her helpless move, only because of a mysterious force, too terrible. If not, the tomb has a prohibition. I am afraid that the Yin Yuan early called away. Fortunately, the other side did not know the exact location of the burial mound. So, she still has time. May the great Xia Hong Yuan solve this crisis. Senior Uncle Ziling is at the peak of Earth hidden, but he couldn't destroy the corpse of the Een Moon King? The purple-haired child muttered, asking about Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man. You're also underestimating the heavenly martial realm. Destroying a corpse takes time. Admittedly, Ziling can do it, but the Enu King won't stand around and let you destroy it. One that doesn't get it right, it'll turn corporeal. The corpse has not melted for thousands of years, and necrophilia is highly probable. This night Zhuge Xiandao and the fat old man, or very serious, on this matter, or extremely solemn, involving the Tianwu realm, cannot open half a joke. Quietly, it was nearing dawn. Zhao Yun drew all night, and Zhuge Xiandao and the others waited all night. Dizzy, to put down the talisman pen, Zhao Yun did not stand firm, almost planted that. The moon god let draw 9981. He was very up to it. Drew foot hundreds. How to say it? Be prepared. He took the purple and gold zucchini and poured it down in one gulp, and was in high spirits. What was in the gourd was no ordinary spiritual liquid. In the spiritual liquid, there are a few drops of Xinglian immortal dew melted in it, which can give birth to the dead and flesh to white bones, not to mention replenishing the true essence and soul power, which he would not even bother to drink on weekdays. Consumption recovery. He had another flurry of activity, placing a prosthetic hand on himself, wearing a human skin mask, taking voice-changing pills, and, when he was done, covering himself with a concealing black robe. That's right, he's going to be playing Dasha Hong Yuan. This is what the moon god said, in order to personally go to the grave, sealing the king of the dark moon. Only the talisman of the past life is not enough, but also with the necessary incantations, in addition to the preparation of other objects, such as red candles and red thread of vermilion sand. These, all of them, are for ancient corpses, the means of the gods. Zhao Yun could not fathom them since, but they were bound to be useful. Squeak! The door to the room slowly opened, and Zhao Yun took a step out. There was another person in his room? Zhuge Xiandao, who was staring this way, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The purple-haired kid muttered, maybe, it's that Zhao Yun kid. No one is hitting on him. In the opinion of the fat old man, it should not be Zhao Yun, wearing a black robe out early in the morning, but also covered tightly. It does not make sense. Zhao Yun this idol? Zhao Yun had come downstairs and was already sitting in the gazebo. The moment before he sat down, he deliberately performed a hint of heavenly martial realm aura, but only a hint. Having metamorphosed his martial soul, it wasn't that tough to imitate the heavenly martial breath again at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several room doors opened in unison. Zhuge Xiandao and others arrived like the wind. The heavenly martial breath was revealed. This is the great summer Hong Yuan witch, the real thing, but they don't understand. Last night, but have been staring at Zhao Yun's room, did not see anyone go in awe, but think about it. The heavenly martial realm was godly. If they were to see it, how disgraceful. It was also Zhao Yun's high acting skills that bluffed the crowd. See you senior. The people know quite a bit about etiquette. Every 3 or 5 feet, they will arch their hands and bend down. Their hearts are pounding. Daxia Hong Yuan witch, the oldest ancestor of the Daxia royal family, but also the strongest person in Daxia, not to mention the people of the heavenly clan. Even the royal princes and nobles may not have seen him. Born with a legendary color, is a symbol of mystery and power. Now, it's actually here in real life. What an honor for them little shrimps. No need to be polite, Zhao Yun faintly said, the voice of the old and gentle. This word, and the martial soul resonance, comes with a hint of majesty. Anyone who listens, do not dare to doubt, but also only the heavenly martial realm can condense the martial soul. As for those quasi-heavenly realm, I'm afraid that there is no such majesty. I still hope that senior will help. Ziling's eyes were full of hope. The things on it, find them all as soon as possible. This time, I will go with you. Zhao Yun flicked his hand, and a piece of white paper floated out from his sleeve, which was filled with writing. I'll go. The purple-haired child laughed, stepped forward and took the white paper, turned around and disappeared. It was rare to see the heavenly martial realm. He had to perform well, and maybe, there would be a reward. Eva, hello again. Zhao Yun laughed, and the little waif in his mouth referred to the fat old man since. Had ha. Being Zhao Yun a look, the fat old man laughed. The body cool wind straight, but it is not that we meet again. That night, he was nearly destroyed by a Tianwu realm. Looking to senior, granting the latecomer a gong method, Zhuge Xiandao took a step forward and arched his hand and bent down again. How can one be more respectful than that? Zhao Yun did not reply, and with a flick of his hand, another piece of paper floated out. Nai Gongfa, the rest of all the Gongfa. This is Zhao Yun has long been prepared. Hanging Zhuge for so long, it should be given to people. Otherwise, people will curse the mother. Much. Thank you, elder. Zhuge Xiandao was flattered and excited. After waiting for so long, his spring, finally came, the most complete gong method. This is a creation. He, the great Xia Hong Yuan, seeing that the three old-timers are also respectful, they must be. Heavens, I actually looked into the heavenly martial realm. Where's Zhao Yun? His master is here and he doesn't come out to serve? 80% out buying booze. Early morning garden. Extraordinarily lively. Lu Mang, they are standing in the distance. Do not dare to have too much action. Naughty and mischievous such as the small fortune fans and small black fat man, but also peacefully, only dare to measure from afar. That is the Tianwu realm. Shower, take it easy. Although Zhao Yun is sitting peacefully, his little heart is thumping. The second time he bluffed with the heavenly martial realm, and it is in full view of the public. If he is recognized, how embarrassing it will be. You are the heavenly martial realm, the moon god said indifferently. Acting, if you can't even fool yourself, how can you fool others? The worst thing you can do is get beaten up. Zhao Yun understood the moral of these words. Because of the understanding, his waist instantly straightened. That called straight. This set of movements, together with the gradual consummation of the compulsion, signaled the words, I am the heavenly martial realm. I am the number one in the world. Chapter 121, Preaching and Teaching. Forgetting the old city in the early morning is quite a bustle. Today, the Zhao family soldier shop was not open, causing passers-by to look at it sideways for a while. Really wimped out by the Ryu family? 80%. The business of the Willow family soldier store is not normally hot. The mall is like a battlefield. Discussions are quite a lot. More pointing, sighing and tisk-king since a lot of sound. Very instinctive thought. Is the big clan meddling in forgetting the ancient city? Jointly sanctioned the Zhao family. In fact, where are all the people in the backyard? Because Zhao Yun, including the old sun head, including Yang Dao heir, all respectful, Hong Yuan have come, but also open what door? What is more eye-catching than watching Tianwu? Zhao Yun then took to the road and flicked his sleeve. And then, we'll see the sky of the yellow talisman, floating all over the small garden. There are fast travel talisman. There are explosive talisman. There are also fixed talisman. Like rain, see Zhuge Xiandao are 2 eyes straight. Worthy of the great summer Hong Yuan, out of the fruits of the great strokes. Thank you, elder. Mine, don't grab it. Your grandma stepped on my foot. A speed walking talisman. The small garden was even more lively, and it was snatched up without waiting for the roaming charms to fall to the ground. Not bad for a royal family. Not bad for a heavenly marshal. 2 men had come in over the wall, and happened to see the scene. Staggering. These 2 men, each a big deal. The second was the auction pavilion's pavilion master, old Xian Kong. One of them, it is Yang Xiong, the lord of the forgotten ancient city. The 2 of them came here. Zhao Yun is not surprised. Must be purple-haired children shaking out. Now this big scene, how can they be less? But also save him to call. Late generation Yang Xiong, late generation Xian Kong. Greetings, elder. 2 people also know quite a bit of etiquette. Respectfully salute, but also excited. Early with Zhuge Xiandao through the word. If Hong Yuan driving, will be the first time to notify. Now, finally, the wait is over. No need to be polite. Zhao Yun gently waved his hand, quietly drinking tea. That acting not generally superb. Really put himself in the realm of heavenly martial arts. No way. If we don't act like it, we won't be able to scare these old guys. Needless to say, the movie star is not a cover. There was one present, all convinced, all respectful. Martial arts cultivate the body. Enlightenment cultivates the soul. Mortal bodies, transcendental to the holy return to the one way also. If you don't forget the beginning, you will become the way. Zhao Yun one word after another. The words are long, the tone is old, but the tone is misty, and it resonates with the martial spirit. And sitting is sitting. You have to find something to do. For example, preach to the preachers here. Naturally, this kind of profound words, are the moon god passed on to him? Instead of saying that he is fooling, it is better to say that the moon god is fooling. This female gods, to fool people, love. Or rather, this is her old profession. Become a god, which is not in old Greece. Are all pitfalls in deception all kinds of proficiency. To call it a snub is not accurate. The moon god's words are all real insights. As for how many people can understand, it all depends on the creation and talent, and it is a supreme honor for mortals to be preached to by the gods. Look at the crowds, each listening intently. Although Zhao Yun's words were concise, they were full of Taoist meaning, and the arcane was also profound. Boo! There seemed to be this sound in the underworld, and no one but the moon god could hear it. That's right, someone broke through. It is the lord of forgotten ancient city, actually an instantaneous epiphany, actually immediately advanced to the earth-hidden realm. Look at old Shin Kong and the others, but they don't have this chance, even if there is no chance, but also enough people shocked and appalled. Zhao in a few words, will let a peak Shin Yang advanced, really great magical powers, who still dare to doubt? Ah, is this amazing? Zhao Yun privately tugged at the corner of his mouth. Divine enlightenment. Fruit is astounding. This is even better than the earth-hidden pill. The little black fat grin tsk tongue. The small fortune fans also eyes glittering. Really will be the decay into magic. The great summer of Hong Yuan. Fruit live up to the name of the world's first. Only this epiphany is not her grandfather can be compared to. Too scary. Boo. Amazed, Zhuge Xiandao also took a step into the earth's hide. This old man, too, is strangely gifted. Once again into the earth's hide. That emotional excitement almost kneeled for Zhao Yun. How come I don't have this kind of luck? The fat old man coughed dryly. And Ziling and old Shin Kong, who were on the side, also looked embarrassed. You three forget it. Zhao Yun heard a mutter. Are the peak of the earth's on? If further, is the heavenly martial arts. If a tendon hit the wrong, and then look for me to practice, then it is bull *********. There's no denying that the pussy is still good. This set of operations, I'm afraid that no one dares to doubt. Then the reward of the baby, much better. The fact that it is exactly the same. A few of the older generation of the state of mind has been appalled. Coming. When the crowd was wandering, the purple-haired child came back upside down. Zhao Yun accounted for the objects, by everything, and by all the double. Only then did Zhao Yun get up. Ziling also knew what to do and had summoned a white crane earlier, and Zhao Yun took a step on it. The white crane spread its wings and carried the two to the sky. Greetings, elder. Below, no matter how old or young, they all arched their hands and bent down, their voices loud and clear. Creation. Yang Xiong laughed straight. The fruit is not in vain. Stuck in the peak of the Xianyang has been many years, but is a breakthrough. His side of Zhuge Xiandao, also smiling, by the Tianwu point of view, the supreme honor, if then cultivated the complete technique, is not it going to take off? His future has been a great deal of good. The old man is upset. The fat old man glanced at Yang Xiong and Zhuge Xiandao. The old man is not happy about it either. Although old Shin Kong did not say anything, that demeanor represented the words, hold your displeasure in. Zhuge Xiandao hugged the gong method, nimbly returned to the room. Yang Xiong also turned to leave, advanced to the earth-hidden realm. Have to properly consolidate the realm to be good. The future is very bright. This is all thanks to Zhao Yun's master. We'll have to have more dealings with the Zhao family in the future. A Zhao Yun is nothing, a big Xia Hong Yuan, but enough to be scary. Look at old Shin Kong. He thinks the same way. Recently, the Zhao clan was in a rather bad situation, that had to be pulled in secret. Like a dream, the garden was full of people, still looking at the sky, all still intent on their lives. I have not seen Zhao Yun even when I arrived. That kid, he's even more godlike than his master. When will I see Tianwu again? There were quite a few words, and it took a long time for them to fade away, sighing and tisking quite a bit. The matter is all guarded. In the room, the words of Zhuge Xiandao came out, quite majestic. It was saying to the crowd that the great Xia Hong Yuan was in the heavenly martial realm, and did not like to be known by the world, so he had to hide it well. You think it's our first day out? The purple-haired child tucked his hand into his hand, feeling that something was missing. After you left, the old-timers rewarded their treasures, each with a share. Before Qi Yin left, she also winked at the purple-haired child, and when she was done, she also shook a few talismans in her hand at him. The explosive talisman, the speed-walking talisman, and the fixation talisman. What to do? Want to curse? Purple-haired child's face. The black. You old man, wait for me to come back and then reward. At least I am also an errand boy. How what did not get Lu? Over here, the white crane had already left the forgotten ancient city. Ziling stood in a graceful manner, did not dare to have excess movement, and respectfully, only from time to time to look sideways at Zhao Yun. The side of this, but the great summer Hong Yuan witch. Zhao Yun then faded, quietly looking up at the pale indistinct. Today's sun, too, was extraordinarily poisonous, so he looked directly at it. Purple Ling was shocked and admitted to herself that she couldn't do it. Otherwise how to say it is a heavenly martial realm. Nanshi can speculate. Look at the golden light in his eyes. Most likely it is a domineering technique. Domineering to the point of being able to look at the sun. That's a nice little girl. The moon god stretched a lazy waist, is resting there yawning, the mouth of the little girl. Since it refers to the purple Ling, so beautiful a beautiful woman. You damn even resting there refining the eyes of the sky. Don't be ridiculous, I'm not in the same generation as you. Zhao Yun slanted a glance at the moon god. Besides, I have a daughter-in-law. Soak her and pass on a secret technique. The moon god smiled. That demeanor, as a strange uncle, holding candy, in fooling people little girl, and Zhao Yun, it seems to be that little girl. At least she taught the disciple. How this honest Lu, too serious, no bubbles. The young master of the Zhao family, if he's serious, he's still very righteous. That's the peak of the Earth Store. Picking on her? I'm afraid I'll be killed. That's playing with my life. Still, I have a daughter-in-law. Girl, how old are you? And are you married? Suddenly, Zhao opened his mouth and uttered such a whole sentence. It doesn't matter. The important thing is his tone. Rather flippant. How to look like a dude. In the flirtation. Playing a good woman. And, those two eyes are still flashing. Ziling's mouth was slightly open. A little stunned. Always felt that this person beside him was a little strange. Zhao Yun did not say another word. Or rather, it was the lunar god who had not spoken to Purple Ling again and was watching. The party line, that wasn't him. That sentence just now, was spoken by the moon god. Only, it was spoken through his mouth, including that tone of voice, and even his demeanor, all of which were secretly interpreted by the moon god. It was actually able to speak through my mouth. Zhao Yun's demeanor was a little less than that. Didn't know that before. Now that I know, I am really surprised. I didn't used to be able to do that. This would be the moon god's answer. All because Zhao Yun metamorphosed his martial soul. She also benefited. Her soul power increased greatly. What she couldn't do before, she could do now. For example, speaking through Zhao Yun's mouth, which was a technical job. She's got a lot of skills. Zhao Yun touched his chin, and once again re-examined this god. Only a trace of soul, but still so dishonest. No wonder, will be beaten by the form of the gods, such as this number. Should be eaten a little bit of suffering, lest the world is in chaos. 3:30. Purple Ling whispered softly, finally answering the question, still as respectful as ever. Then you are Chu not. Zhao Yun opened his mouth again, truly speaking in a shocking manner. The words came out of his mouth, and he didn't even stand still. He didn't stand still, and Luna burst out laughing. Yes, it's still her word. You punked me. Zhao Yun's face instantly blackened to the core. Still seniors, and also the gods, still do not know what is the face. Caught a disciple? Toward the death of the pit? Apprentice, it's for the pit. Luna's answers were always that learned. It's over, and the laughing continues. The atmosphere, for a moment, was awkward. Look at Ziling, already blushing. Is this going to be Daxia Hongyuan? Is this going to be the best in the world? How can you still be disrespectful to the old when you are in the heavenly martial realm? What kind of question is that? Not to mention her. Not even the white crane flew steadily in that instant. Yes, even more awkwardly, Violet Ling answered, uttering a single word and burying her head in eyes. So, well, Zhao Yun opened his mouth again, and to be precise, it was the lunar god who was messing up. Only, Zhao Yun covered his mouth, took a loss once, fell for 2 times, the third time that has to be plugged tightly. The moon god clearly wants to pit him. The second question, it is already very thrilling enough, and then the third, is not it going to be heaven? Resourceful, he sought out a rag. The rag was crumpled into a ball, and he got a hard-on in his mouth. Tucked in good, tucked in safe, but I can't say any more. If I do, Ziling will throw me down. This old-timer, I'm afraid he's sick. Purple Ling cheeks of the red halo, has spread to the neck, or buried head and eyes, although no words, but some kind of demeanor, represents everything. Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts Realm, seems to have no idea of what is the face. There is this kind of take the younger generation to seek happiness? You're ing sick. Zhao Yun's face, which was already black as a sheet, cursed the selfsame moon god. LOL. Tsukiyakari clutched her lower abdomen, having laughed as tears dipped from the corners of her eyes. Unreal tears. She, the real pit god,